The young man's face went completely blank the moment he opened his eyes and woke up. For some inexplicable reason, right in front of him was a door suspended in midair. Literally, it hovered right at his eye level, with nothing but empty space in front and behind it, looking like a cheap magic trick, yet feeling incredibly real. Driven by curiosity, Shen Ye turned the doorknob without a second thought. Unexpectedly, as a result, he was sucked inside by a mysterious force. It turned out that behind that bizarre door lay an unbelievably vast space. It was an endlessly long and pitch-black corridor. Shen Ye called out casually a few times, but the only response was a terrifying silence. Instead, he heard crunching noises, like bones constantly rubbing against each other. Accompanied by a spine-chilling sound of something chewing on hard objects, it left Shen Ye paralyzed with fear, his legs feeling like lead glued to the floor. A moment later, the eerie clicking sounds drew closer and closer. And then he witnessed the conductor of that macabre symphony with his own eyes. A giant, blood-soaked skeleton, half human and half monster, with 3 eyes embedded in its skull radiating a bone-chilling green light. Needless to say, Shen Ye broke out in a massive cold sweat, goosebumps erupting all over his skin. Thanks to his burning, intense desire to survive. He quickly turned on his heel and ran for his life. Luckily, he hadn't gone too far earlier, so Shen Ye escaped that hellish place in the blink of an eye. The very moment he slammed the door shut, the floating anomaly vanished without a trace. While Shen Ye was still panting in extreme terror, frantically wondering if he was in a dream, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed from the void. "Congratulations, puny human, you have just awakened the superpower to connect worlds. I've finally found you." Hearing that grotesque voice, Shen Ye grew even more panicked, instinctively taking a few steps back in defense. The owner of the voice hurriedly reassured him not to get too agitated, explaining that he was currently imprisoned in another dimension and could only communicate via telepathy. He emphasized that the connection time was extremely tight and he couldn't stay long, so if Shen Ye wanted to keep his life, he had to obediently follow his instructions. Although Shen Ye was completely baffled, his fear of death made him comply without hesitation. The first step was to open his backpack and take out a bizarre statue. Shen Ye clumsily rummaged through it exactly as instructed. Unbelievably, a real statue had appeared in his bag at some point. According to the hidden figure, this was a cursed item belonging to the king of myriad fallen demons. Someone had maliciously slipped it in to cast a fatal hex and steal his soul. But by some stroke of immense luck, he remained completely unharmed. Hearing this part, Shen Ye faintly pieced together a few details. A flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into his mind, making him realize the truth. He wasn't the original owner of this body at all, but rather, it belonged to a middle school boy who shared his name. The soul of that poor boy had indeed been crushed by the dark statue a long time ago. Coincidentally, right when he breathed his last breath due to exhaustion from relentless overtime work on Earth, his soul drifted here and blatantly took over as the new owner. The mysterious voice added that once the fatal curse failed to reap his life, it would automatically backfire and bestow upon Shen Ye an unprecedentedly massive surge of power, draining the essence accumulated over 1,000,000 years by the undead. The moment he finished speaking, the evil statue in Shen Ye's hand suddenly cracked and crumbled into dust. "All right, now summon that door from earlier out here," the voice said. "The door?" Shen Ye narrowed his eyes warily and retorted. "Didn't I just narrowly escape meeting Yama in that dump? Why bring it out again?" "Exactly, because now it has officially changed ownership and become your property. From this second on, it is your very own spatial teleportation superpower. Because your attitude when opening the door earlier was extremely polite. The system has awarded you the item title Polite Person. This is a gray-tier item, considered absolute trash. When you equip it, you'll receive a slight perk. Whenever you behave politely, people's favorable impression of you will increase just a tiny bit." The voice crammed a pile of information into his head, leaving Shen Ye standing there stunned. It seemed this evaluative item was a passive skill attached to him. Unfortunately, the label Polite Person sounded too pathetic, and it was unclear if it would be of any actual use. While Shen Ye was still scrutinizing it with doubt, the voice weakly uttered, "My energy is about to hit rock bottom. Young man, stay on high alert. Once the person who used dark magic to harm you finds out you are still grinning and alive, they will definitely stop at nothing to pull you out by the roots. Who knows, that assassin might rush over to ambush you right this instant." It seemed the owner of the voice was about to fall into a deep slumber due to depleted mana, but he still tried to nag and instruct Shen Ye on various things, simply because he needed his help. The place he had just stumbled into through the door was called the Nightmare World, which was also the prison sealing him. He desperately hoped Shen Ye would cultivate tirelessly, so he could eventually march straight into the most dangerous core area to unbind him. Wait until that day. I promise to reward your kindness extremely generously. Hey kid, before you manage to save me, make sure to keep your little life safe. After finishing his instructions, the voice vanished completely. Shen Ye stood stranded amidst a chaotic mess of information. What kind of terrible luck was this? Why did someone want to take his life right after he freshly reincarnated? Furthermore, even after digging through every corner of the original owner's brain, he couldn't scrape up the name of a single enemy. Just what kind of scumbag would act so ruthlessly? Whatever, I'll just equip this item for now and figure the rest out later, Shen Ye grumbled. Currently broke and completely lacking any self-defense skills, he had no choice but to risk going back into the door in hopes of picking up a new item. The only catch was that the grotesque pile of bones inside still made him shiver. After some mental struggle, he gritted his teeth and turned the doorknob. At worst, he'd just run for his life again. As long as he stood close to the entrance, that bizarre monster would hardly be able to touch a single toenail of his. Besides, with those bulging muscles, he definitely couldn't beat it in a fight, but negotiating verbally should be fine, right? After all, words can save fists, and great men often solve things through diplomacy. Even if it was a dried corpse, it used to be human. Who knows, with his silver tongue, he might just recruit the guy as a bodyguard against those hidden assassins. The more he painted this rosy picture, the brighter Shen Ye felt about life. Having the polite person item to boost favorable impressions, he was sure he'd reap a big harvest. Acting on his thoughts, Shen Ye decided to go all in one more time. But the exact moment he peeked through the door and encountered the skeleton. Cold sweat was already pouring down Shen Ye's forehead like a waterfall. He swallowed hard, trying to stay calm, and stuttered a greeting. "Hello, I am Shen Ye. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meal earlier, sir." Managing to say a whole long sentence fluently, Shen Ye felt increasingly smug, thinking the equipped item was working at full capacity. Taking advantage of the momentum, the bold young man suggested becoming sworn brothers with the giant. Who would have thought that the moment the last word fell from his lips, its razor-sharp claw slashed through the air, aiming straight for his face. Shen Ye startled and leaped backward, narrowly dodging the fatal blow by a hair's breadth. "Hey, is there a need to be so violently physical? I just wanted to socialize a little." He tried to cling to the door hinge, yelling in his defense, but clearly, that thing didn't even have ears to listen. Seeing the skeleton preparing to lunge again, Shen Ye had no choice but to roll backward out the door to save his little life. The magical portal vanished once more. The lingering fear of his near-death experience truly made his heart pound like a drum. Shen Ye scowled and cursed that gray-tier item for being utter garbage, absolutely useless. Make matters worse, he was only allowed to receive one item per day. His quota for today was depleted, so he had to bitterly wait until tomorrow. Tusk, life is indeed not a dream. There's no such thing as infinite loot. Shen Ye smacked his lips in frustration. Earlier, even with a support item, it was that pathetic. Going back into grind now would be no different from suicide. Thinking it over, if that bonehead kept camping at the door, how would he get a chance to find premium gear tomorrow? Not to mention, the assassins hiding in the dark could knock on his door at any moment. Therefore, Shen Ye absolutely could not afford to waste any time. Burning with determination, he summoned the manifesting door once again. This time, even if he was fighting barehanded, he was determined to use his title as the best salesman from his past life to woo the monster. "I apologize, here I am shamelessly bothering you again, sir." Shen Ye eagerly pulled the door open. The beast immediately lunged to attack. This time, he didn't even bother acting surprised at that violent greeting. But because he had pocketed the experience of slipping away, Shen Ye's dodging maneuvers were significantly smoother and more top-tier. Barely escaping the claws of death, he casually swung open another door and provoked, "Save your strength, old pal, you can't chew me up. Because I have the privilege of jumping between two dimensions. We were born just to sit down and have a chat. So how about it, bro? Do you have the mood to talk business with me?" To spit out all those words, Shen Ye had to pop in and out of the door countless times. As for the monster, seeing that its endless clawing couldn't even shed a single hair from its opponent, it began to grow bored. It turned its tail to leave, but that sullen departure panicked Shen Ye even more than being slashed. He hastily wailed, trying to hold it back. "Hey, don't just leave so coldly. I've been watching you closely just now. While you were devouring people alive, your severed left arm was starting to grow new joints, wasn't it? And it's not just your crippled left arm. Your skull, ribs, and spine are all covered in scars, right? Shut your mouth, the skeleton growled in annoyance, interrupting him. But how could Shen Ye let it go? Even if I don't offer my life for you to chew on, my world has an abundance of nutritious supplements for your bone frame. For instance, these divine calcium pills for osteoporosis, not to mention dozens of delicacies 10,000 times more nutritious than my rotten meat. If we become sworn friends, I'll cover all of that for you. People where I'm from have a saying, for a brother, one is willing to jump into a blazing fire. What's a few trivial calcium pills? Shen Ye poured out his words without even pausing for breath. The giant halted, seemingly racking its brain to weigh the pros and cons. Seeing this, his heart leaped into his throat out of sheer tension. In the blink of an eye, a magic sphere materialized in the giant's bony palm. It looked imposing, radiating an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. Shen Ye's face twisted, convinced that things had gone horribly wrong again this time. He was certain the guy was about to unleash a devastating ultimate move. However, right at the moment he was about to dive out of this space, a contract suddenly smacked right into his face. Oh wow, that stubborn beast actually raised a white flag to compromise. He curiously squinted to read the squiggly characters on the paper. It turned out to be the monster's convoluted title, Gloomy Bone Mother. The executor of the Demon King, the defeated great deity Machilia Chihua, the battlefield cleanup officer of the Undead Legion's 5th Squad. At first, he thought this boss was someone who breathed fire, but it turned out to be just a lowly garbage-collecting official, which made Shen Ye feel a bit underwhelmed. The contract explicitly stated an equal exchange clause. Dry Bones muttered. He still deeply remembered that around 7,000 years ago, there was someone who, through outstanding intellect, gave birth to culture, art, and science, awakening the bell of eternal destiny to ring 20 times. The situation back then made even the high gods turn their heads to look. That's why there is a saying, human potential is a world-shaking power. Precisely because of this, he placed his bet on Shen Ye, hoping the boy would keep his word and help him regain his power. He also arrogantly declared that since the dawn of time, he had never stooped so low as to make a contract with anyone except the gods. Therefore, he warned Shen Ye to cherish this paper. This was a fair, mutually beneficial agreement. If their relationship ever soured, either party had the right to unilaterally tear up the contract unconditionally. Just by having Shen Ye press his fingerprint on the last line, this business deal would immediately take effect. Shen Ye slowly extended his index finger, lightly pressing it onto the magical agreement. His dazzling title immediately popped up. The mortal who broke the fatal hex of the king of myriad fallen demons, the gatekeeper connecting the dream realm and reality, the sole sovereign holding the power to manipulate the space between two worlds. Sounds pretty badass, huh? Shen Ye's jaw dropped, utterly amazed. He never expected himself to reach such a caliber. Right after the signature was formed, the contract, reeking of magic, was officially sealed and completed. The next morning, the moment Shen Ye opened his eyes, he saw his two parents of this lifetime standing guard by his bed. Hey Shen Ye, you just got discharged from the hospital. If you feel any pain, make sure to tell mom and dad right away you hear. For the next few days, just be a good boy and rest at home. Toss all thoughts of exams and studying to the back of your mind for mom. His mother had thoughtfully prepared a pile of highly nourishing herbal medicines, while his father had trudged back hauling a whole batch of calcium pills, exactly as his precious son had requested. Holding the heavy pile of medicines, his eyes involuntarily stung with tears. In his previous life, Shen Ye had lived as an orphan without a father or mother. This warm, familial affection was truly a luxury he was tasting for the first time. The family of three was happily chatting when a frantic knocking at the door interrupted the atmosphere. As soon as the door was cracked open, two men introducing themselves as the investigation team from the East City precinct strode sternly inside. "Hello, family. We are here to process the case targeting Shen Ye." What they were tracking was the origin of that dark magic-infused statue. According to the helpless sharing of the older policeman, a few bizarre cases like this happened in the area every year, completely impossible to predict or prevent. If you were unlucky enough to get caught in one, you could only cry to the heavens because even the authorities were utterly powerless. He kept clicking his tongue and repeating the same refrain. It's the virtue of your family's past 3 generations that the boy is still completely fine. It's truly a blessing in disguise. But deep down, Shen Ye knew all too well that this so-called miracle of safety was nothing but a hollow comfort. Because the poor schoolboy, the true owner of this body, had already forfeited his life to the one-eyed demon spawned from that vicious curse. Thinking of that unjust death, his chest tightened with a choking feeling, and he muttered bitterly, "Does this mean if someone unfortunately gets tangled up in this in the future, they can only cross their arms and leave it to heaven's will?" Hey kid, I understand you are emotionally unstable right now, but there is a truth I must inform you about. This time, the one who spoke up was the young policeman accompanying him. The higher-ups have already issued the order. Within today, that hospital area will be strictly sealed off, completely forbidding outsiders from approaching. Just stay calm, there won't be any more victims shedding blood. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes, examining the person across from him. This man wore a shining 3-star badge on his chest. It was unbelievable that at such a young age, he was already sitting comfortably in the seat of a sergeant. Moreover, the aura he emitted was so imposing that it left the boy momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. He had no choice but to be polite. "Thank you for the warning, sir. I'm just constantly on edge, worrying that some wicked person still intends to eliminate me." Shen Ye expressed his unease. But before he could finish his sentence, the sergeant brushed it off. According to the files, he determined that the boy was nothing more than a bratty middle schooler wearing out the seat of his pants in school. His social circle was so clean it was plain boring, and the investigation side had nitpicked without finding even the shadow of an enemy. Afterward, having run out of things to instruct, the two policemen hastily grabbed their briefcases and took their leave. Through their attitude, Shen Ye secretly confirmed that the dark magic level of the king of myriad fallen demons was definitely at an extremely terrifying tier. So much so that the local security forces couldn't handle it, and even the high-level government had their hands tied. However, this only fanned the flames of curiosity within him. Just what kind of existence made even hardened cops shiver at its mention? If so, the original Shen Ye was just a weak schoolboy who couldn't even tie up a chicken. What kind of background did he have that made the culprit go to the trouble of using such a ruthless killer move to deal with him? A moment later, the young sergeant unexpectedly circled back to Shen Ye's house, his demeanor sneaky and secretive like a thief, clearly having secretly shaken off his partner to return. Then he hurriedly shoved a sturdy business card into the boy's hand. Shen Ye froze, not understanding what this guy's intentions were. The other party simply tossed out a quick instruction, saying that whenever he smelled danger, he should pick up the phone and call him. After saying that, he ran off as fast as his legs could carry him, disappearing without a trace. Shen Ye glanced at the sharply printed text on the card. This sergeant was named Fei Sun. It seemed there were still a few capable individuals left in the police department, not entirely a bundle of uselessness. But as for trusting this guy with his life, the boy was still besieged by doubts. Or more accurately, he had zero hope that this guy could achieve anything. Obviously, Fei Sun was disobeying his commander's orders, but for a matter that both the government and the police were avoiding, what qualifications did a lowly officer like him have to demand a piece of the burden? Let alone the fact that the rumor of Shen Ye surviving had already spread thousands of miles. The assassins who caught wind of it would inevitably bring knives to his doorstep to settle the score. If any mistake occurred, the disaster of beheading would fall upon his innocent family members too. Shen Ye would fight to the death to never allow that terrible scenario to play out. This family warmth that he had painstakingly crossed dimensions to scavenge, even if his flesh was torn and bones crushed, he swore to protect it to the very end. And the only path to turn the tide was to grind hard and become invincible. Having thought it through, Shen Ye decisively swung his arm high. Once again, he summoned the mysterious portal to appear. The moment the door lock sprang open, a radiant, standard salesman's smile was plastered on his face. In his hand dangled a plastic bag, containing premium calcium pills meant to be offered to the great bone demon. But strangely, after scanning him from head to toe, it didn't even glance at the bag of calcium, but instead poked its bony finger straight at the medicine box hidden in Shen Ye's pocket. That was precisely the top-tier herbal supplement his mother had just unboxed to nourish her precious son. The system chimed with a notification that the monster was drooling, craving the highly nourishing item that possessed far stronger medicinal properties than the cheap stuff in his hand. Of course, a powerhouse of the undead wouldn't stoop so low as to act like a bandit and snatch someone else's belongings. Upholding its vain title as a battlefield collection officer, it immediately pulled out a few relics scavenged from the corpses of enemy soldiers from its pile of loot, bringing them out to entice an equal exchange for Shen Ye's medicine box. After a moment of stroking its chin in calculation, the giant skeleton decided to pick up the primary nightmare crystal and toss it to Shen Ye. This was a treasure forged by master elves from ancient times. It had the function of directly transmitting knowledge, ultimate combat techniques, and classified intelligence into the user's brain. In this place, the nightmare world, the smoke of war was the truth of survival, so all the essence of civilization revolved around rapidly enhancing combat power. Therefore, this stone was truly a massive bargain fallen from the sky. The moment Shen Yi's finger lightly touched it, the crystal block shattered into thousands of sparkling fragments. Immediately, the system popped up a notification that he had successfully comprehended Moonlight Stag Stride, the ultimate movement footwork of the elven army. Legend has it that once upon a time, the undead tribe, the homeland of the dry bone oldster, specialized in provoking the elven tribe. To deal with the persistent walking corpses, the elven warriors created this miraculous martial art. It helped the user transition flexibly between dodging, closing in, and wreaking havoc amidst enemy encirclements as smoothly as flowing water and drifting clouds. Shen Ye was so shocked his jaw practically dropped. He couldn't believe that with just a cheap bottle of supplements, he had hit the jackpot and obtained the complete elven movement technique. So now, he had armed himself with a bit of martial arts to save his own life. This exchange deal was a massively lucrative harvest. As for the giant skeleton, after snatching the medicine box from Shen Ye's hands, it immediately turned around and vanished into the gloomy night. What the hell was that? We already signed a sworn brotherhood contract, yet you still put on airs and act all mysterious, Shen Ye pouted and grumbled. But he was too lazy to care about that old bone demon for long. The crucial task now was to thoroughly study the newly acquired Moonlight Stag Stride manual. Furthermore, Shen Ye heard clicking sounds outside the door, meaning his parents must have returned from work. He swiftly exited the virtual dimension and ducked into his bedroom. At the same time, the system interface continuously chimed with notifications, announcing that the most basic move of the Moonlight Stag Stride was dodging, which required exactly 3 points in agility. After scanning Shen Ye's scrawny physique, the system ruthlessly reported that his current agility stat was lingering at a pathetic 2, lacking exactly 1 point to unlock the skill. Oh my god, it's just like playing a video game. What do I have to do to grind for more agility points? Shen Ye asked anxiously. Unexpectedly, instead of the system answering, he was startled by a deep, unfamiliar male voice echoing from behind his back. Oh, quite a resilient life you have there. How the hell are you still grinning and breathing? That chilling sentence made every single hair on Shen Ye's body stand up in protest. Survival instincts told him to turn his head. Striking his eyes was a total stranger hanging outside the window, glaring at him with a gaze full of cold, murderous intent. Could it be that this vile thug was the henchman who had cast the fatal curse on the former owner of this body? Let me see how many heads and arms you can grow today to escape this. The assassin finished his sentence and immediately kicked off, launching himself upward. His extraordinary agility was as swift as a blade, completely contradicting his bulky, robust build. Tearing through the wide-open window, he shot into Shen Ye's room like a bullet fired from a barrel. As for the boy, thanks to his God-given reflexes and burning will to survive, he narrowly managed to roll and dodge the bastard's vicious opening pounce. Not bad moves, kid, the guy licked his lips, tossing out a venomous compliment. However, Shen Ye knew full well he was stepping on the boundary of death. The more excited the killer got, the infinitely more brutal his strikes would become. Meanwhile, his current capital consisted of solely the useless, torn polite person title. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. Shen Ye tried his best to squeeze out a well-behaved expression, striking up a conversation with the man as politely as possible. Sir, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit to my humble abode in the middle of the night? Shut up and go die. The man charged wildly like a ferocious beast, clearly proving that the polite person label was once again utter trash. Right at the boiling point of danger, the primary nightmare crystal suddenly updated a data file into Shen Ye's head, informing him that in the nightmare world, martial arts or items were clearly ranked in tiers from trash to divine. The lowest was ruined gray, moving up to common white, elite green, outstanding blue, and the universally coveted supreme purple. Higher the tier, the stronger the effect. The polite person title he was using belonged to the ruin system, meaning it was the bottom-feeding scum of society, which explained why it was so pathetically useless. Shen Ye cursed out loud, mourning his terrible luck. Having just reincarnated and not yet enjoyed a moment of peace, he was already being hunted down fiercely. Drawing a lottery, he got the worst item on Earth, and the ultimate skill Moonlight Stag Stride couldn't even be activated. Shen Ye had to grit his teeth, utilizing all his body's flexibility to struggle and dodge the attacks. Unfortunately, in the eyes of a professional assassin, these frog-like tumbling tricks of his were nothing but a toddler's joke. No matter how fast you are, don't even dream of outrunning a bullet. The man ruthlessly aimed the pitch-black muzzle of his gun at the boy. Shen Ye was so terrified his legs turned to jelly, the thought flashing through his mind that this time he was definitely going down to meet Yama. But then, the system screen leisurely popped up a life-saving message, notifying the host that he could completely devour useless items to exchange for free attribute points. The rarer the assimilated item, the more abundant the salvaged points would be. Damn your ancestors, if you had a trump card, why didn't you spit it out earlier? Shen Ye screamed internally, not hesitating to swallow the cumbersome polite person title right away. Congratulations, you have successfully harvested one free attribute point. Without wasting a single second, he smashed that salvaged point straight into his agility stat, pumping it from the 2 mark up to a solid, round 3. And just like that, it perfectly met the prerequisite to operate Moonlight Stag Stride. Now, he could officially execute the first evasion maneuver of the footwork technique. Thanks to this brand new surge of power, Shen Ye's dodge rate seemed to be elevated to a realm of infinite heights. Instantly, he swung his arm to summon the magical portal and dove straight into the void. The bloodthirsty bald assassin didn't suspect a thing, charging blindly like a moth to a flame right on his tail. But to his surprise, what welcomed him was a pitch-black corridor, chilling to the bone. While the bald man was still standing there dazed and disoriented, Shen Ye slipped behind him like a ghost and sneered, "See you never, Mr. Butcher." Throwing down the taunt, he slammed the door shut with a bang, leaving the stage for the great bone demon to show off its skills. Before he could even let out a scream, the bloodthirsty killer was bitten in half by the monster's horrifying, razor-sharp teeth. The sound of bones crunching and shattering echoed throughout the thick, dense space, officially bringing down the curtain on the tragic, ironic end of the assassin. Shen Ye stood resting his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Although he had just exhausted all his life force to turn the tables and escape death, he had to admit the situation just now was truly hanging by a thread. It took him a long while to rub his chest and calm his racing heartbeat. The fierce battle just now served as a harsh wake-up call, reminding Shen Ye that in the future, a whole corporation of assassins would come knocking. That meant he couldn't afford to slack off for a single second. He had to bury his head in finding more ultimate skills to keep his little life. The feast of fresh raw meat that Shen Ye had just offered left the old skeleton extremely delighted and satisfied. Biting exactly by the fair trade rules of the contract, it rummaged around and pulled out brand new toys for payment. The spoils of war this time were the pale shadow crown accompanied by the silver war medal. Shen Ye let out an "oh" of awe. He never expected the old monster to play this big today, tossing out 2 top-tier items at once. What's more, they were authentic green goods belonging to the elite system. The system immediately displayed the spec sheet of these 2 treasures. The pale shadow crown was originally a relic harboring peak magic that emerged from the gloomy abyss. Whoever it was, the moment they put it on their head, they would instantly transform into a pure-blooded member of the elven race. As for the silver war medal, it was the prestigious proof of the elven legion in the nightmare world. Only braves who slew enemies and made merits were rewarded with it. When pinning this badge on one's chest, the owner could freely open a teleportation portal straight into elven territory. Shen Ye nodded in admiration at the giant's pragmatism. When he first showed up, it wanted to chew him alive at all costs, but once it caught the scent of his true value, it flipped its attitude and obediently offered up all the premium goods. It seemed this partnership contract was quite lucrative, no joke. His hands itching uncontrollably, Shen Ye picked up the pale shadow crown and tried it on his forehead. In a flash, his appearance completely shed its old shell. Shen Ye hastily pulled out his phone to use as a mirror. As a result, he was mesmerized and intoxicated by his own nation-toppling beauty. Oh my God, it's an authentic elf without a single flaw. So magical. Tomorrow, when the system refreshes the items, I have to make a trip to sweep through the elven territory and empty their treasury to make it worth the effort. Right in the midst of his joy, 3 crisp knocks echoed from the door, accompanied by a soothing voice. "Hello, is Shen Ye home?" His vigilance instantly boiled up. At this moment his parents were both out. Who could have come now? Don't tell me those killers brought even more people to his doorstep. While Shen Ye was sweating bullets, hesitating whether to open the door, the familiar voice outside rang out clearly again. "Brother Yi, you're inside, right? It's great that you're okay. It's Chen Hao Yu, open the door for me." Hearing the call, Shen Ye shed his burden of vigilance. Wasn't Chen Hao Yu the life-and-death comrade of the former owner? A while back, the original owner got hospitalized precisely because he took the trouble to visit him. Thinking of this, he hastily took off the magical crown, put it away, and rushed out to welcome his guest. The door barely opened before Chen Hao Yu lunged forward, clinging to him and crying, "Brother Yi, you're still in one piece. You had me worried sick." "A million apologies, brother. It's all my fault for inviting you that you got hit with such a massive disaster." Chen Hao Yu tightly hugged Shen Ye, wishing he could wipe liters of snot and tears onto his comrade's shoulder. Shen Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry, patting the boy's back to comfort him. "All right, stop crying. Why blame yourself? It was just my bad luck. But see, I'm still healthy as an ox right here." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Ye's mother returned home with bags in hand. Seeing his mother returning alone, Shen Ye asked in confusion, only to find out his father had swallowed his pride to ask for help from his paternal family, hoping his grandfather would give them some face and hunt down rare exotic herbs to nourish his grandson for a speedy recovery. The moment Chen Hao Yu caught the scent of the words, "great nourishing medicine," his eyes widened and he stuttered. "That treasure is super rare. Even the filthy rich couldn't get a piece of it no matter how much money they threw. Your family is truly hiding some deep secrets." Before Shen Ye could even digest the information, the kid was already running his mouth. "Brother Shen Ye, your parents love you the most in this world. You have to recover quickly to finish the high school entrance exam." Chen Hao Yu's innocent words felt like a bucket of cold water splashed right on Shen Ye's face. High school entrance exam? Damn it, he had completely forgotten that the original owner was still a middle schooler burdened with a super important transition exam. That recent assassination attempt had caused the original owner to miss the first subject's test. No wonder Chen Hao Yu had been whimpering in guilt this whole time. With his top-tier grades in the entire cohort, he had more than enough capability to get into the province's key high school. "It's all my fault for dragging you down." Seeing this, Shen Ye's mother quickly comforted and advised the boy not to blame himself. Even though Shen Ye missed the initial strength test, in the upcoming agility test, as long as he made a good breakthrough, he would still easily get into a regular high school. Piecing his mother's words together with the fragmented memories of the original owner, Shen Ye was shocked to realize that the high school entrance exam in this world was worlds apart from Earth. Besides testing cultural knowledge, students also had to step into the martial arts arena to compete in muscle stats and bodily agility. No wonder that damn Moonlight Deer Walk manual stubbornly demanded agility points. But the current situation was as tense as a drawn bowstring. He was being fiercely hunted by assassins, so showing his face at the exam center was like offering fat to a cat's mouth. The level of risk was practically multiplied. Shen Ye was inadvertently forced into an extremely agonizing dilemma. Should he just ditch the admission exam and hide in a corner of the house to save his own life? Observing her precious son suddenly shivering uncontrollably, his face completely drained of color. Shen Ye's mother felt a heartbreaking pain, as if her guts were being torn apart. She gently opened her arms, pulling her little boy into a full embrace, whispering soothingly, "My darling son, if you feel too exhausted, you can just drop the exam, it's completely fine. To Mom and Dad, you living a happy, healthy, and safe life is already the most wonderful thing." This maternal warmth was something Shen Ye in his previous life had never even tasted in his dreams. Because of that, it acted like a spiritual medicine pumping strength into his veins. Shen Ye smiled and comforted her back. "Mom, just rest easy, don't you know how capable your son is?" That confident and imposing demeanor was a complete transformation from his earlier gloomy state, having the heavy rock weighing on Shen Ye's mother's heart. Shen Ye was smart enough to understand that even if he stubbornly gave up on the exam now, his parents would still happily agree. But his conscience absolutely did not allow him to give up. He made up his mind that tomorrow he would go to school with Chen Hao Yu to properly focus on revising. The longer he stayed rooted in this physical body, the clearer the original owner's memory tapes played in his brain. It turned out his grandfather and the family behind him were no ordinary figures, but a formidable force holding immense resources. However, the relationship between his parents and the paternal family was incredibly cold. His parents, with their noble backbone all their lives, had never once bowed down to beg his grandfather. The two of them relied on their own hard work to make a living and raise the original owner. Although they belonged to the commoner class, they had a peaceful life. Therefore, that pile of incredibly expensive herbs was beyond the couple's means. To obtain that medicine, they must have thrown away their dignity, bowing and scraping to beg his grandfather for a favor, while the Shen Ye of their own flesh and blood had long passed away. Thus, the Shen Ye who borrowed this body for rebirth absolutely could not let their blood, sweat, and tears go down the drain. "Mom, my stomach is protesting. Make me a bowl of something to eat." Shen Ye tugged at his mother's shirt, acting like a spoiled child. His mother laughed, turned into the kitchen, and swiftly made 2 bowls of fragrant egg noodles to treat him and the kid Chen Hao Yu. The next morning, following the schedule, the young man proudly carried his backpack to school. Rummaging through the original owner's desk drawer, what caught his eye was a messy pile of books and notebooks, ranging from the art of flexibility to a beginner's handbook on spiritual power, and a manual for training bicep strength. The education curriculum in this place was bizarre beyond imagination. Although his stomach was still doing flips because of the lurking assassins, Shen Ye told himself that in such a crowded place, they wouldn't dare act rashly. Looking at it from another angle, if he managed to get into a top-tier high school, the excellent teaching staff there would have more than enough power to back him up and protect him. While he was burying his head in his books and biting his pen, a hyperactive classmate ran over to report that Zhao Yibing was standing in the corridor calling his name. Pulling out his memory tape to examine, Zhao Yibing was indeed the original owner's closest confidant. In the past, the girl would follow him around every day to discuss schoolwork. This was the first time Shen Ye had seen her beauty since his reincarnation, but Zhao Yibing's expression seemed extremely unpleasant. "I heard rumors that you're gearing up to compete again. I scored very high on the first subject's test, and I can win the remaining subjects with my eyes closed. The ticket to the province's key school is definitely in my hands this time." Zhao Yibing coldly dropped the information. The naive Shen Ye at this moment still hadn't smelled the danger and even happily clapped to congratulate her. Who would have thought that in the very next second, Zhao Yibing would splash cold water on him to finalize it? In short, from now on, know your place and don't ever come looking for me again. Soon as she uttered those heartless words, the crowd of gossips immediately swarmed in, forming a dense circle around the two of them. "Oh my God, there's a good show, guys come look, the school beauty is brutally rejecting that Shen Ye." A giant question mark hovered above Shen Ye's head. This spine-chilling 180-degree change in attitude from Zhao Yibing went completely against the sweet image in the original owner's memories. Seeing Shen Ye stay silent, the girl continued with a dry and decisive tone. "Shen Ye, what I mean is from now on we go our separate ways. Sooner or later, the difference in our status will leave us with no common ground. It's best to stop everything here. Even so, we can still maintain a normal friendship." Shen Ye gave a faint, cynical smirk. In the past, Zhao Yibing was always the one clinging to the original owner. Now, even knowing clearly that he missed an exam due to unavoidable circumstances, she didn't offer a single word of comfort, but intentionally came all this way to draw a clear line and deliberately humiliate him in front of the crowd. "I have already deleted all contact methods. I hope you live a decent life from now on." Hearing Zhao Yibing's words, he secretly thought, this girl was truly so annoying it left him speechless. Reaching the limit of his patience, Shen Ye immediately fired back. "If I remember correctly, for the past few years, you were the one who always shamelessly came to my class looking for me. Not once did I take the initiative to pay attention to you, Zhao Yibing. I have zero need to be friends with you either. The exam is right around the corner. I hope you practice what you preach and stay far away from me from now on so I can study in peace. Honestly, I already feel unlucky enough." Witnessing this entertaining drama, the surrounding students began murmuring noisily. A few put their heads together, confirming that back when Shen Ye was still the grade's top student, the fact that Zhao Yibing always tagged along behind him was 100% true. Now that he had merely missed one subject, she was so quick to come and brutally cut ties in public. This two-faced attitude was truly heartless. Midst the chaotic scene, a freckle-faced girl suddenly popped out from nowhere, aggressively pointing her finger right at Shen Ye's face. "Hold on, Bing Bing used to give you so many gifts, how dare you use that attitude to talk to her? You really make people extremely disappointed." Of course, Shen Ye had absolutely zero impression of this nameless female student. Right after Zhao Yibing turned around, her beautiful face was flushed red, her eyes brimming with tears, looking incredibly pitiful. "Shen Ye, I always thought we were good friends. Who would have expected you to?" Shen Ye could only sneer. This girl might be young, but her schemes were no joke, It was obvious she came here looking for trouble, yet now she was playing the victim, determined to make him look like a scumbag in front of the crowd. But unfortunately for her, she had bumped into an outstanding employee bearing the gold medal title. Without wasting a single second to think, he immediately launched his counterattack. Zhao Yibing, it is true that I received gifts from you. But does receiving gifts mean I have to accept who you are? If you really wish the best for me, then don't ever use those items to tie me down. I have every right to look toward more outstanding people. We have nothing left to say to each other. If you regret those gifts, I am ready to return them with interest immediately. As for being friends with me, don't even dream about it. After this non-stop verbal barrage from Shen Ye, Zhao Yibing completely froze in shock. Meanwhile, the entire audience at the scene experienced an explosion of emotions. That freckled girl angrily screamed, cursing him as a scumbag of a boy. The male students infatuated with Zhao Yibing also eagerly joined in, endlessly scolding him for being a terrible person. Zhao Yibing's complexion was extremely ugly at this moment. She originally intended to come here to dump him, who knew she would be mercilessly thrown away by him in front of so many people. Full of grievance, the girl shed tears while trying to call after him. "Stop right there, Shen Ye, our business isn't settled yet." Shen Ye naturally didn't bother looking back, while Zhao Yibing was hurriedly pulled back by her best friend. "Bing Bing, drop it, that kind of guy isn't worth your time." Things officially blew up when Shen Ye was blocked in the middle of the road by Sun Ming. Digging through the original owner's memories, this guy was sitting proudly in third place of the entire grade. With a muscular and massive body several times larger than Shen Ye's, him blocking the path was no different from a giant boulder. The main point was that Sun Ming was also the type of lovesick fool crazy about the goddess, so as for his motive in blocking the way, Shen Ye could guess it with his toes. "Stop right there, Bing Bing hasn't allowed you to leave." Shen Ye was completely too lazy to deal with this type of person. The bell for class was about to ring, and he had no time to waste his precious moments in this place. But Sun Ming didn't look like he would yield easily. "Shen Ye, you've missed school for a few days, so you're blind to the news, right? My true strength has completely broken through now, while you've fallen from your spot as the top student. If you know what's good for you, apologize to Bing Bing right now, unless you want a few of your bones broken." "Classmate, are you confused? It's obvious that Zhao Yibing came looking for trouble herself. It's not like I was clinging to her, right? Why the hell should I apologize?" After finishing his words, Shen Ye immediately played the role of the bullied victim with absolute proficiency. "Sigh. Fine, if you people rely on numbers to bully the weak and force me to bow my head, then I will just apologize." The moment the words left his mouth, Shen Ye snapped his head to look at Zhao Yibing. His face exuded ultimate grievance, his eye rims even turning red as if he was about to cry any second. "I'm sorry, Zhao Yibing. You win. From now on you can just keep bothering me. Are you satisfied now?" After finishing his sentence, his tears suddenly fell like heavy rain. However, deep down in his heart, he was laughing triumphantly. Did they think these dramatic acting tricks were only for girls? Shen Ye here could execute them much smoother. After performing a tragic crying scene for the public to admire, he decisively turned his back and ran straight ahead with his head down. The crowd, witnessing that miserable sight, was once again buzzing with noisy gossip. "Good heavens, Shen Ye is actually crying. He must be deeply hurt. Why did they have to press him to that extent?" Even Zhao Yibing herself was spun around like a pinwheel by this two-faced theatrical act. Bewildered to the point of losing her usual composure, the girl subconsciously shouted loudly toward his retreating back. "That's not it, Shen Ye. I had no intention of driving you to a dead end. Don't listen to Sun Ming's nonsense." As soon as she dropped that sentence, a tempest roared inside Zhao Yibing's heart. Obviously, she brought the script to discard Shen Ye, right? Why did the situation now turn into her being the one dumped, and even shamelessly chasing after him to hold him back like this? As for Sun Ming, who originally carried the ambition of a hero saving the beauty, who would have thought he'd be slapped with a bucket of cold water by the goddess herself with the phrase, "Don't listen to Sun Ming's nonsense," shattering his self-esteem. Not daring to vent his wrath on the beauty, he changed targets, throwing a punch full of murderous intent toward Shen Ye. "You damn brat, today I will definitely beat you into a lesson you'll never forget." But alas, his heavy punch couldn't even chip a single hair on Shen Ye's head. Because as fast as the wind, he tightly grabbed the big guy's wrist. Right after, he used the guy's arm as leverage, launching a spectacular mid-air flip, and using the momentum to deliver an extremely powerful kick straight to the head. Before the hulking opponent landed smoothly on the ground like a cat, the entire sequence of movements was sharp and unbelievably perfect. What was even more terrifying was the lightning-like speed that made the onlookers think they were hallucinating. What just happened? Why is Shen Ye so freakishly fast, even far surpassing his previous form? Exactly, Sun Ming didn't even have time to blink just now. If Shen Ye had used his full power on that strike, that guy would definitely be knocked out cold. The crowd couldn't hide their astonishment, constantly whispering to each other. It was only natural for Shen Ye to be faster than before, as he had just executed the first move of the Moonlight Deer Walk. I already gritted my teeth and apologized. Why are you still relying on your strength to bully the weak like this? He continued to maintain his tear-stained, aggrieved face to question him, but where would a dizzy Sun Ming find the strength to respond? The reason was that at that exact moment, the proctor teacher loomed over and roared like thunder. What is that group gathering and causing a riot for? The mock exam is about to start. Get down to the stadium for roll call immediately. The students were scared out of their wits upon hearing the teacher's voice, terrified like mice seeing a cat. So the crowd swarming the courtyard immediately scattered in all directions. Even so, everyone's face clearly showed regret for not being able to witness the blood-draining death match between Shen Ye and Sun Ming. As for Sun Ming, even if he ate a bear's gall, he wouldn't dare talk back to a teacher. But before turning his back, he still deliberately threw Shen Ye a gaze as sharp as a razor, not forgetting to hiss. Shen Ye, I will definitely settle this score with you later. Right after, Shen Ye also leisurely merged into the stream of people heading toward the stadium. He had just stretched his body to warm up for a few beats when he saw Chen Haoyu panting heavily, sprinting toward him. The friend leaned close to Shen Ye's ear and whispered, "Boss, this test takes a lot of time. Look at that endlessly long line, it'll be a long time before it's our turn. How about this? A really good comic book store just opened behind the school. Should we sneak out there to relax for a bit before coming back for roll call?" As someone who had experienced rebirth, how could Shen Ye still have the interest or time for those bland entertainment tricks? However, Chen Haoyu's enticing words unexpectedly enlightened him to a critical issue. Last night, because he overslept, he still hadn't collected the new daily refreshed items. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Ye immediately clutched his stomach and wailed in pain. He hurriedly asked Chen Haoyu to save his spot, then darted into the men's restroom as fast as lightning. He was completely unaware that at that exact moment, a dark figure was stealthily tailing him closely. That person's demeanor absolutely harbored no good intentions. However, just as that guy kicked open the restroom door, Shen Ye had already vanished without leaving a single trace. Where on earth could that guy find Shen Ye's whereabouts anyway? Because currently, the youth had crossed through the silent spatial portal, stepping straight into the nightmare world. For this trip, Shen Ye carefully wore the crown of pale shadow to disguise himself as a flawless elf. Exactly as planned the day before, he wanted to infiltrate the elf territory to see if he could scavenge any valuable items. The only strange thing was, today, even though he had advanced very deep into the tunnel, Shen Ye cleared his throat and called out until it burned, but still didn't hear that giant skeleton reply. Who knew where that bizarre guy was hiding? Taking a few more strides, he accidentally picked up a pistol still loaded with a full magazine. Just a glance was enough to know this was the relic of the unlucky assassin who was eaten by the skeleton yesterday. Snatching a weapon like this meant luck was knocking on his door. The expedition into the elf territory suddenly had an extra means of defense. Although Shen Ye had never fired a gun before, carrying this thing on him still brought a feeling of absolute safety. Brushing off the question of where that giant skeleton was wandering, he decisively pulled the silver war medal out of his pocket. Getting ready for the spatial teleportation process, heading straight into the territory of the elf clan. At that exact crucial moment, a haunting sound that had guided him on his first day echoed in his ears again, as hazy as morning mist. "O human, I have truly depleted my power. I cannot assist you any further. Hold on to this. This is the proof of humanity," that voice whispered weakly, fading away before it could even finish. At the same time, Shen Ye's palm suddenly felt heavy because a strange object had just condensed. And the teleportation magic circle officially activated. After enduring a whirlwind that spun his mind upside down, Shen Ye finally landed safely at his destination. But because he landed on his butt, his whole body ached as if he had been beaten to a pulp. At this time, Shen Ye strained his eyes to look closely. The thing lying neatly in his hand was a razor-sharp short sword. This was definitely the item that the mysterious entity had just gifted him, only he was completely clueless as to why the other party suddenly gave him this weapon. "Who is sneaking around over there?" A coarse roar rang out from behind, making Shen Ye jump. He vigilantly spun around, catching sight of 3 male elves standing there. When this group glued their eyes on him, their tense expressions suddenly relaxed a bit. "Oh, so it's Felon. You finally decided to show up, you're so dawdling. We waited forever and couldn't see a shadow of you. We almost declared the mission cancelled to go back and report." Initially, Shen Ye mistakenly thought that the crown of pale shadow had given him some noble status among the elves, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that those 3 guys were also wearing crowns identical to his. It turned out this group was just like him, all imposters disguising themselves as elves. "Encountered a bit of trouble along the way, so I'm a little late." Shen Ye immediately showed off his peak acting skills to extinguish any suspicions from the other side. "Forget it anyway, it's good that you're here. We have successfully tricked the elf clan, making them completely believe that our group are injured warriors who just returned from the battlefield." One of the guys in the group explained. The core target of this impersonation was to wait for nightfall, directly assassinate the chieftain of the tribe, steal all the rare treasures, and escape. Even though Shen Ye hadn't understood the ins and outs of the story, he still had to play along in perfect harmony. Right at the moment, he raised his hand to his forehead, intending to adjust the crown properly. The 3 guys instantly turned pale, rushing over to grab his hand to stop him. "Stop right there, you idiot! How dare you take off the crown of pale shadow here? Exposing our undead identities means we're all dead meat, don't you know that?" Shen Ye pretended to be flustered, explaining that he just wanted to loosen the crown a bit because it was uncomfortable to wear. But in reality, his action just now was a sophisticated probing tactic. With just a tiny test, he had successfully stripped away the identities of those 3 guys. They were definitively people of the undead clan, and both the crowns and medals they possessed were identical to the ones he was holding. Piecing everything together, the name Felon was undoubtedly the title of that giant skeleton. Life really wasn't a dream. Shen Ye actually thought he would get to enjoy scavenging some spoils of war from the battlefield. Who would have thought that cunning Felon used these 2 items as bait, turning him into a scapegoat to do this death mission in his place? "All right, you guys just calm down. With me, Felon, personally stepping up, everything will go smoothly." Shen Ye, having thrown the spear, had to follow it, continuing his roleplay. "It's best that you don't make any more mistakes. Now tighten up the formation and head straight into the elf clan's headquarters. Your dawdling habit has already delayed a massive amount of precious time." Leaving behind a grumble, the 3 guys immediately tore through the wind and dashed away, as fast as arrows leaving the bowstring. Their movement speed was truly too terrifying. Shen Ye had to exhaust all his strength just to barely keep up. One had to admit, the strength of the undead clan was absolutely nothing ordinary. For long, the group of 4 had gathered right in front of the gate of the elf clan's village. Shen Ye was panting breathlessly, secretly thanking the heavens for arriving just in time. If he had to run any further, his cover would have surely shattered. The procedure to enter the village required the approval of the guards. However, this checkpoint was as thin as paper. Just flashing the silver war medal immediately got them through. "So what do we do next?" Shen Ye asked, his face full of doubt. He was truly entirely clueless about this assassination plan. "Do you even need to ask? Of course it's the assassination tonight. The 3 of us will cover you on the perimeter, while you carry the responsibility of taking the life of their chieftain." Me. Hearing this, all the hairs on Shen Ye's body stood on end, and he subconsciously blurted out the question. What kind of joke was this? His fragile little life was being pushed to be the key factor in a mission to take someone's life. Noticing his overly shocked reaction was somewhat abnormal, the expressions of the 3 guys instantly darkened. "What's this? Are you planning to go back on your word?" "Go back on what word? How could that be?" Shen Ye tried his best to suppress his panic, decisively pulling out his short sword and bringing the blade to his mouth for a lick, forcing himself into the role of a cold-blooded, bloodthirsty killer. "My precious sword is already so thirsty it wants to drink fresh blood. Just confidently leave this mission to me." Witnessing that resolute attitude, the 3 guys finally lowered their guard. As for Shen Ye, although outwardly arrogant as if he was certain of victory, inside he was crying without tears. If he had boldly said no just now, he guaranteed those 3 undead guys would have executed him on the spot. However, storming into the heart of the lair to take the elf chieftain's life was no different from a suicide mission. So this was the deep-rooted reason explaining why that skeleton generously gave him 2 valuable items. He was clearly looking for someone to sacrifice their life for him. Shen Ye was now like a fish on a chopping block, reluctantly following behind the group. Next, the 4 dark figures slowly approached the village gate area. Above were 3 guards, all of whom were pureblood elves. As soon as they presented the silver war medal, exactly as expected, The guards immediately considered Shen Ye's group as brave soldiers who had just returned triumphantly from the front lines and quickly opened the gate. They even enthusiastically guided the four of them to meet the chieftain. On the way inside, Shen Ye had the chance to see countless residents belonging to the elf clan. Their only common trait was possessing incredibly flawless beauty, especially the beautiful women appearing everywhere, making the youth almost completely forget his dangerous mission. After winding around for a while, the team finally stopped in front of a house with its main door tightly shut. The guiding soldier announced that the chieftain was waiting inside, and Shen Ye was required to enter alone. The three disguised undead guys hurriedly appeased him, saying they would rest outside while conveniently waiting for him. But Shen Ye knew very well that their staking out outside was clearly to stand guard, guarding against him running away, more like it. Shen Ye continuously let out depressed sighs. This situation was truly too suffocating. He was just minding his own business. Why was he senselessly dragged into this bloody conflict between the undead and elf clans? But thinking about it in a more positive light, what if after a successful assassination, the system rewarded him with an extremely powerful item? Thinking of that scenario, the fighting spirit inside Shen Ye suddenly boiled. He swung his arm to push the door hard, stepping inside decisively. The space inside was extremely vast. The cold moonlight shone through the window frame, illuminating a tall, majestic, and solid figure. Noticing someone entering, that person leisurely closed the half-read book in his hand, slowly turned around and spoke in a deep, warm voice. "Welcome, brave soldier just returning from the front lines." At that exact moment of encounter, thanks to the help of the beginner glass item, Shen Ye could see a series of titles floating right above the elf chieftain's head, including Spirit of 10,000 Forests, Heir to the Ancient Tree Throne, Lord of Nature Magic, Match for 10,000. And it didn't stop there. There was also Grandmaster of Arcane Magic, Guardian of the Nightmare Realm, the fifth Skull Bearer of the World. A series of magnificent titles congregated on him, and all of them glowed in a blinding purple hue. Meanwhile, the only title peeking out above Shen Ye's head was just Polite Person in a pathetic, dismal gray. His brain felt like it was struck by lightning, blowing out his eardrums. In this moment, Shen Ye was so drained that he didn't even have the strength left to mock himself. He was truly ridiculously naive to actually have the delusion just now that he would successfully assassinate this person. Those three disguised undead guys outside were far superior to him in terms of strength, yet they didn't even have the courage to face this elf chieftain. A guy who only had a single gray title under his belt like him, on what basis could he fight against a person possessing countless purple glories here? The more he deduced, the more Shen Ye's whole body couldn't help but tremble violently. This situation was terrible, and there was no path left to flee. That skeleton monster named Felon, right? Daring to trick him so painfully, he had already carved this name deep into his memory. Luckily, the elf chieftain seemingly still hadn't noticed Shen Ye's abnormality. Therefore, when facing him, he still exuded an infinite amount of respect. "O young and courageous soldier, I am incredibly grateful for your sacrifice. For now, please rest assured and stay in our village to rest well. We are hosting a banquet to honor you. Please go there and enjoy." Right after speaking, a brilliant magical beam suddenly shot out from his hand. That beam of light headed straight for Shen Ye. It was teleportation magic. He hadn't even had time to reply before he was teleported straight to the banquet area. What a coincidence, he dropped right at the banquet table of those three disguised undead guys. Seeing Shen Ye suddenly appear, they didn't show a hint of surprise. "You're here. Sit down, it's still early so we can rest for a bit. Have you met the assassination target yet? He will show up at this banquet later. Wait until he lowers his guard, and you just need to make your move and it's done." Still keeping their previous promises, these three guys insisted that they would support Shen Ye with all their might. Hearing it from their mouths made it sound easy, but he could only give a bitter smile. He knew perfectly well that this so-called support was completely invisible and formless. This group of people would definitely take advantage of the chaos to run for their lives, leaving him to fend for himself. Shen Ye picked up a piece of bread, eating while racking his brains. If he let things flow in this direction, losing his life was only a matter of time. He absolutely had to come up with some plan to defuse this situation. Right at this tense moment, a female elf suddenly approached from behind. "Uncle, may I invite you for a dance? Getting to dance with a hero returning from the front lines is a great honor for me." Ignoring the fact that Shen Ye still looked very young but was being called uncle, he found this seemed like an excellent opportunity to escape. Therefore, He decisively put down the piece of bread in his hand and stood up. Of course, I cannot refuse, but let me tell you in advance that I'm a terrible dancer. It's fine, I will guide you step by step. The female elf was extremely excited, immediately grabbing Shen Ye's hand and pulling him toward the center. Her footsteps glided incredibly gracefully, her face was extraordinarily beautiful, and her figure was also extremely attractive. This perfect combination made Shen Ye unable to hide his fluster, his face flushing red with embarrassment. He was just swept along by the enchanting dance, but deep down, fierce waves were constantly churning, because he was counting down the time to go surrender his life. Secretly thinking, if he weren't bound by that bullshit assassination plan, at this moment he could have been carefree and happily dancing with this elf lady. "Why do you look so deep in thought, uncle?" Seeing Shen Ye stay silent for a long time, the girl took the initiative to speak up. "My brothers who returned also had this look. Could it be the battlefield was so brutal that your mental state is still affected?" "No, it's not that. I'm just blaming myself for dancing so terribly, truly doing a disservice to the lady's invitation. May I boldly ask what the lady's name is?" "My name is Lanny," the other party gently replied. "In that case, Lady Lanny, I want to perform a little magic for you to see. Consider it an apology for my terrible dance steps. Is that okay?" "Haha, really?" Lanny laughed joyfully, her eyes clearly showing interest. "That would be wonderful. Please show me quickly. Actually, your dancing isn't that bad." After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly took something off and put it on Shen Ye's wrist. "This is for you. It's my lucky bracelet, a return gift for your magic trick. But I'm warning you, if your magic isn't anything special, I'll take this bracelet back." Shen Ye gave a thumbs up, signaling no problem. Immediately, he strode over, calmly climbed onto an empty table, and turned himself into the center of attention for everyone at the party. "Dear friends, please direct your eyes toward me," Shen Ye announced boldly. "Right now, I will present a magic act that you have never seen before. That is the transformation of a living person. I can turn myself into a human." Shen Ye's declaration successfully piqued the curiosity of all the elves in the hall. After all, they had never heard of transformation magic that could turn someone into a human. Only the three disguised undead below began to sweat bullets. "What is this felon up to? Turn into a human? Do you guys know this kind of spell? I can't believe Felon is so sharp-minded to come up with this way to quickly blend in with the elf tribe." Standing at the high spot, Shen Ye decisively removed the pale white shadow crown from his head. Instantly, the illusion disappeared, and he returned to the appearance of an ordinary human high school boy. At the same time, Shen Ye stylishly tossed the crown toward Lanny, and he declared that this was a gift of gratitude for her. The crowd witnessing this miraculous transformation couldn't stop gasping in amazement. "Wow, look at his hands and eyebrows, he really turned into a human. This is definitely the appearance of a human teenager, so awesome, really impressive." Lanny was undoubtedly the most excited witness. She clapped nonstop, then urged Shen Ye to quickly turn back into the beautiful elf form from earlier. But without the crown, how could he transform back? However, everything was part of Shen Ye's plan. "Here's the thing, I was able to turn human by taking off that crown. Coincidentally, my three brothers down there are also proficient in this kind of magic." As he spoke, Shen Ye unhesitatingly pointed straight at the three undead in disguise below the stage. "They just need to take off the crowns on their heads, and they will instantly turn into undead." The word undead was like a spark. The moment Shen Ye finished speaking, that spark ignited. All the elves at the party instantly became extremely vigilant, looks full of hatred and scrutiny locked onto a single spot. Meanwhile, the three fake undead were still completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. "Well then, after my three brothers finish their transformation act, I'll be right back," Shen Ye said nonchalantly, and just then, a spatial door slowly appeared behind him. "Goodbye, Miss Lanny." Shen Ye waved, then leaned back and stepped into the door, vanishing without a trace. The elves couldn't react in time to stop him. They had no choice but to focus all their attention on those three undead first. Using their numerical advantage, the elf forces quickly subdued all three intruders. And at that moment, the elf tribe leader majestically appeared. "I was planning to toy with you a bit longer, but unfortunately, I'm too late. You undead wanted to infiltrate my village, but foolishly didn't realize a human had infiltrated your ranks long ago. He even led your mission. This is utterly ridiculous." "Are you sure you're not misunderstanding something? We have proper war medals." These individuals stubbornly persisted, still trying to deny it. But the elf leader didn't bother arguing. directly controlling a vine to knock off their pale white shadow crowns. Instantly, all three revealed their true forms. This crown carries a superior shadow spell from the dark abyss, which truly exceeded my expectations. Every village is infiltrated by undead spies. Now that we have this item, we can completely find their weaknesses and launch proper counterattacks. The elf leader murmured, his heart also swelling with deep gratitude toward Shen Ye. This time, he truly owed that young man a huge favor. But neither he nor Lanny could know whether that mysterious human boy would ever return to this place. As for Shen Ye, after escaping danger and returning to the pitch-black tunnel behind the door, he still couldn't calm his breathing. Just imagining how close he came to dying in elf territory sent a chill down his spine. Just as that thought flashed, he heard familiar bone-clattering sounds again. Without hesitation, Shen Ye rushed in that direction and shouted angrily, "You damned skeleton! I risked my life struggling in elf territory while you're just lazing around here enjoying yourself." Hearing Shen Ye's voice, the huge skeleton appeared extremely surprised. It slowly turned its head, stared at him for a while, then spoke in an incredulous tone, You're still alive. HMPH, so you can talk after all. You purposely gave me that pale white shadow crown to send me to my death in your place, didn't you?" Ellen was scolded furiously by Shen Ye but couldn't retort because he was spot on. What could it argue? Yet this monster seemed very curious, wanting to know how Shen Ye survived, so it kept pleading for him to recount the details of what happened in the elf tribe. "You think I'll just tell you?" Shen Ye irritably pointed a finger at Felon's face. The other not only didn't get angry but continued begging. "Come on, tell me. After hearing it, I'll give you a very handsome reward." "Right now it's not about the reward. You almost got me killed and I hold grudges." Shen Ye still refused to let it go. Just then, a sound rang out and a system notification suddenly appeared in front of him. The notification stated that the other party was sincerely repentant. Based on the principle of equivalent exchange, the system was preparing to bestow upon Shen Ye an extremely powerful undead spell. However, the notification hadn't even fully displayed before Shen Ye swiped it away. "Don't think you can bribe me with some good stuff. Are you insulting my character?" Shen Ye's anger flared up again. At this point, Felon finally began to explain in detail. The reason it gave the pale white shadow crown to Shen Ye was because he carried human blood. Historically, the elf tribe and humans were allies. If Shen Ye went, he would have a chance to survive. If Felon went there itself, it would only end up dead. Even more, to express its deep remorse, Felon decided to go beyond the principle of equivalent exchange and give Shen Ye, for free, an extremely precious treasure, the Nightmare Legacy Crystal. Inside this crystal were stored 3 undead talents of the most superior evolutionary type. Shen Ye could freely choose one of these 3 talents to merge it into his soul, thereby fully possessing that special ability. Ellen also patiently explained further. Talents are personal special abilities that can be activated without consuming any energy. And this Nightmare Legacy Crystal was the founding root of the entire undead tribe, so its value was priceless. The deep reason Felon, despite being heavily injured, still clung to life until now was that its enemies always craved this crystal to inherit the talents inside, so they hadn't rushed to kill Felon. But now, it was willing to give that treasure to Shen Ye to express its sincere apology. The moment he touched the Nightmare Legacy Crystal, Shen Ye's anger actually vanished completely. But he still forced himself to act like a person of principle, absolutely not easily bribed. "Fine, since you're so sincere, I'll generously forgive you this once. But remember, absolutely no leniency next time." Right after, the most anticipated segment officially began. That was when Shen Ye could freely choose one of these 3 ancient inherited talents to make it his own skill. The 3 talents appeared one by one. First was Dark Whisper Elementary, with evolution capability. Its power allowed manipulation of the souls of the deceased. They would respond to Shen Ye's call, crawling up from hell to tell him all the secrets they knew. Only after completing the command would their souls rest in peace. Next was Sacred Infant Body, Elementary, also with evolution capability. Any attack that could take Shen Ye's life would automatically activate the mechanism to transform his body into the Sacred Infant Body, temporarily exempting him from the grasp of death. This invincibility effect lasted 5 seconds, and the mechanism required 1 day to recover. Finally was Undead Resurrection Elementary, which of course could also evolve. Its effect was to create a soul flame and place it on the body of a fallen undead. The flame would penetrate the body, reviving the target. There are many resurrection spells in the world, but this one carried an extremely profound mystical origin. Shen Ye began to seriously consider. At the present moment, the undead resurrection spell was completely useless to him. The sacred infant body could help evade death for 5 seconds, which sounded unparalleled, but what after those 5 seconds? Wouldn't he still die anyway? In contrast, Dark Whisper initially sounded useless, but on second thought, it was exactly the most practical thing he needed right now. He needed solid intelligence to quickly track down whoever was plotting against him. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to choose this talent. Shortly after making the final decision, Shen Ye immediately sensed chilling whispers coming from the undead realm. Felon seemed very stunned by his choice. "What's wrong? Is this skill not good?" Shen Ye asked. "Not exactly, it's just that it can't help you form combat power in the short term. From what I remember, past rulers all scrambled to choose the third talent, very few chose the second, and absolutely no one ever chose what you just picked," Felon replied. But anyway, Shen Ye had already made his decision, and it couldn't interfere anymore. What Felon was most curious about now was what exactly happened in the elf tribe, and how Shen Ye managed to survive and return. With such an urgent tone, this information seemed very important to it. Since Shen Ye had already received the talent, there was naturally no reason to hide the matter. He then recounted the entire story to Felon. After hearing the whole story, Felon's attitude became extremely complicated. The reason was that the original assassination target should have been a female elf priestess, whereas the man Shen Ye just described was actually the great high priest, possessing the most terrifying power of the entire elf tribe. Hearing Felon's explanation, Shen Ye finally understood why that man possessed so many grand titles. As for Felon, although it couldn't fathom why the assassination target suddenly changed, the 3 undead knights had been exposed and captured, so the threat from them completely vanished. "This is my only chance." Felon suddenly laughed loudly, and after saying that, it hurriedly fled for its life. Shen Ye had neither the time nor energy to chase after it anymore. Because right now, he still needed to ensure his own safety first, after dragging himself back to reality. Shen Ye then received a system notification, informing him that through this life and death door opening, he had acquired the skill, One of Us in green, at excellent level. After equipping this skill, he would receive a very special support effect. When he identified a target and said, "Hey, One of Us," the target would immediately regard him as a close ally. This effect lasted 10 seconds. After those 10 seconds, the target would erase all memory of what just happened. Simply put, it was like hypnosis. In dangerous situations, he could completely turn an opponent into an ally. The usage limit of this ultimate skill was once per day. The accompanying condition was that the opponent's total attribute points must not be more than double Shen Ye's. If it exceeded that limit, the opponent would automatically resist the skill. At the same time, the system also notified that he had received another spoil of war, the natural blessing bracelet. Shen Ye looked down at his wrist and suddenly realized that the bracelet Lanny gave him was still there. Who would have thought this gift had green-tier quality? It truly was a wonderful treasure, capable of slowly nourishing his mental strength. Shen Ye clicked his tongue smugly. This door-summoning trip had some risks, but the rewards were truly bountiful. A quick inventory showed a dagger, a gun, a new talent, a green-tier skill, and now this precious bracelet. He carefully stowed the spoils and contentedly walked out of the restroom. When Shen Ye returned to the sports field, it was also the moment Chen Haoyu entered the agility test. This test seemed easy at first glance, but was actually extremely difficult. Contestants had to cross a minefield of paintball guns. One paint mark meant instant point deduction. At first, Chen Haoyu started with a very proud demeanor, striding out with great vigor. "Go for it, Haoyu, stay calm and fight," Shen Ye cheered loudly from below. Hearing his best friend, Chen Haoyu happily patted his chest. "Thanks, bro D-1 for the encouragement. These little tricks are nothing, just sit back and watch me perform." Chen Haoyu was indeed very confident. Oh no, the moment those words left his mouth, a paintball shot straight into his face. The students below burst out mocking laughter. "Haha, Haoyu is so dumb, took a headshot, serves him right for showing off." The proctor also showed clear exasperation. "Chen Haoyu, 71 points. You should thank your lucky stars this isn't the official high school entrance exam." Next, Shen Ye. Chen Haoyu deflated like a balloon, slinking down. It was Shen Ye's turn to step up to the starting line, even though he'd never experienced this agility test before. But thanks to the skill Waning Moon Do Walk, he glided through like the wind. Not only achieving astonishing speed, his every move was graceful and smooth, like dancing on ice. The paintballs shooting from the launchers were completely incapable of chasing his heels. Though the test seemed easy, Shen Ye still dared not be careless and maintained high concentration. After all, he'd already missed the first subject. If he slacked off now, he'd be doomed. At this moment, besides the proctor on duty, under a distant tree, there were also a teacher from the school and a strange man intently watching Shen Ye's performance. The man was extremely excited by his superb footwork, while the teacher couldn't hide his pride as he introduced the grade's top student. "It's just a pity he missed the first exam. I felt so bad I invited you here to take a look, hoping you might give him a chance." The man calmly exhaled a puff of smoke and said thoughtfully, "His agility indeed shows great potential. If his mental strength also scores perfectly, opening a path for him wouldn't be a big deal." Perfect mental strength? Supervisor Kyan, that requirement might be too much for the boy. The teacher immediately panicked, because in his memory, Shen Ye's mental index was only mediocre. Indeed, this high school exam didn't just measure strength or speed, but also required mental strength. But the teacher had no idea that was the old Shen Ye. Now, it wasn't certain. Just then, he had excellently passed the agility test with a perfect score. The proctor let out a regretful sigh. "Oh, Shen Ye, if only you hadn't missed that one subject, it would have been perfect." "Thank you, sir, I'll still fight this exam to the end," Shen Ye calmly replied. The sun was already high. Seeing this, the proctor dismissed everyone for lunch, leaving those who hadn't tested yet for the afternoon. Seeing his buddy score max points, Chen Haoyu cheerfully tried to drag him to the cafeteria, but Shen Ye waved him off. "You go wash that paint off your face first, I'll head back to class and rest a bit." "All right, bro D letter 1EA1, wait for me a sec, I'll scrub it off in no time." Chen Haoyu nodded and dashed off. Shen Ye slowly returned to the classroom and dejectedly buried his face in the pile of books on his desk. Now he finally had the mind to look at the cultural subjects. Math, physics, and chemistry he could barely wing because the knowledge was fairly similar to Earth, but literature and science were an entirely unfamiliar sky. From historical figures, events, to literary works in this world, everything was completely different. Shen Ye scratched his head in frustration, feeling like two streams of memory were brawling chaotically in his brain, immensely troublesome. Just when things were heating up, Sun Ming kicked the door and stormed into the classroom. Without a word, he kicked over Shen Ye's desk, nearly causing him to faceplant onto the floor. "I warned you, Shen Ye, our feud isn't over. Did Zhao Yibing put you up to this again, coming to throw your lives away?" Shen Ye replied scornfully. "You punk, Zhao Yibing wouldn't even bother to give you a second glance." Sun Ming snorted coldly. As soon as he finished, the classroom door was kicked open again, and a bunch of thugs with fierce faces swarmed in, clearly intending to gang up on Shen Ye. Sun Ming loudly boasted that while Shen Ye was absent, his own strength had significantly leveled up. Today he was determined to settle once, and for all whether Shen Ye's footwork or his fists were mightier, to decide who was the true boss of the grade. "What's the need for violence? We're all one family here." Shen Ye laughed it off while smoothly activating the one-of-us skill he'd just acquired. Immediately, Sun Ming and his gang were hypnotized on the spot. They all froze, then collectively sighed in frustration. "We're speechless," Zhao Yibing kept crying and making us vent her anger for her. "Right, who would fight their own flesh and blood? It's all because I happened to fall for Zhao Yibing. And you, bro, normally you're too cocky, so I just felt like punching you once." "Forget it, family shouldn't fight." Thanks to this move, Shen Ye saw through these kids' hearts. In truth, they were just idle, acting out of petty jealousy and resentment, not harboring any murderous intent. Unfortunately, the effect of this binding skill lasted only a mere 10 seconds. As soon as time was up, the whole group reignited with murderous intent, lunging to beat Shen Ye to a pulp. "So short-lived, and only once a day, truly useless," Shen Ye muttered in disdain, conveniently pressing the skill stop button and receiving 3 attribute points in return. But that wasn't all. He surprisingly discovered that 1 attribute point allocated to agility could also be shared to simultaneously upgrade strength. Without hesitation, Shen Ye dumped all 4 points he'd just received into his strength stat. His base strength stat immediately jumped from 1.2 to a whopping 5.2. Right after upgrading, his arms were suddenly locked tightly from behind by someone. "Shen Ye, don't even think about escaping today," obediently dueled Sun Ming. Seizing the moment Shen Ye was restrained, Sun Ming wound up and charged forward, looking cocky as if certain he'd break a few of his opponent's ribs. His 1,000-pound punch slammed straight into Shen Ye's lower abdomen. That punch, landing on a normal person, would definitely rupture internal organs easily. But ironically, the one clutching his stomach and screaming now was Sun Ming. His fist felt like it had punched straight into a concrete block, hard and painfully excruciating, making him howl loudly. At the age of students without formal training, both strength and basic agility of an average person are just slightly above one. Thus, Shen Ye's sturdy body was now more than enough to make his opponent suffer. The onlooking crowd froze, then started buzzing. Strength is a composite attribute, not just pure muscle power. He just escaped from Ma's encirclement and took a full punch from Sun Ming without even flinching. His strength stat might be way higher than Sun Ming's. Actually, strength encompasses bone density, limb muscles, endurance of internal organs, the resilience of meridians, explosive power of the physical body, and even cellular lifespan. All these factors combined form the comprehensive strength of a living being. Even after the fight was decided, many students still stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This is insane. How is that possible? Shen Ye calmly closed the battle, his tone light as a feather yet carrying immense weight. Clearly I missed one exam, yet you still deliberately pick a fight. The high school entrance exam is near, and just because of personal jealousy you gang up to ruin someone's future. Sun Ming knelt on the ground, still cursing bitterly. Damn you, Shen Ye, you're dead. He stepped forward, grabbed Sun Ming by the scruff and lifted him up, coldly warning, if the one standing here today were a weak-willed student, or the old me, you bastards would have beaten me to a cripple. Sun Ming's fingers were now bent in a ridiculous way. Though furious inside, he could only stammer and beg, Bro, D-letter 1E1. Today we were blind, please be merciful and spare us. Shen Ye didn't even blink, his voice growing colder. You all took turns humiliating him, ganging up on him, smashing his path to survival. And yet you have the nerve to ask for my forgiveness. With that, he ruthlessly slammed Sun Ming down onto the floor with a thunderous throw. The terrifying force made him let out a pitiful howl that echoed throughout the school. Oh, mommy, save me. Hearing the fight, a teacher rushed over, shouting at the top of his lungs, What the hell are you kids doing? Unfortunately, he arrived too late. Sun Ming and his gang were already sprawled on the ground groaning, the floor dotted with a few bloodstains. At this, Shen Ye slumped down against the wall, his eyes reddened with tears. Teacher, you finally came. They ganged up and bullied me. The teacher's eyes bulged in shock, scolding furiously. Are you kidding me? You beat them to a pulp and dare claim they bullied you. Among the crowd of students secretly peeking through the window, Yibing bit her lip hard, sweating bullets. Oh no, I miscalculated. It turned out that whole motley crew combined couldn't even touch Shen Ye's sleeve. I never imagined he was hiding such terrifying strength, but it's okay, this isn't a problem. Her tag-along friend nudged her shoulder and whispered, Bing Bing, are you regretting this? Yibing buried the answer deep in her heart. Regret? Of course there was. If only, when they met on the stairs, she had kindly encouraged him to strive for high school and promised to keep in touch, the script might have gone in a much brighter direction. Thinking of this, Yibing hung her head low, her lips pressed tightly to hide the indescribable frustration. But then she deluded herself with another answer. No, it's beyond salvaging now. He caused such chaos, injuring a bunch of students, he'll definitely be disqualified from the high school exam. My goal is achieved, Shen Ye is now just a loser. And her own future was paved with roses ahead. Then she regained her cold demeanor and turned to reply to her friend. I only blame myself for not seeing through his scumbag nature sooner. Suddenly, the friend jolted and shrieked, Bing Bing, look. Yibing was rambling when she inadvertently glanced down at the railing and saw Sun Ming's face swollen like a pig's head right before her eyes. She stared in horror, unable to believe reality. Sun Ming, no way. An ominous premonition struck. What the hell is this idiot staring at me for? Don't tell me he's planning to drag me down with him. She hurriedly glared back, muttering threateningly, Don't look at me like that. Shut up, shut your filthy mouth, you useless pig. Just drop dead already. Don't drag me into this, don't you dare open your mouth. But man proposes, God disposes. Sun Ming, on the verge of death, moved his cracked lips and feebly called her name. Bing. Bing. Immediately, dozens of students' eyes all turned toward Yibing. Yibing flipped her face in a flash, forcing out a few tears, putting on an extremely pitiful and anguished expression. She feigned deep sympathy for him, then spun around and fled straight away. Sun Ming lay there resentfully. I can't believe Shen Ye pushed me to this point. Now I'm calling the police to lock you up. Hello, is this the police station? There's a crime here. Shen Ye watched the whole cringy act of that girl, and his face darkened. Yibing's trick was indeed all-round offense and defense, flipping in an instant, not only washing her hands clean, but also conveniently kicking her accomplice into the mud. The teacher standing nearby was also dumbfounded. These brats are calling the police. Things have blown completely out of proportion. After things settled a bit, he waved his hand and signaled. All right, everyone disperse. Focus on studying for your exams. Shen Ye, come with me to the office. The student calmly replied, Yes, Teacher Jiang. In another development, the principal was walking alongside Supervisor Kyan. He fawned, Old Kyan, every student in my school has potential. For old time's sake, just pick a few and sign them. The man put his hands in his pockets, puffing on a cigarette, and chuckled coldly. Old friend, it's not that I'm stingy, but if they don't meet the corporation's minimum standards, my hands are tied. Anyway, I'm busy, I'll take my leave. As the two strolled, a teacher rushed over to report. Principal, Shen Ye and Sun Ming's gang just had a brutal fight. The police are already here. The principal frowned and snapped. Students fighting, deal with it yourselves. Why drag me in when I'm in the middle of? Unexpectedly, the teacher shoved the phone screen in the boss's face, insisting, No, boss, you have to watch this clip. It clearly recorded them fighting. He questioned, What's there to see in a bunch of middle school brats scrapping? Seeing this, Ru Shan also got curious and leaned in to watch with the principal. At the police station, the video was being scrutinized by the authorities. Police officer interrogated Shen Ye. Kid named Shen, did you meticulously plan to record the video beforehand? He immediately shrank back, acting innocent and scared. Sir, I'm alone and helpless, scared of being ganged up on, so I recorded for self-protection. Inwardly, he thought, good thing I had the wits to record. The officer, upon hearing this, exposed. Self-protection, my foot, you nearly buried them all. The next second, he squinted at Shen Ye sternly. Having the clip as evidence is one thing, but you still have to come with us. Your fate depends on the injury assessment results of those kids. The accompanying teacher anxiously interjected. Comrade, this boy's situation is very difficult. He just got caught up in an anomaly incident and missed one exam. If he's detained now, won't he miss more? The evidence clip is clear as day. What else is there to investigate? Police officer softened his tone to reassure. Teacher, calm down. We're just detaining him according to procedure, maybe a few days at most. As long as their injuries aren't too severe. The teacher still fretted and objected. Your rigid procedures are crushing this kid's future. Amidst the argument, Shen Ye was silently closing his eyes, secretly channeling his energy to reallocate attribute points, helping his body quickly adapt to this twisted change. Just at this critical moment, Ru Shan and the principal barged straight into the office. Both chimed in to protect their prized student. Shen Ye, you're blessed for 7 lifetimes that you recorded the whole process. With those injuries, you'd have more than enough grounds to be expelled. The police officer exclaimed in surprise. Principal, what wind blew you here? Kyan Ru Shan smiled faintly and continued. To be precise, this boy's constitution has reached a whole new level. Fighting those small fries is practically beneath him. Seeing the powerful executive appear, the proctor also breathed a sigh of relief. Executive Kyan Ru Shan. He strode up to Shen Ye and handed him a luxurious business card. I've carefully reviewed the clip. Although it's just a patched-up version, it's clear that you held back a lot, didn't you? Shen Ye scratched his head shyly. Yes, I was afraid that striking too hard would bring fatal trouble. This answer made Kyan Ru Shan even more satisfied. Great mentality, coupled with a noble character. Your agility score this morning was also a perfect 10, more than enough to receive a special recommendation from me. Can we negotiate a bit? Shen Ye glanced at the business card, his heart surging with shock. Human Martial Arts Corporation, Regional Executive Kyan Ru Shan. His mind started racing. The Human Martial Arts Corporation was a colossal faction that monopolized countless martial arts manuals and held endless intellectual property rights in the cultivation world. For the lower class, getting into this corporation was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, officially escaping a life of poverty. This was truly a path to the heavens. Thinking of this, he secretly glanced at Kyan Ru Shan standing tall in front of him, and a cold shiver suddenly ran down his spine. This man was just standing still, yet he exuded an overwhelming aura, so flawless that no weak point could be found. No matter how much Shen Ye exhausted his attribute points, he wouldn't even be able to harm a single hair on his head. Kyan Ru Shan spoke again gently. Student Shen, my AI brain system scanned your strength, and at the very least, it should be at a 4.5. May I ask frankly, what is your actual strength index? This world's transcendent AI brain system was famous for its ability to accurately read human potential in all aspects. Shen Ye flared up with hope, silently acknowledging this massive faction. So terrifying, if I can grab onto this giant tree, why the hell should I be afraid of those trashy assassins anymore? He cleared his throat and declared loudly, a solid 5. Hearing this, the proctor and the principal dropped their jaws, stammering in unison, F5. Kyan Ru-shan slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Excellent, truly a brilliant youth. Seeing this reaction, Shen Ye asked curiously, is a strength index of 5 really that incredible, sir? He excitedly explained, for a middle school student, hitting 4.5 is more than enough to pass our corporation's assessment. But reaching 5, that's on a whole other cosmic level. That strength, you're fully capable of piloting combat mechas or wielding mid-tier destructive ancient weapons. Plus your perfect score in agility, I have every right to use my privilege to recruit you directly into the corporation. Just join my side and I'll pull some strings so you can retake the strength test. Shen Ye's eyes widened as he blurted out, wait, I can retake it even after already taking it. Kyan Ru-shan smiled and explained, normally keep dreaming. But for a rare seed like you, the corporation is willing to force the Ministry of Education to yield and organize a make-up exam. With such a sweet deal there was no reason to refuse. Shen Ye nodded immediately. Then I will follow you, sir. He waved his hand in satisfaction. It's settled then, I'll send someone to handle all the paperwork for you. As for this messy brawl, deal with it however you like. The make-up exam schedule will be flexible according to your timetable. Shen Ye was thrilled. Thank you so much, Executive Kyan Ru-shan. Just as he turned to leave, Kyan Ru-shan suddenly remembered something, paused and asked, oh, I almost forgot, what is your spiritual power score? Just asking for fun, your strength and agility are already up to standard, it won't affect the assessment at all. Shen Ye's sweat dropped and muttered inwardly, I can't reveal all my cards, I have to hide some. He boldly bluffed, my spiritual power is at 3. In reality, it was probably at least an 8. Hearing that, he froze, and the cigarette on his lips fell flat to the ground. Both the police officer and the 2 teachers rolled their eyes back, looking at Shen Ye in bewilderment like he was an alien. T3, wasn't Shen Ye's spiritual power super weak before? To verify, Kyan Ru-shan suggested, kid, can you show me a little? A level 3 spiritual power is more than enough to use telekinesis on objects. Try lifting that chair over there, will you? He shrugged and replied simply, sure. Saying that, Shen Ye pointed his hand at the chair, gathering his spiritual power and focusing on the target. By just mobilizing a few attribute points, he easily reached level 3. The police officer, who had been standing frozen this whole time, suddenly woke up and ordered his subordinates, boys, let's pull out. His underlings were startled and confused. Captain, we haven't even taken his statement and we're already bailing. The boss glared fiercely and scolded them, idiots, that kid Shen Ye has a strength level of 5 maxed out agility, a speed of at least over 4, and now he even pops out a level 3 spiritual power. Do you even understand what that means? The clueless lackeys scratched their heads. What does it mean, boss? The captain hissed, it means that kid is about to turn into a dragon and soar into the sky. A peerless genius like this isn't some common cabbage for our petty police station to mess with. Get lost before things get messy. Meanwhile, Shen Ye had finished his display of spiritual power. He breathed a sigh of relief because he could only sustain it for that brief moment. Kyan Ru-shan threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh that shook the room. He threw an arm around Shen Ye's shoulder and recited a few poetic lines. Wonderful, how wonderful, a humble past of wandering, but today the carp leaps over the dragon gate. The time, the place, and the people align. Soar with me and conquer the highest heavens. Young Master Shen, congratulations on changing your destiny, and I've hit the jackpot too. The principal standing next to them clapped enthusiastically and chimed in, brilliant, old Kyan, turning words into poetry on the spot. I've never heard such a captivating verse. Shen Ye was sweating bullets, thinking to himself, oh God, this is embarrassing, do I have to reply with a poem? But I don't know a damn thing about poetry. Fortunately, he was perceptive enough to tactfully dismiss them. Could you two please step out for a moment? I have some confidential matters to discuss privately with student Shen. The 2 leaders quickly slipped away. Yes, please take your time. With only the 2 of them left, Kyan Ru-shan leisurely lit a fresh cigarette, and then stared deeply into Shen Ye's eyes. What is your life's greatest ambition? Having a naturally slick tongue, he quickly flattered, Executive Kyan Ru-shan, taking your surname Kyan is my life's greatest dream. Hearing this, he was slightly taken aback. That's just a basic goal. I want to know what you truly desire deep in your heart. Only then did Shen Ye shed his disguise and confess in a deep voice. I just want a peaceful life, not to be trampled by evil people, and to have enough power to protect myself and my family. Kyan Ru-shan nodded in appreciation. Very ambitious, and this very moment is when you step 1 foot into that dream. Come on, attack me with all your might and let's see. Shen Ye immediately pointed his finger at his face and unleashed his cursing skill. You long-haired, cheesy, perverted old man. Kyan Ru Shan's face twisted as he reminded him, I told you to use physical fists, who paid you to attack with your mouth. He awkwardly clenched his fists. Excuse my offense then. Instantly, all his attribute points were fully converted into strength. But strangely, his arms stiffened midair. Even after a few seconds had passed, the punch still couldn't swing down. It seemed that Kyan Ru Shan had cast some sort of mysterious spell to seal his movements. Shen Ye stood rooted to the spot like a stone statue, his eyes wide open, his whole body immobilized. He slowly explained to his bewildered student, this is a secret art capable of suspending an attacking target. Once you master this move, you'll have more than enough to preserve your life in any situation. Shen Ye marveled, so magical. Kyan Ru Shan asked further, so do you want to learn it? He answered instantly, I do. Kyan Ru Shan then pulled out a pistol, squinting one eye to aim. That's not all, open your eyes wide and learn from this. He obediently complied, straining his eyes to observe every movement. Suddenly, Kyan Ru Shan pulled the trigger. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out and he said, this is another ultimate skill extracted from the corporation's secret vault. Shen Ye was sweating profusely, not daring to blink even once so he could watch the entire demonstration. The bullet tore through the air, only to hit an invisible shield in front of Kyan Ru Shan and drop to the ground. This spell creates a shield that blocks all sorts of hidden weapons. Ordinary bullets are just like a tickle. Shen Ye was utterly in awe and blurted out a poetic line, martial arts supreme, dragon-slaying saber, if the heavenly sword doesn't appear, who dares to compete? Speed determines everything. He rubbed his chin in amusement. What an arrogant tone. Where did you learn that phrase? He answered nonchalantly. I just made it up, sir. Kyan Ru Shan burst into laughter again. What an interesting kid. From this moment on, I officially grant you the privilege to join Operation Dragon Hunt. Hearing these 4 words, Shen Ye's heart suddenly pounded. Operation Dragon Hunt? He nodded. Exactly. It's our corporation's Superman training crucible. You will be sponsored to take the entrance exam for the most prestigious high school globally. Of course, you must undergo a life-or-death test set personally by the alliance of the top 3 schools, not this trivial general exam. This type of exam is something ordinary mortals can never reach, because it has long been completely monopolized by the privileged descendants of the great noble families. Shen Ye gulped, his mind racing with the keyword he just heard, noble families. Seeing his confusion, Kyan Ru Shan elaborated, noble families are the great clans that hold divine artifacts, carrying the bloodline of ancient covenants passed down by the gods. They possess even more massive martial arts resources than our corporation, monopolizing immense lands, populations, and wealth. The noble families are the great ruling class, drawing an impassable boundary line separating them from the commoners. Hearing this, Shen Ye's brain jolted as he calculated, saying that, could my grandfather also be some big shot in a noble family? He concluded, Operation Dragon Hunt was created precisely to polish rare rough gems like you. We will roll out the red carpet for you into the elite academy. Even if you fail, you'll still be scooped up into a key school. And if you excellently get admitted into one of those 3 great academies, the corporation will pump infinite resources into making you a powerhouse. You'll focus on grinding according to your specialty. Once you achieve greatness and become successful, all you have to do is return and serve under our banner. The salary and benefits are beyond question. Think it over carefully, student Shen. Shen Ye smirked triumphantly. So it's a rule of the jungle where the big fish eat the small fish. This world only worships the strong. When luck comes, you can't stop it. He boldly replied, I accept this invitation. Just as he finished speaking, a bitter memory rushed back into his mind. My family originally came from a noble family too, but for some reason, Dad was kicked out of the clan by Grandpa. Just because we bore the label of commoners, when we got entangled in an anomaly, the police completely ignored us and turned a blind eye. Mom and Dad had to bow and beg everywhere just to ask for a life-saving great vitality pill, while that thing was just a trivial item for Grandpa's noble family. Today, I beat those people to a pulp without a single scratch, simply because my abilities have reached a new level, and I no longer need to play by the rules of this lower class. Having secured a top-tier recruit, Kyan Ru Shan urged, if you've thought it through, hurry up, sign your name, and put your fingerprint on this contract. Shen Ye took the file folder, bitterly realizing in his heart, no wonder those literature teachers keep rambling on about the philosophy of having to know how to kiss up to superiors for society to prosper. He acted generously and politely, take your time to think, other factions will eventually catch your scent and come looking for you anyway. Shen Ye shook his head decisively. You were the first one to reach out your hand when I was in trouble. I remember this favor. I've decided to join your side. Kyan Rushan patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. I praise your straightforward personality. Sure enough, I chose the right person. But since you're under 18, I must absolutely get your guardian's signature too. Shen Ye nodded. My parents are probably at home right now. Kyan Rushan turned and hurried towards the door, calling back, Perfect. I need to rush over there right away. It would be a disaster if other vultures snatched you away first. Once I get the signature, I'll come right back to pick you up. After saying that, Kyan Rushan vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a hazy cloud of dust like a super typhoon had just swept through. Shen Ye stood there with his jaw dropped in horror, so magical, turning invisible in the blink of an eye. A master really is on another level. Seeing the executive leave, the principal sidled up and asked tentatively, How did it go, little brother Shen Ye? Everything went smoothly, right? He replied politely, Yes, I sealed the deal. He's rushing to my house right now to get my parents' signatures. The principal and the proctor were ecstatic, jumping for joy to celebrate. Absolute peak. This time our school is going to be famous all over the city. Just then, a ringing phone interrupted the mood. Shen Ye looked at the unfamiliar number and picked up, Hello, who's calling? From the other end of the line, a deep, cold male voice rang out. Hello, student Shen, this is Luo Fei Chuan. We just dug up some interesting clues on our end. I hope you can arrange a trip to the police station. Shen Ye ran to the police station as fast as his legs could carry him. Luo Fei Chuan personally greeted him at the door, pointing to a chair. Take a seat, kid. He was still a bit dazed. Hello, Officer Luo. He didn't bother beating around the bush and got straight to the point. Take a look at this. Shen Ye glanced around the interrogation room, a terrible premonition rising in his heart. For some reason, ever since he stepped in here, the air felt thick, bringing an indescribably suffocating feeling. Luo Fei Chuan leaned his hands on the table, fixing his sharp gaze on him. This photo was accidentally taken by a citizen. Lately, those ghostly rumors about the hospital have been floating around, so they sent it to the investigation bureau. Look closely. Exactly on the day you had your accident in the building opposite, there was an extremely suspicious man lingering there. Do you know who he is? Shen Ye zoomed in on the screen, strained his eyes, and shook his head vigorously. I don't know him. I swear I've never crossed paths with this person. Luo Fei Chuan furrowed his brows tightly, his tone hardening. According to the forensics team's assessment, this guy seems to be performing a ritual to awaken some damn entity. Shen Ye, on that day, did you accidentally carry any strange objects on you? Although he couldn't identify the man, Shen Ye could easily see through the item the guy was holding. It was the cursed statue of the king of all evil demons. Obviously, these peasant cops still hadn't caught the culprit, and the statue had already turned to dust ages ago. The clue was officially a dead end. I absolutely cannot breathe a word about the statue. Having thought it through, he put on a calm, innocent act, replying smoothly, reporting to Officer Luo, I just went to school normally that day. I didn't bring anything suspicious at all. In his brain, the gears were turning wildly. Everyone hit by the curse is dead. I'm the only one still breathing. If I blabber about it now, I'll just be inviting a fatal disaster. Luo Fei Chuan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Nothing at all. He rubbed his chin, leaning forward to scrutinize his every move. So that feeling of suffocation, losing control of your body, blurred reason, you didn't experience any of that either. Shen Ye firmly denied, absolutely not. But in his head, alarm bells were ringing. This Officer Luo is leading the witness like this. It proves he's already caught onto the scent. Not to mention, ever since my butt touched down in this office, I've been getting goosebumps all over. It's as if there's an ambush or traps planted all around here. If I scream even once, I guarantee an unprecedented murder will take place. Quick-wittedly, he put on a deep act, slapping his thigh and making a huge fuss. Oh shoot, I just remembered. My backpack zipper was open. I clearly zipped it up carefully after school. Luo Fei Chuan smirked, pressing the question aggressively. So have you checked if anything is missing? Shen Ye played dumb and replied, I haven't had the time to check yet. If I had known, I would have unzipped it and checked right then. But in reality, he was sweating profusely, recalling the moment Officer Luo just raised his hand a second ago. That hand posture. He was preparing to draw his gun or cast a spell. He stealthily focused all his attribute points into the speed column. No matter what the hell is about to happen, I need to get ready to bolt out of here first. But can I even escape? Officer Luo's level would definitely crush me in a split second. His legs were fully charged with energy. a dense aura of green spiritual power enveloping his ankles. Shen Ye clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and lowering his head to hide his extreme panic, leaving it up to fate. Whatever happens, happens. I've already prepared an escape hatch right under my feet. At the first sign of trouble, I'll smash through the floor and jump straight down the deep hole. Right at that life-and-death moment when he was about to flee, the landline phone in the police station rang out urgently, deafening to the ears. Shen Ye's heart skipped a beat, scared out of his wits, nearly activating his skill to kick the door and run away. But realizing this was a God-sent lifeline to slip away, he slickly turned to Luo Fei-Chuan and said, "Officer Luo, someone is calling. How about I step outside to catch some fresh air for a bit so you can work conveniently?" He waved his hand, signaling him to sit obediently, then picked up the phone and calmly said, "Hello, this is Officer Luo Fei-Chuan speaking." A shocking news from the other end of the line struck him dumb. "Luo Fei-Chuan, get ready to meet your maker." Right as that eerie voice died out, a stream of demonic, fiery red dark energy suddenly condensed into the shape of a bullet, aiming straight at him. Shen Ye stared blankly, rooted to the spot, his entire body stiff. What the hell is going on here? Did an assassin come knocking? No, that's wrong, the target is clearly aimed right at Officer Luo. Could this be the magical spell tricks that Executive Kyan had mentioned? Luo Fei-Chuan was still alive and kicking. He glanced to his left and muttered resentfully, "What bad luck, is the enemy standing right outside the police station?" In just the blink of an eye, Luo Fei-Chuan blasted off like a tornado. He smashed through the window, shattering the glass with a loud crash right before Shen Ye's terrified eyes. That deafening sound immediately triggered the whole station's red alert system, sirens blaring loudly, detecting that an intruder was trying to cause trouble. "Attention, an uninvited guest has broken into the police station. All civil department staff, please find a safe hiding spot immediately to preserve your lives." His arms hanging limp, he stared blankly at the desolate, ruined graveyard right in front of his nose. "Is this the Nether Sea? Wait, how strange, wasn't I just in the middle of the city a moment ago?" Shen Ye's eyes locked onto a man dressed in a ridiculously flashy floral suit, standing proudly on a tombstone. Was he the one who made the phone call? But he didn't look anything like the guy with sunglasses in the photo. Could it be that he was pulling the strings behind all this? At this moment, the opponent was also glaring in another direction. "Luo Fei-Chuan, you have sent too many of our silent church brothers to the afterlife. Today I must collect this blood debt." He yelled back decisively, "Let's talk things out slowly. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer, but I'm swamped right now." Just then, Luo Fei-Chuan's subordinates came running, their faces pale as they called out loudly, "Boss." The other man seemed to have been blinded by his rage. His eyes were dull and hollow. "Your little life is the most pleasing explanation to us right now." Shen Ye suddenly smelled something fishy around here. Just as he blinked, he found himself back on the familiar city streets. Back home already. Those two people had evaporated without a trace. This time Officer Luo had probably been caught by that guy in that sea area. Extremely frustrated, Shen Ye whipped around and shouted, "Damn it, that weird feeling is back. Have I been hexed? Or is there an evil spirit hiding in this office? Whether you're a human or a ghost, show your face to this young master right now." The moment the words left his mouth, his eyes immediately flared with a demonic, eerie green flame. His innate psychic superpower, Dark Emperor's Whisper, was officially awakened after that question. As long as there was a corpse nearby, the person's soul would be forced back into the body to answer all his questions. If it couldn't answer, that soul was doomed to wander as a ghost forever. This new stream of information made Shen Ye freeze for 5 seconds, muttering, What's this? So this is the Dark Emperor's Whisper. Wait a minute, based on this ability, does that mean there's a dead body hidden in Luo Fei-Chuan's office?" While he was darting his eyes around looking everywhere, a spine-chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Thank you, Shen Ye." He spun his head around in panic, frantically searching, "Who is it?" It turned out the sound came from the locker. "I'm all surprised myself that I got to re-enter this high-quality body before it even started to stink just to chat with you." Shen Ye was stunned for a moment. The voice came from the locker. Was the corpse hidden in there? And why did it sound so damn familiar? His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with extreme bewilderment. "Wait a second, isn't this voice? It can't be right." The voice in the locker rang out again, full of groans and self-pity. A dignified, notorious hunter, yet butchered by his own prey, and to top it off, he even stole my appearance. Isn't it just bitter? The moment the locker door popped open, Shen Ye trembled in fear seeing Luo Fei-Chuan's corpse stuck full of arrows like a porcupine. He screamed in terror, "Officer Luo, is that really you?" Luo Fei-Chuan sadly confirmed, "It's me." Shen Ye was still completely utterly shocked. "Officer Luo, seriously, what the hell is going on with this script?" Luo Fei-Chuan then fast-forwarded the story. "That guy with the sunglasses in the photo is the one who sent me to the underworld. He works as a hired assassin, and I'm a special forces soldier, with my strength and speed evenly distributed. Whenever I wield a strong weapon, I wreck the enemy's formation. But he just waited for me to drop my guard to take a cheap shot, and right at that critical boiling point, my weapon suddenly malfunctioned. So after I passed away, he disguised himself as me to trick you into coming to the police station." Shen Ye was utterly bewildered. "Wait, then what was the purpose of his acting?" He also hummed and shook his head. "I'm completely in the dark too, but I bet he was trying to dig out some information." Hearing this, he slapped his thigh mentally. Sure enough, that was it. In the past, the cursed statue of the king of all evil demons had never failed to kill its target. He must be wondering why my life is so tough that I didn't die. Luckily, some crazy guy came to wreck the police station, ruining that assassin's plan. Shen Ye's brain suddenly clicked, recalling the incident just now. "Oh right, Officer Luo, that counterfeit you just now got dragged away by a guy in a flashy floral suit using a spell." Luo Fei-Chuan was bewildered and asked back, "A spell? What spell? Never heard of it." He then continued explaining, "The outside of the police station suddenly turned into a giant lake, and in a blink it reverted back to normal, but both the fake Officer Luo and that attacker were gone for good." Hearing that, Luo Fei-Chuan sneered. The prey smugly disguised itself as the hunter, but little did it know that behind the hunter was an even bigger problem. "What you described isn't a spell, people call that an anomaly." Shen Ye felt something was wrong and pressed on. "What the hell is an anomaly?" He patiently fed him the knowledge. "It's when parallel worlds suddenly connect with our world. They lunge over to tear, rob a piece of territory, or abduct a few lives and vanish. This phenomenon is called an anomaly, and among them there's a much more overpowered variant, which the underworld calls a disaster." The moment he heard these two words, Shen Ye cringed his entire body. "What kind of thing is a disaster?" Luo Fei-Chuan continued to lecture. "Some powerful monsters from other worlds use dark tricks to parachute into our world. 9 times out of 10, this scenario will create a large-scale tragedy." "Do you know about Jiangnan City?" Shen Ye nodded. "Of course I do. Rumors say an earth-shattering earthquake flattened the place, leaving no one alive." Luo Fei-Chuan then corrected him. "The earthquake was just a cover-up to fool the commoners. The truth is, it was the most notorious disaster ever to descend. Over 13 million people in the entire city evaporated, leaving no one behind. That thing is a true nightmare." His lifeless corpse began to hastily advise him, "The clock of life and death is ticking. We can't stand here gossiping forever. You need to run for it. The anomaly just now was just the mildest type, and it has an expiration date. If you're not careful, that assassin is going to show his face right back here soon." Shen Ye yelled anxiously, "Wait, so you're saying my little life is still hanging by a thread?" Luo Fei-Chuan carefully instructed, "You need to fly up to the armory on the 3rd floor, type the password into the outer security wall, find a pen and paper in the drawer, and engrave this password in your heart, Ubxiz, along with a long string of convoluted numbers." Shen Ye scribbled furiously while grimacing. "Oh my God, why is it as long as a kitchen god's report?" Luo Fei-Chuan strained to give his final instructions. "Outside the armory, there is a special operations pen. When the time comes, just write the password on the wall and state the truth. You will be protected. Time is running out. This is your only path to survival. Run for your life." Right as he finished speaking, the system immediately announced, "The partner has poured out all their secrets to you. The soul has officially departed." Shen Ye sadly looked at Luo Fei-Chuan's tragically bruised corpse. In his mind, he also implicitly understood the truth. No wonder the other police officers avoided Shen Ye's case like avoiding an evil spirit. Even a high-ranking officer lost his life so pointlessly. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, if you don't have enough ability, you can only lie still and let them trample all over your head. Should I rush out and expose the assassin? No, doing that is no different from digging my own grave. Who knows if he has moles planted in this police station? With that guy's skill level, chopping my head off would probably take less than a second. The only solution now is to obediently follow the police officer's dying words and dash to the 3rd floor to find refuge. After smoothing and adjusting the police hat for Luo Fei-Chuan, Shen Ye quietly closed the locker door, telling himself inwardly that with his current incompetent level, what right did he have to demand revenge for Officer Luo? He unconsciously let his body slump and rested his head against the iron door in overwhelming despair. Yet in Shen Ye's eyes, there was an extreme sense of grievance, and his mind locked onto a single thought. I swear I will repay this blood debt in full. Officer Luo, I will definitely send you to the underworld in the most peaceful way possible. A moment later, frantic knocking on the door pulled him from his dreams back to reality. Hey kid, student Shen Ye, right? An anomaly just appeared, requiring everyone to evacuate downstairs and gather to pass the inspection checkpoint. Just a second later, the room door was pushed wide open. A pot-bellied police officer walked in. Shen Ye, get your face out here quickly. There's been a raid. Everyone has to go through the central AI brain scan immediately. Seeing the silent space, he waved his hand to order his subordinates. You guys head down first. I'll step in for Officer Luo and have a little chat with Shen Ye. The lackeys immediately shouted in unison, Yes, Captain Wang Zumyu. He coaxed in a sweet voice. I know your heart is leaping out of your chest, but with Officer Luo taken away by a spell, you can finally have some peace. Besides, we're all government people. We will definitely take care of you down to your teeth. Walking past the locker containing Luo Fei Chuan's body, Captain Wang Zumyu suddenly slammed on the brakes. A sinister, unpredictable glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. Captain Wang Zumyu started to interrogate. This corpse has been messed with. This is your handiwork, isn't it, Shen Ye? He lightly tiptoed forward with a calculated step, and then dashed like a tornado, scrutinizing every corner of the room. Captain Wang Zumyu stopped right at the desk, tearing the whole room apart but finding absolutely no one. Slipped away, huh? He clicked his tongue, calculating, I've flawlessly executed so many lives, yet let arrogance ruin the job against a 15-year-old brat, constant failures, how humiliating. But I'm not useless like the rest of you. After searching until his eyes got tired without finding the target, Captain Wang Zumyu immediately used his privilege to issue a command. Attention all squads, I have enough evidence to convict Shen Ye of being involved in this riot. Issuing an emergency arrest warrant. The moment you see Shen Ye, grab him immediately. They replied loudly. Understood, Captain Wang Zumyu. The central AI brain system announced that the map scan was complete, and everyone was requested to gather at the grand square in the lobby to go through the inspection procedures. After loudly broadcasting that, he swung his arm and slammed the door shut. Immediately, the iron panel on the wall opposite the door flashed a fiery red light, and a muttering voice echoed from inside. Shen Ye peeked his face out stealthily. Had that old guy gone far yet? Sure enough, that assassin still had his backup crew. And he flew like the wind towards the window. Even though he was more than capable of hiding in the nightmare world until the storm passed, doing that was no different from throwing away the chance to punish these evildoers. He reached out, grabbed tightly onto the water pipe, and swung himself up, clinging closely to it. At all costs, I have to drag myself up to the third floor to expose this circus. Shen Ye climbed nimbly, and in the blink of an eye, he had vaulted up to the third floor. He struggled to regain his balance, patting his chest and panting heavily while looking around to assess the situation in the hallway. Then he groped his way to a room. This was exactly the right corner, time to take out the pen and draw the password on the wall. Just as he was about to sneak inside, Shen Ye was startled, his heart skipping a beat as a voice from behind poured into his ears. No wonder I kept hearing rustling noises upstairs. So it's the student Shen Ye. What on earth are you doing in this place? Wang Zumyu suddenly popped up like a ghost, throwing him into a panic. He had to make up an excuse on the spot. I'm about to take my high school entrance exam, and today the teacher gave us such a hard math problem, so I had to come up here to quickly solve it. Outwardly, he acted like that, but inside, Shen Ye felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Damn it, why is this password so tragically long? The old man glanced at his demeanor and immediately deduced, that is clearly an emergency SOS device connected directly to the Central World Government. How does this brat have the password on him? With that said, Wang Zumyu swung his arm and hurled a baseball bat at Shen Ye. Who gave you permission? Damn it, I absolutely cannot let him scribble on that. Shen Ye had no time to look back. Upon hearing the whistling wind rushing towards him, he immediately summoned an iron shield to block the way. As soon as the old man saw that strange object, his eyes widened in horror. What is this thing? Your innate superpower. Although he tried to play it cool on the outside, inside Shen Ye was sweating bullets. The destructive power is truly fierce. Luckily, this door can transform and adapt to the situation. Otherwise, if it were a normal door, my head would have dropped like a ripe fig. Wang Zumyu charged aggressively toward the door, looking utterly furious, absolutely refusing to back down. The door bounced back from the impact of his collision. "Go to hell, shatter for me." The iron door began to show signs of giving out and crumbling. Wang Zumyu stepped back to gather momentum and then lunged forward at breakneck speed, screaming, "I'll take your life." At the last second, he managed to ram the iron door away, forcing it to slam heavily into Shen Ye's back, making him jump. Oh, the door. However, Wang Zumyu was in equally terrible shape, covered in injuries and dripping with blood. Damn brat, how can a summoned door take root so firmly into the floor? Right at that moment, Shen Ye jumped up and cheered happily, finally finished writing it. System's voice echoed clearly, password confirmed to be correct. "I am the strongest brain of the world government, Kunlun. Now let me review the emergency request." Scanning the entire police station. Luo Fei Chuan's body found. Successfully exposed the disguise of major crime squad's Wang Zumyu, dispatching nearby professional experts to clean up. Dispatched Qian Rushan, the corporation's regional director, for backup. Noting the severity of the current situation, decided to send Shen Ye to heaven on the spot. Upon hearing the familiar name, he panicked and yelled, "Oh my God, is it Qian Rushan?" The security broadcast speaker at the station continued its relentless countdown. In 30 seconds, the imposter Wang Zumyu will be executed on the spot. Countdown begins, 29, 28. Meanwhile, Wang Zumyu, having just recovered his senses after the fiery collision with the iron door, laughed maniacally and disdainfully, "Calling reinforcements to save you? Haha, trying to kill me, dream on. 30 seconds is more than enough time for me to send you off and slip away smoothly." Shen Ye had no energy to bicker. He immediately controlled the iron door to open a retreat path for himself. But the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Wang Zumyu grabbed Shen Ye's wrist like a hawk catching its prey and sneered, "Brat, do you think I'll let you escape?" 27, 26. Shen Ye momentarily collapsed in overwhelming helplessness. It's over. Time mercilessly kept counting down, 25, go to hell. In a flash, it dropped to the final second. 1. Right then, Qian Rushan jumped down just in time, delivering an earth-shattering punch that instantly lit up the entire space. Wang Zumyu evaporated in the blink of an eye, his body seemingly shattered to pieces by the punch, vanishing into nothingness. Qian Rushan still struck a pose, maintaining his punching stance. Though his head was bowed, his aura exuded overwhelming arrogance. In the martial arts of this world, anything fast can never be broken. The warning system spoke up with a snarky tone of reproach. "Idiots, did you really think I had the patience to count down a full 30 seconds? Qian Rushan now calmly crossed his arms over his chest, tilted his head up, and asked, "Kid, do you think I look majestic?" Shen Ye quickly flattered him. "Majestic, absolutely majestic, bro. Thank you, Qian Rushan, for stepping in to save my little life." Afterward, they both returned to the office at the station. Settling into his chair, he cleared his throat and suggested, "Shen Ye, I can clean up those trivial matters for you, but regarding that password, you must tell the truth." He honestly confessed everything. "That code was secretly given to me by Luo Fei Chuan. He said he was being hunted down, and if anything happened to me, I had to use it immediately without hesitation." Then lifted his chin. It seems he had already caught wind of the fact that Silent Church and that assassin were targeting him. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Shen Ye frowned and asked, "Silent Church?" Qian Rushan poured out an explanation. "It's the organization that caused the anomaly outbreak before. That whole bunch is a group of mentally deranged lunatics. It's certain that when Officer Luo handled the case, he hit a nerve, causing them to hold a grudge." After hearing this, his face fell as he lamented bitterly. "It's truly a pity that Officer Luo is gone." Qian Rushan stubbed out his cigarette, clicked his tongue, and nodded. "It's heartbreakingly pitiful. I hadn't known him for long, but I could already sense an overwhelming aura of righteousness from him. I'm afraid it was because he was too passionate that he brought this fatal disaster upon himself. Your luck is pretty red-hot. You should have been eliminated by the fake Luo Fei Chuan, but who would have thought a stroke of coincidence would help you escape? Kunlun has dug up the background of that assassin. He's a hitman from the Alliance, but the catch is these guys only take jobs online, so they have absolutely no idea who the one throwing money to hire them is." Upon hearing this, Shen Ye became even more cautious and anxious. If it's an assassin capable of taking Officer Luo's life, then their skills and price must be sky-high. That means the client must be a notorious big shot. The man smiled slightly, praising his intelligence. But the huge problem is, why would someone like that go to such lengths just to take the life of an ordinary middle school student like you? Regarding this point, our side is still getting headaches trying to investigate. Shen Ye still wouldn't let it go, continuing to press. "Wait, so what is Kunlun that appeared in a flash after I used the password? Why didn't the police officers just summon it from the start to deal with the assassin quickly? Qianru Shan calmly explained, "Who is Kunlun? It is the central brain system of the world government. That rescue mission just now was also arranged by it for me to come. Normally, it doesn't bother getting involved in these matters. Unless you possess the password sequence it granted, then it would condescend to help you. As for your question about why Officer Luo didn't call it, the reason is that he didn't even know his weapon had a problem. Earlier, one of his staff had reported, this is Luo Fei Chuan's iron arm, which is also his weapon. Its core was infected with malware, so it couldn't be activated at all. But the bizarre part is, as soon as Luo Fei Chuan passed away, it returned to normal. This is clearly someone pulling the strings behind the scenes, and the perpetrator must be someone extremely close to him. Kunlun has entrusted this mission to us, and we will continue to dig deeper." Shen Ye glued his eyes to the iron arm standing rooted to the spot. No wonder he told me his weapon was glitching. Such an outstanding police officer with extraordinary abilities who specifically left his business card at my house, then went all out to investigate, and even at the time of his death, still tried his best to show me a way out. Such a wonderful person, yet when facing the enemy, he couldn't even draw his weapon to fight and had to die in vain. Qianru Shan continued gently, "Shen Ye, you are now one of our corporation's people. Today, I will teach you your first lesson, and I hope you remember it very well. No matter the circumstances, you must always keep your eyes wide open to guard against petty villains with malicious intentions. They are even more terrifying than monsters." Shen Ye stared into his eyes, his expression resolute and full of strength. "I will engrave these words in my heart." His attitude made Qianru Shan feel a bit more at ease. He stubbed out his cigarette and said, "Good, now follow me. I've already arranged to meet your parents." Shen Ye hurriedly interjected, "Wait, what about those two people still trapped in the anomaly?" Qianru Shan replied simply, "These aftermath matters will be cleaned up by more professional people. This place is about to be locked down, we have to leave immediately." Shen Ye naively pressed on, "Just in case, why don't you stay and clean up everything at the police station? With your abilities, dealing with those two must be as easy as flipping your hand right." Hearing that, Qianru Shan scolded him lightly, "Drop that childish thought at once. Who knows what kind of monstrous things they might bring out from the anomaly. I remember there was once a kid who, after escaping an anomaly created by the church, looked perfectly normal on the outside. But in reality, he was nothing left but a layer of human skin. Beneath that human skin hid a hideous monster completely undocumented. In the end, that monster slaughtered more than half the city before people found its weakness and destroyed it. So I'd rather carry a blade to take someone's life than tangle with anomalies in that church. Everyone in the world thinks the same. But rest assured, the fate of those two will definitely be even more tragic than the one whose body was stolen by the monster before." Suddenly, as they discussed this, an idea flashed in his mind. He quickly made a phone call. "Ah, right, Luo Fei Chuan's surname is Luo. Hello, it's me. Help me dig up the file of someone named Xiao Mengyu and figure out the relationship between her and Luo Fei Chuan right away." Upon receiving the response from the other end of the line, Qianru Shan suddenly broke into a cold sweat. "What? That skinny and frail." He kept repeating the name that had just reached his ears. "Who is Xiao Mengyu? Does she seem to have some deep connection with Officer Luo?" Leaving the station, Qianru Shan immediately took him to meet Shen Ye's father. "Qianru Shan, since things have come to this point, there is a secret that we must let our son Shen Ye know so he can make the decision himself. After that, we will look at the details of this contract." He cheerfully replied, "Of course. I'll step outside to smoke a cigarette. Just call me in when you're done." Watching Qianru Shan's figure leave, his parents then confessed, "Xiao Yi, we won't hide it from you anymore. Actually, you carry the blood of royalty and nobility. Your father's background is originally a branch of the prestigious Sanpu family." Shen Ye was confused by the extremely unfamiliar name, Sanpu Shen Ye. He awkwardly looked at the two and thought to himself, as expected, Shen Ye's family background is not ordinary. It seems recorded in history books that Sanpu Shen Ye is one of the noble families holding the entire legacy of gods and divine artifacts. Two of them continued to explain, "In the past, your father was also a natural-born genius. But tragically, while practicing the great ancestor's secret martial arts manual, he suffered chi deviation and lost all his power. Disheartened and having lost all his will, your father drifted to this city to live and then ran into your mother. Later, your grandfather arranged a political marriage for your father, but because of your mother, your father disobeyed. This infuriated him, causing your father's name to be struck from the family genealogy. Since then, we had you and lived a leisurely life, knowing how to be content." Witnessing their affectionate actions and gazes, Shen Ye suddenly felt jealous. Are you too deliberately flaunting your affection to me? His father quickly added to his wife's words, Xiao Yi, the reason we have to reveal this secret is because the talent you are displaying now has far surpassed ordinary people. If we swallow our pride, go back to our hometown, apologize to your grandfather, and ask to be recognized by the ancestors again, he will definitely agree. By then, you will become a descendant of the noble family again, enjoying massive resources and top-tier treatment. Inheritance rights of a noble family are a lucrative prize that countless people crave but can never touch. Xiao Yi, if you join Mortal Martial Arts Corporation, you can consider the door to the family's secret inheritance permanently closed. We are handing the decision-making power over to you. Rest assured, no matter which path you choose, we will support you wholeheartedly. Shen Ye broke into a happy smile, though a hint of melancholy still lingered in the corners of his eyes. Mom and Dad, I have made my decision. I want to join Mortal Martial Arts Corporation. His mother was extremely astonished. Have you thought it through carefully? We can humble ourselves to beg your grandfather. As long as he nods, you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. He fixed his mother with a steady, unwavering gaze. No, I won't go back. I don't want you to have to bow your heads and beg others. If you have been able to shoulder this family for all these years, then your son can do it too. Just put your faith in me. Hearing this, Shen Ye's mother teared up with deep emotion. This is your life. We respect that decision. Our Xiao Yi has truly grown up now. He quickly followed up. Then I'll go out and call Cayenne Ru Shan in now. For a brief moment, a stream of memories suddenly fast-forwarded in his brain. Over the years, the number of times the whole family went back to their hometown to visit his great-grandfather was extremely sparse. Looking back, whenever they showed their faces there, he had never seen the old man crack a smile at his family, and the distant relatives treated them even more coldly and aloofly. Digging through the mess of memories, the only joy was probably the moments of playing with the neighborhood boys during childhood. In his past life, he lived in poverty and rags, lonely for a lifetime, and it wasn't until this life that he finally tasted true familial love. Cayenne Ru Shan waved the stack of documents and announced loudly, signing successful, warmly welcomed Shen Ye to officially join the ranks of Mortal Martial Arts Corporation. Outwardly, he was smiling brightly, but inwardly he was still contemptuous. A cold-blooded and heartless clan like the Shen family, it's fine not to bother picking it up. That time he also offered some advice. In a few days, Shen Ye has to take the entrance exams for 3 prestigious schools, so I'd like to let him temporarily take refuge at the corporation's headquarters. What do you two think? Shen Ye's mother nodded in agreement without hesitation. That's wonderful. Those are the top 3 best high schools in the world. Xiao Yi, don't put pressure on yourself, just write as usual. Shen Ye gave a fake smile and flattered. Boss Cayenne, from now on, I ask to follow behind you. In another corner, Zhao Yibing was sitting out in the hallway, her eyes glued to her phone screen. She joyfully read aloud, brutal school violence buries a classmate's future. The top student of the grade, with a twisted psychology from missing an exam subject, takes revenge on society by stabbing a classmate. The police have stepped in, there will definitely be a response. Awesome, the video I posted has caught the algorithm. The pathetic state of Sun Ming's gang is attracting loads of views and comments. It really wasn't a waste of effort taking a trip to the hospital to snap a picture of Sun Ming's swollen like a pig face. In a day or two, that guy Shen Ye will be dealt with, and his reputation will be completely ruined. And I will naturally maintain my title as the pure and flawless goddess. Tapping continuously on the screen, Zhao Yibing smirked and muttered to herself, Shen Ye, don't blame me, it's just your karma. After this blow, consider your chances of getting into high school completely shut. Without learning any skills, your armor, weapons, elixirs, and evolution drugs will also vanish, and you'll even lose your inheritance seat. Soon enough, you'll turn into a piece of trash like Sun Ming and his gang, while my level is something you people could chase for a lifetime and never surpass. Right in the middle of her extreme smugness, a notification popped up. On the phone screen, a line of text struck her eyes. The content of your post reeks of fabrication and has now been completely locked. The police have released official information regarding this incident. You are demanded to immediately stop this sensationalism. Otherwise, the platform and Mortal Martial Arts Corporation reserve the right to hold you accountable. Zhao Yibing's face darkened, her eyes wide open. Saying I'm making things up? Impossible. Is there concrete evidence showing this male student acted in self-defense? I don't believe it. Why not release the evidence? Besides, what does this matter have to do with Mortal Martial Arts Corporation? And what about the school? What has the school board said? On the school's side, the principal, holding a bright red banner, announced with a joyful face, Warmly congratulate our ninth grade student Shen Ye for signing a contract with Mortal Martial Arts Corporation. 5 key high schools in the province have already sent him direct admission letters. Seeing this image, Zhao Yibing collapsed, slumping entirely to the ground. That's impossible. It was clearly about to succeed. Suddenly, Sun Ming, lying on the hospital bed, called out, "Bing Bing, are you still standing there?" But she didn't bother to pay attention. Her mind just kept rewinding a huge question mark. How the hell did he manage to sign a contract with Mortal Martial Arts Corporation? What does he have to rely on? At the skyscraper of Mortal Martial Arts Corporation, Qian Rushan and Shen Ye were standing and chatting in the elevator. He opened his mouth to explain, "The police station just sent news back, it's over. A bloody great battle occurred, the number of casualties wasn't small and they captured one alive." He asked in shock, "Was it that fierce?" Messages kept pouring in. "I hacked down one guy, scooping up 5 military merit points right here." Hearing the new term, Shen Ye couldn't help but ask, "Military merit?" Qian Rushan nodded. "That's right, it can be used as currency to buy special items. For example, martial arts manuals, materials, intelligence, or weapons. Thinking about it, the entire case was reported by you, but unfortunately, you don't have a professional card yet, so you definitely won't receive any military merit." The words were like a bolt from the blue, making him blurt out, "Oh, that's so disappointing." Moment later, Shen Ye received a notification. "In this battle, you have contributed passionately. Because you are still a minor, the government has a more appropriate reward policy for you. Your package has been sent out. Please go down to the lobby of Mortal Martial Arts Corporation to receive it in the next few days." Sent from the Department of Military Merit and Rank Management of the United World Government. He hurriedly showed off to Qian Rushan, "I also got a reward from the central government. I wonder what it could be." Right at this moment, the elevator doors slid open. They had arrived at the 105th floor. Qian Rushan then analyzed in detail, "Middle school students only train their foundations. It's not until high school that they can learn true professional skills. So I guess it's a pretty good martial art." Shen Ye also nodded in agreement. "It's true that I'm severely lacking in offensive skills. I was almost assassinated so many times. If it weren't for pure luck, I'm afraid I would have gone to see the King of Hell by now." He quickly took the initiative to add, "I understand. For the next few days, it's best you stay put in here and don't go out. I'll start investigating the truth of this matter immediately." And the two stepped into the lobby of this 105th floor. The people inside began bowing deeply in respectful greeting. Reporting to Boss Qian, "The troublesome matters have been completely sorted out." Shen Ye stared in surprise, wondering to himself, "What troublesome matters?" Qian Rushan chuckled and nodded. "Yeah, very good. Shen Ye, from this minute on, you are officially a member of the corporation. This month's funds have been transferred directly to your account. Remember to balance your expenses yourself." A man standing nearby then gestured with his hand, "Please follow me, Mr. Shen. I will lead you to your room." Afraid he might feel constrained, the old man preempted, "Feel free to move around, treat this place like your own home. I still have a bunch of files to deal with, so I can't accompany you for now. If you need anything, just call me." Shen Ye quickly replied, "Understood, thank you, Boss Qian." Out of nowhere appeared a breathtakingly beautiful girl in a tight black dress, welcoming him warmly. "Hello, Shen Ye, I am Mu Lin. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on joining the Mortal Martial Arts Corporation family. You are incredibly talented. Since you are younger than me, please allow me to call you little brother. I must send my deepest thanks to you for always supporting and adoring me. I hope you study hard and strive to cultivate your strength to become an extremely formidable figure. This world is vast and boundless. It's very much worth it for us to compete together. Keep it up. Oh right, I have prepared a VIP ticket for the concert. I'll be waiting for you." Shen Ye sat glued to her video, his face completely dazed and mesmerized. Mu Lin, the globally beloved idol that this Shen Ye used to like the most. Absolutely everything in this room, from the vases, paintings, to the books, food, drinks, and even athletic hobbies, and even the female celebrity, everything was arranged exactly according to the tastes that Shen Ye obsessed over the most. He strolled out to the balcony corner of the luxurious room at dusk, his emotions still chaotic and mixed. For a complete rookie, the corporation is willing to cater to this extent. So this is the fame, wealth, and vanity that such power brings. Casting his gaze across the vast expanse from the 105th floor, he wondered if there was anyone in this world who wouldn't want to ride the clouds and wind, soaring straight into the blue sky to admire that magnificent scenery. Tonight at midnight, when the clock strikes 12, I have to drag myself to the nightmare world and try to get those perfect ratings. I must grind for strength continuously. The deathmatch for the entrance exam the day after tomorrow absolutely cannot end with me being eliminated in the first round. Exactly as planned, right when the clock hands pointed exactly to 12. Shen Ye turned the doorknob, pushing the door wide open and stepping into the nightmare world. Welcoming him were dry skeletons shattered into hundreds of thousands of pieces scattered all over the place. Oh my God, what earth-shattering event happened here? Shen Ye carefully tiptoed as he walked, telling himself he couldn't just recklessly barge around. If he accidentally lowered the dictionary's evaluation quota, it would be troublesome. But he never expected that the consciousness of that dry skeleton monster hadn't vanished yet. It even called out in a shrill voice, "Shen Ye, is that you? Shen Ye, quickly save me, I'm about to pass away." He anxiously asked, "Giant Skull, how did you end up so shattered like this?" I don't know how to heal you," Felon hurriedly replied. "Do you still have that tonic you gave me last time? Quickly shove a few more pills into me." Shen Ye awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Oh sorry, I don't have any of that item left." It let out a helpless sigh. "It's over. To think this broken body would die such a pointless death in this place, it's quite funny when you think about it." Seeing the situation hanging by a thread, Shen Ye frantically slammed the door shut, planning to seek help. "Try to hold on a bit longer, I'll immediately rack my brain to find a way to save you. Wait for me." Felon weakly whispered back just one word, "Hurry." Felon just lay there waiting wearily for 2 whole hours, beginning to groan and curse its fate. "I am dead for sure this time." At the last minute, the door suddenly emitted a glowing red, eerie energy. Shen Ye hastily poked his head in. "Giant Skull, I'm back. Oh my, the door is too narrow, I can't squeeze through." Felon heavily raised its breathless voice. "Finally the ancestor deigns to appear. What kind of monkey business were you doing out there?" Shen Ye enthusiastically bragged. "To save your life, I poured out all my capital. That giant bathtub full of calcium gluconate and calcium lactate mixed with magnesium and zinc completely drained my wallet. You just need to jump in and soak, and your vitality will recover instantly." "What do you say?" Felon smacked its lips and replied, "Do I even have any other choice?" Suddenly the surrounding space shook violently. The ceiling cracked open, raining down countless debris, making Shen Ye panic and scream, "What the hell is going on?" Felon roared furiously, "This is bad, they are about to breach. This place was originally a secret passage, and right outside is the defense line of our undead race. The human and elf factions are frantically attacking this place. The battle is still undecided, but my strength is currently exhausted. Quickly take this spatial ring and wear it on your hand. I must go into hiding immediately." With those words, Felon's figure instantly dissolved into mist and shrank into the ring on his finger. In just the blink of an eye, both its soul and body were neatly settled inside that narrow space. As for Shen Ye, he quickly shouted the command to dismiss, retracting the door. A moment later, when the space had returned to silence, Shen Ye patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "That was close. If I had taken the full brunt of that shockwave just now, I would have been a goner." He hurriedly called out to Felon, "Hey, did you hide in the ring?" Its voice echoed from inside. "That's right. Normal storage spaces can't hold living creatures, but coincidentally, I am an undead, not a living creature." Shen Ye muttered inwardly, "I knew this dry bone was hiding treasures while deliberately playing dumb at first. What a cheapskate." Ellen's voice continued to resonate from the ring. "Reach out your hand toward the fish tank and suck all the water in here, that way I'll have a place to soak." Shen Ye also cheerfully teased, "As expected, you are no ordinary dry skeleton. Ever since we were at the elf village, I had already guessed that your identity wasn't simple. Think about it, who would get kidnapped by 3 of their own kind and forced to assassinate the enemy leader? But rest assured, I don't have a hobby of prying into private lives, and I'm even less inclined to boss you around. However, I did save your life, so how do you plan to repay me?" It then asked back, "So how do you want me to repay you?" Shen Ye didn't bother being polite and went straight to the point. "Today I have to make a trip to your world, and you have to squeeze out every bit of your strength to support me." Hearing this, Felon frantically yelled, "Didn't you see how fierce the battle was just now? Are you going there to throw your life away? Please, you respect my private life and I respect yours, but the pile of powerful treasures on me has been completely depleted ages ago. Going over there, I won't be of any help to you." Shen Ye questioned in a serious tone, "Aren't you a battlefield scavenger?" It didn't even bother to deny, "It's true that I'm in charge of picking up loot, but do you think I get anything valuable? All the truly powerful treasures are snatched away the moment their owners fall." Shen Ye pondered thoughtfully. "Outside the secret passage is the undead defense line. So if I disguise myself as an undead soldier, take a stroll around and sneak back, wouldn't I be able to scavenge quite a lot of things?" Thinking of this, he immediately asked Felon, "Do you have any undead soldier equipment, preferably the kind that can cover up the scent of a human?" It immediately summoned a pile of rusty scrap metal from the war era and answered, "Want to hide your scent? Let me try to find something." Shen Ye sat digging through the pile of items. "What the hell is this torn scrap metal? Do you just pick up garbage?" Felon replied calmly, "These shattered pieces of armor are the clearest proof of the cruelty of war. Just dig carefully, there's bound to be something usable." After struggling to choose for a while, Shen Ye finally managed to patch together a suit of armor that barely covered his body. "Adding this horse control token is also pretty good. When necessary, I can summon a bone warhorse to ride." Felon nodded in praise. "Not bad at all, now your whole body exudes the stench of death. Coincidentally, I still kept a centurion's mask for you to use." Shen Ye picked it up to examine it and asked curiously, "What does this mask do?" It explained enthusiastically, "It retains a high-level aura of death. Just wear it, and combined with the equipment on your body, I guarantee that even if other undead strain their eyes, they won't be able to see through you. Right now, you look no different from a true undead warrior. If you're a bit quick on your feet, you can totally use that token to tame a bone warhorse. Just ride the bone horse and stroll around the undead defense line. If you spot danger, run away immediately. You'll definitely be able to steal some profit just like those phantom knights. Just wait and see." When fully prepared, Shen Ye turned his back toward the door and stepped forward. "I'm heading out." Felon hastily called after him in a panicked voice, "Please don't lose your life. If you die, the ring on your hand will be stolen, and at that point, I will definitely die along with you." Shen Ye patted his chest and confidently reassured, "I will try to live as long as possible." Stepping through the door, the scenery that appeared before his eyes resembled a stone cave. Shen Ye looked around and commented, "This place has been completely destroyed." He climbed up onto a high stone platform and muttered, recalling, "Last time I went over to the elf land, I got a sword. Bringing it along for self-defense this time is very reasonable." With that said, Shen Ye stealthily crawled along the cliff and poked his head over to the other side to scout. Unexpectedly, as soon as he showed his face, what immediately struck his eyes were 8 sharp spears pointing straight at his face. Surrounding him was a group of people with stony expressions, their entire bodies radiating murderous intent. One of them shouted, "There's still one undead left here, eliminate him." Shen Ye was stunned into a daze, screaming internally, "Humans, isn't this the undead base? Don't tell me the undead faction has been defeated." Without hesitating for a second, he tore off the mask and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Hold on guys, we are on the same side. Look closely, I am a flesh and blood human." But the group wasn't easily convinced. Roman raised his sword high and boldly accused, "You despicable spy serving the undead, prepare to pay for your crimes." As soon as the words fell, the gleaming blade slashed straight down. Fortunately, Shen Ye had incredibly fast reflexes and immediately raised his weapon to block the strike. Roman stared wide-eyed at his weapon, his expression showing clear bewilderment. "This sword, is it Nightfall?" Shen Ye himself was baffled, unconsciously parting his lips to repeat the word Nightfall. This was the short sword of the human scout, a white-grade item possessing extreme sharpness. It was originally a specialized weapon for assassination, blessed by the human faction with the silent holy blessing. Only scouts with completely pure souls who had never fallen into darkness were qualified to wield it. The one carrying this sword deserved absolute trust from the human race in delivering crucial intelligence. At this moment, Roman quickly reached out to pull him up, turning to explain to his teammates, "Only humans whose souls have never been tainted can hold the Nightfall sword. He really is our comrade. All right, there's nothing else to do here, you guys continue hunting down the undead remnants." The soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Roman kindly asked his new brother, "Do you need us to lend a hand?" Looking at Roman making hand signals, Shen Ye analyzed it in his head and smiled inwardly, trying to confess your love on the first meeting. Your nightmare world is quite trendy, isn't it? But thinking about it again, something felt wrong. The guy kept staring at his mask. Shen Ye secretly judged that this guy's hand signs definitely had some deep hidden meaning. Could this mask be a symbol representing a secret underground faction? That scammer skeleton casually threw out an item that turned out to be a special artifact. Whatever, just pretend to bluff him first and see what happens. After mulling it over, he calmly replied, "As you can see, my current situation is quite a mess. If you are willing to help, of course, I won't refuse." Roman seemed tense and hurriedly replied, "I understand. I will give you this tactical supply bag." Shen Ye couldn't believe the situation had reversed so easily, secretly rubbing his hands in delight. Just a little bluff, and I get real loot. He maintained a dignified demeanor. Thank you. Please let me know your esteemed name so I can repay you in the future. The other party replied curtly, Roman. Right at that moment, the thundering sound of horse hooves echoed. An imposing voice roared, "Make way for the Baron." Warren galloped over and loudly reprimanded Roman. "You've been loitering here a bit too long, trying to slack off and miss our army's combat opportunity." Roman quickly explained, "No, sir, I just ran into a scout in the ruins outside the secret passage." Upon hearing this, the Baron foamed at the mouth and ordered, "Secret passage. A scout. Men, arrest this scout. I suspect he is a spy for the undead faction." Roman immediately stepped forward to intervene. "Wait, he's holding the Nightfall sword in his hand, which proves..." But Warren didn't even let him finish before shouting right in his face, "Shut up. I know full well that anyone who can hold Nightfall hasn't sold their soul to the devil, but I need to know what damn mission he's carrying out." Shen Ye was full of bravado, glaring straight at him and retorted, "Who are you to interrogate my mission?" Warren sneered, "I am Baron Warren, in charge of the Southern Iron Eagle Fortress. How dare a lowly scout like you have the audacity to ask for my name? Men, strip him and give him 20 lashes first, then interrogate him to uncover his secrets." Shen Ye smirked, "You perverted old man Warren, I'll remember this grudge, open the door." He strained his neck and urged the soldiers, "A petty scout dares to threaten this Baron, beat him to death for me." But just as the guards swung their clubs down, his figure vanished without a single trace. Staring at the empty spot, the soldiers looked at each other in bewilderment. Where did he go? How bizarre, he just evaporated. How is that even possible? "Baron, there's no underground passage here. Could it be that we stepped into a trap?" At this moment, Roman calmly crossed his arms and explained, "I heard rumors that some anonymous assassins are also participating in this campaign. They are masters of hiding in the shadows, specializing in carrying out assassination missions. Baron Warren, you were truly brave just now, daring to loudly announce your identity for him to hear." As soon as he heard that, sweat poured down like rain, specializing in assassinations. The battlefield is ever-changing. What if he takes advantage of the chaos to take my life? So Warren hurriedly ordered a retreat. "This is troublesome. Let's get out of here quickly." By this time, Shen Ye had safely landed in his familiar room. Collapsed onto the floor in exhaustion, muttering, "Baron Warren, always demanding to beat and kill at the drop of a hat. I'll remember your face." Luckily, I was quick-witted enough to set up an escape door on the ground beforehand, otherwise it would have been a disaster. He turned to scold the skeleton, "That mask you gave me has serious issues. Didn't you see that soldier making hand signs at me?" Felon leisurely denied the blame. "How can you blame this on me? How could I possibly know those convoluted secret codes of the human army? Besides, didn't you make it back alive and well?" System notification panel popped up. "Congratulations, you have unlocked the One of Us evaluation, an excellent blue-grade tier. Initially you were classified in the common human category, where the highest reward is only white. But in a situation where you were outmatched, you knew how to leverage outside forces to counterattack, resolving the difficult situation and escaping successfully. Thanks to that, you are specially granted this valuable reward." Shen Ye frowned in confusion. Why did a blue-grade One of Us rating pop up out of nowhere? System continued to issue a warning. "Please note, this is the second time you have received this special evaluation. A hidden event chain is currently in progress. If you manage to achieve the blue-grade One of Us rating again next time, you will receive a special honorary title. If an ordinary person is specially granted the exact same evaluation 3 consecutive times, it will trigger an intense resonance, awakening a hidden ability. You only have one chance to acquire this ability, so proceed with extreme caution." His face twisted as he muttered, "Getting 3 of the same ratings will activate a hidden ability, meaning if I receive the One of Us rating again next time, I will succeed. But if I slip up even once, the opportunity is gone for good. Once you ride the tiger, it's hard to get off." Shen Ye opened his inventory bag to check and murmured, "How am I supposed to get another blue-grade One of Us rating? According to the system's guide, I have to be in a situation where I leverage outside forces to counterattack, resolve the difficulty, and escape safely." He sat down and compared his 2 previous glorious achievements. Thinking back, whether it was in the elf village or the undead battlefield, I was always in enemy territory. But then, in the midst of life and death peril, I used my words to turn the tables, making the enemy drop their hostility and even eagerly help me. That's exactly it. So this is the unlock condition. Shen Ye felt a bit troubled. This absurd requirement is no different from dancing on the edge of a knife, and on top of that, There's only one single chance. This is not good. Walking in the dark too much will eventually lead to encountering ghosts. If the situation is too dangerous, I'd rather throw away that hidden ability. Keeping my little life intact is still the ultimate truth. Suddenly, the electronic doorbell rang. A mechanical voice reported, "Mr. Shen, there is a guest who wants to see you. She claims to be family to Mr. Luo Fei Chuan. The corporation has verified her identity, and there are no suspicious issues. Is it convenient for you to meet her?" Shen Ye blinked, his brain processing rapidly. Family of Officer Luo. He died unjustly while investigating my case, and even saved my life before closing his eyes. Now that his family has come looking for me, no matter what, I cannot refuse. Thinking of this, he immediately agreed. All right. The system instantly notified, the reception room on the 50th floor has been arranged. Shen Ye silently hoped, I hope I can do something for his family. He mustered up his courage and walked into the room. Excuse me, may I ask what you are looking for me for? Xiao Mengyu was standing with her back turned, her backlit silhouette slowly turning around under the moonlight. She spoke up to ask Shen Ye, right? He honestly nodded yes. However, in Shen Ye's eyes at this moment, a completely different scene appeared. Floating right above the girl's head were the words Longsword Master. She reached out her hand to introduce herself. Hello, I am Xiao Mengyu, Luo Fei Chuan's biological younger sister. I came here today to clear up a few questions with you. Shen Ye panicked, timidly shaking the girl's hand. A system evaluation? I've met so many experts, even Mr. Qian Rushin didn't have any floating text over his head. In that nightmare world, from the undead to the elves of all kinds, none of them had titles. The only exception was the elf high priest who possessed a long string of evaluations. This young girl is the second person I've ever met to be honored by the system. He suddenly realized a truth. So she is the one who made the former manager turn pale with fear whenever she was mentioned. Xiao Mengyu calmly explained, I have tracked down the whereabouts of the assassin who chased you. That man in the black sunglasses who wrestled with my brother, he was the one who took advantage of the weapon neutralization to kill my brother. I also found the two people who sabotaged the weapon. They were his classmates, who sabotaged him purely out of jealousy over the honors my brother had achieved. Xiao Mengyu's voice was faint, devoid of any emotion. I have already slaughtered all of them. Hearing this, Shen Ye's entire body went stiff. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, Manager Qian Rushin said the killer was just captured alive yesterday. The girl replied lightly, that's right, so I took the opportunity to finish him off. Shen Ye was completely shocked, stammering to ask further then. Did you also personally dispose of those two weapon saboteurs? The other party straightforwardly admitted exactly. He felt as if his worldview was collapsing, talking about killing people as if it were nothing. Is this the style of a grand swordmaster? Xiao Mengyu's expression showed a hint of sorrow. My brother's talent was inherently very limited, which is why I sent him to a fairly good school. I just waited for him to graduate, find a stable job, and then marry a gentle wife to carry on the family line for the Luo family. Everything was initially going exactly as I had imagined. I hoped he would be sheltered like that, living a peaceful life until the end of his days. Shen Ye felt something was off. That's not right. I always assumed Officer Luo was a peerless genius. How did he become someone with limited talent, in his sister's words? The girl continued to lament, however. His fate was to be framed by petty villains, bound tightly, and left to rot in a dark dungeon. Seeing Shen Ye looking dumbfounded, she lifted her chin and asked, why aren't you saying anything? Could it be that in this world, people are only allowed to bully my brother, and I am not allowed to take revenge for him? Shen Ye waved his hands frantically. No, I'm just wondering, since you're slashing people left and right so casually, what if someone comes to arrest you? Xiao Mengyu maintained a normal expression, so that's what it is. Although your surname is Shen, you've never lived in a major family, so you don't understand the rules of the game. No matter how mediocre my brother was, he was still a descendant of a noble family, yet he died in such a humiliating way at the hands of an assassin. I represented the Luo family to step forward and seek justice for him. I ask you, who would dare to utter a single word of complaint? She added one more sentence to finalize her point. Besides, my mother's surname is Xiao, and I took my mother's surname. Shen Ye nodded, pretending to listen. I see, please continue. Xiao Mengyu calmly stated further, I interrogated the assassin, but he had absolutely no idea who hired him to kill you, nor did he know he accidentally killed a descendant of the Luo family. Now that they are all dead, the clues end here. She looked seriously at Shen Ye. My purpose in looking for you today is to probe whether you have any clues about your enemy. Do you have any suspects? Even a vague guess is fine, just throw me a few names. As long as I have names, leave the rest to me. Shen Ye honestly confessed, to tell you the truth, I am completely clueless about the mastermind pulling the strings. But since you have eliminated the killers, consider Officer Luo avenged. Xiao Mengyu cut him off, that is still not enough. She abruptly drew her sword, her eyes turning cold. I must find the one who paid for the assassin to harm you, which led to my brother's death. I will slaughter both the assassins and that hidden mastermind. Her clear yet ruthless voice rang out, I will use their blood to comfort my brother's soul in heaven. As she finished speaking, a burst of sword aura sliced through the very space itself. Shen Ye's jaw dropped. Was that an ultimate move she just unleashed? I couldn't even see her drawing the sword. Xiao Mengyu gently brushed her hair, advising, Shen Ye, I hope you rack your brains and think carefully to see if there were any unusual events or minor details you might have missed. You are a descendant of the Shen family. Have you ever formed grudges with any young masters of other families in the past? Please do not give up investigating just because the enemy's strength is formidable or their power is vast. You can seek my assistance anytime. Shen Ye smiled helplessly. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but my branch's relationship with the main Shen family isn't very good. We've practically cut off contact. Occasionally, when I visit during holidays, I just gather and play with kids my age. I haven't offended anyone. Suddenly he remembered something. Right. Speaking of which, on the first night I was ambushed at the hospital, there seemed to be a terrified scream echoing faintly. Who knows, maybe someone witnessed the incident. Xiao Mengyu seized the opportunity immediately. I will go investigate this right away. Just wait for my news. The girl came like lightning and left like the wind. This is my contact information. Thank you, Shen Ye. I'll take my leave first. The bewildered boy waved his hand. Have a safe trip. Right after, a highly emotional voice echoed from behind Shen Ye. Oh my, the Grand Swordmaster's killing intent was terrifying. When she first arrived, I intentionally probed to see if she planned to attack you, fearing she might take her anger out on you over Luo Fei Chuan's death. But it seems the outcome is still very positive. Haiyan Rushan appeared very knowledgeable about Xiao Mengyu's background. That girl is the most outstanding prodigy of the Luo family in this generation. Even among the major noble families, she is considered a phenomenal talent. He fired off a barrage of questions. So is she still going to school, or is she already working? The older man leisurely replied, she's taking the high school entrance exam this year, in the same grade as you. Upon hearing this, Shen Ye felt an emptiness in his heart. Haiyan Rushan gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't be discouraged. These noble family descendants all hold inherent secret arts. They've been force-fed training since they were toddlers, so it's normal for their abilities to far surpass their peers. Suppose you had been raised in the Shen family since childhood, you wouldn't be much inferior to her right now. Shen Ye let out a long yawn, acting nonchalant. I'm more than happy about this. Now she is on my side. Once she discovers the mastermind behind the scenes, she can back me up. Anyway, I'm going back to sleep first. The older man chuckled lightly. Go get some rest. Tomorrow I'll arrange for a few instructors to come over and introduce some key points for the exam. He stumbled back to his room, and as soon as he lay down on the bed, his spirit collapsed. I really can't comprehend it. These noble family kids are way too overpowered. Noble families truly are the highest, most superior class existing in human civilization. If a big shot from a noble family really wanted me dead, they could just toss a coin and easily hire someone from the Assassin League to take my life. Shen Ye slapped his own cheeks to brace himself. I have to urgently learn a few attack moves. I can't just sit back and wait for the Grand Swordmaster to come to my rescue every time. He shouted out, Hey big skeleton, do you still have any nightmare crystals hidden away that come with combat skills? The lesson learned is that in the end, a person must still rely on themselves. Shen Ye pressed further, Hey dry skeleton, do you have any skill containing nightmare crystals left or what? Felon muttered and complained, my inventory only has undead-type skills. You are a human, without soul fire power, how the hell are you supposed to use them? He refused to let it go. Then where did you dig up that Moonlight Deer Sprint Ultimate move you threw at me last time? It replied curtly, I just happened to pick it up by chance. Shen Ye fell silent, feeling miserable inside. Do I really have to wait until I pass the high school exams to have a chance to learn attack moves? But with this situation, I can't afford to wait. Assassins are constantly out for my blood, and the exams are right around the corner. Those noble family kids are definitely no pushovers. What do I have to compete with them? Suddenly, he remembered something. Right. The tactical supply bag that the human officer Roman gave me. I was so busy earlier I still haven't had the chance to open it. Shen Ye eagerly rummaged through the bag. It's full of field rations and first aid bandages. Nothing interesting at all. Suddenly he happily pulled out a sparkling stone. Well, here is a nightmare crystal. He took a deep breath, clasping his hands in hopes that this time it would unlock some top-tier skill. The moment the stone was crushed, a deep, warm voice sounded. The Hand of Shadow's Brotherhood has established a secret intelligence transfer station right inside the main army's encampment zone. If you see a tent with 3 short swords planted upright, go there to hand in your mission. The Shadow Hand awaits your news. Hearing this, Shen Ye's face deflated. What the hell is this? It's not a skill again. Felon laughed mockingly from inside the ring. Haha, it seems that human named Roman has automatically assumed you are a core member of the Hand of Shadow's organization. He clicked his tongue and looked for a backup plan. I already scavenged a system rating today, so even if I dive back into the nightmare world, I won't get another similar one. Oh well, since I'm free, I'll take a trip over there to scout out the situation and see how it goes. Shen Ye suddenly remembered a crucial detail. Hey skeleton, where did you get that centurion mask you tossed me earlier? Is it possible to find the way back to that exact spot? It asked back in confusion. I just picked it up near the secret passage, where else? But I don't remember the exact location. Why are you asking this? What are you plotting? He fired off like a machine gun. Listen here, the undead defense line outside the secret passage has been captured by the human faction. I'm planning to disguise myself as a human soldier and take a trip into the nightmare world. Do you have any spare human gear in your stash? Felon hummed and thought, let me dig through the inventory and see. In just a moment, Shen Ye was fully dressed in a military uniform. Now he perfectly embodied a human soldier guarding the border of the GI territory. Seeing the flaming fist insignia printed on that bare shield, the human faction in the GI territory had been completely wiped out by our undead army without a single survivor. You just play the role of a lucky survivor fleeing for your life. I guarantee not a single soul will bother doubting you. Shen Ye curiously asked, so what is this crystal orb used for? Felon proudly explained, this is the urgent request for reinforcements from the Lord of the GI region. Just take it as a token. Later when you go out, there will definitely be a time when you need to use it. He stared in astonishment. Did the sun rise from the west today? Why are you so enthusiastically helping with my affairs? It stammered shyly, well, because you saved my life yesterday, I have to be sensible and repay your favor. Unfortunately, Shen Ye saw right through its intentions. Stop being so slippery. Are you going to tell the truth, or should I take your calcium supplement tank out to dry right now? Felon had to tearfully confess its sins. I have to help you secure a decent position in the nightmare world. Only then can you buy high-grade materials to heal my wounds. Shen Ye slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Now isn't that much more straightforward and pleasant to hear? Under the cold moonlight, the withered, barren trees looked like phantoms. The desolate scene was completely shrouded in the stench of death. In the distance, a soldier yelled loudly, "There's a wounded soldier in this corner." Several of his comrades hurriedly ran over. Hurry over there and lend a hand. Shen Ye hid behind a large tree trunk, stealthily observing. They were doing their best to encourage the injured man. Hang in there, brother. Stay awake. The main headquarters isn't far from here. You'll be treated in no time. Shen Ye glanced around to assess the situation. Ah, so there are still battlefield cleanup squads wandering around here. I can't act recklessly. If I bump into those acquaintances from last time, it'll be hard to explain. He slipped like a ghost through the rocks. The place was littered with corpses. I have to take the opportunity to scavenge some intelligence from them. Oh my, this massive corpse must belong to an undead giant. He poked the corpse, calling out softly, "Hey big guy, wake up. I have something to ask." Instantly, the gloomy whisper skill was activated. Shen Ye held out the mask in front of it. Brother, do you know the origins of this piece of gear? The undead giant remained dead silent for a moment before forcing out a sentence. I don't know. He frowned and clicked his tongue. All right then, go back to sleep. After that, he ran around interrogating each corpse one by one. Brother, have you ever seen this mask? Never. What about you? Have you seen this mask? Never. And the brother over here, have you seen this mask? Never seen it. After struggling for a while, he hadn't gathered a single damn clue. He sat down dejectedly, leaning against a rock, scratching his head in frustration. This is so annoying, looking for a needle in a haystack like this. How long will it take to find a clue? Suddenly, his hand touched a sticky pile of fur. Shen Ye's eyes lit up like headlights. A werewolf. This is great. The wolf species has a very sharp nose. Who knows, it might help me sniff out the owner of this mask. He repeated his old trick. Hey good doggy, try sniffing this and see if you've seen or smelled any familiar scent similar to this mask. Sure enough, there were results this time. I have seen this mask before. It belongs to the centurion lying dead over there. But that guy died tragically, only an arm is left. And remember carefully, I am a majestic wolf, not a dog. He ignored its indignation, patting its head and praising, good dog, you've done a great merit, you can close your eyes and go back now. The werewolf tried to howl one last sentence, a wolf, I am a wolf. Shen Ye trotted over to the arm the werewolf had just pointed out, tusk tusk. Being hit by a large-scale spell attack is truly something else. Getting smashed to pieces like this, no wonder only an arm is left. I wonder if my gloomy whisper skill will still work. Hello, hello, do you read me, brother? The severed arm suddenly twitched slightly. Then the twisted fingers formed a special secret sign. Shen Ye was thrilled. Oh wow, this is accurately the signature flashy secret sign of the Hand of Shadows. It seems I've found the right person. This guy is definitely the owner of the mask. Brother, do you have any dying words you want to pass on to me? The arm slowly pointed in another direction. Shen Ye looked in that direction and discovered a military boot rolling on the ground. He approached, and just as he bent down to pick up the boot, a sour stench hit his nose. This boot stinks to high heaven. The foul smell is going straight to my brain. Wait a minute, it feels like there's something bulky stuffed inside. Midst that signature foul odor, a strange object dropped out. The system chimed with a ping. Congratulations, you have found a special item. The system has automatically unlocked the visual auxiliary feature. From this moment on, you can read the detailed explanatory information of special items. Dark Knight Shadow Badge. Item classification, Transcendent Blue-White Attribute. The surface of the badge is engraved with a peak-level magic runic array. Its main function is to activate and upgrade a designated weapon. However, without a synchronized weapon to pair with it, it is just a useless item. Shen Ye stood there dumbfounded, analyzing synchronized weapon. Don't tell me it's... He pulled out the short sword he had just acquired, and instantly, the badge was sucked tightly onto the hilt like a magnet. The sword erupted with a blinding blue light, and the system reported, item successfully upgraded. Nightfall has evolved into Night's Veil. Weapon stats panel also automatically updated its changes. Night's Veil short sword, the ultimate weapon for human assassins, honored to reach the transcendent blue-white tier, possesses extreme sharpness and the ability to enhance itself by drawing blood. This is a blade born specifically for peak assassination missions, and at the same time, it has been infused with the secret shadow blessing by the Hand of Shadows Brotherhood. Only high-ranking assassins have the qualifications to carry it. The dark energy radiating from the sword is the perfect identity card proving your status, helping you easily accept missions and claim rewards from the organization. May the shadows protect those who enact justice. Shen Ye was moved to tears. He never expected to score such an unexpected bargain. The Nightfall sword upgraded into the Night's Veil sword, absolutely incredible, too outstanding. Ah, there's still a letter stuck at the bottom of the boot. Opened the letter, which was covered in dense handwriting. Urgent notice, requesting full efforts to investigate the cause of the abnormal fluctuations in the undead faction. To our brothers and sisters in the field, the Human Empire and the Elf Kingdom are joining hands to issue an extremely large-scale mission. Anyone who possesses intelligence regarding the anomalous movements of the undead can exchange it for a generous reward. Warriors, bravely step onto the battlefield. The survival of the human race rests in our hands. Let us fight with all our might to win peace. May the shadow always walk with us. Signed, the Hand of Shadows Organization. Shen Ye pinched his nose and fanned the letter. So this is a lucrative mission from the Hand of Shadows Organization. He remembered the nightmare crystal that his friend Roman gifted him. He instructed that the tent with 3 planted swords was the base of the Hand of Shadows. Absolutely perfect, Roman must also be a person in the organization, and seeing my mask, he secretly assisted me. He laughed triumphantly, using intelligence about the undead's anomalies to exchange for juicy rewards. This trick is as easy as pie. He pointed at a nearby corpse. Speak up, do you have any intelligence on the undead's chaos? The corpse gasped weakly in response, I am clueless, I don't know anything. Shen Ye was not discouraged, continuing to interrogate the other corpses. What about you? And you over there? And you too? Spit out all the intelligence about the undead right now. The whole group repeated in unison like machines. We don't know a damn thing. Lowly soldiers only know how to follow orders, grab a weapon, and fight. Shen Ye frowned in frustration. This is too troublesome. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed from inside the ring, a hum. Actually, I can provide you with some valuable intelligence here. Shen Ye immediately retorted, right? I completely forgot I had an undead boss right here. But wait, you're an undead yourself. Why are you voluntarily selling out your own kind? Or are you planning to dig a pit and trap me? Felon chuckled darkly. The undead are indeed my compatriots, but every single one of those bastards is plotting to chew my head off. He thought about it and found it reasonable. That makes sense. It seems your situation within the undead faction isn't that great either. It tempted him further, so what kind of intelligence do you want? The earth-shattering kind, or just the normal, mediocre kind? Shen Ye clearly stated his requirement. I can't take the overly shocking intelligence because I'm just an ordinary person. If I bring out earth-shattering news and people go verify it, my little life will be put at risk. Felon hummed, in that case, I happen to have a piece of intelligence that's just right for you to exchange for some benefits. He perked up his ears curiously. What kind of intelligence? Speak. It's about the undead headquarters frantically installing a new generation of fortress components. This system will increase the firepower of the soul fire cannons by 20% and simultaneously increase the firing rate by 10%. Hearing this, Shen Ye frowned slightly in hesitation. This news seems a bit sensitive. What if its value is too high? It clicked its tongue and replied, it's not that high. Honestly, this war has been going on for so long, I bet the top brass of the humans have vaguely guessed it too, they just don't have concrete evidence to verify it yet. He nodded in agreement, approved. This intelligence is just enough to make a profit without attracting excessive attention. Following Felon's directions, he headed towards a secret location. It was the assembly area of the main army, where the mission dispatch station of the Hand of Shadows was located. But the problem was how to slip past the guard post to get inside. It offered a scheme. Didn't you just see human soldiers searching for the wounded earlier? You just have to drop to the ground and pretend to be on your dying breath for a bit. They will definitely carry you straight inside. Shen Ye's eyes lit up as he praised profusely. Great idea. By the way, skeleton, how advanced is the medical skill of these humans on the battlefield? The two chatted animatedly. Speaking of holy magic healing, the human faction are the masters. Even the elves have to take notes and learn from them. But the key point is that you must have money. They even charge fees on the battlefield. Of course, with money you can even buy a ferry, pay enough, and even severed limbs can regenerate like a lizard's tail. What about your undead faction? Its voice choked with grievance. We just throw the bodies of those hovering at death's door out to the trash dump to fend for themselves. Shen Ye felt a chilling discomfort hearing this. Don't tell me your side has no concept of rescue and healing. Felon let out a long sigh. We do, but it requires someone to be extremely blessed and lucky to enjoy that privilege. Recalled the past with a hint of melancholy. We had to set up a sacrificial altar using advanced magic, then herd a bunch of lowly undead or living creatures into it and drain their vitality. This method granted rapid recovery, but the cost was the lives of other beings. This trick was reserved exclusively for undead of extremely high status, and you had to master the secret techniques to execute it. He pursed his lips in disdain. So human medical services are actually much more beneficial. Too bad I don't have a single coin on me. Felon cheered joyfully. Don't worry, I have a secret stash hidden away. Who would have expected this sudden twist? It turned out we were sitting on a pile of money. Absolutely fantastic. Shen Ye stepped close to the corpse of the undead giant and said smugly, I've figured out a trick. He used his strength to lift the giant hammer to force an increase in his physical stats. Seeing this, Felon panicked. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Shen Ye smirked faintly. If it hurts too much for me to scream later, you better find a way to save me. The skeleton was stunned. Good lord, are you joking or serious? Saying that, Shen Ye let go, allowing the massive sledgehammer to crush his body with its entire weight. A bone-piercing pain washed over him, causing him to cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. Felon sighed in exasperation. You're just a background extra. Do you really have to go all out like this? Your death scene isn't even convincing, let alone acting as a supporting role. Shen Ye secretly grabbed a stone, struck it hard against his shield, and screamed with all his might. Is anyone there? Help me. Please save my life. The screaming quickly attracted the attention of the people nearby. A crowd rushed over, calling out to one another, Come here quickly, someone is injured. Hang in there, we are coming right now. Shen Ye was quickly carried back to the military medical camp. A cleric began to loudly chant a healing spell. A green halo flared up, gently enveloping the wounds on his body. In just the blink of an eye, all his injuries were completely healed, as if they had never existed. The cleric stepped aside and bowed respectfully. My lord, the healing process is complete. His condition has stabilized. A blond man with a noble appearance nodded slightly. Good, you may leave. Your fee will be paid in full. Shen Ye woke up groggily and whispered, Where am I? The man gently helped him sit up. Calm down, young man, you are safe. This is the human military camp. He looked at the person in a daze. Then who are you? The man replied calmly, I am Prince Noten. The shield you carry bears the Hound family crest. Answer honestly, are you a subordinate of the Lord of Ji? Shen Ye feigned sorrow and tremblingly held out the stone. Thank heavens, I have finally met my savior. The Ji territory has been trampled by the undead. I beg you to send troops to the rescue. This is the token the Lord entrusted to me. A mage standing behind immediately stepped forward, took the stone, and muttered a decoding spell. A voice from the stone instantly rang out. Respectful lords of the Empire, I am Lord Lauren of Ji. Whoever sends troops to lift the siege on our territory, I will offer 300 gold coins along with a valuable land deed. Please have mercy. He nodded in confirmation. Indeed, this voice definitely belongs to Lauren, and the communication stone is completely intact. Prince Noten's eyes drooped with deep sorrow. Young man, I believe you are from Ji, but there is some tragic news I must deliver. The Ji territory has been leveled to the ground, nothing is left. He continued mournfully, the undead legion has completely taken over the place. I am afraid you are the only survivor left. Shen Ye pretended to be shocked, his eyes turning bloodshot. What? What did you say? He covered his face and sobbed. Mom, Dad, Jilo's, Grandma Un, and little Zio Lu, did everyone really die? No, I can't accept this reality. Prince Noten gently comforted him. Young man, the fact that you overcame such dangers and survived a fatal blow from an undead giant is truly a miracle. You are the last flame of hope for Ji. Just rest for now, don't worry about anything. Tomorrow, I will send someone to escort you to the Empire's rear to find a place to settle down. Shen Ye still kept his core objective firmly in mind. I still have to find the Shadow Hand camp to turn in my quest and get the ultimate skill. How can I let myself be sent away so easily? He put on a pleading expression. Thank you for your kindness, but please allow me to stay on this battlefield, my lord. That request made Prince Noten's eyes widen. What is your reason? Shen Ye gritted his teeth, feigning a sky-high hatred. I must pay the blood debt for my homeland. I swear I will never share the same sky with those monsters. I want to rush to the front lines and hack them to pieces, wiping them out, leaving no one alive. The space inside the tent instantly fell silent, sinking into a heavy atmosphere. His eyes shone with both pity and admiration. To have such a brave heart at this age, to be trusted by the Lord of Ji with the heavy responsibility of delivering a message, you must possess outstanding talent. He hurriedly showed off. I have an exceptional talent for running away. In all of Ji, no kid my age could outrun me. Even the adults had to eat my dust. He allocated all his stat points into speed. As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately notified him of acquiring a skill. With that, Shen Ye eagerly dashed out the door. My lord, watch me perform. He pushed off his feet, sprinting nimbly like a tornado. Reaching a corner, he drifted sharply. Shen Ye reversed direction and dashed back in just a split second. He braked with a screech, stopping abruptly right in front of everyone's faces. Then, panting heavily, he asked with earnest eyes, My lord, do you think this little talent makes me qualified to stay on the front lines? The surrounding crowd buzzed in amazement. This kid is really something. My lord, let him stay, let us help him get his revenge. Come to my squad, I will take good care of you, kid. Prince Noten couldn't help but praise. Your footwork truly leaves people in awe. Right at that moment, Julia suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. Young man, where did you get this piece of jewelry? Only then did Prince Noten look closely and recognize it as a holy relic of the elven race. Shen Ye replied calmly, It was given to me by an elf named Lanny. But in his heart, he was calculating. I helped expose the undead's plan. The elven faction definitely owes me a favor. They probably won't cause trouble for me, right? The mage lightly touched the bracelet with her fingertips. An illusion immediately appeared and a voice rang out. May I ask who is using elven magic to connect with me? Julia spoke sternly. Lanny. I am Julia, Grand Mage of the Royal Court. Explain to me, why is your token in the hands of a human teenager? Lanny replied excitedly. Did you happen to run into him? Where is it? Shen Ye's sweat dropped, vaguely interrupting. Lanny, wasn't that magic trick amazing? The elf jumped up and cheered. Oh my God, it really is you. When are you coming to visit our village again? Julia coldly cut in. Lanny, focus on my question. The girl then confessed. The thing is, last time an undead spy sneaked into the village, and he was the one who exposed that plot. The High Priestess unwillingly owed him a life, and lately she's been constantly sending people to look for him. Having gathered the whole story, Julia cut off the magic. Understood, I will contact you later. Julia patted Shen Ye lightly on the shoulder, smiling gently. Prince Noten, this young man is incredibly talented for his age. His footwork is extraordinary, his fate is grand, and moreover, he has a predestined connection with the elven race. I take the liberty to propose sending this boy to the imperial capital for training. Prince Noten naturally nodded in agreement. Agreed. It takes 10,000 years to see a human catch the eye of your elven race. Let's settle on that plan. Men, immediately issue this boy his identification papers and arrange a room for him to rest for a few days. Secretary, record this event and send a report to the Imperial Military Academy. He turned and asked caringly, Kid, what is your full name? Shen Ye froze, muttering to himself. Crap, I have no clue about the naming culture in the GI region. If I don't want to blow my cover, I'll just have to play the amnesia card. He suddenly clutched his head tightly, slumped to the ground and groaned. Oh, my head is splitting. The mage stepped forward and diagnosed. It's highly likely that the aftershock from the undead giant's smash affected his brain, leading to temporary amnesia. Prince Noten clicked his tongue in pity. So that's how it is. Shen Ye rejoiced inwardly. Great teamwork, old man. Prince Noten personally reached out to pull him up. It's all right, just go back to your room and rest to regain your strength. He smiled kindly. Until we meet again, the boy who lived. Immediately, a notification panel popped up in front of Shen Ye. His reputation points had reached the threshold, and he had a chance to unlock an exclusive title. The boy who lived. His face drained of blood. What kind of freakish title is this? I don't even have a lightning bolt scar on my forehead. Is there any way to cancel this brewing title? The system replied coldly. The title is in the process of crystallizing. It requires continuous praise from the public to be fully fixed. If you want to discard it, you have two options. One is to go into hiding, letting time fade people's memories, and the title will automatically dissipate. Two is to perform actions that completely contradict the nature of the title. Naturally, the public's perception of you will change, and the title will morph accordingly. Shen Ye's lips twitched incessantly. Perfect, once I sort out this mess, I need to disappear from sight for a while. A soldier waved. Take care, the boy who lived. Shen Ye could only scream internally. Please ditch that nickname right now. Secretly connected his thoughts with Felon. Hey skeleton, what is that Noten guy's background? Why did my reputation soar just from him blabbering a few words? The system slowly replied. Noten is the eldest prince, the one who will sit on the throne in the future. To put it bluntly, he is the crown prince. Why would such a powerful figure be stationed in this place? The recent attack by the undead legion was crushed by the joint human and elven forces he commanded. Why do you think he showed up? He clicked his tongue. So that's it, truly formidable. The mage rubbed his chin. That kid just now seems to hold many secrets. Julia was curious. Did you discover some truth? He clicked his tongue in admiration. His body radiates the spiritual energy of a supreme holy relic of the shadow hand. To reach that level when he's still wet behind the ears, he is absolutely no ordinary character. The girl was startled. You mean that short sword? Prince Noten nodded in agreement. Precisely, I also have the sharp eyes to see it. That is Nightfall, an exclusive treasure of top-tier assassins. Who would have thought a random patrol would pick up a seed of talent? It truly is a gift from heaven. In my name, submit a request to award him the Medal of Bravery. The guards immediately shouted, Yes, my lord. At the same time, Shen Ye was also quietly slipping away on his own. He strode over to a canvas tent, finally found it. This is exactly the information trading post of the Hui Ding Dai Society stationed at the Shadow Hand base. He spoke up, Hello. The dark figure inside was as silent as a mouse. Shen Ye awkwardly made a hand signal, May the shadows always protect us. Only then did the other person turn around, returning the exact same gesture. Hey brother, got any intel? Shen Ye straightforwardly tossed the stone to the man. I got this from the Soul Fire Fortress on the undead side. In this wave of attacks, their firepower is much stronger than before. The guy caught it smoothly. Very good, this item is truly valuable. What does my brother want to exchange it for? He immediately inquired, What kind of goods do you have here? The man flashed a shady smile, his cheeks flushing. My inventory is vast, I promise it will broaden your horizons. The tent owner threw a knife onto the table. Let me introduce to you a disguised tactical dagger coated with a special poison. Just one lick, and you instantly fall into a state of feigned death. It's a specialized item for assassins when operating on the battlefield. Freshly brewed poison, complete with a 2-year shelf life. Whenever you have insomnia at night, just take it out and give it a lick, guaranteed to put you to sleep instantly, and you'll wake up refreshed. Shen Ye inspected it for a moment, then pouted. Any other items? The guy continued rummaging. Not enough for you to handle the battlefield situation? Then check this out. Right after saying that, he pulled a whistle out of his pocket and blew a loud note. The horse tied outside startled and let out a resounding neigh. It slipped and halted abruptly. Then it rolled over and fell to the ground. He proudly explained, "This horse has the ability to play dead, you just need to blink as a signal and it automatically collapses as if dead." Shen Ye felt speechless. Is this horse and dagger combo a set? You've got a sharp eye, anything else? The tent owner brought out a pair of glasses, but this item still couldn't win him over. All right, I'll have to use this then, introducing the light-penetrating glasses. Its function lies in the two pieces of shadow glass attached to it. Anyone who wears it can see through clothing to spot the opponent's wealth and treasures. His jaw dropped as he looked outside and saw two muscular guys flexing. Nice workout, but mine is still bigger than yours. Shen Ye felt as if his lifespan was about to run out. Do you have nightmare crystals? I want to learn some skills. The tent owner said, recently the war has been intense, resources are scarce. Currently I only have exactly 2 crystals left, you pick one. This red crystal on the right is beginner bloodletting. It contains the knowledge to make the opponent bleed endlessly. Using a saber, sword, or dagger can all trigger it, but I only provide its beginner skill knowledge, mind you. And the green one on the left is beginner frost wind, specializing in kick techniques and knockback strikes. Deliver a kick and both the enemy and their weapon will go flying. Have you learned these 2 moves yet? Which one are you missing? Shen Ye gritted his teeth and replied, missing both. Suddenly a voice echoed in his brain, human choose frost wind. He paused, that voice is. The gloomy voice softly rang out again, choose frost wind. This incident made Shen Ye freeze. This sound was definitely from the mysterious entity who had guided and gifted him the short sword Nightfall earlier. Ignoring the tent owner's confusion, he probed, why choose frost wind? The voice replied distinctly, because it is not a technique of this world. Next, you need to find a way to obtain the phantom shadow spell of the undead race and the lightning field of the beast king race. Wait until you have enough, combine them with your moonlight stag walk and frost wind, and you will unravel the true secret. Shen Ye was extremely doubtful. You can uncover secrets just by learning skills. Whatever, I'll just listen to it. He pointed at the gemstone. I choose frost wind. The tent owner waved his hand generously. All right, take it, it's yours. Suddenly, the stone in Shen Ye's hand emitted a surge of spiritual energy. In just the blink of an eye, illusions of martial arts moves flooded into his consciousness. The tent owner thoughtfully asked again, Frost wind is only a basic kicking skill, while the value of your quest reward is higher. Do you have any other requests? He replied softly, not at the moment. So he pushed forward a small pouch. All right then, I'll use this gold to make up for the price difference. Shen Ye didn't bother to be polite, immediately reaching out to grab it. Thank you very much. And then he left solemnly, leaving behind the waving hand of the tent owner. Hey skeleton, did you get the skill of the undead race? Felon's tone rang out. I told you, undead skills require soul fire to be cast. Shen Ye immediately interrupted. Phantom shadow spell. This request surprised the system a bit. How do you know about this kind of spell? He began channeling his spiritual energy. You don't need to care why I know, just tell me if you have it or not. Right now I need this spell. Felon replied slowly. I do have it, but this is the most basic illusion-type spell. It has no practical use. As long as your agility and mental strength are sufficient, you can cast it. Phantom shadow spell requires 3 points of mental strength and 5 points of agility. Description: project a gloomy shadow to bewitch your opponent. Shen Ye tightly grasped the current of energy in his hand, starting to calculate. Right now I have 7 attribute points. Dumping 3 points into mental strength will bring it to 39. The remaining 4 points dumped into agility will reach 69, which meets the conditions. Felon mechanically announced. According to your will, the attributes have been reallocated. Shen Ye trudged deep into the dense forest, trying to find a secluded spot. If anyone catches me using an undead spell, I'm dead meat. He looked around vigilantly. After making sure no one was around, Shen Ye felt secure enough to clasp his hands and cast the spell, summoning a bizarre, ghost-like illusion. Phantom shadow spell. But that phantom thing that had just been created quickly crumbled to the ground. He looked tiredly at the fading, blurred shadow. This is the phantom shadow spell. Seems like aside from scaring someone into a jump, it has no other meaning. Felon took the chance to mock him. You like this kind of garbage spell? I thought you had taste when picking moves. Turns out I was dead wrong. Shen Ye tilted his face up extremely seriously. My vision, you wouldn't understand. He muttered in his head. Currently, I have mastered Moonlight Stag Walk, Frost Wind, and Phantom Shadow Spell, only missing Lightning Field. Let's see what happens after I gather all these skills. Suddenly, a soldier ran over. Finally found you, the boy who lived. The form of address made Shen Ye a bit awkward. Don't call me by that name. He solemnly raised the box in his hands. Congratulations. Thanks to your heroic performance earlier, His Highness Prince Noten personally decided to reward you with a Medal of Bravery, along with this letter of recommendation. Even though his head was filled with confusion, why did I suddenly get a Medal of Bravery? Shen Ye still proudly executed a military hand salute. Thank His Highness the Prince. I will definitely work hard and dedicate myself to the country in the future, the soldier added. You can retreat to the imperial capital with the troops or travel on your own. In short, take this letter and report to the Imperial Military Academy, understood? He immediately replied. Understood. The soldier held out a small pouch, and this too, do well, boy. Amidst his endless train of thought, Shen Ye smirked slightly. Thank you for the prince's good intentions. With these coins, I have more than enough living expenses in this world. So he leisurely strode through the dark forest again. The gold swiped from the shadow hand was just enough to bring back as a subsidy for expenses at home. This trip to the alternate world has met its quota. It's time for me to head back. The sun rose high, scattering its blazing rays down on the high-rise buildings. The system popped up a notification. Mr. Shen Ye, the gold has been exchanged for a total of 65,444 yuan. The money has been transferred to your designated account as requested. Just as Shen Ye was holding his card in front of the screen muttering his thanks, his phone suddenly vibrated violently. As soon as he picked up, he heard his mother's panicked tone. Zio Yi, why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? Where did you get it? He walked calmly. I got a job at the corporation and they gave an allowance. I transferred it for you and Dad to use first. But his mother still hesitated. This much, aren't you going to use it? He explained without a hint of fluster. It's fine, Mom. I live directly at the corporation. No need to spend money. Anyway, I'm busy. I have to go to the cafeteria to grab some food. After hanging up, Shen Ye looked at his phone in surprise. Taking a trip to the nightmare world without checking the screen, who knew there would be so many messages. The mechanical notification sounds chimed incessantly. Congratulations, Mr. Shen Ye, on successfully signing with the Human Realm Martial Arts Corporation. Shen Ye, you are our pride. Hubby. Catching his eye was a message from Zhao Yibing. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. Shen Ye, can we go watch a movie tonight to make up for it? Attached was a selfie of her. His eyes were glued to the screen, his face flushed red. He smacked his lips and muttered, Gotta admit, this girl is really beautiful. But then he coldly typed a reply, Face reality, Zhao Yibing, I am swan meat that you will never get to eat. Suddenly another message rang out. Brother Yi, congratulations on signing with the Human Realm Martial Arts Corporation. Wanna go celebrate tonight? The message suddenly woke him up. Right, I've always been promising to grab a meal with Chen Haoyu. Shen Ye briefly fell into deep thought. But right now, I'm facing assassination attempts from the Assassin Alliance. Recklessly leaving the corporation to move around outside is not safe at all. But Haoyu has the heart to celebrate with me. Intimate and close memories between the original owner of this body and his friend suddenly rushed into Shen Ye's mind. Even though the original soul was dead, the friendship between him and Chen Haoyu still flowed within this body. He could feel the pure affection they shared from playing together since childhood. This was a feeling he had never experienced in his previous life. Even knowing the distance between the two of them was growing wider, if there was a chance, he still wanted to cherish this friendship. Another message kept coming in, startling him. Brother Yi, take me on a tour of the Human Realm Martial Arts Corporation today. That place is my dream, just letting me see it once will satisfy me. Shen Ye calculated in his head. Right, the corporation's rules still allow outsiders to visit. Furthermore, the interior here is extremely safe. I can both satisfy Haoyu's curiosity and we can celebrate together. So he generously texted back, Come over, we can just grab a meal together. The person on the other side of the screen was incredibly excited. Great, I'm coming right over, it'll take 10 minutes at most. Shen Ye finalized. Yeah, I'll wait for you in the lobby. Not far from where Shen Ye stood, there was a group of people lining up in a long queue. He gave a slight shiver. What caught his eye at this moment were entirely silhouettes, exuding a heavy, gloomy aura. That pressure made Shen Ye slightly tense. The aura of these people is completely different from normal folks. Is this the force of professionals that manager Kaian Ru Shan mentioned the other day? Suddenly, a hulking guy glared in his direction. He looked down at Shen Ye. Are you a newcomer this year? He had to crane his neck up to reply. That's right. Sorry, was it inappropriate for me to stare at you? The guy suddenly smiled comfortably. It's fine. Back in the day when I was first selected to join here, I also stood blankly in this corner to look at the professionals in the corporation, exactly like you right now. Hearing that, he nervously probed, were you yearning for the future at that time? The guy immediately shook his head in denial. Not at all. The very next second, he tilted his head and licked his lips with a gloomy and dangerous expression. At that time, I just felt they were very arrogant. I wanted to tear them all to pieces. Shen Ye was so terrified after hearing this that he was speechless. Is this the demeanor of a professional, relying on immense power to develop such an eccentric personality? The giant suddenly seemed to notice something. He waved to greet the person who just walked over, making him turn around in surprise as well. Are you on duty today? Wanna grab dinner tonight? However, the person whose name was just called coldly pointed the muzzle of her gun right at his forehead. Get lost. If you keep hanging around harassing me, I will skin you exactly the way I butchered that bastard Maki the other day. The violence-scented scene made Shen Ye's face turn as pale as a sheet of paper. The guy dejectedly covered his face and left. If you don't want to go, then fine, no need to be so fierce. Na holstered her gun and turned to speak to him in a gentle voice. Shen Ye, a male student named Chen Haoyu is here looking for you. His background has been checked. Should we let him in? He hesitated slightly. That's my classmate, please let him in. Hearing that, she nodded and turned on her heels. All right, stand still right here, I'll bring him over immediately. Shen Ye hurriedly chased after her. No need to go through the trouble, let me go bring him in myself. Na reached up to adjust the brim of her hat, turning her head to look at him with overwhelming charisma. That won't do, little brother. Manager Kyan Ru Shan has already given orders. It seems you are in a bit of trouble right now. Our duty is to protect you. So he had no choice but to reluctantly comply. All right. By this time, Chen Haoyu had slipped into the lobby, his eyes admiring and marveling. Oh my God, this place is too magnificent. My 2 eyes aren't enough to take it all in. Brother Yi, you've really hit it big. He threw an arm over his shoulder while excitedly grasping his hand and shaking it. Brother Yi is awesome. Stepping into the Human Realm Martial Arts Corporation, do you know how much the whole school was shaken? Shen Ye just smiled gently. Whenever you want to in the future, just come find me here anytime. He leisurely pressed the elevator button. Anyway, let's stop talking about this, let's go, I'll take you to the corporation's cafeteria. But Chen Haoyu was still caught up in his excitement. I haven't said I want to go eat yet, I want to go see your living quarters. Shen Ye nodded without thinking. That works too, let's go. When the elevator doors opened, it was already packed with people inside. He carefully squeezed in and called out the number, floor 105. Hearing that, Chen Haoyu exclaimed, nice, truly ascending to the heavens in a single step. Suddenly, the phone in Shen Ye's pocket vibrated again. The sender was Xiao Mengyu. About the incident where you were attacked by aberrations at the hospital, there really was a female nurse who witnessed everything, but she disappeared. I only managed to track down a corpse with a completely different face, but it's not her. The specific identity is still in the process of being confirmed. Messages kept popping up continuously. I also found this, take a look. Then she sent over a video clip. Shen Ye's pupils dilated to the max. Xiao Mengyu added a note. I suspect this life was silenced because of their involvement with you. In the video clip was a dark figure sneaking around, nervously observing the surroundings. After that, the figure began to carry out shady actions again. He crept and groped along the deserted corridor. The messages exploded incessantly again. Because of that, I reinvestigated all the people around you once more. Shen Ye's eyes widened even further. The camera lens zoomed in vividly on Chen Haoyu's face. The person on the other end continued tossing evidence. Yesterday morning, this young man's whereabouts were extremely suspicious at school, as if he was searching for something. The elevator speaker announced it had reached the 80th floor. Ignoring the crowd pouring out, he stared blankly at Chen Haoyu standing right in front of him. He turned everything upside down to look for me. What the hell was I doing yesterday morning? At this moment, his friend was still gazing out the glass in awe. So high up. And then Shen Ye's brain clicked. Right, at that time I was in the nightmare world. No wonder in the surveillance video, Chen Haoyu went all over the lecture halls and couldn't find me. What was he looking for me for? Right at that moment, Chen Haoyu tilted his head and caught his tense expression. His face remained extremely calm. What's wrong, brother Yi? Finally, the ding of the elevator chimed, signaling that the 105th floor had arrived. Chen Haoyu excitedly popped out, completely ignoring Shen Ye's contemplative face. Floor 105, I've never stood in a place this high in my entire life. Brother Yi, you get to live here every day, this is too awesome. He eagerly urged, hurry up, Brother Yi, where is your room? I can't wait to admire the scenery from up high, he replied vaguely. It's the last room at the end of the hall over there. He then pointed straight at the room with its door wide open. Uh-oh, we're here, it's this one. All of a sudden, Chen Haoyu abruptly spun around and launched an attack, his expression turning vicious. Right. The earth-shattering stab plunged straight towards his skull, leaving Shen Ye stunned. He stared wide-eyed at the pen tip, piercing through his forehead. However, his body suddenly blurred and faded into nothingness. That miraculous sight made Chen Haoyu grit his teeth in shock. An illusion? Impossible, how could this brat possess such high-level footwork? A kick from the void smashed straight down onto his face, leaving him no time to react. Shen Ye channeled all his internal energy into the kick, sending the impostor flying far away and coughing up blood. As for him, he landed firmly amidst the crushed rubble. He continuously reallocated his attribute points, casting 3 skills in succession: Moonlight Stag Walk, Phantom Shadow Spell, and Frost Wind. From there, he temporarily executed the new super skill named Frost Moon Heaven-Quelling Remnant of the Moonlight lineage. The mechanism of action consists of 3 effects. First, it guarantees a knockback on the enemy. Second, the illusion from the Phantom Shadow spell transforms into a twin shadow for visual deception. Third, his movement speed increases by 30% for 10 seconds. Wrapped in a dense layer of spiritual energy, Shen Ye sternly interrogated, "You are not Chen Haoyu, where is he?" The gloomy voice echoed in his mind again. Based on the successful execution of Frost Moon Heaven-Quelling Remnant this time, your body has been tempered far beyond the ordinary level. Strength increases by 0.1 point, agility increases by 0.2 points, and mental strength increases by 0.1 point. At this moment, the skin on Chen Haoyu's face began to deform. He conjured a pen as a weapon and bared his teeth in a sinister smile. That brat has already ascended to heaven. Discarding his disguise, the arrogant assassin rushed madly towards him. It won't be long before I send you down there to keep him company. Shen Ye raised his knee high, his eyes as sharp as a razor. As soon as he closed in, he took the full brunt of his mighty kick that tore through the air. The assassin easily raised a hand to block. With this mosquito-like kick of yours, I can stop it with just one hand. Suddenly, the kinetic energy erupting from the tip of his foot became so fierce that his eyes widened in shock. He swung his leg decisively and powerfully, triggering a guaranteed knockback effect on the opponent. The effect detonated, sending the assassin flying miles away. What the hell is this? In the blink of an eye, Shen Ye had pulled out a gun. This is the secret buried within the skill. Who would have thought that mashing together some low-level moves would create such a powerful new skill? However, that guy smoothly dodged the bullet trajectories with ease. He gathered his mana and swaggered over when he saw the boy's gun was out of bullets. You're a sneaky little brat hiding a gun on you, but your shooting skills are absolute trash. You didn't even hit me once. The alarm for the entire building blared loudly. Alert, warning, gunshots detected on the 105th floor. All professionals are requested to quickly investigate the situation. Meanwhile, Shen Ye stylishly tossed the gun over his shoulder. I didn't pull the trigger to aim at you. The flight system outside the building was frantically scanning. SOS. Gunshots on the 105th floor. Professionals, please investigate immediately. Repeating, warning, gunshots on the 105th floor. Professionals must be present immediately. And then, dozens of bullet beams shredded the assassin into a sieve. Amidst the dense smoke and dust, Wen-na stepped out, coldly spinning her gun and holstering it. This damn skin-flaying technique, it actually managed to fool even me. Shen Ye couldn't help but be surprised. Miss Wen-na, you flew here that fast? She slapped her thigh in frustration. I thoroughly scanned his body. Who would have thought this guy used a crappy pen as a murder weapon? Wen-na grabbed the assassin by the collar, pinning him against the wall to interrogate. Spit it out. Whose orders are you taking? What is your purpose in wanting Shen Ye's life? Cough it up or I'll flay you alive and let you taste a fate worse than death. Despite the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, the guy still gritted his teeth and sneered. Even if you pry my mouth open, you won't get a single word out of me. She stared furiously at her enemy foaming white at the mouth. Damn it! This scum bit a poison capsule hidden under his molar and committed suicide. Bastard, I should have knocked him out first before doing anything else. Ina scratched her head in helplessness. Never before have I heard of anyone mastering this skin-flaying technique to such a supreme level. He fooled both the AI system and me. I'm really screwed. I even let him kill himself. This is a massive disaster. Nothing left to do but wait for the forensics department to dissect him and see if there are any clues. Just then, the guards came running over. What's all this commotion? Shen Ye shrank into a corner, secretly intimidated. I need to be careful. Absolutely do not poke this fire ant nest named Wen-na. The crackling speaker echoed in the morgue. Reporting to the superior, the forensics department has completed the autopsy. This guy is a master assassin. No identification documents were found on him. The AI database is also drawing a blank. No related information could be traced. Wen-na pursed her lips and turned her face away. Your subordinate is incompetent. Please punish me. Qian Ru-shan slowly patted her shoulder to encourage her. This is not your fault. His skin-flaying technique reached an extremely high level. Even the corporation's security barrier was blinded by it. Let's go. This corpse has no more use to us. But Shen Ye remained rooted to the spot, making the other two stare blankly. You guys go ahead. I'd like to stay here a little longer. Seeing this, Qian Ru-shan gently closed the door. That works too. Come find me on the top floor when you're done. In his mind, the old man calculated. This brat has a sharp intuition for death. Maybe he can actually dig up some clues. Shen Ye's face remained as cold as stone. Yes. Shen Ye's eyes ignited with a green magical flame, an invisible thread connecting directly to the corpse wrapped in the shroud. Rise, O gloomy soul, and answer my questions. Under his blazing spiritual gaze, the patched-up corpse trembled and sprang up. You have the ability to communicate with spirits. But then it threw its head back and laughed maniacally. Wasted effort, I won't tell you anything. Felon's eerie mocking laughter suddenly rang out. How interesting, in all my years of living, I've never seen such a stubborn, dark corpse. The boy's face darkened. And what if he keeps his mouth shut? The voice answered gleefully. Who knows, but I bet 10 to 1 there's about to be a good show to watch. Suddenly, the corpse was nailed securely onto a giant iron table, the surrounding backdrop glowing fiery, red like the 18th level of hell. He stared wide-eyed as withered bodies emerged from the ground, clawing and clinging to his body. What the hell is this? Immediately after, the corpse screamed tragically as it was burned alive and torn apart by blazing hellfire. That frantic firestorm seemed to have swallowed him whole. When the flames died down and the smoke cleared, a bare white skeleton appeared. But then that skeleton miraculously grew flesh and skin back over it. The corpse was in utter panic, seeing itself tied tightly to the table once again. What the hell is this? The flames flared up again, accompanied by Felon's incredibly excited tone. I remember now. This dark, rebellious soul will be endlessly tortured by the curse. This burning flame will blaze for hundreds of years, and please, this is just a tiny prelude. It seemed the old man was daydreaming of pathetic corpses being roasted in hellfire. Next is the execution of 3,600 types of torture. Each punishment lasts about 100 million years, and then we switch it up and start all over until the guilty soul opens its mouth. If it remains stubbornly silent, I'll summon even more vicious evil spirits. I guarantee those demons will absolutely love this stubborn type. Let's see whose handiwork can keep his soul wide awake and intact while being tormented. Oh right, that endless amount of time is only for the punished to enjoy for tens of billions of years. For us it passes as quickly as a blink of an eye. Instantly, the dead body writhed in agonizing pain and screamed tragically, even before its body was fully stitched back together. Enough! Please stop! I'll confess everything. The raging flames gradually died down, returning the space to its original quietness, where Shen Ye was standing face to face with him. The young boy calmly pulled out his phone, ignoring Felon's rambling. Back to business, it seems this guy has obediently surrendered. Just like that, Shen Ye commanded boldly amidst the beeping of the device. Spit out whatever secrets you have, from beginning to end without missing a single word. Rewinding time a few minutes earlier, right on the rooftop of the girls' dormitory. Schoolgirl was standing absent-mindedly under the sunset. At this moment, Han Xiansheng sent a message asking about the progress of her task. She honestly reported, I followed your instructions to the letter, but Shen Ye was too cunning and didn't fall for the trap. He has already signed a contract with the Human Martial Arts Corporation. A lowly middle schooler like me interfering won't do a thing. Immediately after, a reply from Han Xiansheng popped up on the screen. 8 o'clock tonight at the Maple Forest Guest House in the western suburbs. Don't be late. Yibing frowned slightly, wondering to herself, do I really need to show my face for this? The ringtone suddenly blared and she tentatively answered, "Hello, who is on the line?" And then her voice began to soar with joy. "Oh my God, is that really true? I actually got direct admission to the prestigious high school. That's absolutely wonderful, thank you 1,000 times." Yibing was so ecstatic that tears streamed down her face. "Thank you so much, Han Xian Sheng. I will definitely be at the meeting place tonight without fail." Suddenly, Meng Yu appeared out of nowhere from behind, making her jump, her heart almost leaping out of her chest. "Hand over the phone right now. Who have you been sneaking around talking to?" Yibing quickly turned around and snapped back. "Who do you think you are? Are you crazy? Standing silently behind people to scare them. Why should I have to report my business to you?" In response to that attitude, the other girl decisively drew her shiny sword. All the blood drained from Yibing's face, staring in terror at the sharp blade pressed against her neck. The person opposite delivered a cold threat. "Yibing, I know very well that the thing you are most proud of in this world isn't your grades, but your face. I'll say it one last time, hand over the phone, or I'll carve your nose off as an appetizer." With no other choice, she gritted her teeth and resentfully tossed the phone over. "I don't care who you are, I will hold a grudge over this until the end. Just you wait for the police to come arrest you." Meng Yu gently caught the loudly ringing device. She pressed the phone to her ear while glancing at the screen. "Hello, Shen Ye, right? Got any hot news?" From the other end, the boy's voice rang out loudly. "I caught an assassin on my end. Just pried his mouth open, he spilled everything." Catching glimpses of the conversation, Yibing's face turned pale, and she quickly took a few steps back. "Shen Ye, you are a thug hired by Shen Ye to exact revenge on me, aren't you?" Meng Yu completely ignored her, continuing to ask, "So what the hell did that guy confess?" The boy sternly ordered the corpse, "Keep rambling on and let's see." The guy had to obediently squeeze out every word. "We are mercenaries from the Assassin League. Recently we accepted a joint gig. The ultimate goal is to send you to the afterlife, but it has to be staged to look like a tragic accident. We painstakingly staged a disaster at the hospital, executed by my accomplice. At first, I eliminated Hao Yu and disguised myself as him to lure you to the hospital, where that gadget would automatically activate. According to normal logic, you should have died right there. Who would have thought that not only are you still alive and kicking, but an extra witness popped up at the scene? The consequence is that afterwards, not only did we have to show our faces to deal with you, but we also had to rack our brains figuring out why that forbidden technique backfired, while simultaneously trying to retrieve our tools. Right at that moment, a police officer tracked us down, but unfortunately he was too green. We acted slyly, using that excuse to investigate the relationship between you two, then used his own trap against him and killed him right in the station, posing as police to deceive intelligence and capture you. Unfortunately, all our dirty tricks went down the drain, to the point where today I had to personally drag my own body out here." Shen Ye's face turned ashen. "The body of Officer Luo was stuffed in a locker at the station by you people, so where did you hide Hao Yu's body?" The corpse hurriedly replied. "I stuffed Hao Yu's body down the school's drainage sewer." Through the phone, Meng Yu also loudly chimed in. "Shen Ye, the corpse I mentioned earlier, is exactly the one that was just fished out of your school's sewer." The phone in his hand was instantly crushed to pieces. Shen Ye frowned, roaring in fury. "Who paid to hire you fleas?" He glared down, pointing his spear directly at the dry skeleton to interrogate it. The guy stammered, flickering mana rising from his empty eye sockets. "Only the general campaign manager has the full information about this mission." The boy's eyes flashed with extreme danger. "Who is this general manager guy? Which hole is he hiding in?" Corpse's confession echoed along with an image of a magnificent, luxurious palace. "He goes by the moniker the Skinner, a heavyweight assassin in the underground world. The technique cast on me is also his masterpiece. He is currently staked out at the Maple Forest Hotel in the western suburbs because the witness nurse is hiding there. He intends to personally go and claim her life." Hearing this, Shen Ye glared fixedly at the corpse. "So what kind of assassin is the Skinner? Does he have any fatal weaknesses?" The opponent frantically replied. "His power is as deep as the ocean bottom. How could a lowly one like me see through his weaknesses?" But he was still skeptical. "If he is so dominant, why not just show up and deal with me quickly?" Through the corpse's spine-chilling narration, one could picture a dangerous villain with blood-red eyes, murderous intent billowing as he hid in the night. With his supreme status in the underworld, having to personally take down a middle-school brat would be an unwashable stain on his professional record. He thinks that him sitting in the director's chair, pulling the strings of the entire assassination ring from behind, is already doing a huge favor for the mastermind. Shen Ye did not let up, continuing to press. Is he so flawless that he doesn't have a single identifying feature? If you know something, spit it all out. The guy in front of him still used that eerie voice to answer. If you force me to say it, he has a very sick and twisted hobby. The concluding sentence that followed made his face tense like a bowstring. He enjoys eating human flesh. At this moment, Meng Yu, who was still eavesdropping through the phone, couldn't help but shudder. She screamed in furious rage. I'm going to settle the score with this Skinner guy. Seeing the situation getting tense, he hurriedly tried to stop her. Meng Yu hit the brakes. Unfortunately, the line had been cut off, leaving Shen Ye to sigh helplessly. This girl hung up. The corpse lying on the ground let out a gleeful shriek. Although I have no idea who the wet behind-the-ears brat on the other end is, taking her life to find the Skinner will definitely result in a bitter end. That guy absolutely loves devouring the flesh of girls, especially fresh, innocent young saplings. Before he could even shut his mouth, a heavy punch slammed straight into his face, making his teeth fall out like rain and blood splatter everywhere. Shen Ye didn't hold back at all, punching the corpse flying into the air. His face was seething with raging murderous intent. I didn't hire you to add any extra commentary. The spiritual power gathering in the guy's eyes also dissipated into thin air accordingly. The boy coldly uttered a single word, scram. The scene shifted to the 5-star Maple Forest Hotel. A man was wielding a knife and fork with extreme skill, slicing off a piece of bloody red meat. Under the dim candlelight, a man and a woman were sitting opposite each other in an atmosphere thick with darkness. The man swirled the wine glass in his hand, closing his eyes as if enjoying it. Biting into it, it melts in the mouth without being mushy. Chewing carefully reveals a clear sweetness, but when swallowing, a slight astringency lingers in the throat. It seems your days of hiding like a rat have put you under severe stress. I sincerely apologize for that. Saying this, he brought the wine glass to his lips and sipped it elegantly. Looking at the woman's back, he continued his tirade of critique. The flavor is extremely rich, delicate, and smooth. The absolute peak is the perfect balance between sour and sweet, with a hint of cherry juice. This red beverage truly acts as a wonderful catalyst to drown out the astringency of the meat, an incredibly clever combination. The scene unfolding before his eyes was now a girl missing an arm and an eye, and that sumptuous feast seemed to be prepared from those very missing pieces. It's been a few years since I've tasted such high-class delicacies. You moved me to tears, my dear nurse. His flowery words weren't over yet. In response to this deep emotion, I will now take the liberty of tasting. Before the eloquent words could fully escape, they were interrupted by the ringing of a phone. With an annoyed, gloomy face, he wiped his mouth while grabbing the phone. I'm truly sorry, milady. There are always uneducated fools who like to throw a wrench in the works while we are dining. Life is indeed full of annoyances. The incoming message carried an urgent plea. Han Xian Sheng, we take the liberty of hoping you can personally deploy to take the target's life. The guy slightly smirked mockingly. As expected, you want to bury my feet in this mud. But then he let out a long, depressed sigh. Intelligence had just reported that his favorite assistant had died, plus 3 assassins had gone to the grave back-to-back. This proved that the middle school brat was no easy target. So he laid out his terms. I can make a move, but what kind of lucrative deal are you offering me as a tip? The other side replied instantly. Han Xian Sheng, a fresh young girl. The named man gently swirled his wine glass. A young girl? Hey, I'm not a scrap collector. You know my aesthetic taste is at an astronomically high level. The opponent immediately tossed over 2 stunningly beautiful, heart-fluttering photos of Yibing. Han Xian Sheng's jaw dropped, his eyes widening and glued to the phone screen. The next second, he pinned the phone to his chin, his body trembling violently with extreme ecstasy. This is exactly a pure little lamb, with a beauty that can topple nations. And Xian Sheng reached out to caress the screen as if fondling the girl. Just gazing at your beauty, I can already inhale the scent of fresh youth radiating from you. 1,000 thanks to you guys for arranging such a wonderful serendipitous encounter. I am truly moved to tears. I will personally go and send that brat to the underworld. The finalizing message popped up. Han Xian Sheng, at exactly 8 o'clock that girl will come to offer her life. Saying that, he brushed past the nurse, glancing at his watch while hurriedly grooming himself. Time flies so fast, I must spruce up my looks to have a flawless date tonight. Han Xian Sheng hastily peeled off the outfit he was wearing. This perfume scent doesn't seem to suit me. I must jump into the bathtub first. The tie also needs a brighter color, and the suit jacket needs to be changed too. Oh, remember to brush my teeth thoroughly, otherwise how could I give a passionate kiss and fully savor the beauty's flavor? Suddenly, he slightly tilted his head as if missing something. Oh my, I almost. Han Sheng glanced at the nurse who was still frozen in place, almost completely forgot the most important procedure. Maintaining a chillingly cold smile, he released tens of thousands of razor-thin monofilament wires from his 10 fingertips. Those deathly wires immediately surrounded and tightly wrapped around the unfortunate woman. Han Sheng moved his hands masterfully, pulling the wires to slice the person behind him into 100 pieces. I can't let your ruined state offend my VIP guest. In another development, Shen Ye was standing blankly in front of a blindingly glowing barrier orb. A clear ping rang out, followed by a system announcement. Fingerprint confirmed. Brainwave matched. Facial recognition successful. Identity verification passed. Please recite the exclusive password, master, to activate me. Hearing this cumbersome demand, he cleared his throat and loudly recited a poem, killing a man every 10 paces, walking 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. Qian Rushan, standing nearby, gave a thumbs up, nodding and praising endlessly. That's some spicy poetry. The egg-shaped barrier shattered to pieces accordingly. Shen Ye gaped in awe, marveling at the premium toy that just materialized before his eyes. A high-displacement motorcycle. Uncle threw an arm around his shoulder, laughing heartily. Super cool, right? At your wet behind-the-ears age, riding this beast out on the streets will have the girls falling for you in droves. The young boy was still in shock. Does this supercar have any premium features? Hitting the right wavelength, Qian Rushan immediately unleashed an encyclopedia of specs. Superclass liquid-cooled 4-stroke engine, auto-tuning twin cylinders, horizontal shock absorber system, frame cast from ultralight alloy. Classic-style stainless steel exhaust. This wireless electric machine is 100% hand-assembled. The most special feature is the takeoff system with trademark angel wings, integrated with both autopilot and manual steering, capable of hovering in the air for a whole 30 minutes. Shen Ye was so thrilled that his face flushed red. It can fly, Qian Rushan laughed heartily. Of course, but you don't have a flying license yet, so when taking off, just toss it to the autopilot system. It's a piece of cake. Hearing this part, he curiously prodded. An electric engine? How does it charge? What about the electricity bill? The uncle calmly explained. You just need to give a shout and it will drag itself to find a charging station. The bike is directly linked to your personal account. Whatever you use will be deducted, fully automatic payment. Saying that, Shen Ye slicked back his hair to show off, hopping onto the seat. If it was painted red, it would look blindingly bright when zooming off, just like a fiercely burning fireball. The words had barely escaped his mouth when the bike's fairing instantly changed color, emitting crackling electric sparks that made him jump. Whoa, it even has a chameleon color-changing trick. Qian Rushan continued his lecture. State-of-the-art camouflage paint technology, it will accommodate whatever color you want. However, Shen Ye suddenly deflated, leaning lazily on the bike and clicking his tongue. It's undeniably cool, but I was absolutely certain that Kunlun would issue me some supreme martial arts manual. The man opposite flatly judged. Kunlun analyzed that you are tangled in an extremely dangerous mess, so they approved the budget for this latest escape vehicle, so you can easily run for your life. The uncle leaned close to Shen Ye's ear, looking mysterious. Once you press the discharge button, this bike will shoot off like a rocket, a wind-tearing speed beyond your imagination, guaranteed to save your little life when hanging by a thread. Shen Ye's eyes widened in surprise. If Kunlun has scanned the threat level, does that mean the organization already knows who is out to get my life? Qian Rushan could only shrug and sigh. Even if they know it clearly, they don't have the free time to meddle in these petty brawls. The organization has to shoulder the survival of the entire human civilization. Unless you reveal some core value that corresponds to it, they won't grant you an exchange slot, or they'll just toss you a measly reward fitting your current status. At this moment, Shen Ye could only bite his lip, racking his brain as he sank into a deep pit of thought. Value? True enough, if a human life in this world brings no benefit, then even if it disappears, no one will bat an eye. Officer Luo is an example, how you shared the same fate. I wonder if Meng Yu is okay? Has she clashed with that sick Skinner yet? Steady voice suddenly echoed, tearing through the quiet night that was swallowing the building. Tonight, just stay at the corporation's headquarters and rest up, absolutely no sneaking out to poke your nose anywhere. Tomorrow at dawn, I will personally escort you to the testing ground. There will be bigwigs from the 3 great academies guarding it, ensuring your little life will be wrapped in an absolutely safe glass cage. Shen Ye pretended to nod obediently. You can rest easy, uncle. Tonight I swear to stay glued to my bed. The uncle was still uneasy and called out after him. The entire floor you are on has been put on lockdown. No one goes in or out. Not even a fly could slip through. We will depart tomorrow morning. 2 silhouettes flickered in and out of the space, engulfed in darkness. Right now, Meng Yu and Yibing were lurking, casting scrutinizing glances toward the hotel building that was still brightly lit. Completely contrary to Meng Yu's ironclad expression, the girl next to her was shrinking back in panic. I dragged her all the way here. If Han Xiansheng flies into a rage, I'll lose my life. Meanwhile, the female swordswoman seemed to have seen through every stream of pitch-black evil aura billowing and gathering right before their eyes. There is extremely sophisticated hidden murderous intent. This hiding technique is truly divine. Meng Yu's tone was as cold as ice. You whispered that your online benefactor pumped you full of expensive pills and tonics, boosting your academic performance, and even bribed your way into a specialized school. Is that correct? Yibing broke out in a cold sweat, muttering her confession. Yes, that's right. I only needed to rally my friends to bully Shen Ye, spread nasty rumors to crush him, and I would be generously rewarded by the other party. Sword-wielding girl glared slightly at the person next to her, but Shen Ye has already been recruited by the Human Martial Arts Corporation, meaning your plot has vanished into thin air. Yibing, do you realize what consequences you will face? But this girl was no pushover either, putting her hands on her hips and arguing back aggressively. You bullied and tied me up. Do you know what kind of disaster you'll bring upon yourself? In the end, Meng Yu could only sigh, blinking in silence. This brat was just a young schoolgirl from a normal background. She treated harming Shen Ye as a lucrative business deal in exchange for some benefits. But this stupid little girl had no idea that this devil's contract would send her straight to the bottom of the abyss. Oh well, let fate decide. Tearing through the suffocating atmosphere, Meng Yu firmly spoke. Yibing, I'm laying out two paths for you. One, you hide obediently around here, wait for me to clean up this mess, and then you come out as a living witness to confess everything. 2. Consider that you never bumped into me tonight, just march straight inside to wait on your nobleman, and I'll play the part of a complete stranger with you. Yibing was still bitter, grinding her teeth in refusal to submit. She resentfully ran at top speed, sprinting furiously forward, leaving the person standing behind her, gently half-closing her eyes. And then Meng Yu slowly drew her gleaming sword from its scabbard, while the foolish girl's silhouette had already disappeared behind the hotel doors. Gusts of freezing night wind gently caressed the hem of her skirt. The stiff-faced old butler slowly pulled the door open, while Yibing tailing behind was holding her breath in nervous anticipation. And Xiansheng swiftly turned his head, casting a scrutinizing gaze. Put on the elegant demeanor of a gentleman, caressing a rose branch that made the girl starstruck. Finally, I get to behold your beauty. Bing Bing, please allow me to call you intimately like that. You are indeed the most beautiful rose I have ever had the fortune to meet, and you possess boundless talent as well. I am very willing to be your guarantor, sending you straight into the most prestigious high school in the province. I can even throw money to sponsor your entire academic journey. Yibing shyly accepted the flower branch, her mind spinning in a fantasy. Is he really the heartthrob Han Xiansheng? As cold as he is online, he is equally sweet in person. Her voice was coquettish, like pouring honey into his ears. I accept your sincere feelings. I am truly so flustered, I don't know how to repay this favor. As for the Shen Ye matter. Man acted gallant, lowering his voice to coax her. You don't need to concern yourself with his affairs. Hearing this, Yibing flirtatiously stroked his arm, asking coquettishly, does that mean I am relieved of the task to confront him? But what if he comes looking for me to settle the score later? What do I do? Han Xiansheng hurriedly reassured. Rest completely assured. With me backing you up here, there's no way that brat has a chance to take revenge on you. Hearing this, the girl was as happy as if she had struck gold. Oh, that's absolutely wonderful. Suddenly, a freezing gust of wind hissed through the window crack, making Yibing shiver and blink. Seizing the opportunity, she playfully threw herself into Han Xiansheng's arms and whined. Oh my, it's so cold, darling. His face instantly darkened, his eyes darting as he calculated amidst the myriad of phantom sword auras encircling from all sides. Kept playing his role perfectly, attentively taking off his coat and wrapping it over Yibing's shoulders. Be careful not to catch a cold, my lady. But in his gut, he had already sniffed out the scent of danger. An extremely pure, razor-sharp sword intent has transmitted from outside. I bet it's aimed straight at me. Meanwhile, the person next to him was still naively marveling. Oh my, his coat smells so seductively good. Suppressed atmosphere brought on by countless waves of murderous intent made Han Xiansheng frown and calculate. It seems I am being targeted by a hunter. I need to speed up the work process. On the outside, he remained perfectly calm. Bing Bing, not only are you talented and beautiful, but you also possess a kind heart. I have decided to recommend you to the top 3 high schools in the world to participate in the entrance exam. What do you think? Catching the juicy bait, Yibing shrieked in ecstatic joy. Oh my God, the three great world academies, is it really true, Mr. Han Xiansheng? But at this moment, inside the mind of the person standing next to her, only a single thought hissed. I absolutely must not let this romantic accidental encounter be ruined by anyone else. The scene of the night was so quiet it was unusually gloomy. Despite the spiritual energies howling in the air, Yibing still excitedly walked briskly beside Han Xiansheng. Oh my God, those three prestigious academies are the dream holy land for countless generations of youths, representing supreme glory. Once I step in there, my career path will soar straight into the blue sky. From then on, I won't have to breathe the same air as the commoners. Tone trembled with overwhelming excitement. Han Xiansheng, what you said is true, right? He calmly told his lie. During an archaeological trip earlier this year, I made a great contribution. Kunlun made a special exception and granted me this string of codes. Just by activating it, the personnel belonging to my research team will automatically have the right to participate in the joint exam of those three great academies. Having said that, Han Xiansheng attentively caressed the girl's hand. Now I will give this special privilege to you. Yibing stared at the phone screen in confusion. But, my abilities, the person opposite immediately cut her off. It doesn't matter, I will personally nurture and upgrade you. Your job now is to quickly fill out your personal information on the phone. Deep down, he was smirking triumphantly. Perfect, there is still time. The girl's jaw dropped in surprise, looking at the notification on the screen. Candidate Yibing has officially qualified to participate in the joint exam of the three prestigious great academies. The assassin cunningly schemed internally before the sword aura could slice into the brat's skin. Suddenly, Yibing lunged forward, hugging him tightly and cooing, "Oh my, Mr. Han Xiansheng, I thank you 1,000 times." But on the outside, he still maintained his sweet demeanor. "Are you happy, my Bing Bing?" The girl cried tears of joy, boldly pressing the man's face between her hands. "Yes, I am so happy." He smirked darkly, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. "It's time to harvest." And so, Han Xiansheng tightly clamped his hands around Yibing's head. He coldly twisted her head clean off her body, then passionately gave it a deep kiss. This is the climax. Next, in a state of frenzied excitement, he unleashed thousands of threads, weaving them through the flesh and head of the unfortunate girl. "I am also overwhelmed with ecstasy, Bing Bing." Han Xiansheng's face exuded a lustful trance, his blood boiling as Yibing's corpse was stitched back together into a perfect toy. "Together, we have molded the greatest masterpiece of art." He was so thrilled that he collapsed to his knees, his entire body trembling as he admired the human puppet before him. "Just gazing at you, I am moved to tears. Such flawless, breathtaking beauty. Let us freeze this moment of a blooming flower forever." Slash, a razor-sharp sword aura tore through the night. It was still tearing up while enjoying his trophy, completely ignoring the terrifying power surging toward him from behind. "I am truly dying to taste the sweet nectar of your body right now." The entire room flashed violently, an explosion erupting as if wanting to tear the very space apart. The majestic silhouette of Meng Yu faintly emerged through the blinding dust and smoke. She slowly approached Yibing, while the lingering frosty aura from her blade still hovered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Meng Yu frowned, deeply contemplating the corpse that had turned into a soulless dummy. Still one step too late. I was so sure my sword intent would intimidate him, who knew this guy would be so unhinged and reckless. Suddenly, tens of thousands of threads as thin as spider webs shot out whizzing from the dense dust. "No, you are forbidden to touch my precious baby." Han Xiansheng lunged out madly, his whole body wrapped tightly in a web of red strings. "She is mine." Meng Yu didn't even bat an eye, decisively swinging her sword to strike them away. The glowing, spiritually infused blade rested inches from the neck of Yibing's corpse, leaving the assassin stunned and frozen. Han Xiansheng panicked, backing away and raising his hands in surrender. "Enough! Put the sword down, don't scratch her skin. I will give you whatever you want, just don't hurt her." She glared at him with lethal intent, interrogating in a freezing tone. "Stand still. If you dare move a muscle, I will cleave this corpse in two instantly. You better answer my question. Who is the mastermind throwing money to hire you people?" Han Xiansheng thoughtfully evaluated. "Looking at that exclusive Lingbo sword technique of the Luo family you're using, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the rising star of the new generation. Zio Mengyu, right?" Now he was hovering in midair, tilting his chin up with arrogance. "Miss Zio, open your eyes and look around. My spider web has already bound you tight. Take my sincere advice, even if you grow wings, you won't break out of this thread enclosure." Han Xiansheng retracted his hands, exuding extreme danger. "Be smart, and obediently hand Bing Bing over. Out of respect for the Luo family, I'll leave you a way out. However, the corners of his eyes suddenly twitched uncontrollably in shock. Meng Yu remained as steady as a rock, tightly gripping her treasured sword that was seething with violent spiritual energy. Come and get it if you dare. Let's see who comes out on top. The terrifying power gradually enveloped her entire body. I want to see which of you, between you and this soulless corpse, can take a hit better when eating my full-powered slash. Streams of tears rolled down Han Xian, Sheng's hideously deformed face. He clutched his face, wailing miserably. Oh, Bing Bing, our love had just begun to bloom. Why must the heavens cruelly force us apart into the realms of life and death? You are clearly a flawless masterpiece, yet I haven't even had the chance to fully taste your sweetest flavor. He mumbled like a lunatic, drowning in the dark aura swirling around the broken puppet looming behind him. Although I missed the chance to taste Bing Bing's flesh, it seems Miss Meng Yu here is far more appetizing. I wonder if I have a chance to claim you. But when you are trapped in my mouth, you certainly won't enjoy it as obediently as Bing Bing. After all, Bing Bing is still the most perfect flower. Suddenly Han Xian Sheng's eyes flared with a terrifying murderous intent. You bastards, you pieces of shit, you've pissed me off. To hell with everything, tonight I swear to swallow both of you whole. Seeing the tense situation, Meng Yu narrowed her eyes. It seems threatening him with death won't pry this perverted assassin's mouth open. So she tightened her grip on her spirit-infused sword, speaking calmly. Since forced interrogation won't work, let's switch to negotiating a deal. The enraged puppet crawled out from the dark miasma, leaning toward Meng Yu and roaring. A deal. She maintained a composed demeanor, pointing her sword straight ahead. It's simple, just spit out the name of the mastermind pulling the strings. Not only will I return Yi Bing's corpse to you, but I'll also allow you to try and take my life. My body will be yours to do with as you please. Han Xian Sheng growled through the thick demonic aura, stubbornly clinging to his pride. Even without this cheap deal, once I kill you, I can still snatch the corpse back as my trophy. She cast a mocking glance, raising the glowing blade to eye level. Feel my power for yourself. Sure, you might beat me, but unless I agree, dream on about taking my corpse back intact. Furthermore, I guarantee that whether you succeed or not, I swear not to seek revenge, and the Luo family's forces absolutely won't come after you for blood debt. The maniacal killer fell silent, seemingly weighing his options. And then the pitch-black wicked aura lingering around Han Xian Sheng suddenly vanished. Game on! But at that exact moment, while he was still standing there trembling, the razor-sharp power from Meng Yu's sword also quietly dissipated. Seeing this, Han Xian Sheng slapped his forehead and burst into triumphant laughter. What a headache! Betraying an employer means breaking the Assassin Alliance's underworld rules. After this, I'm definitely going to be hunted to the ends of the earth by them. The girl shot him a look as cold as ice. So, are you scared? Instantly, Han Xian Sheng twisted his sick body, clutching his chest and vehemently denying it. How could I cower? O lovely maiden, to possess you, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Just imagining the prospect of holding you completely in my arms, giving you passionate kisses under the morning sun, already fills me with endless excitement. Meng Yu ruthlessly poured cold water on his fantasy. My sword will chop you into mincemeat. However, the opponent acted like a polite gentleman and bowed. Yet another wonderfully violent way of flirting. Just hearing your voice makes me climax. What an absolutely magnificent night to suddenly bag two perfect works of art at once. Please allow me to express my gratitude to you. After saying that, he scooped Yi Bing's corpse into his arms, his face radiating gloom and madness. The moment I utter the mastermind's name, the game of love between us will officially begin. But before that, please allow me to hide this precious baby in a safe place. After that, I will dedicate all my time to serving you, my eternal love. The dark, gloomy sky cast shadows over Shen Ye's face, which was filled with unease. He crouched on his heavy motorcycle, muttering to himself, I don't know what kind of mess Meng Yu is dealing with. I've been calling non-stop, but she won't pick up. What that dead assassin said earlier makes sense. How could Meng Yu match that skin-peeling pervert? Could it be that she's been backed into a corner? Shen Ye narrowed his eyes, staring intently at his palm blazing with spiritual energy. Hey skeleton, give me an estimate if Meng Yu fights the skin peeler one-on-one, what are her chances of winning? Felon snarkily retorted. So do you want to hear sweet lies or the brutal truth? Shen Ye snapped back without thinking. The truth, obviously, why the hell would you lie to me? Its tone echoed through the night sky. To be blunt, Meng Yu is guaranteed to lose terribly. I was afraid if I told you the truth, you'd impulsively haul ass to save her, dragging both of us to our graves. Seeing the teenager's jaw drop in panic, it added, "Don't act so shocked. Did you see her slash earlier? That sword aura split the clouds in the sky." Felon contemptuously threw cold water on him. Idiot. Clouds just sit there. They don't know how to dodge. I could scatter clouds with a single wave of my hand with my eyes closed. Even though I'm clueless about the assassin sex in your world, that skin peeler possesses the cursed statue of the myriad demon king. In terms of combat experience and power, he definitely outclasses your little Miss Zio Meng whatever. His face suddenly tensed up. What you said makes sense. I'm afraid Meng Yu is in danger. The skeleton's somber voice flatly rang out again. Stop with the wishful thinking, be a good boy, and get into bed for some sleep. Nevertheless, Shen Ye furrowed his brows, deeply pondering the images of his friend and Fei Chuan. Initially, I just wanted to borrow Meng Yu's power to uncover the truth, who knew it would accidentally push her into a life-or-death quagmire. Her brother has fallen, Hao Yu also lost his life, and even the witness might have already gone to see King Yama. He melancholically lowered his head slightly. In the end, how many more people have to die? She is the only one exhausting all her strength, agonizing over this case. Shen Ye's train of thought continued to surge. I've decided I absolutely cannot let her die a tragic death. Suddenly, his phone rang loudly, making him jump. Glancing at the unfamiliar number calling, Shen Ye thought to himself, I'm pretty sure it's not Meng Yu, but his finger still swiped to answer. Hello? The person on the other end probed cautiously. Excuse me, is this Shen Ye? He quickly replied. Yes, speaking. It turned out to be a young woman's voice. My mom told me if I couldn't contact her, I had to find you so we could go to the police station together. Hearing this, he hesitated, pausing for a beat. And who are you? The girl's voice hurriedly rang out. My mom is the nurse who was on duty the night you clashed with those ghosts and demons at the hospital. Shen Ye rolled his eyes, his brain digging through memories. The witness's daughter calling? Oh right, when I was first admitted, I registered my contact number at the front desk. Girl's voice grew more and more tearful. Mom told me to rush straight to the Wind Forest Hotel way out in the western suburbs. She said she would wait for me there. But now I can't reach her on the phone anymore. Hearing that, he hastily approached his super motorcycle. Where are you standing right now? The girl sobbed. I'm at the fast food joint opposite the Wind Forest Hotel. He immediately instructed. All right, plant your feet there and don't wander off. I'll be there right away. Oh wait, call the police hotline immediately. It's the burning urgency. Felon shrieked loudly, worried sick. Hey, are you really going to risk it all? Careful not to walk right into a trap. Shen Ye ignored it, snapping his fingers to use his spiritual power to shrink the flaming motorcycle and stuff it into his pocket. It's highly likely her mother has already been silenced. I can't bear to watch her follow the same doomed path. Trap or not, I have to go grope around and see. Help me hide this ghost fire bike inside the ring space. Seeing this, the stubborn skeleton still skeptically questioned. Is it worth risking your life? Hiding here is perfectly safe. Why get a sudden itch to go seek death for no reason? The young man remained resolute, admiring the cold sword in his hand. You can dodge the 1st of the month, but can you dodge the 15th? When things go south, at worst I still have my blazing motorcycle and the magical door to scoop everyone up and escape, smuggling you out as well. Felon kept stubbornly trying to dissuade him. It's super dangerous. If you actually ascend to heaven, who is this old bag of bones supposed to rely on? Shen Ye was completely unshaken, his steps steadily heading toward the door. Rest assured, I have a tough life, I won't die young. Besides, given the absolute ruthless working style of these assassins, only using dark magic to torture them might squeeze some intel out of their mouths. In other words, if I want to hunt down the truth, I have no choice but to rely on myself. Seeing him marching out with burning momentum, it let out a cold, mocking snort. A waste of effort, my boy. The manager has issued a lockdown, completely sealing off the entire 105th floor. You won't be flying out of here. Wait, what trick are you trying to pull? The young man's legs stomped decisively, launching his body forcefully off the cold ground. Shen Ye stretched his body out, standing close to the edge of the windy rooftop, letting the skeleton's panicking voice slip into his ears. Boss, don't tell me you're planning to rev the throttle and pop a wheelie off the roof. That engine roar is enough to wake the whole damn building. However, the teenager seemed to have anticipated everything, decisively dumping every single attribute point into the agility stat. A gloomy voice immediately echoed in response. Complying with your wish, the point allocation is complete. Agility stat has now spiked to 10.1. At this very moment, Shen Ye's entire body glowed brilliantly from the surging spiritual energy, making Felon scream out of its mind. Oh my God, don't tell me you're really going to jump off the building. Let me tell you, from this towering roof, even if your agility reached 30, you'd still be smashed into paste when you hit the ground, son. Shen Ye merely gave a faint smile, slightly tilting his head up to admire the night. There are things in this world that we simply must roll up our sleeves and do. Look, the gathering storm clouds and the booming thunder provide the perfect cover for me. The skeleton, scared half to death, stared wide-eyed as its partner threw himself off the rooftop ledge. Ah, help. Ignoring his comrade's hoarse shrieks, Shen Ye's expression remained as calm as a cucumber amidst the howling winds whipping past his ears. The young man simply let his body go limp, falling freely through the void. A torrential thunderstorm was about to crash down. Shen Ye tore through the biting cold wind of the night, continuing his deep plunge into the abyss. Felon furiously screamed its lungs out. "You short-circuited psycho, if you kick the bucket, I swear I'll use necromancy to drag you back up as a brainless zombie." Ignoring the threat, the teenager maintained his serene demeanor, diving valiantly. Suddenly, Shen Ye twisted his body, plunging straight into a mystical door that abruptly popped up in midair, leaving Felon dumbfounded in shock. He executed a stylish somersault inside the bizarre dimension, then bolted toward another door. In a flash, he popped out of the exit, continuing his freefall downward once again. Shen Ye dove right into yet another portal positioned directly below. He calculated it perfectly. As long as he timed the safe altitude to open the doors, he could totally turn the nightmare world into a soft cushion suspended in the sky to cancel out the falling force. And then the teenager was flung out once more. A series of portals scattered from above the clouds were consecutively utilized by him. This method was no different from forging countless invisible stepping stones hovering in the sky. Eventually, Shen Ye landed safely without a scratch, his 2 feet touching the ground as steadily as a rock. Felon was traumatized, screaming its throat raw. "You really are insane. Just now I thought I was about to log out of this godforsaken world of yours." Shen Ye rolled his eyes, cautiously scanning his surroundings. "Knock it off, you complain with your mouth, but your stomach is churning because of how badass I am, right?" Naturally, the stubborn skeleton immediately denied it. Bullshit. The teenager couldn't be bothered to argue, directly issuing an order. "Pull the ride out quickly, tonight we have to grind like crazy." Having said that, Shen Ye casually settled onto the glaringly red supercar. He leisurely recited the password, 10 paces to take a life, never stepping back while roaming the martial world. Instantly, a beep sounded, signaling that the system had successfully verified him. In the blink of an eye, both man and machine shot forward like an arrow, tearing through the wind so fast that not even the afterimage of lightning could keep up. Screeching to a halt at the western outskirts of the city, Shen Ye sat in the car, casting his gaze toward the storefront where a faint light was still flickering. "This is the address." The moment he pushed the door open, he hastily spoke to confirm. "You were the one who called me earlier, right?" The person across from him frantically nodded. "Yes, that's right." Yin Chen tightly clasped her hands together in deep anxiety. "Mister, do you know where my mom is? I've been calling her this whole time, but she won't pick up." The teenager pulled out his phone, gently comforting her. "Let me go find your mom for you right now. By the way, have you tried calling the police?" The little girl, with tears welling up, answered honestly. "I did call, but it just keeps ringing and no one bothers to answer." Hearing this, he immediately made up his mind. "All right, let me handle it myself." The prolonged dial tone made Shen Ye frown and mutter. "Nobody's picking up, how bizarre, why is it such a coincidence?" Yin Chen became even more terrified. "Mister, is my mom okay? Please help me find my mom." Little girl's voice was brimming with fear. "My mom works in room 707, but I don't dare go over there." Shen Ye warmly asked further, "What about your dad?" The little girl lowered her head sadly. "My dad passed away a long time ago, now it's just my mom and me relying on each other." Pondering for a moment, he proposed a plan. "Listen to me, right now I'm going to take you to a safe shelter. Once I pick up your mom, I'll call you immediately." Shen Ye turned to the supercar and issued a command. "Ghost Fire, escort this little girl straight to the Human Realm Martial Arts building. Once you're done, loop back here to pick me up." The system immediately replied with a mechanical voice. "Command received, configuring map, route confirmed, departing immediately, estimated return to pick you up in 5 minutes and 40 seconds. By now, Yin Chen's eyes were completely soaked. "I'm so scared, I just want my mom." Shen Ye gently patted her head to console her. "Be a good girl, don't be afraid. I guarantee the place you're going to has the best security." The teenager's face displayed a resolute expression, continuing to gently coax her. "I swear on my honor that I will find your mom for you, and then the two of us will come pick you up right away. In the meantime, just be a good girl and wait at the Human Realm Martial Arts building, okay?" The little girl looked up at him with big, teary eyes, nodding obediently. "Yes, okay." The car roared to life, spewing billowing smoke and fire just like a rocket exhaust. Shen Ye waved goodbye, his eyes tracking the little girl's silhouette as it faded into the night. Abruptly, Felon's disgruntled, sour voice piped up. "Hey, don't tell me you're actually going to haul ass to find that kid's mother," he replied without hesitation. "Obviously." The skeleton immediately scoffed in disdain. "What a busybody. You don't even know that kid. Getting involved will probably just bring disaster upon yourself. I don't know what's in your brain to make you meddle in other people's business." Shen Ye's expression instantly became dead serious. "Her mom didn't do anything wrong, she only got dragged into this mess because of me. I have to take responsibility." Hearing this, the skeleton sneered mockingly. "What a softy, being this weak-hearted, how will you ever dominate the world?" A moment later, it changed its tune to interrogate him. "Haven't you smelled the danger lurking around this creepy street yet?" Only then did Shen Ye sharply notice the unnatural silence. "Now that you mention it, this place does feel chillingly eerie." The dead of night enveloped everything. The surroundings were as quiet as a grave, with only Felon's nagging echoing. "You were so blinded by that snot-nosed brat that you dropped your guard. My nose can sniff out the life flames of living creatures, yet since stepping foot on this street, aside from that kid earlier, I haven't seen a single flickering flame." Shen Ye took slow, measured steps, frowning as he asked, "What are you implying?" He stopped dead in his tracks in the middle of the desolate road, processing the thought as it delivered the final verdict. "That's exactly right. This entire neighborhood is completely devoid of living souls." Suddenly, an ear-tearing sound caught his attention. Shen Ye snapped around, staring intently into the distance. "Skeleton, did your ears catch anything?" Felon promptly reported. "It's the booming sound of explosions coming from the Wind Forest Hotel. Looks like a massive brawl is going down over there." The teenager's voice suddenly grew urgent. "This is bad, I can't dilly-dally any longer." Shen Ye ran for his life, bolting forward while not forgetting to give instructions. "I'm going to storm straight into that hotel now. Act as my meat-powered security camera and keep an eye out in all directions. The moment you sense trouble, holler at me to bail immediately." Shen Ye cautiously pushed the door open, stepping into the dark, freezing lobby. An elegantly postured female receptionist stepped forward to greet him. "Welcome, sir, have you made a reservation?" Seeing this scene, Felon frantically hollered a warning. "Watch out, that bitch is a ghost." Shen Ye's reflexes were lightning fast, dashing back several steps in a flash and drawing his brightly glowing Kai sword to threaten her. "How did you die? Why are you still wandering around here after death?" Gloomy defense. Answering him were eyes glowing with eerie green spiritual energy and countless bloody threads wrapped around her body. The girl kept smiling as if nothing was wrong. "To make life less of a burden, the master conveniently sent me to see King Yama. He used those special red threads to stitch our bodies up, combined with soul manipulation magic to make us dance to his tune." The dumbfounded teenager shouted loudly, "Wait, why aren't you guys lunging over to tear me apart?" The female receptionist gently extended her hand in a welcoming gesture. "We are programmed to welcome customers with all our hearts. Right now, the big boss is busy dueling a master. He hasn't had the time to update the biting people's software yet." Shen Ye refused to let it go, continuing the interrogation. "Besides you guys, how many other lives have been taken in this place?" The girl spread her arms wide, smiling. "Every single one." The teenager froze, stammering. Every single one means what the hell?" Her eyes suddenly rolled wildly, fresh blood oozing out mixed with foul dark magic, her face contorting to a mind-numbing degree. "This entire street, all the people have ascended to heaven." Shen Ye's face froze solid in sheer terror. Suddenly, the whole building shook violently, forcing him to snap his head up to look at the ceiling. "Wow, those folks are fighting so hard they're tearing the roof off. Perfect timing and location, better seize the moment and dart straight to room 107. Shen Ye sprinted away, zooming right past the ghostly receptionist. He approached a massive wooden door. "This is the one." Without a word, the young man delivered an earth-shattering kick, smashing the door to pieces. And then his pupils dilated to the max, harboring sheer disbelief mixed with extreme shock. Greeting his eyes in the dimly lit room were dozens of naked corpses, bound tightly by an intricate matrix of bloody threads. Shen Ye was so disgusted that he broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of narrow path makes enemies meet for corpses to be piled up like this? Felon also shivered as it spoke up. "Supernatural stuff is no joke. I can smell that the adjacent rooms are exactly like this nest too. The corpse density is even higher." He yelled helplessly in despair. "God damn it! Do any of you recognize my face? Is anyone around here still breathing?" Gloomy defense. Now Shen Ye was drowned in a sea of terrifying, ghostly groans. "Don't know you, I don't know you. Never seen this brat's face before, we're all dead meat. I bet nobody escaped the Grim Reaper's grasp, don't know a damn thing. Suddenly a fading corpse weakly spoke out, making him jump. I recognize you, you are Shen Ye. It turned out to be the mother of the little girl from earlier. She wheezed through her blood-drenched neck. During my shift, I witnessed the entire scene of you being targeted by the demons. His face instantly sank, heavy with guilt. Shen Ye apologetically clenched his fists. I am truly sorry you lost your life because you were caught in my crossfire. But the woman's voice was strangely calm, untainted by hatred. I am already a person of the underworld, what's the point of dwelling on such trivial things? Besides, you can't be blamed for this, if you don't mind. She and the surrounding corpses suddenly glared with venomous resentment. Then please hack our enemy to pieces to avenge us. Shen Ye frowned, making a firm resolution. Rest in peace, I swear to take his head as an offering to your souls. As for your daughter, I will dedicate all my efforts to raising her to grow up healthy. Please cross over. The woman's corpse suddenly looked bewildered. Daughter. He patiently explained further, the little girl who called me for help earlier. Before the words fully left his mouth, the entire space shook violently again, reinforced concrete raining down heavily to crush the corpses. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, blowing everything away and brightly illuminating a corner of the night sky. Shen Ye struggled to duck into a corner, raising his arms to shield himself from the chaotic debris. What the hell is this now? Felon casually analyzed like an expert. The building just took an artillery shell, but looking at the explosive angle, this definitely isn't the handiwork of those two masters on the roof. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of fury tore through the thick smoke and dust. Who has a death wish and dares to ruin my good deed? Right after, Felon hastily reported. Trouble, out of the two big shots fighting up there, one of them is running out of HP and is free-falling straight toward our heads. In a flash, a pitch-black silhouette slowly materialized through the smoke. Shen Ye leaped into the air, spreading his arms wide to catch the person, his brain calculating rapidly. That roar earlier was clearly a guy's voice, so this life falling down must be. Spot on, he caught the person right in his arms, Meng Yu. Her face clearly showed astonishment. Huh, why are you hiding in this place? Amidst the chaotic scene, Shen Ye awkwardly replied, It's a long story short, I came here to fish you out. Meng Yu was speechless for a few seconds before starting to mock him. Your martial arts are like a mosquito's, yet you want to play the hero saving the beauty. Did your fear nerve snap? The teenager immediately shut her down. Stop nagging, lady, I guarantee you'll get out of this alive. She sluggishly closed her eyes, thinking to herself, I worked so hard to fake this dying look just to bait that skin peeler. I thought I was about to use a counterkill move to wipe out the whole nest. Who knew this brat would fall from the sky and ruin the script? Man proposes, God disposes. Whatever, I still have my backup trump card. Meng Yu sighed, acting reluctant. Fine, out of respect for your big fat face, I'll go easy on you. But before she could finish, a hand radiating spiritual energy struck her right on the back of the neck with godlike speed, leaving her stunned. Shen Ye stared blankly at the girl slumped in his arms. Meng Yu, sorry for playing dirty. Felon's eerie voice echoed again. Order received, all points have been dumped into the strength stat. Current parameter is 83. Meanwhile, he secretly calculated. This girl is a tanky grand swordmaster after all. I have to use all my strength to hit her really hard just to have a chance of knocking her out. Meng Yu's eyes went unfocused, faintly muttering, You. Shen Ye decisively dumped her onto a rock. Sorry about that, I just don't want you to peek at my secret tricks. Saying that, he dashed straight into the illusory magical portal door. At this exact moment, Han Xiansheng stepped out of the dust and smoke, blazing with murderous intent. Vanished, hiding pretty well, huh? He flicked his tongue and licked his lips like a complete pervert. You dare play hide and seek with me? How incredibly stimulating. He casually strolled among the scattered bricks and tiles. You darlings probably don't know, every nook and cranny of this hotel is crawling with my eyes and ears. Since that's the case, I'll play with you to the bitter end. Brace yourselves, I'm starting the countdown now. 10, 9, 8. The alien dimension door popped open, bringing along a cloud of thick dust that hadn't yet dispersed. Shen Ye carried Meng Yu in his arms, dropping right into the middle of a messy junk warehouse. He urged irritably, Hey skeleton, you're the battlefield junk boss, hurry up and dig out some decent armor for me. Felon retorted, feeling insulted. Watch your mouth, I am a respectable spoils of war collector, not a scrap dealer. The teenager sneered. Stop bragging, look at the torn armor you pulled out. How is it any different from trash, yet you're still running your mouth? The skeleton still stubbornly argued back. Well said, You think rummaging up a full set of gear is as easy as you say. A figure suddenly materialized in the middle of the desolate wasteland in the dark of night. Shen Ye, fully clad in iron armor, was struggling to carry Meng Yu, who had now been stuffed into an incredibly skimpy, sexy bunny suit. The equipment specs popped up: Holy Bunny Combat Suit Blue Quality, buff stamina by 1 point, speed by 2 points, moves as gracefully as a jade rabbit, smooth and sleek. At first glance it seems useless in actual combat, but veteran swordmasters absolutely love using this gear. Hidden effect: the lighter the equipment, the higher the striking power and dodge rates soar. Staggered forward, yelling furiously, "Damn it, you dug through the whole trash pile and couldn't find anything more decent." Felon replied calmly, "Don't be picky, I could only scavenge this one feminine outfit." Hearing this, Shen Ye got even more pissed. "What the hell made you pick this thing up from the battlefield?" The skeleton fired right back. "Good question, go ask your fellow humans why they wear bunny suits to war. I even peeled this off a male corpse with my own hands." His deafening screams alerted the nearby crowd. "Emergency! Help, someone come help me carry her, she's about to die." They excitedly pointed their fingers right at his face. "It's him, the boy who survived the great disaster." Shen Ye turned pale upon hearing the nickname, cursing inwardly. "This ridiculous title is deeply ingrained now, it's gonna be hard to wash it off." Even so, the medical team quickly rushed Meng Yu onto a stretcher for first aid. "Lay the patient flat quickly." Oh my, covered in injuries but still giving off such a terrifyingly intense aura. And wearing the Holy Bunny Combat Suit too, she must be a hardcore grand swordsman. This is a severe case, we'll have to use some premium Holy Cloud talismans to save her. Shen Ye frantically pulled a huge bag of money from his pocket. "Here's the money, hurry up and heal her." An image of his transaction with the guard from earlier suddenly flashed through his mind. "The loose change the royal family gave me last time should be more than enough for this, right?" A guy picked up the money bag to inspect it. "Wow, isn't this the living allowance personally bestowed upon you by His Highness the Prince?" Shen Ye was stunned. "Huh, how did you know just by looking?" The medic glued his eyes to the pouch, nodding. "This bag is stamped with an authentic royal seal, certified genuine noble origins. Just selling this pouch alone would feed us for a lifetime, let alone." Shen Ye lost his temper, shouting so loudly the whole group jumped. "Cut the analytical crap, you guys. I'm paying for everything, hurry up and get your tools out to save her. If she stops breathing, I'll level this place." Instantly, the group broke into a cold sweat and nodded seriously. "Understood, sir. We will do everything in our power to save the patient's life." He crossed his arms, staring unblinkingly at the entire team huddling together, pumping spiritual energy to heal her. Only then did Shen Ye breathe a sigh of relief. "With so many doctors consulting like this, I can rest easy. Gotta admit, fellow humans are still the most reliable." Suddenly, Felon chimed in, making him jump. "Listen here, amidst this chaotic battlefield, coupled with your habit of disappearing without a trace, people were starting to forget your face, and that ridiculous title was fading with time. But then out of nowhere, you pull a U-turn back to the base, carrying a female compatriot in your arms, and even throw around a massive stack of cash just to save her life. You are throwing around royal gold coins, and just one of these translates to 100 times the value of regular gold bars. That means you're spending money like water, paying medical bills thousands of times higher than usual just to save a pretty face. Brace yourself, from now on the whole world will sing praises of your ultimate playboy vibe and sky-high generosity. Congratulations, boss, you just shot to the top of the trending searches again, oh boy who survived the great disaster." Shen Ye's face twisted in sheer panic. "Oh mother, what kind of crazy stunt did I just pull?" Right then, the medics happily turned around to report. "The surgery is a complete success, boy who survived the great disaster." Shen Ye stiffened, awkwardly forcing out a question. "So, how's the patient's condition?" The other guy smiled brightly, patting his chest proudly. "Absolutely wonderful. We used the most top-tier magic in the world. Her health bar is refilling rapidly. In a few minutes she'll be able to open her eyes and kick a hole through a wall." Ellen also stroked his chin, chiming in. "I can smell her vitality surging up. Human medicine is truly no joke." Shen Ye immediately hoisted Meng Yu onto his shoulder, clasping his hands and slipping away quickly. "Thanks a lot, experts. I'm on a tight schedule, so I'll be taking her now." But inside, he was grinding his teeth, bleeding internally. "If she didn't heal fast after I burned a mountain of money, I would have hacked you all to pieces." The medics still waved goodbye enthusiastically. "The hospital always welcomes you back anytime, boy who survived the great disaster." He ran as fast as his legs could carry him, planning to dash straight back to the real world before she woke up. The soldiers stood watching Shen Ye's back, unable to help but marvel. So badass, just looking at his attitude you know that girl is his mistress. Another guy added, what else could it be? No one in their right mind would drop a mountain of gold to save a complete stranger. The other guy clicked his tongue and nodded. Exactly, if I had that kind of money I'd bring home a dozen leggy models as concubines, no joke. The pitch-black night swallowed everything, making visibility severely limited. Meng Yu finally opened her eyes groggily, and fortunately, that bunny suit was gone. She stared in astonishment at Shen Ye, who was giving a gentle half-smile. You're awake, but in response, a cold flash of a sword slashed through the air. Meng Yu's razor-sharp sword was pressed against his throat, her voice full of killing intent. Confess, what kind of sick trick did you just pull on me? Shen Ye didn't flinch, explaining calmly. It was just a special kind of healing magic. It requires the patient to be knocked out cold for the medicine to take effect. Hearing the explanation, she was stunned, turning her hands over to check. Oh wow, all the scratches on my body have completely healed. So Meng Yu awkwardly sheathed her sword and took a few steps back. How embarrassing, I blamed you wrongly. Shen Ye also spoke softly. Sorry for the neck chop earlier, but that psycho is about to find us. Do you still have enough strength to keep fighting? Seeing her just hum softly in response, he was somewhat surprised. Suddenly, Meng Yu's entire body erupted with a brilliant golden light, her spiritual energy surging violently. The Grand Swordsman title, Scion Armbearer, appeared brightly with a time limit of 3 hours. She roared in sheer fury. I want his life. Gotta admit your healing secret art is ridiculously overpowered. In all my born days, I've never felt my body so full of vigor and overflowing with vitality like this. That overwhelming aura made him freeze for a few seconds. Scion Armbearer, what the hell is that keyword? Don't tell me those medics from earlier accidentally sneaked in some hidden buffs for her during the surgery. Shen Ye excitedly asked if she had dug up any info on the hidden mastermind. Meng Yu replied firmly, I know his background inside out. At that exact moment, a strange noise rang out, giving him goosebumps. Who's hiding there? A series of spine-chilling sounds echoed from a dark corner. Found you too. The two immediately got into position, drawing their weapons to prepare for battle. The man stepped out slowly, trailing dozens of evil, blood-red smoke wisps. Well, little Shen Ye, indeed, arriving early is not as good as arriving right on time. A thick stench of death rose up. Meng Yu threw him a warning glance. If you don't have any ultimate moves, you better scram right now to avoid complicating things. The teenager just silently took a deep breath, his eyes pinned on the enemy. This attitude made her feel a bit uneasy. Did I underestimate him too much earlier? Could this kid still be hiding some overpowered trump card up his sleeve? But only 3 seconds later, Shen Ye casually raised his hands in defeat. You're absolutely right, sis. This boss fight level is out of my league. I'll be retreating to preserve my forces. With that, he ran for his life, leaving a trail of smoke, not forgetting to turn his head and cheer. Good luck beating the boss, dear Meng Yu. She stood rooted to the spot, watching his retreating back, but then quickly pulled herself together. Meng Yu pointed the tip of her sword at the guy surnamed Han, pondering inwardly. So that kid's skills are only specialized in healing and support. Whatever, I can easily solo this map. My form is at its absolute peak right now anyway. Before she could finish her thought, he closed the distance with a creepy smile. Well, my little you didn't run for your life after that Shen Ye kid. Could it be you lingered because you wanted to stay and have some fun with me? Meng Yu gripped her sword hilt tightly, lowered her center of gravity, and leaned into an attacking stance. She swung her arm, slashing out a tempestuous wave of sword aura, a brilliant light that tore through the silent night and shot straight at the opponent. Meng Yu's slash carried a blinding golden streak, its terrifying power seemingly trying to cleave both space and the floor in half. The fire of battle burned fiercely within her. This majestic aura had truly broken past all peak limits. That slash not only swept the target away, but also sheared off a chunk of the building, causing everything to collapse in a chaotic mess. The guy surnamed Han was buried under the debris, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Unreal, what the hell is this? Half of his skull was bleeding profusely. Han Xiansheng was completely shocked. Bullshit, she was clearly battered and on the verge of death just now. Meng Yu's face was as cold as ice, completely unfazed, only clicking her tongue inwardly. What a tough life to still manage to dodge a fatal blow. Stood towering beneath the pile of giant rocks, muttering to himself and laughing like a maniac. I get it now, so this is the handiwork of that brat Shen Ye, dropping a bomb that leveled half a skyscraper to save his girl, and then using healing magic to buff her on top of that. No wonder my curses were all rendered useless, my assassination plans failed time and time again. This kid is really something else. Hearing this, Meng Yu was dumbfounded. Huh, Shen Ye brought down half the building. Bullshit, it clearly wasn't him who did it. And Xian Sheng ignored the gory mess on his face, giving his signature perverted smile. Well, it doesn't matter, there's no exquisite beauty in this world that seduces me quite like little you. Your tenacity and sky-high killing intent make me unbearably aroused. Behold, the wound you just gifted me is joyfully boiling and blooming into a radiant flower right here. Let's just keep making passionate love to the bitter end like this. The camera shifted to a small, cramped field encampment under a tranquil sky, with a few specks of light flickering from the tents. A group of soldiers had set up camp to rest and were gathered around gossiping. Hey, it seems like His Royal Highness the Prince really dotes on that kid, tipping him a whole bunch of pure royal gold. The boy spends money like a tycoon, throwing everything he had at us just to save his friend. Tell me, brothers, isn't scooping up the whole lot making us seem like cruel daylight robbers? The medic in charge from earlier patted his chest loudly, laughing heartily with full confidence. Just sleep easy. During the surgery, I slipped my hand in and stuffed all the leftover money back into that lady's combat suit pocket. I only broke exactly one of his coins. The effort we put in completely justifies taking this much. His friend standing nearby clicked his tongue in confusion. Stuffed it where? The medic looked even more smug. I gotta tell you guys, I generously buffed that girl with a brute strength blessing. The effect lasts for a whole 3 hours. Consider it a return gift to show my respect. Hearing this, the whole gang froze for 5 seconds, then started trembling and screaming wildly. What the hell? The young man who had questioned him earlier jumped in fright. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? One by one they began to confess while sweating bullets. Oh crap, I just pumped her with a speed blessing. I buffed her with resonance magic. And I secretly slipped in a willpower buff. I buffed her mental mana. I buffed. After a while of them all scrambling to claim credit, the lead medic's face went completely pale and he stuttered. Why, you guys mean? All the basic buff spells were dumped onto that lady. The other guys nodded affirmatively. Exactly. When all blessings enter a single host, they merge into the most supremely advanced amplification magic in the world. Hearing this, the medical captain felt like he'd been struck by lightning, turning to stone on the spot. Cyan Arm Bearer, X2 buff to all effects, lasting for 3 whole hours. Right after, a soldier panicked and sneakily whispered, We're dead. That's the ultimate supreme magic only the royal family is allowed to use. Commoners messing with it is a crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations. If outsiders find out, the medic immediately covered his teammate's mouth. SHH, shut your jinxed mouth right now. Gulped heavily, sweating profusely, but still wiping his forehead and clearing his throat to show off. Pshaw, our elite medical team rarely gathers in full force like this. Conveniently unleashing our entire buff skill set is completely normal. Just consider it as us building a deep friendship with that boy who survived the great disaster. He talked big on the outside, but his insides were twisted like a spring. Dear God, thank goodness I stuffed the leftover gold coins back. Let's just hope that brat knows to keep his mouth shut and take the money and doesn't go blowing our cover. Panning the camera back to Meng Yu's battlefield, she was tangling with the enemy in an incredibly bloody skirmish. With swift and decisive slashes as fast as lightning, Meng Yu glided gracefully with comprehensive offense and defense, smoothly dodging every vicious attack from the opponent. Streams of analysis flashed through her brain. The whipping speed and power of these red threads are getting more and more terrifying. The slashing force has doubled compared to earlier. Why? How the hell is he constantly hacking his power like this? And that buzzing noise from earlier until now, that sound source is definitely the cause pumping strength into him. Meng Yu darted her sharp eyes around the room, finally locking onto the coordinates of the noise. She didn't hesitate, swinging her arm and unleashing a decisive sword strike that tore open a section of the wall. It's this corner. Behind the crack, a hair-raising scene was exposed. Dozens of bloody, twisted, desperate faces were bulging out of the wall. Meng Yu's pupils shrank, sparking with vigilance. A sea of blood-soaked human faces stacked on top of each other simply crashed into her retinas. And Xian Sheng's deep but mocking voice rang out. Tusk, did you just unbox the surprise gift I painstakingly set up for you, baby? He smirked with a sick, melancholic smile, 2 streams of crocodile tears flowing out as he looked at Meng Yu. Perk up your ears and enjoy, my love. This choir is singing a congratulatory song for our love. Countless heads with writhing expressions protruded from the wall, jaws wide open, hissing out tragic wails. Han Sheng knelt on one knee on the floor, cherishingly lifting a ring box. And this is the very hymn marking the moment we become husband and wife. The tangled mess of red threads connected directly to the myriad complaining souls on that wall. It was the evil ultimate technique, known as the blood demon myriad life curse. In another development, Shen Ye was running for his life head first. Abruptly, Felon raised his voice in praise. Finally, the kid smartens up this time, taking advantage of them tearing each other apart. We have to slip out of this building quickly and find a safe place. The teenager roared as he dashed down the stairs. Are you high? The truth is right in front of our noses and you're telling me to pack up and run. Hearing this, the skeleton panicked and stammered. Huh, so you busting your ass running downstairs isn't to escape. Shen Ye kicked the door of the next room wide open to search, yelling nonstop. Open your eyes wide and look. There's a mountain of corpses muttering chants. It's definitely that skin peeler pulling the strings. We have to rack our brains for a way to support the beautiful sis Meng Yu. Seeing the brat's recklessness, Felon shrieked in panic. Drop that meddlesome mindset. You can't interfere in this monster-level battle. That pervert is juicing up on countless blood demon curses to constantly buff his health. Listen to me, run right now before things get worse. Ignoring the advice, Shen Ye stubbornly stood his ground. You make a fair point with this boss fight level. If I dive into hand-to-hand combat, I'd just be reincarnating early. However, we can play the roundabout support game. Felon asked blankly, what the hell is roundabout support, and what the heck are you digging for anyway? Right then, Shen Ye slid and kicked open another door, shouting triumphantly, here is the true love of my life. She's lying right here. The skeleton stared dumbfoundedly into the wide, empty room. This dog hole is what you've been putting so much effort into finding all this time. What use is it? He didn't even bother explaining, striding over to grab the broadcasting microphone, grinning slyly. Now is the time to test out your world's tech toys, bro. Felon was heavily shocked, stuttering, Don't tell me you're planning to. Back at that villa, Han Sheng abruptly held out the ring, kneeling on the ground with a lecherous smile. My baby you, be good, and let me use these red threads of fate too. He gleefully controlled the blood threads to tightly bind the lady, weave into an exclusive wedding dress just for you. The blood thread net poured out endlessly, making Meng Yu start to sweat bullets in fear. She frantically swung her sword, struggling to slash through these sticky, dark red tentacles. However, the sword blade was suddenly resisted by too great a force. She was stunned, glancing to the side. The blood thread matrix had tightly bound the sword blade, pinning it firmly to the floor. Meng Yu cried out inwardly, Damn it, my weapon is locked up. In the blink of an eye, the pervert had loomed right next to her, chuckling, Let me personally put the ring on you, baby. His ghost-like speed gave her goosebumps, freaking fast. The guy surnamed Han seized the golden opportunity, grabbing her hand while she was still flustered, preparing to slip the ring onto her ring finger. Meng Yu wasn't one to be trifled with either. She reacted instantly, popping the hilt catch and whipping out a razor-sharp dagger, severing the blood threads. Riding the momentum, she fiercely thrust the cold blade straight at his face. The sharp tip of the knife grazed Han Sheng's cheek, but he teasingly remained unfazed. Oh my, a sword within a sword? Interesting. The girl darted backward, silently observing the psychopath staging his own playful act. But too bad for you, baby. He moved his lips to chant a curse while smugly trash-talking. Within the coverage of this endless blood demon, I am the absolute ruler. Immediately, thousands of blood threads burst out and clung tightly to Han Sheng's body. He roared with delighted laughter. Keep thrashing around hard, baby you. The more intense the struggle, the more exhilarating the sense of conquest. Your fate is sealed anyway. Meng Yu's face darkened as she lowered her head, her right hand dancing the sword to draw an arc full of oppressive energy. Not necessarily. She crossed the blades of the short sword and the long sword, scraping them violently against each other. The terrifying friction rang out, causing the spiritual energy of the twin swords to merge into one, radiating an aura sharp enough to cut through flesh and bone. Meng Yu spread her arms wide, swinging the pair of weapons to unleash an earth-shattering blow. The pervert broke into a wide, amused smile. My, this is. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing every movement, then commented, razor-sharp blades, short on the left and long on the right, using qi to command the swords. It truly is the legendary Luo Fu Sun and Moon Bearer ultimate technique. Truly surprising, still wet behind the ears yet already enlightened to the absolute truth of this swordplay, worthy of being the lover of my dreams. But unfortunately, that authentic divine sword doesn't belong in your hands. If you had it, tonight we would surely make love in an earth-shattering, heaven-shaking bout. Meng Yu glared with eyes as sharp as cleavers, coldly shouting, "Go to hell." Right after speaking, she shot upward like a hurricane. Taking only half a breath, she was already right in the enemy's face. Seeing the prey throw itself into the trap, the guy surnamed Han rejoiced inwardly. "Perfect, you're so good, just dive headfirst right here for me." He flicked his fingers lightly, and countless blood threads rushed forward to surround Meng Yu. "O great bloodthirsty two-headed Sama, I sacrifice the souls of tens of thousands of corpses here to request your descent." He looked at the beautiful figure lunging closer and closer, his heart so thrilled he was practically drooling, muttering, "Good baby you." He wildly reached out his claws, unleashing a massive, sky-covering amount of blood threads, his insides leaping with joy. "Just obediently fall into my loving arms like that, baby." Only then did Meng Yu realize the trap in horror, her brain racing in panic. "Crap, this is a summoned demonic creature, it's too late to dodge." Helplessly watching the vicious beast pounce, she could only brace herself and raise her twin swords as a shield to block it. Right at that life-or-death moment, the broadcast speaker blared out Shen Ye's voice. "Hello, hello, to all the brothers gathering down here, is everyone still doing okay?" The pervert jumped and froze completely upon hearing that public loudspeaker. Meng Yu also came to a halt as she recognized the signature voice of her benefactor. Instantly, the surrounding choir of corpses suddenly fell into a frenzy, howling madly out of control. Through the crackling speaker, Shen Ye continued to scream and hype up the crowd. "If you can hear me, give me a howl and let me see your hands in the air." Han Xiansheng panicked and hurriedly chanted a curse. Gloomy suppression, "Oh shit." Tens of thousands of corpses joined voices in desperate moans. "It hurts so much. It stings so much. Save me." Before the curse was even fully chanted, the evil monster he summoned lost its connection, directly disintegrating and collapsing. Han Xiansheng was dumbfounded and panicked. "Strange, why is my blood curse disconnected like this?" Taking advantage of the bastard standing frozen in shock, Meng Yu seized the opportunity and lunged forward in a flash. With eyes as sharp as razors accompanied by a ruthless slash, she whipped a powerful sword strike straight into his flesh. Han Xiansheng took the fatal blow head-on, coughing up pools of blood, his body shrinking back from the unceasing pain. In the end, the lady elegantly sheathed her sword, dropping a cold remark, "Game over." But the plot twisted, the psycho suddenly let out a creepy laugh, his voice gnashing. "It's not that easy, baby." The slimy blood threads wove tightly together, fully enveloping him into an indestructible blood armor. "What makes you think you're qualified to send me off?" Witnessing this reversal, Meng Yu was dumbfounded, cursing inwardly. "What the hell? An ultimate move that drained all my mana and it still couldn't wipe him out. Does that crappy armor buff his defense that ridiculously?" Right at this moment, all the surrounding corpses abruptly sat up. Their incessant murmuring chants made her panic, muttering that it was truly over. The mob of corpses had started their droning seances again. Han Xiansheng sluggishly stretched and stood up, smirking with a barbaric smile, saying that he was slightly interrupted by that brat just now. But it didn't matter, the two of them could continue having fun. Right at the most thrilling part, Shen Ye's resonant voice suddenly echoed all over the place. "Hey brothers and sisters of the underworld, do you all know the happy birthday song? Shall we do a choir together to celebrate a new age?" Upon hearing the question, the horde of corpses puffed out their chests in unison and roared in reply, "Of course we know it. Who wouldn't know such a classic hit?" Seeing the explosive atmosphere, the young man's volume soared even higher, overflowing with energy. "Then let's drop the beat. Wave goodbye to your sorrows. 3, 2, 1, everyone sing along." Sure enough, the corpses obediently opened their mouths to chorus. "Bye-bye all sorrows, hello all joys." Witnessing this cozy concert, Han Xiansheng screamed in disbelief. "How the hell did it turn out like this? Damn it, my blood curse." In contrast to his breakdown, the underworld choir still passionately grooved to the melody. Oh dearest friend, happy birthday, wishing every day to be radiant." The echoes of that song kept repeating endlessly. "Happy birthday, have a happy birthday, happy birthday." Perking up her ears to listen to those raspy, shrill voices, Meng Yu had to bite her lip tightly to swallow her laughter back into her stomach. The bizarre melody enveloped the entire villa. "Today is your birthday, sending you thousands of blessings. A wonderful day with radiant smiles, we gather here, exchanging our complete and passionate love, praying that luck will always smile upon you." At this point, Han Xiansheng was provoked to the point of his blood boiling. He growled, "That bastard Shen Ye, I swear I'll hack you into mush." Not bothering to wait any longer, he ran for his life, sprinting straight towards his opponent, his stomping leap so powerful it shattered the ground beneath his feet. Meng Yu frowned in worry, her stomach in knots. This is really bad, he's gone to hunt down Shen Ye. Back at his location, Felon suddenly urged him grumpily, "Run for your life, quick. I smell someone charging your way, it's 100% that skin peeler." Shen Ye clumsily tried to slip away, but before escaping, he didn't forget to conveniently grab the headset as well. The boy ran headfirst while screaming into the mic, "My dear underworld comrades, remember the hit track the whole gang is craziest about. Sing it for me in unison from one song to the next. None of you are allowed to shut your traps." Strangely enough, the horde of corpses obediently followed the order, starting to rap. "The first time I turned into this shape, how am I supposed to deny it? Heavenly cultivation lightning, wreaking havoc until the earth crumbles and the sky shakes. Purple gold hammer, oh David, David, kneading buns but forgetting the filling, that one, that one, that one." Right in the middle of the boiling oil and burning fire, Han Xian Sheng, blazing with killing intent, suddenly blocked his path, turning the boy pale with fear. He narrowed his eyes with a cold look, his raspy voice ringing out threateningly, "Got you now, Shen Ye." At that very moment, a blinding flash of sword light suddenly struck down, cleaving the suffocating space between the two of them in half. Meng Yu charged in like a gust of wind, shouting decisively, "I'll carry this, you get out of here quickly." Seeing this, Shen Ye immediately turned on his heel and dashed off, running headfirst while looking back to praise. "You came to the rescue right on time, I'm leaving it to you, do your best." Han Xian Sheng immediately tilted his chin and threatened, "Listen here until your eardrums pop, you little brat. If you dare to run away, I'll send your folks down to the underworld." But Meng Yu brushed it off. "Screw him, just keep running." Their dismissive attitude made him even more enraged, growling, "Very well, I swear I'll wipe out your entire family line, I'll chew them alive right in front of your eyes." Before disappearing from sight, Shen Ye even conveniently gifted him a filthy middle finger, making the guy surnamed Han boil with absolute rage. He hissed viciously, "I will peel the skin off your family, I'll go do it right this instant." His mind as tangled as a ball of yarn, Shen Ye paced around the room like a headless chicken, muttering, "How do I handle this now? What the hell do I do now, oh God?" Seeing this, Felon had to raise his voice to soothe him. "Hey bro, I know you're fuming, but you haven't loaded any real combat skills into your head yet, so how can you demand to cut into their fistfight? One slip and you'll be kicking the bucket. Besides, that gloomy whisper trick was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Stop having delusions about your own power." Seeing the analysis was completely reasonable, he could only let out a long sigh. "Fine, you're absolutely right." Shen Ye twiddled the jade-green ring on his hand, asking half-believingly, "So if it were you going into battle instead, could you thrash that skin peeler?" Hitting right at his pride, it tilted its face to the sky and declared boldly, "Who are you looking down on? Their cat-scratch martial arts are just child's play in my eyes. If I were in my golden age, just one finger would be more than enough to crush him into dust. But boasting these words now is pointless. With my body this battered, how can I fight? In short, out of the 36 stratagems, running for our lives is the wisest." Unexpectedly, Shen Ye brainstormed another terrible idea. "That's great then, looks like the two of us can move on to another program." Felon felt a twinge of guilt, asking defensively, "What kind of cheap trick are you planning to pull again?" Ignoring its suspicious face, he started in a deep voice, "We signed a cooperation contract with each other, right?" Without needing to think, it nodded briskly, admitting, "Exactly, what are you trying to bark out anyway?" Shen Ye confidently concluded, "I want to strike a deal with you." He decisively proposed an oral contract with Felon. "I'll take the contract to help you recover your power. In return, you have to step up and beat him up for me. What do you say?" This impulsive strategy made it jump up in shock. "Help me regain my strength? You must be kidding me." His face completely unfazed, he continued to spit out his reasoning. "Back on the battlefield outside the secret island, didn't you personally reveal the healing secrets of the undead to me? You guys use a specific evil curse, borrow an item as bait to set up an altar for sacrifice, then stuff a bunch of souls or living creatures into the furnace, draining their life force dry. Once it's done, you guys instantly become fully invigorated again." The flawless standard procedure he outlined left it speechless, unable to argue. Spot on, even if one is about to kick the bucket, this move is enough to revive 10% of their power in the blink of an eye. "Wait a minute, don't tell me you're planning to exploit the pile of lingering corpses in this hotel." Shen Ye swept his eyes around, then hesitantly probed, "Do these corpses meet the standard to be your tonic?" Felon immediately calculated the odds of hitting the jackpot. The vengeful spirits here are all rigidly sealed within their flesh by the skin peeler. This amount is more than enough for a heavy-duty energy overclocking batch. However, my body is like a cripple now. Where would I get the mana to force this pile of corpses to chant the sacrificial curse? As soon as he saw hope, he grabbed it right away. Leave it to me, I will rack my brains for a way. It timidly warned its temporary boss. This whole wildly dancing process takes quite a bit of time. If that guy catches on, he will go crazy and chop you into 100 pieces. Just watch. You determined to take his life no matter what. The situation was already suffocating, yet Felon kept whining in his ear, making Shen Ye flare up and roar. You nag too much. What's wrong? Have your balls shrunk? It wasn't one to back down either, snapping right back. I'm just worried one slip on a banana peel and you'll be kicking the bucket for good. He confidently threw out a toxic oath. If I actually go see the king of hell, just use undead magic to turn me into an errand boy and we're good. This sweet deal made Felon's eyes light up, nodding along immediately. Well, why didn't you spit that out sooner? Let me just swipe this clause into the contract and seal the deal. The parchment contract was clearly drafted word by word as follows. Party A Shen Ye, Party B Fei Lun. Both factions happily agreed. Party A is obligated to help Party B grind back his physical stats. In return, once Party B's HP bar is full, he must directly enter the battlefield as a meat shield for Party A to beat to death the bastard with the notorious moniker Flayer. In case Party A kicks the bucket halfway, Party B is allowed to freely use both the body and soul of Party A. Shen Ye reviewed the document once and decisively pressed his hand to sign it. In a split second, the contract lit up and took effect. Took out his beloved phone, bringing the power of the digital age into the battle. Perfect. Now you just mumble the incantation so I can hit record. Later I'll blast it on the portable speaker for the spirits to enjoy. Fei Lun pouted, complaining with a disdainful look. Normally we have to meet face-to-face properly to recite poems of praise. Do you really prefer using this boring, industrial method that lacks the burning passion of the heart? Of patience, Shen Ye wearily threw a lecture at him. Look, my good brother, I know you're sulking, but let me lay it out for you. Your current body is nothing but a useless skull. If you squeeze into a fight, someone will smash your head and you'll end up biting your tongue. Using a recorder is the ultimate survival plan, so stop having delusions of grandeur. Faced with that highly damaging logic, Fei Lun had to swallow his pride. Fine, for the sake of getting my power back, this seat will tolerate you. The recording process was completed smoothly and at lightning speed. He eagerly hyped up his partner. The next stage is yours. Shen Ye locked his vision on the destination, nodding firmly. Now pour absolutely every single stat point into the speed attribute, quick. His legs were instantly buffed to the max. The system's screen beeped to signal, complying with the host's desire, all attribute points have been successfully flattened. Current speed hits the 10.1 mark. Shen Ye dashed forward like an arrow piercing the wind. While running at full throttle with his legs over his head, the young man shouted loudly into the walkie-talkie. Hey, my dear underworld soldiers, quiet down a bit. The organizing committee will now play a listening comprehension test. Stretch your ears and listen carefully. Once it's done, recite it together correctly. You can't miss even half a word. O wandering ghosts at the bottom of the abyssal hell, borrow the desires of the souls from the realm of the dead to chant into a launching pad, assisting His Majesty to break through the boundary of life and death. On this banquet table overflowing with scattered souls, let us merge into an eternal white bone throne, begging for the magnanimity of the Almighty, calling the name of the Dark Mother of withered bones, honoring the Emperor of the executing demons, exalting the Lord Mickey Cashin. Please shower your blessings upon me so that I may spread your prestige across all species. Tap tap, the listening test concludes here. Have all brothers memorized the lesson? Raise your voices. Sure enough, Shen Ye smoothly activated the ultimate move, Gloomy Whisper. The horde of corpses uniformly mumbled to his rhythm. O wandering ghosts at the bottom of the abyssal hell, gather the desires of the souls from the realm of the dead to forge an altar. Han Xian Sheng's eyes widened as he realized Shen Ye's sinister plot. He's chanting a spell. That little brat is pulling the strings of those corpses. I must tear him to pieces immediately. Sensing the surging vitality, Fei Lun shrieked with joy. We hit the jackpot. The soul fire is burning fiercely right here. He still kept his head down, running for his dear life, panting and asking, do I have to hold my breath waiting for them to finish chanting the sutra? Fei Lun frantically instructed like a nanny, spot on. This is just the prelude but the most crucial part. Now you have to dodge the Flayer's attacks at all costs. He will definitely fight to the bitter end to grab you by the neck. Soul summoning chant was still repeatedly mumbled by the corpses, assisting His Majesty to break through the boundary of life and death on this banquet table overflowing with scattered souls. Fei Lun hurriedly acted as a navigator, pointing the way. Swing along these soul rings and fly straight to the roof. That place is the convergence point of the soul fire. Without batting an eye, Shen Ye tensed his thigh muscles and sprinted. Understood. The maniac tailed him as tenaciously as a starving leech, howling madly. You bastard brat, what kind of trick are you playing? Shen Ye craned his neck for a backward glance, and then frantically bolted as fast as his legs could carry him. Is that god-tier speed? Thanks to Shen Ye's effort to stall for time, the chant still echoed steadily in the air. Let us merge into an eternal white bone throne. Han Xiansheng's head was fuming with rage as he let out a deafening scream. You can't escape even if you run to the ends of the earth, boy. Suddenly, he noticed a silhouette rushing out from the left blind spot like a moth, to a flame to block his path. Meng Yu smashed through a chunk of the wall, flying straight out to provide cover for her teammate. The sharp blade in her hand slashed a decisive path straight toward his throat. Meng Yu's earth-shattering slash hit the target directly, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. Despite that, even while coughing up blood, Han Xiansheng stubbornly risked his life to hunt down his opponent to the bitter end. Breaking into a cold sweat, she thought to herself that things were really doomed. This monster completely ignored her lethal blow and only focused on gritting his teeth to chase after Shen Ye to tear him apart. He even used the pushing force from that slash to propel himself forward faster. The monotonous chanting of the corpses still echoed closely behind his every step, begging for the magnanimity of the Almighty. The very moment Shen Ye's hand touched the doorknob on the roof, the hand guy shrieked, "Even if you grow wings, don't even dream of escaping." Shen Ye dashed like a wild horse and slipped right into the empty room right before his eyes. Han Xiansheng also madly stayed hot on his heels like an inseparable tail. He swept his gaze around the room, straining his neck to scream, "What corner did you crawl into, you little brat?" Surrounding Han Xiansheng right now was a dense swarm of corpses, their mouths mumbling the chant, the dark mother of withered bones, honoring the emperor of the executing demons. Exalting the Lord Mixliner, please grant a miracle to protect me. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation, Shen Ye regrouped with Meng Yu. I'm relying on you. The girl immediately took a defensive stance, lifting her chin to signal him to rest easy. His blood boiled with rage as he roared to assert dominance. When did you sneak over there? With guts as big as the sky to dare mock me, I swear I'll chop you into 100 pieces. The curse continued to murmur, weaving through every corner, so that I may spread your prestige across all species. The brightly glowing magic array made Fei Lun so ecstatic that he danced around noisily. Hit the jackpot, hit the jackpot. Right now we just need to lure those vengeful spirits to voluntarily pump their blood into my body, and I'll instantly regain my kingly peak form. Catching the rhythm immediately, Shen Ye raised the hand holding the ring high, loudly rallying the entire underworld. Oh, comrades, the time for revenge has arrived. A once-in-a-millennium opportunity, quickly pump all your mana to me. All the vengeful spirits gather here, let us brothers together. Suddenly Meng Yu's voice screeched, tearing through his eardrums to warn, Shen Ye, watch out behind you. It turned out to be the hand guy using his body as bait, lunging straight to sneak attack him. To take his life, the man was willing to throw all consequences out the window. His eyes were bloodshot, radiating a bone-chilling murderous aura. Go down to the Yellow Springs, boy. His vicious strike pierced cleanly right through the opponent's chest. The girl turned as pale as a ghost, screaming in panic until her voice cracked, Shen Ye. However, the very next second, the hand guy's stiff-as-a-board face became the real center of attention. The figure before his eyes suddenly dissipated into dust, making him flinch as he realized he had just swallowed a spectacular bluff. Damn it, is it an illusion? Right in the center of the magic array, the real Shen Ye appeared. Oh, vengeful spirits, heed my call. The hand guy widened his eyes in panic and yelled. When the hell did you switch places? Ignoring the screaming, the young man's voice proudly rallied the entire zombie horde to give their all brothers of one mind, let us together. Shen Ye firmly issued the final judgment for the villain, send him to hell. The horde of corpses, with tears in their eyes, indignantly chimed in with the call for bloody revenge. Fei Lun's energy-buffing array was instantly stuffed to the brim by the screaming soul fire. Revenge, 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 wash away the grudge. The piece of jewelry where he resided slowly emitted a blinding light that could not be extinguished. Still stubbornly gritting his teeth to the bitter end, he threw his head back in a manic laugh and charged forward, intending to fight to the death. Take my life? Are you putting on a comedy show, kid? Do you think you're on my level? Just die already. But in the very next split second, the hand guy's sinister laugh was abruptly snuffed out. A sword made of white bone decisively pinned him down. Looming behind the blinding dust screen, Meng Yu gaped in sheer astonishment. What the hell is this thing? The hand guy was left sprawling on the ground, coughing up a pool of blood due to his severe injuries. Fei Lun had brilliantly recovered 100% of his golden era power. I ain't bluffing. When I say I'll send you off, I'll really send you off. Letting you cling to life for even a single second longer is on me. A torrential downpour heavily washed away the eerily quiet atmosphere of this godforsaken place. Raining on the muscular shoulder of the giant Fei Lun, Shen Ye coolly issued the directive. It's time for you to meet the King of Hell. And this retribution will take place right in front of the souls whose lives you stripped away. The hand guy's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Calamity? You little brat, you have the ability to summon a calamity. Fei Lun's gigantic skeletal stature left Meng Yu wide-mouthed in awe, secretly calculating. A true calamity, so this was the real hidden trump card of this kid. Exuding an overwhelming aura, Shen Ye coldly waved his hand to give the order. Finish him off beautifully. The giant withered-bone sword was raised high into the sky by him. Even though he was barely breathing, the hand guy still managed to bellow, "Don't even think I'll give up." He channeled his strength to spit out dozens of blood-red threads, madly wrapping them tightly around Fei Lun's limbs. He burst out laughing in mockery, throwing a sarcastic remark. Are these flimsy threads the ultimate skill you're so proud of? They aren't even enough to scratch my itch. How could the hand guy have foreseen that his proudest killer move would be snapped as lightly as a feather? What the hell is this? Fei Lun tilted his chin up sarcastically. With a small fry like you, there's no need for this seat to dirty his hands. Countless souls are weeping and whining in my ears. They have been imprisoned for far too long. Now is the moment to set them all free. Using a terrifying magical power, he carved a resurrection sigil for the deceased living beings. Each soulless corpse was one by one granted temporary life. Their flesh and blood forms slowly recovered and rose up in unison. The awakened zombie legion was so densely packed that it made Meng Yu break into a cold sweat, not daring to utter a single word. Shen Ye eagerly held the megaphone. "O warriors of the underworld, the time for revenge has come, dive in." The hand guy frantically waved his hands to unleash his corpse-controlling technique, but it was utterly useless. "Damn it, I've lost control. You little brat, did you hijack my magic?" He resentfully cursed nonstop, "You bastard." Taking advantage of the commotion, the hand guy clung to a blood thread and pulled his whole body to fly up to the ceiling. His hopeless death throes made Fei Lun smirk coldly, planning to slip away quietly. He opened his giant mouth and spat out a massive fireball. The hand guy took the critical hit head-on, so terrified that his tongue tied into knots. My body." Fei Lun laughed heartily and mocked, "Don't be so tense, this is just a low-tier soul-shocking technique. It only makes your soul and body lag for a beat, temporarily locking your escape skills. It absolutely won't harm a single hair on you. After all, at this moment, that crowd is exactly the same as you were before. All of them crave the fresh meat from this very body of yours." And so the hand guy was swarmed by a horde of zombies that rushed in to tear him apart like a pack of starving dogs. They unleashed all their long-suppressed resentment onto his figure, gritting their teeth to gnaw through any exposed spot. Witnessing that bloody and gory scene, Fei Lun nonchalantly remarked, "Humans always have the illusion that killing the perpetrator will extinguish the hatred, without realizing that the wave of resentment never subsides. In the end, it's the unjustly killed souls themselves who will awaken to personally drag you down to the very depths of hell." Amidst that writhing, squirming mess, the hand guy's tragic screams echoed intermittently, "Don't. I don't want to die yet, please save me. O great supreme being, I volunteer to sacrifice everything to you." Suddenly, Shen Ye sniffed out the scent of danger. The hand guy's mangled corpse suddenly erupted with an eerie energy. That power was thick and viscous like toxic gas, ceaselessly rolling and surging forward. Even though his body was nothing but a torn and tattered mess, he still salvaged a bit of his dying breath to pray with devotion. "Thank you, O supreme entity, please manifest. Please reveal yourself and strip everything away from me." However, the only reward he got in return was dead silence. He despairingly realized that all his efforts had gone down the drain. His face scrunched up in complete breakdown. "Why is this happening? "O Supreme Being, why have you abandoned me?" Shen Ye frantically issued an order to Fei Lun. "He's planning to chant a spell again, tie him up tightly right now." Unable to hesitate for another half a second, he dove straight down headfirst to crush the hand guy. "Take my sword, you flayer bastard. I must use this blade to claim your life for how you." Meng Yu, standing far away, yelled in panic, "Shen Ye, watch out." The hand guy kept his mouth shut, resigning himself to being a punching bag, but inwardly he smugly sneered, "What an idiot. Even if His Majesty doesn't descend directly, his shadow is more than enough to cover me." He played a dirty trick, steering a few razor-sharp streams of dark aura to slash straight at Shen Ye. "Surrender your life." Surprise, surprise, the young man was completely unharmed, still dangling on Fei Lun's shoulder and sneering as he watched the good show. "You ignorant fool," falling into the exact same trap twice. He jumped in fright and craned his neck backward. "Damn it, it's a clone illusion again." Shen Ye pulled out his gun, cocked it with a click and shouted boldly, "Eat my lead." He fired a bullet that hit dead center in the skull, except it was the skull of a zombie wandering around in the back. The hand guy stared blankly at Shen Ye, without a single scratch on him. The boy was spooked, sweating bullets, and so dumbfounded he couldn't utter a word. Fei Lun was also full of question marks, turning his head to glare at him. Shen Ye's face flushed red with embarrassment, and he had to do damage control by yelling loudly to urge, "Just a minor slip-up. I've never learned how to shoot so the bullet strayed a bit. But that doesn't matter. Go ahead, Fei Lun, use your fire skill to burn him to crisp for me." Listening to the host, he swung his massive arm up, roasting the hand guy like a meat skewer. He writhed and let out agonizing howls, his whole body bursting into bright flames and withering away like a dry branch. The hand guy helplessly took the beating, but still sneakily played his tricks, silently gathering the evil dark aura into his body. Fei Lun was extremely sharp, shouting a warning, "Watch out." His whole body glowed brightly as he plunged the tip of his sword into the floor, activating the white bone boot state. Shen Ye timidly hid behind Fei Lun's back and asked, "What's the big deal?" He sharply analyzed. Right at the moment the flayer took his last breath, there was some sinister stuff inside his corpse wreaking havoc. Some random entity was planning to sneak attack you. If I hadn't been quick to buff your armor, you'd be pulverized by now, kid. Suddenly, Meng Yu from behind frantically pointed forward. "Look there, look quickly." Countless streams of pitch-black smoke converged toward the corpse of the hand guy, swirling and enveloping him. The chaotic mass of darkness swept the hand guy's corpse up and flew right out the window sill. The girl shrieked in panic. "That dark shadow is planning to steal the flayer's corpse." Meng Yu dashed out the window, intending to pursue and exterminate. "Don't even think about escaping." Shen Ye's brain hadn't processed it in time, and just as he reached out to pull her back, she had already vanished. "Hold on a second, Meng Yu. Damn it, why don't we run after them?" Fei Lun was calmer, coldly exposing the situation. "If I turn on max speed, there's no way I can carry you along. And if I leave you in this corner in case that freak circles back for a sneak attack, I'll be completely out of ways to save you. Your safety must be the top priority." Shen Ye ran out of arguments and had to swallow the bitter pill. "Fine, so what kind of demon or monster is that dark shadow anyway? Don't tell me it's also the one who blew up the entire apartment building." Suddenly coming up with a hypothesis, he frowned and pieced things together. Wait, that's not right. If it's an accomplice of the flayer, it definitely isn't the one who blew up the building, because the person who detonated the explosives clearly intended to defend Meng Yu. Could there still be a third character lurking in this place? Fei Lun hastily spoke up to soothe Shen Ye, offering a broader perspective to cool things down. "Right now, it seems the mysterious figure who buffed Meng Yu doesn't have evil intentions. Why don't you turn on the mic and try saying hello?" He furrowed his brows tightly, hesitantly nodding. "Sounds reasonable. Which brother just unleashed that chivalrous move earlier? Please reveal yourself so we can make friends for a bit." After waiting forever, the atmosphere remained dead silent, without a single soul showing their face. Fei Lun had to drop a harsh truth. "It seems this master doesn't like stepping into the light." Shen Ye suddenly caught wind of a strange anomaly, darting his eyes toward the bleak, windy balcony. He craned his neck to look down, calling out, "Hey fire demon, how's the situation? Have you safely shipped that girl to the martial arts center?" The sports motorcycle crackled as it reported the development. "Mission failed, boss. The package was dropped along the way." He widened his eyes, startled. "How the hell did that happen?" The bike concisely summarized the getaway. Halfway through the ride, the target voluntarily jumped off the bike safely and then vanished without a trace. "I am completely clueless about her whereabouts." Shen Ye was so shocked he became speechless. What the F asterisk CK? Fei Lun pieced together the data and poured out a string of logical analysis. The speed of that bike was blazing fast, yet that chick bailated out mid-ride and still remained perfectly unharmed, proving 1000% that she is no ordinary girl. I've told you so many times, stop being a fake hero and trying to save strangers. It's the blessing of your ancestors for 70 generations that she didn't stab you. Suddenly, a phone ringtone pierced through the air, breaking the atmosphere. Shen Ye pulled out his phone and swiped the screen. It was a message Meng Yu had just shot over. He stood frozen, staring wide-eyed at the content on the device in utter disbelief. What the hell is this? A video clip appeared on the screen, recording the slender back of a young girl. A gruff voice interrupted, tossing a question at her. Qing Yin, what kind of boyfriend do you wish to have in the future? Girl rested her chin on the balcony railing, gazing absent-mindedly at the distant sky. A boyfriend. I've never wasted a single brain neuron on that matter. That gruff voice became even more aggressively proactive with the sensitive topic. Then you'd better start racking your brain right now. After all, you're almost a young lady in your late teens. There are so many handsome young men lining up out there waiting for you to glance at them. Qing Yin stood leaning against the railing for a long while, without bothering to utter another word. She pondered for a while before unhurriedly replying, I vaguely remember visiting the Shen family once when I was little. At that time, my little sister and I were chased by a rabid dog until we ran out of breath. Right in that moment of crisis, only Brother Shen Ye jumped out to shield us. Brother Shen Ye is very gentle. I always keep his silhouette in my heart. Qing Yin gave a faint, charming smile, her cheeks flushing with shyness as she turned around. If I absolutely have to find a sweetheart, I only hope to find someone exactly like him. The tape was cut off halfway and could not be watched further. The screen went completely black, leaving only the faint crackling of static noise echoing. Immediately following that piercing static noise, a pair of black leather shoes appeared in the video. The camera angle was dim and dark, a stark contrast to the bright footage from earlier. Countless whispering voices rang out. Where the hell did that little brat Shen Ye crawl out of? I investigated, that punk is dirt poor, he has absolutely no right to rub shoulders with Our Lady. But are you completely sure about Qing Yin's mindset? What if she takes it upon herself to go looking for him? You guys go squeeze your brains and figure out a way for this matter yourselves. I absolutely forbid that Shen Ye's face from hovering around my precious little Qing Yin. The group enthusiastically schemed in the dark. Just sleep soundly, these trivial matters don't even require us to lift a finger. Throw some money to hire a hitman, stage an accidental death, and it's done. It's a piece of cake at the end of the day, it's just an economic problem. The closing statement slipped out before the frame sank into the pitch-black night and died out. Spend some money to have the underworld socialize with him, consider it teaching that little bastard an unforgettable lesson. Shen Ye stood frozen like a statue, his brain still unable to load all this nonsensical drama, just staring blankly with frog-like eyes at the brick phone in his hand. He lowered his head to hide his expression, but the gloomy, resentful aura of being treated like a plaything still billowed out intensely. Shen Ye remained rooted to the spot with dozens of thoughts tearing at his heart. I had mapped out hundreds of sensational scenarios, once fully convinced they were targeting Shen Ye, or planning to use my life to psychologically terrorize my parents, or at the very least because the old body had accidentally eavesdropped on some earth-shattering secret. I even hallucinated that someone had exposed the transmigrated soul hiding in this shell and decided to silence me. But even in my wildest dreams, I couldn't have imagined a truth this rotten and absurd. The zombie horde from behind silently crowded around him. The old butler took the lead and bowed on behalf of the whole group to express their gratitude. We are eternally grateful to you, young man. Following his words were a series of hoarse voices from the undead surrounding him, sincerely pouring out their hearts. Thank you so much for stepping up to eliminate that demon in human skin. We were alone and helpless, all becoming wandering souls by his hands. Fortunately, you stood up to demand justice for us brothers. We have witnessed his miserable death with our own eyes, and we are 1,000 times grateful to you. But I am still agonizing over one thing. Why did that monster take the trouble to come all the way here to massacre all of us? Shen Ye felt a pang of guilt, his flustered eyes darting around aimlessly. Well, an indescribable remorse surged in his heart. The assassin was clearly hired to chop his head off, but it ended up dragging a whole bunch of innocent people to their deaths. Shen Ye stood with his arms crossed in the middle of the encirclement, clearing his throat and sincerely expressing, "Oh, esteemed ones, if there is a next life, I hope you all find a peaceful place to reincarnate. I pray that in another world, You will be able to live with your heads held high in self-respect, instead of dying in such humiliating grief like this, carrying a belly full of resentment that leaves those left behind endlessly sorrowful. I hope you folks can rest your eyes in peace and throw away all the mortal ties in this realm. Wait until the day I grind enough strength to uncover this whole messy plot. I will dig up the mastermind behind the scenes by the roots, and then personally send him to see the king of hell. Shen Ye stood proudly on the podium, his blazing determination sweeping across the unjustly wronged souls. I swear on my honor, I will definitely fulfill this promise. Having finished his big talk, he dejectedly dropped his head to self-reflect on his current weak body. His stumpy legs couldn't match Meng Yu's speed to hunt down the dark shadow, and in the end, he had to shamelessly beg the pile of dry bones to stay and act as his bodyguard. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a rotting corpse stretched its hand toward Shen Ye. That zombie dragged itself closer and patted the young man's shoulder. Then it bared its chipped teeth in an encouraging smile. No matter how twisted the situation was, we still must thank you for carrying the team to wash away our grudge. Remember to take care of your precious body and live long enough to become a legend. Countless other zombies also noisily chimed in to cheer him on. Dead right, with that devil gone, we can close our eyes in peace. They trailed behind each other, dragging their feet forward, taking turns patting Shen Ye's shoulders loudly. You must live as long as the southern mountain, eat well and sleep soundly. Wishing you to quickly grind to max level and wring the neck of the final boss behind the curtain. We brothers will sit down in the underworld and bless you. Thank you so much. Countless blunt words of gratitude just kept echoing endlessly. 100,000 thanks to you, thank you, benefactor. When the echoes of gratitude finally ceased, hundreds of rotting corpses simultaneously collapsed onto the floor, thoroughly dissipating every last trace of life. Fei Lun stood with his arms crossed, watching from above, clearing his throat to report the situation to Shen Ye. The spell's duration has expired. They have all taken their return tickets back to the underworld. Shen Ye jumped in shock when he saw Meng Yu launch herself through the rain-drenched window frame. She exhaled sharply and spoke up to ask, "Are you still sitting idly here?" Shen Ye inquisitively pried. So what kind of creature was that phantom after all? Meng Yu shrugged indifferently. It vanished without a trace. Its HP bar is unimaginably tanky. I guarantee 1,000% it's not a mere mortal. I suspect it has ties to a calamity. If you poke the bear, the outcome will be devastatingly tragic. He stammered slightly. A calamity? She hastily supplemented the knowledge. The power of a calamity is more than enough to wipe out an entire city in the blink of an eye. That dark shadow emitted a very bizarre magnetic field, exactly like that dry skeleton friend of yours. The pressure they exude is quite similar. The mana you poured into my body brought endless breakthrough enlightenments. I sincerely thank you, Shen Ye. Once the dust settles, I plan to find some secluded paradise to cultivate and upgrade my skills. He silently pumped some mental motivation for her. The buff from the Purifier title still had some time left on its duration, hoping this girl would break through her limits. Shen Ye cleared his throat and changed the subject. I've taken a look at the clip you forwarded, but my brain is still a bit hung up on some plot holes. Could you enlighten me a little? She lowered her eyelashes, deep in thought as she pieced the information together. After a while, she unhurriedly lifted the curtain on the secret for him. I have personally sniffed into this matter. However, the waters run very deep. Small fries like us shouldn't even dream of dipping our hands in to muddy the waters. He furrowed his eyebrows tightly, grinding out every word. What kind of big shots are those faceless bastards in the end? Meng Yu softly turned her face away, gently offering her advice to urge him to leave, and she would absolutely keep his appearance a secret. However, Shen Ye wasn't one to give up so easily, stubbornly pressing for the identities of those people. With eyes filled with sadness, she softly replied that they were the descendants of several powerful families, but as for the specific names, it was truly impossible to dig out. Shen Ye raised his voice in a sarcastic rebuttal. You also carry the title of a noble family's young lady. How could you be completely in the dark about the roots of those cruel bastards? And you maintained a calm demeanor and explained that within the circle of noble families, there were also different tiers. The place where Shen Ye lived or her Luo family, if compared to the families of those people, were as faint as fireflies trying to outshine the moon. He frowned and questioned, are you planning to just turn a blind eye? Meng Yu waved her hand to explain that she had poured her heart into investigating because with so many lives lost, they definitely had to provide an explanation. Shen Ye sarcastically retorted, what the hell kind of explanation? Are they going to be dragged out and beheaded? She tilted her head slightly, avoiding his piercing gaze, and shook her head softly, saying no, at most they would just face a bit of grounding. Shen Ye widened his eyes in astonishment. Grounding. Meng Yu gloomily confessed, yeah, just a few scoldings, being forbidden to step out of the gate, those kinds of superficial punishments. After that, they will probably lower themselves to apologize to you and our Luo family. He furrowed his brows tightly, harshly exposing the reality. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? Once they've made a move and I'm still wandering around alive, and even accidentally sent your brother to his death, they will use 100 ways and 1,000 schemes to crush both you and me to tear out the roots. She squeezed her eyes shut, calmly accepting the cruel truth. This is exactly the price I have to bear to dig out the truth. Those are the forces that dominate the world, and Qing Yin is the sun that everyone wants to revolve around. All alone by myself, I'm bound to die, and the Luo family isn't foolish enough to intervene either. Thinking back, I even have to clap my hands in celebration, because that Flayer assassin was solely focused on satisfying his personal animalistic desires without giving a damn about the mission. Meng Yu recalled the scene of the assassin carrying Yi Bing away into the shadows, saying sorrowfully, if it had been a more serious assassin of the same caliber, I'm afraid we would have been left permanently in the dark about the truth. In short, the entire group of assassins has been wiped out. That's barely enough to console my brother's spirit in the underworld. It's time for me to take my leave. You remember to take care of yourself. Saying so, she gently turned her back, preparing to walk away. Shen Ye asked with deep underlying meaning, suppose you held the power to wipe out those noble family brats, would you dare to strike? Meng Yu suddenly halted, standing still as a statue. She forced a smile and told him to stop joking around. Their families are like the pillars of human civilization, absurdly powerful. If I make a rash move, my family will definitely be. He harshly cut her off. I don't have the time to listen to a bunch of consequences. I'm only asking one question. Are you willing to accept this? Shen Ye gritted his teeth, his voice suppressing a raging fury. My friend died, your brother died. Tens of thousands of living beings in this neighborhood shared the same fate. They have parents, teachers, friends. They have their own futures and lives. Yet they were brutally murdered, their corpses even dragged out by blood magic to be controlled as playthings. And then those bastards just wash their hands of it and call it an unforgettable lesson. Speaking up to this point, Shen Ye's voice sank chillingly. You call that just a leisure game? Then he exploded with a roar. Are human lives really that cheap in their eyes? I absolutely cannot swallow this anger. I swear I will make them pay a heavy price. Blood must be paid with blood. Facing those fierce and fiery words, Meng Yu quietly drew her sword. A terrifying surge of power suddenly rushed straight toward them. He raised his hand and swatted away the boulders cascading down around them. The girl calmly admired the ruined aftermath she had created with her own hands. Amidst the desolate ruins, tears rolled down Meng Yu's cheeks. A moment later, only Shen Ye was left standing all alone in the wasteland. Felin popped out from some unknown corner and teased, how exactly did you flirt to make the girl run away crying like that? Shen Ye just maintained a solemn silence, offering no reply. Then he leaped to the ground, smacking his lips, and said that since everything was over, it was time to drag his tired body home. The skeleton stared at Shen Ye's back and curiously asked, so how do you plan to clean up this mess? Landing smoothly, he swiftly took off his earpiece, tossed it away, and nonchalantly said, I thought it was someone with an irreconcilable grudge against me, but it turned out to be just a bunch of bored, spoiled brats with too much free time. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. The skeleton narrowed its hollow eyes and muttered, only a ghost would believe that. Shen Ye calmly retorted, when it comes to being human, the most important thing is knowing how to find the joy of living. Squirmed irritably, I'd be crazy to believe your empty theories. Shen Ye patiently explained, you just don't understand human psychology. Living in this world is already full of scrapes and bruises, so you absolutely have to try to be happy. Felin was speechless, saying that doesn't mean you just lie there and let people tear you apart, you just gave them a taste of their own medicine too. He shrugged, well, that's human desire for you. I will diligently dig up this joy, determined to fill my life with laughter. It asked curiously, so how do you plan to pursue that joy? Sitting comfortably on the motorcycle, Shen Ye gave a hearty smile, it's easy. If they want to play, I'll entertain them to the bitter end. Once I send every single one of them to hell to avenge the innocent souls who died unjustly today, it will be considered sweet revenge. When that time comes, my heart will surely be filled with immense joy, making this life completely worthwhile. Felin laughed uncontrollably, Now that's a reason I can fully believe. Shen Ye casually retrieved the skeleton into his ring. Just hide in here for now. Your glaring appearance easily attracts curious eyes. He waved his hand, looking around, and shouted into the distance, thanks to whichever anonymous friend helped me. If you don't want to show your face, that's fine, but in short, I am deeply grateful to you. From a high vantage point, a pair of eyes quietly watched Shen Ye's silhouette fade away. The little girl, dangling her legs and blowing bubblegum, nodded in admiration. Our Shen Ye has truly grown up now. Yin Chen slowly stood up. Immediately after, a strip of blazing red energy enveloped her entire body. Her petite figure gradually transformed into a mature, alluring young woman. She smiled gently. Compared to when he was little, his current appearance looked somewhat more naive and endearing. Yin Chen stood silently in the driving rain. Suddenly, her bizarre earpiece spoke up with a sour, sarcastic tone. That kid is truly foolish beyond compare. But aren't you going to show up and say hello to him? Yin Chen nonchalantly replied, the time is not yet ripe. It continued to grumble, he just saved your life back there and even kindly gave you a motorcycle ride to escape. All this trouble was caused by your sister Qing Yin, yet she tossed it aside without a care, while you hurried over to clean up her mess, almost getting me exposed in the process. Yin Chen lowered her head and coaxed softly, stop nagging, didn't I almost get exposed too? The earpiece warned resentfully, once your identity is exposed to the sunlight, let's see how you clean up that mess. She brushed it off, you talk too much. I'll treat you to a bowl of beef noodles later, all right. It immediately took the opportunity to bargain. I demand an extra fried egg plus a bowl of premium wine. Wait a minute, you're plotting to ask me for a favor, aren't you? Confess right now. She burst into a bright laugh, stretching her arms. You really do know me inside out. Be a dear and erase every single trace for me. Absolutely do not let anyone realize my presence here, especially my sister's lackeys. While you're at it, erase all of Shen Ye's combat traces too. Don't let even the slightest clue slip out. It didn't forget to give a subtle reminder, there is still a living witness right there, that sword-dancing girl. What if she blabbers about tonight's events? Yin Chen replied with absolute trust, she would never betray Shen Ye. The earpiece squeezed its eyes shut and let out a long sigh, all right, whatever you say. It slowly blended into a sharp aura, muttering, time for some hard labor. Its eyes flared with a blinding light, shooting a ruthless blast of energy straight down at the ruins of the broadcasting building. In just the blink of an eye, all remnants were blown away without leaving a single speck of debris. It frantically urged, cleanup is done, let's get out of here quick. My craving for noodles has reached its peak. Right at that moment, a phone started ringing melodiously. As soon as she put the phone to her ear, a reproaching voice echoed from the other end, Yin Chen, where are you wandering off to? There is an important banquet tonight. I can't handle it alone. Drag yourself back here right now. It instantly retracted into an earpiece, grumbling loudly. What terrible luck. Your sister is demanding your presence. So, are we going to the party or going to eat noodles? Yin Chen put her hat on her head and calmly replied, going to eat noodles, of course. I made a promise to you, and a promise is a promise. It was moved to tears. Oh, my heart is melting, but won't you be punished for skipping the party like this? The girl smiled leisurely. That sister of mine is like a fish in water at these parties. I couldn't catch up to her even if I carried her shoes. Besides, the whole world already knows that Yin Chen, the younger sister of the goddess Qing Yin, is just a useless good-for-nothing. The earpiece burst into a cackling, sarcastic laugh. You, a useless good-for-nothing. That is definitely the driest joke I've heard since the day I was born. Midst a sprawling pool of blood, countless stakes were driven firmly into the ground, as drops of dark red blood intertwined to create a macabre, hair-raising scene. Countless human corpses hung dangling above, their fresh blood dripping down and overflowing a giant bathtub. From deep at the bottom of the tub, a creature began to wriggle and emerge. Han Xiansheng, the skin-peeling maniac with a hideous visage, slowly rose from the surface of the blood. He gasped, have I truly returned from the dead? He staggered out of the tub, dragging his heavy feet, muttering, O almighty deity, have you granted me a second life? An eerie voice echoed in the air, you fool. Han Xiansheng hurriedly fell to his knees, looking up at the magnificent entity before him, so agitated that he stammered, thank you for not abandoning this humble servant. Based on the pact between us, I offered a fair price. It is obvious you had enough power to descend earlier, so why did you leave at the last minute? The evil god bellowed in fury, does a mere mortal ant like you have the right to question me? Instantly, a slimy tentacle pierced right through his body. Han Xiansheng screamed miserably, hurriedly begging, "I wouldn't dare challenge you in a million years. I was just harboring a tiny bit of curiosity in my heart." The evil god slowly retracted the tentacle, its voice ice-cold. "Earlier there was an unfathomably mysterious figure hiding in the shadows. It was inconvenient for me to reveal myself." He widened his eyes in shock. "What did you say?" Then he groveled back on the ground, his whole body trembling like a leaf as he pleaded, "O Supreme One, please generously forgive me. I was truly blind and didn't detect any other presence." It sneered contemptuously. "How could an insignificant fry like you catch the scent of such high-caliber beings? That is understandable. At first, I thought your pitiful little world was so broken it wasn't even worth picking my teeth with. Who would have thought that the cursed wall of the king of 10,000 fallen demons I bestowed upon you would suffer a backlash and have its power stripped entirely? Right after that, you got beaten to a pulp, and that's when I realized this world holds all sorts of interesting things. In fact, quite a few big shots on par with me have also secretly descended to this realm, hiding in the shadows to pull the strings." Han Xiansheng turned his head around in confusion. "Supreme One, where are you currently residing?" The door suddenly clicked and swung wide open. A girl with a blood-smeared face staggered inside. "Yi Bing." He panicked, stuttering incoherently. "How could this be? You were clearly—" "No, something isn't right." She waved her hand, letting her disheveled hair fall loose, her entire body radiating a terrifyingly evil light. "So you were here, O Supreme One." The evil god nodded in approval. "Your artwork this time is very pleasing to my eyes, just perfect to serve as my vessel." Han Xiansheng was overjoyed and kowtowed repeatedly. "This is the fortune of my past several lifetimes. O great and eternal deity, I am willing to prostrate at your feet and serve you like a beast of burden for the rest of my life." The Supreme One commanded majestically, "My servant, guide me as I take a stroll through your world, so I can see with my own eyes what other earth-shattering secrets this place is hiding. While I'm at it, I must personally go and interrogate that brat Shen Ye. What kind of trick did that brat use to break the cursed statue of the king of 10,000 fallen demons? That is power I spent countless eras accumulating. I absolutely must demand it back without missing a single fraction." He trembled violently as he heard the entity continue. "I traversed endless space to descend here, and even expended my energy to pull you back from the dead. Right now, I need to harvest a few souls to replenish my scattered energy. Surely you must be feeling it deeply right now. Your soul is being torn apart by an indescribable agony. That is due to the flesh and blood tapeworm wreaking havoc. I used it as a seed to mold a new body for you." Suddenly, a hideous mouth sprouted right in the middle of Han Xiansheng's stomach, sticking out a tongue thirsty for fresh blood. "Whenever it gets hungry, it will gnaw on your soul. Given how fragile your soul is currently, you better not let it starve for too long, or else it will swallow your soul entirely." The girl's lifeless eyes rolled back. "The Supreme One issues a holy decree. Go hunt immediately, slaughter 1,000 people for me. I need their souls to nourish my vitality, and you may have the leftover flesh and blood." He whispered, repeating, 1,000 people, then obediently bowed his head in compliance. Immediately after, he sank into a frenzy of psychotic ecstasy. "This is wonderful. I finally get to gorge myself to the fullest." Shen Ye slammed on the brakes, drifting skillfully in front of the building's lobby. The security guard hurried out, frowning, and asked, "What is all that noise?" He scratched his head and made an excuse. "I just took my motorcycle up into the sky for a few relaxing spins. Nothing's wrong, brother." He nagged and reminded him, "It's annoying as hell, don't do things like that in the middle of the night, plus it's very dangerous." Shen Ye chuckled and apologized. "My bad, I swear on my honor I won't do it again." As soon as he flopped down on the sofa, he let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. After thinking for a while, he bitterly realized that the root cause of all this trouble stemmed from the fact that the original owner of this body had once acted righteously to save 2 little girls. So many lives were lost, yet in the eyes of those powerful aristocratic families, it was nothing but a fun game. What a bunch of scum. All of a sudden, the phone rang piercingly. Shen Ye jumped in surprise when he saw the name displayed on the screen. "Why is the aristocratic Shen family calling me?" The other end of the line cleared their throat. "Hello, is this Shen Ye?" He replied with a cold tone, "Yes, speaking." The man said haughtily, "This is your eldest uncle." Secretly pursed his lips and judged Xu Ming, the eldest uncle who specializes in handling trivial matters in the Shen family. Every time he visited his hometown, this old man always wore a scowling face, paying no attention to him and his mother, and occasionally threw mocking remarks at his father. For him to suddenly have the free time to call, he definitely has an ulterior motive. He offered a dull greeting, "Yes, hello, uncle." He asked with fake affection, "I heard through the grapevine that you were bedridden recently, and when your dad ran to our house to beg for medicine, I happened to be out. Now that I'm back, feel free to come over and get some medicine." Shen Ye refused emotionlessly, "No need to bother you, I am already healthy." The other end laid his cards on the table immediately, "Healthy is good. Actually, I called because there's something I want to discuss. Do you remember the tradition where during the New Year, the kids from other aristocratic families would come over in droves to hang out with our Shen family?" He replied sparingly, "I remember." Shen Ye raised an eyebrow upon hearing the other party's joyful tone. "Remembering is excellent. When you were little, you were stubborn and caused so many disasters, so let me arrange for you to go over in a few days and bow your head to apologize to the kids of those aristocratic families." His blood boiled, his hands clenching into fists. "Go apologize." The old man stubbornly defended himself. "I am doing this for your own good. Back then you made enemies with too many people. Now you must step forward to publicly kowtow and apologize in exchange for leniency. That way our Shen family can save face. Do you understand?" Shen Ye silently analyzed the pros and cons. Once Meng Yu exposes the truth, if I obediently go and apologize, it would be no different from shooting myself in the foot and admitting that I was the instigator. The deaths of tens of thousands of people will naturally be whitewashed, having nothing to do with those little young masters, while I will be turned into the ringleader. The Shen family could salvage a bit of face from those elites, and this old uncle is sure to be praised, pocketing no small amount of perks. Meanwhile, the kill order targeting me will never be lifted. In fact, eliminating me will become more justifiable than ever, and it might even drag my parents and Meng Yu's group down with me. Shen Ye sneered, mocking, "You call this doing it for my own good? My memory isn't so bad that I would forget who I offended. Or do you have the free time to list a few incidents for me to hear? Who is that person? Why did I anger them? When did the incident happen?" Xiu Ming got angry and brushed it off. "Don't concern yourself too much. When the time comes, just obediently do as I say and that's it." He slowly enunciated every word. "Uncle, there's a very big problem in this matter. If it's not resolved smoothly, I can't follow your instructions." He smirked self-deprecatingly. "The Shen family is really something. If I hadn't accidentally learned the truth, I might have actually thought I committed some heinous disaster. What a great aristocratic family, willing to sell out their descendants for profit without even blinking an eye." Xiu Ming furiously hurled insults. "What else is holding things up? Or do you plan to demand compensation for the time your dad came to ask for medicine and went back empty-handed? Barely out of diapers and you've already learned to be a money-grubbing materialist. Just spit it out. What do you want?" Shen Ye calmly replied, "It's not about that, but there's a lingering doubt in my heart that's holding back my submission to you." The old man ran out of patience. "What doubt?" His voice dropped low, distinctly delivering a viciously sarcastic remark. "If I may ask, who the hell do you think you are?" Xiu Ming roared over the phone, "Shen Ye, I'm warning you, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." He laughed delightedly, striking preemptively. "It seems you are suffering from some severe delusions of grandeur. If you are so incredibly capable, why don't you drag your own face over there and wag your tail to suck up to those people yourself?" The man was startled and grew suspicious. "You know everything." Shen Ye prodded ruthlessly. "Know what? My dear eldest uncle, are you really planning to drag your body out there to dance and entertain those little brats?" Xiu Ming cursed furiously. "You insolent little brat, it's not up to you to decide this matter. Do you think you have enough capability to defy your grandfather's verdict?" Shen Ye clicked his tongue regretfully. Why did he hang up so fast? I wasn't done talking yet. Suddenly, another call rang. As soon as he answered, a flock of girls in bikinis immediately waved cheerfully. "Shen Ye, we are the sisters of the Yan family from Phoenix Island. Are you interested in dropping by to join our midnight bikini pool party?" His face flushed red, and he almost got a nosebleed from being visually bombarded by the group of hot beauties through the screen. The girl in the pink bikini winked and praised. "Shen Ye, you look quite handsome yourself. We have a lot of girls here, and all the sisters are eager to meet you." Shen Ye blushed deeply and shyly declined. "I'm afraid that wouldn't be very appropriate. It's late, so it's not convenient for me to go out." Puffing on a cigar, the woman seductively coaxed, "What is there to be shy about? Just do me a favor, I'll send someone to pick you up right from your doorstep." He firmly shook his head in refusal. "No, I can't. Us boys absolutely shouldn't go out casually late at night. We have to know how to protect our own safety. Thank you for your kind intentions." A short-haired girl sulked and scolded, "You're not giving Sister Yen any face at all. Do you have any idea what a huge blessing this is?" Shen Ye politely retorted, "Don't you already have a surplus of women over there? I'm afraid before you all even get drunk, I would have already collapsed. The auspicious hour has struck. I have to go tuck myself into bed now, bye." The girl stomped her feet in frustration, this guy. Shen Ye tossed the phone onto the bed and turned to walk into the room. These aristocratic families really catch news at lightning speed. They must have figured out the entire sequence of events by now. This time, the phone will likely keep ringing continuously with similar invitations. Those people are just curious to see what the lucky guy who caught the eye of the most domineering lady, Qing Yin, actually looks like. He laid back on the soft mattress, stroking his chin in thought. Randomly calling to playfully invite me over just to be a clown for their entertainment, right? If I were truly a seed of disaster, who would dare to boldly put their arm around my shoulders and invite me out to play like that? The system suddenly rang out a notification, friendly reminder, there are only 10 minutes left until the clock strikes midnight. As you step into the new day, the first time you step through the door, you will collect an evaluation keyword. You currently have a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to unlock a special hidden ability. Shen Ye frowned seriously. What is a hidden ability? The system explained enthusiastically. The condition to unlock it is that you must collect the evaluation keyword, one of the family 3 times. Considering that you have already been honored with the one of the family badge twice, during your upcoming actions, you will be provided with many crucial hints. Etch this into your mind. This is your only chance to obtain this hidden power. Shen Ye sprang up and said to himself, in this world, there is no such thing as sitting idle and enjoying the fruits of labor while enemies drop dead on their own. Whether it's turning against the manipulation of the family or dealing with those noble young masters to avenge myself and tens of thousands of innocent lives, the only thing that speaks is power. He made an ironclad conclusion. With enough power, I can clear away any obstacle. The clock struck exactly midnight. With a myriad of calculations running through his head, Shen Ye gritted his teeth. I must seize this opportunity and figure out a way to snatch that hidden ability no matter what. He took a deep breath and shouted powerfully, "Summon the secret doors, door." He took long strides into the ancient forest, which was engulfed in a gloomy and dead-silent fog. The skeleton immediately escaped from the ring. Shen Ye blinked in surprise. "What did you come out here for?" It replied bluntly, "The time for us to part ways has come." He nodded in agreement. "Ah, right, you can operate freely on your own now." Felon stroked his bony chin, making a firm decision. "Exactly. I want to return to the Wind Spirit tribe. I still have a whole mess of unfinished business. I can't keep wasting time on these pointless matters anymore." Shen Ye agreed. "That works too. Let's part ways here. Everyone goes their own way." It bowed its head to solemnly offer thanks, then held out a gift. "Thank you for helping me restore my power. Kid, I see you don't even have a storage tool, so treat this ring as a parting gift from me." Shen Ye took the ring, both happy and apologetic. "Receiving a gift like this makes me feel shy. I haven't even prepared a farewell gift for you yet." Felon waved politely. "There's no need. You helping me recover my strength is more than enough. Well then, goodbye." He also smiled and bid farewell. Its gaunt silhouette gradually faded and was obscured by the thick fog. Shen Ye clicked his tongue anxiously. "I only took him in for a few days, and now I've released him back into the wild. Who knows if that buddy can even survive on his own." The loud cawing of crows tore through the pitch-black night sky. Suddenly, a surging wave of dark pressure rushed straight toward him. He quickly laid flat on the ground to dodge, his mind full of questions. What just flew past? From the far distance came a miserable scream. No. Shen Ye astutely recognized it immediately. That is definitely the skeleton's voice. He tiptoed forward to assess the situation, secretly groaning, "Are you kidding me? I ran into an enemy the moment I stepped out the door. Why is it so quiet now?" With that bony buddy's strength, was he really taken down before even lasting one round? Shen Ye broke out in a cold sweat when he realized the magnitude of this power. Even during the death match with the skin-peeling assassin, I had never experienced such a terrifying move. Rushing out showing my face like this, isn't that just throwing my life away? The proverb says it perfectly. Bypassing the problem is better than solving it. It's better if I just make a quick getaway. The system suddenly blared an alarm core reminder activated. Your position has been exposed. If you retreat right now, your evaluation score will be affected, and you won't be able to receive the third, one of the family keyword. He rubbed his face and forced an awkward smile. Well, there's also a proverb that says draw your sword to help when seeing an injustice. I should still drag myself out there to take a look. The bond of brotherhood is as heavy as Mount Tai, and of course, it's totally not because I'm thirsting for that, one of the family title. A shower of razor-sharp stakes plummeted from the sky, plunging into the ground to form a tight circle trapping Shen Ye inside. A blink later, a cage woven from human bones crashed down, locking him tightly within. He leisurely walked down from the top of the cage. His face exuded a sense of extreme smugness and satisfaction. Today's deployment truly yielded quite a harvest. He widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock, "Fire!" Shen Ye strained his neck and shouted loudly, "You bastards, what have you done to my brother Felon?" But inside he was worried, "I'm totally screwed. This time the only option is to shamelessly claim we are acquaintances to buy time and figure things out." Fire dangled the hollow skull, glaring and smacking him in the face. "Last time you instigated me to dive headfirst into the mission to assassinate the elf leader. Not only did the mission fail, but it also sent several elite undead to their deaths. Now the other undead are ganging up to demand a blood debt from me, you bastard." Shen Ye quickly grasped the situation and began his acting performance. "I understand, let me explain. My brother Felon once saved my life. I have wholeheartedly decided to follow him, swearing to overthrow this myriad-evil human empire together." Fire burst into disdainful laughter, "Relying on just the two of you to overthrow the human empire. Do you really think we are fools? Go to hell." He nimbly pulled out his medal, hastily explaining, "Hold on, look at this first. Felon and I have already planted an infiltrator into the upper echelons of humanity. Here is the proof." He snorted coldly, reaching out to take it. "Let's see what kind of trick you can pull." Fire was bewildered when a dazzling line of information appeared before his eyes. "This medal of bravery is bestowed upon the lucky last survivor of the GI territory. Anyone holding this medal will trigger the achievement display effect." Shen Ye puffed out his chest confidently, lifting his chin to introduce himself. "The boy who lived through the great disaster of the Holly Violet Empire, a bright candidate for the throne of the human empire, personally approved by Prince Not Ung himself." His two underlings widened their eyes in extreme terror. "This badge is authentic, issued by Prince Not Ung himself." The other muttered, "To think that the words of this human are actually true." Fire asked eagerly, "Hey, where did you get this? Tell me quickly." Instantly, a glowing text popped up right above his head, "Martyr of Love." He laughed inwardly, no wonder, having a title attached really is magical. He cleared his throat and continued, "Felon and I have discussed everything. We will infiltrate the human capital and wait for the chance to assassinate the king." He scolded furiously, "You idiot. Even if this medal is real, do you two really think you can assassinate the human king?" Shen Ye broke into a cold sweat, reflecting on himself. "I have currently encountered 3 creatures with attached titles, the elf high priest, Manhwa, and the undead leader. Although the skin peeler and Felon don't have titles, they are still terrifyingly strong, even overwhelming the titled Manhwa. So what do these titles actually mean?" Held out the letter and pressed it into Fire's hand, asserting with a straight face, "We already have a secret path into the upper crust of humanity." Then he fell into deep thought, analyzing psychology. "If you lie continuously, others might not believe you. But they will definitely think you are a fool. And fools usually tell the truth. Only a true fool would fantasize about assassinating the king." He snatched the letter and read its contents, a prestigious letter of recommendation from the Royal Military Academy. It's even a handwritten letter by Prince Not Ung himself. This handwriting is exactly the same as the handwriting on Prince Not Ung's wanted poster that we confiscated before. Fire was utterly shocked and bewildered, unbelievable. "What is your true background anyway?" Shen Ye skillfully steered the conversation. "First, explain to me why you treated my friend Felon so brutally." He spoke loudly without trying to hide it. "There's no secret anyway, so I'll tell you straight. During the mission to assassinate the elf leader, the entire squad was captured, but this guy abandoned the mission and fled. This act of desertion must be severely punished." He threw his head back and laughed uproariously, looking incredibly punchable. Fire got irritated, reaching out to squeeze his mouth shut, causing Shen Ye to only muffle out cries. He pressed his face close, growling, "What are you laughing at?" He craned his neck to argue back, "I'm laughing at your stupidity." He was the only one who saw through the elves' trap and slipped through a narrow gap to escape, and he even saved my life. Yet you want to behead him? He frowned in suspicion. "What?" Felon, who was lying in a corner at this moment, spoke up faintly. "That day the female leader of the village was not home. The one who cast the net was the elf high priest. She was determined to kill all the assassins. Fyron snapped his head around and glared. Is there any proof? He frowned and mocked. You call yourself a big shot, yet you demand proof at the drop of a hat. Why don't you investigate it yourself? My story is spreading throughout the human camps right now. Everyone knows that I was once present at the elf village where the high priest presides. That is exactly the location where Felon's mission took place. He loosened his grip, asking doubtfully, the whole world knows you appeared at the elf village. Are you that famous? He puffed out his chest, patting it confidently. The prince even personally wrote a recommendation letter for me, calling me the boy who lived through the great disaster. Fyron's two disciples put their heads together, whispering. The guy with the spiky head muttered suspiciously, could it be true, boss? The other also asked in confusion, could it really be that only Felon sensed the danger and slipped away quietly before the trap sprang? He waved his hand, ordering his subordinates, go, check into this matter for me. The spiky-headed guy quickly agreed, then turned to glare at Shen Ye as a warning, hey brat, if you dare lie to us, I will make you wish you were dead. He stuck his nose up in defiance, I'm just afraid you're too lazy to check. Go ahead and check all you want. Fyron broke a sweat watching his upright and fearless demeanor, muttering, you have a lot of guts, so I believe you a little bit now. But as a human, why would you want to turn your back and betray humanity? Shen Ye kept a cold face, spilling his bitter feelings, because I am too tired of being exploited day by capitalists. He was stunned by the foreign concept. Wait a minute, what is a capitalist? He lectured slowly, let me explain it to you. I am a poor person, with no tools in hand to produce and make money. My labor has to be transferred to those who own the means of production, and they are the capitalists. I produce value, then get thoroughly exploited by the capitalists, who just toss back a few coins for me to barely survive. Both he and his underlings stood there dumbfounded, completely failing to understand anything. Fyron turned to instruct his lackeys, I told you guys to read more books. Now someone is talking and you guys understand nothing, aren't you ashamed? The two asked back aggrievedly, then boss, do you understand? He humbly whispered, if I didn't understand, how could I be the boss while you guys aren't? His subordinates looked at him with worshipful eyes, oh my God, the boss is amazing. Fyron hesitantly asked, so how did those capitalist masters torture you to make you hate them so much? Shen Ye replied bluntly, they 996 said me. He widened his eyes in panic, 996. Oh God, that sounds terrifying already, but what is 996? He began to recount in a sorrowful voice. I started working from 9 a.m. and had to work until 9 p.m. The lunch break and dinner time combined were less than an hour. In total, I ground for more than 10 hours a day and worked 6 days a week. Fyron looked sympathetic, that sounds truly vicious. Then Shen Ye continued with teary eyes, that's not all, after that I had to go through 7 too. Working from 0, 0, 0 to 0, 0, 0, for 7 solid days a week without a single day of rest, that is 7. Hearing this, he trembled, biting his nails in fear, oh my God. Then he opened his arms, hugging him to comfort and sympathize, come here, let me give you a hug. Shen Ye also snuggled into his chest, sniffing and wiping moved tears, thank you. He patted his head with pity, it seems I'm starting to understand you. But I wonder, in such a harsh environment, how did you survive and rise to such a high position? Shen Ye's eyes welled with tears, playing the pitiful role, I still remember that day clearly. The snow was falling white, I was both cold and hungry, with only a single box of matches on me. System sound suddenly rang out, the undead have decided to spread the crimes of humanity's 996 and 7 everywhere, and you will become the main character in this exposing campaign. Please note especially, your new title, The Little Match Boy, might originate from here. Shen Ye instantly stiffened, burning with rage inside. The title The Boy Who Lived sticks like unremovable glue, and now the little match boy on top of it. Absolutely unacceptable. Then he continued, right at the moment I was about to freeze to death, Felon saved my life. Therefore, Felon is my savior. I absolutely forbid you from slandering and arbitrarily deciding his life. Right at this moment, a subordinate ran desperately to report, sir, we have verified it clearly, what he said is completely true. The elf high priest was indeed hiding in that village, preparing to capture our entire group of assassins. Hearing this, the subordinates began to murmur. So Felon is innocent. Another widened his eyes in shock. Not only did he bypass the elf tribe's trap, but Felon also recruited a human youth who possesses a hero medal. This person is about to be sent to the Imperial Military Academy too. This is truly a huge merit. Fyron was utterly bewildered, seriously weighing the pros and cons. The order from above was to kill Felon, but in the current situation, he absolutely cannot be touched. If I stubbornly deal with Felon, it's no different from alienating the entire army. Sooner or later, I will be abandoned by my superiors, using the excuse of appeasing the troops to publicly punish me. Glanced calculatingly, thinking to himself, the high-level undead above will gain reputation from this, while I become a stepping stone for them to trample on. But I already beat Felon until only his head remains. Saving him now would cost a lot of resources. No matter how hard I think, this deal is not worth it. I won't be foolish enough to pay out of my own pocket to do that. Fyron half closed his eyes, clearing his throat loudly. After that, he reached out towards him to award the medal, nodding in praise that well done, Felon. Outwardly you look exactly like a courageous undead warrior, always remembering your mission. This commemorative medal is dedicated to you, an extremely well-deserved glory. Then he turned around, smiled, and gave a thumbs up to praise Shen Ye, saying, and as for you, young man, from this moment on we will call you the Little Match Boy. This nickname is more than enough to cover up you're the boy who couldn't escape doom label. The system immediately announced the update of your new title. The Little Match Boy title has been officially established, making him scream in agony internally that damn it, I kept beating around the bush and still couldn't dodge it. Fyron closed his eyes again, speaking in a proud voice that I am extremely proud of you too. Finishing his words, he turned and walked away, saying he had to rush to report the situation here. The current area is left to you two to handle, then waved his hand ordering the subordinates to leave. The whole group answered in unison, understood. Seeing this, Shen Ye quickly called out, hey, you guys beat him up like this and plan to just abandon him here. Seeing no response from the group, he grumbled in annoyance that these bastards just got distracted for a second and they ran away without a trace. Felon gently comforted. I told you already, normally we undead get thrown out whenever we're injured, just left to fend for ourselves. Thankfully my power isn't lost, it's just temporarily sealed inside my skull. Once my bones grow back it'll be good to go. Hearing that, Shen Ye irritably said, what's so lucky about that? Now even your body is gone, you look even more pathetic than when we first met. He then wondered if that fish tank hasn't been thrown away yet. He replied immediately, I bought it with my own money, I'm not stupid enough to throw it away. Wait a bit, later when we return I'll order delivery. And change some potassium supplement solution for you while I'm at it. Felon was extremely touched and thanked him profusely, then suddenly asked, oh right, do you humans really have capitalists that terrifying? His expression changed slightly, maintaining a calm face, and replied, yes we do, but they don't belong to your world. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, saying that's great. Shen Ye was curious. Why the heck do you care about the human world's affairs? Felon suddenly put on a serious face. It seems you don't grasp the situation of our world well. In this place, other races are extremely fond of learning from humans. If your place has those terrifying capitalists, then sooner or later the undead race will sprout the exact same types. Just thinking about that scene makes me shudder. He was just about to speak when, before the words could leave his mouth, the familiar system sound rang in his ear, triggering an emergency warning that your whereabouts have been exposed again. Shen Ye was full of confusion. Could it be that those undead turned back? The system reminded further, please note, this is the core moment for you to conquer the third keyword. You absolutely cannot avoid it. From afar, a large group of people had already surrounded him, shouting loudly, stand still and don't move. The heavily armed squad of soldiers slowly approached, pointing their weapons at Shen Ye and yelling, you traitor to humanity, you secretly colluded with the undead, and now you've been caught red-handed. No way to deny it, right? Suddenly, a voice exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing his face, so it's you. The boy who lived, Shen Ye broke into a cold sweat when he clearly saw the powerful figure standing right in front of him, His Highness Prince Norton. He interrogated in a cold voice, confess, what exactly is going on here? It's best not to dream of deceiving, any lie spoken will be exposed immediately, and then I will personally send you to heaven. He quickly raised his hands, forced a bright smile and replied, reporting to your highness, please generously allow me to introduce. This is my private spy, Mr. Felon, the battlefield cleanup officer of the 5th Squad under the Skeleton Legion. He has always been doing business with me, specializing in providing intelligence about the undead race. There is a clear contract signed between us. Norton looked extremely guarded. What kind of contract? How can a mortal human possibly establish a deal with an undead? At this moment, the mage standing right next to him half closed his eyes and spoke. He hasn't spoken a single false word. All this time I have been continuously using magic to monitor his every move as well as his soul fluctuations. Surrounding soldiers began to whisper and discuss. How formidable, even seducing an undead. It's unbelievable that the boy who lived in the rumors possesses such masterful tricks, truly living up to his reputation, incredibly miraculous. Julia suddenly stepped out from who knows what corner, patted his shoulder and asked, "Did you really extract intelligence about the undead race from this guy?" Shen Ye could only smile awkwardly and reply, "Spot on. I've also handed everything over to the Dark Hand as well." She then turned and gently reporting to Your Highness, I completely trust him. I specialize in soul arts, so I am extremely sensitive to shining souls. His soul is incredibly pure, filled with the fire of righteous indignation and an unwavering faith, something the undead can absolutely never possess. The prince became curious and interrogated, "So why would an undead agree to do business with you?" He stammered his explanation, "Well, the thing is, he originally had to endure too much unjust oppression from his own kind. His daily life was truly miserable." Felin suddenly seemed to wake up, seemingly remembering something important. Then he screamed in front of so many astonished eyes, 996, it's all because I had to grit my teeth and endure the grueling 996 working system. Norton frowned in confusion, asking back, "What 996? Began to sniffle and complain, "I truly had to suffer endless exploitation. Perhaps you humans don't know, but within our undead race there is indeed the presence of capitalists." He became even more curious. Are capitalists a newly evolved branch of the undead? Calling the humiliating days, Felin indignantly replied, "Exactly, let me explain it to you. I was just a destitute undead, holding no tools of production. To earn a little I was forced to sell my labor cheaply to those who hold the means of production. And they are the capitalists, more painfully. All the surplus value generated during my exhausting work is squeezed dry mercilessly by the capitalists. Working to the point of exhaustion is only enough to barely survive day by day." The prince's mage slowly stroked his beard, pondered and said, "The undead race naturally has immortal bodies and knows no fatigue. For slave owners this is truly a gold mine for exploitation." He immediately nodded vigorously in agreement, "Absolutely right. We don't even need to eat or drink but still grind continuously, thanks to that the capitalists cut down a ton of labor costs." Norton still wondered, so what on earth does that 996 nonsense mean? Felin wore a pitiful expression and explained thoroughly, showing up at the factory at 9 in the morning, only getting released at 9 at night. Lunch and evening breaks combined aren't even an hour, grinding for more than 10 hours a day in total, and the most terrifying part is having to work a full 6 days a week. Hearing that, he gently closed his eyes, showing sympathy, saying that is indeed a bit brutal. Not stopping there, he sniffled and continued, "Later on I was even tortured through the 007 system. That means grinding from 0 o'clock today to 0 o'clock tomorrow, for 7 solid days a week without resting a single second. Folks commonly call it 007. Hearing this, the guards dropped their jaws in astonishment, while the mage and the prince sank into deep thought with sighs, "Oh gods." Norton stepped forward, opening his arms to gently hug Felin and comfort him. "Come here, let me give you a hug," he replied with moved tears, "Thank you so much." He shared his deep sympathy. "It seems I have somewhat understood your suffering, but I'm quite curious that living in such harsh conditions, how could you survive until now?" Felin tearfully recounted with nostalgia, "I still remember vividly one day. Midst the snow falling white across the sky, I had just sneaked out when I accidentally bumped into him. That boy who lived was enduring both the biting cold and gnawing hunger, carrying only a single box of matches on him." Shen Ye hurriedly lunged forward to interrupt, "Please don't mind that nonsense matchbox," but he immediately snapped resentfully no. Then he enthusiastically continued his unfinished story. With his own hands he struck a match, lighting a pile of firewood to warm me up. He brought me the warmth and kindness of humanity, something I experienced for the first time in my life. Moved by his warm fire, Felin seemed to awaken and came to the decision to rise up in rebellion. He declared eloquently, "I have made up my mind to fight against them." System sound rang out joyfully. "Congratulations to you and your accomplice for successfully exposing and condemning the capitalists. This action has contributed to strongly boosting the new keyword, the little match boy. Now it is powerful enough to be on par with the keyword, the boy who lived." Shen Ye cursed bitterly in his heart. "Congratulations, my foot. Can't this system produce any keyword that sounds a bit more pleasing to the ear?" Norton asked in a soft voice, "Undead friend, What do you use to prove your identity? Is there any authentic evidence? Felon immediately pulled out the newly awarded medal to show off. Reporting to you, sir, I am holding a white bone medal. The mage quickly took the object, muttering a spell to verify its authenticity. Immediately, an information panel appeared hovering, clearly displaying that this medal was awarded to the battlefield cleanup officer of the 5th Squad of the Skeleton Army. The approver was Fyron, the notorious general of the undead race. Torrance immediately spoke up to affirm firmly, only the person who personally received this medal has the ability to ignite the soul fire, Your Highness. Everything they just declared is 100% true. Norton frowned in thought, an undead voluntarily turning his back on his own race to bow and work for a human. This is truly a rare occurrence. I really feel like I've just witnessed a historical milestone. He walked over, gently patted Shen Ye's shoulder and praised, "O boy who lived, you have suffered too many injuries in this battle, to the point of dropping your own birth name. As the Prince of the Holy Sun La Lan Empire, I must bestow upon you a new title." The surrounding soldiers cried out in astonishment. What, personally granting a name, oh my, being granted a name by the prince himself is an ultimate honor. Once receiving this privilege, as long as he still breathes on human territory, his whole life will be prosperous and glorious. He's only a teenager. If he establishes more merits in the future, his future will be unimaginably bright. Norton gave a kind smile. "Hey boy who lived, from now on you will bear the title Harry." Shen Ye immediately refused in fear. "Please, Your Highness, have mercy and change it to another name for me. Please absolutely do not use the letter Ha as the starting word. Just consider this my most desperate plea." He happily nodded. "That works too. Then take the name Raleigh." Hearing this, he smacked his lips and thought to himself, Raleigh sounds even more lame than the name Harry just now. Norton quickly noticed Shen Ye's awkward expression. "It seems you don't like this name very much. Do you know, in the flow of human history, there once appeared two legendary sons of God. Legend has it that at the moment endless disasters befall, they will descend to earth to save all devout followers. One of those two was named Raleigh, the other was called Peppa." Finally, he concluded the title with great pride before Shen Ye's bewildered eyes. "If you dislike the name Raleigh, then you shall bear the name Peppa." He cried hysterically in his mind, "Isn't Peppa that hairdryer brand shaped exactly like a pig back in my hometown Earth?" Suddenly, the image of a pig hairdryer opening its door to welcome popped into my head, Saint Peppa. At the same time, a squad of guards solemnly held their swords, lining up neatly and exuding an overwhelming aura. Norton stepped forward slowly, with a serious face instructing Shen Ye, "Swear it, Peppa. From now on you are absolutely never allowed to betray humanity. If you dare break this oath, your soul will be torn apart instantly. The very moment you utter the oath, you will officially become a hero admired by tens of thousands. In the future you just need more merits to be canonized as a saint." Shen Ye opened his mouth wide, looking at the miraculous scene before his eyes. "Canonized as a saint? Doesn't that mean I am now promoted to a mini-saint? Well, this business deal isn't a loss at all." So he pressed his hand tightly to his left chest, shouting loudly, "I, Peppa, hereby swear at this very place, that no matter the circumstances I resolve never to betray humanity." As soon as he finished speaking, a surging surge of power rushed straight down from the sky, transmitting directly into Shen Ye's body. He was stunned, feeling the mystical energy flowing in his veins. The mage standing outside immediately offered his congratulations. "Congratulations, my boy. The ceremony has been completed successfully. From this moment on you will no longer be Peppa." Hearing that, Shen Ye was overjoyed and replied, "Oh wow, I won't be called Peppa anymore. After the ceremony I get to change to another name." He smiled warmly and nodded exactly. He was extremely excited. "So what is the name? Hurry up and reveal it to me." Immediately, Prince Norton, the mage and Julia all smiled, shouting in unison, "Saint Peppa." Shen Ye felt like he was glued shut, petrified and stunned for several seconds. He was completely speechless at that ridiculous title, Saint Peppa my ass. He then solemnly instructed, "Everything today I will just pretend to be blind and haven't witnessed anything. You and your comrades better behave carefully from now on. Don't expose your tail. If there is any movement in the future, just give me a heads up. Whenever you establish a great merit, I will certainly reward you generously." Shen Ye hurriedly bowed deeply with utmost reverence. "Yes, Your Highness." Norton slowly pulled out a piece of paper, held it out towards him and said, "Take this." He kindly explained, "This is magic letter paper. You just write anything on it. The content will be immediately copied to the magic paper I am holding. This is a rare item reserved exclusively for the Royal Intelligence System. If there is any crucial news or incident in the future, just use it to send me a secret telegram. Shen Ye stood at attention, gave a military salute, and swore loudly, I swear to dedicate myself entirely to the cause of humanity. In his heart he was celebrating wildly, hitting the jackpot this time. There's no way I won't be able to dig out a ton of lucrative intelligence about the undead race from that big skeleton friend. The prince's delegation began to turn on their heels, preparing to retreat. We are taking our leave. Take care of yourself here. Julia, standing nearby, leaned into his ear and whispered, Hey Saint Peppa, let me whisper this to you. Actually, this title Peppa hides an earth-shattering secret. Shen Ye curiously probed, what secret? She recounted in a low voice, folklore has it that the weapon of God's son Peppa transforms unpredictably and magically. Sometimes it turns into sharp swords and blades. Other times it turns into incredibly sharp long spears and bows. He even conjured up bizarre weapons that humanity had never heard of. Whoever inherits this name will definitely get their weapon skills buffed to a new level. Broke into a cold sweat, forcing a smile, and replied, understood. Using weird weapons is why people call him Peppa, right? Julia clapped her hands in admiration, truly worthy of the title Saint Peppa. I only dropped a tiny hint, and you realized it immediately. Remember this well. You also have to strive hard to become a master who understands all kinds of weapons. Shen Ye asked half-doubtingly, so are there many people named Peppa? She rested her chin in thought for a moment, then replied, Not that many. Among those I know there are only exactly 5 people. They are respectively Old Peppa, Little Peppa, Pink Peppa, Big Peppa, and finally Fat Peppa. Julia slapped his shoulder loudly and praised, But of course you are one of a kind. You are Saint Peppa, personally ordained by the kingdom's royal family. Shen Ye replied in embarrassment. Then thank you very much, muttering in his heart to comfort himself. Oh, what a relief. Luckily I'm not the only one wearing this silly name. The girl smiled and cheered him on further. Keep it up. The prince has extremely high expectations for you. The two waved goodbye to each other. Felon then spoke up to tease, It's time for us to depart now, Peppa. Shen Ye glared coldly, Do you want a beating? He frustratingly performed the ritual to summon the portal. Forbid you from calling me by that idiotic nickname. Just call me Shen Ye, you hear me? He looked blank and curious. Why are you suddenly so cranky? Shen Ye waved his hand speechlessly. Do me a favor and stop blabbering. Felon persistently provoked. Yes, sir, Peppa. He strode through the door while throwing a threat. You're dead meat, boy. Keep dreaming about getting those calcium supplements. The surroundings suddenly became surreal, flashing continuously like a static screen. Shen Ye stopped in his tracks, his body starting to notice highly unusual changes. He startled and turned his head back to check the situation, only to discover Felon standing motionless, looking like a soulless corpse. Shen Ye panicked and shouted, Hey, old man, what kind of act are you pulling? What is going on after all? Where am I? Suddenly, the familiar system voice rang out right in front of Shen Ye's bewildered face. Congratulations, you have created a miracle. You have spectacularly kept your life amidst the whirlpool of slaughter between the undead and humanity. Both the undead and humans have shed their hostility towards you. The white bone medal awarded by the undead has brought you the nickname the Little Match Boy. Meanwhile, the Prince of the Human Empire bestowed upon you the title Saint Peppa, accompanied by a prestigious canonization ceremony. This proves that both powerful factions recognize you as one of their own, extremely worthy of placing their trust and devoting efforts to train. A halo of energy enveloped him along with the commentary, even though you are just a weak human who couldn't even tie up a chicken. But when falling into the enemy's ambush, you used outstanding resourcefulness to turn the tables, even turning enemies into friends brilliantly. You have cleverly established relationships with both the underworld and the righteous path. This is the core reason helping you unlock this title. Please accept our congratulations. This is the 3rd time you have the honor of obtaining the evaluation keyword one of our own. Despite carrying the status of immortal, you have continuously surpassed all limits to sweep the same keyword 3 consecutive times. This was originally an impossible feat, but you have proven otherwise. Congratulations, your door has just successfully activated a hidden superpower. That radiant stream of energy gradually condensed into a clock with backward-spinning hands, bearing the name Elementary Time Fluid. Shen Ye widened his eyes in curiosity. What the heck is time fluid? The system kindly explained, when you step through this portal, you have the right to freeze the flow of time on one side of the portal for exactly 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the other side is completely unaffected. After each use, the skill will enter a cooldown state for an entire week and cannot be reactivated. Note that time will take you as the central frame of reference. Shen Ye pouted and sighed, freezing time for a measly 3 seconds and only usable once a week. This superpower is way too useless. The system immediately added, that's not all. If one day you break through the evaluation level, acquiring an outstanding blue quality keyword or higher, the portal will automatically unlock a new ability. His eyes suddenly lit up. Understood, meaning it can still be leveled up. In other words, there is a way to extend the duration of the effect right. Everything around quickly returned to normal. The time freeze effect officially concluded. The system gently announced, this time is just a free trial, completely not counted towards the official number of uses. Shen Ye turned around to look at Felon, who had now turned into a ring, and complained, the matter over there is finished. That was fast. Hey, big skeleton friend, how does it feel in there? He dreamily asked back, what did you say? He waved his hand, it's nothing, I was just joking, then silently called out in his mind, absorb the keyword, one of our own. The system sound immediately announced, successfully devoured the keyword, gained 3 attribute points. Your current total attribute points are 10. Shen Ye leaned back on the soft bed, yawning widely and muttering, it's already 6 in the morning, grinding up to here today is enough, let's leave it for tomorrow, I'm dead tired, I need to get some sleep. Suddenly the phone ringing made him wince, who's calling at this hour? It turned out to be a call from Manager Kyan. It's me, Ru Shan here, hurry up and get out of bed. The spaceship is about to set sail to take you to the examination hall. The giant spaceship was gliding smoothly through the deep blue sky. Shen Ye leaned back on the soft seat, quickly falling into a deep sleep. But the continuous notification sound made him grumble in annoyance. Can't you let a person take a little nap? Opening the phone, he saw a message from Yibing, Shen Ye. I also just won a ticket to participate in the entrance exam of the top 3 high schools. Let's meet up for a bit. He widened his eyes in surprise reading the message. Yibing? How the heck did she get onto the competitor list? But wait a minute, why does her appearance look somewhat bizarre lately? It turns out she just dyed her entire head a vivid purple. He then raised his head to ask Ru Shan sitting opposite, Boss Kyan, my school has a female friend who also had the honor of winning a ticket to the top 3 high schools exam round. Do you have any information on this? He casually replied while flipping a book page, named Yibing right. I just received the news too. Rumor has it that the girl possesses outstanding aptitude. All this time she has been disguising and hiding it, only revealing it completely today. Guess which organization intervened? It is the Archaeological Association. Shen Ye immediately sank into deep thought. The Archaeological Association, that is an extremely formidable faction in this world. They monopolize the excavation of ancient ruins, digging up humanity's origins, and even hunting down inheritance manuals, weapons, or martial arts left behind from the ancient era. Their authority is truly as immense as the sky. But thinking it over, Yibing doesn't seem like the type of person capable of hooking up with this network. Right, Meng Yu has always been secretly investigating this matter. She knows the inside story better than anyone. Maybe I should call and ask her. Shen Ye fell into silence for a moment. Then memories rushed back of the image of Meng Yu sobbing last time. I was the one who made her cry. Who knows if she even wants to bother with me anymore. But he still gritted his teeth and dialed the number. Whatever, I'll just take a risk and call. At worst, if she's still mad, I'll just lower myself and apologize properly. The phone rang a few times, then connected. The other end sounded a hum. Hello, is that Shen Ye? What's the matter? He blushed deeply in embarrassment. Meng Yu, I wanted to ask about something. Do you know that girl Yibing? Shen Ye froze when hearing her calmly reply, I do, but she's dead. You arrived at the scene too late, so you didn't get to witness it. He cried out in horror, dead. She just texted me showing off that she got the competition spot, and even invited me out to meet. Meng Yu immediately grew tense and pressed. Where are you right now? Shen Ye hurriedly reported the situation. I am sitting on the spaceship traveling to the exam venue. She decisively set the schedule. I am also preparing to participate in this exam. Later we will meet up and discuss it in detail. He stammered, all right, I will take about. Ru Shan exhaled a puff of smoke, interrupting with a cold voice. The spaceship will land in about 10 hours. Hearing that Meng Yu finalized, understood, Shen Ye, you must deeply engrave into your heart what I am about to say. She strictly warned, no matter the situation, you are absolutely not allowed to approach Yibing when you are alone. That bitch is extremely dangerous. He then nodded, signaling he understood the problem. Finally, Meng Yu ended the call. It's a deal then, see you at the competition area. He was leisurely taking a drag of his cigarette while keeping his eyes glued to the book, casually asking, "Was that the little girl Meng Yu calling?" Shen Ye nodded. "Yes, that's right." Rushan then provided more information. Early this morning at exactly 3:25, right at the Bai River in the suburbs, there was a stream of sword aura tearing through the night sky flying straight up to the high heavens. After investigating, it was determined that the stream of power was unleashed by Meng Yu of the Luo family. The analysis department concluded that the little girl has just successfully broken through to the sword aura realm. Shen Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, it looks like she successfully leveled up thanks to the Holy Reasoner's support. He continued slowly. Right after breaking through, she executed all 49 sword stances right on the river's surface, her hand gripping the sword, her feet stepping on the water as she drifted towards the horizon. He then wondered aloud, strange, how is she so well versed in sword techniques? We are obviously the same age, both middle schoolers, so why was I only taught a few petty physical exercises? Qian Rushan replied indifferently, she is the golden branch and jade leaf of a noble family. Her clan has ancestral sword manuals, and she was forced to practice before she was even weaned. Shen Ye suddenly understood and nodded in realization, so that's how it is. For ordinary students, unless they got accepted into high schools, they wouldn't have the chance to learn cultivation methods. Meanwhile, the children of noble families were tempered from a young age. They had already won right at the starting line. Maintained his indifferent attitude, descendants of noble families are crammed with comprehension and resonance training from the moment they are born. You kids have to struggle to reach high school just to get a taste of the basic subjects in this field. And that's not even mentioning the countless secret arts, elixirs, magical treasures, or divine weapons that the noble families are hoarding. So what's the use of comparing yourself to them? He was fuming, offering a bitter smile. This gap is practically universe-shattering, yet I have to compete on the same stage with a whole bunch of those monsters. Qian Rushan then tactfully consoled him. Don't be so pessimistic, Shen Ye. After all, you also carry the bloodline of a noble family in your veins. Saying that, he cast a subtle glance at him. Even though you've never benefited a single dime from your clan and have even been cornered by them in every possible way, don't forget that you always have the mortal martial arts group backing you up. We swear to do everything in our power to roll out the red carpet and help you pass this exam. Remember, the mortal martial arts group is your beloved home. Shen Ye smiled and thanked him outwardly. Yes, thank you very much, sir. But inwardly he cursed, this sly old fox. He must be afraid that I'd fly the coop and leave the group to acknowledge my ancestors, so he's pulling out these sweet words to coax me. He excitedly continued gossiping, based on the way Xiao Mengyu danced with her sword and glided across the water after her breakthrough. I'm sure the girl has also comprehended a new realm of movement techniques. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. He yawned repeatedly and waved his hand. Let's drop it. I need to get a good sleep now. Give me a holler when we arrive. Shen Ye grimaced and rubbed his eyes as the ringing phone disrupted his sleep once again. As soon as he unlocked the screen, a message from that number caught his eye. Shen Ye, I'm about to depart for the exam. How about we go together so we can keep each other company? He growled furiously in his throat. It's that Zhao Yibing again. Have you finally kicked the bucket or what? I'm dying for some sleep here. Please do me a favor and spare my phone. You still want to ask me out to meet? I'll just dig up some ancient photo as a smokescreen. You can take your time groping in the dark. Acting on his thought, Shen Ye immediately replied, you just go ahead and set off first. I'm currently stuck hanging out in Jiangbei. I probably won't be able to depart until the morning after next. He frowned, his eyes glued to the screen waiting for a reaction. Zhao Yibing replied nonchalantly, oh my, what a coincidence. I also happen to be in Jiangbei right now. Which area are you in? Shen Ye panicked. How could there be such a coincidence? You've got to be kidding me. He tried to squeeze out a polite refusal. Tusk, what a shame. My buddy just drove over and picked me up. We are currently heading straight towards Nanshan Temple. But the phone immediately beeped with a new message flying in. She clung on like a leech. Haha, so coincidental. I was also planning to drop by Nanshan Temple to offer incense. And I'm almost at the gate too. How about we grab a bite together later? Shen Ye read it and was scared out of his wits. How the hell is that possible? The distance from Jiangbei to Nanshan Temple is nearly 100 kilometers, yet she replied to my message in just a few short minutes. What kind of dark magic is she using? His spirit crumbled, sitting motionless like a statue in front of Zhao Yibing's ghost-like messages. Then he gave up, sprawling out on the sofa in boredom. Whatever, my eyes are glued shut anyway. I'll just get a good sleep and figure it out later. After all, there's no way she can reach out and harm me right now. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibing was gluing her pupils to her phone screen. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. Hey Shen Ye, do you naively think you can escape from the palm of my hand? Hidden deep within that ruined, abandoned temple, there wasn't just the figure of Zhao Yibing, but also the presence of a skin flayer frantically tearing at a human corpse. She muttered, whatever belongs to me, I swear I will snatch it all back. The bright memories of childhood came rushing back. That was when Shen Ye was still a child playfully frolicking under a sky brilliant with fireworks. Suddenly, the two sisters from the Song family appeared with their faces pale from terror. Looking closely, he discovered a hideous beast growling and lunging from behind them. Heedless of the danger, he dashed forward at full speed to block the way, determined not to let the wicked beast near the two girls. The ferocious monster opened its maw wide, full of fangs, and madly pounced on Shen Ye. The scene ended, leaving behind only haunting streaks of bright red blood. The steady beeping of the heart monitor echoed throughout the hospital room, blending with the doctor's exclamation, "This boy sure has a tough fate. His whole body is covered with dozens of mangled bite marks." If those teeth had bitten just a few millimeters off, the kid would have lost his life, but thank God he is temporarily out of danger. He tiredly opened his eyes, vaguely recognizing the anxious faces of father and mother Shen standing right by the bed. Following that were the figures of the two Song sisters smiling sweetly. "Brother Shen Ye, we want to give you this greeting card, thanking you 1,000 times for your life-saving grace. Now we have to hit the road and return home. The time we spent playing with you, we were truly very happy." Shen Ye eagerly took the gift, then also pulled out a small gift and handed it to the two of them. "I also made a super cool card here. I'm giving it back to you two to keep as a memento." He stood silently under the falling white snow, his eyes following the car carrying the two girls as it gradually disappeared at the end of the road. Dragged forcefully back to reality, echoing in his ears was the urgent shaking and calling of Qian Rushan. "Shen Ye, hey Shen Ye, open your eyes, get up, and I'll take you to sweep up some food." He raised a hand to wipe his face, his mind still groggy, so he only knew how to nod and mumble in agreement. Shen Ye immersed himself in wandering thoughts. A decade has passed already. I wonder what those two sisters look like now. The airship continued to diligently part the waves of clouds, gliding through the clear sky. Stepping into the spacious dining area inside the passenger cabin, Shen Ye stood dumbfounded, his mouth forming an O and his eyes wide before a banquet table piled high with exotic delicacies. "Oh my gosh, such a lavish feast." Qian Rushan waved his hand in a smug manner. "You're stating the obvious. This is the newest large-scale airship, the most luxurious and magnificent one available today." He rushed in, chomping and swallowing huge mouthfuls. "This is freaking delicious. Thanks a lot, Boss Qian Rushan." He looked at him with half an eye inside. "Please chew slower and stop showing off that country bumpkin look." Just a blink later, Shen Ye had swept the mountain of food on the table completely clean. He rubbed his swollen belly. "I'm stuffed to the brim. I couldn't force down another bite." Right at that moment, a person's voice rang out from outside the cabin door. "Okay." Yunyi walked in with a joyful expression. "Sorry to intrude." "Oh my, why are these grilled meat skewers left untouched over there? Is anyone going to eat them?" He magnanimously waved his hand. "If you're craving it, just go ahead and dig in." She swiftly snatched the meat skewer and shoved it into her mouth. "Nom nom, thanks a lot." Shen Ye turned and nudged Qian Rushan with his elbow, asking quietly, "Did the group cut salaries or something to let people starve like that? Look at her, she's so hungry her eyes are blurry. Is it really that disastrous?" He scowled and retorted, "Drop that habit of looking down on our group right now. You should remember that this ship is carrying a whole bunch of candidates from 11 different provinces. Apart from the people from our group, there are also some fresh sprouts from the Hunting Weapon Research Institute and a whole crowd from the Eternal Life Science Union." Yunyi raised her hand in greeting while munching on the meat skewer. "Hello, I'm exactly a member of the Eternal Life Science Union." Zai Hai, not knowing since when, was standing tall with his hands clasped behind Yunyi's back. He barked, "You kid, why did you suddenly sneak over here?" She jumped in fright and stammered, Yes boss." He rolled his eyes and scanned the faces around the table. "Oh my, isn't this old Qian Rushan? Which temple did you visit this year to beg for such good fortune, actually managing to fish up a new recruit like this?" Qian Rushan exclaimed in astonishment, "Zai Hai, you gathered a whole 7 new seeds in one breath." Zai Hai glued his glaring eyes onto Qian Rushan, and he was no pushover either. throwing back a razor-sharp gaze. Then Kyan Ru Shan cleared his throat and spoke first. "You kids go play somewhere else and let us adults stay to discuss some private matters." Shen Ye caught on extremely fast and replied, "Ah yes, I'll bounce right now." Yun Yi cheerfully ran ahead to lead the way. "Follow me quickly. There is a super cool corner on this ship. Stick close to my heels." The two of them had quietly slipped out to the recreation area. She took the initiative to get acquainted. "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Yun Yi, and what's your name?" He then answered, "Shen Ye." "Why did you bring me out here intending to invite me to play bowling?" Yun Yi hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands. "Not that game. It's just that only in this corner are we allowed to freely engage in vigorous physical activities." She raised the card in her hand, revealing with a wide grin, "That incident just now where I came over to mooch off your food, it was actually doing a quest for this game." On the back of the card flashed a line of text. "To acquire the exclusive card belonging to the rookie deck, please complete the following challenge. Beg for free food from 7 different candidates. Current progress, 3 out of 7. Shen Yi frowned and questioned, "What the heck is this toy?" She gaped in surprise. "You don't know about this. It seems your parents aren't in the profession of professional users." "Oh well, never mind. Let big sister here popularize the knowledge for you. Come on, hold out your hand." As soon as it touched Shen Yi's hand, the card suddenly duplicated, and a brand new card instantly appeared. He exclaimed eagerly, "Whoa, what fancy magic." Yun Yi quickly corrected him, "What magic, dude? This is the legendary rookie deck exclusively issued by the Tarot Tower for the 3 great high schools. Purely out of consideration that you just helped me speed up my quest progress, I agreed to reveal this secret to you." Lines of text suddenly surfaced on Shen Yi's card. "If you wish to assert your position in the rookie deck and transform into an official playing card, the player must complete the following challenges. Condition 1. Attract at least 6 candidates to voluntarily participate in a game directed and acted by you yourself without using any verbal calls or coercion. Condition 2. Successfully reel in 12 candidates to participate in a completely different event also initiated by you." Shen Yi looked bewildered. "Hey, why am I suddenly being saddled with a pile of quests like this?" Yun Yi half closed her eyes smugly. "Once you finish all that, you'll rightfully step into the ranks of the reserve cards of the rookie deck. I'm currently busting my chops grinding to achieve that title right now." Shen Yi was still as clueless as a cow wearing a hat. "So what's the benefit of becoming a card anyway?" She let out a helpless sigh. "Man, it seems you really are a completely blank slate who hasn't experienced the world at all. Going to take the exam while being so blind to information, I truly bow down to you." Then she slowly explained in detail, "The Tarot Tower acts as the supreme arbitration board of this tournament. The deck in your hand serves as a support buff system rolled out by them. Through it, you can pry out a myriad of classified information related to the exam. The card will continuously spit out random challenges like this. Once you successfully clear the stages, you will accumulate evaluation points. And once your rank lands onto the card's Hall of Fame, the benefits will simply overwhelm you. Not only will you be favored with bonus exam points, but you'll also easily catch the eye of dozens of big shots in the industry, helping you hold the upper hand throughout the competition. When choosing a school, you'll be as majestic as a toad in front of the small fry candidates. If you're lucky, you might even snag some lucrative endorsement contracts, ascending in one step to become a brilliantly shining star." Shen Yi fondled the card in his hand, breaking into a goofy smile. "Well, the way this Tarot Tower operates is pretty interesting. The bottom line is that right now, I have to rack my brain to find a way to grind through this quest and transform into a rookie card first." He mumbled as he carefully reread the requirement line. "Lure at least 6 candidates into joining a game led by himself without uttering half a word to beg them." Shen Yi began darting his eyes around shiftily, constantly looking in all directions to find inspiration. His gaze suddenly stopped at the ventilation vent area way up on the ceiling. He pointed upward and asked, "Hey, do you see that ventilation vent up there?" Yun Yi looked up following his finger and nodded, "Yeah, of course I see it." Shen Yi then unleashed his lure tactic. "The two of us just standing around here idly will make us gather mold. How about we compete to see who can jump and touch that ventilation cover?" She didn't hesitate to brush it off. "This height is a bit too much. I'd probably have to unleash all the strength of my life to even have a chance of reaching it." He deliberately put on a surprised face to goad her. "Bullcrap, your strength? I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death." Yun Yi's competitive streak flared up and she challenged back, "What if this lady here actually touches it?" Shen Yi shrugged and said, "Then I'll wholeheartedly concede and admit you are skilled." She immediately patted her chest and declared loudly, "Just keep your eyes peeled and watch this." Yun Yi stepped back a few paces, getting into a stance to gather momentum and prepare her jump. She dashed forward with wind-tearing speed like a bolt of lightning. Her figure soared upwards, and in a flash she had planted her foot halfway up the wall. Then, channeling her inner energy, she focused her strength and used the momentum to spring up with an earth-shattering leap. However, her reach still fell quite a distance short of the edge of the ventilation vent. Shen Ye had no choice but to fall heavily to the ground in frustration, cursing aloud, "So damn unlucky, I was only missing a tiny bit." Shen Ye seized the chance to mock her. "A tiny bit, my ass, you were still a long way off." She argued stubbornly, "Just now was only a prelude to warm up my bones. Let me try one more time." He hurriedly reached out to stop her, then ran backwards to gather momentum. "Hold on a second, it's my turn to show off." Shen Ye nodded in compromise. "Fine, the rule of the game is each person gets one try." Shen Ye leaped up into the air amidst his friends' mocking laughter. "Someone like you is what they call a genuine piece of trash. Now wash your eyes and watch me perform." He retorted, "My first time was also just a feint to test the terrain. But then again, anyone who can reach that towering spot is a true monster." Shen Ye cut him off. "Save your breath, step aside and yield the stage to me." Surrounding crowd, seeing the two of them struggling and jumping around, became curious and gathered to gossip. "Look over there, are those two weirdos competing in the high jump or something?" A girl covered her mouth and pouted. "Competing in the high jump. Talk about having too much free time on their hands. What a childish game." The boy standing next to her immediately countered, "Didn't you notice? That ceiling is towering so high, managing to touch it is no joke." A skinny kid stepped out with a look of disdain. "For a bunch of amateurs like you guys, it's definitely out of reach. But if you let me take a few running steps to build momentum, I have more than enough power to smack my hand onto that spot. Just watch." The young man from earlier spoke up in challenge. "What's the point if you only graze it with your fingernail? I mean smacking your entire palm onto that cover." The skinny kid casually patted his chest. "Smack the whole hand, you say? Piece of cake." A bystander let out a scoffing laugh. "Anyone can talk big." The kid lifted his face confidently. "Do you think I'm just blowing hot air? When I was young, I went through formal training classes, you know." The other young man still stubbornly argued back. "If you said you could just brush it with your fingertips, I'd totally believe it. But claiming you can slap your whole hand up there, dream on, babe." The kid couldn't be bothered to argue further, striding forward while tossing back a sarcastic remark. "Truly a frog in a well, let me perform and make your eyes pop." The girl standing next to them stared blankly as the two guys dragged each other away. "Huh, what is wrong with those two? I give up, crowding around just to play this kind of nonsensical game." Yet another male student popped out of nowhere and interjected, "This is not a game, this is a challenge of physical strength." The girl shot a sideways glance at the newcomer with a disdainful expression. "Don't tell me you're also planning to go out there and hang on to it." Puffed out his chest with sky-high confidence. "Just keep your eyes peeled and admire me, my record will definitely leave them far behind." Just as he finished speaking, a figure zoomed past his face provocatively. "Who do you think you are trying to jump higher than me?" Right behind him, a voice echoed with blazing momentum. "The record for touching the ceiling will definitely bear my name." And so a whole crowd snaked along, vigorously jumping up like grasshoppers. "Step aside and let me perform, make way. It's my turn to show off." Shen Ye fondled the card in his hand, chuckling. The happiness of men is sometimes just this simple. A sound rang out from the card, announcing, "Congratulations on passing the trial, officially joining the rookie deck." The next step was to pass the second test, attract a minimum of 12 candidates to participate in an event organized by himself. Shen Ye secretly evaluated this requirement as quite tough, but fortunately, the rule prohibiting advertising had been lifted. After standing there, racking his brain for a moment, he suddenly came up with a highly unique idea. Shen Ye enthusiastically waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Brothers, swim over here quickly. Our mortal martial arts group is giving out huge gifts for everyone." The crowd buzzed with excitement. Zhang Ziaoyi asked curiously, "What huge gift?" Many murmurs arose. "What's going on? Sounds intriguing." Shen Ye explained resoundingly, "In order to protect your fragile hearts from painful romantic scams during your most brilliant youthful years, the junior boss of the Mortal Martial Arts Group has specially invited me here to open a class teaching anti-romantic fraud skills, completely free of charge." Scraps of paper that Zhang Ziaoyi and Shen Ye held in their hands had the words written on them. "Your scent is so alluring, let me give you a hug. I don't need anything at all, I'm just mesmerized by this feeling." The two young men asked in bewilderment, "Anti-romantic scam class? Then what the heck is written on these papers?" Shen Ye half closed his eyes, putting on an enlightened air. "These are classic flirting lines between men and women." Zhang Ziaoyu jumped in fright and recounted in a panic. Hey, a girl once asked me, do you really have six-pack abs? I don't believe it. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow curiously. So did you lift your shirt and show them to her? The foolish guy nodded in admission. That's right, I was so naive back then. After showing her, she kept stalking me relentlessly. Now I regret it until my guts turn green, but I still don't know how I should have handled it back then. Shen Ye pointed his finger, his expression extremely serious. Engrave this in your mind, girls nowadays are very dangerous. You must absolutely be on guard against those kinds of seductive words. Whatever you do, do not impulsively show off your abs. Furthermore, you have to pay special attention to see if she is sneaking out her phone to take a candid picture. One person cried out in panic. Don't tell me that actually happens. Zhang Ziaoyu broke into a cold sweat in fear and stammered. It's not just that. She even took a whole album of photos. Shen Ye flew into a rage and scolded. You guys have to cram my words into your heads. Our precious male bodies cannot be exchanged for 1,000 pieces of gold. If those images accidentally get leaked on the internet, who are you going to cry foul to? Or do you want to live a life being poked in the spine with people saying, I have nudes of that guy, huh? Zhang Ziaoyu clutched his head and sobbed violently. Then my life is ruined. Yun Yi patted his back beside him to comfort him. Calm down, my good friend, the future is still long. This matter wasn't your fault anyway. Shen Yi's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice trembling with emotion. Oh, comrades, it's only because I possess such overly romantic good looks that I have accumulated so much painful experience like this. You guys are all outstanding male gods too. When you step out into the world in the future, you must look before you leap. You must definitely preserve your purity carefully. Zhang Ziaoyu gave a thumbs up in admiration. Truly an expert indeed. So what if you get relentlessly stalked via text messages? How do you put an end to it? I mean turning them down tactfully so as not to offend them. Shen Ye smiled confidently. Acquaintances and friends are easy, just use the bland reply formula. Haha, oh my god, that's amazing, you're really good, oh really, so that's how it is. Guaranteed they'll get bored instantly. Zhang Ziaoyu scratched his head. Then what if that trick is useless? Shen Ye slapped his thigh resoundingly and pointed out his ultimate move. Then just drop the phrase, I'm going to take a shower, and the conversation will automatically hit a dead end. All around him, a series of reverent gazes immediately shot his way, as if looking at a god. The whole group excitedly fought to ask for his opinion. Boss, how do we handle this case? Your Adam's apple is twitching, let me touch it for a bit, okay? Or this, it's so late at night and I can't go home, what should I do? And also, my ex cheated on me and it hurts so much, I'm afraid to open my heart to you again. Someone even whispered in my ear, brother, your lips are so seductive, looking at them makes me want to take a bite. Shen Ye raised his hand, his entire body exuding the demeanor of a spiritual master, illuminating all living beings. Brothers, you must stay awake. The core point is to see through whether she loves your soul or just craves this physical body. And even if you do reach the stage of officially dating, you must save proper evidence. If she ever goes back on her word and frames you later, you won't be able to wash away your sins even if you jump into the Yellow River. As a man adrift in 12 river docks, you must first know how to love yourself. The whole group was fired up, shouting loudly, so reasonable, that's so reasonable. Our male god alliance must be self-reliant and strong. One person opined, I think the name Male God Alliance sounds a bit weak, how about changing it to the Badass Brotherhood? Another nodded, approved, sounds super cool. In the distance, a girl looked at the excited male students, frowning and muttering, what kind of demonic tricks are these weirdos playing now? At the same time, the card vibrated with a line of notification text. Congratulations, the challenge has been conquered. Welcome to the ranks of the rookie deck. Shen Ye rejoiced, thinking to himself, peachy keen. Looking down from above, Zai grimaced and grumbled. These little brats won't rest to conserve their energy. What kind of cat tricks are they playing down there now? Kai and Rushan laughed it off and intervened. Let the kids be, they are enjoying their youth. Once we arrive, they won't be able to dawdle like this anymore. They're probably just doing the rookie test from the Tarot Tower or something. Oh well, it really reminds me of our passionate youth. He cast a slight glance towards Shen Ye. The ringleader is exactly that brat you just brought back. Look at that elated face, he most likely passed the stage. This kid is quite cunning too. I still remember the best batch of rookies I ever trained only managed to climb to the 4-star level in the tarot card system. I really didn't expect a lazy guy like you to be willing to take in a disciple now. How is that kid's actual strength? Kai and Rushan smiled smugly. In the future, he might even kick your 4-star student to the curb. By the way, why did you gather so many new recruits this time around? Zai tightly closed his eyes, his voice deepening as he recalled the past. Some time ago, a great disaster occurred in the 8 southeastern provinces region. We lost countless masters just to temporarily seal it. The kids I'm taking this time are all the bloodlines left behind by the martyrs, and their aptitudes aren't bad either. The government wants to give them a chance to gain experience. If they happen to fail here, the kids will still be directly admitted to the most outstanding schools in the province. Qian Shan cast a look over and smacked his lips. The people who made it into this selection round are all the monsters of the world. Not to mention the young masters and young ladies of the prestigious families are all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even though the regulations strictly forbid killing one another, you also know that the previous batch was full of tragic accidents. What if the kids? Zai Hai raised a hand to interrupt. Old Qian Shan, I understand what you are worried about, but this matter is beyond our authority now. I only know how to close my eyes and follow the superior's directives. Qian Shan sighed heavily. I suppose so. Outside the airship's window, dusk had fallen. Shen Ye spoke up. Brothers, you just keep partying, I'm going out to the deck to catch some breeze. Shen Ye stood leaning against the railing, and right at that moment, a familiar silhouette suddenly appeared on the surface of his card. A clear portrait of Felon appeared on the card. He muttered, What the hell is this? The screen displayed, Shen Ye, representative from the Mortal Martial Arts Group, current rank, 0-star reserve card. He scratched his head with a forced smile. Why does my face look so shifty, like a villain? The card immediately displayed a note. All candidates start off as reserve cards when they first join. Ranks will be upgraded based on individual achievements later. As soon as you hit the 1-star mark, you will be recognized as an official card. With the current privileges of a reserve card, you are allowed to look up basic information about other rookies as well as details about this exam. He spoke up curiously. So, what are the benefits of upgrading to an official card? The card system replied immediately. Those who manage to maintain an official card position until the selection period concludes will definitely hold in their hands a direct entry ticket to one of the 3 most prestigious academies. Shen Ye suddenly saw the light. Becoming an official card means you get directly admitted. No wonder the whole world is rushing in to hack and slash each other until their heads are bleeding. So how many official cards are there in total anyway? The inanimate card emitted a sound. There are 54 positions in total. Calculated in astonishment, only 54 slots. That means this direct admission ticket is incredibly rare. So how many people are gathered in this exam in total, and how many people are participating in this event? The system listed in detail. There are 3,579 registered people in this entire batch. Among them, 1,708 people have obtained a reserve card. Notably, 1,603 people hail from major noble families and naturally acquired this position. Only exactly 105 people rose up from the ordinary candidate class. Shen Ye curled his lips in a faint smile. The class divide is clear as day. With only 54 meager seats and such fierce infighting, those 105 people from the ordinary class will definitely be crushed by the elite members of the noble families. They will never be able to squeeze into the official ranks. Ah, wait, if every young lady and young master holds a card, then could that girl also? Xiao Mengyu's portrait slowly came into sharp focus on the virtual screen. The attached information appeared clearly. Xiao Mengyu, descendant of the Luo clan. Power level, 5 stars. Status, official card. Title, the #1 swordswoman among the entire batch of candidates, unrivaled. Note, privileges for the 5-star rank are hidden. You need to climb to the 5-star rank to view the details. He rolled his eyes in jealousy. Good heavens, 5 stars already. Why is her avatar a fairy wearing a conical hat, clutching a long sword while crossing the river on a single log, looking so badass, while I have to hold this hideous skull? He suddenly noticed an icon. Whoa, this system even allows sending friend requests, friending right now. A notification confirmed that the other party had accepted. From now on, just through the card, the two could communicate directly. Xiao Mengyu's crisp voice rang out first. Shen Ye, have you also joined the rookie deck system? Shen Ye lazily leaned his hand against the railing. Sitting on the boat with too much free time leads to impulsive things. Luckily, someone gave me a tip, so I decided to give it a try. On the other end of the line, Xiao Mengyu explained. This is an item belonging to the Tarot Tower, bringing quite a few good benefits. I plan to reveal it to you only when you arrived. Hey, looking at your profile picture, it's just like some notorious local tyrant. He blushed deeply, scratching his chin in embarrassment. I'm also wondering why the system stuck me with this dark interface. I don't even know if it can be touched up. Xiao Mengyu held back her laughter and consoled him. The avatar is auto-scanned by the machine. Oh, if you are free, skim through the rookie leaderboard to get a brief grasp of your opponent's strengths. We'll figure everything else out when we meet. Shen Ye nodded in agreement. Okay, let's settle on that. I'll go check out the opponents. See you later. Xiao Mengyu replied cheerfully. See you in a bit. He swiped his finger across the card's surface, staring curiously. Let's see which faces make up the top 54 masters of the official ranks. The list appeared one by one. Top 1 Nangong Si Rui, Top 2 Wang Dingzhou, Top 3 He Zaisu, Top 4 Niu Zaiqiang, Top 5 Xiao Mengyu. He muttered. Someone with unrivaled swordplay in the world like Xiao Mengyu has to swallow her pride and stand at rank 5. Let's see what kind of capability this person Nangong Si Rui sitting on the throne has. The profile of the leading person was opened. Nangong Si Rui, the first-generation eldest young master of the Nangong clan, inheritor of true authentic supreme arts, measured strength, 6 stars. The undisputed position of this year, no one has the ability to compete for it. He gasped in admiration. 6 stars. Females nowadays are truly top-notch. Not only are they outstandingly talented, but they are also beautiful enough to topple cities and ruin states. But wait, looking closely at that line of text again, eldest young master. Shen Ye's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw dropping. Wait a minute, what do you mean the eldest young master of the Nangong family? It's a guy. His face immediately fell in pure frustration. Good grief, he's a guy, but he grew such a flawless, dewy face just to mock the world. And he even has the nerve to wear pure white ancient robes and wave a fan like a romantic wanderer. As if that wasn't enough, he even has a whole harem of pretty maids serving him. So what if he's 6 stars, does that make him a big shot? Scrolling through the leaderboard, he gritted his teeth bitterly. Damn it, this guy is the only one monopolizing the 6-star tier. The rest of the 4- and 5-star bunch are all just rich kids and legacy heirs. I need to bust my ass and find a way to rank up immediately. Shen Ye frowned in thought. I'm already an expert at grinding these evaluation points. Not a day goes by that I don't rack my brain trying to sneak through the door for rewards. If we're talking about skills, don't I already have the Frost Moon shocking the heavens ultimate technique in my pocket, even if it's incomplete? He took a few steps forward, muttering, let's just perform a routine and see how it goes. Shen Ye slowly closed his eyes, calming his mind and concentrating his spirit. His figure gradually blurred, blending into the void. He launched himself into the air, executing the martial stances of Frost Moon, shocking the heavens with lightning speed. A sharp, powerful sweeping kick split the air with tremendous force. Then his silhouette transformed unpredictably into a series of continuous, fluid movements. Finishing with a spectacular mid-air leap, it was none other than the ultimate move, Moonlit Deer Walk. The text on the card's surface changed. Although there are still many flaws and the movements are not truly perfect, it indeed carries the shadow of an ultimate art that has been lost for centuries. If this type of martial art were to awaken once more, it would undoubtedly create massive variables for this year's exam. The corners of his mouth curled up in triumph. Sweet, I knew this move would pay off. The system popped up a new notification. You have successfully upgraded to 1 star and are officially registered on the valid members list. 1-star privilege. You have the right to decline 1 challenge from an opponent every hour. His personal information was instantly updated. Shen Ye, representative of Mortal Martial Arts Group. Rank, 1-star rookie card. Looking at his avatar on the card, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he scolded himself. What kind of punchable smile is this? You just dragged yourself up to 1 star, and your face is already as arrogant as if you're ready to swallow the whole world. A dinging sound signaled. Friend request received from reserve card Yun Yi. Friend request received from reserve card Xiao Ye. Shen Ye muttered. Well, it's those 2 kids, might as well approve them right away. As soon as they connected, Yun Yi was already yelling excitedly. Shen Ye, you shot up to 1 star in a flash, that's top tier. Xiao Ye also jumped in to flatter him with eyes full of admiration. Brother Shen is so majestic and awe-inspiring. Want to go for a spin together after we land? He murmured in agreement. That sounds fine, but I have an appointment caught up later. I'll call you 2 back when I'm done. The 2 youths shouted in unison. Agreed. Then we'll get off the ship first, waiting for your news, boss. Shen Ye facepalmed, speechless. I just barely scraped by to get a measly 1 star. Do these 2 really need to overreact like that? Turning around, Rushan was already grinning from ear to ear, asking, Kid, you've been promoted to an official 1-star member, huh? He helplessly admitted, I mean, yeah, but it's only 1 star. Why are you acting like you struck gold? The old man laughed heartily. Of course, as long as you get your name on the leaderboard once, even if you fail the exam later, it will be enough to make the crowd look back at you. Shen Ye pouted. Hey old man, are you jinxing me to slip on a banana peel and fail? Rushan laughed out loud, patting his shoulder heavily. Leaping to 1 star in the blink of an eye like this has far exceeded my expectations. Well done, kid, he grinned. Really? The old man stroked his beard in praise. What else? You are indeed the precious gem that I took the trouble to pick out. Then he pointed toward the bow of the ship. Look over there, our destination is right ahead. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes at the magnificent scenery unfolding before him. His jaw dropped in astonishment. An island floating among the starry sky? What place is this? I've never heard of the existence of such a fantastical city before. The old man eagerly introduced, Welcome to Yun Shan Port. This place was built around a ruin from the ancient times. After the initial excavation, it was reconstructed into a bustling trading port. Take a look in that direction. That's the ruin zone that is still under lockdown, containing countless undeciphered deadly traps inside, making exploration extremely arduous. Jialan, one of the 3 most prestigious high schools globally, was erected right in the middle of those ruins. Shen Ye's eyes widened. They built an entire school sitting right inside a flying ruin in the middle of the air. Rushan nodded, spot on. Otherwise, what qualifications would they have to sit in the seat of the top 3 schools? The mission of all the teachers and students of Jialan is to delve deeply into researching this floating ruin, thereby salvaging the lost legacies and pages of history. The greatest minds of humanity are standing shoulder to shoulder to decipher the past. There will come a day when history will speak for itself, answering for us what the true nature of this world is and where the origins of mankind lie. The 2 of them silently looked up at the void covered in twinkling stars. Suddenly, brilliant beams of light from above shot down to where the 2 were standing. He was startled. What is this? The old man gently explained. That's the registration paper. The moment you step into the territory of Yun Shan Port, you automatically receive it and fall under the surveillance radar of the judging panel. Your performance from now until the end of tomorrow night's banquet will be used for grading. Those who possess sky-high scores will be rewarded and receive special privileges when officially entering the exam. Shen Ye frowned, calculating. Evaluation grading, this mechanism sounds familiar, exactly like my door power system. Then he probed, are those privileges and rewards top tier? Rushan chuckled darkly, needless to ask. After tomorrow night's banquet concludes, all candidates will be directly teleported into the arena. Therefore, you must use every trick in the book to grind points before that deadline. Only then can you gain an advantage to achieve a high result in the battle. Shen Ye anxiously fired off questions like a machine gun. So in short, how do we compete? How long does it last? The old man stroked his chin, looking mysterious. I have no idea about that. The rules of the game and the time limits change every batch, spinning like a pinwheel. There was a batch where they made everyone sit down for a theory test, done in a swift 45 minutes. But there was also a time when they threw everyone into a treacherous jungle to survive for 3 long, grueling months. He grimaced and groaned. Who could possibly foresee things with this kind of setup? Rushan laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Think positively. At least you already have the 1-star rookie label protecting you. No matter what kind of exam it is, you'll get some perks. As for what kind of perks? It depends on the mood of the organizers. It's a different flavor every year. Suddenly, the card in his hand flashed continuously. The system recognized him as an official member of the rookie deck and began the synchronization process. Shen Ye, representative of the Mortal Martial Arts Group, 1-star rookie. Congratulations, you have received your first bounty quest chain. Take the Azure Dragon for a stroll to the East Sea, riding the clouds to wander for 70,000 miles. His mouth dropped open in shock, thinking he had misheard. What? Take a dragon for a stroll? What kind of freakish challenge is this? Telling a complete noob like me to walk a dragon for 100,000 miles, the organizers are overestimating me a bit too much. The mechanical voice from the card spoke up. In the event you wish to give up, please swipe your finger across the surface of the card. Rushan calmly crossed his arms. The rich kids rely on mountains of resources backing them up, freely throwing items at it to solve these impossible quests to earn more evaluation points. He knitted his brows tightly. If that's the case, how are the empty-handed candidates supposed to compete? Forget it, I'll just find another challenge to be safe. Next quest, slay demons and eradicate devils. Time limit, 10 years, eliminate no fewer than 3,000 demons. He yelled, 10 years. Then he frustratedly ruffled his hair. Oh God, aren't there any quests for normal people? The card flashed again with a new line. Martial arts sparring quest. Winning 1 match will immediately grant a star upgrade. Note, this quest is mandatory and can only be cancelled using high-level privileges. Shen Ye's eyes lit up. his spirit suddenly exhilarated. "Oh ho, this deal sounds right up my alley." The old man waved his hand, extinguishing his illusion. "Drop that idea right now. Like I said, this is a game for the legacy kids. They wear the finest armor, wield VIP weapons, and go around sweeping up empty-handed newbies like you to suck up evaluation points." Shen Ye gritted his teeth in anger. Why does it always have to be those young masters and young ladies? Rushan half closed his eyes, pointing his hand toward a corner. "Look over at that corner." Xiaoyu was lying flat on the ground, completely unconscious. He exclaimed in panic, "Isn't that Xiaoyu? He just showed his face off the ship, and he's already been beaten beyond recognition." The one who struck swore in frustration. "What the hell are you looking at? This brat isn't even counted as an official member yet. I beat him until my hands hurt and didn't even get a single evaluation point added. Just my rotten luck." Shen Ye's blood boiled to his head, about to rush straight down. "Bastard, assaulting someone to pulp like this, and there's no authority stepping up to clear the mess." Rushan hurriedly reached out and grabbed him tightly. "Calm down. The medical team is always on standby 24/7. These few superficial wounds can be healed in a flash. It's just that the victim will have to endure the pain for a while. But if you intentionally take someone else's life, then it's a grave matter. The perpetrator will be eliminated from the game immediately, perhaps even rotting in prison." The old man sternly warned, "Therefore, throw away that delusional idea about fairness. Your life-and-death competition has actually started long ago. In this place, only a fist hard enough has the right to speak and earn respect. I wasn't planning on bringing you here this early, but circumstances forced my hand. You are being relentlessly hunted down by assassins. The security in this competition area is extremely tight. Compared to the chaotic world outside, your little life will be much more secure here." Shen Ye nodded firmly. "I understand." Suddenly the face of the card vibrated, updating a new title. Obtain title, The Drowning One. Definition of The Drowning One. You are teetering on the brink of death. Your life could be stripped away at any moment while you are completely in the dark. This state is called the Drowning One. He broke out in a cold sweat, his mind tense as a bowstring. Boss Kyan clearly just swore that this exam venue had airtight security and the anti-murder laws were super strict, right? Why is this damned card suddenly popping up with such a deadly warning? Is the Grim Reaper calling my name? Who wants to take my life? Could those bored young masters be treating me as their prey for entertainment? Don't tell me they have tricks to bypass the surveillance camera system to deal a fatal blow, or have the assassins impersonated candidates and sneaked in here. Damn it all. Just as Shen Ye was in utter panic, the system chimed again. "Warning, an opponent is initiating a challenge against you. Challenger, Xiao Mengyu, status, forcefully accepted, cannot be declined." Shen Ye stared wide-eyed at the name Mengyu flashing on the card. What's wrong with this girl, suddenly dragging me out for a challenge? Not far away, a lovely silhouette called out in a clear voice, accompanied by a wave of her hand. "Hey, I'm over here." Mengyu bloomed a graceful smile, like a blossoming flower. Seeing this, Rushan winked meaningfully and quickly slipped away. "Well, I won't be a third wheel getting in the way of you young folks. Hit me up later if anything comes up." He blushed furiously and argued. "Hey, old man, stop overthinking things. She and I are as pure as a blank sheet of paper, all right." She stepped closer to Shen Ye, her voice sincere. "Thank you for healing my wounds during the battle the other day. It was exactly thanks to the warm energy you channeled into me that helped me break through my own limits." He observed silently, realizing that after just one night, this girl's aura had become significantly sharper. The title Purifier floating above her head had evaporated, and the words Great Swordsman were also visibly fading, as if she were transforming to welcome an even greater rank. He waved his hand, laughing it off. "There's nothing to thank me for. It's good that you've become more formidable." Shen Ye couldn't hold back his curiosity. "But hey, why did you press the button to challenge me?" Mengyu gave a slight tilt of her head. "It's crowded here, let's find a quiet place to talk. Follow me." Two of them hurried to the arena service area. She said to the staff, "Rent me a small-sized combat room requiring absolute soundproofing." "Yes, please go straight ahead, turn left and you'll reach room number 9. He trotted right on her heels, asking curiously, "What are we doing in here?" She replied, "This is a training center. People usually rent it to go into secluded cultivation, ponder over moves, or polish their martial arts. It's armed to the teeth in here, and you don't have to worry about outsiders eavesdropping." Suddenly, an unlucky female student was thrown out right in front of their noses. Shen Ye was startled by the violent scene. Good heavens, what is going on here? The poor girl stumbled to her feet, screaming in resentment. You hold so many peerless martial arts in your hands, and your gear is all top tier. Why would you go out of your way to bully someone like me? The three youths standing opposite sneered mockingly. Well, I need to grind evaluation points. Who has the free time to show tender affection for the fairer sex? Another guy chimed in. Move aside, it's my turn. I finally caught a bottom-tier scrub, gotta squeeze every last point out of her to make it worth it. The remaining guy reminded. Hey, go easy on the beating, don't completely cripple her. I need to scrape some points off her too. The first guy guffawed. Then we'll just have to see what this brat's endurance limit is. He frowned, observing, this face looks familiar. I think I scrolled past it on the leaderboard. This guy is definitely a 4-star expert, occupying the 17th seat. A chubby, overweight girl wearing spiked gloves aggressively grabbed the victim and dragged her roughly. Get up now, you brat, this beating isn't over yet. The girl struggled in despair. Let me go, you lunatic. The fat girl cast a fierce, sidelong glare at the two newcomers. Her eyes lit up like a dog seeing a bone. Oh my, another 1-star prey just popped up out of nowhere. The heavens are blessing us today, hit the jackpot. With a swoosh, a freezing sword aura tore through the wind and grazed right past her face. Meng Yu cast a gaze as sharp as a knife, emphasizing every word. He's my portion. The fat girl snorted disdainfully. Sweet, then I'll let you open the pot. Once you're done beating him, spit him out for me to feast on next. The sword-wielding girl's voice remained icy yet full of oppression. Are you deaf? I repeat, he is exclusively mine. The fat girl strained her neck and cursed, swinging a fist the size of a thermos to assert dominance. Are you tired of living, bitch? Let me tell you, that monopolizing attitude has no place to exist on this turf. Meng Yu leisurely drew her sword blade from its scabbard, completely ignoring the punch carrying 1,000 pounds of force hurtling toward her. She channeled all her strength, smashing down an earth-shattering blow. With just a flick of Meng Yu's wrist, as light as a feather, her bulky body was instantly sent flying far away into the distance. Shen Ye swallowed hard in silence, while her two accomplices dropped their jaws, staring blankly. Huh. He silently analyzed the martial stance just now. Her clothes are torn to shreds like a loofah, but her skin doesn't have a single scratch. After leveling up, Meng Yu's sword path has reached the flawless realm, as sharp and precise as a scalpel. Even the tiny links on her gloves were neatly dodged without shattering. The fat girl was now curled up on the ground, tightly clutching her exposed body, trembling violently. Good lord, so you're Meng Yu, the one holding the 5th position on the golden leaderboard. Meng Yu swung her sword, spitting out a single freezing word. Scram! The lackeys were scared out of their wits, tucking their tails and running for their lives, their mouths non-stop cursing. Unlucky as a black dog, let's pull out, guys. He gulped, stammering, Hey, are we really going to get into the ring and fight for real later? She chuckled playfully, teasing. What's scared now? Just relax, I guarantee I won't harm a single hair on your head. At worst, later on, you'll just be naked as a jaybird like that girl just now. Shen Ye's face flushed beet red as he yelped. Huh, what the hell? The girl huddling in the corner of the wall now timidly spoke up. Thank you too for saving my life. Meng Yu turned around, breaking into a smile. Just messing with you. My main purpose is to create a protective shield. As long as the system registers that the two of us are engaged in combat, those pesky flies won't have the right to jump in and fight over you. He patted his chest and exhaled deeply, but hidden deep in his eyes flickered a hint of indescribable disappointment. Meng Yu held up her card. Take a look at your card. Do you see the words in a state of deathmatch? Once a match hasn't been concluded, the non-interference rule will protect you from all other challenges. Shen Ye slapped his hands together, his face lighting up. My God, how is this any different from a massive bug in the game? If everyone used this trick, wouldn't every household have a death exemption medallion? She shook her head, extinguishing his excitement. Life is not a dream. A third party has every right to kick down the door and crash our match, with one single condition. Step over my dead body. Shen Ye laughed foolishly, scratching his head. Oh please, then there's absolutely nothing to worry about. The two of us combined make a full 6 stars. What lunatic would dare ram their head in and bring disaster upon themselves? But seeing her pensive expression, he felt a twinge of guilt. Hey, don't tell me there's actually some board expert targeting you for real. Meng Yu shook her head slightly. Not at the moment. This underhanded trick of grinding points is despicable in the end. Not all the aristocratic elites favor doing it. You see, I don't even bother going around extorting points from anyone. She hesitated before continuing. According to my intelligence, even that Nangong Si Rui sitting pretty at top 1 looks down on this trick. He has a massive superiority complex, utterly despising these petty little games. Shen Ye scratched his chin, asking pointedly, "But what if those hardworking grinders accumulate enough points and climb up to step on your heads?" She replied nonchalantly, "Then it's too easy, just beat the living daylights out of them and snatch all the points into our own hands, and that's it." He immediately gave a thumbs up in utter admiration. Indeed, successful people always have their own paths, a big fist is the eternal truth. Saying so, the two were already standing in front of the door of room number 9. Meng Yu pushed the door open. "This is a specialized sealed room, we could scream the roof down and not half a word would leak outside." Shen Ye looked around quickly, marveling. "The facilities here are really top-notch. I definitely have to register for a slot someday." She immediately poured cold water on him. "A VIP training room of this caliber is only specially reserved for young ladies and masters, professionals, or experts from 5 stars and up. A commoner class like you poking your face and might get kicked out to the streets by the guards." He pouted sulkily. "Hearing that makes me feel terribly sorry for myself. Is this world entirely the private playground of the rich?" Meng Yu waved her hand, dismissing this topic of class discrimination. "Put that aside, let's get to the main topic, the matter concerning Yi Bing." Shen Ye gulped, his face hardening. "You once said Yi Bing had already gone to see the king of hell, yet she just texted me." She sighed, recounting clearly. "That day, after Yi Bing led me to the lair of the Skinner, she was immediately silenced. Do you remember that ghostly shadow that carried away the corpse of the Skinner to escape? I am absolutely certain that Yi Bing's body was also stolen by that thing." He was horrified, deducing, "Yi Bing rising from the grave, then that means the Skinner is also." Meng Yu guessed his thoughts, nodding. "There's a very high probability that's the case. Furthermore, think about it, if Yi Bing is also present in this round of the competition, then you must be extremely on guard, absolutely do not go near her. That thing wearing her form is absolutely not human anymore." Shen Ye shivered, cold sweat pouring out and soaking his clothes. "This is turning into a huge mess. Why don't we report it to the Gulun organization? They're the bosses at handling these bizarre supernatural phenomena, right?" She smiled sadly. "I've already sent an emergency report, but there has been no word back. It's best you don't hold on to too many illusions. The lowly life of a mortal like you isn't worth the big bosses troubling themselves over." Shen Ye recalled the terrifying night he clashed with the assassin Yin Chen in the guise of an infant, saying bitterly, "Actually, I tried calling the police last night too, but it didn't solve a damn thing." Meng Yu's face darkened. Some powerful figure has joined hands with the Skinner. Whenever he goes hunting, the entire information network around that area is completely jammed to cover up his bloody crimes. He was stunned. The faction backing the Skinner is so terrifying that they can manipulate even the communication system. She lowered her eyes, continuing, "Not just that. This morning, a few powerful factions directly knocked on my door to force a marriage." Shen Ye was deeply shocked. "Force you into marriage?" Meng Yu spoke slowly, her voice filled with bitterness. "The future groom is an old man over 50 belonging to a prominent family. His wife just recently passed away." His hair stood on end as he hurriedly asked, "Don't tell me you nodded and agreed to that insane marriage?" She lowered her head, hesitating. "I asked them to give me a few days to consider." Shen Ye glared, snapping, Why didn't you flatly tell them to screw off?" Meng Yu offered a bitter smile. "Because right now, I am too small and weak. I can only cling to that excuse to buy time, praying that I pass the exam into the top 3 academies. Once I set foot in there, I'll go into complete seclusion, right up until my wings are fully grown so I no longer have to bow down to their power." He clutched his chest, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Then I'm relieved." But then he furrowed his brows slightly, piecing everything together. "The Shen family merely threatened and forced me to bow my head and admit fault, yet the Luo family is so cruel that they want to sell out Meng Yu's entire future. She's been practicing sword art since she was a little kid, reaching this realm yet still having to yield and live submissively. Looking back at myself, I don't even have a decent defensive martial stance." The girl suddenly broke the silent atmosphere. "Shen Ye, have you decided which school you're aiming for yet?" Shen Ye awkwardly scratched his head. "Beats me, I'm completely clueless about those top 3 schools." Meng Yu slightly drew her sword blade, calmly saying, "Then let's temporarily set the school matter aside. I want to pass a little something down to you. You surely know, where would a normal mortal get martial arts manuals before entering high school? But I have the right to secretly pass on my family's ancestral secret manual to you." A bone-chilling flash of light from the sword body swept across his eyes, making him involuntarily flinch. Meng Yu sheathed the sword with a click, boldly stating, This is the ultimate technique Lingbo swordplay, the guarding treasure of the Luo family. Are you interested? I will personally instruct you. Shen Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Lingbo swordplay, smuggling your family's ancestral secret to an outsider like this, if you get caught, can you bear the consequences? Contrary to his worry, she seemed incredibly surprised by that question. Meng Yu stared at him wide-eyed. Are you an idiot? When a secret manual from a prestigious family is leaked, the world would fight tooth and nail for it to no avail. You get it served right to your mouth, and instead of focusing on learning, you have the spare energy to worry about my safety. He smiled bitterly, answering truthfully, I just don't want you to bring disaster upon yourself because of me. It was exactly that rustic thoughtfulness that made Meng Yu's heart skip a beat, as she shyly avoided his gaze. She cleared her throat to hide her blushing cheeks. It's fine, what trouble could there be? But deep inside, gratitude surged strongly. If this youth hadn't risked his life to save her last night, she feared she would have become a toy in the hands of the Skinner. Today she wanted to use the secret manual to repay the debt of gratitude. Who would have thought this fool would place her safety above even his own benefits? Although he understood, Shen Ye still scratched his head in frustration. I'm drooling to learn it, but the catch is, where the hell am I going to dig up a sword right now? Meng Yu was dumbfounded. Huh. Then what was that sword you were holding when you fought the Skinner last night? Shen Ye scratched his ear, covering it up. Ah, that toy. That was just a decorative sword I grabbed randomly in the hotel lobby. After the fight, I disposed of it ages ago. She naively bought it completely. That's true. Where would a person like you get a renowned sword? If I had known, before leaving I would have just snatched one from the family armory to bring along. It's too late now. Sneaking back home at this point would easily alert the enemy. Hearing that, Shen Ye's soul nearly left his body, waving his hands frantically. Please, my lady, don't haul your family's treasured sword over to me. What if the Luo family catches me red-handed with their heirloom? They'll carve me up into pieces, and I'd be crying in a foreign language. Meng Yu sighed heavily. Makes sense. Then Lingbo swordplay will have to be shelved. Luckily, I have prepared a few other secret manuals just in case. Shen Ye's eyes lit up again like car headlights. There are other martial arts too. She began listing off a string of them. There's Crimson Kick, Deadly Hand Blade, Thunder Palm, 16-root Iron Body Close Combat. Whichever dish you fancy, dive right in. He sharply caught the familiar keyword, hurriedly interjecting, Wait, did you just call out the name Thunder Palm? Meng Yu nodded, explaining, Spot on. Throwing a palm strike with wind-tearing speed, its internal force as brutal as a lightning strike descending from the heavens. That's why it bears the name Thunder Palm. In Shen Ye's mind, the instructions from that mysterious figure suddenly flashed. Wasn't Thunder Palm the missing piece that the weird voice had once urged him to hunt down? He silently repeated every word etched deeply into his brain. You must obtain the Shadow Phantom technique of the Feng Ling clan, the Thunder Palm of the Beast King clan at all costs, fuse them with Moonlit Deer Walk and Frost Wind, and you will discover the truth. He rubbed his chin smugly. I've already pocketed Moonlit Deer Walk, Shadow Phantom technique, and Frost Wind. Now snagging this Thunder Palm will complete the full collection. But wait, the martial art Thunder Palm that the hidden figure mentioned originally belonged as a treasure of the nightmare world. How could Meng Yu possess it? He frowned, probing. Where did the origin of this Thunder Palm manual come from? She didn't bother hiding it either, answering concisely. It's an item dug up from that floating ruin in the sky. Listening to the elders tell the story, back when the Jialan ruins were first discovered, the senior members of the major families scavenged this secret manual from a deserted tower. Seems like you're quite well versed in the prestige of Thunder Palm, aren't you? Shen Ye rubbed his hands eagerly. Is this dish really that awe-inspiring? Meng Yu earnestly explained. It's extremely picky about its practitioners. If your aptitude isn't sufficient to comprehend it, you could practice the moves for a lifetime and still not wring out a single drop of true power from Thunder Palm. I had previously pulled it out to rote learn the incantations and memorize a few of its fist paths by heart. Seeing how pumped you are, I'll demonstrate the fist path for you once. Make sure you keep your eyes peeled wide open to watch and squeeze out every ounce of your effort to comprehend it. Shen Ye immediately focused his attention to observe, nodding in agreement. At that very moment, the system's voice chimed with a notification. Because you have never unlocked or honed your comprehension, your original base level is only 1 point. After adding the attribute stats, your total comprehension score at this moment is 1 plus 10, making 11. Through just a few sweeping fist paths, Meng Yu fully displayed the true essence of the Thunder Fist. Every move was executed smoothly, with godlike speed, yet extremely solid and stable. They intertwined with each other, creating an incredibly profound and mysterious fist wind. Suddenly, the young girl noticed the other person waving his arms and legs, following her moves. The astonishing thing was that he executed the moves precisely on his very first try. This absurd sight left Meng Yu so stunned that she turned to stone on the spot. She looked visibly delighted, laughing as she said, "My specialty is swordplay. I'm not well versed in throwing punches at all. On the way here, I just flipped through a few secret manuals randomly to model them for you. Who would have thought that not only could you swallow my crude lesson, but you could even nitpick the finer details? Your comprehension seems to be quite something after all. Take this, the Thunder Palm Incantation, study it on your own." Shen Ye reached out to catch the Thunder Palm Secret Manual, the item radiating the light of green-tier quality. As he flipped through the pages, he marveled inwardly. Green color means it's a rare item. Yet this girl generously tossed it straight to me. Meng Yu is truly a good bro. In just the blink of an eye, the entire essence had been completely memorized by him. To comprehend Thunder Palm to the beginner level costs 5 comprehension points. Reaching the minor completion realm requires 9 points. Advancing to major completion demands 12 points. And to touch the peak of perfection requires a full 15 points. At this moment, the young man had a sudden epiphany, so this was the use of comprehension. No wonder those legacy brats still wet behind the ears could execute peerless ultimate arts. They had probably been spoon-fed training for this stat since they were playing naked in the rain. And so Shen Ye devoured the words while swinging his arms to throw punches. A dinging sound chimed in congratulations. "Thanks to your peak intellect, you have successfully comprehended the Thunder Palm Incantation at the minor completion realm." Meng Yu patted his shoulder to remind him. "Oh my, this martial art was born to be yours. You picked it up so fast. Hurry up and whip out your tarot card to check. I bet your power evaluation has turned a new page by now." Shen Ye gleefully pulled out his card and saw the content had transformed. "Mastering Thunder Palm in such a short amount of time, it seems your aptitude is no ordinary matter. Your star rank has been upgraded. You have officially risen to become a 2-star newbie. Besides the privilege of querying background information, you have also unlocked a detailed personal stats panel, plus a brand new collection of hairstyles and outfits, and a slogan bearing your strong personal mark." The male student's eyes shone brightly. "Oh hey, it even allows tweaking the interface. I gotta test my luck right away." Who would have guessed? The image on the card flickered and then revealed a Shen Ye with a shiny bald head, draped in a cassock exactly like Sha Wujing. The boy fumed with anger, throwing the card onto the ground with a thud. "What's so beautiful about this? It's an insult to the eyes." Meng Yu saw this and laughed out loud, holding her stomach. "It's just teasing you. Work hard to get it up to 4 stars, and its attitude will naturally become obedient." Being played by a mere object, Shen Ye grumpily scolded the card for being retarded. The girl next to him hastily intervened. "Think twice before you curse. If you're rude to it, it will hold a grudge and drag your evaluation score down to the bottom of society." Upon hearing the threat, the young man hurriedly picked the card up, stroking it and flattering it. "Forgive me, I misspoke. You are my precious gold and silver." Shen Ye quickly pulled out his phone to check the time and panicked. "Oh crap, it's 11 at night. Boss Ru Shen also made an appointment for me to report to him tonight." Meng Yu waved her hand, urging, "Then you better get going. I'll camp here to continue practicing my sword. Whenever you're free and bored, just come find me." Before turning on his heel, he suddenly remembered something and asked for a favor. "Oh right, could you please continue sniffing out the whereabouts and background of that guy who likes to skin people?" The young girl naturally nodded her head immediately. "Leave that to me." Shen Ye waved goodbye. "Awesome, 1,000 thanks bro, see you later." When he walked to Ru Shan's place, the assistant informed him, "The boss just rushed out for some business. Take this room card and go get some rest." Shen Ye obediently nodded. "Yes sir, got it." Striding back to his resting place, he couldn't stop marveling. This company is pretty rich, acquiring a towering skyscraper at Yunshan Port. Luckily the boss isn't home. I should take this chance to go all out and test this Thunder Palm to see if it's like the toy in the nightmare world. The moment his feet stepped through the door, Shen Ye rushed into a wild frenzy of martial arts movements. He couldn't believe he had collected the full set of ultimate skills that the ghastly voice had mentioned so quickly. "I have to dissect this mess to see what earth-shattering secret is hidden inside. Let's just do a test run and see." His figure flickered in and out of sight as fast as lightning, to the point that the illusion created made it seem like he had just split into 2. The strikes were unleashed at a terrifying speed that would make anyone dizzy just looking at them. However, after messing around to his heart's content, the atmosphere sank into silence. Absolutely nothing happened. Shen Ye's face drooped in disappointment. I knew it. How could this knockoff thunder palm compare to the genuine stuff in the nightmare world? Suddenly, the human skull spoke up loudly. Listen to me. Are you so bored out of your mind that you keep diving headfirst into these trashy martial arts, even going out of your way to collect the most useless manuals of the races? The young man looked dumbfounded, asking back, What do you mean by useless? The skull nagged and explained, Well, that shadow technique, it's such a disaster that even the undead look down on it, let alone humans, beastmen, or elves. At this moment, a nosy underworld minion chimed in, Look at me, I can do shadow clones too. Felon angrily cursed, Shut up, you brain-dead moron. Then it turned back to continue trashing the skills, and that frost wind thing has 0 damage. If you step out and meet a long-range sniper or get ganged up on, you'll just be waiting to die. No normal human would bother with this garbage. The skull even enthusiastically demonstrated by showing Shen Ye getting knocked back. Felon kept babbling on mockingly. Even that moonlit deer walk is just a cheap movement trick for low-ranking elf soldiers. Any elf with a bit of merit gets granted way cooler manuals. As for the thunder palm of the beastman, oh boy, you can count the learners on one hand. This subject is tough and harmless, not to mention the beastman's nature is to piss their pants when they hear thunder. This old man has lived across centuries and never seen anyone with enough free time to collect a full set of junk like you. You better rack your brains to find a way into a military academy and try to stuff some truly high-class skills into your head. Shen Ye suddenly felt a chill down his spine, stammering, Wait a minute, are you saying the thunder palm I just performed is the authentic stuff of the beastmen in the nightmare world? Felon snorted sarcastically, What the hell else could it be? The young man still scratched his head, completely unable to understand why martial arts from the other world had drifted over to this realm. The skull helplessly displayed its empty eye sockets, replying curtly, Do you see my head riddled with holes like a sieve? My brain has been thrown in the trash, so what's the point of interrogating me? This situation made Shen Ye extremely confused. How bizarre, the pharaoh explicitly confirmed that this is the real-deal thunder palm of the beastmen, so why did nothing happen when I performed it? Back then, just gathering the combo was enough to trigger a buggy version of the frost moon heaven-shaking strike. Suddenly, a heart-tearing pain struck, causing all of his movements to freeze as if someone hit the pause button. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood gushed out endlessly from tens of thousands of tiny pores on Shen Ye's body. Felon also caught the scent of danger and hurriedly yelled, Shen Ye, what's wrong with you, brat? The male student writhed and twisted his body in excruciating agony, gasping, My body. The skull panicked even more. Good heavens, what on earth is happening? Shen Ye's eyes rolled back wildly, his mind screaming, What is this? I'm really screwed, I can't breathe, my mind is getting all blurry. Is this what going to the grave feels like? He completely lost the ability to respond to Felon's roars. Shen Ye, God damn it, open your eyes for this old man. But the light of consciousness in his head flickered like a candle in the wind. I'm really dead. In the hazy realm of memories, Shen Ye felt as if his physical body was sinking deep into an endless freefall. Right at that moment, a blinding light exploded, directly crashing into his exhausted body, jolting his mind wide awake. That surge of power was just like an oxygen mask, pumping life back into his lungs. Guiding Shen Ye to pick up each shattered piece of his consciousness, what kind of demonic power is this? It was exactly this bone-chilling breath that snatched me back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. Could this be a breathing technique? Did I just figure out a brand new chi-gathering method? The rhythm of this breath carries a freezing chill, protecting my cerebral cortex from the erosion of deadly darkness. I must definitely maintain this breathing rhythm. If I lose focus for even a second, I'll log out of Earth immediately. Slowly, Shen Ye curled himself up in the silent void, and every single cell in his body seemed to undergo a miraculous rebirth. The male student clearly felt each new breath of chi taking command over every internal organ inside him. I can hear my heartbeat, the flow of my blood vessels, my nervous system, and countless cells. Everything is dancing to this breath. His entire body floated as if soaking in a refreshing, gentle stream. What is this euphoric feeling? Shen Ye closed his eyes, surrendering himself to drift idly along the gentle current, until his mind fully opened and comprehended all the profound mysteries. Shen Ye's body drifted ethereally like riding the clouds and riding the wind, reaching a perfect state of unity between heaven and man. It turns out the way I've been breathing all this time was just cheap, sloppy, and superficial. It was only enough to keep this broken body from stopping breathing without any other use at all. This macroscopic scene is so surreal. It's explicitly the first time I've witnessed it, yet deep in my subconscious echoes a guiding voice. Opening up before Shen Ye's retinas was a vast, boundless galaxy. Something was whispering in his ear that this sacred place was called the Dharma realm. Returning to the real world, Shen Ye's physical body was still lying unconscious on the floor. The system's voice chimed joyfully. Congratulations on successfully acquiring the ultimate skill, Dharma realm ocular technique. His pupils sparkled brightly as the mechanical voice delivered its final declaration. Moonlit divine illumination. This is a foundational, yet utterly unique ocular technique passed down directly from the moonlit lineage. The description clearly states, the Dharma realm and all things containing supreme magical power will have all their secrets stripped bare before your eyes, unable to hide even a single flaw. At that very moment, Felon also caught the scent of his awakening and yelled out, Shen Ye, you brat, you haven't kicked the bucket, have you? You gave this old man a heart attack. The young man was still immersed in utter astonishment. What the hell is this thing anyway? The system attentively gave a thorough explanation. All of your basic stats are boosted by 3 points. Your base resonance shoots up to 8 points, and especially the resonance related to the moonlit true inheritance breaks through by a whopping 20 points. Shen Ye stretched his body, extremely amazed by the vitality coursing through him. The injuries are completely healed. Not to mention all stats got a 3-point buff. My muscles and bones feel overflowing with combat vigor. He hurriedly pulled up his stat board to examine it. The impressive dancing numbers made Shen Ye freeze for a few seconds. What the heck does this resonance mean, suddenly jumping an entire 8 points like this? However, the rain of rewards hadn't stopped yet. As soon as the Dharma eyes opened, another dazzling notification popped up. Once you grind all stats to hit the 20-point mark, you will unlock a class evaluation title. Shen Ye skimmed through it, his brain hurting. A real person? What kind of unorthodox category is a real person tier title? And then there's that crazy Dharma realm illusion I just experienced in my consciousness. This damn world really hides tens of thousands of brain-twisting mysteries. To sum it up, the system kindly sent a reminder. Your chipped version of the Frost Moon Heaven-Shaking Strike has transformed into a perfect form. From this moment on, you have more than enough power to unleash a 100% authentic Frost Moon Heaven-Shaking Strike. Level 1, Dharma Realm True Inheritance of the Moonlit Lineage, classified as the rarest purple-tier secret technique in the world. Shen Ye's mouth gaped so wide it could fit an egg. A standard dreamy purple moonlit tier, holy shit, it even knows how to automatically update and upgrade. Frost Wind upgrades to Frost Stroll, Moonlit Deer Walk elevates to Flowing Moon, Thunder Palm transforms into Thunderquake, and Shadow Technique evolves into Heavenly Shadow. Frost Stroll, Ultimate Kicking Technique, kicks the target far away into the distance. Weapons or spells carrying the freezing chill of enemies will have the side effect of slowing down all movements of the unlucky target hit by the kick. Flowing Moon, Profound Movement Technique, flawlessly fuses with basic actions like twisting and dodging strikes. Every time you burst in speed, you gain the ability to create shadow clones that trail behind you smoothly like a flowing waterfall. Thunderquake, Ultimate Palm Technique, accumulates the destructive power of heavenly lightning. Powerful enough to obliterate all sorts of unorthodox evils, carrying terrifying damage potential. Heavenly Shadow, Manipulation Skill, allows you to tuck yourself away and hide inside the shadow of any living creature or object. Absolute invisibility, unless the opponent is a master of playing with shadows, then they might have a chance of sniffing you out. Exclusive buff, all true inheritances from the Moonlit bloodline gain an extra 20 resonance points, destruction power magnified 3 times. Shen Ye clutched his cheeks, grinning from ear to ear. I was just stressing over lacking toys to bash heads with. Who would have thought in the blink of an eye I'd collect a full package combo of kicking faces, weaving, brawling, and turning invisible. Plus, the Moonlit Divine Illumination I buffs damage output by 3 times. Who can even match this? Limited edition dreamy purple tier manual at that. All the effort of grinding back and forth between the 2 worlds finally bore sweet fruit. Such a massive bargain. But seriously, which expert had the free time to rip the Frost Moon Heaven-Shaking Strike apart and stuff it into 4 different races with such a brain-hacking method? After excitedly testing it out, he threw the whole tangled mess to the back of his mind. Whatever, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Racking my brain won't unravel this complicated world anyway. I'd better go scrub myself down and wash this pile of blood off my body to get clean first. Shen Ye strolled into the bathroom, splashing water to wash away the dried blood stuck to his face. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he still hadn't snapped out of his daze. Spiritual matters are truly no joke. Obviously, he just took a fatal hit at death's door, yet naturally after absorbing that moonlit divine illumination, he was chilling as if nothing had ever happened. If it weren't for the bloody mess as proof, he might have thought he was tripping on drugs and hallucinating. An ocular technique, huh? I gotta admit my eyes have gotten a lot sharper lately. As soon as he activated the ultimate skill, 2 clusters of shattered fragments hovered in his vision. The system attentively popped up a note again. The titles labeled below all have terrifying backgrounds. As long as you successfully clear the hardcore portal opening missions, you will scoop them up. Specifically, The Boy Who Lives Like a Leech and The Matchstick Boy. The male student rubbed his chin in deep thought. Now I can clearly observe the explanations for these titles. The snooping ability of the moonlit divine illumination is pretty hardcore, no joke. At that exact moment, his eyes caught a strange object. Shen Ye froze dead in his tracks, staring intensely at the fiery red thread tightly wrapped around his neck. What kind of freakish thing sprouted out here? Since when was this bright red cord wrapped around my neck? Just glancing at it, a string of information instantly popped up. Otherworldly divine skill. Explanation. If you wander within a 500-mile radius around the target, that person will sniff out your coordinates and boom, teleport right in front of your face. When night fell at a luxurious, glamorous casino. Round the VIP table, a group of notorious high rollers were gambling fiercely. A guy with slick-back long hair gleefully revealed his cards. My hand is as pretty as a picture this round. You guys better get ready to cough up your money. Then he grimaced and let out a long sigh. It's infuriating. This young master here holds a diamond VIP tag from that damn Assassin Alliance. Yet those useless fools dared to be sloppy, sending an assassin with a loose mouth to leak every bit of client information to the outside. Blonde guy sitting opposite him interrupted in annoyance. Stop acting, boss. You just misfired a round. That failed assassination attempt on the brat Shen Ye has already dragged a bunch of trouble onto us brothers. The long-haired guy got even more furious hearing that, grinding out every word. Just you wait. Later on when I ascend to the throne, I'll drag the entire assassin guild out and chop them into pieces to vent my anger. The blonde guy threw his stack of cards disdainfully onto the table. Truly a bunch of useless, incompetent slaves. They managed to screw up even the smallest task. I'm folding this round. Consider it a self-punishment to apologize to you guys. Another guy sitting with his legs crossed looked visibly annoyed. The mess those assassins cooked up, why should we have to take the fall for it? AI system, quickly connect a hotline straight to the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance for me. The artificial intelligence immediately sounded out in a mechanical voice. Understood, Master. The signal has been successfully connected to the Assassin Alliance. Instantly, a 3D hologram of a white-haired old man appeared. He flashed a corporate smile, greeting warmly, wishing the future masters of the world a peaceful evening. This humble one is the general manager of the Assassin Alliance. You gentlemen can just call me Gong Wu intimately. The long-haired guy lifted his chin, speaking in a bossy tone. Gong Wu, huh? What kind of half-assed business model are you running over there? Are your hunting dogs high or something, daring to spew out all the client's secrets like that? The old man maintained his polite demeanor, bowing his head in remorse. 1,000 apologies to you all. That assassin was originally our trump card, but unfortunately he was obsessed with some ridiculous romantic arts, ending up with a goldfish memory during missions. But rest assured, he has paid a heavy price. I sent him to meet his maker with my own hands. The long-haired guy's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, gritting his teeth in warning. That brat Shen Ye has already dragged his body to Yun Shan Port to prepare for the competition. Hey old man Gong Wu, you're not planning on making a joke out of this again, are you? The old man groveled on the floor, vowing respectfully. I swear on my life, Shen Ye will definitely evaporate from this world forever. If there's even a single flaw in this operation, I am willing to chop my own head off and offer it to you gentlemen to atone for my sins. Sounding pleasing to his ears, the long-haired guy relaxed his facial muscles, looking satisfied. All right, let's seal the deal then. And he turned to his drinking buddies to discuss. Which of your families can extract a master to monitor the scene? We need someone planted there to force them to speed up the process no matter what. A guy wearing a weird hat crossed his arms in agreement. Exactly, we need someone holding a whip to lash these hunting dogs. They have absolutely zero credibility. The blond guy enthusiastically volunteered. Let me go home and escort my family's grand enshrine to battle. That old master treasures me like a fragile egg. He'll nod in agreement for sure. Hearing that, the long-haired guy's face lit up with blatant joy. With that senior taking the field, the deal is as good as sealed. In his gut, he secretly cursed with pure malice. Shen Ye, you low-class piece of trash still reeking of milk yet daring to lust after Qing Yin. And those impoverished peasants, born to be stepping stones, so just obediently accept your fate. You're poor and still want to rise up and rebel. Your kind just needs to be beaten to death with fists. He scanned the casino with the demeanor of a guaranteed winner, arrogance inflating his chest. Dirty, filthy scum, all of you deserve to be crushed. Meanwhile, at the lair of the Assassin Alliance, the old man named Gong Wu stood completely motionless like a sculpted statue. Wrapped tightly around his aging neck was a blood-red silk thread. In just the blink of an eye, his head and torso cleanly severed into two pieces, and the director of this bloody scene was none other than Han Xiansheng. These assassins spend their whole lives slaughtering, so their bodies are covered in scars, and in their old age they are tormented by injuries. But those rich kids are on a whole different level. From birth, they are marinated in all sorts of precious medicinal herbs. Their bones and tendons are unbelievably flexible. I guarantee their meat will be super tender and juicy when chewed on. Laid out before him were scattered corpses, their necks tightly strangled by red threads, circling a tornado made of swirling blood chi right in the center. The one casually stepping out from that vortex was the supreme entity taking residence inside the bizarre ice shell. Han Xiansheng hurriedly bent over, bowing respectfully. This humble one pays respects to the master. That entity shot a gaze as cold as ice piercing through the subordinate, growling, "Were you just throwing out empty promises on your honor to those guys earlier?" The minion broke into a cold sweat, stammering to justify himself. I was just bluffing casually for the sake of the gathering, but other than you." The supreme entity waved its hand to interrupt. "Stop making excuses. Once you become my disciple, you must walk the talk. Even if you are wearing someone else's skin, you cannot break your word. Only when you dedicate yourself with utmost sincerity will the hidden spiritual nature of all things reveal itself." Han Xiansheng flipped his attitude instantly. "I obey your teachings. I will carry this old man's head straight to Yun Shan Port to finalize the promise with those rich kids." The great entity slightly bowed its head, pondering. Did those vulgar mortals just blabber earlier that the brat Shen Ye is hovering around Yun Shan Port? Wonderful, that place will become an ideal flesh and blood hunting ground for the two of us. How about it, you're craving to tear apart and chew up those upper-class privileged brats, aren't you? Han Xiansheng trembled uncontrollably with excitement, trying to suppress his hunger. "Yes, I'm craving it to the point of going crazy." The great entity then laid down its verdict. "Then let's stick to the old rules. The fresh flesh is your reward, and the pure souls must be offered to me. For this hunting trip, I will tail behind you. I'm desperate for souls to recharge the massive amount of energy that evaporated when I descended into this godforsaken place." Han Xiansheng was thrilled, hurriedly flattering. "Thank you for your boundless generosity, master. But you don't need to trouble yourself to get your hands dirty. A dog like me is more than capable of cleaning up for you." But that entity immediately poured cold water on him. "Stop being a smartass. The cursed trap I planted on that brat has already been exposed. This clearly proves that the one tailing him isn't just some random spirit, but most likely it harbors a formidable character not to be messed with. In order to stop the risk of being traced, I actively crushed that magic spell myself. With a brute like you, if you run into that person, you'll just evaporate in a single note. Even I don't have the divine magic to bring you back to life. For this field trip, besides sweeping for souls, my ultimate goal is to expose exactly what kind of high-level monster is pulling the strings and backing Shen Ye." In another development, Shen Ye's system also popped up a notification that tore through the atmosphere. "Warning, the culprit who set this spell has sniffed out the fact that you just exposed it." The red thread immediately snapped cleanly into two halves. The curse was officially neutralized. On some fine day in the future, the mastermind will definitely pull it out to use again. The knowledge system of the world you live in is currently blind, completely powerless to decode this dark magic. The young man broke into a cold sweat, swearing internally, "Damn it, just a quick glance, and I knew this crazy thread was made by that pervert who likes skinning people. Sure enough, that ghastly guy has crawled back from the dead." So this was the reason why the card tagged me as a drowning man. Right then, the light from the card flashed brilliantly, its appearance gradually transforming. The image striking his eyes was a young deer teetering on the edge of a spiked trap. The evaluation text hastily updated. A naive prey strolling around a trap. You've sniffed out the scent of the grim reaper of your life, and you've equipped yourself with sharp fangs and claws, but do you have the skill to tear up the preordained death sentence? Looking at the card's metamorphosis, Shen Ye's mouth hung open in shock. Escaped a watery grave already. Does this piece of junk have a chip or something? Why is it so psychic? It can even read my half-dead state. Afterward, the card continued to contort, imprinting some mysterious shape. In the end, a portrait of him wearing flowing ancient attire finally displayed clearly, accompanied by the name Shen Ye. The candidate representing the Mortal Martial Arts Corporation. Combat tier, 5 stars, temporarily sitting at the 11th seat on the Rookie Deck's Hall of Fame. Title, the dark horse with the most rapid rise in the tournament, unquestionable prestige. Shen Ye skimmed through it and jumped in surprise. Holy crap, skipping straight from 2 stars to 5 stars in one go. Alongside that, he also spotted the special privileges section for 5-star players. Item 1, the final ability report before 0 hour will buff you with an exclusive surge of power. Issued exclusively for you to spam endlessly during the exam. Item 2, you are allowed to use an invisibility cloak to hide your true strength. Just turn on the crappy 2-star mode to catfish the world. The bright red warning line. Because you have successfully unlocked the Dharma Eyes, the system will turn a blind eye to other criteria, forcibly bumping you straight up to the 5-star threshold. And of course, only you have the right to view this top-secret information. This good news made the young man thrilled all over. Top 11. This proves this ocular technique is also quite hardcore compared to the candidates out there. But I should definitely turn on the hidden mode just to be safe. A miss is as good as a mile. After all, there's still a pack of rich hunting dogs lurking around trying to take my life. After finalizing the plan, the card immediately changed its interface. A notification appeared. After activating the stealth film, the system will automatically use the 2-star mark as the standard to toss you onto the general leaderboard. However, Shen Ye still carefully reminded himself, a secret weapon should be kept hidden well. What's the point of showing off? Although looking at this scoreboard, few of those preppy young masters pose a threat to me. When diving into actual combat, the wind changes constantly. Blindly trusting these virtual stats will leave me eating dirt. There's no shortage of stories where the small fry overthrows the shark. Not to mention, that pervert who likes to skin people just resurrected, plus that bizarre ice freak can knock on the door and tear me apart at any moment. The most pressing matter right now is to bury my head and grind to level up my strength. While he was calculating, his phone suddenly vibrated violently, the screen flashing an incoming call from boss Ru Shan. As soon as he picked up, Ru Shan's voice boomed straight into his eardrums. Shen Ye, what corner have you been hiding in? I've been calling you all day and it's always voicemail. If it weren't for the check-in system reporting you went into your room, I would have called a rescue team to flip this city upside down to find you. The boy was stunned, only now realizing he had slept like a log for an entire day and night. The young man awkwardly explained, "Oh shoot, I'm sorry, I just got caught up in some urgent family matters." Fortunately, the other end of the line didn't bother making a big deal out of it. As long as you're breathing, that's fine. Drag yourself up to the training arena on the 63rd floor immediately. I have some fresh knowledge to pump into your head. Shen Ye nodded frantically. Understood, boss, I'll be right up. Right at the training arena on the 63rd floor. Boss Ru Shan began his lecture. Your do-or-die mission this time is to squeeze into one of the top 3 schools. Therefore, I have to popularize some knowledge about them for you first. The list includes Jialan, Guisu, and Zairang. Each place possesses its own fierce specialty. Jialan highly promotes violence and practical combat strength. Their headquarters sits right on the ruins of the Void Island. Meanwhile, Guisu is a cradle nurturing fanatics obsessed with the history of human evolution. Guisu's headquarters is immersed at the very bottom of the pitch-black ocean. As for Zairang, it bags both of the above elements, burying itself deep underground within Mother Earth. Shen Ye pricked up his ears in curiosity. So it turns out these 3 names are the final bosses of the world's education system. Boss, are there no other competitors? Ru Shan shook his head, continuing to explain. These 3 schools have formidable roots built up since ancient times. Their martial arts foundations are bottomless. Tell me, what other institution could possibly be old enough to be put on the same scale as them? Jialan, hovering above the clouds, is hailed as the most terrifying monster in the trio. That place specializes in digging deep into the forbidden arts of the gods and exploring the Dharma realm. It's precisely because of that luxurious label that a large portion of young masters and ladies from powerful families scramble to submit their applications there. On the contrary, the endless Guisu is passionate about digging up secrets and archaeology. Rumor has it that before our era, the flow of history was once broken. The entire legacy of that prehistoric civilization is currently sleeping at the bottom of the sea. Therefore, the students coming out of this training furnace are all the most erudite and eccentric brains in the world. However, due to constantly being stuffed with bizarre knowledge from the Stone Age, a basket full of students have fallen from grace after graduating, transforming into kingpins of gangs and cults out in society. As for the great Earth Zirang, it takes root around a gigantic tomb in the underworld, hailed as the starting point of human knowledge. The style of this furnace is bloody practical combat, because the monsters underground are as resilient as leeches and frighteningly aggressive. And obviously, this is also a cradle full of filthy rich tycoons. It's simple, all kinds of monster skin, fur, horns, and claws, plus the ores and herbs underground down there. If you bring them to the black market, you can rake in mountains of cash. Not to mention, every now and then they dig up antiques or ultimate skills from the primordial era. The catch is, the number of people skilled enough to use those items can be counted on one hand. Mostly, they are just for display or taken apart for research. Hearing this, the youth couldn't hold back and popped up to ask, "Why are there so few people who can use them, boss?" The calm man enlightened him. This all boils down to resonance points. You should know, apart from the martial arts passed down by word of mouth since the era of our ancestors, there are countless treasures, armors, and even terrifying magics in this world. To get your hands dirty with those things, you have to possess an insanely high resonance stat. Therefore, insiders also call it by another name, the yardstick of recognition. Shen Ye blinked as if he had just picked up a martial arts manual. The yardstick of recognition. Boss Ru Shan nodded in confirmation. Exactly. In short, once you make them respect you, or you are personally issued a red certificate by the forces of the Dharma realm allowing you to use them, then those items will obediently offer up their power for you to spam endlessly. Catching a familiar keyword, the male student hurriedly bombarded him with questions. Wait, certified by the Dharma realm? What the heck kind of place is this Dharma realm, boss? He still firmly believed in his head that the moment he unlocked the moonlit divine illumination eye, he had also wandered into an illusion bearing the name of this Dharma realm. Kyan Ru Shan casually pulled out a thick stack of documents and explained, "The Dharma realm is the source of all power in this world, and people use it as a yardstick to rank strength. But blabbering about this to a rookie like you right now is too much. The professors will cram it into your head once you get into the academy. Let's put that aside. Come here, I have some secret martial arts manuals that the company specially sponsored just for you." Shen Ye stared at the pile of manuals, feeling his brain cells dying. 17 soul-subduing palms, double yang finger, northeast divine fist, lone hero 8 swords, south river chain kicks, chrysanthemum treasure manual, and even the Kumtamama divine palm. What kind of cursed unorthodox crap is this, boss? How did the heaven-swallowing mosquito net ultimate skill of those Guangdong boys slip in here? Boss Kyan Ru Shan excitedly promoted that heaven-swallowing mosquito net is the art of taunting opponents, cursing them until they cough up blood and lose their minds when attacking. The young man was completely speechless, hesitantly pointing. Then, what about this chrysanthemum treasure manual, boss? The boss casually gave a chillingly detailed explanation. Oh, that one is the art of channeling chi from the chrysanthemum. In short, you use your asshole as a hidden weapon launcher, firing out flower bullets or a murky liquid. Just aim straight at the opponent's face and fire. Rumor in the martial world says that whoever masters this to the highest level, their chrysanthemum will naturally emit a pungent scent that causes enemies to get high and hallucinate instantly upon inhaling. Young man shivered in disgust, quickly pointing to another book to salvage some hope. Then what about this Northeast Divine Fist, sounding so grand? It must be related to the ultimate North Star Divine Fist, right? Boss Kyan Ru Shan shook his head firmly. Nonsense. Back in the day, the ancestors excavated a ruin located way out in the eastern part of the northern region, dug out this manual, and impulsively combined the names to call it the Northeast Divine Fist. Legend has it that year, the excavation at the ruin was mostly done, and the team was packing up to leave. But somehow, a veteran archaeology expert kept hesitating, feeling restless as if his intuition told him a treasure was still left behind. He kept staring at the wall, searching, when suddenly a sound echoed in his ears. "What the fuck are you looking at?" The expert thought some bratty colleague was messing with him, so he blurted out a retort. I like looking, so what? Got a problem with that? Who would have thought, right at that moment, this fist manual dropped from the cliff face with a thud. After all, this is a living proof of the resonance I was just talking about. His foul mouth accidentally matched the manual's frequency, so it agreed to pop out. Shen Ye stood there speechless, drained of words. This is too fucking surreal. Boss Kyan Ru Shan enthusiastically kept talking. This is what they call the right person at the right time. If the vibe matches, the ruin just spits out gifts. There are plenty of guys with sky-high resonance stats, but with a shitty personality, the divine weapons just despise them and won't even bat an eye. In short, a high resonance stat is just a ticket through the gate. Whether you can bring back good loot after passing the trial depends on fate and the item's acknowledgement. My throat's dry from talking. If you've set your eyes on a manual, just take it and learn it quick. Just in case you get forced into a fistfight during the exam, at least you'll have something to swing and defend yourself with. Shen Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry, complaining inwardly. What kind of Northeast divine fist crap is this? With this attitude, it should be called the divine art of trash talking. Suddenly, the system notification panel flashed out of nowhere. Northeast divine fist green quality, high-grade item, requires unlocking via a special method. The higher the compatibility stat, the more devastating the destructive power. The young man was thrilled and nodded immediately. Those other nonsensical books are all sketchy white-tier junk, only this Northeast one is branded with a classy green tag. Seems like this antique actually has some real depth to it, no joke. Shen Ye grabbed the manual, his face beaming as he reported. I'll lock in this fist manual then, looks pretty reliable. Boss Kyan Ru Shan gave a thumbs up in praise. You've got a sharp eye for goods, kid. Among this pile of trash, the one you just picked packs the most explosive damage. Normally, I wouldn't be dumb enough to throw such a premium item at you because the good stuff is tough to chew, and force ripening it in a short time is impossible. But if you manage to digest it, your power rating will definitely bump up. Shen Ye excitedly pried. So boss, do you think there's any chance of rocketing straight from 2 stars to 5 stars after learning it? Kyan Ru Shan glared at him, scolding harshly. Stop being so delusional, Mr. Big Shot. From the day I was born till now, I've never seen any mutant hack the game and jump from 2 to 5 stars. This scolding unintentionally reinforced the confidence in the male student's heart. Wow, then my combo of Undermoon Divine Illumination and Frost Moon Heaven Shaking is truly top-tier pro stuff. After scolding, Boss Kyan Ru Shan assumed a martial arts stance, consoling. But don't get discouraged too soon. Your speed in flying from 1 star to 2 stars is enough to prove your ability is no joke. Now, keep your eyes peeled and watch me demonstrate the Northeast Divine Fist moves once. Stuff it into your head, so if you ever fall into a life-and-death situation later, you'll have something to defend yourself. Shen Ye pretended to frown and observe, but inwardly evaluated. Currently, all my points have been dumped into comprehension, pushing it all the way to 14. With this big brain, the boss's flailing moves are no different from a kid's jigsaw puzzle. Come to think of it, I'm quite lucky. Using this crap to flex in petty street fights saves a lot of energy. By doing this, no one would have the free time to dig out the true power I'm secretly brewing. Moment later, Boss Kyan Ru Shan was panting heavily, wiping his sweat and saying, Phew, done dancing. Did you absorb any of it? Shen Ye broke a sweat, telling himself. With this sloppy teaching style, who the hell could understand? If it weren't for my 14 points of comprehension, I probably would have gone into chi deviation by now. The boss checked his watch and advised. Well, it's past 4 in the afternoon. Today's training session wraps up here. You can pack up and go take a nap. Absolutely no skipping the banquet tonight, got it? Shen Ye had to obediently comply. Understood, boss. Thanks for taking the trouble to teach me. Just as he turned away, the communicator in his pocket vibrated violently. A message from Xiao Mengyu popped up. Shen Ye, I dug up some clues about that flare guy. Come over to the multipurpose building so we can discuss it. The male student excitedly replied instantly. Approved. I'll fly over right now. While hurrying down the street toward the meeting point, his eyes accidentally bumped into a strange sight. Right on the street corner of the sidewalk, there was an old beggar in ragged clothes holding out a chipped bowl to beg for food. Catching Shen Ye's gaze, the old man slurred out. Well, well, bright young man, have some pity and spare a little something for this humble one. The young man stopped, sticking his hands into his pockets and rummaging around for a while. After ages, he managed to dig out a rusty coin and held it out to the old man. Here you go, I've emptied my pockets and this is the only spare change left. Done with his charity, the male student swung his arms, turned on his heel and walked away. Suddenly, right from behind his back, a sharp, cold voice slithered over, "Drop dead for me." In a split second, the rusty coin shot out like a bullet, whizzing by and blowing away a patch of hair near Shen Ye's temple. The old beggar clicked his tongue in regret, muttering, "Age really is catching up to me, my hands and feet are clumsy and ruining everything." The simple reason was that the young man had timely unleashed his flowing moon ultimate skill to twist his body and dodge the fatal blow. The old beggar angrily smashed his chipped bowl, grumbling with frustration. Damn it, how did a wet behind-the-ears brat casually twist and completely dodge this old man's sneak attack so cleanly? Shen Ye hovered in midair, glancing down with cold eyes and scolding furiously. "You decrepit old geezer, you're not just old, you're a fucking fossil. Living to this age yet having a face as thick as a cutting board, being so shameless that you only know how to play dirty tricks and backstab people." Saying that, the male student immediately activated his visual technique, Undermoon Divine Illumination. Everything concealed by dark magic instantly revealed its true form under his sharp eyes. Well, the old man was carrying an invisible longsword on his back. If it weren't for the radar of Undermoon Divine Illumination, he might have already lost his life under that unseen blade. It seemed the old man also sniffed out his piercing gaze. So he stopped putting on an act and decisively drew the precious sword from its scabbard. The moment the tip of the sword flashed, Shen Ye leaped backward, widening the safe distance from the enemy. The old beggar raised an eyebrow, staring in astonishment and asking, "Weird, a little brat like you can actually see through my sword." The male student cursed furiously. "You psycho old man, your grandfather here kindly gave you some money out of pity, and you repay my kindness with malice by backstabbing me. Carrying all these fancy magical artifacts, yet having a rotten personality, as despicable and shameless as a bandit." Old man pouted and lectured, his face wrinkled like a monkey eating ginger. "I saw that you have great talent but are lazy in cultivation, always tailing and kissing the heels of that rich girl. It irritated me, so I decided to give you a beating." Shen Ye froze, his head full of question marks. "What kind of bullshit are you talking about, old man? Why drag Xiao Mengyu into this? She is a true martial world wanderer. She doesn't care about those cheap family backgrounds. Besides, she and I are comrades who have been through life and death together, as pure as a blank sheet of paper, not acting shady and perverted like your dark thoughts." But before the scolding could completely spill from his mouth, Shen Ye hastily swallowed it back. Because under his vision, the killing intent radiating from this old man was horrifying to the point of suffocation. The Dharma realm had just transmitted a piece of breaking information exposing the enemy's identity. The seal of the Li He Star Master has officially been shattered. At this point, Shen Ye vaguely pieced things together. "I get it now. You must be someone from Xiao Mengyu's family, right? You Luo family people are truly cowardly to a laughable extent. Not only did you stand by and watch Luo Fei Chuan suffer a tragic death, now you even plot to suppress Xiao Mengyu, the only one standing up to seek justice for him. You possess such extraordinary skills, yet when your granddaughter in her prime youth is about to be forced into becoming a concubine for some old man, you stay dead silent. On the contrary, you went out of your way to come here just to land a sneak attack on a 15-year-old middle schooler like me. If this gets out, the world would laugh their asses off. No wonder Xiao Mengyu would rather die than stay with the Luo family." Being mocked too far, the old man was so furious that his annoyance turned into sheer rage. "Interesting. I truly never expected there would be a day when my Luo family would end up in a situation where an outsider brat like you could mock us." In the blink of an eye, the old man's hand closed right in front of Shen Ye's face. The old man grabbed his head tightly and dragged him straight down. However, halfway through the action, he suddenly realized something was off. Looking closely, what was in his hand was just a clone fading into the void. Meanwhile, the real Shen Ye was standing tall right next to him. Without a moment of hesitation, he delivered a powerful thunder shock strike directly at the old man. The repelling force made the opponent hastily step back. The old man looked extremely intrigued. Well, not bad. Shen Ye's figure became blurry as he stared highly vigilantly at the enemy. "Of course I'm top tier." Suddenly, from under the old man's shadow, a heavenly shadow strike dashed out, attacking right behind him. The old man was a bit stunned, thinking to himself, "This little brat actually has the talent to hide inside shadows." Immediately, Shen Ye followed up with an extremely powerful frost shower kick. The resulting shockwave pushed the old man back several meters. This situation made him feel incredibly flustered. The old man had to try his best to maintain his balance and keep a safe distance. he thought while feeling the situation. Strange, how could this kid's inner energy be enough to push me back this far? Could it be my body just got frozen? Ending his train of thought, the old man took a deep breath. An oppressive aura blazed around his body like a raging fire. Hey kid, why do your skills and speed keep fluctuating so wildly? Exactly what level are your attribute stats at? Shen Ye kept his guard up, replying coldly. Take a guess. Though he said that out loud, deep down he knew perfectly well that the frost moon heaven-shaking strike with triple the power from earlier was completely useless in front of this old geezer. The opponent slowly approached with heavy pressure. Your strength and speed are ever-changing, you possess a bunch of weird ultimate skills, and you've even opened your Dharma eyes. Broke a cold sweat, instinctively wanting to step back. Hey old man, what the hell are you mumbling about? I'm warning you, this area is under Kunlun's jurisdiction. If you take my life, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Shen Ye had already calculated an escape route in his head. The moment the old man made a move, he would immediately use time suspension to freeze everything for 3 seconds and bolt. However, the old man just stroked his beard with a sorrowful look. Indeed, it is us elders who have done wrong. The oppressive aura was expanding more and more, making Shen Ye feel like sitting on pins and needles. I'm really screwed this time. Surprisingly, the old man suddenly spoke up. Goodbye, kid, this old man has to go. Right after those words, in just a blink, the old man completely vanished, leaving behind a brilliant streak of blazing chi. Shen Ye stood there frozen like a statue. He actually ran away. Just what kind of divine being is this weird old guy anyway? Far in the distance, a dazzling golden streak of light was zooming toward the blimp. The beam of light spun in midair before landing safely on the deck. The old man who had just clashed with Shen Ye revealed himself, issuing an order with his commanding voice. Weigh anchor immediately, set a direct course for Huangjin Beach. I need to go out to sea for a change of pace. Pass down the order to all subordinates. From this moment on, any interaction with other families is strictly forbidden. A lackey frantically jumped out to protest. Wait, family head, the Zhao family is pushing us intensely. If we don't hand the young lady over, no one will be able to bear the consequences. Not only will this ruin the relationship between the great families, but our business roots will also. Before he could finish his sentence, that guy took a punch straight to the face, smashing it to a pulp. The force of the old man's swing was so terrifying that it sent the guy tumbling out of the ship. The remaining members of the Luo family turned pale as they listened to his lecture. Ever since the day you lot were given authority to manage household affairs, this Luo family started turning into a bunch of bootlicking sycophants, always clinging to the strong like insignificant ants. And now, you even have the heart to offer up the most talented bloodline of our clan to outsiders to trample upon. What you're strangling with your own hands isn't simply Little Yu's path to survival, but the very future of the Luo family itself. Saying that, the old man slightly bent his body and leaped high into the air. Then he gently dropped down onto the roof of the blimp. The old man stroked his beard, sinking into thought. Mountains and rivers unfold before the eyes, the Dharma body roams freely in the vast heaven and earth, opening his eyes at merely 15, with every stat at least above 10. From movement techniques to palm strikes, they're all top tier, the kind you couldn't find even if you searched with a torch. In the past 5 centuries, such an outstanding seedling has never appeared, truly a fascinating thing. Right after, he waved his hand to summon a strange artifact. The object tore through the wind, carrying the old man's deeply emotional chant. Admiring from afar, as radiant as the morning sun piercing through a hazy mist, observing up close, as shimmering as a lotus blooming amidst a blue lake. My precious granddaughter, your grandpa has thought it over and over, no matter what, I have to step up and have your back this time. The descendants of the Luo family absolutely cannot be looked down upon by the world. The night had now enveloped everything, the howling wind brushing past the skyscrapers, taking place just minutes before that mysterious old man's flying ship took off. Shen Ye pushed the door and walked in, feeling extremely shocked as whistling sounds continuously echoed from inside the gymnasium. What the hell is going on here? It turned out Xiao, Meng Yu was moving like the wind, entirely focused on honing her sword techniques. A sword slash swept by, barely grazing his body. Shen Ye quickly raised his hands to shield his face, blocking the aftershock of the sword chi. He silently evaluated. The whistling of the sword is really terrifying, but even though the sword path carries the power to move mountains and fill seas, the technique is way too clunky. Not to mention, She is draining all her energy just to perfectly mimic the sword incantations, making the routine look more like a forced struggle. The title floating above her head is still stagnant, subtly indicating that Xiao Mengyu's power hasn't hit any breakthrough. I never expected that boosting my comprehension would let my eyes see the root causes of so many problems. Right at that moment, the system notification chimed in his ear, explaining, "For a swordswoman who has surpassed conventional boundaries, she is currently stuck in confusion about her own path. Only when she shapes a distinct path of her own will she be qualified to receive a title approved by the Dharma realm." Shen Ye fell into a state of confusion, his mind flooded with question marks. Approval from the Dharma realm? Wait a minute, are you saying all these titles originate from the Dharma realm, like some sort of competency certificate issued by that organization? What the heck is this Dharma realm anyway? Before he knew it, Xiao Mengyu was standing tall right in front of him. "Sorry for making you wait so long. Now I'll reveal some clues about that Flayer guy that I just dug up." She frowned slightly, searching through her memory before speaking slowly. Previously, the Flayer was originally a high-ranking manager in the Archaeology Association. During a highly critical excavation mission, he triggered a horrific disaster. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What kind of disaster? Hearing the other person ask, Xiao Mengyu meticulously recounted the details. "Exactly as I said, that place was originally an altar used to suppress extraterrestrial creatures. During that excavation, he shattered the seal, unleashing mysterious entities that caused rivers of blood to flow. Since that incident, he vanished without leaving a single trace. By the time he finally decided to show his face again, he had already put on the guise of a hired assassin." He asked in confusion. "For what reason did he switch careers to become an assassin?" She slowly continued. "Almost all information regarding his past has been wiped clean. I could only piece together that before the altar incident, he once had a happy family. But then, his wife and daughter suddenly died under highly suspicious circumstances. According to the records in the files, the naked bodies of the mother and daughter were dumped in a sewer, their entire bodies covered in slash scars, proving they had endured beastly torture before drawing their last breath. The sewer segment, where the corpses were found, borders the continent's frontier, located in a remote countryside under the jurisdiction of a lowly family. A short time later, that entire bloodline and the town's residents were all massacred. I have a feeling these two tragedies are tightly linked." Snapping out of his thoughts, Shen Ye frowned, his face showing extreme unease. "Then what the hell kind of thing was locked up at that altar?" Xiao Mengyu looked frustrated as she replied, "The security level of that altar's file is at absolute top secret. My current clearance has no way of touching it. That's all I could dig up." Then she turned and seriously warned him. "In short, you must guard your life carefully. I'm afraid it won't be long before those people catch wind that you're taking the exam at Yun Shan Port and come to settle the score." Shen Yi smiled, nodding to reassure her. "I got it, I owe you one, Xiao Mengyu." Suddenly, the phone tucked in Xiao Mengyu's pocket rang incessantly. She turned her back slightly, answering the person on the other end of the line. "I'm listening, Auntie." Her expression instantly hardened, flooded with gloomy features. "Yes, I understand." Seeing this, the boy standing next to her anxiously probed. "Is something wrong?" Xiao Mengyu just sighed, giving a half-hearted reply. "My family is calling me back. Word is the elders on the groom's side are about to bring over the betrothal gifts." Shen Yi's jaw dropped in shock. "Then where are your parents?" She lowered her voice, bitterly confessing the dark corners of her life. "My mom passed away when I was just a little kid. After my older brother's death, my dad took such a huge blow that he fell into a deep coma, and he's still bedridden in the hospital with no signs of waking up." He frowned and interrupted. "Didn't you say you'd try to stall this matter for a bit longer?" Xiao Mengyu looked utterly helpless. She had exhausted every excuse and trick in the book. If she kept stubbornly resisting, she would soon become a thorn in the eyes of the family elders. Hearing this, Shen Yi's blood boiled, his hands clenching so tight his knuckles cracked. "This is bullshit. It's crystal clear that those family brats played dirty first, yet in the end, they force you to sell yourself and marry over there just to smooth things out." She understood the young man's indignation and said bitterly, "Everyone in my lineage is terrified of powerful forces, constantly living in fear that they'll take their anger out on others. Meanwhile, my dad is unconscious, so they have no choice but to throw me out as a meat shield to save their own skins." As if a brilliant idea just struck him, he patted his chest confidently. "How about this, Xiao Mengyu, if you don't mind, have dinner with me tonight. I'll set you up with Boss Kaian Ru Shan so you can join the Mortal Martial Arts Corporation. Doing that, you'll rightfully break away from that toxic family, and you won't have to suffer being pulled on strings by others anymore. Xiao Mengyu lowered her head, hesitating because she didn't want to bring disaster to an innocent person. Aren't you scared of making enemies with the great family that's thirsting for me? Not to mention, even my aunts and uncles will hate you to the bone. They definitely won't hesitate to use any dirty tricks to crush you. Shen Ye continued to look straight into her eyes, passing on his firm resolve. What the hell is there to be scared of? All these types who force others into a dead end deserve to be struck by lightning. And by the way, I just bumped into an old stubborn geezer from your family earlier. Not only did he try to jump me, but he also spouted some lines that made my blood boil. Follow me, ditch that rotten family for good. She stared blankly, sinking into endless thoughts, then suddenly woke up and realized something. It was obvious this kid had a dirt-poor background, and his abilities weren't anything special. Yet somehow, how is he so bold and fearless? In this matter, and in the fierce battle with the Flayer before too. Well, taking a closer look, this guy is actually pretty handsome. Even though his hair is as messy as a bird's nest and unkempt, he gives off a free-spirited vibe, not bothering to care about petty details. A face as sharp as a blade, lacking a bit of approachability, with a "no visitors allowed" tag always stuck on his forehead. But Xiao Mengyu shyly bloomed a bright smile in front of the young man, overflowing with youthful energy, and nodded firmly. It's a deal then, so where are we heading now, and what are we eating? She then secretly evaluated. How can someone speak so warmly and sweetly? Shen Ye scratched his head, awkwardly struggling for a while before squeezing out a few words. Beats me. I have no idea either. Boss Kaian Ru Shen hasn't finalized the address yet. Anyway, just tag along with me. She puffed her cheeks, crossing her arms in a mock pout. You don't even know where the food place is, yet you boldly invite a girl out. Shen Ye frantically defended himself. I swear my invitation is genuine. Somehow there will be a bridge when we get to the river. Xiao Mengyu blushed bright red, quickly saving face. Let me tell you, I'm not the type of girl who just nods yes to anyone who asks her out to play, okay? Suddenly, a message from her grandfather rang out. Run out of the gymnasium, look towards the east. Xiao Mengyu was stunned, storms rising in her heart. Grandpa has come out of seclusion. If that's true, then that mysterious old man Shen Ye ran into earlier. Could it be my own grandfather? She hurriedly strode away, not forgetting to toss back an instruction. You just stand right here, don't run around, I'll come back and find you in a bit. Shen Ye remained clueless as a cow in a hat, his brain unable to process it in time. Wait, what does that mean? He scratched his cheek, looking around in utter confusion. Why did she suddenly bolt like that? Could it be that my invitation was too forward? I really am just a newbie with zero experience in flirting with pretty girls. In a flash, Xiao Mengyu had dashed out of the pavilion area. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy shot straight down towards her from the sky. That power enveloped her so aggressively that it gave the girl a mini heart attack. From within that surging stream of energy, a deep, warm voice echoed, My precious granddaughter, I waited over and over, and finally decided to stand on your side. Xiao Mengyu was overjoyed, crying out in excitement. Grandpa. She clearly felt a massive source of power boiling in her veins, accompanied by martial arts manuals constantly pouring into her subconscious. This is the Luo Shen sword art. Xiao Mengyu looked up with teary eyes toward the flying ship hovering on the horizon. A radiant smile blossomed on her lips as she softly whispered, Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you for wholeheartedly passing down the Luo Shen sword art to me. Shen Ye suddenly popped his head out right behind her from God knows when. Hey, are you okay? Why is your body suddenly smoking and catching on fire over there? This young man, terrified of being stood up, had thrown all his dignity away and tailed her here. She glanced at him with gentle eyes, softly reassuring him. No need to panic, my grandpa just dropped by to visit me. He personally imparted his sword art manuals to me. Hearing that, he also felt relieved. Happy for you, turns out there's still someone in that house who genuinely loves you. But then he suddenly froze, his brain connecting the dots rapidly. Wait a sec, so that stubborn old geezer from earlier was actually Xiao Mengyu's grandpa. Xiao Mengyu lifted her head high, tilting her chin up as a reminder. Shen Ye, didn't you just invite me to attend a banquet? He stammered and nodded. Yeah, I think it was some party, so we're going together, right? Suddenly, as if possessed by some ghost or demon, her eyes narrowed into little slits. Xiao Mengyu clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably, pointing her finger to tease him. Shen Ye, you are truly a massive idiot. Shen Ye looked dumbfounded, utterly embarrassed. Why are you falsely accusing me of being an idiot? The crisp laughter still hadn't ceased as she replied. All the participating examinees are required to be present at that banquet, since we both have to show our faces there anyway. His jaw dropped like someone who just fell from the sky. Oh, right. Basically, I didn't even need to pretend to ask you out. I was so eager to play the hero that I completely forgot about this rule. Oh man, this is so embarrassing. Xiao Mengyu smiled brightly, waving her hand to hurry him. All right, let's go quickly, let's head straight to the party together. Shen Ye had to shamelessly endure her teasing. Well, he might as well just turn a blind eye to it. Come to think of it, it's rare to see her showing such a carefree demeanor, truly fitting for her age like this. Amidst a sky as silent as paper, two silhouettes gave each other a ride on a flying motorcycle, joking around loudly. Xiao Mengyu yelled excitedly, "Throttle up, go faster." He sweated profusely, reminding her, "Calm down, our lives come first, girl," but she was still in a frenzy for speed, constantly patting his shoulder, urging, "Charge forward, Shen Ye." Finally, the two hit the brakes in front of a majestic palace sitting imposingly on a floating island. So this is the banquet venue. Who would have thought it was built on a floating island suspended in midair? Qian Rushan stepped out to welcome the guests with a friendly smile. "Welcome, Miss Xiao. Did you decide to accompany Shen Ye?" Shen Ye quickly spoke up to greet him. "Boss Qian Rushan." Xiao Mengyu also bowed politely. "Hello, sir. Yes, I'll be tagging along with him tonight." He stepped up and threw an arm around his shoulder, winking to tease. Well, you're pretty good, kid, skipping phases at such a speed, even daring to ask someone's daughter out for a feast." He panicked and waved his hands frantically. "No, I didn't. Stop overthinking it, boss. It's not what you imagine." Right before striding into the grand hall, she paused, strictly warning him. "Stop clowning around, Shen Ye, tonight. You have to stay highly vigilant." Shen Ye was bewildered. "Is something up?" Inside that cave, it's completely filled with nothing but big shots from the upper crust of society. He was a bit overwhelmed by the hundreds of eyes staring as if they wanted to strip him bare. Rushan kept a cold expression, ignoring the myriad of probing gazes. This evening banquet is the final sprint to boost scores. The young masters and ladies of the prestigious families will surely seize every second to hunt for good prey. Shen Ye shivered as he recalled the brutal battle from before. He put on a serious face and asked, "Suppose I accidentally beat someone to death here, what would be the consequences?" The man frowned, panicking as he tried to stop him. "Oh no, please restrain yourself, all the big shots have their eyes glued down here." The boy let out a breath, looking utterly bored. Rushan shook his head in helplessness. "Are you really that addicted to fighting? Now that I think about it, the first day I met you, you had also just finished beating someone to a pulp." Bang! A deafening crash suddenly tore through the luxurious atmosphere of the hall. That man sprinted at breakneck speed, charging straight toward Shen Ye's position like an arrow. Wang Juyan held Yun Yi's head upside down, who was covered in injuries and had fainted by now, and threw out an arrogant provocation. "I am the 4-star rookie Wang Juyan from the Wang family. Shen Ye, I want to settle things with you once and for all." Before the man could finish his sentence, a shadowless sword flashed out of nowhere, cleanly slicing off a tuft of his hair. Juyan turned pale, staring wide-eyed at the beauty who coldly sheathed her sword. What the hell is this?" Meng Yu spoke with words as cold as ice. "I currently have a duel agreement with Shen Ye. If you want to pick a fight with him, you'll have to step over my dead body first." The surrounding crowd shivered violently, their mouths agape in astonishment. "That sword-swinging speed is unreal. Did you catch any of that? How could my eyes even keep up? I couldn't even process when she drew the sword." Su Gang kept his eyes fixed forward, reaching out to pat Ju Yan's shoulder in persuasion. "Just let it go, don't be foolish and poke a hornet's nest." Hearing this, Ju Yan growled in fury. Su Gang. Su Gang pointed upward and continued. "Look at the leaderboard. Who would have thought that this ragged 2-star rookie would be protected by her?" Hall of Fame for rookies was clearly displayed. Meng Yu sat at the top alongside Nan Gongxi Rui. The second rank called the names of Wang Dingzhou, He Zai, and Zai Qiang. The third rank belonged to Li Yinghu, Zhang Hu Xiao, Zhang Feng Yuan, Wang Juyan, Lin Jiakeo, and Li Lihi. The fourth rank consisted of Li Shijai and Huang Pei Xuan. The fifth rank announced Wang Xiling and Zhang Fuhai. Su Gang sighed in admiration. "She is genuinely one of the 5 great powerhouses, with a reputation on par with mine." After speaking, Su Gang smirked despicably and casually delivered a lethal punch right into Yun Yi's stomach. That despicable act took place right under the bloodshot eyes of Shen Ye and Meng Yu. He shrugged playfully. "It's better if we just go pick on soft persimmons like this guy and crush them for fun. Even a mosquito is still meat." Ju Yan ruthlessly threw Yunyi's body onto the floor and dusted off his hands. Let's slip away quietly. Yunyi's fellow disciples panicked and screamed tragically. Call an ambulance, get the medics here now. Shen Ye shot a sidelong glance and clicked his tongue. That sword strike earlier, you really should have aimed just a tiny bit lower. Suddenly, from behind Shen Ye, a pretentious female voice rang out. Oh my, isn't this the little brat from the Shen family? I've heard rumors of your arrogance for a long time, and having the chance to meet you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Shen Ye frowned. Who is this auntie? She just got here and is already putting a hat on me. Rushan was startled and thought to himself, isn't this the youngest aunt of the Song sisters? What evil wind blew her all the way here? Then he cleared his throat and stepped in to mediate. Let me introduce you a bit. This is the student I personally mentor, Shen Ye, and Shen Ye, the person standing before you, is Fu Ren from the notorious Song family of Jiangnan. And Fu Ren gracefully held a fan to cover half her face, interrupting haughtily. No need for a lengthy introduction about me. Shen Ye, not long ago, your eldest uncle brought up a story to me. I wonder if you still retain any memory of it. He looked utterly bewildered. What story? She immediately adopted a sarcastic tone. He said that you've been a degenerate child since you were little, with a hobby of walking dogs and letting them bite people indiscriminately. In the past, when our families Qing Yin and Yin Chen came as guests to your mansion, they were almost eaten alive by your beast. Flock of vulture-like reporters smelled blood and started snapping photos relentlessly, shouting uproariously. Breaking news! The Song sisters were almost torn to shreds by Shen Ye's vicious dog. My, he looks dashing on the outside, but his heart is this rotten. The two Golden Branch and Jade Leaf young ladies of the Super family almost lost their lives at the hands of this destitute beggar. Shen Ye has fallen from grace. He slowly pieced together his fragmented memories. It's obvious that I saved the Song sisters' lives, so how the hell did it get twisted into me sixing a dog on them coming out of her mouth? Shen Ye maintained a measured attitude and retorted. I am terribly sorry, and Fu Ren, but I truly have not the slightest impression of a matter from eons ago. My family was kicked out of the Shen clan ages ago. We were starving, not even having enough money for food, let alone raising a dog, let alone dreaming of the luxurious hobby of training fierce dogs to bite people. Recently, when I fell terminally ill, my father had to throw away his dignity and kneel to beg my eldest uncle for a marrow-cleansing pill, only to be ruthlessly kicked out the door. She pretended to play the role of a compassionate person. Goodness, you were seriously ill? Why didn't you let me know? The Song family might lack many things, but we have more than enough marrow-cleansing pills to save you. Shen Ye also put on an equally tragic face. So Fu Ren had no idea that I had one foot in the grave. It seems Madame doesn't care in the slightest about my lowly background either. Rushan stood nearby and secretly cheered. Caught her right there, kid. And Fu Ren is totally clueless even about Shen Ye's recent near-death illness, so what right does she have to boldly claim that he unleashed a mad dog to bite people from over 10 years ago? The woman seemed bitter and snapped. So, after being kicked out of the Shen family, you want to rely on yourself to test into high school, right? Shen Ye nodded firmly. Exactly, I've already signed a contract with the Ren Jian Wu Dao Corporation. Fu Ren held her head high, bestowing a favor. I currently have a direct admission quota on hand. How about I offer it to you as charity? He was ecstatic, clapping his hands loudly. Really, madam? Thank you for your immense grace, madam. She played hard to get and continued. Our Song family is more than capable of covering all your living and tuition expenses for your 3 years of high school. Shen Ye bowed, flattering her to the heavens. Madam is truly a bodhisattva descending to the mortal realm to save my life. She finalized it with a demand, but everything comes with conditions, he eagerly urged. What condition? Just give the order, madam. She glared coldly. From this moment on, you are strictly forbidden from stalking Qing Yin ever again. Swarming crowd began to whisper and slander. What? This nobody Shen Ye actually wants to get involved with Qing Yin, a piece of trash from a second-rate lineage who got kicked onto the street stairs to climb high and dream of the Song family's precious daughter. But what's infuriating is that thanks to this scandal, he snatched a direct admission ticket. Damn it. Idiot, if he could climb into Qing Yin's bed, why would he even need to take the exam? The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a perfect arc. His eyes shone brightly like torches. Just stay away from Qing Yin. Is it really as easy as pie? All right, it's a deal. As long as Fu Ren is willing to hand over that direct admission quota, I raise both hands in immediate agreement. The disdainful murmurs erupted again like a string of firecrackers. What a shameless, despicable creature. But then again, with his lowly status, how would he dare to talk back to the Song family? This brat is so lucky, suddenly hugging a fragrant direct admission ticket. and Fu Ren looked extremely pleased. Good, then let's settle it at that. Immediately, Shen Ye steered the conversation in another direction. Oh, by the way, and Fu Ren, in this agreement to stay away from Qing Yin, I still need you to lend me a hand. She lifted her chin and replied curtly. Speak. He put on a cute face, blinking and sticking his tongue out super innocently. Couldn't Fu Ren please give me a picture of the young lady? To be honest, I don't know her at all, and I've completely lost my memory of whether her face is round or square. And Fu Ren and the surrounding entourage instantly turned into statues, completely frozen. Zhu Yan mocked, pointing his finger in disdain. You're lying, how could you not know Qing Yin? Shen Ye continued to play dumb. I swear I don't know her. The guy pouted to expose him. Stop lying, when you were 4 or 5, you two clearly crossed paths. The boy let out a sarcastic laugh. Your brain sure holds a lot of trash, huh? Sorry, but I've completely wiped out those memories from when I was drinking from a bottle at 4 or 5. Rushan frowned, his mind continuously analyzing the situation. Has the kid really been drained of his memories? If so, where did he find the time and scheming ability to plot unleashing a rabid dog on Qing Yin, let alone having any reason to use this matter to stalk her? Doesn't even recognize the girl's face. The Song family is so powerful, why would they blindly bite at a commoner? Shen Ye pretended to cover his mouth and exclaimed. Oh dear, did I just say something wrong? The bystanders immediately erupted in gossip. Oh please, is this what the strongest great family amounts to? What a disgrace, and this is supposed to be the rookie debut banquet. The boy casually added a painful blow. I sincerely apologize, and Fu Ren. How about we just drop this direct admission thing to save the hassle? Since I don't even know who she is anyway, accepting your benefits empty-handed like this feels quite humiliating. Rushan was still engrossed in his deductive reasoning. Once he boldly declared it in front of everyone, even if he's lying, from this moment on, it will become the truth. He's doing this for only 2 possibilities. Either he truly forgot everything, or he simply doesn't care. The ridiculous part is, a whole bunch of people with daggers in their bellies cooked up this massive drama, making such a fuss that Fu Ren herself had to personally show up. And in the end, they couldn't even find a proper excuse to interrogate him. And Fu Ren stared at him suspiciously. Are you really turning down this direct admission quota? Is your memory so terrible that you've completely forgotten Qing Yin? She is the grand eldest young lady of the Song family, and I am her youngest aunt. Shen Ye half closed his eyes, letting out an incredibly fake, awkward smile. Reporting to Madam, I never knew you in the first place, nor do I know who your niece is. It seems everything is just a misunderstanding caused by a slip of the tongue. Therefore, I'm not thick-skinned enough to snatch that direct admission quota for no reason. He suddenly widened his eyes, his face clearly showing a mischievous expression. But I do have a matter, and Fu Ren holds high authority and her methods cover the sky. Would you consider stepping in to intervene and help out? Shen Ye smiled thinly, talking nonstop. To be honest with Madam, I recently survived a severe illness. As soon as I opened my eyes, I met a police officer surnamed Luo who insisted on being my protector. Guess what? He ended up losing his life. Then my best friend also died a tragic death. That's not all. Out of nowhere, one day, tens of thousands of people lost their lives at the Feng Lin Hotel. These streaks of bad luck keep lining up and crashing down on my head, driving me absolutely crazy. Can Madam open her bright eyes and guess who the mastermind behind these dirty tricks is? With your fearsome status, digging out the truth will surely be a billion times smoother than for a wet behind-the-ears middle school kid like me. I bet you've already grasped some bits of information, right? Do you dare to step up and seek justice for those lost souls? Whatever you say, those are tens of thousands of innocent lives. She broke out in a cold sweat, muttering curses in her head. This little bastard, he's using my hands and this banquet's platform to spread everything out into the open. Outwardly, she still deflected. I'm not very familiar with this matter. Rumor has it that the sister of that police officer surnamed Luo has stepped up to investigate this case. Speaking of which, Fu Ren immediately redirected her firepower to another faction. Oh, come to think of it, Miss Meng Yu, I should be congratulating you. Rumors say you are already peacefully engaged, so why are you now standing shoulder to shoulder with this little brat? Meng Yu maintained proper etiquette, bowing her head as she replied. Greetings, and Fu Ren, to clarify a bit, I am not engaged to anyone. The woman sneered glibly. But I heard people rumor. Shen Ye instantly raised his hand to cut her off like a god. And Fu Ren, are you addicted to these hearsay games? Earlier you smeared me, and now you've switched to mocking her. As for these baseless, nonsensical rumors, I advise you to watch your mouth. However, there is one thing you just judged that is spot on. That is, Meng Yu and I are indeed joining forces to dig into this matter. and boom, the truth of the incident has been exposed as clear as day. It's just that secrets can't be blurted out right now. As soon as these words reached in Fu Ren's ears, her face instantly turned as green as a banana leaf, filled with utter panic. Rushan broke out in a cold sweat, trembling with anxiety for his student. "Oh, my little ancestor Shen Ye, do you realize you're hugging a suicide bomb? It's one thing if you're ruined yourself, but do you also want to drag Meng Yu into severing ties with her clan, forcing her to confront the great families?" Midst the tension-filled atmosphere, a booming voice rang out, tearing through the silence. "The young lady of the Luo family is born with a virtuous and elegant destiny, always knowing to prioritize the greater good and clearly distinguishing right from wrong. She would never follow a hooligan like you to spout baseless fabrications." Lang aggressively strode in with a fierce expression. "As for the major event of her life, how could a girl understand the arrangements of the clan? I repeat, she is indeed engaged." And Fu Ren greeted him with a welcoming smile. "Oh, so it's Lang, what wind brought you to this place?" He ignored the greeting, his eyes pinned solely on Meng Yu, and roared. "I clearly ordered you to return, so why are you still intentionally defying me?" She lowered her head, replying softly. "Hello, second uncle, because I wanted to participate in the exam, I couldn't return." Lang reached out to grab Meng Yu. The engagement has already been arranged by the clan, and Fu Ren only said that out of good intentions, don't overthink it. Now obediently follow me back home. She slipped back a step, dodging his touch. "Go back where?" He was so angry that his hands trembled, snapping repeatedly. "I just said it, get your ass back home to get engaged right now." Meng Yu bluntly retorted, "May I ask if grandfather has agreed, and has my dad spoken up to approve of this? And as for myself, have I agreed?" The uncle and niece glared at each other, sparks flying everywhere, the air reeking of gunpowder. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the flames of his anger, and spoke with an oppressive tone. "The great patriarch will know about this soon enough. As for your father, even though he's in a coma, this is still a joyous occasion. If your father knew, he would certainly only be happy." She curved her lips and mockingly questioned. "Are you sure my dad would be happy? If he heard this news, he'd probably die of anger. Why don't you tell everyone here straight up how old my fiancée is this year?" Lang furiously lunged for her arm, hissing through his teeth. "Standing in the middle of a crowd, stop doing disrespectful things. Follow me obediently right now." She lowered her head, gritting out each word as cold as a razor blade. "Grandfather hasn't approved, my dad hasn't even nodded, yet you boldly dare to make decisions on my behalf." Shen Ye's eyes widened, staring blankly at Meng Yu's explosive outburst. A violent surge of power suddenly erupted, blowing away everything around her. At that exact moment, the system notification panel popped up. Effect activated, +1 resonance point with sword chi, all attributes +5 points. Sword technique damage doubled. Heavenly mortal myriad saints opens a new phase. His jaw dropped, screaming internally. Meng Yu's inscription has transformed into Sword Saint. This proves that she has thoroughly smashed through the fog, firmly walking her own path. This sword intent is so surging, could this really be the Sword Saint? Lang menacingly prepared to draw his sword from its sheath, his hand still tightly grasping hers, glaring menacingly. "Meng Yu, instantly retract your killing intent from me. Do you see this Luo Shui sword clearly? It symbolizes the clan's grand executor, the divine artifact entrusted by the Luo family. If you dare to resist in front of this sword, then I will use clan law, I will use it to punish you." However, before his words could finish, his pupils began to twitch violently. Meng Yu coldly swung a heartless sword strike, severing Lang's arm. The terrifying force of the slash sent his body flying, tumbling several times across the floor. Before flying straight and pinning him firmly against a stone wall a good distance away. The wall cracked and shattered, blending with his echoing tragic screams. "Ah!" She sheathed her sword neatly, her apathetic eyes not even bothering to bestow a glance upon him, speaking with disdain. "A fool blinded by greed. Holding a divine artifact, yet couldn't even block a tiny strike of mine. Daring to arbitrarily arrange an engagement for a family member without even bothering to inform their parents, and not even having the patriarch's approval. You are no longer worthy of wielding it." She cast her gaze toward the precious sword that had fallen along with the arm on the ground, whispering an invitation. "Luo Shui, do you want to follow me, to be a companion to my Sanzu?" The sword suddenly vibrated intensely, pouring out a brilliant halo of light. As if sentient, it shot forward, flying straight into Meng Yu's palm. She tightly gripped the sword, and instantly, two swirling forces of power merged together. Far in the distance, the crowd buzzed, craning their necks to look at the newly updated leaderboard. The order on the golden board had changed. The first rank honored Nan Gongxi Rui and Xiao Mengyu, followed in second place by Wang Dingzhou, Hizai, and Zai Qiang. Crowd directed disdainful glances at her, pouting and criticizing. Oh please, Mengyu moved up in the ranks, and even demands to sit on par with Nan Gongxi Rui. Is this the power of a divine artifact? Her actual strength is just like ours, only relying on a divine artifact to rise up. At this rate, I should also borrow my clan's treasure to boost my evaluation score. Witnessing this scene, Shen Ye couldn't help but think. No, things are not that simple at all. If Meng Yu hadn't broken through to the Sword Saint inscription, she would never have gained the acknowledgement of the divine artifact. This leaderboard isn't just limited to personal ability. It also depends on equipment, resources, potential, and even willpower will directly affect the card's evaluation score. Rushan stood nearby with his arms crossed, suddenly voicing his analysis. Once that sword acknowledged Meng Yu, it means that from this minute on, the Luo family's power has officially fallen into her hands. Right now, she is the supreme authority of the Luo clan. She is so young, her future prospects are truly immeasurable. He suddenly burst into hearty laughter, slapping the boy's back hard. Well, you have nothing to envy. That's just because their family's resources are good. As for you, reaching 2 stars through your own hard work as an ordinary person, you are definitely the ultimate role model of striving upward. The boy scratched his head, speaking modestly. Yes, it's all thanks to Manager Kyan generously investing in nurturing me. But in his mind, he secretly mocked. Oh boss, if you knew I had reached 5 stars, wouldn't you throw a tantrum showing off for the rest of your life? At this moment, Meng Yu held her head high and stepped forward to interrupt the conversation. Now let's get back to the main point, as the new person in power of the Luo family. She turned around, her sharp eyes looking straight ahead. Shen Ye, the secrets that were inconvenient to say earlier can now be completely brought to light regarding the truth I painstakingly investigated. The mastermind pulling the strings and causing the deaths of so many people is none other than the great families present here, led by the Song family. The whole hall exploded in astonishment, the crowd clamoring and shouting. What the hell is Meng Yu talking about? Is she crazy? And Fu Ren's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, her eyes shooting out flames of hatred. Little girl, I advise you to watch your mouth. Meng Yu calmly pulled out her phone, shoving it straight into the faces of the woman and the great families. Of course, and Fu Ren, according to my investigation results, all the sources of disaster are because of your precious niece, Song Qingyin. She adamantly refused the engagement because she wanted to fool around with the descendants of the great families. Then, she claimed she liked Shen Ye and used him as a meat shield. The great families went mad with blind jealousy, recklessly slaughtering tens of thousands of innocent people just to kill Shen Ye at all costs. Laid out right here is the entire crystal-clear video, photos, and authentic documentary evidence. If you can dig out any falsehood, I'll let you deal with me however you want. Losing one's mind in pursuit of romance, treating human lives like grass. And Fu Ren, what is your assessment? I wonder if this investigation of mine is detailed enough to suffocate you. At this time, Shen Ye also excitedly raised his phone, cheering louder than the great family's crowd. And Fu Ren, you are an excellent judge of character. Xiao Mengyu really did investigate the truth. Oh my god, there are also incredibly explosive videos and photos. I guarantee releasing them will be earth-shattering, just a little bit gory. He laughed heartily, pointing his mobile screen straight at the lenses of the 2 paparazzi reporters. Hurry up and adjust your camera angles. Song Qingyin is about to passionately confess to me. From the speaker of Shen Ye's phone played an audio recording. If I want to find a boyfriend, I only hope that person will be like Shen Ye. Hearing this, the 2 reporters were scared out of their wits. Crying out, they threw all their equipment into a nearby fire, pretending to put on a deep act. Ouch, why did my camera suddenly catch fire? How am I supposed to record now? Me too, my notebook, camera, and phone all spontaneously combusted into ashes. The 2 reporters hid behind her, stammering explanations and begging Fu Ren for forgiveness, saying our equipment went on strike and broke down completely. The recording materials vanished without a trace, hoping Madam would be magnanimous and not punish them. Hearing that, she immediately raised her voice in sophistry, claiming that the entire video was definitely a fake spliced together by malicious villains to frame them, that our obedient Qingyin would absolutely never harm anyone, that the girl was a shining example for the younger generation admired by thousands, and held the position of student council president at Jialan High School, with no shortage of children from major families ready to stand as guarantors. The surrounding flock of young masters and ladies immediately echoed in agreement, saying how could their Shen Ye ever lay eyes on a sour, commoner peasant like you? Your talent is zero, your family background is hollow, and your finances are completely severed. Clearly, you were deliberately weaving a monstrous lie to smear her, exactly like a toad demanding to eat swan meat. Shen Ye gently closed his eyes in sheer boredom. The evidence was clear as day, yet you all still stubbornly argued blindly. You people from the great families were stuffed with elite inheritances from the womb, freely cheating on resonance and comprehension, yet you still put on an act. Logically, for this world to rise, it must rely on the class born with silver spoons and overflowing resources like you all to plow the fields, yet I only see you diligently doing exactly one thing: bullying the weak and trampling on the lives of innocent people. In the end, you bunch truly do not have the qualifications to don the two words human being. Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out, shouting right in his face, "Do you think you are the center of the universe? If you know what's good for you, shut your mouth right now." That young man tilted his head up and patted his chest, declaring his name. This young master is Zhao Tianjun from the Zhao family in Hedong, and Fu Ren's status is honorable as a member of the Song family, so why should she lower herself to argue with a nobody? Please step back, madam, so I can step in and discipline him. Having said that, the 15-year-old Zhao Tianjun beat the drums to challenge Shen Ye. Before he could even stroke his face and pose, a sword dashed forward, smacking straight into his face, leaving Tianjun unable to react in time. Meng Yu majestically swung her sword to block the way, marking Tianjun's humiliating defeat. She gently furrowed her brow and said, "Shen Ye is still in the middle of talking. As a seedling of a great family, how can you behave so rudely?" Zai Qiang slowly clapped his hands, a smile full of smug praise on his face. Casually walked closer to Meng Yu and spoke. "Rumors in the world say Miss Zio's sword skills are top-notch. Seeing it today, you truly live up to your reputation. Congratulations on snagging a divine artifact and climbing straight to the runner-up position. As for this young master, I am the 5-star rookie ranked 4th, Niu Zai Qiang. I very much look forward to discussing martial arts with you in a match." Shen Ye frowned and muttered in his belly. This Zai Qiang guy sounds like a hooligan just from his words, while Meng Yu bluntly retorted, "You perfectly know this lady is already sitting comfortably in second place, yet you still stubbornly insist on challenging me." The guy smirked, revealing a sly smile. "That goes without saying. The seedlings of our great families never fear hardship. If I courageously step up to challenge and accidentally crush someone stronger, the achievements I reap will be much more glorious." Suddenly, Shen Ye's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He immediately caught the scent of something sinister emanating from that young man. A venomous giant snake was coiled up, clinging to his body. Shen Ye swiftly reached out his arm to shield her and spoke up to stop him. "Hold your steps. This lady and I haven't finished determining our victor yet. You have no right to jump in and steal the spot." In his mind, he secretly assessed that it seemed no one could imagine the existence of that snake. If Meng Yu just rushed in, she would definitely suffer a loss. Today's banquet gathered all the big shots and elites. There was no reason why only he could see through that giant snake, yet everyone was mute as a clam and stood by watching with folded arms. This proved that this dirty play had been greenlit by the crowd long ago. Zai Qiang pouted in mockery. "The two of you don't even have the guts to spar with this young master, so why put on a show standing here? You might as well obediently kneel and kowtow in apology in front of Fu Ren to end this matter." Just then, the card in Shen Ye's hand suddenly emitted a strange light. The face of the card clearly displayed an image of a skeleton pierced through the chest by a sword, accompanied by a death-scented message. "You have poked the great families, so this time you firmly hold a ticket to see the King of Hell." He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, lamenting inwardly that even a mindless card was joining in on cursing him. Then he shrugged and let out the words, "Well, I'll humor you, I raise the white flag." The system sound rang out loudly and clearly. The match has concluded, Shen Ye officially surrenders, and Meng Yu claims the victory. The young master smiled smugly. "Consider yourself as having some brains left. Now please get out of my sight quickly, you coward. Loitering around here, if the power from when Meng Yu and I clash accidentally cripples you, that would be unfortunate." Right after that, Zai Qiang received a notification ticket. "You have been challenged." The card blatantly showed the sender's name was Shen Ye. The boy gave a confident smirk. "Who fed you the idea that I stepped back to give you the stage to perform with Meng Yu?" The girl looked at him in panic, stammering, "Shen Ye, what are you planning to do?" Zai Qiang held his stomach and roared with laughter. This young master's ears aren't deaf, are they? A ragged 2-star commoner actually dares to charge in and demand a boxing match with a 5-star master. Open your eyes wide and listen carefully. A useless piece of trash like you is absolutely not worth this giant lifting a finger. His face suddenly became hideous as he secretly controlled the venomous snake. Just a little bit of exhaled killing intent will be enough to drop half your life. The boy let out a cold snort. Your mouth babbles threats to terrify people, but in reality, you sneakily unleash a snake for a cowardly sneak attack. If these eyes hadn't astutely seen through that giant snake, then perhaps I really would have been scared out of my wits. Saying that, Shen Ye immediately focused his power, entering a stance ready to unleash the thunder palm. The flock of young masters and ladies around began whispering in mocking tones. Is that brat sleepwalking? Why is he suddenly punching and kicking the air like that? What kind of absurd joke is this? Could it be that he actually saw through that thing? Can we even believe this? Only then did Zai Qiang break into a cold sweat, hurriedly retreating to the back and stammering. How did you see it? How is it possible? Shen Ye maintained his battle stance, his eyes suddenly glowing with a faint purple halo. Rushan trembled all over, exclaiming in horror, "It's the Dharma Eye. I can't believe that kid managed to awaken the Dharma Eye." At that moment, Zai Qiang sneakily thrust his hand into his pants pocket, his face full of embarrassment as he consoled himself. How could this little fry see Su-hai? Impossible, unless that person has awakened the Dharma Eye, only then would there be a chance of that. To execute this pincer attack, even I have to rely on the sensitivity from all this time raising it just to vaguely guess its position. He was certain that this commoner had been scared witless by his aura, swinging his arms and legs wildly, and just got a lucky hit. This time, he had to order Su-hai to launch a striking bite from behind, eliminating any chance of this guy getting lucky again. The arrogant young master raised his magic staff, ready to strike with a thunderbolt, loudly provoking Shen Ye to see if his worthless life could withstand this blow. He agilely leaned to the side, easily dodging that devastating attack. Zai Qiang stared wide-eyed at Shen Ye, who was raising his leg to kick Su-hai directly, and couldn't help but scream in panic, "What the hell is this?" Instantly, a massive green snake was kicked flying, crashing through the tiled roof with a loud crack. Ye widened his eyes, hurriedly grabbing him and asking repeatedly, "Yi, what on earth is Shen Ye beating up? Why am I completely blind to his bizarre moves?" Zio Yi, with his head wrapped in white bandages, slightly grimaced and replied, "Beats me, but it must be something huge. Just look at the funereal expressions of those dandy young masters, making him even more frustrated not knowing the reason." Just now, the faces of those noble family scions all turned ashen, exuding an extremely gloomy, murderous aura. Meng Yu watched from afar and suddenly realized with shining eyes that he had truly awakened the Fa Yan. No wonder he stopped her from rushing in earlier, because if someone couldn't see the mutated beast and blindly charged in to fight, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Shen Ye calmly maintained his stance, throwing a taunt at the challenger without the help of that giant snake. "Let's see what other fancy tricks you can pull out." Zai Qiang boiled with rage, his facial features contorted with fury and arrogance. This young master holds the title of a 5-star rookie ranking in the top 4 in power. What right does a piece of trash like you have to speak so loudly? A fierce storm battered them repeatedly, forcing both to frantically raise their hands to block the wind. Yi hurriedly yelled, "The wind force is terrifying." Zio Yi also panicked and added, "It feels like we're going to be uprooted and blown away to the other side." The young master twirled the magic staff in his hand, a vicious gleam etched on his face. He fired a barrage of magic missiles at Shen Ye, determined to pierce through his opponent. Meng Yu's heart skipped a beat out of concern for his safety, instantly screaming, "Shen Ye, be careful." Thick smoke and dust, accompanied by scattered stone fragments, rained down around Shen Ye. Zai Qiang stared fixedly at him, not even daring to blink. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out clearly. "According to the player's intention, all reward points have been allocated to muscle strength." Shen Ye merely waved a hand, absent-mindedly, to swat away the fatal attack. The current physical stat has jumped to 4.3 plus 10 equals 14.3. The young master trembled all over, muttering continuously like a madman, "Taking my full strength strike head-on, and you remain completely unscathed. What the hell is going on? My combat power has reached the 8.7 threshold. Those pathetic rookies under 5 stars absolutely have no chance of surpassing me. Ah, I get it. It's 100% you bracing yourself and enduring the pain, right? Suddenly, Zaiqiang was lifted up into the air by his collar as easily as a toy. He panicked, flailing his arms and punching Shen Ye's arm repeatedly, shrieking and cursing. "You bastard, put me down right now. Don't use your filthy claws to taint this young master." He kept a face as cold as ice, completely indifferent to those punches that felt like a mere itch, then threatened, "If you guys dare to take another half step forward, I swear I'll snap this punk's neck right away." Hearing that, Zaiqiang froze stiff like a statue, not daring to let out even a whimper. He frantically looked around for his pet and called out, "Su Hai, where are you? You crawled back right. Hurry up and sink your poisonous fangs into this brat to send him to hell for me." Shen Ye burst into sarcastic laughter. "Turns out even the snake's master is too blind to see where his pet is lying. It seems your fourth-place seat is just a sham bought with your family's money." Zaiqiang was in no mood to listen to those sarcastic remarks. He screamed, "Su Hai, rush in and bite him quickly. There are dozens of eyes watching here. This coward wouldn't dare take my life in a million years." Without hesitating, he threw a fiery punch straight into his snout, then coldly declared, "Who said I didn't have the guts? This punch is a tip on behalf of the girl you bullied earlier." Shen Ye glanced over and threatened Su Hai, who was crawling around nearby, "Be a good little snake and stay still. You probably don't want to see your master kick the bucket, right?" He also casually warned the young master, "Don't be in a hurry to wave the white flag. The beating I've given so far is nowhere near enough." Zaiqiang still refused to give up until seeing the coffin, opening his mouth to curse, "You lowly scum, how dare you look at me with those filthy eyes? Just wait. I will chop you to pieces, your ragged friends, your whole family. I'll send all of you to the grave." His jaw dropped in surprise as the system popped up a new notification. "The hidden condition has been met. The player's Beidou Divine Fist has erupted with power in this dire situation, directly upgrading to superhuman blue quality." Shen Ye secretly rejoiced, so the Beidou Divine Fist ultimate skill could actually be upgraded in such a magical way. He raised his hand and landed another thunderous punch on his face, shooting him an arrogant look. "So what?" Immediately, the system reported shocking news again. The double hidden condition has been confirmed. The Beidou Divine Fist continues to skyrocket to the perfect blue level. He muttered to himself, "Turns out hitting the right spot can resonate with the power of martial arts. Pretty awesome." Shen Ye fully unleashed his fury, his hands launching a rapid succession of Beidou Divine Fist strikes like a sewing machine. Yun Yi watched with absolute thrill. So brutal, great hit. Punch that flat face until it so deformed even his biological mother would shake her head and fail to recognize him. Zio Yi also screamed in gloating delight, "Big bro Yi, get revenge for us brothers." Zaiqiang's face was now swollen like a cutting board, completely stripped of his initial snobby attitude. From his puffy eyes, a stream of tears welled up and rolled down his cheeks. "This is really bad." Shen Ye, wearing the face of Yama, looked straight at him and asked lightly, "Had enough oxygen yet so I can continue pounding you?" Zaiqiang trembled in fear, telling himself, "This lunatic really intends to send me to the grave." Zaiqiang was scared out of his wits, shrieking loudly, "Is anybody there? Help me. This lowly bastard wants to take my life as a sacrifice, please. I don't want to meet my ancestors yet." The group of noble scions just stood there dumbfounded, turning a deaf ear to his desperate cries for help. The entire space sank into a chilling silence. Fu Ren silently calculated in her head, if Niu Zaiqiang were to be strangled to death by Shen Ye, the renowned Three High School Alliance would surely jump up to deal with the act of murdering a candidate. By then, all the dirty stains from Qing Yin's good girl facade, or the incident where the young masters hired assassins, to the cheap lives of tens of thousands of commoners, and even tonight's circus act would all be buried in the past. She threw a glacial look at Zaiqiang. "Niu Zaiqiang, you can rest in peace and close your eyes." His swollen eyes still stained with tears. "After you stop breathing, I will single-handedly support your father to sit on the seat of the new family's patriarch." A malicious streak flitted across Fu Ren's face. "Your greatest value right now is dying by Shen Ye's hands." Shen Ye seemed to have seen through the entire sinister scheme of those nobles. He snorted with full sarcasm, "Do you guys take me for an idiot? Don't wet your pants just yet. I won't dirty my hands by taking your life. Have you opened your eyes yet? They've already treated you as a sacrificial pawn. We're just having a little scuffle, but those cold-blooded bastards are thirsting for your death. Because if I accidentally beat you to death, those old foxes would immediately seize a perfectly justifiable excuse to throw me in a cage. At that rate, All the filthy messes of the noble families would naturally be wiped clean. She grimaced, softly scolding the henchman beside her. End it here. If we let that brat chirp any longer, it'll ruin everything. The henchman moved like lightning, gliding over to snatch Zai Qiang away from Shen Ye's grip. Then he slowly spoke. All right then, martial arts exchanges are encouraged, but bleeding heads ruin the fun. I bear the duty of a proctor for the Jialan Academy. The scuffle just now was quite a feast for the eyes. I firmly believe the divine artifact will give you guys a very generous score. He sneered. You smelled that I had no intention of taking his life, so you brought out the intervention act to play along, right? On the card, a line of text immediately popped up. The encounter was interrupted midway. The result will not be counted on the golden board. And Fu Ren immediately stuffed a precious pill into his mouth and hurriedly said, swallow it whole so you can quickly regain your strength. 0 hour is about to strike. Zai Qiang, with his swollen face, still tried to squeeze out a polite response. Thank you for your favor, and Fu Ren. The card ticked an alert again. The time has come. The system will send the final evaluation along with the spoils of war to all the rookies. Next, the magic cards sequentially flew into the hands of each candidate. Yun Yi cheered excitedly. The feast is here. The character test from the Tarot Tower has sent the results back. The information loomed before Meng Yu's eyes. Under the dazzling 5-star rookie rank, you are awarded the title of Sword Saint Stance thanks to your great merit in holding the treasure. In life and death solo clashes, you are always holding the upper hand. Therefore, the system exceptionally grants you the Gang Commander superpower, which greatly increases your team steering skills. Level 1 Commander Privilege. Any comrade who accepts the invitation to join the party will instantly be teleported via a spatial portal right next to you as soon as the alliance is formed. Damage will be heavily buffed by 2 times. However, for the second privilege, if you fall into the unsellable state where no one wants to tag along, your power will disastrously drop by 70%. As for the third tier, if you happily yield the captain's seat to someone else, your abilities will return to normal and the partner will enjoy all level 1 benefits. This set of rules is officially in effect until the exam's final whistle blows. Next, it was Shen Ye's turn on the chopping block, bearing the title of a 5-star rookie. The system gifts you the final verdict. Stubborn and unruly guy, you really enjoy bringing trouble upon yourself, only to turn yourself into a tasty bait on someone else's drinking table. Even so, your steel spirit, as tough as a leech, acts as a lifesaver, helping you slip through the gates of death a few times. Therefore, you are granted the superpower of a chewy piece of meat, significantly increasing your stamina for survival. When unluckily taking the full brunt of fatal explosive damage moves, you will be gifted 3 backup lives by the system. After using up the privilege, you will officially log out of Earth or turn into a fatty dish for others to devour. This effect begins counting down until the exam concludes. Snap, a flickering candle suddenly perched on top of every candidate's head. This is a survival treasure labeled Burning Candle Holding Fire. It burns endlessly, serving as a tool to dispel the darkness so you won't lose your way in the examination ground. Warmly congratulate the flock of little lambs who have fallen into the pit of this year's 3-School Alliance exam, giving you a 3-minute break before the system throws you straight into the crucible. The only hitch was, the tiny flame flickering on top of Shen Ye's head suddenly evaporated, leaving not a single trace. The card immediately dinged an error alert. Your burning candle holding fire has been swiped by a thief. He widened his eyes, his mouth forming an O shape, losing his soul. What the hell? The game hasn't even started yet, and I've already been robbed of my lighting tool. The card slowly explained, the culprit is an opponent possessing a plundering talent who played dirty by using this move to drain all your light. Now, wish you luck with 0 visibility throughout the journey. Right at that moment, Zai Qiang loomed before him with his face smoothly healed up, chuckling sarcastically, "Oh Shen Ye, open your eyes wide and see the price you pay for daring to pluck a tiger's whiskers. Losing the flame is just an appetizer. In a moment you'll taste despair when we crush you to dust. Just casually throwing out a nourishing pill from our family is enough to topple all your blood, sweat, and tears grinding. We were born with silver spoons in our mouths, reigning at the very peak, while your kind is nothing more than worms and crickets crawling in the deep mud. What kind of power delusion do you have, Shen Ye? Just wash your neck and wait, you and your entire family tree. Your entire group of friends and buddies, none of them will be able to escape the sun. You guys are just pieces of meat lying ready on the chopping block. The more you struggle and squirm, the faster you'll kick the bucket." Shen Ye, hearing through the whole story, immediately fired back fiercely. Once a true man understands the truth, why should he fear the storm? He will always hold his head high and go all the way, absolutely not taking a single step back. He boldly stepped forward, raised the magic card high, and declared, "O brothers, I truly regret having to let everyone witness the filth of these rotten nobles so early. Their brains, all year round, only plot to turn others into cattle and horses for them to ride. Stripping clean every single drop of others' blood, today the thorn in their eyes is me. But who knows if tomorrow the name on the guillotine will be any of you standing here." Yunyi's group, hearing this, had the flames of indignation flare up in their bellies too, throwing razor-sharp glares toward those dandy young masters who relied on their power to bully others. Shen Ye bluntly slapped them in the face with words, "It's true that our commoner faction doesn't have mountains of gold and seas of silver like them. We don't have any ancient artifacts tucked away, nor do we have a bunch of overpowered heirloom martial arts, let alone state-of-the-art weapons. But do those kings, lords, and great generals think they popped out of their mothers' wombs with a heaven-ordained seat? Our lives absolutely cannot be weighed for gains and losses, and there is even less reason to bow our heads and endure their filthy trampling." The voice from the card loudly announced again, "The 10-second countdown officially begins. All players are requested to prepare to close their eyes to be thrown into the arena." He swung his arm and raised the card to the sky, a brilliant energy spreading in all directions. "The supreme verdict the system sent me is the title of the stubborn guy." Shen Ye maintained his resolute gaze. "Even if I have to charge in alone, I am willing to plow through this stage until the last minute of extra time." Standing nearby, Xiaoyi also unconsciously clenched his fists full of determination. Zaiqiang still displayed that arrogant attitude with his chin up in the clouds. "This young master will send you off to fetch the scriptures early just as you wish, Shen Ye." As the last syllable ended, a brief message danced on the card's surface. "The arena officially opens." From the margins of the immortal Jade Palace hovering in the sky, the system's loudspeaker roared, "The race of life and death commences. The first outpost, rack your brains to find a way to land on that floating island way down there." Shen Ye jolted in surprise, my, so this dump turns out to be the examination training ground. The urgent matter now is to fish out Xiao Mengyu's whereabouts. Damn it, the darkness is pitch black. Without the guardian candle, even straining my eyes won't let me see a single hair. Lurking within the thick fog, Zaiqiang, Jiu Yan, and another accomplice were tightening the encirclement, preparing to ambush him. Shen Ye swiftly twisted and dodged to the side, shouting loudly, "Liu Yue." He dropped a mocking remark, "Are you princeling scions only good at these backstabbing tricks?" The moment his mouth closed, a long spear tore through the wind, grazing past Shen Ye's ribs. The enemy's tone was heavy with disdain. "You threw away that glowing lifebuoy with your own hands, so who are you crying to now? Just obediently hand over your life." He startled and turned his head to look behind his back. Then he swiftly unleashed a burst of internal energy, knocking the sneak attacker far away, bones snapping crisply with a crack, immediately activating the special effect of the physical body. The pack of noble family lackeys swarmed up like a broken beehive, aiming their spearheads at him. Zaiqiang laughed out loud and roared, "Open your eyes wide and enjoy the bitter end for daring to mess with us, little bro." Shen Ye's card let out an ear-piercing alarm. The number of substitute deaths remaining is now only 2 lives. Shen Ye was now sweating profusely, beads of sweat racing down. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Come out quickly and save me, disaster skeleton." In a split second, Felon loomed into view in the form of an eerily flickering human skull. 2 faces drained of every drop of blood clearly revealed their panic. Jiu Yan stammeringly spoke first, "What kind of devilry is this overwhelming stench of death?" Zaiqiang hastily warned, "Watch out, that guy definitely still has hot stuff hidden at the bottom of his trunk." Felon was now frantically urging Shen Ye, "Run right now before things get worse. My energy has hit rock bottom. I'm just using this guys to rattle the tree and scare the monkeys a little bit." He widened his eyes, unable to believe his ears. "What the hell is this?" Shen Ye immediately received a notification nudge. "There is a party invitation from Xiao Mengyu." He muttered to himself, "Forming a party at this hour." Instantly, his figure evaporated without leaving a trace in front of the noble scions. The system confirmed, "You just press the agree button to jump on the same boat with Xiao Mengyu." Activating the skill to teleport right next to the captain. The group of people was in an uproar. Where did that brat go? Damn it. Earlier he just released a smokescreen to scare us so he could slip away without a trace. In a flash, Shen Ye had been teleported, standing blankly beside Meng Yu. She considerately asked, "Shen Ye, did you get hit and bleed?" He gestured wildly while explaining, then let out a gasp of surprise. "Just now I was ambushed by the noble family's hounds, but oh look, these scratches and bruises have all healed and vanished." Spot on, it's the self-healing superpower of the card. Shen Ye scratched his head and ears in wonder. "How on earth did I jump right next to you so amazingly?" Meng Yu smiled and explained, "That's a premium trick from my card. The rule is that upon finalizing the party formation, companions will automatically teleport to my location. Plus the hidden privilege is that the captain's combat power will be doubled." He slapped his thigh. "Oh wow, then the bunch of benefits from this card is way too magical." Pitch black night gradually gave way to light. A notification popped up, "Successfully shared the firelight with teammates." He let out a long breath of relief. "Thank heavens, finally I'm no longer blind." "But what kind of torn-up place is this?" She calmly replied, "We're still stepping on the same island that hosted the party earlier, but the landscape has been completely renewed by the system. Yun Shanbei down there has transformed into the training ground for the second stage." Shen Ye jutted his chin and pointed straight to the opposite side. "Spotted it. The destination is that bulging mound of earth over there, right?" Meng Yu narrowed her eyes to follow his gaze and nodded. "Exactly. The puzzle of the warm-up round forces candidates to fly over there at all costs." Suddenly, as if remembering something important, she curiously nudged him and asked, "Speaking of which, Shen Ye, have you really successfully activated the Fa Yan?" He was dumbfounded. "What the hell is the Fa Yan? I just accidentally saw some things that mortal eyes can't see." "So that's what people call the Fa Yan. What is its function after all?" Meng Yu slowly enlightened him. "The Fa Yan is precisely the golden badge certifying that a cultivator has been accepted by the Dharma realm. And the Dharma realm is the root of all things in the universe. All spiritual energy in the world flows out from there. There are countless terrifying, ghostly things lurking about, and only when these eyes manage to turn on the Fa Yan mode can you see them clearly." Bunch of theories about the Fa Yan is extremely mind-boggling. The amount of knowledge I've managed to cram in so far is just that meager amount. Shen Ye suddenly saw the light, muttering inwardly, "So the Dharma realm that I accidentally peeked at last time is actually the backbone of the entire universe. My, those crippled secret manuals that the ghostly voice urged me to scavenge, who would have thought that when cooked together, they would produce such terrifying firepower." He brought a finger to scratch his cheek, chuckling foolishly, saying that, "This young master is also quite something, isn't he?" She smiled playfully. "It's not just a little bit like that." While in high spirits, Shen Ye suddenly stiffened his entire body because he smelled a thick evil aura inching closer. He twisted his body to look back and immediately caught the silhouettes of two heavily cloaked, blurry figures far in the distance. Without overthinking, he tightly grabbed Meng Yu's hand and hurriedly urged, "Haul ass and run after me quickly." He rushed headlong to the edge of the floating island and then threw himself off, jumping down. Dragged away abruptly, she blushed deeply, stammering to ask, "You, what kind of stunt are you pulling here?" Shen Ye, keeping a face as taut as a bowstring, replied, "Tailing us just now were two extremely dark stalkers." Surging waves of murderous intent emanating from their bodies gave me goosebumps. Pulling a vanishing act is the best strategy. After all, the destination of round one is also the island sunken down below. Meng Yu hesitated for a moment before replying in a tiny voice, "The rule of the game is to preserve your life before managing to drag yourself there, isn't it?" He answered nonchalantly, "That's a matter of course. The demeanor of an assassin is killing one person every 10 steps, leaving 1,000 miles behind without needing to look back." The card popped out a crisp notification, closing the tally for the first stage. The total number of people passing the stage is 2 lives. Skin Peeler now bowed his head to explain, "Forgive me, the moment I spotted Zio Meng Yu, I couldn't keep my calm and leaked out a bit of evil aura." The great existence patted his shoulder to comfort him. "I can't blame you, even I didn't anticipate that brat having such a sharp nose. He's no empty vessel making a lot of noise, looks like he's already scrounged some magic from the tortoise shell statue. However, just now when he got beaten up, I smelled the energy of the vengeful spirit behind him dying out like a candle in the wind. Let's go, we'll parachute down there too." He nodded in agreement. Instantly, the system on the card beeped again to announce new information. The number of rookies who managed to crawl through stage 1 has just updated to 4 people. The jostling crowd began to fall into extreme uproar. What the hell, just a few blinks and 4 folks have successfully cleared the hurdle already. Nangong Zayue from some corner suddenly spoke plainly. Tusk, how interesting, the tastiest piece of meat has been snatched away by someone else. At this rate, my top one seat will probably require a bit more grinding to secure. A few guys standing nearby gossiping whispered, it's Nangong Zayue, the one and only 6-star rookie monster. He merely snapped his fingers with a click, and 4 beams of light flashed dazzlingly. In the blink of an eye, Nangong Zayue was sitting cross-legged majestically on a magnificent palanquin with 4 beauties beside him, respectfully saying, "Young master, please hold on tight. Your servants will escort you down to the ground." The few guys left behind stared blankly at his back, smacking their lips and sighing, so arrogant, just like a fairy descending to the mortal realm. The rich young masters struggled to climb onto their treasured swords and then took off with a clatter, soaring away. "So the island is right beneath our butts. Let's go." Zayue stood dumbfounded for a moment, then pouted and said, "Every single one of these rich kids pulls out magic to show off, while lowly commoners tied to the ground like us brothers. How the hell are we supposed to show our faces and travel?" At this moment, Shen Ye thumped his chest and shouted loudly, "Zayue, climb on my back quickly, I'll carry you down there." The young guy gasped, admiring his friend's newly transformed body. "Oh my god, you can even transform into a werewolf, that's sick." Shen Ye frowned and retorted, "Where are your eyes that you call these claws a wolf, huh?" A tornado blew past, tearing through space straight toward the destination. Just a short while later, a few surviving lives had managed to scramble to the safe coordinates. So frustrating, failing to even crawl past the very first milestone is just too humiliating. By now, Shen Ye and Meng Yu were comfortably seated on a motorcycle plowing through the terrain. He glanced around to evaluate. This damn place has also been swallowed whole by the fog. She had to propose a solution. "It seems we'll have to bring out the holy torch to light the way again." A loudspeaker exploded again, just as the two ground their wheels into the edge of the forest. "Congratulations to the candidates who have fallen into the pit of the second round. This stage strictly prohibits any brawling. The detailed rules are as follows. The Baiminchi Tide disaster is lurking to make landfall. Scattered on the island is a pile of stone statues of the higher beings. Your task, darlings, is to dig up a statue with good feng shui, then beg for its protection, and only then might you luckily survive this tsunami. Anyone who fails will automatically be swept into the chicken coop. Since the two of you are tied together under the party label, scavenging just one statue is enough to use. Thanks to the divine flame lighting the way, the dense fog was also scattered into tatters." Both craned their necks to look at a massive stone statue lying exposed in the middle of the road. Meng Yu frowned in wonder. "Are these discarded stones lying around actually authentic statues of deities? How do we get it to bestow blessings and protect us?" Shen Ye, standing beside her, could only click his tongue. "Good heavens, this thing is terrifyingly huge." Bang, the two eyes of the statue suddenly flashed with a ghastly green light. Next, its eyeballs popped out pink heart shapes, and it spoke in a booming voice, "Hey, pure little girl, if you want me to save you from this tribulation, you must first help me find a few pieces of my body to restore my strength. After that, I want to sip a bit of the blood vessels of the brat accompanying you. As for you, little miss, you have to strip and dance wildly for me to wash my eyes." Meng Yu hesitantly bargained, "Is it possible to change to a more elegant option?" Shen Ye immediately flared up, scolding furiously, "What a shameless piece of rock." The statue also strained its neck and yelled, "The Baiminchi Tide tornado is extremely cruel. You want to keep your little lives but plan on playing the freeloading card, huh?" The card instantly spit out its origin, the statue of the evil god of lewd dance. This big boss logged out ages ago. She felt a twinge of guilt and muttered inwardly, "God of lewd dance, turns out we stumbled upon one of those heterodox evil gods who had already kicked the bucket." Furious, he drew his sword and stabbed it squarely into the statue's body, accompanied by a roar, "Get out of my sight, you sicko." The statue groaned and complained to the heavens, "If negotiations fail, so be it. What's with the need to use violence?" Shen Ye gained momentum and cursed even more aggressively, craving to suck my blood and then demanding a beauty to strip and pole dance. "Who pumped you full of such shameless confidence, huh?" The statue angrily spat out curses, "You lowly humans, just hug each other and fend off the tsunami yourselves." Ignoring its screaming, the two had already turned in another direction and walked far away. He smacked his lips, "Hide quickly, to hell with that piece of trash. This island doesn't lack stones to worship. We'll definitely dig up a more decent one somehow." Meng Yu softly dissuaded him. "Smashing things up like that isn't good. After all, they still bear the label of deities." He fumed and bristled. "These straw gods have all rotted to the bone. leaving only a stone shell. Besides, who the hell says they're even genuine goods? Back in my hometown, these filthy types would just be kicked down to the mortal realm to become sows. He joyfully pointed to the corner over there. My, there's a whole stone horse lying belly up over there. This dusty style is exactly my taste. He patted the statue and spoke, "Hey good brother, the tsunami is about to crash down on our heads. Could you deploy a shield and cover us for a bit?" The girl standing beside him didn't know whether to laugh or cry, telling herself, hearing that begging tone sounds more like he wants to start a fight. System gently dropped a line of text, "Ruins of the God of War's Mount." The statue sluggishly replied, "The young man's judgment is very sound. This seat is just a horse specializing in lying lazily here as a decoration. The only thing I'm good at is being bedridden. If you want to activate my protection, you must find someone to undo my seal. Only then can we continue playing. Sword-carrying lass standing beside you happens to be on the exact same wavelength as my master. As long as you two maintain a sincere attitude in your worship, he will surely show mercy and save you both." Shen Ye, secretly overjoyed, eagerly asked, "That awesome, huh? So which hole is that god currently cultivating in?" The statue was just about to hem and haw its words when a powerful magic sphere whizzed through the air and smashed straight into this mount statue. At the same time, the great existence stepped forward menacingly with a sinister laugh, going around in circles, "And I finally caught you, Shen Ye." He grimaced wearily, "Oh my god, is it this bunch of parasites again? So you two are the tail-chasing stalkers with rotten intentions who have been sneaking behind our butts this whole time. Speak up quickly, following closely and snapping at our heels. What exactly are you plotting?" The two dark figures slowly peeled off the masks, covering their identities, exposing the true faces hidden behind their disguises. Shen Ye was utterly terrified, his eyes wide open in shock. "It's the skin peeler and Zhao Yibing. All the grudges between us were settled fairly, weren't they? Why do you keep haunting me like this?" Inadvertently, the pupils of the great existence sparked with an eerie green light. Right at that moment, Zhao Yibing burst into tears, sobbing and whimpering, "Oh Shen Ye, I have truly lost my life." The other guy gnashed his teeth bitterly and scolded, "Hateful, it's the phantom trickery of the spirits again." He stared blankly at the chaotic mess unfolding. Zhao Mengyu urged, "Your intuition is spot on. That woman is absolutely not Zhao Yibing. Pull out quickly, Shen Ye, their evil aura is already multiple times thicker than before." The skin peeler waved his hands, shooting out a handful of red threads in a threatening manner. "Keep dreaming, brat. Do you think I'd be foolish enough to let you fly high and run far like last time?" He hurriedly turned his head to seek help from the imposing fat guy. The great existence slowly extended his bulky arm close by, muttering an incantation under his breath. The time has come for the item to return to its master. Yibing's tears streamed down heavily, her two hands gripping the corners of Shen Ye's mouth and pulling them wide open, her mouth repeating like a machine, "The hour for the old item to find its true owner has struck." He was stunned in horror, his body stiff like stone, only able to scream internally, "This is a disaster. My arms and legs are completely paralyzed." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, making Yibing flinch and step back. The intense aftershock swept the woman away, sending her tumbling backward. This bizarre scene left both Luo Sheng and Zhao Mengyu completely dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? A system notification popped up as a reminder. This stage is a peace zone that strictly prohibits any acts of physical violence. The system mercilessly kicked the troublemaker to the very edge of the arena. If they still stubbornly try to stir up trouble, they will be permanently eliminated from the race. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from the bottom of their heart master. The old man let out a hoarse sneer. "I really didn't expect this shabby arena to have a built-in anti-violence rule. Consider this a favor to let you two wretched brats live a few more minutes, but your worthless lives are about to end soon anyway." Luo Sheng arrogantly chimed in, "We have more than enough power to rip off your heads at any given moment." But just as the vicious words left his mouth, his body was sliced in half and fell clattering to the ground. The system flashed a blaring red alarm. The voodoo spell of the otherworldly deity has been activated. Simply put, as long as you wander within a 500-mile radius, the opponent's tracking eye will scan your coordinates, and they can rush over to smash your face instantly. The scientific level in your current world is not advanced enough to crack this dark magic. And he tightly clutched his neck and bitterly cursed under his breath. "Damn it, using this old trick again." Zhao Mengyu frantically supported him and asked, "What's wrong? Did you sustain internal injuries?" He tearfully nodded, "Yes, Didn't you notice that bitch Zhao Yibing sneaking a red thread around my neck? Relying on this talisman, she will pinpoint whatever corner I'm hiding in and can suddenly come over to snap my neck whenever she pleases. Shen Ye's face was dripping with cold sweat. In this no-fighting zone, I can still keep my life. But once we step into the next stage, only God knows, she firmly declared, if we're stuck like this, we must use our fastest speed to dash straight into the next round right away. He looked confused and asked, wait, what for? Zhao Mengyu decisively analyzed, no matter how much they crave to eat you alive, they still have to crawl through enough stages according to the rules to reach the combat round. The problem is we are totally blind about the coordinates and gameplay of the next stage. If we sprint into the inner circle first, we will gain the home field advantage, freely preparing to deal with them and waiting for them to fall into the trap. Shen Ye found it reasonable and immediately turned around to run. You make perfect sense, girl. Let's hurry up and find the statue that the stone horse mentioned. While running, the girl suddenly called out, pulling Shen Ye back. The corners of Zhao Mengyu's lips curled up into a radiant smile, her eyes flashing with ironclad determination. This lady swears on her life that I won't let those beasts harm a single hair on your head. Hearing those words, he suddenly let out a hearty laugh in response. Shen Ye threw absolute trust onto his face, concluding, then I shall entrust this little life entirely to your protection. The surroundings momentarily retreated into a hauntingly profound silence. Shifting to another corner, Chen Ping and Lin Zai grimaced as if forced to drink bitter medicine, pleading, "O great deity, can you be flexible with that condition? Yeah, we are just 15-year-old saplings after all." The stone statue poured cold water on them without a second thought. No bargaining, those two testicles, not even a corner can be chipped off. It snorted in annoyance. I was originally going to tax all four. Reducing it to two is already showing you a lot of mercy. I desperately need to collect the pure yang treasures of strapping young men like you to recharge my power. Otherwise, without my shield, you guys will be crushed into a pulp by the Bai Ming Kai tide. Lin Zai's face darkened, crying out in panic, damn it, to cram me into this 3 high school alliance. My family had to carry a mountain of debt. I'd rather die than leave empty-handed. Chen Ping beside him also trembled as he added, everyone has their own burdens. To bribe our backer, my sister even had to bite the bullet and become someone's concubine. This exam arena is the one and only lifeline for my whole family to change our fate. Lin Zai fiercely swung his dagger, boldly declaring, cut it off, let each brother handle one nut himself. At worst, we'll carry the title of lone warriors from now on. Chen Ping heard this and chimed in, let's do this. I heard a rumor about a secret manual called the Sunflower Treasury. The more eggs dropped, the more terrifying the power. Who knows, after mastering this treasury, we might find a blessing in disguise. Lin Zai started tearing up due to his own cowardice. But I can't do it myself. Do you have the heart to give me a stab? Chen Ping nodded without hesitation, raising the gleaming dagger high. Deal, but you have to serve me a stab later too. In the nick of time, a sudden earthquake struck. Shen Ye charged out aggressively, delivering a flying kick that sent the misty deity statue flying. Go see the king of hell, you perverted deity. A notification immediately popped up. The evil dragon yang-snatching deity statue has been destroyed. Its last lingering trace of energy is instinctively thirsting for supreme yang items. He casually rested his hands on his hips, looking up at the statue head he just kicked away, and dropped a sarcastic remark. These unorthodox cults are truly ridiculous. Each one is more absurd than the last. Demanding people to slice off their flesh at the drop of a hat. Are you guys planning a robbery? From afar, a frantic shout rang out. Shen Ye, get over here quick. I think I found a statue holding a sword. Hearing this, Shen Ye leaped into the air and dashed away, leaving the other two guys standing there dumbfounded, not understanding what just happened. Chen Ping was so terrified that his heart pounded and his legs trembled. Did he eat a tiger's gall to dare touch a deity? Lin Zai also stood frozen, analyzing. It's strange, he acted so ruthlessly but wasn't expelled from the exam arena. Ah, I vaguely understand now. The key to this round isn't to grit your teeth and follow the bizarre demands of the statue, but to find the true love statue of your life. On the other side, seeing him running over, Zhao Mengyu excitedly waved her hand. Shen Ye, come look at this statue I just found. She mentioned this was the only statue related to swordsmanship, but still hesitated, unsure if it was the right one. The notification board slowly displayed. Dragon-headed gold inlaid bronze divine valor soul calming sword, sword spirit attached. Zhao Mengyu immediately knelt on the ground, bowing respectfully. I am Zhao Mengyu, earnestly begging you to protect us safely through the Bai Ming Kai tide. May I boldly ask what tribute you require? However, the response to that sincere plea was only a chilling silence, perfectly matching the style of a mute statue. The girl started feeling disappointed. This is bad, there's no response at all. At that exact moment, the sword in the statue's hand suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Shen Ye pointed straight at the object he just beat up. You're begging the wrong guy, you have to beg the sword. Xiao Mengyu looked half believing, half doubting. This sword, are you sure about that? He just nodded. Just try it and you'll see. She stepped closer to the precious sword, once again expressing her sincerity. I am Xiao Mengyu, hoping you will open your arms to protect us through this Bai Ming Kai Tide disaster. Whatever you want, please just command me. Instantly, the originally motionless sword trembled violently, making Shen Ye clap and cheer. See, there's a reaction. The precious sword suddenly swung fiercely, slashing all the surrounding rocks into tiny pieces. The power from the slashes threw everything around into chaos, followed by a line of text appearing in midair. Use me to slash 10 times, thrust 10 times, and dance 10 times. Xiao Mengyu reached out to grasp the sword, her eyes still holding a bit of doubt. Is the trial really this simple? She raised the sword high and declared, then I shall begin. As soon as Xiao Mengyu unleashed the first move, a ferocious hurricane roared past. Suddenly, she paused, her eyes pondering deeply. I finally grasped the profound meaning about the suitable statue that the mission mentioned. After that, Xiao Mengyu continued executing graceful sword techniques. So, the crux of this exam is to measure the resonance level of the candidates. A line of text appeared explaining that Xiao Mengyu's title of Sword Saint had brought her 10 points of sword aura resonance. Therefore, the statue she needed to find must definitely be related to swords. The harmony between her and this sword had clearly broken through a certain boundary, which was why it accepted to accompany her through countless storms and fight in all directions. A firm evaluation was given. It acknowledged that Xiao Mengyu was a true sword saint. The notification board continued to blink. Congratulations on receiving the Sword Spirit's approval. He will become a powerful assistant during the Bai Ming Kai Tide. Besides that, he will bestow an ancient sword technique upon Xiao Mengyu. As a team member with a decent resonance level, the Sword Spirit will also send you a gratitude gift. Shen Ye heard this and grinned from ear to ear, his face full of joy. Well, turns out I get a share too. He held his sword up to admire it. Your sword seems to stand out from the crowd, looking like an exclusive item for assassins. The Sword Spirit decided to pass on a supreme, yet extremely practical minimalist move to you. Tai Bai move, the ultimate killing technique, the perfect finishing blow. Shen Ye's brows furrowed slightly in deep thought. This move was originally the final strike of the Qing Lion sword technique, requiring the user to use their own safety as bait. You must risk everything to hunt for a flawless striking angle, ensuring that a single blow takes the enemy's life. A selfless demeanor, a blade born only to kill. Xiao Mengyu exclaimed with great satisfaction, the one-hit kill technique. This is exactly the treasure I've been thirsting for. It was indeed born to create a devastating combo combined with the meat's effect. You came at the perfect time, sword brother. The notification board displayed another new line. This ancient sword technique belongs to the elite sword controlling system, incredibly profound, but consumes an extreme amount of mental power. At your current level, I'm still not strong enough to tame it. Blazing red warning flashed by. There are exactly 5 minutes left before the Bai Ming Kai Tide officially hits. From this moment on, the dense fog will gradually dissipate. You won't need to borrow the blazing fire to light the way anymore. Immediately find a solid shelter. The sharp-minded girl realized the issue. The Sword Spirit is urging us to find a hiding spot. Shen Ye looked around, calculating. It seems finding the statue doesn't just grant a protective circle, but also comes with a bunch of heaven-sent rewards like cultivation methods or magical artifacts. We really need these tools to survive the Tide monster's attacks. With only 5 minutes left, and visibility clearing up, I have a strong feeling I'll find the Moonlit Divine Reflection statue. This thing once gave me 29 resonance points in the Moonlight system. I have to hunt down the statue related to it. He took long strides, bolting away. Hurry up and find a place to hide. I need to go look for my statue. We'll regroup later. Shen Ye muttered in confusion while running as fast as his legs could carry him. But what the hell is this damn Moonlight system anyway? Just as he turned his head, he saw Xiao Mengyu hot on his heels and looked puzzled. Why are you tailing me? Didn't I tell you to find a hiding spot? She calmly explained. If I let you wander off alone, you'll definitely run into trouble. I'm tagging along to escort you, and incidentally see in what area your resonance points manifest so I can lend a hand." Shen Ye shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm completely in the dark myself. It probably has some deep-rooted connection to the moon and the night." Suddenly at that moment, the clattering sound of footsteps blocked their path. Jai dragged along his bandit accomplices and loomed before them. "Caught you, Shen Ye." This made him sigh in frustration. "Is it your gloomy faces again?" Jai braced himself and channeled his internal energy, charging fiercely like a moth to a flame. "This time, we swear we'll send you to the grave." But before the guy could do anything useful, Shen Ye immediately delivered a lightning-fast kick, sending the whole gang flying to Cloud 9. Just another bunch of illiterates who didn't bother to read the rules on the exam card. Having dealt with them, he continued to run for his life. Damn it, suddenly getting held up by these idiots, time was already tight, and now it's even tighter. What godforsaken corner is the moonlight system statue hiding in? Deeply engrossed in his search, Shen Ye instinctively paused for a beat. His eyes were inadvertently locked onto the swirling, rushing water over there. Water. Shen Ye secretly analyzed in his head. "I feel like there's something highly suspicious hidden at the bottom of this current." That's right, when I awakened my Dharma eye, I also saw a scene of water. The divine art sword technique is also named Liu Yue. It's very likely that the moonlight system statue is submerged under this river. He furrowed his brow, calculating, but the Bai Ming Kai tide is going to hit in just a few minutes, and the water is flowing so fiercely. Shen Ye gently shook his head. "Looking down from up here makes me completely blind. I can't see any statue related to me. All clues are lost." He turned his head, his brows tightly knitted. "Forget it, time is running out, let's just go find a shelter to be safe." Xiao Mengyu stepped forward, her tone hardening. "Quit playing games to trick others." The corners of her lips curled up in triumph, throwing out a question. "Your statue is blatantly lying underwater, isn't it? If you want to dive, just jump in, leave the leftover mess up here to me." Being exposed so quickly, Shen Ye had to scratch his head with a bright smile. "I merely peeked at the water a few times, and you already saw right through me. Don't worry, I'll use the fastest time possible." Having said that, he immediately took a plunge straight into the freezing river. The red alarm system blared. With exactly 30 seconds left, the Bai Ming Kai tide will sweep through. Xiao Mengyu immediately drew her sword from its sheath. "Let's go to battle, sword spirit." She issued the command. "We must use any means necessary to buy time for Shen Ye." From the hidden corner behind Xiao Mengyu, a hideous lurking beast poked its face out. It growled, emitting ear-piercing screeches that tore through the silent night. Instantly, the vicious beast lunged straight towards her at breakneck speed. But before it could harm a single hair on her, Xiao Mengyu unleashed a devastatingly powerful sword strike. The clean slash neatly split the monster into two halves. The bad luck didn't stop there. From the darkness, a stinking horde of countless other beasts surged out. However, they completely ignored the girl and focused all their eyes on the water's surface. The alpha let out a shrill howl. They hid underwater. At that moment, the spiritual sword tore through the wind, flying over like a flash of lightning. It danced a path of slaughter, completely wiping out the entire mob of petty monsters. The bloody, gory scene before her eyes made Xiao Mengyu gasp in admiration. Truly formidable. Suddenly, from the void, a gigantic ghostly hand reached straight out, unleashing thousands of dark projectiles that surged forward. Her entire body instantly stiffened, momentarily suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere. Xiao Mengyu stood rooted to the spot, her limbs trembling so much she couldn't budge. She looked up in horror at that massive arm. Is this the dark magic of that damn ghostly hand? However, that eerie hand didn't care about her at all, but rather groped down into the bottom of the swirling water. Xiao Mengyu astutely realized the situation was terribly bad. Oh no, he's scouring to find Shen Ye. Gritting her teeth and using her remaining strength, she struggled to reach behind her back to draw the precious sword. A fiery slash was unleashed, hacking straight into the giant arm. Don't you even think about getting your way. The massive hand took a painful hit, letting out echoing, mournful groans. Xiao Mengyu collapsed, panting heavily, and silently evaluated. Breaking its immobilization spell burned a ton of my mental power. Luckily, we temporarily chased it away, but the size of this hand is just too absurd. Just what kind of terrifying monster is still hidden within the thick black fog of this Bai Ming Kai tide? Suddenly, she noticed Shen Ye's figure emerging from the freezing water. He yelled joyfully, "Xiao Mengyu, I fished the statue up. Let's bounce, we need to find a hiding spot quickly." A few minutes passed, and they pulled into a spot not too far from the riverbank. The space here was enveloped in a gloomy, bone-chilling murkiness. Xiao Mengyu scanned the surroundings to assess the situation. The sword spirit said picking this place as a shelter is a bit shabby, but the dense fog outside has shifted from pitch black to blood red, proving the Bai Ming Kai tide is entering its most aggressive phase. We have no choice but to bite the bullet and camp here for now. But speaking of which, Shen Ye, is this block of wood really your deity statue? The info board immediately updated. The wooden statue branch technique of the divine tree belongs to the moonlight system. Shen Ye was extremely anxious, bowing and begging profusely. So weird, why is it that I've begged until my tongue fell off but it hasn't made a peep? Boss, almighty wooden head boss, please open your arms to protect these worthless underlings through the Bai Ming Kai tide. With my attributes plus the buff from the moonlit divine reflection, I possess a whopping 29 moonlight system resonance points. Suddenly, Xiao Mengyu crouched down to examine it carefully, discovering a strange detail. Wait a minute, Shen Ye, this wooden head is growing roots. Indeed, that ugly wooden head was sprouting bristling roots, embedding itself firmly into the hard ground. She quickly patted Shen Ye's shoulder and pointed. Look closely, there are tiny words carved on this leaf. Imprinted on the fragile leaf was the demand: tribute to me water, light, and fertilizer. Only then will I have enough strength to grow mighty and protect you. Shen Ye immediately pulled out a water bottle. Thirsty? Piece of cake, he smugly thought to himself. Thank goodness I still have a stash of food and water I prepared specifically for the nightmare world inside my spatial ring. Xiao Mengyu silently observed Shen Ye's gleeful expression, secretly evaluating. Even though this guy wasn't born with a silver spoon from some prestigious family, he accidentally stumbled upon a few magical artifacts with cosmic-level capabilities. However, the leaf immediately emitted a sizzling sound of protest and disdain. Not this cheap trash water. The water I crave is divine water overflowing with nutrients. I have a secret recipe from ancient times here. 2 grams of cinnamon, 1 gram of dried tangerine peel, 1 gram of coriander seeds, 1,500 milliliters of water, 50 grams of white sugar, 80 grams of rock sugar, a sprig of cilantro, 2 grams of black tea, 2 dwarf lemons, and 3 grams of baking soda. Or using a carbonator as a substitute is somewhat acceptable. Step 1. Lightly roast the tangerine peel, coriander seeds, and cinnamon to release their aroma. Step 2. Add white sugar to the pot and caramelize until it turns a light amber color. Step 3. Pour in boiling water, drop in the cilantro sprig, sliced lemons, rock sugar, and black tea, simmer for about 10 minutes, then filter out the dregs. Step 4. Squeeze in the lemon juice and mix it with baking soda or use a carbonator. Step 5. Blend the brewed tea with carbonated water, add a little ice, and it is sheer perfection. Xiao Mengyu felt dizzy after hearing that overwhelmingly long list. Good lord, it just wants a sip of water. Is there a need to put on such an annoying show? So Shen Ye played dirty, pulling straight out an ice-cold bottle of Coca-Cola. Popped the cap with a swoosh, chugged it directly onto the wooden head and grumbled. Beating around the bush for half a day, the bottom line is you just want to chug Coke, right? I'll give you enough to burp to death. This is premium stuff. The wooden head tasted it and was overjoyed, shrieking. Oh my god, premium. The taste is even more phenomenal than the holy water brewed from that recipe. From now on, I shall call this masterpiece the water of nirvana. The excited wooden head sprouted a new leaf to seal the deal. Water received, lacking light and fertilizer. Shen Ye rubbed his hands together with a delighted smile. Sweet, water issue solved. Now it's just light and fertilizer left. Girl chimed in with a suggestion. Where the hell are we going to find light in the place we're hiding? The outside is completely sealed off by the thick fog. How about you try shining a blazing fire on it and see? He stroked his chin and commented. This crazy wooden head never plays by the rules. I have a feeling the light it's craving isn't your normal physical type. Words of complaint appeared on the leaf again. Not enough sunshine. Shen Ye rested his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowing in thought. Just as I guessed. If it was really lacking sunlight, it would have said insufficient sunlight or poor illumination intensity to be accurate. Why use the phrase not enough sunshine? Could it be? No sooner said than done, he pinned the wooden head down on its back, putting on a deeply affectionate and romantic face. Oh wooden head brother, your little brother worships you the most in this world. You are the very star that saved my life. You are the most robust male god tree in our hearts. You are so seductive, so charming, and exude an intoxicatingly masculine scent. So fragrant, I'm completely obsessed with you. You are the sole light of my life. You are the most radiantly shining sun. Witnessing this cheesy, overly sentimental melodrama, Xiao Mengyu blushed a deep red. Shen Ye, what kind of monkey business are you doing? I feel second-hand embarrassment for you." The wooden head, being caressed and flattered to the high heavens, felt a thrill of ecstasy, automatically crossing off the light factor altogether, which made the girl stare in astonishment. Oh my God, that actually worked. Shen Ye was extremely smug right now, a cunning smile blooming on his lips. Very good, piece of cake. Now we're only stuck on the fertilizer step. Xiao Mengyu sighed helplessly. The kind of fertilizer it craves definitely isn't normal organic stuff either. The wooden head sprouted another new leaf, clearly carving out, "Exclusive designated fertilizer, a poem related to the moon, food for the soul." Xiao Mengyu let out an "oh" with sparkling eyes. Turns out it wants you to recite a poem to nourish its fragile soul. Just as she finished speaking, he cleared his throat and passionately recited a verse. "Moonlight shines before my bed, I wonder if it's frost on the ground. I raise my head to look at the bright moon, I lower my head and think of home." In his belly, Shen Ye was silently swearing, what kind of weird temperament does this moonlight system have? Drinking coke, addicted to flattery, and even demanding romantic poetry recitation. Xiao Mengyu actually seemed quite impressed by this poetic soul. "This poem is excellent. Why have I never heard of it before? I didn't expect this brute Shen Ye to have the blood of a poet." Meanwhile, the wooden head howled nonstop. "Great poem, absolutely peak." It cracked an incredibly friendly smile. "I'm stuffed with tribute. Take me with you, I will act as your guardian angel." Shen Ye picked up the wooden head and tapped its forehead a few times, seeing all the roots had retracted. "Does it count as the procedures being completed like this? But specifically, how are you going to protect us?" The girl offered her deduction. "Since it asked us to carry it along, there must definitely be some special hidden buff." All of a sudden, the surrounding space shook violently from an earthquake. Dirt and rocks surrounding the spiritual sword were violently flung into the sky, scattering in all directions. From above, a looming giant appeared, poking its hideous face to peer down. He raised a fist as big as a vat high in the air, gathering force to smash it straight down. A punch carrying destructive power split a hard boulder in two, crushing it into tiny fragments. Shen Ye was also blown several meters away, tumbling from the aftershock. "What the hell is this? A giant?" The spiritual sword immediately tore through the wind, soaring up to hover right above the giant's head. Then it unleashed a ruthless slash, sending his head straight to the afterlife to see his ancestors. He clenched his fist and threw it up in sheer excitement, full of praise. "Top-tier sword brother, you did great." But suddenly, Xiao Mengyu spotted a hidden danger and yelled, "Shen Ye, watch out under your feet." Before Shen Ye could even compose himself to look down, a bizarre creature had already burst out from deep underground at a wind-tearing speed. A spiky monster pierced straight into his body, the forceful impact making Shen Ye lose his balance and tumble, slipping the wooden head right out of his hand onto the ground. But magically, in just the blink of an eye, the situation was completely reversed. The one thrown away was Shen Ye, while the miserable wooden head was the one suffering the piercing clamp. Shen Ye fell flat on his back, knocked out on the ground, making Xiao Mengyu frantically run over. "Are you missing any pieces?" "I'm fine." He didn't feel any pain but was utterly bewildered. "Does this crazy wooden head have the ability to swap places and take the hit for me?" The wooden head cracked a radiant smile as if no tragedy had occurred. "Exactly right, I am your perfect scapegoat." Having said that, from the monster's thick skin, a dense cluster of razor-sharp thorns suddenly grew out, piercing deep into its marrow. It was impaled completely through its body by the branches shot out from the wooden head, convulsing violently in agony. "Moreover, just offer me a drop of blood, and I can transform into a human form to take the exam on your behalf." Hearing that, Shen Ye was thrilled, rubbing his hands in praise. "That's so overpowered it's practically breaking the rules." Wooden head yelled urgently, "Shen Ye, quickly stuff this centipede corpse into your spatial ring, I want to have a massive meat feast." He broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "This is a venomous centipede, its meat contains deadly poison and you can still eat it." It didn't hesitate to reply immediately, "Eat's fine, I need to charge my energy to restore my power. This place is too treacherous, if by chance you croak, I'll end up selling salt too." Shen Ye chuckled in appreciation. "Wow, you've actually got quite a bit of ambition. Approved, I support your stomach." Xiao Mengyu stepped up, pointing and questioning. "Shen Ye, why on earth are you packing this hideous centipede corpse into your magic artifact ring?" The unexpected question made his heart skip a beat. Shen Ye had to stammer out an excuse. "To be honest with you, I am an insect fanatic. Ever since I was a kid, I've had a passion for embalming and making insect specimens. This centipede is massive in size, I can't help but be totally mesmerized looking at it." In another development, the spiritual sword was still frantically swinging slashes down upon the giant. Unfortunately, he suddenly shot out an extremely powerful dark projectile, snapping the proud spiritual sword in half. Countless metal fragments splattered everywhere in the space, making both onlookers gape in horror. We're doomed. Seeing the fierce face of the giant lunging right before his eyes, Shen Ye began to break out in a cold sweat. Sword brother bit the dust, what are we supposed to do now? But before the words could leave his mouth, he was slapped by a heaven-shaking blow from the giant, bouncing up into midair. Shen Ye's entire skeleton felt as if it was frozen, so stiff he couldn't move an inch. Seizing the moment, the giant grabbed his tiny body in its rough palm. However, a miracle happened again. The wooden head popped out once more and used its body-swapping magic. Right on script, the unlucky giant got its hand pierced completely by a basket of sharp thorns, making Shen Ye breathe a sigh of relief in celebration. Many thanks for the great favor, wooden head brother. Xiao Meng Yu at this moment hurried down towards the shattered pieces of the spiritual sword. It groaned in pain, trembling violently, "Please wield me." At this time, Shen Ye, hiding in the back, hastily tossed the wooden head over to the girl. "Xiao Meng Yu, catch it to get protection. I still have 2 uses of the meat's life-saving effect, so I'm tough to kill." Then he jumped back to observe. He switched targets to me now. Seems like this big guy is quite crafty, knowing how to pick targets without a deity's protection to pound on. But Xiao Meng Yu threw the wooden head right back at him. "I'm not scared of him, you just hug this block of wood." At that very moment, the giant completely shifted his attention over to Xiao Meng Yu. The massive monster now just stood there looking stupid, watching the verbal shoving match between the 2 humans, blinking continuously until it was dizzy. The 2 kept tossing the wooden head back and forth like a volleyball while arguing noisily. "No, you take it. My defensive stance is quite solid. I have more than enough power to dodge his attacks. My combat experience beats yours. You just take it to protect yourself." "I'm a man, how can I hide behind a woman's skirt and let her charge the front lines? You take it. Modern women can hold up half the sky all right. Stop with that mindset of looking down on others, take it." The giant spun around, getting a massive headache, his eyes turning bloodshot from dizziness while the passing game still hadn't reached an end. "Lady first, you take it. So what if a girl saves a guy, you just take it? You take it. No, you take it. I said you take it, so take it." All of a sudden, Shen Ye vaulted up from the blind spot behind his back, shouting loudly, "Big brother, your grandpa is right here." He unleashed a lightning kick, pouring in all his life's strength to counterattack right under the rim. 2-on-1 tactic, bait and pass. We already shot the ball into the hoop, and you're still looking cluelessly around. Down below, Xiao Meng Yu seized the golden opportunity to snatch up the cracked spiritual sword. She stood ready on the ground, eagerly waiting for the moment the giant's head collapsed to deliver a full-power slash packed with all her internal energy. And finally, the fatal slash was brought down, a perfect charged strike landing directly on the vital point. Witnessing the spectacular teamwork, Shen Ye couldn't help but gasp in admiration. So badass, how can such a ruined, broken sword still pack such terrifying power? Xiao Meng Yu slowly explained. "After I touched it, I felt a surging power coursing through my veins. It's called courage. This seems to be a skill inherited from its previous master. Probably because we went through life and death moments together, our synchronization has reached a new height. Right now, some strange moves are popping into my head, but most of them rely on brute physical strength, which doesn't really fit my fighting style." The wooden block watching from the sidelines squealed in excitement. "What a massive piece of bait. Hurry up and feed this giant's flesh to me." Shen Ye frowned in confusion and asked, "Can you even stomach giant flesh?" It giggled foolishly. "We are hanging by a thread here. I'd even eat pig slop right now. Your identity has been exposed and you're targeted by his master. I need to eat to reload and prepare for battle." Shen Ye's eyebrows knitted together in confusion. "So what exactly are you scheming?" The wooden block swayed, refusing to answer. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't grasp my level of brilliance. From now on, unless it's a critical emergency, don't wake me up. I need time in closed-door cultivation." He scoffed. Acting all mysterious and high and mighty. Suddenly, Xiao Meng Yu shot him a meaningful glance. "Shen Ye, don't tell me you're also thirsting after this giant's head." Shen Ye could only scratch his head, his face burning red as he licked his dry lips to defend himself. "To be honest with you, I have a burning passion for giant biology. Ever since I was a naked little kid running in the rain, I've made all sorts of specimens of them. This guy has an exceptionally massive bone structure, truly unique. I am completely captivated by just looking at him." But hearing this just grated on Xiao Meng Yu's ears. This guy doesn't even blink when he lies. She raised an exam card as a reminder. See for yourself, there's a new notification on the card. It requires us to put our heads together to analyze this crucial information. The notification board flickered with cold text. Bei Mingjai Ko is in its explosive phase. All candidates who failed to set foot on the island in time have been ruthlessly eliminated. The total number of casualties is 163. You have successfully defeated a formidable enemy. The extremely dangerous aura emitting from the corpse is scaring the wits out of the monsters prowling around Bei Mingjai Ko, making them not dare to even breathe loudly or come near. Shen Ye scratched his head, puzzled. Does the system mean we've successfully passed the stage? She immediately poured cold water on him. Stop being delusional. Finding a bloody path out of here will definitely be as hard as reaching for the stars. Suddenly, a series of bizarre shrieks caught Xiao Mengyu's attention. Shen Ye, listen closely. Does that sound like a dog barking? He pricked up his ears, then nodded in confirmation. I do hear it. Not just dogs barking, but also screams for help echoing from that dark forest. She immediately dropped into a cautious defensive stance. Watch out, it might be an enemy trap. Shen Ye quickly shouted, look over there. From afar in the darkness, two pitch-black figures were hurtling toward them with the speed of an arrow. But looking closely, they weren't running on their own. They were thrown out like broken sandbags, their bodies battered and bruised. He dropped his jaw in shock and cried out, Zhang Xiao Ye, who beat you up this badly? Zhang Xiao Ye winced and groaned, gritting his teeth as he pushed himself up, gasping intermittently, Brother, Yi, and Miss Xiao Mengyu. The boy clung tightly to Gyu Yi and bawled his eyes out. Thank goodness we ran into you two here. My worthless life is saved. Some privileged brat from an elite clan is out to kill us. Hearing this, Shen Ye couldn't hide his shock. He's trying to kill you too? Absurd. Aren't there strict rules in the exam area absolutely forbidding candidates from slaughtering each other? He bent down and asked gently, is someone really trying to harm you too? The exam rules clearly state no fighting, right? Besides, where did you guys get this wolf? Zhang Xiao Ye awkwardly scratched his head. Brother Shen Ye, no matter how I look at it, this looks more like a mutt than a wolf, doesn't it? He gritted his teeth and revealed the truth. This is actually Gyu Yi transformed. His superpower is turning into all kinds of dogs. As for the butcher hunting us down, I remember his face. He is He Zai Su, the guy sitting pretty in the top 3 of the rankings. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Shen Ye's forehead. Those guys who tried to sneak attack us earlier were all punished by the exam rules. So what kind of cheat code is He Zai Su using to blatantly ignore the rules, injuring others without a scratch on himself? Zhang Xiao Ye shook his head vigorously. Beats me. The moment he laid eyes on us, he just pulled out his weapon and attacked without a word. Suddenly, Gyu Yi let out fierce, aggressive barks to raise the alarm. Immediately, the dogman barked loudly, his snout pointing straight at the dark shadow looming closer. Zhang Xiao Ye screamed in terror. It's him! He chased us all the way here. From within a blood-red mist, a tall man's silhouette emerged. His body was enveloped in pitch-black fog, and in his hand, he was dragging another unfortunate candidate out of the shadows. He Zai Su furrowed his brows and smirked as he read the name, Xiao Mengyu. Shen Ye loudly interrogated him right away. He Zai Su, what kind of hack are you using to openly break the exam rules without being punished? He let out a disdainful scoff. Rules? Who put it into your heads that I'm breaking the rules? This is called lawful hunting. Looking at Miss Xiao's dumbfounded face, I'm afraid you guys still haven't grasped the situation, haha. Hearing this, the two didn't bother saying another word. They just stood rooted to the spot, their expressions as tense as a drawn bowstring. He Zai Su spat out every cold word. The rules have been overturned. In this Bei Mingjai Ko, the organizers allow candidates to freely slaughter each other. Every death is legalized as part of the game. Unexpectedly, the spirit sword suddenly flashed with blinding sparks of lightning. Even the wooden block lying dormant in his hand emitted a similar glow. The system simultaneously sent out a fiery notification. This exam has updated with a bloody new rule, hunting mode. A candidate has full authority to initiate a hunt against others. However, the statues are not allowed to interfere in these grudges. Rule 2, all deaths occurring here will be considered standard exam accidents. When the exam concludes, all evidence and traces will vanish without a trace. Rule 3, the successful hunter will be buffed with extra power by the system. Shen Ye was startled after reading it. You get extra power as a reward for killing people. Xiao Mengyu stammered, unable to believe her eyes. How can it be this cruel? The system must be glitching somewhere. He raised an eyebrow mockingly. Xiao Mengyu, you bear the title of a prestigious clan's precious daughter. How can your mind be so naively stupid? The law of the jungle has been the absolute truth of this rotten world since the dawn of time. Zaisu cast a sideways glare at Zhang Xiao Yi and Gu Yi, his voice bitter. These lowly beasts should have rotted in the filthy gutters. Yet they harbor endless greed, foolishly dreaming of getting into the top 3 high schools, hoping to snatch a bit of upper-class resources from us nobles. His hand clenched tightly, green veins bulging. Later on, this bottom-feeding scum will even scheme to usurp our positions, steal our privileges, and even try to marry into the noble clans to taint our noble bloodline. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit in disgust. Izaisu forcefully squeezed the neck of the unfortunate young man in his grasp and roared. These filthy peasants were born just to be the stepping stones for our glory to trample upon. The choked victim's face turned purple, distorted and deformed, his mouth constantly emitting wheezing pleas. Save me, please spare my life. But in a mere fraction of a second, the unfortunate guy's head was violently ripped off, separated from his blood-soaked body. Shen Ye cursed inwardly. What a dog, this guy is a bloodthirsty psychopath. Xiao Mengyu was also horrified by the barbaric scene. Zaisu, you actually have the guts to massacre people. He casually threw the lifeless body to the ground like a bag of trash, clapped his hands to dust them off, and mocked. Oh, I remember now, Xiao Mengyu. You really just got lucky finding that divine sword to climb up to that rank. In the end, your destiny was always meant to just obediently go back and serve as a concubine for those old geezers of the major clans. He continued spewing despicable insults. Stripped to the core, you're nothing but a useless puppet manipulated by your clan. No wonder you love hanging out with this lowly scum so much. Zaisu's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He held up the severed head as if admiring a masterpiece of art. Turns out the organizers are setting up this boring killing game, but my fate is up to me, not dictated by heaven. Witnessing the nauseatingly gory scene, Zhang Xiaoyi quickly covered his mouth and hiccuped. Dear God, those bodies. They are all candidates slaughtered by him. He dropped a mocking threat. The ultimate end for all of you here is only one, to become ghost candles lighting up my throne of power. Xiao Mengyu reached her breaking point, no longer bothering to hold back. She swung her razor-sharp sword, taking a combat stance. Zaisu, today I will take your head to avenge the souls of those innocent people. Zaisu found the declaration of war to be a cheap comedy, bursting into maniacal laughter. Just relying on your meager cat-scratch skills? Why not use that spirit sword for help? Oh, I forgot. I'm afraid even you realize you're too useless to tame it. His eye sockets gleamed with cruel greed. Without that sword, you're nothing but an ant waiting to be crushed. Zhang Xiaoyi shouted a warning from behind. Sister Xiao, be careful, this guy is slippery and moves as fast as lightning. Before he even finished, Zaisu had used ghost-like speed to appear right behind Xiao Mengyu. Though sharp-witted, she broke into a cold sweat, realizing, what terrifying speed. However, Xiao Mengyu miraculously managed a timely counterattack, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. What the hell is this? How could someone like her block this surprise attack? Before his brain could finish loading, Xiao Mengyu took advantage of the momentum and unleashed a slash containing all her inner strength, knocking him backward. Despite being pushed back, he showed no signs of flinching and quickly gathered power in the palm of his hand to prepare for a second strike. But before he could unleash the move, a pitch-black, ghostly hand shot out from the void and attacked Zaisu. His entire body was knocked back several meters, his mind racing continuously. Wrong, that move just now wasn't entirely blocked by her own strength. Zaisu quickly pieced things together and deduced the crucial point. There's another assassin lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to bite. He roared in anger and lunged forward, catching Xiao Mengyu's sharp blade barehanded. Zaisu laughed arrogantly like a madman. I only need one hand to easily lock down this useless toy of yours. Today I'll send you, Xiao Mengyu, to the grave first. Despite this, she was no pushover. She immediately used her force to shake off his filthy hand and unleashed a vicious sword strike. A trail of bright red blood sprayed out from Zaisu's body. His eyes bulged out, filled with extreme astonishment, unable to believe the truth. Zaisu's massive body collapsed onto the muddy ground. Xiao Mengyu flicked the blood off her sword and delivered a cold judgment. To send you to the afterlife, using the Kanzu swordplay is overkill. He lay on the ground, muttering bitterly. Well, the Zhu Yun Gui Ying ultimate move. I didn't expect you to secretly comprehend the Luo clan's signature technique so early. This brat's actual strength has far exceeded my calculations, but the biggest obstacle is that hidden bastard giving her dirty buffs. If things have already gone south like this. Zaisu scrambled to his feet, shifting his murderous gaze toward Zhang Zhaoye. Then I'll slaughter you rats first to vent my anger. Zhao Mengyu rushed forward like a speed demon, blocking right in front to protect the boy. Stop dreaming. Her precious sword was raised majestically, completely blocking his venomous attack. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Zaisu swiftly turned on his heels and slipped away, not forgetting to leave behind a challenge. You lowly scumbags, clean your ears and wait. I will definitely return for revenge. You just live in constant fear. The moment you let your guard down and blink, I'll take your lives. He's running away. Zhao Mengyu's eyebrows furrowed tightly, showing anxiety. We absolutely cannot let the tiger back into the mountain. If he escapes, he'll cause more deadly disasters. Shen Ye, take Zhang Zhaoye's group to find a safe hiding spot. Let me hunt him down alone. She looked around frantically and called out loudly, Shen Ye, are you listening to me? Shen Ye. But the dead silence only returned a terrifying stillness that made her extremely panicked. Shen Ye, what corner did you hide in? Where did this guy vanish to? Come to think of it, I haven't heard his sarcastic remarks for quite a while. At that exact moment, Zhang Zhaoye's ears suddenly picked up a chilling sound of air being torn apart. He turned his head, his eyes widening in horror as he saw a rain of hidden darts tearing through the space straight at them. Careful, a rain of arrows. Witnessing that scene, Guo Yi was also so terrified that his legs turned to jelly, unable to stand firm. Zhang Zhaoye gritted his teeth, hoisted Guo Yi onto his shoulder, and ran for his life as fast as his legs could carry him. On another front, Zhao Mengyu continuously had to swing her sword to deflect the torrential attacks. Suddenly, unfamiliar voices echoed loudly. That's Zhao Mengyu. Found the target, it's definitely them. But my eyes are getting sore and I still don't see that brat Shen Ye's face anywhere. A cowboy carrying a giant kite on his shoulder chuckled darkly. Nothing to stress about. On the radar, all our brothers have locked onto Shen Ye's coordinates. Grabbing that brat by the neck is only a matter of time. Come on, comrades, let's join forces and send this bitch Zhao Mengyu to hell first. Chen Ping, with a face full of murderous intent, pointed straight at Zhao Mengyu and sneered. No matter how skilled this girl is, caught in the encirclement of our 4- and 5-star rookies, she wouldn't be able to escape even if she grew wings. Take her down, let's seize the Luo clan's precious sword. Zaisu dashed like a madman through the pitch-black night sky, weaving and dodging past sharp, reaching branches. He tried to support his battered body, collapsing against a rock nearby. That sword strike just now was incredibly venomous. That woman, I swear I'll send you to heaven. Fresh blood continuously trickled from the corner of Zaisu's mouth, forcing him to frantically pull out a bottle of pills and mutter, swallowing 2 of these should do it. Before the pill even touched the tip of his tongue, Shen Ye's chilling voice echoed eerily. What tasty treat are you chewing on, buddy? Mind sharing a bit with me? Just a split second later, the pill bottle in Zaisu's hand fell clattering to the ground. Freezing gusts of wind swept past, bringing an overwhelmingly suffocating power crashing down. Even though his body was drained of vitality, he still smacked his lips in panic. Just what tier did the elemental attack just now belong to? A sword tip carrying a cold light glided through the air, drawing closer. His fatal strike pierced through the solid muscles on Zaisu's body. Bloody stench poured out from the deep wound along with bone-deep pain. He cried out in astonishment, Shen Ye, are you actually capable of merging with the shadows? Facing the boundary of life and death, Zaisu trembled, using his weak, dying breath to plead, stop, I accept defeat. I was truly wrong, I should never have taken the lives of those candidates. He even let out a faint laugh, haven't you also realized your own mistakes? But Shen Ye wasn't going to let those excuses slide easily. He exposed him, you're only realizing that you're about to pay with your life. Nearing death's door, Zaisu desperately clung to any reasoning to preserve his life. Shen Ye, you and I are of the same breed, both from noble clans. There's no need to slaughter each other over those insignificant nobodies out there. I sit securely in the top 3 of the rankings with a bright future, and your prospects are even more brilliant. The 2 of us joining forces makes the most sense. What do you need? Pills, secret manuals, or magical weapons? His piercing blue eyes sliced across him like a knife. Our Shen clan lacks nothing in this world. The other guy still pushed stubbornly. As long as you show mercy, I'm willing to offer everything I have. Sounding tempted, the ever-practical Shen Ye forcefully pulled his sword out, raising an eyebrow and asking mockingly, Oh, do you really promise? Cold sweat drenched Zaisu's forehead. He tremblingly pulled down his collar, revealing an incredibly sophisticated mechanical device. I told you, people of the noble circle should look out for each other. Consider this a massive favor I owe you. Please extend your hand and save me just this once. Looking at the bulky device in front of him, he couldn't help but feel curious. What's the deal with this toy? Zaisu's entire body went limp as he desperately begged for a slim chance of survival. This is a life-preserving tool. Please put me inside it. But Shen Ye turned a deaf ear, only raising his eyebrow in praise. Wow, this gadget looks pretty high-end. Can I take it for myself? He forced himself to look generous. Just wait until my injuries are healed. Whatever you want, you can have it. He leisurely rested his hands on his hips, dropping a deeply sarcastic remark. It must be nice being a noble descendant. Even when you're battered to the point of waiting for death, you're still equipped with such a top-tier life-saving gadget. Sensing lurking danger, Zaisu nervously backed away and asked, "What are you trying to pull?" The pressure radiating from Shen Ye became increasingly terrifying. He looked back with a deep, bone-chilling tone. Nothing major. I'm just curious whether stuffing the heads and corpses of those powerless candidates into this machine could bring them back from the dead. Finding the question utterly ridiculous, he hastily brushed it off. Shen Ye, what kind of joke is this? They lost their lives ages ago. Before the words could even leave his mouth, a lightning-fast slash severed Zaisu's head from his neck, sending it flying far away. Despite the crimson blood splattering everywhere, there was absolutely not a single trace of pity in Shen Ye's eyes. Only then did he speak coldly into the dead silence. I know full well they died a long time ago. His severed head slid along a trajectory and plopped into the deserted river. Those ordinary families out there must have struggled immensely to raise a few naturally gifted children, striving for the top. Their parents at home must have been incredibly proud. If this were in my hometown, such a joyous occasion would require buying firecrackers and burning incense to report to the ancestors. The tranquil lake surface was now completely dyed red with Zaisu's blood, blending with Shen Ye's voice laden with fury. You ruthlessly snatched away all their hard work. How could I possibly turn a blind eye to you? A system notification popped up. You have just eliminated a participant. The enhanced power that the enemy accumulated from killing others has now been seized by you. Currently, your body has been upgraded to a new realm, ascending into a living shield. The system's voice continued instructing. No matter who or what the opponent is, they must land a hit on you a minimum of 4 times before your resistance is completely depleted. Only then will you truly die or become standard harvestable material for someone else. Skimming through the text, he just kept muttering to himself. Upgraded from 2 lives to a whole 4 lives, so this is the massive payoff for eliminating someone who had slaughtered other candidates. Having said that, Shen Ye quickly turned around to scoop up this enticing loot. Right, I'll snatch this machine and all these pills too. Seeing the good stuff scattered around, Fyrn eagerly chimed in, he's got a spatial storage bag on him, aren't you going to strip that too? Without paying any mind, he kicked the pile of items far away. Forget it, these noble clan people are highly scheming and treacherous. There might be tracking chips planted inside those things, which would just mean trouble. We better stay on high alert, and all traces at the scene must be completely wiped clean. Hearing this, it clicked its tongue, praising Shen Ye's sharp brain. Wow, I didn't expect a kid like you to be so meticulous, truly worthy of my high regard. It's just a pity that the pills that guy carried are different from the ones you forced him to drink. These things only nourish those who are still breathing. A dangerously glowing red aura surrounded him. Heeding Fyrn's warning, Shen Ye immediately turned his head to observe. Watch out, an unfamiliar life aura is approaching you. There are 2 guys tailing you right behind your back. A blazing fireball hurtled madly toward the target, but with sharp reflexes, Shen Ye managed to dart away just before the firebomb exploded on his body. Thinking it was some big shot, it turned out to be Liu Hao letting out a boisterous laugh while putting on that show. Hey buddy Shen Ye, why run away in such a hurry? He said while swinging his giant mace wildly, let us get a piece of the pie too. The attack forced him to awkwardly jump into the air to resist, and at the same time, the system called his name again. The system had stacked all stats into the strength branch. Urgent alarm bells rang out, signaling that more life auras were converging on the area. Hovering high above, every movement below was captured perfectly in Shen Ye's sight. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just a quick count revealed up to 8 enemies gathering. Fyrn played its role as a capable assistant, hurriedly warning Shen Ye, be careful, there are a total of 8 guys encircling this area. From the ground, the mob below simultaneously launched dozens of flying swords that tore through the wind straight at him. Just a few arms lengths away, and that pile of weapons would crush Shen Ye. Run fast. You can't handle this group's formation. An ear-splitting explosion resounded, dyeing the vast space with a deadly red hue. As fast as lightning, he somersaulted out of the danger zone. The intelligent system frantically urged, "Run quickly to the east, that's a blind spot in their encirclement." Shen Ye was now running for his life, irritably replying, "I know." At that exact moment, the status board announced that his agility stat had been maxed out. While running headlong, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, in that life-or-death moment, I managed to use the sword bone to block those flying weapons, otherwise I'd be smashed to pulp by now. On the other side, Jai glued his eyes to Shen Ye's back, barking orders loudly. He escaped to the east. "Everyone be careful, this guy's speed is terrifying." Zhang Qin, standing nearby, sneered contemptuously. He took a heavy hit. With that leftover strength, he won't be able to crawl far. A few razor-sharp flying swords, radiating a cold light, were still closely tailing him. While he was sprinting away, the stone floor under his feet suddenly shattered, startling Shen Ye badly. Fyron shrieked loudly, "This is bad, they are tightening the net again. Turn north." At this point he didn't care about his image, just putting his head down and running frantically. But unluckily for Shen Ye, the mob seemed to have predicted all of his movement paths. He had to duck, weave, and cling to tangled branches to find a way to survive. Suddenly, Fyron's shrill voice rang out, making Shen Ye's heart skip a beat. "Things are going south, Shen Ye." He snapped irritably, "If there's something wrong, spit it out quickly. It reported no matter where you hide, those life auras are sticking to you like leeches, and they're even maintaining their encirclement formation." Sure enough, just as it predicted, the noble descendants were right on his tail. Perhaps they used some trick to pinpoint his exact coordinates. Before his brain could process it, Shen Ye bumped right into Liu Yue's cold face floating in midair. He jumped in fright. "What the hell is this?" In the blink of an eye, she slashed him a few times, leaving blood pouring out. Liu Yue gently landed her slender legs on a branch to keep her balance. Yiming, standing below, had already set a trap waiting for Shen Ye to fall, smirking in triumph. "I'll be taking your bounty money, Shen Ye." Before his feet could even touch the ground, a mountain-splitting punch landed squarely on the middle of Shen Ye's back. The skeletal system inside his body shattered into crunchy fragments. The guy standing on the ground kept a straight face watching Shen Ye being launched into the sky, muttering, "Damn it, I accidentally used too much force and knocked the prey away." Seizing the opportunity while his body was out of control, a freezing sword pierced right through Shen Ye's abdomen. The sword carrying lethal damage flew at wind-tearing speed. Witnessing this, Yiming's eyes widened in shock. That's Li Yinghua's flying sword. A girl from the Xiao clan faction hastily stomped her foot in frustration. "How annoying, that guy fished Shen Ye away. He plans to pocket the entire bounty himself." Nimble footsteps were rushing toward the scene. Zhang Qin laughed triumphantly, controlling the flying swords while mocking. "What a bunch of brainless fools. I, as a prestigious 5-star rookie sitting proudly at the top 6 of the rankings, would be stupid to split the bounty with low-level fry like you." He was still busy reveling in his achievement, completely oblivious to Shen Ye having closed in right beside him. The bounty issued by the great noble clans is definitely top tier. Sharing it with you lower-class scum is truly an insult to the treasure. A freezing hand gently landed on Zhang Qin's shoulder. "Thanks for the effort in pulling me out of the encirclement, brother." As soon as the words fell, Shen Ye casually pulled out the sword stuck nearby and delivered a fatal stab straight into his abdomen. With one foot in the grave, Zhang Qin still stared in bewilderment. How are you still alive? This is too absurd." The system screen flashed the living shield status again. This body needs to take 4 finishing blows to completely vanish, and currently he still has 3 chances left. With a murderous face, Shen Ye looked down, glaring at the dying man on the ground. "Sit up and answer me right now. What is this wanted order you guys just mentioned? What trick are you using to get my coordinates?" His mouth suddenly gaped open, his eyes flashing with a bizarre light before automatically spilling everything. "The great noble factions issued a hunting order. Whoever takes your life will pocket a massive reward. So they blatantly added a tracking rule into this round. Aside from you and Xiao Mengyu, all the descendants of the noble clans are sharing your exact location." Shen Ye interrogated Zhang Qin with a harsh voice. "Which clan is behind this?" He stuttered subconsciously, "I really don't know." Hearing that, he continued digging for information. "So after completing the murder transaction, how do you guys communicate to get the reward?" Zhang Qin answered mechanically. A broker will personally come down to inspect the goods and then hand over the reward. But right at that moment, a giant energy sphere was tearing through the wind straight toward the two of them. The energy bomb smashed into the ground, creating an explosion that shook the entire area. By pure luck, Shen Ye managed to jump away just in time. Before he could even catch his breath, the shouts of the noble descendants echoed from afar. "Target spotted, he's hiding in this area." Shen Ye frowned, smacking his lips and muttering, "These hounds sniff out fast." Yiming, digging through the devastated scene, reported, "Li Yinghua is lying here too, but this guy has stopped breathing." Hearing this, Qianjai immediately poured cold water on it. He deserved to die. Quickly continue the pursuit. Absolutely do not let the prey fall into someone else's hands. While retreating, Firn sensed an evil omen and urgently informed Shen Ye, "There's another wave of life auras rushing toward you. This battlefield is extremely dangerous. It's best we slip back into the nightmare dimension." The stubborn boy brushed it off completely, just moving forward. "Absolutely not. If I quit the arena voluntarily, I'll get a red card for direct elimination." It yelled anxiously, "How can a trivial competition compare to your precious little life?" While Shen Ye was riding the wind, Xiao Mengyu suddenly connected the communication. "Shen Ye, what corner are you wandering in?" "Running headlong while panting heavily," he replied. "I'm running and hiding for my life here. A bunch of noble elites are relentlessly hunting me down to the bitter end." On the other side of the front line, corpses scattered everywhere terrified Zhang Xiao Yi and Gu Yi, making them hug each other in fear. "Being hunted. Don't tell me you're also being ganged up on by those people." Hearing that her teammate was in danger, Xiao Mengyu anxiously suggested, "What are your coordinates? I will come to the rescue right away." Shen Ye immediately dismissed it. "No, they are right on my tail. The next plan is every man for himself." Hearing him say that, she became even more impatient. "What? Can you handle it all by yourself?" He swiftly pulled out a card and hurriedly reassured her, "You don't need to worry over nothing. I have my own ways to protect myself. Wait for me to clean up this mess here. I will come find you." At that exact moment, the emotionless voice of the system echoed, "You and Xiao Mengyu have officially disbanded the party." Submerged in the thick darkness, the metallic stench of fresh blood began to spread heavily through the air. Shen Ye hid himself under the canopy of an ancient tree, quietly listening to the system's summary announcement. "The Dawn Tide event has concluded. A total of 429 students have been kicked out of the game. Congratulations to those who survived. You are about to enter the third phase called Wilderness Survival. Your mission is to stay alive for 3 days on this floating island in the sky. As long as you ensure you are still breathing, you have successfully passed this stage. A small note, the deadly game of hide and seek is still in effect." Seeing the unstable situation, Firn analyzed, "The event just ended. I can already feel the hunters out there speeding up their convergence towards you. You won't survive 3 days surrounded by them. Listen to me, hurry up and enter the nightmare space." He exhausted his strength running while focusing on listening to its radar warnings. "Careful, there are 2 guys ambushing right below your feet." Suddenly, countless cold chains shot up from the ground, tightly binding Shen Ye's body. Reacting fiercely, he immediately used Liu Yue's technique to mold a scapegoat shadow and slipped away. Suddenly, Lion Yuan dashed out from a blind spot, wielding his weapon and charging straight in for the kill. Well, just as Brother Niu's intel provided, your agility truly has the ability to create illusions. He swung a lethal blow straight down at the top of Shen Ye's head, but it was blocked by him gathering his strength. Lion Yuan smirked and praised, "You even possess physical strength far beyond ordinary people." The moment Firn sniffed out danger, he loudly called out to Shen Ye, "A few more bastards are heading this way." Shen Ye immediately activated his combat skills. Seeing that scene, the opponent couldn't help but widen his eyes. He cast an electromagnetic field, striking lightning straight towards Lion Yuan, but this guy was also very agile and jumped to the side to dodge. Lion Yuan smiled eerily, standing with clasped hands in admiration. "Spot on, you also hit an extremely tyrannical lightning-type attack, plus a trump card capable of blocking fatal blows. But these kinds of skills all have limited uses. Let me guess, you've run out of chances too, haven't you?" From afar, Su Gang crossed his arms and mocked Shen Ye, "Those petty little tricks of yours have all been exposed by me." A group of elites from the noble families stood arrogantly provoking. "In this round we absolutely will not leave you any way out." Shen Ye erupted with all his power. He shot forward like an arrow piercing the wind, so fast he seemed invisible. All his stat points had been smashed directly into his speed bar. The crowd watched, breaking into a cold sweat. What kind of freakish speed is that? Su Gang maintained the calmness of someone holding the winning hand, as if an inescapable net had already been cast. Keep running. The naive little mouse is still delusional, thinking he'll get lucky. A woman from the Zio family dashed out and launched a kick aimed straight at Shen Ye. You've been a fish on the chopping block for a long time. He keenly weaved through, dodging the killer strike in just the blink of an eye. The three women of the Zio family unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks like a storm, forcing Shen Ye to strain himself, contorting his body to preserve his life. But an unexpectedly powerful kick slammed down, striking right in the middle of his face. She arrogantly raised her arm high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. With just one terrifyingly forceful strike, Shen Ye was sent flying, crashing straight through an ancient tree trunk. His body smashed harshly into another wooden trunk before collapsing to the ground, vomiting a mouthful of dark red blood. Fire cried out Shen Ye's name in frantic agony. The three ladies of the Zio family drew their swords in unison, determined to pull the weeds out by the roots. Daring to twist the tiger's whiskers of the noble families leaves only the door to death. Today, even if you grew wings, you would be beyond saving. Obediently surrender your life. Fire frantically urged, Shen Ye, quickly open the gate and scram. The living shield's remaining blocks aren't enough to withstand this wave of damage. Hearing this, he surprisingly snapped at it softly. Shut up, my bait has been taken. Fire asked back in bewilderment, what the hell are you talking about? When the three sharp blades were only inches away, Shen Ye's entire body suddenly flared up with a chilling layer of black aura, activating the heavenly shadow skill. An eerie energy shockwave expanded right in front of the three sisters of the Zio family. All three of them froze, standing still for a few seconds. By the time they regained their senses and looked back at the base of the tree, the target had vanished without leaving a trace. Where did that guy disappear to? One of them noticed something unusual and shouted in alarm. Careful, the information was leaked. Aside from movement skills and leg attacks, Shen Ye is still hiding. The words hadn't even fully left her mouth when her two sisters, fighting side by side, had their throats slit in silence. She had just managed to squeeze out the last word about the mysterious move before being sent straight to the afterlife by Shen Ye. Right after he cleanly wiped out the three obstacles in his way. The system notification echoed once again. You have successfully claimed the lives of 3 participants. The living shield's durability has been fully recharged to 4 times. Only then did Shen Ye leisurely reveal his scheme. It's past midnight, the moon is slowly setting. This desolate forest is precisely the land that gathers the most darkness. Upon hearing this, Fire's eyes lit up. Ah, so that's it. In this terrain, the Heavenly Shadow ultimate skill will be enhanced to its most terrifying power level. Turns out you had it all calculated. As usual, he smugly added, spot on. If they have the thick skin to change the rules, then I am also ready to fight to the bitter end. Suddenly, the noble family's hounds also arrived. Hurry up, just up ahead. Kyan Jai arrogantly thumped his chest and deduced, Shen Ye's coordinates have been standing still for quite a while. He must have definitely been captured by the 3 female warriors of the Zio family. Su Gang was still burning with murderous intent as he muttered, I hope those 3 broads know better than to break the rules and strike on their own. The life of this peasant Shen Ye must be left for me to end personally. Back to Shen Ye, he had channeled his internal energy, hiding himself waiting for the prey to deliver themselves. Now the game has switched positions, it's my turn to be the hunter. When the mob stormed the scene, the only thing waiting to greet them were the 3 cold corpses of the Zio family sisters. The whole group was completely shocked, screaming in absolute dismay. The 3 formidable women of the Zio family are dead. This is truly unbelievable. Lion Yuan squatted down to observe the fatal cuts, analyzing thoughtfully. Just one sword strike pierced the throats of all 3 while their formation was tightly grouped. This strength is nothing to joke about. Everyone raise your guard. I'm afraid Shen Ye is still hiding a trump card that we haven't foreseen. Su Gang bitterly gritted his teeth and dismissed it. No matter how overpowered Shen Ye is, his essence is still a lowly 2-star rookie. I bet those 3 bitches wore down Shen Ye's stamina, and then out of greed wanting to swallow the bounty all to themselves, they became careless, leading to them being counterkilled. He maintained his arrogant attitude, waving his hand to direct his eager comrades. From my perspective, they died simply because they were too stupid. The fact that Shen Ye suffered heavy injuries and can't even crawl away is ironclad proof. He is definitely just skulking around this corner, spread out and sweep the area. Hearing the order, the pack of noble family lackeys scattered in all directions, turning over every inch of ground to hunt him down. Kyan Jai's face was beaming with joy, searching while rambling, "Shen Ye, oh Shen Ye, you better pray to the heavens that no one else catches you. I'm craving to wring your neck with my own hands to avenge my hair." Suddenly, a shoe tip poking out from behind a massive tree trunk caught his eye. Catching the signal, the corner of Kyan Jai's lips curled into a sick smile. He eagerly dashed straight towards the target, screaming in excitement, "I've got you now." But the thing lying bare greeting him was just an empty shoe. From the treetop, Shen Ye swung himself down, pressing a cold blade tight against Kyan Jai's throat and whispered, "I'm the one who caught you." His face drained of every drop of blood, stammering, "WH? What?" He leisurely threw out a mocking tease, "Say it loud and clear, let's see. Did you say you found me?" Accompanied by that taunt, fresh blood spurted from his neck like a fountain. Suddenly a shrill voice shrieked, calling the noble pack to regroup. "Seen him, I've found Shen Ye's whereabouts." Songzai rushed over as fast as his legs could carry him, over in that direction. "Hurry up, brothers." Lion Yuan smiled brightly, jokingly adding, "The bounty has fallen right into our pockets." The urging shouts grew increasingly ear-piercing. "In this corner, come here quickly." That very sound was actually being emitted from Kyan Jai's blood-filled mouth. The scene welcoming Songzai and his gang was Kyan Jai's severed head moving its lips to speak. "I really did spot him. Shen Ye is hiding on this side." Lion Yuan got goosebumps, roaring, "What the hell is this?" He stumbled back in shock. The head of a dead man can still speak. A gloomy stream of black aura suddenly tore through the space, slithering between Songzai and Lion Yuan. That ghostly mist twisted and spread to every corner, curling around Yi Ming's heels along with the mysterious cloaked guy. Shen Ye hovered swaying on the leafy branch, the sword gripped tightly in his hand ready for a bloody massacre. His eyes flared with a deep purple light, his lips slightly parting to issue a demonic command, "Raise your voices and declare all of your coordinates now." As if struck by dark magic, their eyes flared with an eerie green glow, unconsciously reciting the exact positions of their comrades. The guy hiding under the tree at 9 o'clock, the one lurking in the grass bush next to the rock slab. Su Gang and his gang glued their eyes to every abnormal movement of the lackeys wandering in the forest. Perched on the treetop, Shen Ye took in the sight of the pack of hounds swarming in thanks to the luring calls. "Come out quickly, we've caught Shen Ye right over this way." With his body floating midair, he began to map out a sharp strategy. Step 1, cast the whispering curse to disrupt their minds. Next, seize the opening to unleash the tie by sword technique, just one slash to clean them all up. I want you noble family lackeys who are always delusional about your power to personally experience the terror of becoming the prey. Not too far away, Wang Dingzhou was also peeking around, surveying the field situation. He huddled close to a large tree trunk, only daring to stick half his face out to watch the drama. Buried in the bushes, Lion Yuan's severed head was frantically screaming, "This way, I am lying in this direction." Standing a distance away, he froze to death upon seeing that anomaly. The decapitated head of Zhang Huai Zio is babbling words over there. Songzai pouted in disdain, snapping, "How the hell could a brat hailing from a puny third-rate family master this kind of demonic cult dark magic?" After mocking to his heart's content, he hurriedly snapped out of it, urging his comrades, "We must immediately report this intel to the—" The last word hadn't even dropped when a black shadow grabbed Songzai by the scruff of the neck and slammed him straight into a wooden trunk, causing fresh blood to stream out. Liu Yue screamed in terror, "Feng Yuan." A split second later, she had activated her defensive mode, speaking warily, "Be on guard, Shen Ye is lurking right beside us." As soon as she shut her mouth, Shen Ye materialized right behind her, but before he could react, he was impaled straight through his body by a massive long spear. That weapon pinned him tightly, forcing his body deep into an ancient tree trunk. The flesh-tearing pain caused Shen Ye to let out a choked moan. The mastermind was none other than Dingzhou. He acted like a benefactor, warning them, "Don't underestimate the enemy. This brat doesn't just know how to summon the souls of the dead, he also has a knack for slipping through the shadows." Su Gang slowly approached with an astonished look. "Is it Wang Dingzhou?" Shen Ye's entire body was jammed tight in the tree hollow. He glared at the crowd with eyes overflowing with furious hatred. At this moment Dingzhou, with both hands in his pockets, leisurely remarked, "That guy vanished, taking a critical hit yet still keeping his life. Looks like his trump card has taken effect again." Hearing this, Su Gang impatiently added a jab. This forest is completely obscured by the veil of night. Plus that protective card, what chance do we have of hunting him down? Ding Zhou clicked his tongue and scolded Su Gang. What a tofu brain. We just need to burn this entire forest to ashes. Let's see where his shadow can hide then. A dumbfounded expression clearly showed on his face. You plan to unleash that ultimate skill. Ding Zhou's intensely heat-radiating weapon was fully charged and ready. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed, donning a battle armor blazing with fiery aura, bluntly stating his price. After this job is successful, I demand a 50-50 split of the total bounty. Feeling the price was acceptable, Su Gang didn't waste time thinking, nodding abruptly. Deal, getting to witness the ultimate technique of the Wang family is worth it anyway. Armor strapped onto his body, his weapon also in combat stance. Ding Zhou jerked his chin and issued a highly authoritative order to the scattered troops around. Whoever doesn't want to lose their life, drag your asses over here and regroup immediately. Ding Zhou's entire body was blazing in a sea of fire as he slowly hovered up into the sky. A guy with bright blonde hair asked in confusion, what exactly is the scheme in calling everyone to retreat here? Su Gang smirked and replied, open your eyes wide and watch, you will understand soon enough. Ding Zhou thrust the tip of his spear high into the sky, and brilliant orange halos of light billowed upwards following it. He pinched two fingers together, muttering the incantation, Tri-Flame incantation. In the pitch-black space of the gloomy forest, a tiny speck of light began to flare up. Right at the intersection of that light, a devastating explosion suddenly went off, wiping out a massive area. The blonde-haired youth was blinded, frantically raising his hands to shield his face. The flames of death spread as fast as a plague, swallowing the entire forest whole, tens of thousands of gray ashes floating in the air after the brutal inferno. In just the blink of an eye, a lush patch of forest was reduced to flat wasteland, the shockwave even gouging a gigantic crater into the ground. Someone exclaimed in terror, "Good Lord, the whole forest evaporated. Is this truly the caliber of the one sitting in the third seat?" Suddenly, a frantic scream rang out. Look, Shen Ye is lying over there. He's been roasted black, not even resembling a human shape anymore. Shen Ye struggled to drag himself out from the ruined ashes. The notification panel's text updated. The number of living shield activations left is only 2 times. Su Gang tilted his head in triumphant mockery. Shen Ye, facing the destructive power of our noble family faction, all your resistance is just futile. Shen Ye, quickly open the gate and retreat. There are no more shadows left for you to hide in. He gasped and retorted in pain, do you think I don't want to bail? This damn fire is still eroding my body, making me so stiff I can't even budge. Fire turned pale and yelled, what did you just say? We're totally screwed this time. Su Gang spread his arms full of arrogance. Even if you sprouted wings, don't even dream of flying out of here. As long as Wang Ding Zhou maintains the spell, this firewall will form an airtight cage, completely cutting us off from the outside world. This move is called the Tri-Flame incantation, the one and only ultimate technique of the Wang family. Rumors in the martial world say this family accidentally unearthed the secret manual at an ancient ruin on Monkey Mountain. Ding Zhou frowned and snapped, stop your rambling, clean that guy up quickly. His card is buffing his health back up. Su Gang jerked his chin, on it right away. A venomous smile appeared on Su Gang's lips as he secretly calculated. To keep this firewall active, the energy consumption is massive. Soon enough Wang Ding Zhou will run out of mana, and when that time comes, no one here will be able to stop my advance. His ambition grew ever larger. I will take the lives of all of you. Go to hell, Shen Ye, the ultimate victor will only bear the name of me, Su Gang alone. The system window updated the new rules, Wilderness Challenge. A heaven-destroying disaster will sweep through during the 3 days of survival. Nature will bring down random calamities at any given moment. Racking your brains to find a way to survive in this harsh environment is the core test of this round. Su Gang used his hands to shield his face, muttering to himself, heaven-destroying, turns out this is the real torture of this 3rd round. Fire frantically urged, Shen Ye, quickly retract me. This hailstorm reeks of the stench of death. A freezing block of ice fell straight onto his face with terrifying acceleration. Liu Yue screamed in terror, find cover now. Du Hai shouted in alarm loudly, quickly find a way to block these damn rocks. If we get hit, our bodies will be instantly frozen solid. Damn it, my limbs are already frozen stiff. He used his last bit of life force to wheeze. We're in deep trouble. Where around here is there a hole to hide in? Ding Zhou put on a heroic front, shouting loudly, "Everyone stay down, let me step up to take the hits." Liu Yue burst into tears of joy, "Thank goodness." Yun Yi also gleefully praised, "Brother Ding Zhou is top tier." Meanwhile, his mind was struggling with calculations. The Tri-Flame incantation has already drained my mana dry. If I just stubbornly try to tough it out, I'm afraid I won't last much longer. Ding Zhou roared, "Su Gang, pull back the troops. Shen Ye is bound to be buried in this blizzard anyway. Wait until it subsides, and we'll just go collect his corpse." But he resolutely shook his head, "Absolutely not. I have to send him to the underworld with my own 2 hands." Su Gang's eyes suddenly widened in sheer terror. He caught a glimpse of a faint black shadow emerging from the hazy fog. What the hell is that? Su Gang broke into a cold sweat. This freezing pressure of death, what on earth is it? Su Gang took a step back, muttering in panic, "A skull. Turns out the deadly killing intent I smelled earlier was being emitted from this exact human skull." Shen Ye leisurely explained, "This hailstorm disaster isn't Mother Nature throwing a tantrum, it's the product of some forbidden spell. The evil frigid energy contained within coincidentally became my favorite snack. I have more than enough power to swallow them whole to recharge my energy. Unfortunately for you guys, you accidentally acted as meat shields, buying time for me. Thanks to the effects of the living shield, the injuries on my body are now almost completely healed." He flashed a murderous smile and declared war. "Now it's my turn to return the favor." Shen Ye crouched down and launched himself into the blue sky, aiming his counterattack straight at Su Gang. He reacted extremely fast to sidestep and escape danger, his brain working overtime. This is bad. That skull is acting as an umbrella shielding him from the blizzard. Standing in this territory, he can slaughter to his heart's content without any hindrance. Su Gang turned pale and ran, while roaring a signal. "Scram quickly, crossing swords with him in this terrain will only leave us dead or injured." Ding Zhou wondered in panic, what kind of hellish magical treasure is that human skull? This feeling, could it be a calamity? Shen Ye scolded irritably, "Do you think my life is a joke? When you feel like it, you charge in demanding blood. When you lose the upper hand, you tuck your tails and run? Stop dreaming." He swung his leg, spinning gracefully a few times, shouting loudly, "Bone sword." Su Gang roared in horror, "What the hell is this? He's using his feet to kick away all that ice and snow." Ding Zhou began to accumulate his internal energy, preparing to launch a counterattack using his movement techniques. Shen Ye seized the moment and dashed violently towards his opponent, dropping a taunt, "You graciously granted me 2 favors. Let me repay you fairly this round." Taking the powerful attack head-on, Ding Zhou lost his balance and face-planted into the dirt. He scrambled to his feet, spitting with contempt, "How ridiculous, a kick as soft as noodles." But the moment his mocking voice faded, a brutal ice storm hammered relentlessly down on his head. Liu Yue huddled up, holding her head in panic. "It's over, Wang Ding Zhou has fallen. There's no one left to step up and shield us anymore." The blonde man beside her screamed in despair, "Someone save me." The freezing blocks of ice poured down massively at breakneck speed. In just a single breath, the blizzard became increasingly insane and brutal, the number of dead bodies collapsing to the ground steadily climbing. Fyron swept his eyes across the desolate battlefield, remarking, "This open wasteland without a single obstacle has pushed the storm's damage to the maximum. These people are beyond saving, their flames of life are rapidly dying out." Shen Ye coldly added, "Although this gale is brutal, if they had a place to burrow in it wouldn't have reached the point of taking lives. Too bad they personally set fire to and burned down the entire forest, they just shot themselves in the foot." It scanned around with its eyes, clicking its tongue in praise. "That golden glowing necklace on that guy's corpse is a real steal. The energy accumulated inside is utterly terrifying. It's definitely the sect-guarding treasure of his family. Unfortunately, this little brat couldn't digest even a tenth of its power. Just launching one single technique already burned up all his vitality." Suddenly, Fyron jolted in alarm. "Hold on, there is still someone gasping for air mixed in among those corpses over there." Catching the drift, Shen Ye immediately strode towards the area it had just pointed out. He slowly unveiled the truth, "Using the bodies of your brothers to hide from the storm, only you would dare pull such a cowardly trick. Looking at these clean cuts on their bodies, I'm afraid they were all killed by your own hand, weren't they?" Su Gang furiously cursed, "Damn it, how did you manage to dig me up so well?" The ghost of the blonde guy suddenly surfaced to accuse, completely spot on. "I was the one ambushed from behind by Su Gang until I stopped breathing." Fyron contemptuously pouted, "Ignorant lower lifeform. Of course it was my vision that discovered you. What, just hearing my sweet voice and you're already scared out of your wits?" Didn't show a hint of timidity, snapping loudly, What the hell are you? How does a ragged skull like you have the qualifications to hold a candle to the snake god spirit beast of the new family? Su-hai, manifest quickly and help me tear this guy to shreds. Su-gang screamed frantically in despair. Su-hai, where did you disappear to? Damn you, Su-hai, drag me out of this mess right now. The calls hadn't even ended when a massive block of ice smashed straight onto the top of his head, plunging everything into silence. It burst into an evil laugh, mocking, awfully unlucky, isn't it? Shen Ye lightly swept his gaze over to a bush not far away. He coldly tossed out an interrogation. You were clearly standing right next to him, yet you stood by indifferently watching him die. What sick scheme are you brewing, you little snake? Su-hai answered slowly, this snot-nosed brat couldn't even squeeze out 1% of my power. Lowering myself to be his companion is truly a massive insult to me. Shen Ye blurted out in surprise, huh, what, turns out you can speak human words too. It then leisurely continued, on the contrary, I feel like you, kid, are quite to my taste. It slowly spouted mysterious words. Sadly, your knowledge of this universe is far too limited. To make up for it, you carry within you the power of the moonlit lineage. Out of respect that we share a similar frequency, I will enlighten you with some interesting secrets. Shen Ye's facial expression maintained its composure, intertwined with a bit of unapproachable coldness. He pinned his gaze on the reptile in front of him. Its entire body was emitting a ghostly green halo that was spine-chilling. It spoke, hey kid, out of respect that you and I have some similarities, let me reveal a few interesting things to you. I overheard your speech at the banquet. It seems like you are holding onto a bunch of severely twisted prejudices about this noble family world. He frowned in rebuttal, prejudice. I don't see anything twisted here at all. Don't tell me you're planning to stand up and whitewash that trash. The snake opened its jaws wide, showing off a pair of sharp fangs and a forked tongue in a threatening manner. It leisurely retorted. Even though you have awakened the Dharma eyes, your mind is still so narrow. From this moment on, you had better erase the concept of noble families from your head, because that is just the skewed perception of mere mortals. The image of a bizarre ancient architecture, submerged in darkness, faintly appeared behind its back. The snake continued to dissect the issue. If looking through the lens of the magical realm, the noble family world that you've always known is actually just a nest keeping gods captive. Of course, besides serving as a nest for gods, that place could also be a tomb burying entities beyond comprehension. A few drops of cold sweat began to bead on Shen Ye's forehead. His eyes harbored bewilderment, horror intertwined with curiosity. A nest keeping gods captive, a land burying mysteries. What on earth do those things mean? He gave a faint smile and said, kid, use your own two eyes to contemplate it. This world is much more chaotic and profound than your imagination. Leaving behind that sentence, the spirit beast slowly faded into the void, echoing its voice, see you again if you have enough lives to survive. He panicked and tried to hold it back. Hey, stop right there, explain it clearly from the beginning, let's see. He looked up with bewildered eyes at the sky swirling with dark clouds, muttering to himself, that raging blizzard, has it stopped falling? Shen Ye suddenly stood rooted to the spot, his eyes rolling up to pierce the blue sky, as if he had just caught sight of some earth-shattering scene high above. The entire expanse of space was dyed in a layer of blood-red clouds, as if being melted down. Countless large and small flaming meteorites were roaring down together from the 9 heavens. In the middle of the blazing sea of fire, Shen Ye and the monster skull were standing frozen. The skull panicked and screamed, this time God is playing with fire rain. Stuff me into the ring quickly. How can this bony body withstand this barbecue temperature? Boy hurriedly reached out his hand to catch fire and hiding in. Before diving out of sight, it still tried to surface to advise. This place is about to become a crematorium. I sincerely advise you to scram quickly to the nightmare world to take refuge. Right behind Shen Ye, a door suddenly popped out. The guy tilted his chin up and replied, the market goes on without you I still have this door. The skull scolded fiercely, you truly are a short-circuited idiot. The doors summoned in the middle of nowhere like this are all windows. You're going to block the fire rain with thoughts and prayers. Ignoring everything, Shen Ye straight up hoisted the wooden door over his head and ran for his life. Even though a massive pillar of fire dumped straight down from the top of his head, the boy didn't seem shaken at all. Instead, he arrogantly declared, who said I was going to use the door as a shield, huh? You think I'm the type of empty-brained idiot like you? Fire choked in disbelief, forced to marvel. Wow, carrying the door to funnel the fire to another world altogether. Your brain really is quite sharp. However, before his smile could even fade, his face turned pale like he had the runs. Shen Ye's eyes bugged out when he saw the hellish fire had singed past the edge of the door, baring its fangs and claws as it slowly spread downwards. Shen Ye clumsily faceplanted onto the ground, his hands flailing wildly, desperately slapping his rear and thighs trying to put out the scorching fire. Ouch, ouch, sizzle, sizzle, my tender skin is burning. Seeing that, Fyron smiled maliciously, triumphantly mocking. You delusional fool, I already decreed, diving into the nightmare world is the only true path to safety, boy. Suddenly, a mysterious voice spoke up. Spare me a drop of peach blood, I am willing to be a meat shield to take the hits for you. Shen Ye was overjoyed like a drowning man catching a life-saving log. He slapped his thigh hard. Spot on, I still have this godly statue after all. Without another word, he brought his finger straight to his mouth and gave it a painful bite. Fresh blood oozed out. He happily dripped it onto the statue and muttered to himself. The brawl between the candidates has wrapped up. This statue gets another chance to run wild. Right after that, an exact replica of him appeared majestically, the corner of its lips adorned with a carefree smile, bizarrely serene. The statue's smile suddenly mixed with a bit of mischief. It winked and confidently said, Master, go hide quickly. I will go soak myself at the bottom of the river waiting for you to return in glory. Meanwhile, Shen Ye was jumping up and down in pure delight. Oh my God, it copied my ridiculously handsome looks perfectly. A bright blue notification panel illuminated in front of him with the text. The meat shield skill has been transferred to the wooden block. The player temporarily has this superpower confiscated. Try your best to wait until you re-emerge in the martial world to get it back. The authentic Shen Ye clicked his tongue to comfort himself. It is what it is. This backpacking trip to the nightmare world might just salvage a few sweet review lines. This is absolutely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to buff up some more power. The scene panned to a jagged rocky outcrop, where a head was sneakingly poking out, looking around nervously like a thief. Hitting his eyes was an unbelievable scene that made Shen Ye's facial expression become utterly bewildered. He said to himself, how the hell did it come down to this? Laid out in front of the guy was a desolate dead land, obscured by thick smoke and dust. He froze, his mind spinning. Was there a massive catfight here just now? Didn't the human faction already take home the championship trophy? What the hell is going on here? Cutting through that endless stream of thoughts, a young man gripping a staff tightly, his entire body encased in a yellow cage of light, hurriedly called out to the soldiers far away. That was Yang Qiang donning a blue cloak, an unblemished shiny armor plate attached to the middle of his forehead. His face was drenched in smeared blood stains, his eyes panicked to the point of going vacant, his mouth wide open trying to roar out, draining his last bit of strength. Run back to the main headquarters with all your might to report. The undead tribe has launched a full-scale invasion here. But regrettably, before the last word could be uttered, a merciless blade slammed down, slicing that unfortunate young man into two halves. Shen Ye stood dead silent, his guts churning inside out at the horrific bloody scene. The entire space was swallowed by the silhouettes of bony beast monsters as huge as buildings. He broke into a cold sweat, muttering, totally screwed now, a whole freaking undead army is looming right there. He frantically pulled out an item radiating a deep purple glow from his clothes and shouted in a panic, Calm down, brothers. I am the real deal, the little match boy. Look at my white bone badge. A dark shadow flashed by, lightly touching the badge in his hand, making him jump and look completely dumbfounded. A giant skeleton suddenly loomed up right behind his back. Shen Ye craned his neck to admire the oversized creature. His mouth was open so wide you could stuff an egg in it, his round eyes staring blankly as he silently cried to the heavens. What the hell kind of plague is this, with so much text popping up? How do I run into the final boss right after showing my face? This nightmare world must be 100 times more terrifying than that hellfire rain during the exam. Fred revealed his grotesque, bony face, flickering behind his messy black hair. A hand made entirely of bones with sharp claws gently lifted the flaming purple skull badge. He drawled in a deep voice, Rumor has it that a human brat wants to join our side. I was curious, but it turns out to be this face of yours. Boy immediately put on an ingratiating smile and flattered. Yes, sir, it is truly I, the giant snorted coldly. I was wondering. The letter clearly stated that you were laying low in the human imperial capital, so why are you taking root in this dump now? Shen Ye stuttered in a panic. About this, please let this lowly one explain. But in his heart he was cursing up a storm, that damn Fyron, giving me nothing but dirty tricks. It's obvious he wants to dig a grave for me. Fred stood looming like a bell tower, draped in a magnificent, fluffy reddish-purple feather cloak. He growled, Little brat, you better explain clearly if you know what's good for you. I'll give you exactly one chance. If I smell any bullshit, I'll roast your soul to ashes. Shen Ye's face was as tight as a bowstring, racking his brain. Something is definitely wrong here. A chilling truth suddenly flashed through his mind. Countless lines of title information were floating around the giant. He shuddered, realizing that the text didn't just belong to the giant alone. There were countless invisible enemies surrounding him from all sides. I'm totally screwed. I've walked right into a trap, if I can't make up a convincing excuse this time. Gulping hard, he started to run his mouth, knowing full well that hesitating for even a second would instantly earn him a one-way ticket to see the Grim Reaper. Shen Ye's eyes suddenly lit up with burning determination, even acting so deeply that he managed to squeeze out a few crocodile tears around his eyes. This lowly one is hunting down that human Nathan. That bastard old man dared to enforce the 996 work schedule, grinding from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. On top of that, he even pulled a 7, forcing me to stay up from midnight to midnight, working my ass off 7 days a week without a breather. He exploits labor to the point that even gods and demons would be outraged. I swear to heaven and earth, I must carve him up to wash away this humiliation. Fred leaned in close, his deep purple eyes flashing with a highly suspicious light, and questioned, "Is that so? But where does a small fry like you get the confidence to even get close to his dog life?" Young man continued to show off his god-tier acting skills to cover up. "You don't understand, sir. During all those days of being oppressed, I still bit the bullet and worked like an ox, never uttering a single word of complaint. I handed over all my glorious achievements to him, which is why he favored me. When I opened my mouth to ask for a promotion and a raise, he kicked me to the Imperial Military Academy to work myself to death studying. Here, this is the recommendation letter in black and white, written by his own hand." The bony giant snatched the paper, squinted to examine it closely, and then nodded in agreement. "Oh, it really is an academy enrollment letter. Looks like your grinding skills over there are quite something." Seeing that the bait was taken, he added, "Reporting to you, sir, it's more than just something. Over 90% of my blood, sweat, and tears were swallowed up by him completely. The meager salary that fell into my hands was only enough to slurp porridge and wait for death." An image of a blindingly magnificent castle made of solid gold appeared in his story as he embellished. He squeezed out that hard-earned money to make more money, built this jade palace, and locked up a bunch of wives and concubines in his harem. To prevent us commoners from protesting for our rights, he cunningly set up all sorts of black credit traps and skyrocketed inflation, forcing us commoners to bite the bullet and work our lives away every single day. A vision of a devious mage casting dark magic appeared clearly. It didn't stop there. He even hired mages to play illusion tricks in the dark. Whenever anyone got off work, their brains were completely washed, leaving them dazed and confused, not knowing what was going on, just wandering around like zombie machines that only knew how to make money for him. He continued to talk a mile a minute. What's even more evil is that recently he upgraded his dirty tricks. Everyone was force-fed a different type of hallucination, filling everyone with resentment. As a result, internal conflicts swelled up like an inflated balloon. The result is that the whole neighborhood is gathered around cursing and tearing at each other in total chaos. But the funniest part is, nobody even bothers to look at or recognize the mastermind sitting back and laughing his ass off. Shen Ye strained his neck, his face turning purple as he played the role of a deeply suffering victim, screaming tragically. And that despicable person is none other than Prince Nathan, the absolute most rotten, exploitative capitalist scum of the human race. The giant skeleton's mind completely fell into the psychological pit he just dug. He slammed the table in furious agreement. "Absolute peak dirty tricks. You humans truly are the garbage seeds of creation. I acknowledge your thirst for revenge, but asking you to go assassinate him. That plan is as pathetic and flimsy as my grandmother's rusty old socks." Fred slowly raised his sharp-clawed front limb. From the center of his dry palm, a murky, eerie orb of dark magic began to swell. "I am the snow demon Fred. Today, I will personally buff you to go settle your grudges. As long as you send that Nathan to his maker, the human army will be like a snake without a head, and my glorious undead race will naturally snatch the championship trophy in this great war." He gently flicked the dark orb toward Shen Ye and instructed, "Tuck this stone safely in your pocket. Inside it contains the complete positioning map of our undead arrays. Hand over this top-secret treasure, and I guarantee your chances of meeting your old prince will skyrocket immensely." Staring at the purple-black stone emitting gloomy death aura in his hand, his stomach tied in knots. He cursed inwardly, "This damn thing reeks of death, and the system panel is as mute as a clam, not showing a single word. Even though I don't know what kind of magical artifact this is, I swear on my head, this is absolutely not some bullshit map." The dry skeleton babbled on, drawing out the plan. In a bit, I'll send some underlings to put on a show of chasing and killing you. Your job is to run for your life and yell as loud as you can that you're holding secret intel. When the humans see that, they'll definitely rush out to save you. Once you're safely in the camp and close to Old Nathan, just make your move. After you slaughter him, give a howl, and I'll be waiting right at the door to scoop you up and bounce. The boy's face looked utterly miserable at this point, his eye sockets wide, his pupils shrinking to the size of beans, sweating bullets like he was taking a bath. He cried a river in his heart. I was just bullshitting to get by. How the hell are you forcing me to be an assassin and actually kill Old Nathan? His inner circle is full of heavy hitters. I couldn't escape even if I grew wings. And this stone, no matter how I look at it, feels wrong. It might even be an atomic bomb. Are you pushing me to do a suicide bombing? Only a madman would nod to this. But on the outside, Shen Ye clicked his heels together sharply, stood at attention like a statue, and gave a perfect military salute, his face rigid with determination. Agreed, I promised to complete the mission flawlessly. His inner self was bleeding. Nod, I gotta nod vigorously. If I dare shake my head even once, he'll turn me into fertilizer instantly. Sharp spikes from the tails of the undead soldiers kept brushing against his ribs, making his hair stand on end. Fred openly showed his satisfaction. Well, you nod right away to an obvious death sentence. I really respect your massive guts, kid. Oh, don't falsely accuse my comrades of threatening you. Our troops are just warming up with a little pursuit drill to set the mood, very systematic and logical. He smiled stiffly and replied, yes, this lowly one isn't scared at all. Alive, I'm a lackey of the undead race. Dead, I'll be an undead ghost. Even though his mouth was smooth, his gut was cursing. So fake, a blatant threat, you cunning snow demon. Then the giant grabbed Shen Ye and lifted him into the air as easily as a toy. He obediently curled up on the giant's palm, his face still as blank as if he'd lost his food stamps. The giant then gathered momentum, swinging his arm way back like he was about to throw a shot put. Get ready then. With a whoosh, Fred launched him straight toward the horizon, not forgetting to add one last sentence. Have a safe flight, son. Shen Ye clung to the dark orb in his hand for dear life. Fred pointed his bony finger at the fading black speck, coldly ordering his minions. That little human brat just stole our national secret, tear him to pieces for me. Shen Ye flew through the air while screaming his lungs out, echoing across the sky. Oh my God, somebody save me. The swarm of underlings behind the giant bowed and asked, reporting to Lord Fred, that brat looks sketchy, can he actually get anything done? Even our top-tier squad failed completely when they tried to mess with Old Nathan. He snorted coldly, his voice as sharp as a knife. Is your brain waterlogged to think I'm placing my hopes on that little punk? He's just a sacrificial pawn in my script. Destiny has already been set. That inferior race will soon be wiped out completely. Shen Ye channeled 10/10 of his power into his legs, running headlong like a tornado, ignoring the undead legion that was thundering behind him, biting at his heels. He flexibly pulled off a sick drift, kicking up a cloud of dust like thick fog. The young man's eyes suddenly flashed with decisiveness, staring intently at the empty space ahead, his brain instantly calculating, door, reveal yourself. Using all the strength he had in his life, he chucked the deadly stone straight into the spatial door, cursing. Fuck off, you damn thing. You think I'm lacking iodine or something? Only a lunatic would carry this ticking time bomb around leisurely. Having tossed the burden, Shen Ye continued his dance with death, waving his arms in the air like he was catching birds. His face was completely drained of blood, and he just kept screaming toward the military outpost. Big bros, save me. I'm holding earth-shattering intelligence that needs to be reported urgently. Seeing this, two heavily armored, tough-looking soldiers rushed to the front line to block the path of the demons, shouting loudly, Oh, it's Saint Peppa. Hurry and run inside, leave these boneheads to us brothers. The bone monsters frantically swung their spiky tails and razor-sharp claws down. The heaven-shaking blows clashed fiercely with a warrior's steel shield, sparking a blinding flash that lit up the night. The brothers-in-arms roared together with blazing morale. Defend the position to the death. We must absolutely protect the safety of this hero who survived a great disaster. A moment later, he was seated in the central area of the camp. His face was still flushed red from the rush, and words shot out of his mouth like a machine gun as soon as he saw someone. Lady Julia, I need urgent clearance to meet with His Highness the Prince. I just found some massive, top-secret intel. The undead have dispatched the assassin king of the night, that fake hero who collects the skulls of 11 kings, the backstabbing betrayer of the gods, the right-hand man of the dark demon, and also the mortal enemy of the elves, in short, one of their notorious generals, who is sneaking over here to take the prince's life. Julia heard this and revealed a gloomy, weary expression. Peppa, your intel is way too late. Shen Ye froze for 5 seconds, his eyes bulging. Are you kidding me, sister? He gently lifted the tent flap and slipped inside. What hit his eyes was a person wrapped in white bandages from head to toe like an Egyptian mummy, dotted with dark, dried blood stains. On the left side, 2 medical mages in white cloaks were casting healing spells with extremely tense expressions. Prince Nathan weakly opened his eyelids to look at him. His battered body was still enveloped in the pale green glow of recovery magic. He rasped, Saint Peppa, to think that before passing on, this old man still gets to see your face. Shen Ye's eyes suddenly stung upon witnessing this tragic scene. His voice choked up, Prince, what the hell happened to you to end up like this? The old man moved his lips and replied lightly, I just slipped, and fell into the undead's trap a bit too hard. The old mage standing nearby let out a long sigh, looking utterly dejected. We've used every ounce of the best healing magic in the world, but unfortunately, the prince's injuries are too severe. His internal organs are all ruined, and he's being gnawed at by undead dark magic. At this point, even a reincarnated Hua Chu would have to throw his hands up in surrender. Nathan writhed from the flesh-tearing pain, sweating profusely. The mage could only close his eyes and pray. Beloved Prince Nathan, may the miraculous laws of the universe open their arms to shelter your soul in eternal rest. Standing nearby, Julia also clasped her hands over her chest and whispered reverently, May the goddess of nature bless your eternal slumber. Another girl was shedding a torrent of tears, sobbing, Your Highness the Prince. The guard at the door gritted his teeth and blamed himself. It's all because us knights are useless, incapable of protecting you. Once your Highness passes away, our whole squad vows to commit suicide to continue serving you in the underworld. Shen Ye hastily waved his hands wildly to stop the grieving crowd. Hold on, stop the music. Can everyone tone down the drama a bit? As long as he's breathing, there's a chance. He patted his chest and boldly declared, This lowly one still has an ultimate, super-invincible family remedy hidden away. Just let the prince try it. Who knows, maybe a dead horse can be cured into a live one. We have to try everything we can. Contrary to his enthusiasm, Julia and the old mage remained as droopy as wilted leaves. Saint Peppa, this is no time for you to play the comedian. Even humanity's most overpowered healing spell is completely useless. What makes you think your amateur quack remedy can save this life? Nathan painfully and weakly interrupted, It's fine, just let the boy try his spell. Anyway, this old life is basically a goner, there's nothing more to lose. Old Zhang heard this and cried out in distress, But your Highness. Shen Ye dropped his cheeky demeanor, his face showing a rare seriousness. He stretched out his right hand, his fingers fiddling with a tiny bottle. In his heart, he muttered calculations. This old prince did me a favor before and even generously bestowed a title with the word saint in it. I have to drag him back from the gates of hell at all costs. I just don't know if this junk I hauled back from He Zaisu last time will actually work. Switching the scene back to the bony Fred, he was staring intently in the direction of the human camp, which was blazing with torchlight. His lackeys reported the situation. There's no movement over there, boss. We haven't seen the soul fading out at the moment of death either. Maybe that little match-selling brat kicked the bucket. Fred waved his hand confidently. I looked very closely when he slipped into old Nathan's tent. The game is already set. He spread his bony hand to admire it, smirking proudly. That pitch-black stone I shoved on him, there wasn't a single map line on it. Suddenly, a remote control with a button appeared neatly in his hand, and Fred sneered maliciously. And it is actually a super soul shock bomb, child. 2 little demons behind him heard this and sweated buckets at their boss's sinister nature. A soul shock bomb? Rumor in the underworld is that this toy's destructive power is earth-shattering, but the catch is its blast radius is a bit trash, only a mere 5 square meters. But no worries, that brat squeezed right into the tent. You just need to press the button and boom, it's over for them. The old prince is definitely smashed to a pulp, and that little brat will naturally bite the dust too. Fred was so hyped that his killing intent billowed, and he roared with malicious glee. Shatter to pieces, the last remaining divine bloodline of the human empire. Your death will officially mark the end of the era of the inferior human race. And from this moment on, the kingdom of the undead will proudly sit on the throne, ruling over every piece of garbage life on this earth. A dry click echoed out. He confidently pressed the bright red button. Annihilation starts from this very second. The 2 little demons behind him were so terrified they covered their ears tightly, waiting for the sky-tearing explosion. However, as he held the remote high, a mindless error sound chimed. Out of coverage area, cannot detonate. No epic explosion happened at all. The patrol guards on the other side saw him dancing around crazily and whispered, "What the hell is that skeleton boss chanting over there? Maybe his nerves short-circuited. Being a big boss brings a lot of pressure, so he gets delirious sometimes." Fred stared wide-eyed at the glitched button, grumbling in confusion. "What do you mean too far? All right, fine, I'll just move up a few more steps and see." The skeleton inched closer and started his loud, threatening speech again. "You petty humans. Once I press this button, your last straw of hope will turn to dust. You better prepare yourselves to kneel and carry the shoes of the undead race. Don't even dream of competing for the world with us anymore." But as soon as he pressed the button, the machine beeped the error again. "Out of coverage area, cannot detonate." He was furious, stomping his feet. How the hell is it still saying it's too far? Losing his patience, Fred instantly cast a stealth skill and burrowed straight underground. He quietly slithered like a giant earthworm under the dirt and rocks, sneaking up extremely close to the tent area, skillfully slipping past all the eyes and ears of the guards. When he felt the distance was sweet enough, he finally stopped and slowly poked his bony head above the ground. The camp guards saw this and were scared out of their wits, instantly raising their weapons in high alert. He pointed the remote straight up, his voice booming with judgment. "Nathan, you cruel, inhumane human leader, you most disgusting, blood-sucking capitalist boss on Earth. Your crime of inventing the 996 grind law and the 7 no days off torture has angered the heavens and the earth. Your dog life must be handed over today." To his nightmare, the moment his finger pressed down, the emotionless machine voice rang out again, "Distance too far," leaving him frozen like a statue. Meanwhile, a few guards pointed and gossiped. "See, it fizzled again. But this coconut head boss has some serious guts to charge right into the tiger's mouth like this. Keep your eyes peeled, brothers. He might be about to unleash a supreme skill to crush us." Fred suffered an agonizingly humiliating defeat. He glared at the traitorous remote control and gritted his teeth, cursing. "Fuck it all. I'm standing right freaking next to it, and it still says it's too far. Too far, your ancestors. When I get back to headquarters, I'm definitely boiling that bunch of useless trash in the weapons R&D department alive to vent my anger." After swearing his heart out, he had to throw the remote away, waving at his lackeys and shouting, "Forget it, boys, charge. Raise the flags for the rear army to flood in. We're going all out in a head-on melee. Drag old Nathan out and chop his head off, nice and simple." On the defensive side, the soldiers also started scrambling. Did the enemy boss drink the wrong potion today, or has he just gone completely fucking crazy? He dares to ram his head against a stone wall and demand a melee fight right in our territory. It's true that big bosses go crazy every now and then. Listen up, brothers, defend the position to the death. Anyone who lets a single skeleton ghost pass the camp boundary will lose their head. Back inside the tent, Nathan was lying flat, gasping weakly on the sickbed, his whole body limp even though he had just chugged Shen Ye's medicine. Witnessing his life force draining away, old Zhang shed tears and sighed. Your elixir had a tiny bit of effect, helping him prolong his dying breath a little. But it seems this remedy won't be able to salvage this life. Shen Ye's brain instantly clicked, remembering the cutting-edge medical machine stored in his inventory. Now the only choice is to beg that divine machine for help. The problem is, if I randomly pull out a 22nd century piece of machinery in the middle of this magic era, they'll all pass out from shock. If things go wrong, they might label me a dark mage and roast me on a stake, and my life will be over. Right at that moment, a soldier barged into the tent, panting and urgently reporting. "Red alert! The undead race has launched a general offensive. The assassin boss Snow Demon Fred is personally leading his minions to sweep the front lines." Nathan pressed his lips together, trying to use his dying breath to push himself up and instruct. "Fred is coming down the mountain himself. My lowly soldiers won't be able to withstand his attacks. Hurry to the front lines and provide backup immediately." Hearing the order, the guard was incredibly conflicted, stammering, "But, Your Highness is at death's door like this." He quickly waved it off, using a weak but firm voice to yell, "Don't use this dry corpse that's about to go into the grave as an excuse to let hundreds of citizens shed their blood in vain. Get out. This is my final imperial decree. Just leave St. Peppa here to keep watch. That's enough." Witnessing the majestic, self-sacrificing heart of the prince, everyone in the tent teared up. They wiped their tears and reluctantly stepped back. "We subjects will obey your highness's command." And the cramped space was left with only the two of them. He stared blankly at the tent ceiling, murmuring, "St. Peppa, thank you for taking the trouble to treat me. But you shouldn't be so tragic. Every day outside, dozens of comrade soldiers fall. I'm merely just a tiny piece of trash blending into that spilled blood. Those damn undead using capitalist exploitation tactics is actually a terrifying advantage for them. If they manage to take the championship trophy, this human race will surely be ground into the dirt for eternity. Nathan spoke his dying words with a heavy heart. How could the mortal flesh and blood of our compatriots endure that 996 and 7 torture style? The disaster of extinction is upon us, boy. Under my pillow, there is a bottle of high-dose sleeping pills. Normally, I just chew one to suppress the pain. Now, have pity on me, pour a few pills into my mouth so this old man can take an eternal slumber and be out of sight. As Shen Ye held the bottle of pills in his hand, the old man sighed heavily and explained, "If I keep lingering on my deathbed like this, the soldiers outside will be distracted and won't be free to wield their swords to slay the enemy. How can the life and death of a whole nation be thrown away for this little burden?" Hearing this, the boy could only choke up and cry out, "Your Highness." Nathan forced a mournful, helpless smile, squeezing out every word. "Hurry up. After it's done, spread the news of my passing outside. Then, whatever happens to the war, you must find a way to escape immediately, run straight to the Imperial Military Academy, and hone your martial arts for me." Shen Ye poured out a magic pill, reassuring him, "Your Highness, rest easy and sleep. Your little brother still has a final ultimate move hidden to surely pull you back to the living world. But to cast this skill, please enjoy a deep sleep first." Saying that, he popped the pill straight into Nathan's throat, leaving the old man with a completely bewildered look. "What the hell are you talking about?" And the medicine kicked in and made Nathan pass out. Shen Ye immediately pulled out the top-tier machine. He secretly admired him. This old Uncle Prince truly has a heart of a bodhisattva, always worrying about the citizens who are about to be drained by capitalists through that 996 working game. Even when he's about to ascend to heaven, he still tries to secure the future for a random kid like me. Truly a rare find. He carefully picked up the old man's battered body and placed it into the treatment pod. Even though he holds the title of a lackey for the feudal system, he is a true blood brother in the crusade to smash exploitative capitalism. No matter what, a talent like him cannot die young. The moment the pod lid slid shut, the glass screen instantly started flashing numbers. "Welcome to the startup of the super immortality treatment pod system is scanning the patient's entire body. Warning, vital signs are hitting rock bottom. Detected missing internal organs, beginning cell regeneration process. Estimated completion progress. Please wait for the next 10 hours. Shen Ye finally wiped the sweat off his forehead, relieved of the heavy burden in his heart, but his face still scrunched up. "Looks like I snatched this life back, but 10 freaking hours is way too damn long." Fyron popped out of nowhere to offer a plan. "This seat suggests you scoop up this mechanical coffin and sneak right into the secret tunnel. That spot is both hidden and incredibly smooth." The young man slapped his thigh. Not a bad idea. But when he summoned the spatial door, his face twisted as he realized the bulky machine pod was too huge to fit no matter how he shoved it. Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to stuff it through a door as tiny as a nostril with just blind faith? Fyron bared his bony teeth in a sinister smile. "Your spatial ring can't store living things, son. Right now, suck it up, drag old Nathan's body out, sling him over your shoulder, and shove the metal box into the ring. Then carry him back to the main world. Open the door to sneak into the tunnel in the nightmare world, pull the box out, and drop him back in. The process is very basic." Shen Ye was so pissed he tore at his hair, forced to painstakingly pry open the lid and drag Nathan's old body out. What kind of bullshit complicated procedure is this? And I still have to race against time too. The function of this door is seriously blinding for the user, totally anti-convenience. Seeing the boy sweating buckets like that, the skull couldn't help but wonder. By the way, what great, noble ideal made you waste so much effort to snatch back his worthless life? Shen Ye carried Nathan on his shoulder, striding through the spatial gate into the silent, smoke-filled void. He solemnly declared, "His shining personality reminds me of a great truth from my homeland." Fyron asked in confusion, "What truth?" Putting on a respectful, teary-eyed posture, he proclaimed loudly, "Long live the people." Hearing that answer, Fyron was left completely speechless. Pondering for a while and still not understanding a damn thing, the skull mocked with contempt. "Are you high on words again? This seat knows perfectly well that you're just thirsty to earn some fancy title lines." Shen Ye blinked calmly, shrugged, and admitted, "Well, you're not wrong about that either." Just after poking his face through the other side of the door, Shen Ye had to run for his life, because the terrifying rain of fire in the competition area was still blasting wildly. He had to slip into the undead's secret passage at all costs. After struggling for a bit, he finally squeezed through the second checkpoint, landing safely in a gloomy, quiet stone cave. Dropping the machine pod on the ground, Shen Ye let out a refreshing sigh. "Done deal. Even though this place is a bit dilapidated and messy, the security level is absolutely top-notch. Ding, the system panel flashed again, throwing out a series of reward notifications for the door-hopping performance just now, clearly displaying the text. Unlucky Saint's miraculous escape. VIP Pro Blue title. The player has successfully preserved the diplomatic network of the human empire's prince, successfully protecting the divine seed. This miracle has rewritten a golden page in history. Your fame is about to soar to the clouds. March forward, O shining boy. Unlucky Saint's miraculous escape. Peppa, passive buff. Every time you luckily dodge a one-way ticket to see the Grim Reaper, all personal stats will be increased by 2 face points. Note, skill cooldown is 24 hours per buff. After checking the notification, Shen Ye pouted and complained. After all that acting, I still ended up with this trashy title. The system's text rapidly popped up again. Players can keep this title to wait for a level up, or use it as a sacrifice to consume directly for some sweet base stat points. Specifically, because you have fully acquired the time retention manual, plus the sheer luck of snagging this top-tier blue title. Your spatial door will be overclocked to a whole new level, the unparalleled Dharma Gate. From this moment on, any random door in the world can be modified by you into a spatial transit station. This function will only disappear if you manually disconnect it or if the door is smashed to pieces. Of course, your skill of carrying a door around and running is kept perfectly intact. Skimming through the new buffs, he nodded smugly. This door modding trick sounds pretty legit, but this miraculous escape label is a bit brain-dead. I need tricks to dodge lethal blows at the brink of death, not a tiny stat buff after barely surviving an ordeal. I might as well just swallow this damn title for some quick survival points. Before the words could even leave his mouth, a violent tremor struck, making the cave ceiling shake violently as shattered rocks and debris rained down. Shen Ye looked up, only to panic upon seeing a massive boulder hurtling straight toward his face. With cat-like reflexes, he immediately slid his legs out, diving to the side right before the massive boulder slammed into his previous spot, creating a huge crater. Just as he brushed off his sweat and stood up, the system's notification chimed again. Congratulations to the player for just missing the boat across the river Styx. The title, The Unlucky Miraculous Escape, has been officially activated successfully. All of your personal stats are instantly granted a x2 vitality multiplier. Massive surge of power rushed through his veins. Shen Ye felt his bulging muscles and beamed in awe. Wow, it feels like I just ate 1,000-year-old ginseng. Turns out this cheap-looking title is actually a heavy-duty permanent buff. This leveling pace is just too overpowered. Luckily, I didn't accidentally swallow it earlier, or I would have been really screwed. Glancing back at the messy rubble after the minor earthquake, he clicked his tongue. That rockfall just now accidentally buried a whole section of the tunnel, but actually, that works out perfectly. This place has suddenly become a solid fortress. I might as well lay out a tarp and chill here, keeping watch until the old prince finishes his treatment. At the combat arena in the real world, quite some time had already passed. Shen Ye's substitute clone still had its eyes tightly shut, standing motionless like a statue in the water, ignoring the heavy raindrops pelting its head. On the shore, Yin Chen stared at him and grumbled. Why is brother Shen Ye being so thick-headed and stubborn lately? She stomped her foot, muttering in frustration. Him playing the wooden puppet like this is a total waste of my effort running all the way here to save him. Suddenly an eerie voice echoed, Your real master vanished ages ago. Hearing this, Yin Chen couldn't be bothered to care. She prepared to turn on her heel and leave, thinking to herself, whatever, as long as he's not dead, it's fine. Out of nowhere, a blood-red thread materialized from the void. As the red thread became crystal clear, Yi Bing's figure hovered in the night sky. She stared fixedly at Shen Ye's statue-like clone below, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. Oh my, playing the scapegoat trick again. Right behind Yin Chen's neck, a similar thread shot out, followed by the appearance of Luo Sheng. He took a deep sniff and declared, This familiar scent. So the one hiding in the corner when we were tearing the roof off the hotel was you, little girl, huh? Yin Chen maintained her ice-cold demeanor, crossing her arms and snapping back. I have no idea what alien language you two are babbling about. Hearing this, the corners of Yi Bing's eyes curved into a mocking smile. As she hovered and glided through the air, she threw out a provocative tone. How amusing. I smell the heavy, dark stench of schemes wrapping around you. It's ready to strip away the treasure you cherish most at any given moment. Let's count. 1 life, 2 lives, then 3 lives. Well, you've slaughtered all the way up to 15 contestant lives. Were all those bloody crimes just to roll out the red carpet for Shen Ye? Yin Chen's face darkened, her entire body emitting a thick, threatening, murderous aura. Stop being a nosy busybody. If you know what's good for you, leave brother Shen Ye out of this. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll meet an end 100 times more tragic than those useless trashes. Yibing replied with an apathetic, emotionless expression. Sleep tight, I don't have the time to stick my hands into this mud puddle. I just happen to sniff out that this black hole of schemes waiting to swallow you whole is simply too enticing. I much prefer the thrill of sitting in the front row, admiring the sight of you two struggling hopelessly in the swamp. Oh, that kind of pleasure is absolutely divine. That mysterious voice echoed in Yin Chen's eardrums again. We're out of time, let's bounce. The girl smirked lightly. What a bunch of bores, think whatever you want. Saying that, Yin Chen's figure began to radiate a faint light. Before completely vanishing, she didn't forget to drop a fierce warning. Burn this into your skull. If you let Shen Ye lose even a single hair on his head, I swear I will hack you into so many pieces that not even a fragment of your soul will be left to reincarnate. Staring wide-eyed as Yin Chen evaporated using a teleportation spell, Luo Sheng asked with an itching curiosity, Master, are you really just going to let that fat prey slip away like that? Yibing curled her lips into a mysterious smile. I've caught on to the fact that some hidden figure is using Shen Ye as bait to catch this big fish. Those forces lurking in the shadows aren't just small fry. In a flash, the expression on her face turned as cold as an ice cellar, and she whispered, Whenever these lowly humans stab each other, they inevitably expose a lot of interesting things. We might even dig up a hoard of hidden secrets. While waiting for this seat to regain peak performance, casually playing the role of the melon-eating crowd is the perfect move. In the dead of the stormy night, the entire sky was pitch black. Yuan Zhang stood alone with his hands clasped behind his back on top of the cliff, facing the storm. He frowned and muttered, This is pure madness. The brats sent to hunt down Shen Ye have all been sent cleanly to hell. His weathered hands formed a few hand seals, and a stream of green true qi shot up into the sky from his palm, tearing through the curtain of rain. He grumbled angrily. I clearly pointed out the exact coordinates of that little bastard. Could it be that the young masters and misses participating in this exam are just a bunch of brainless, useless idiots, or is there some force secretly carrying Shen Ye through the trial? Finally, he had to let his arms drop, and that stream of spiritual energy fizzled out and vanished. Forget it. At this rate of massive casualties, it's going to be a huge mess. It looks like this old man will have to personally clean things up to smooth it over. Even if I get a reputation for bullying the young, I'll just have to accept it. With that thought, Yuan Zhang stepped into the air, riding the wind while muttering his calculations. Come to think of it, my dear Luo Er's birthday is right around the corner. He leisurely strolled through the sea of stormy rain, clicking his tongue. Then casually grabbing that brat Shen Ye's head as a birthday present for Luo Er is the perfect plan. In another parallel dimension, at that exact moment, within the nightmare world, Shen Ye was standing guard next to the sophisticated medical machine. The body reconstruction process has borne fruit, the anesthesia is wearing off, and the patient is set to wake up within the next 3 minutes. Seeing the screen light up, he cheered joyfully, sweet as pie. Niu En's body was still weak. The old man had to lean against the cave wall to keep himself from collapsing. The old man slowly opened his heavy eyelids, his voice thick with surprise. I haven't held hands with the Grim Reaper yet. Shen Ye hurriedly rushed over, dropping to one knee to report. Your Highness, we hit the jackpot with this life-and-death gamble. However, your health is still very fragile. You must rest more to hope for a full recovery. Niu En looked around sluggishly and asked, What corner of the world are we stranded in? Young man immediately laid out the whole story. This place is a moldy bunker located right in the heart of the undead base. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Why did we stick our heads right into their fire ant nest? Shen Ye quickly made an excuse. Reporting to your Highness, this lowly one's ancestral medical recipe is a top national secret that cannot be shown to the world. That's why I had to drag you to this deserted place to heal you. The only problem is that this cave is about to collapse. Once you feel a bit better, I will immediately carry you back to headquarters. Hearing this, Niu En slapped his thigh in praise. Well, it truly is true that the tiger's den is the safest place. This move of yours is absolutely brilliant, Pei Pa. Shortly after, a mystical crystal slowly floated out from his spatial ring. Niu En let out a long sigh. However, we cannot drag our bodies back to that camp anymore. Treacherous sycophants have already sprung up around us. That was the exact reason I nearly lost my head earlier. Niu En carefully shoved the magical stone into Shen Ye's hand and entrusted. Pei Pa, you went through the trouble of pulling me back from the brink of death, so I bet my life you aren't a seed of betrayal. This teleportation crystal will carry us to an absolutely safe secret base. Once there, I will have to exhaust my mental energy to use magic and write a letter issuing combat orders to the entire army. During that busy time, I need you to act as a meat shield to protect me. Do you think your life can handle this heavy responsibility? The boy thought to himself, wouldn't becoming the prince's personal guard earn him a majestic title on par with a royal knight? Thinking so, he immediately sprang up, eyes sparkling with tears as he beat his chest and swore that he would fulfill this duty. Hearing Shen Ye promise so firmly, Nguyen's heart was greatly relieved. He cheerfully advised, "Excellent, brace yourself quickly, it might make you a bit dizzy and nauseous in a moment, Hajmana mi lo do." A silent darkness enveloped the space. Then suddenly, a blinding streak of light shot up from a lonely wooden hut deep in the forest. When the light settled, the boy's body was wrapped in a brilliant aura. He looked around in confusion and asked, So we've arrived. Is this the lair? I mean, your highness's hideout." Nguyen slowly and calmly replied, "To avoid the eyes and ears of pursuing enemies, I have a total of 6 safe houses, and every time I teleport, the system spins a random lottery. Looks like this time we hit the jackpot and landed by a stream deep in the forest." Right after that, the old man buried his head in flipping through a book while assigning tasks. "Shen Ye, go take a quick walk to scout the situation and see if it's safe. I need to issue the order urgently." The young boy quickly nodded, "Understood, boss." Leaving the hut, he stealthily looked around to observe the activity. The scenery here was somewhat similar to the competition area, surrounded only by dense, intertwining trees, looking quite peaceful and quiet. He calculated to himself, "It's almost the second day, maybe I should pop back to the exam arena to snoop around a bit and then come back. Who knows, I might scrape up some new keywords." Fei Long jumped up and twisted around upon hearing this. "Did you eat a leopard's gall to have the guts to leave the prince all alone in this corner?" On the contrary, Shen Ye kept his face smug. "Oh please, I'll just drop by for a few minutes. A quick hit and run, I guarantee I won't lose a single piece of flesh." In the blink of an eye, he had already cast the unparalleled Dharma Gate ultimate skill on the door, creating a spatial tunnel connecting the 2 parallel worlds. Witnessing that cumbersome spell casting, he was dumbfounded and asked, "That's weird. Why didn't you just instantly summon the door to go back quickly?" Shen Ye gently pushed the door open to demonstrate for Fei Long, casually criticizing, "You're still too green and naive. If I summoned the door directly to slip away, then when I wanted to come back, I'd have to crawl back into that torn-up undead tunnel. But using the unparalleled Dharma Gate is different. As long as I don't cancel the spell, I can jump right back to this exact corner whenever I want." He dropped his jaw and let out an "Oh, so that's the secret." Just then, a mysterious object dashed past him from deep within the forest. He immediately perked up his ears to listen. "Oh look, a fight. I just poked my head back, and there's already a free action movie to watch." Staring closely to get a clear look, he jumped out of his skin in terror. "Wait a minute. Why does that flying lump look just like my clone?" A blink later, Yuan Zhang loomed in midair, making him scratch his head in confusion. And who is that ancient geezer?" From high up in the sky, the old man delivered a devastating kick straight to the face of Shen Ye's scapegoat dummy. An ear-piercing sound of impact that shook the entire forest rang out, making Shen Ye shriek in terror, "Oh my god." Yuan Zhang landed in the deep crater he had just plowed, frowning as he muttered, "What the hell is this? So it's just a fake. No wonder my hand is tired from punching and its face is still intact." At that exact moment, his senses slightly jolted as he caught an abnormality. The old man immediately shot into the air, charging straight toward the spot where Shen Ye was hiding. Sensing the life force, he smirked. Well, so the real body is hiding here." The half-asleep boy still hadn't grasped the situation and stepped back, stuttering, Who are you, Grandpa? In this day and age, are senile old men still taking the college entrance exam to fight with us kids?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhang's entire body flared up in blazing fury, and he roared, "You insolent brat, Shen Ye, today I will send you to meet the Grim Reaper." The battered silhouette of his scapegoat now only had a last breath of strength left, weakly shrieking, "Shen Ye, run for your life." Fei Long also frantically urged, "Let's bounce, man. This old guy is not someone you can mess around with." Shen Ye shot back while sweating bullets. "I'm not blind, I can see that. I'm trying to find a way to slip away." The system panel immediately chimed in, catering to the host's desire for survival. All reward points have been dumped into the speed stat. Current agility has hit the 18.1 mark. In a flash, his 2 legs dashed away like a tornado. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Zhang had to raise an eyebrow in praise. "This brat runs quite decently." However, the old man merely lifted his heels slightly and clicked his tongue. What a pity. In just the blink of an eye, the old man's figure was already blocking his path like a mountain, and he coldly added, still crawling like a turtle compared to the speed of my sound. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Zhang's bony finger pressed directly into the center of his forehead. At that moment, the entire surrounding space seemed to be bent and twisted by an invisible force. Immediately after, a blast of force carrying destructive power tore through the wind from the old man's hand. The Moonlight Divine Tree wooden statue whispered urgently in his ear, Shen Ye, this old monster knows how to use sound waves to attack. His power is absolutely terrifying. Hurry up and find a way to escape. His prey is you. He won't waste time playing around with a worthless substitute like me. The system's emotionless voice droned on, the meat shield has lost 1 layer. The number of life-saving uses left is exactly 3 times. Another earth-shattering explosion tore through the silent night. Yuan Zhang casually dropped to the ground, frowning as he thought to himself, how bizarre. Looking at the limp figure on the ground, he muttered, taking a critical hit from me head-on and still keeping its dog life, could it be the trickery of some talisman cards? Lingering here is just a substitute, so where did that brat's real body disappear to? Could it be he has the ability to turn invisible and evaporate? Then Yuan Zhang continued to spread sound waves in all directions to investigate. The surroundings were strangely quiet. Not a single suspicious object popped up, and even a faint heartbeat was completely untraceable. He mumbled, having lived to this age, this is the first time I've stumbled into such a demonic situation. The old man began to piece together Shen Ye's background, thinking to himself, could it be that behind this snot-nosed brat stands a mighty backer? But he couldn't have dreamt that just a few short seconds prior, the boy had used a sneaky trick, borrowing the unparalleled Dharma gate to slip away flawlessly. Just as the unparalleled Dharma gate shut, Shen Ye panted heavily like a dog, swearing internally, damn it, what kind of entity is that old geezer? During the exchange, the statue wasn't nullified at all, which clearly proves he's not an examinee. Fei Long calmly assessed, it seems the people aiming for your life have reached peak impatience, so they sent a monster straight down to clean house. He nodded in agreement, looks like for now, we shouldn't be stupid enough to show our faces in that godforsaken place anymore. Shen Ye pushed the door open and barged in, looking panicked and disheveled, loudly reporting, Your Royal Highness, your subordinate has returned safely. The outside is calm and peaceful, nothing unusual. Nguyen stared at him and asked curiously, Pei Pa, did you just go to the salon to get that trendy frizzy hairdo? He hurriedly covered it up. Oh, I was just running wildly around the forest. The wind was probably so strong that my hair styled itself. By the way, Your Highness, how goes the battlefield situation? The old man was still leisurely taking notes. Those jumping undead saw I wasn't home and scoured everywhere. So I gave them a taste of their own medicine, deploying an ambush to boil a whole bunch of them alive. He chimed in with flattery. Earlier they were arrogantly swaggering around, now they must be crying rivers. Shen Ye took the chance to keep bootlicking. Your Highness is truly a peerless genius with sky-high intellect. But Nguyen humbly waved his hand, oh please, this great achievement is all thanks to you. Pei Pa, once we wipe out these rebels, I will definitely grant you a massive title to reward your merits. Hearing the promise, he was so thrilled he felt like he was walking on clouds, but he still brazenly haggled, being a high official hurts the back. Your Highness, you might as well convert it all into cash and throw it straight at my face, that's much more practical. Suddenly, knocking sounds echoed from outside the door, freezing his entire body stiff. A deep, cold voice spoke from the other side of the door, Dear little match boy. Fu Lei De knocked, rhythmically with a gloomy tone, Kid, you're hiding in there, aren't you? Shen Ye's face instantly turned as pale as a ghost. He shuddered, realizing this ghostly voice definitely belonged to the snow demon Fu Lei De. But how did he sniff out this place? It made zero sense. Nguyen also widened his eyes, glaring at him with resentment. Saint Pei Pa, is this the kind of calm and peaceful situation you were just bragging to me about? His whole body stiffened like stone, his brain calculating nonstop. I'm really screwed this time. The retreat path back to the exam arena is blocked. Talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire. Lord Fu Lei De personally came knocking like this. Do I have to pull a runner and sell out this old prince uncle to save my dog life? Wait, it seems there's still one last saving move. Shen Ye pretended to clear his throat and shouted back, You came right on time. Your subordinate has smoothly completed the mission. Nguyen looked dumbfounded and asked, Saint Pei Pa, what nonsense are you babbling? He swiftly interrupted him, Please forgive this lowly one, Your Highness. Saying that, Shen Ye immediately delivered a merciless kick, knocking the old man down. He hoisted Nguyen's limp body up by the armpits, boldly reporting his merit to the person outside. Your subordinate has captured the big fish, the prince of the Holy Sun Roland Empire. I respectfully invite Lord Fu Lei de in for inspection. A pitch-black mist carrying the stench of death blew through the crack of the door and slipped into the room. The door was shoved open, and the towering figure of the demon loomed into view. He coldly interrogated, wasn't it the kid who cried and demanded to take revenge with his own hands? Why did you hold back and not send him to heaven yourself? I'm only interested in taking his head back. The boy hurriedly grabbed a fistful of the old man's hair and yanked it back, grimacing as he justified, oh please, letting him die easily would be too good for him. This lowly one earnestly wishes for my lord to cast the most brutal torture magic, forcing his soul to scream and groan in agony for all eternity. Fu Lei de squinted, half believing and half doubting, oh, is that so? So that's why you deliberately exposed your flame of life to summon me? Meanwhile, he secretly analyzed, at first I thought this was a scam by those humans, but hearing this match boy's smooth talk, it sounds plausible. What lunatic has enough free time to drag out a divine bloodline as bait? The boy immediately gave him a thumbs up in a stylish greeting, spot on, boss. For the cause of overthrowing the capitalist clique, this lowly one is willing to charge into a sea of fire. But in his stomach, he was in extreme panic. What the hell was exposing the flame of life? Fei Long hurriedly explained, this hideout was originally covered in a barrier that blocks undead from detecting life waves. He angrily scolded internally, then why didn't you open your big mouth and report earlier that there was a barrier? It argued right back, probably because that spatial door you opened to the other world blasted a giant hole in the barrier. Besides, you didn't even bother asking me a single word. Fu Lei de burst into arrogant, maniacal laughter. I praise your spirit. I promise to make your name float to the top across the undead kingdom. At this moment, he silently evaluated the situation. Well, my radar shows not a single soul ambushing around here. How could a snot-nosed human brat backstab me? The boy then continued to act deeply, begging the Lord to take action and wash away his hatred. The demon slowly stretched out his skinny, bony arm forward, sneering, fine, I'll humor you. I will let all of humanity witness this bastard's soul being roasted into a pile of ashes. Seizing the golden opportunity, the boy's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. His time had come, unstoppable. Shen Ye immediately activated the unparalleled Dharma Gate ultimate skill. Instantly, the entire space of the room evaporated into thin air, leaving the demon standing there dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He glared with wide eyes and roared, what the hell is going on here? Yuan Zhang slowly turned his head to scrutinize Fu Lei de, frowning, spatial teleportation magic. Is this another disaster dropping from nowhere? Yuan Zhang looked around frantically, his face pulling down in frustration as he muttered, wait, what godforsaken place is this? Fu Lei de also vaguely smelled the scent of danger. I'm so screwed. I, a dignified demon, actually fell into the rusty trap of these filthy humans. The old man's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light. Being tossed into this bizarre battlefield, a name immediately popped into his head. Could this be that little brat's trump card? No wonder he could solo slaughter 15 elites of prestigious families as easily as eating candy. Shen Ye huddled in a safe blind spot, excitedly adding fuel to the fire. Lord Fu Lei de, tear that old geezer to pieces. Fu Lei de slowly advanced step by step, his entire body radiating a thick, pitch-black murderous aura. Seeing his opponent acting aggressively, Yuan Zhang also took a combat stance. He thought to himself, what a treacherous, dirty, scheming brat. If I don't send him to the Western Paradise soon, he'll definitely leave a seed of disaster for my precious granddaughter Luo. Shen Ye was cunning enough to trap a powerhouse like Fu Lei de. At this moment, the demon was bitterly cursing internally. I've wasted all my years of living by believing the sweet words of a human. That little bastard definitely used dirty tricks to teleport me into an ambush. The two factions clashed fiercely, the distance closing to just a hair's breadth. Ironically, both old monsters were screaming the exact same curse in their hearts. You damn little match boy, Shen Ye, you just wait. The sudden torrential downpour of rain pushed the tension of the decisive battle to the absolute climax. Both resolved, let me finish off this stumbling block first, then I'll settle the score with that little brat. After that, I swear I will tear you into 100 pieces to satisfy my rage. A howling hurricane spiraled straight toward Fu Lei de. Facing the overwhelming pressure, Fu Lei de couldn't help but sweat bullets. How could he unleash such an earth-shattering strike bare-handed? Since when did humanity birth such a terrifying freak? But he was no easy target either. Amidst the blinding smoke and dust, Yuan Zhang frowned as he lost track of Fu Lei De. He snorted coldly, turned invisible and slipped away again. Just as the old man was still bewildered, a dark ghost shadow plummeted down. Fu Lei De dashed out from a blind spot like a beast pouncing on its prey, roaring, "Hand over your life, you lowly human." Countless razor-sharp spikes rained down like a downpour, weaving together into a death net that tightly locked the perimeter around Yuan Zhang. Fu Lei De hovered majestically in midair. He smirked with disdainful mockery. "You dare show off such cheap parlor tricks in front of a master." The sharp spikes pierced through the defense layer, stabbing straight into Yuan Zhang's flesh, drenching his clothes in fresh blood. Despite his body being covered in wounds, the old man's face remained utterly indifferent. His eyes even blazed with a flame of wild fury. His veiny arms bulged with muscles, expanding to unleash a source of power that completely overwhelmed his previous state. Suddenly, the massive head of a giant demonic beast emerged, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as if wanting to swallow Fu Lei De whole. The white fox spirit descended. Instantly, the beast's phantom slammed into his body, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the earth. The smoke cleared to leave an empty void. There was no trace of Fu Lei De anywhere. Yuan Zhang spat a wad of saliva in contempt. "I thought he was something. Turns out he was just an empty barrel making a lot of noise." Wiped out with one slap. Hiding behind the safe door, Shen Ye stealthily peeked one eye out to observe the battlefield situation. Smugly held his stomach and laughed to himself. The script was running as smoothly as the director planned. The two tough old geezers were tearing each other apart, each firmly believing the other was his accomplice. Before his happy smile could fade, a cold voice splashed a bucket of cold water on him. "Stop being delusional. Fu Lei De is the king of slippery escapes. Once he smells defeat, he will slip away faster than lightning. Bearing the title of the Assassin King, if he picks up his shoes and runs, I challenge anyone to catch him. Use your brain and think. When he realizes he is stuck and can't crawl back to the nightmare world, who will he turn his target to?" Shen Ye's face distorted, refusing to accept the harsh reality. He replied stubbornly, "Well, obviously he'd come back to bite me. This is so frustrating. If this odd couple doesn't walk hand in hand into the grave, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace." He frantically turned to ask for help. "You have great schemes. Do you have any brilliant ideas?" Other entities slowly fed him an idea. "Do you remember that pitch-black rock Fu Lei De shoved to you? It's premium stuff, a soul-destroying bomb. Now is the time we have to pull it out and use it." Hearing the word bomb, Shen Ye felt dizzy. Turning as green as a frog, he cried out, "Oh my God, a real bomb? I accidentally threw it away at the competition arena. It's probably still lying out in the open on that scorched patch of land." A voice immediately urged, "Then move your ass and go pick it up right now." Shen Ye wailed tragically, since when is anything that easy? There are two monsters beating the living daylights out of each other outside. If I poke my face out and unluckily take a stray slap, I'll meet my ancestors instantly. Besides, he glanced suspiciously, can that tiny little rock actually do anything? Will it even leave a scratch on those two muscular powerhouses when it explodes? The skull immediately extinguished his doubts. "Rest assured, just shove it right in their faces and I guarantee they'll be blown to bits." Shen Ye still scratched his head nervously, "But that stuff is old Fu Lei De's gadget. Are you sure you know how to use it?" Hearing the skeptical question, the skull jumped up in offended pride. "Are you joking? This seat obviously knows it inside out. Stop nagging and take action." Making the most of the golden time, it earnestly reminded Shen Ye, "Right now, those two tough old geezers are still bloodthirsty and tearing at each other. Their focus is entirely on the enemy. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity." He slowly approached close to the door, poked his head out to peek around for a moment, then gritted his teeth and decided, "Fine, this poor monk will play big and trust you this once." Seeing Shen Ye's appearance burning with murderous intent, the skull panicked and cried out, "Wait a minute, are you planning to charge straight out and take a beating? Aren't we going to discuss a battle plan?" He lifted his chin complacently, "As if I'd go to battle using my knees to think. I've already hatched a perfect script, you just need to play the supporting act." It blinked blankly. "Wait, so what the hell is your specific scheme?" Shen Ye pulled out a ring right away, calmly throwing out a command. "I throw you out, you use the speed of light to dart over, pick up the bomb, bring it here, then press the button to send those two old geezers to the underworld, and it's done." Hearing that grand macro script, it turned to stone on the spot, its jaw dropping as it exclaimed, What?" Ignoring the fact that it was still suffering from vertigo and hadn't digested all that nonsensical information, Shen Ye delivered an extremely powerful throw, launching it straight into the battlefield. "Fly away, Fei Long. The fate of the world rests on your shoulders." After sending his accomplice off to hunt for the bomb, he immediately got into acting position. He cracked the door open, showing a face of extreme panic, and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Oh villagers, save me. There's an enemy attack. Someone please lend a hand and save me." That tragic scream struck Yuan Zhang's nerves, making the old man slam the brakes on all his attacks. He narrowed his eyes and calculated, why did an enemy pop up out of nowhere? Did that gang of college entrance examinees flock here to ambush? Fu Lei was equally startled, an enemy again. Could it be that my reinforcements sniffed this out and rushed here to wipe them out? Standing at the heart of the storm, Shen Ye smirked slightly. The bait was taken, and the script was playing out flawlessly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to chain them both down at all costs. Not a single fish could be allowed to slip through the net. While the atmosphere grew dead silent, as everyone was busy calculating their next move, Fred launched a sneak attack, triggering a torrential rain of razor-sharp thorns. The battlefield was split in two. On one side was Shen Ye holding his ground, and on the other stood Yuan Zhang, towering and ready to face the enemy. Engulfed by tens of thousands of deadly thorns, the killing intent radiating from Yuan Zhang grew increasingly dense. He scoffed disdainfully. Did they really think these petty parlor tricks could act as a meat shield for that brat to escape? Without another word, he instantly unleashed a ferocious beast condensed from pure magic power, sneering with a mocking remark, "Ridiculous." The aftershock of the terrifying strike swept past, making Shen Ye stagger and nearly faceplant into the dirt. He had to squint his eyes tightly to block the fierce gale whipping directly at his face. What caught his eyes was Yuan Zhang's deathly claw, carrying a crushing pressure that felt like it wanted to grind his bones and pulverize his body to mush. Facing a monster vastly out of his league, his survival instinct screamed at him that the most urgent thing right now was to brace himself and block the attack. Fred, who had been lurking in the corner of the arena all this time, was equally frustrated by his missed shots on Yuan Zhang. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, this tough old geezer moves as fast as a hurricane. With this godlike speed, how can my small fry minions ever slow him down?" In less than a blink of an eye, the old man closed the distance and gifted Shen Ye a devastating punch, the sheer force sending him flying backward on his back. Yuan Zhang had no intention of letting him off. He pressed forward, preparing to unleash a brand new killer move to finish off his prey. Hiding safely behind the doorframe and observing the old man's performance, Shen Ye curled his lips in mockery, using a wood clone. "Only kids back home play this boring trick. If you have the guts, come over here and bite me, old man." Just as expected, this clumsy taunt worked like an absolute charm. The old man's blood boiled, veins popping on his forehead as he charged forward like a mad bull, roaring, "You arrogant little brat." But who could have expected that his charging path would lead him to crash face-first straight into Fred, who was standing right there like a massive roadblock. The moment their four eyes met passionately, both monsters finally realized Shen Ye's despicable scheme. "Shen Ye, you treacherous little brat, so you were playing dirty all along, intentionally provoking me to drop my guard." Driven mad by humiliation, the two ferocious beasts lunged at each other, tearing and biting, creating earth-shattering collisions that shook the very heavens and earth. Shen Ye watched with delight from the sidelines, cheering them on. "That's right, beat each other to a pulp, then drag yourselves into the grave so I don't have to look at you." Leaving behind the epic brawl that was tearing up the ground, Fyron stumbled and fumbled through the darkness, unable to stop his heart from pounding with nervous excitement. The freezing rain continued to lash down mercilessly, forcing Fyron to comb through every inch, groping around to dig out that lifesaver item. Hearing the deafening bangs and crashes of the fight, he muttered, "Looks like Shen Ye's instigation was a massive success. Those two idiots are tearing each other apart. Come on now, I have to sweep through this mess to find the bomb. It must be rolling around here somewhere." Heaven doesn't disappoint those who wade through the mud. The pitch-black hot stuff he was looking for was sitting right in front of his eyes. He cheered in joy, found it. Thick dust and smoke billowed up, blotting out the sky. Inside the battlefield, Yuan Zhang and Fred were beating the living daylights out of each other, looking so pathetic it was hard to watch. Despite having a massive log impaled through his body, Yuan Zhang maintained his majestic, condescending posture. He lifted his chin to threaten Fred. "Confess right now, what faction does that little bastard belong to? How many human lives did he sacrifice to summon a spirit like you here to be his bodyguard?" After processing the old man's curse, it finally dawned on Fred, realizing that they were not enemies but shared the same goal. His lackey, Oh please, I get it now, so you also find that brat an eyesore and want to butcher him, right? After saying that, he burst into a bitter laugh as if slapping his own face, tusk tusk, so both you and I just got brutally played like fiddles by that wet behind-the-ears brat. Hearing this, Yuan Zhang's jaw dropped, frozen in shock, as he glared and retorted, "What the hell did you just babble?" Only then did Fred let out a heavy sigh to air his grievance, as if I'd ever be a mercenary for that little punk. He is my prey. He's playing a diversion tactic to goad us into tearing each other apart. Let's call a truce, old man. We'll join forces and make mincemeat out of that kid. You can take his head as a trophy, and I'll gladly harvest his soul. Indeed, no matter how sophisticated Shen Ye's scheme was, paper could never wrap fire. Being exposed was only a matter of time. Peeking through the door crack, Shen Ye started breaking into a cold sweat, an overwhelming sense of unease rising right to his throat. What the hell? Did their killing intent evaporate and they called a truce? Damn it, the moment those two beasts were at each other's throats was the golden time to drop the bomb and wipe them out. Now that they've snapped out of it and shaken hands, where am I going to find a second chance? Racking his brain but finding no way out, he felt like an ant on a hot pan, especially when thinking about his sidekick. Where the hell did that slowpoke Fyrn crawl off to? Why hasn't he dragged his ass back here yet? At the same time, Fyrn was bearing the mission to save the world, his back bending as he carried the gigantic bomb, dragging his feet heavily step by step under the torrential rain. Shen Ye poked his sneaky eyes out, his brain working at full capacity to observe the battlefield situation. He said to himself, lying around here waiting to die isn't the solution. I have to pull some tricks to stall for time so Fyrn can deliver the goods. Checking his pathetic system inventory, he saw he only had exactly 3 lives left on his meat shield cards. All right then, time to scrape together all my capital and go all in. And with that, he curled up and vanished into the pitch-black night. Tough old geezer with the fierce, pockmarked face reached out and grabbed Fred by the horns, growling a threat. What reason do I have to trust a spirit like you? If you're so capable, prove it. Choking from being grabbed by the horns, Fred coughed violently but still managed to bargain. Fine, I'll show you my credibility. Those thorns stuck in your body are laced with lethal poison and curses. I can use magic to suck them all out, but you have to be patient and wait for me to chant a spell for a moment. Right from the spatial rift reeking of dark aura behind the old man, Shen Ye suddenly popped out. He raised his gleaming sword high, cleared his throat, and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Boss Fred the Snow Demon, your little bro is here to back you up." Channeling every last ounce of strength into his arm, he built up momentum and aimed a fatal slash right at the old man's shoulder, not forgetting to scream, "Go take a swim in the underworld, old geezer." Contrary to his expectations, the old man's face remained as cold as a glacier, not even bothering to turn his head to grant him a glance. He only lazily spat out 2 words, "Freeze." Shen Ye was utterly terrified as he saw the tip of the sword halt in midair. He screamed internally, "What the hell is this? The sword can't even pierce his flesh. You gotta be kidding me. I literally squeezed out every last drop of my strength for this strike." Quick as a flash, the old man spun around and swung his hand, grabbing him tightly by the throat, hoisting him up like catching a frog. He sneered maliciously, "I can read you little rats like a book. So you 2 scumbags were putting on a play to fool me, huh?" Seeing their little comedy act flop spectacularly, Fred scrambled to stubbornly explain, "Well, their old man, don't listen to that brat's nonsense. He's just playing tricks to drive a wedge between us." Shen Ye was choked to the point of suffocation, his legs kicking wildly in the air, trying to struggle but to no avail. The old man's hand was like an iron vice, locking him so tight he couldn't move half an inch. The old man shot a glaring side-eye at Fred and growled an interrogation, "Then how do you explain this? His little trick of hiding and blending into the darkness is exactly like your magic." Fred frantically made excuses. "Good heavens, how the hell am I supposed to know that? If you don't believe me, just let me go, and I'll take his life right in front of your eyes to prove it." Hearing this, the old man let out a long, smug sneer. "Do you really think I'm foolish enough to be led by the nose and take the bait a second time?" Fred's face turned pale with dread. He backed down and pleaded, "Old man, just calm down and listen to my explanation. If you strangle me to death right now, the toxic mess and curses on your body will flare up and send you straight to the graveyard too." The old man's face remained flat without a single ripple, but every word he spat out was as sharp as a dagger, showing that he had held the upper hand in this game all along. He sneered, "What a bunch of morons. Your excuse of putting on a show to detoxify me was actually just bait to lure this little brat out to turn himself in." Having said that, he let out an ear-piercing roar and threw a mighty punch that tore through the wind. He scolded contemptuously, "These trivial little toxins. I just need to bestow a single punch and they'll be blasted away without a trace. Dangling from the old man's hand, Shen Ye's eyes rolled back, and he started foaming at the mouth. It was hard to tell whether it was due to lack of oxygen from being choked too tightly, or if the signature body odor of this ancient geezer had assaulted his nose and suffocated him. The old man grinned with thick sarcasm. Rest assured, for now, I will spare both of your lives. I will strip away every single trick and pocketed secret from this little brat Shen Ye. The old man joyfully brushed his hands and declared, perfect. Bagging such a prime prey means I must drag this carcass back to camp. Fred still stubbornly thrashed around, trying to buy some time. Hey now old man, I will state it one more time, I have absolutely nothing to do with this pipsqueak. The old man was completely deaf to his excuses, only coldly lifting his chin. If you dare to utter another half-word of nonsense, I will crush your skull. In the midst of this deadlock, an invisible, eerie band of sound transmitted directly into Fred's brain waves, echoing a cruel verdict. Fred, you traitor, how dare you stab the Nine-Sun entity in the back? Fred flinched violently, his eyes widening in astonishment as he blurted out the secret telepathy of the spirit race. Who is hiding in the shadows? That gloomy voice continued to steadily pour into his head. Tusk, have you completely forgotten even my familiar tone of voice? As expected, the nature of a backstabber can never change. Fred broke into a cold sweat, as if he had just caught the frequency of a familiar face. He stammered, wait a minute, could you be? The chilling, eerie voice cut him off. A tragic retribution is waiting to swallow you whole, perfectly befitting of that corrupted, rotten nature. Then that sound exploded, roaring and screeching, tearing through the very space. Raise your head and face doomsday. The old man frowned and muttered, is another disaster falling from the sky now? Fred, at this moment in utter panic, stuttered and cried out, what is that thing? The spirit shrieked uncontrollably at the top of his lungs, run away now, it's a soul-destroying bomb. Shen Ye lazily lounged on top of the soul bomb, pouting in reproach. How did you crawl here to be this late? The bomb innocently explained its grievance. This lowly one had to rummage through the grass to fetch the statue to shield you, you know. He clicked his tongue and waved his hand. Oh please, just press the button and blow everyone to pieces. At worst, I'll just use a meat shield card to take the hit. It seriously retorted, no can do. This bomb is extremely special. This lowly one cannot guarantee whether your meat shield can bear the damage or not. He still raised an eyebrow, half believing and half doubting, is this bomb really that powerful? So our plan was a complete success, right? The bomb casually replied, of course. Their deaths are guaranteed. Piercing through the thick screen of dust and smoke, the old man's sarcastic tone rang out again, a puny little bomb wants to injure me. Impressive indeed, to think that statue had the function to neutralize an explosion. But Shen Ye, don't even dream of escaping my grasp today. He bent down and glared at Fred, lifting his chin to interrogate, tell the truth. Exactly how many seeds of disaster has that little bastard summoned here? After talking his mouth dry without a single response, he irritably looked down at his hand, and oh boy, Fred had already collapsed and ascended to the afterlife who knows how long ago. He widened his eyes in overwhelming disappointment and spat out, dead already. Was he crushed by the bomb's aftershock? What a piece of trash. However, right when he witnessed Fred's corpse along with his own arm slowly disintegrating, he jerked in shock, finally realizing the severity of the problem. He panicked and flailed. What? How could something this absurd possibly happen? Just before the moment his body vanished into the infinite void, he strained his neck and let out a scream full of resentment. No, I absolutely refuse to accept this. And then, his entire body shattered into tens of thousands of tiny fragments, swept away by the wind into the dark sky. The raindrops continued to pour down mercilessly. Shen Ye tilted his head back, his eyes gazing at the desolate ruins left by the life-and-death battle just now. Wooden statue in his palm cheered jubilantly. Shen Ye, those two powerhouses have both turned to ash, you're safe now. Shen Ye turned and asked curiously, hey Firn, why was that seemingly ordinary bomb so earth-shattering? Firn's nose flared with pride as he lectured, if you don't know, perk your ears up and listen. This is the ultimate weapon of our spirit race. It is the essence of supreme wisdom, the result of us pouring our hearts and souls into pushing technological power to its absolute peak. Not long ago, our spirit race discovered that souls are actually composed of countless microscopic particles, and hidden inside each of those particles are two intertwining streams of energy, maintaining a state of equilibrium. Later, we realized that once an external force is used to break that equilibrium, the particle will detonate with terrifying destructive power. The pressure from the bomb will continue to spread, destroying the equilibrium of neighboring particles, igniting a chain of consecutive explosions until the soul is completely annihilated. We call this phenomenon a chain reaction. Based on that magnificent principle, our race's great scholar, Sir Robert Oppenheimer, led an elite team to pioneer and craft the most terrifying weapon in the history of the spirit race. Soul-detonating bomb has an extremely simple structure, containing a soul and an activation device inside. When the device short-circuits, it will shatter the particle structure to create a chain reaction. All souls caught within the blast radius will be swept in and completely detonated. The special thing about this bomb is that aside from remote detonation, it also has a secret detonation method that very few know about, which is reciting an incantation at close range. Saying that, Fyrn began to mumble the secret incantation. Translated into human language, that sentence meant, "I am death, the destroyer of worlds." Shen Ye exasperatedly blurted out, "The plan you guys and humanity are carrying out wouldn't happen to be sparking World War Roman II, would it?" Fyrn was surprised. "Oh my, how did you even know about this secret?" The system screen popped up a notification. "Spectacular narrow escape. Today you have slipped past fatal danger. The title, 'The Boy Who Survived the Great Calamity,' has been activated. Your basic stats have been comprehensively increased by an additional 2 points. Day you executed consecutive, flawless door opening and closing maneuvers without a single gap, taking on and resolving the danger yourself. Therefore, this crisis event will be used as the evaluation subject. Evaluation. Facing relentless pursuit from 2 worlds, coupled with 2 entities that could instantly kill you, you still managed to survive thanks to a series of miraculous maneuvers." A miraculous, warm surge of energy from nowhere flooded into his body, making him feel a wondrous vitality flowing through his veins. The system panel continued to show a notification. "During this door opening, you have earned a right to choose. You can select the excellent blue evaluation, 'The Boy Who Survived the Great Calamity,' to upgrade its rank to the 1 in a 10,000 purple. Or activate the 1 in a 10,000 purple event keyword, 'The Little Match Boy.'" Seeing the 2 notifications plastering the screen and making him dizzy, Shen Ye made the decision to just choose "The Little Match Boy." He silently analyzed that these 2 evaluations carried different effects. Combining them would likely yield better results than upgrading a single one. Notification panel displayed. "In this door opening, you have received the evaluation, 'The Little Match Boy,' which is a 1 in a 10,000 purple evaluation. Description: every time you avoid stepping into the world behind the door for a full day, the probability of receiving a better evaluation will increase to a maximum of 90%. Human longing and love are unstoppable forces. They will accumulate and one day explode like a raging flood. You can keep this evaluation for future upgrades, or you can devour it to receive basic attribute points." Shen Ye cheered in sheer ecstasy. This evaluation is absolutely amazing. From now on, the timing to enter the door will be more flexible and free, and the benefits will be far greater. While he was on cloud 9, a dry, hollow applause suddenly echoed right behind him. Yibing voiced her praise. "That battle just now was quite spectacular, Shen Ye. It seems my cursed statue of the king of all demons has brought you an extraordinary ability." Upon hearing this, Shen Ye froze. Then he jumped backward, yelling in shock, "Zhao Yibing, can you please stop pestering me? It's seriously annoying." He hastily lunged toward the door. Fyrn caught a whiff of the killing intent radiating from Yibing and shrieked frantically, "Shen Ye, her aura is even more dangerous than before. Hurry up and open the door to escape. Don't just dilly-dally there. If you get caught, you're dead meat." He hissed through his teeth, "I obviously know that." Before his hand could even touch the door, Shen Ye's entire body was impaled by countless glowing red strings. His pupils contracted, his face displaying an expression of utmost bewilderment. Yibing smiled softly and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I've avoided all your vital spots, it just hurts a little bit. Shen Ye, I truly admire you." In a flash, she was standing right in his face, gazing into his eyes and caressing his cheek. She spoke gently, "No matter how much power one accumulates, death is the ultimate end for all. But you managed to make it shed its skin and transform into an extraordinary ability, and you even know how to use it so well. I hope you." Before she could finish her sentence, a childish yet chillingly stern voice echoed from above, "Hey, didn't I warn you to roll a little further away?" Yin Chen gritted out every word, "Do you really have a death wish?" Yibing tilted her chin and retorted sarcastically, "Do you really think you can kill me?" Instantly, the surrounding ground fractured into pieces and went into a freefall down the abyss. Unfortunately, that included Shen Ye, who was staring blankly in utter shock. Like a gust of wind, Yin Chen suddenly appeared behind him and wrapped her arms around him. With extraordinary strength, the little girl scooped him up, stopping him from plummeting to the bottom. Shen Ye lay bashfully in those small arms until the little girl gently set him down on a ledge. His eyes widened in astonishment. "It's you? The little girl who asked me to find her mom before. How are you this strong?" Having her cover blown, Yin Chen looked flustered and guiltily replied, "You still remember? No, you've got the wrong person. Actually, I'm an examiner. Ensuring the safety of candidates is my undeniable responsibility." Shen Ye helplessly facepalmed. "Do you take me for an idiot?" Shen Ye called after the little girl who was about to run away, hastily pressing her. "Who exactly are you? Why did you save me?" Yin Chen looked back, waving her hand and grinning widely to cover it up. "I really am an examiner. Anyway, I have things to do, bye-bye." How could he ever believe her words? He immediately exposed her. "Stop trying to fool me, kid." Yin Chen stopped in her tracks and told him with a hint of regret, "Looks like I can't hide it anymore." "Fine, then I'll tell you." Shen Ye was still suspicious. He couldn't see her evaluation line at all, and there was no telling what level her strength had reached in the magic realm. Yin Chen suddenly dropped her cheerful expression and spoke solemnly. "The eldest miss of my family, she is about to die. She said she had an unpaid debt of gratitude, so she asked me to come protect you once, as a way to repay that favor to you." Shen Ye curiously asked, "Who is your miss?" Yin Chen lowered her voice and replied, "Song Yin Chen." Hearing those 3 words, Shen Ye went dead silent. Song Yin Chen. Right, that was the younger sister of the Song family sibling pair that Shen Ye had saved when he was little. He quickly continued asking, "What's wrong with her? Is she sick, or did something else happen?" The little girl lowered her head, whispering each word full of sorrow. "My miss is under a curse, an incredibly vicious curse that absolutely no one can break." Yin Chen recounted everything. "All her other wishes have already been fulfilled. She instructed me to come protect you once, completely settling her debt of gratitude to you." Shen Ye understood, "So that explosion at the motel was your doing too?" The little girl honestly admitted, "I did it." He immediately pulled out his phone and suggested, "Yin Chen, leave your contact info with me." The little girl wrinkled her forehead and asked back, "What for?" "My miss doesn't want to see you, besides, she's already fallen into a coma." He made an excuse, "Just in case I find a way to break the curse, it'll be easier to contact you." Suddenly, the little girl furrowed her brows tightly and shouted, "What is wrong with you? So many top experts around the entire world have no solution. Do you really think a nobody like you can do it?" He slightly bowed his head and said quietly, "I just want to give it a try. If it doesn't work out, don't blame me. Back then, I only saved Song Yin Chen exactly once, but you guys have already helped me twice." Yin Chen bluntly rejected him, "Thanks, but my miss has already given up. If you really want to help her, just record an audio message right here, wishing her to leave this world in peace." Shen Ye fired back, "No. What kind of logic is telling someone to rest in peace and die? I won't do such a thing. Give me your contact info. If you don't, I will still figure out a way to find you guys." Having no other choice, Yin Chen clicked her tongue and did as he said, exchanging their contact info. Before leaving, the little girl even left a feisty remark, "What a stubborn guy. Now the debt of gratitude between you and my miss is cleared. I have nothing else to say to you, goodbye." And he looked at the contact info he just got from Yin Chen and muttered, "What a weird little kid." After that, he called another person, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. "Hey Fyrn, your side surely doesn't lack ways to break curses, right?" From the other end of the line echoed a sneer. "Do you want to play the meddling hero to help her again? Did you forget how you got scammed the last time you tried finding her mom? You got played for a fool and you still dare to trust them," Fyrn mocked. Shen Ye could only let out a weary sigh, answering helplessly, "Well, at least the final result was fine. Besides, that kid saved me a whole 2 times, and I'm not the type who likes being in debt to anyone." "What debt of gratitude? You softy," Fyrn continued to pout. Ignoring the sarcasm, Shen Ye calmly explained, "That's a tradition in my hometown, the principle of repaying what you owe. Whenever you owe someone a favor, you must find a chance to pay it back fair and square." Fyrn curiously questioned, "Why do you have to be so clear-cut?" Throwing another spatial portal wide open, Shen Ye replied with a voice full of unwavering conviction, "Simply because this world is already cold and callous enough." Outside, the heavy rain poured down fiercely, as if wanting to swallow everything and wash it straight into the vast ocean. On the precarious cliff edge, a silhouette stood completely still, letting the stormy wind and lashing rain batter directly against their body. Standing not far away, Luo Sheng kept his eyes on that silent figure, hesitantly speaking up. "Master, just now you had more than enough power to crush Shen Ye to death, drain his soul dry, and snatch back all of his power. Why did you hold back?" The person maintained a stone-cold expression, their voice carrying utter disdain when speaking. Luo Sheng, you ignorant humans are so mediocre. Your narrow mindset is no different from primitive beasts. Do you know precisely how the gods dine? The old man hurriedly bowed low, respectfully replying, May my great master take pity and enlighten this lowly servant. The person narrowed their eyes, slowly uttering every word. Soraro, that is a supreme deity reigning in the cosmic abyss, holding immense power that can rival the might of a myriad of stars. She kept a calm tone, meticulously recounting that God treats planets as nurseries, scattering the seeds of life upon them. Then he will sit in silent observation, watching all things multiply and flourish, civilizations rising in brilliance, waiting until that planet reaches its most glorious peak. She continued talking about the cruel law. When all things reach the threshold of perfection, Soraro will lay down his final judgment. He uses the destructive collision between asteroids and planets to obliterate everything, then leisurely harvests all the souls and swallows them whole. Once everything returns to silent dust, he begins to scatter a new batch of life. That endless cycle has never ceased amidst this vast universe. Suddenly her voice shrieked with excitement. To me, that Shen Ye is exactly one such fat, juicy planet. Her eyes flashed with a sinister gleam. The world-binding energy reigning in his body is still endlessly proliferating, evolving stronger with each passing day. She clenched her fist, her voice turning hoarse with extreme greed. I will play the role of a devoted guide, patiently nurturing him. Finally, she revealed her true form as a grotesque creature, loudly proclaiming her dark ambition. Just slowly nurture him, wait until all his qualities reach the absolute most perfect ripeness, and I will personally pluck this sweet fruit. Night fell, the darkness completely swallowing the dilapidated wooden cabin nestled deep in the forest. Notting staggered to get up, his face grimacing in pain. Ouch, my whole body is sore. Seeing Notting open his eyes, Shen Ye was as happy as if he had struck gold, eagerly rushing over. Oh, your highness, you're awake. Suddenly the prince sprang up like a coiled spring, his whole body radiating with killing intent. You little brat, you've got some nerve conspiring with the spirit race to assassinate me. Shen Ye turned pale and frantically waved his hands. Hold on, your highness, I've been wronged. Notting roared. Shut up, stop your sophistry. Notting grandly raised his ring high and shouted, O royal knight, swordsman, transform. A blinding halo of light that seemed to blind the eyes immediately enveloped Notting's entire body. With the transformation complete, he gripped the sword in his hand, pointing it straight at Shen Ye to threaten, Pay with your life, traitor. On his hand right now sat the prestigious ring of the royal knight. This was an ancestral heirloom passed down from the emperors of the Holy Empire of La Lan. It acted not only as a spatial pouch, but also sealed all sorts of armors, from those of knights, swordsmen, and generals to luxurious outfits for banquets. The wearer could transform in the blink of an eye to deal with all kinds of situations, from street brawls and battlefields to formal meetings. In short, it was an item both flashy and practical, representing the sheer wealth of the royal family. Shen Ye retreated in panic, trying to stroke the prince's fur. Please calm your anger, your highness. I've already sent that guy Fred to meet his maker. We are very safe right now. Notting was not one to believe easily and was dead set on slashing him. Stop your lies. How much longer are you going to deceive me? Saying that, Notting swung his sword and fiercely charged straight at Shen Ye, demanding to cleave him in half. Scared out of his wits, he dodged the attack and ran for his life to find an escape route. The other immediately blocked his way out. Stop right there, where do you think you're running to? Driven to desperation, Shen Ye hastily picked up a piece of paper from the ground and held it up. Your Highness the Prince, look at this victory dispatch from the front line. The Spirit General has kicked the bucket. Our side has won a great victory. The paper radiated a bright golden light, serving as a testament to Notting's resounding victory. He snatched the letter, reading it with wide eyes, then grudgingly admitted that Shen Ye was right. The snow demon really is dead. Our army has won a great victory. Shen Ye patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, taking the chance to defend himself. See, I didn't lie to you, right? Otherwise, how would the spirit army suddenly know their boss had died? Fyron immediately reminded him. His underlings have telepathy. They could sense their boss's soul fading away. Notting still hadn't completely dispelled his suspicion, frowning as he interrogated. But how did you manage to take down the snow demon? That guy is an absolute legend of the spirit race, no joke. Shen Ye thumped his chest and lifted his head, boasting proudly. Your Highness, this was all thanks to my sworn brother Fyron here. He used the top-secret weapon of the spirit race and blew that snow demon to smithereens. Questioned doubtfully, you mean that spy from the spirit side? I remember meeting him once, but why the hell did you have to knock me unconscious? Shen Ye scratched his head and forced a smile, having no choice but to tell the truth. My sincere apologies to your highness. Knocking you out was partly to make that snow demon drop his guard, but the more important reason was that I wanted to protect the intellectual property rights of their race's secret weapon. Nodding frowned in bewilderment. What the heck is intellectual property rights? Shen Ye clasped his hands behind his back and babbled on. Spot on, your highness. That is extremely crucial. Just imagine you rack your brain to draw a masterpiece comic book and then someone else steals it to print pirated copies and make money. Wouldn't you be pissed? Seeing Notting still looking completely clueless, he patiently explained further. There were supposed to be 100 people willing to spend money to buy your brain power, but 80 of them ran off to read the pirated version for free. In the end, your profit isn't even enough to buy a bowl of pho. This vicious cycle will either make authors disheartened and quit their jobs, or force them to cut production costs just to survive, leading to a flood of trashy works, or worse, being kicked out of the market by someone's cheap knockoff comics. His mind was spinning, and he asked back blankly, so what the heck is a comic book anyway? Ignoring Niu En's question, he continued his presentation. Authors will starve to death, and true readers will have no good stories left to read. Are you willing to watch such a tragedy unfold? Therefore, the movement to protect copyrights and respect intellectual property must be initiated right away by you and me. Niu En waved his hand, not wanting to hear any more moral preaching, cursing inwardly. This brat Peppa is blabbering again, but considering he just saved my life once more, I'll let it slide. As long as he remains loyal to humanity and is useful in critical moments, I'll turn a blind eye to his other nonsense. The prince reluctantly chose to trust him, lowering his voice gently. All right, I misunderstood you, Peppa. Regardless, I owe you my life and I offer my deepest gratitude. He looked down at the victory report, waved his hand generously, and asked Shen Ye, you made a great contribution in this grand victory over the undead. Tell me, what reward do you desire? Gold, jewels, titles, power, or long-legged beauties? He narrowed his eyes to observe his reaction, emphasizing, as long as you open your mouth, I can grant it. This prince, the most effective way to read someone was to grasp their greed. Fei Lun immediately urged him in his mind. Shen Ye, the human kingdom is full of good stuff. Hurry up and ask for the Trinity Force. That item will make your splash damage incredibly insane, or the Sage's Destiny to get damage immunity. Even asking for the Celestial Dagger to learn short-distance dashing is great. Seize this opportunity to hit the jackpot. Niu En calmly waited for Shen Ye's demand, thinking to himself, Peppa, if your request displeases me, even if you save me 10 times. Shen Ye slightly bowed his head. Your Highness, I actually have my eyes on one item. Niu En had already mentally prepared himself, a hint of murderous intent hidden in his smile. I will personally execute you. But on the outside, he still appeared gentle. Go ahead and speak your mind. Shen Ye raised his hand, pointing straight in a certain direction. He boldly requested, I would like to ask for the necklace you are wearing around your neck, if that is all right. The pendant Niu En was wearing was the divine gem of compassion, an epic-tier artifact capable of neutralizing any curse below the epic level. Niu En lifted the gem on his chest, carefully evaluating it before wondering, the divine gem of compassion. Although this item is rare, the Imperial Treasury lacks no divine weapons, inherited artifacts, or supreme magic. Why do you set your sights on this piece of jewelry? Shen Ye maintained a sincere expression, replying, to be honest with you, a friend of mine is afflicted by an extremely vicious dark curse. Rumor has it that this gem can dispel evil and ward off bad luck, so I desperately hope to use it to save my friend's life. Fei Lun almost fainted hearing this, screaming in his brain, with all those top-tier treasures, you chose this useless junk just for a brat you've never even met. You're crazy, you've completely lost your mind. On the contrary, Niu En smiled with immense satisfaction. So I have underestimated your noble heart all this time. He readily took off the gem and handed it to him. Take it, Peppa. If this thing doesn't work, I will personally dispatch a grand cleric or the elf tribe to assist you. Shen Ye was overjoyed, smiling brightly. Thank you for your grace, your highness. Niu En breathed a sigh of relief, silently praising, this man desires neither fame nor fortune, his whole heart is only focused on doing good deeds and saving people. The more he looked at him, the more pleased he felt, secretly complimenting, you truly deserve the title of a saint. Shen Ye appeared grateful on the surface, but inwardly he was thrilled. The items old Fei Lun suggested all require high compatibility, taking them might just end up gathering dust. I'd rather grab this gem, and if it actually works, I'll proudly become Song Yin Chen's lifesaver. A moment later, the human army arrived at the safe haven. At this time, Nguyen was sitting in his room, flashing a kind smile to reassure his subordinates. I told you I'm fine. Peppa has healed my wounds. Luo Zhang teared up, excitedly exclaiming, It's unbelievable, not only are you fully recovered, but your complexion is even rosier than before. Julia clasped her hands in prayer, uttering with sheer admiration, It is truly a blessing from above. Saint Peppa indeed possesses divine power descended from heaven. Nguyen turned around, eagerly commanding, It's time to return to the front lines. Peppa, pack your gear, we're setting off soon. However, the space was left with nothing but an eerie silence. The three of them looked at each other in confusion, only then shockingly realizing that Peppa had evaporated at some point. Where did he go? On the adjacent wall lay a few scribbled lines. Busy saving a friend, gotta bounce first. Sincerely, Saint Peppa. Nguyen frowned and approached, doubtfully muttering, Is this really Peppa's handwriting? Luo Zhang stood beside him, scratching his head in confusion. Why does the saint's signature look like a hideous pig? Amidst the dead silence of the dense forest, a phone ring suddenly tore through the space. Boss de Qui, don't tell me you just picked up a random water-soaked stone somewhere and bragged to me that it could save my young miss. Shen Ye firmly replied. Of course not, just take it and try it out. If it works, it'll be awesome. The other end seemed convinced. All right then, I'm a bit tied up right now. Once I finish my exam, I'll personally come find you. He was about to say a few more words when the cold beep-beep sounded. What an uneducated brute, hanging up on someone before they could even finish speaking. The system bell chimed, announcing, The 3-day wilderness survival round has concluded. The total number of eliminated participants is currently 726. Shen Ye stared in surprise. The third round ended that quickly. The system continued, conducting a comprehensive scan of the participants' physical conditions to distribute corresponding rewards. Your stamina has reached the ultimate realm. Congratulations, you have received a powerful enhancement buff. Your meat shield skill has been upgraded to white bone and flesh. Requesting you to track down clues leading to the next round's examination site. Time limit, 1 hour. If you fail, you will be eliminated immediately. He stroked his chin, pondering, So I even got an upgrade. This skill sounds pretty overpowered, but in return, the next stage will definitely be a lot harder. Messages from his teammates kept popping up on the screen. Shen Ye, are you still in one piece? Shen Ye typed back. Zio Meng Yu, I'm perfectly fine. All those rich tycoon kids who tried to hunt me down have logged out. She breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, seems like your schemes worked well. It's good that you're safe. Gyu Yi has a nose like a hound lately. He just sniffed out the location for the next exam. Shen Ye quickly sealed the deal. Sweet, I'll head over to regroup with you guys right now. The system notification chimed crisply again, successfully teamed up with Zio Meng Yu. Right at that moment, in some hidden corner of the exam area, a desolate and secluded canyon faintly appeared. From midair, a mysterious palanquin slowly descended. Nangong Si Rui stepped out, speaking loudly, Brother Guan Shu, are you hiding in there? Keeping his eyes glued to the giant cocoon heavily plastered with sealing talismans, he patiently called out again, Brother Guan Shu. Old friends finally reuniting after so many years, are you planning to shut the door and refuse guests? You guys always like to hide your trump cards, not even bothering to fight for a ranking on the divine leaderboard, just hiding in a corner. It's honestly incredibly boring. I didn't come here today to challenge you to a solo fight like usual, but to return an item to you. Nangong Si Rui pulled out a fiery ring, holding it high. This is the supreme artifact of your Wang family, isn't it? I accidentally found it lying around in the exam area. As soon as he finished speaking, that eerie cocoon suddenly exploded with a heaven-shaking roar, unleashed by a raging inferno from within. Guan Shu's hoarse voice rang out, carrying extreme astonishment. That is Wang Dingzhou's heaven-subduing ring. Why is it in your hands? Immediately after, a pale, twisted face appeared. Could it be that the boy is dead? Did you kill him? Nangong Si Rui smiled faintly, waving his hand in denial. No, he was just unlucky enough to get caught in a natural disaster while fighting that guy Shen Ye, which is how he died. Guan Shu roared in fury. How could those annoying little natural disasters even scratch his skin? It must be that brat Shen Ye who played dirty and stabbed him in the back that caused his tragic death. Return the heaven-subduing ring to me at once. I will personally use it to sacrifice my enemy alive and avenge my brother. Nangong Si Rui slightly furrowed his brows. A flash of helplessness crossed his eyes. He lowered his voice, gently warning, Brother Guan Shu, can your current state even handle the power of this divine artifact? Guan Shu, like a mad beast, lunged at the heaven-subduing ring and growled, "Cut the moral crap, give it to me." Clutching his brother's memento tightly, Guan Shu cherished it like a treasure, his eyes burning with the flames of extreme resentment. He raised both hands high, slowly placing that fiery ring around his own neck. A shrill shriek, like a demon from hell, echoed, "Shen Ye, I swear to burn you to ashes." Nangong Si Rui could only close his eyes and sigh heavily. Without bothering to waste any more words, he cast a spell, splitting his body into countless illusions, and charged straight in to attack at lightning speed. Guan Shu was startled, finding himself surrounded, growling, "Nangong Si Rui, what trick are you playing?" Before the reprimand could leave his mouth, he was pinned down to the ground by 5 or 6 of Nangong Si Rui's clones, held down so tightly he couldn't move an inch. All the life energy within Guan Shu's body began to be drained completely. The blazing fiery aura that was billowing around him was now extinguished, shrinking down to nothing but a dying ember. Looking at him now, looking haggard like a dry skeleton, Nangong Si Rui slightly pursed his lips in sorrow. "The deities of the Wang family have corroded your soul to the point of collapse. Brother Guan Shu, you are inherently no longer the person you used to be. Sending you off, freeing you, is also a form of mercy. I really didn't expect a prestigious family like the Wang family to fall to this state. I'm afraid the other families in parallel worlds are just as ruined. I must urgently report this matter back to the elders at home." He let out a long, heavy sigh. This world has deviated from its original orbit. Human lives are treated like dirt, while the gods act like a bunch of lunatics. In a secluded canyon, Xiao Mengyu, Zhang Xiaoye, and Gu Yu were waiting for Shen Ye. As soon as they saw his silhouette peeking out, they all beamed with joy. The group gathered around to examine a mysterious stone cave. Shen Ye scratched his chin curiously. "Is this hole the destination?" Xiao Mengyu nodded. "Exactly, entrances like this are scattered all over the island." Gu Yi sniffed out one of them. The young man excitedly urged, "Then let's roll, let's go down and see if there's anything fun." As the group was shuffling to head inside, the system notification chimed melodiously again. "The designated time is up. A total of 93 participants have just been kicked out. Prepare to enter the final trial phase. We hope the candidates maintain their top form." Zhang Xiaoye clicked his tongue, marveling. "Great, dragging our feet for 10 straight minutes. Who knows where this dark tunnel will lead us?" Xiao Mengyu strictly reminded, "Don't let your guard down, stay highly alert." Suddenly he cheered with excitement. "I see the exit up ahead." Gu Yi also jumped for joy, frantically sprinting towards the light. The whole group accelerated. When they arrived, Zhang Xiaoye stared in amazement. "Down here is a completely different dimension. Look, there are 3 giant doors." The system immediately announced the rules. The life-or-death test in the final round will be divided into 3 paths, corresponding to 3 high schools. Please choose the school you wish to attend and step through the door to face the entrance exam. Here is a brief overview of the 3 schools. He clapped his hands in delight. "Wow, there's even a dedicated introduction section like this. Pretty good service." Jialan, Guisu, and Zirang High Schools are the 3 most elite educational cradles in the world. With a top-tier faculty, profound cultural foundations, and a rich history of forging talents, they have become academic holy grounds where any student yearns to grind their seats at least once. Shen Ye stood with his hands on his hips, listening to the system babbling a long string of words until he lost all patience, snapping, "What kind of nonsense introduction is this?" Xiao Mengyu frowned, waving her hand to interrupt. "Skip the empty talk, let me summarize it quickly. Among these 3, Jialan is the most prestigious, but it highly values background. The children of elites and wealthy aristocrats usually flock there. Guisu School holds far too many cultural treasures and dark historical secrets. The students there know more than ordinary people, but precisely because of that, the insanity rate is quite high. And Zirang School is decent, but it has a silly rule that students occasionally have to bring hoes and shovels to dig up underground ruins. Bluntly speaking, they teach grave robbing." Shen Ye nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is. Different schools definitely mean the difficulty and the exam questions will vary. Xiao Mengyu, which door are you aiming for?" She confidently crossed her arms. "Me. Naturally, I'm heading straight for Jialan." He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Makes sense, that was a redundant question. I was also planning to squeeze into Jialan to see what it's all about." Zhang Xiaoye shook his head, timidly speaking up. You two big shots can go ahead, but we're not foolish enough to dive headfirst into Jia Lan. Gu Yi and I will detour to Zai Rang for an easier time. While pushing the door of Zai Rang school, he and Guo Yi looked back and waved goodbye. Shen Ye, Zio Meng Yu, thank you both for carrying us the whole way. Wishing you both safe travels and solid success. Shen Ye and Zio Meng Yu also smiled and waved back. Okay, you guys take care too. Standing before the majestic door of Jia Lan School, Zio Meng Yu took a deep breath. We should head out too. Mentally prepared, Shen Ye replied gleefully. With you here as the boss, who else do I need to be afraid of? She rolled her eyes, thinking to herself. Stop playing innocent, do you think I'm blind? Your power right now might even surpass mine. Zio Meng Yu calmly stepped forward, using her strength to push the door hard. Onward! The creaking sound of the hinges echoing through the silent space sounded utterly chilling. The moment the door cracked open, a blinding beam of light instantly swept over, swallowing everything around them. Shen Ye was violently sucked away by that weird light into a completely foreign dimension. Looking around frantically, he felt a pang of panic and called out loudly, Zio Meng Yu, where are you? Fei Lun immediately jumped out to explain. Shen Ye, you just got pushed into a random teleportation portal. I'm afraid you two were separated and dropped at 2 different coordinates. Shen Ye patted his chest to regain his composure. I see, it looks like this stage forces a solo run. The system's cold voice echoed. Thank you for choosing Jia Lan High School. The entrance exam will now begin. Your mission, seize the key from the hands of the sinner currently imprisoned in the dungeon. Stepping out of the prison means successfully passing the stage. He was startled when he discovered a pitch-black shadow lying flat on the ground not far away. At the same time, in another space, Zio Meng Yu also received a similar message. Thank you for choosing Jia Lan High School. The entrance exam will now begin. Your mission, seize the key from the hands of the sinner currently imprisoned in the dungeon. Stepping out of the prison means successfully passing the stage. She quickly grasped the core of the issue. If I want to snatch the key, I'm forced into a one-on-one solo fight with the prisoner. No wonder they used teleportation to isolate each participant. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught her ear. Zio Meng Yu immediately spun around, getting into a defensive stance. Excellent, finally someone showed their face. A skinny young boy, his arms and legs locked tightly by massive iron chains, crawled out and asked timidly, They sent you to rescue me, right? Finally, someone recognized my innocence. She raised an eyebrow, a myriad of suspicions swirling in her mind. Why is it a kid who's barely out of diapers? Zio Meng Yu cautiously probed. Are you the sinner imprisoned here, kid? Where is the key hidden? The boy stammered for a moment, then pointed his bony finger toward an object lying silently on the stone floor. The key, you mean that thing? Seeing her about to bend down and pick it up, the kid frantically screamed. Wait, don't touch it. I'm begging you, please don't lay a finger on that thing. That key is actually the detonator for the bomb attached to my neck. Just a slight touch from you, and my body will be blown to mush. This is a malicious trap they deliberately set up. Zio Meng Yu stood as still as a statue, her eyes sharp as a knife pinning the kid down. How can you prove that what you just said isn't a lie? The boy trembled, his voice mixed with sobs. Miss, the sword you're wearing on your waist. That's the ancestral sword of the Luo family, right? Thank goodness, so you are a member of the Luo family. When I was framed by those thugs and thrown into this stinking hellhole, it was a brother from the Luo family who stepped up righteously to help me. He even swore that he would find a way to clear my name and pull me out of this hell. You must definitely be the benefactor he sent to save my life. His name is Luo Fei Chuan. Since you're from the same family, you must surely know him. Hearing these 3 words, Zio Meng Yu instantly froze, dead in her tracks. Back to Shen Ye's corner, after calming down, he mumbled the task prompt to himself again. Seize the key from the hands of the sinner. Staring at the stiff corpse on the ground, Shen Ye doubtfully scratched his chin. Is this miserably dead guy the sinner? And the key is just lying right next to him. Is this stage that easy? Fei Lun immediately poured cold water on him. Don't be overconfident, watch out for traps. While he was still standing there clueless on what to do next, extremely hair-raising noises suddenly echoed through the space. Shen Ye astutely realized that the eerie sounds were coming from right above his head, and it was plummeting down at lightning speed. Just as he looked up, a horrifying sight struck his eyes. A pack of monsters with serpentine bodies but hideous skulls attached to their necks was madly crashing down towards him. Shen Ye was scared out of his wits, letting out a shriek as he channeled his strength to jump far back. The monsters slammed into the ground, making the floor violently shake like an earthquake. Watching those freaks gather and fuse into a single beast with 9 wriggling heads on one body, he stammered in terror. What is this hideous thing? Screeching like a crying baby, and it has 9 heads. Could this be the legendary mythical beast Ju Ying? Fei Lun quickly spoke up to reassure him. Calm down. This exam definitely wouldn't just unleash a high-level disaster like that. This monster looks intimidating, but it's highly likely just a top-tier fake. The 9 hideous heads opened their maws in unison, spewing a thick, slimy red liquid straight at Shen Ye. The cramped space of the dungeon was swallowed by the crimson blood stream in the blink of an eye, as mournful wailing shrieked endlessly in his ears. He ducked and choked in the blood-red water. Boss, are you absolutely sure this is a fake? Fei Lun hesitated for a moment. Well, it might be a bit stronger than a fake, maybe around 10-something% of the original's power. Hearing this, Shen Ye almost passed out on the spot. Good heavens, 10-something%? Does that mean I even have a chance to survive? Then what's the point of fighting? If it chews my head off, by the time you feel the pain, it'll be too late. Tired of spewing slime, the 9 heads began to change their tactics, gearing up to unleash a new combo attack. Shen Ye panicked and yelled out, "Mother, it's spitting bubbles." Fei Lun shouted, "Don't panic, I'll step in to protect you." Saying that, it quickly activated its combat form, executing its super transformation skill. The Skeleton King descended, and the entire space instantly shook violently. Fei Lun's bony frame cracked, interlocking to form a giant turtle shell that shielded everything. Shen Ye hurriedly climbed onto its back, his eyes sparkling. "Oh wow, you even have a transformation move. Is this perhaps the majestic and awe-inspiring Skeleton King from the legends?" Fei Lun irritably interrupted. "Shut up right now, you are forbidden from saying that last word." Shen Ye was overly excited, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Skeleton King, you are the true love of my life," it grumbled in annoyance. "If it weren't for the fact that my power has only recovered 30%, forcing me to use my ribs and shoulder blades to assemble this boat, there's no way I would willingly put on this trashy look." Seeing its old trick ruined, the 9-headed monster immediately switched things up. This time, they simultaneously opened their jaws, hacking up pillars of blazing fire. He lay flat on his stomach against Fei Lun's back, urging, "Skeleton King, step on it." It growled while swimming. "Damn it, I told you not to drag out that tone, it sounds like you're about to curse the next word." Just a moment later, Fei Lun shouted joyfully, "Look, the exit is over there, did you grab the key?" Shen Ye confidently patted his chest. "Got it securely in my hand, just keep your head down and swim straight ahead." At that exact moment, one of the 9 heads frantically elongated, lashing out a fatal strike towards them. Fei Lun yelled in panic, "Careful, I can't block this hit." Without a shred of hesitation, he immediately kicked off forcefully, launching himself into the air. "You just keep swimming, don't stop." Spinning flawlessly in midair, Shen Ye executed his move as fast as lightning, unleashing the bone barricade skill to block the attack. Witnessing the smooth counterattack, Fei Lun couldn't help but utter words of praise. While waiting for him to land so they could continue escaping, it commented, "That kick of yours carried the chill of ice bone, perfectly countering its fire element. It's just a pity your cultivation isn't deep enough. If you grind a few more levels, who knows, you might be able to extinguish its flames completely." Shen Ye shrugged helplessly. "Can't help it, I've only leached off this skill for less than 2 days. This exam at Jia Land School is unimaginably brutal. If the Skeleton King here hadn't come to my rescue, I probably would have been boiled to a pulp by now." Fei Lun let out a cold snort, then sighed in relief. "Lucky for you the exam doesn't force you to slaughter this Ju Ying clone. You just need to bail out of here to pass. Hurry up, the exit is right in front of us. Insert the key and open the door." However, before his feet could even touch the ground, a wave of killing intent surged over, sending a chill down Shen Ye's spine. Looking back warily, he panicked. "Hey, Skeleton King, that freak seems to be charging up its ultimate attack," it shouted in a deep voice. "Ignore it, just keep pushing forward and jump to open the door." While he was still hesitating, Fei Lun yelled loudly, "Move your legs faster, 1 second late and we're all done for, trust me." Pushed to the brink with no time left to choose, Shen Ye gritted his teeth and used all his might to dash straight toward the door. All right, all or nothing. From behind, the 9 monster heads had converged, compressing a giant fireball that lit up the entire space. In just the blink of an eye, that destructive attack erupted like an erupting volcano, whizzing straight toward his back. In the hair-raising moment of life and death, Fei Lun used blazing speed to climb ashore. It used its dilapidated body to erect a sturdy wall of bones, blocking the raging fire while safely enveloping Shen Ye from behind. Shen Ye was burning with anxiety, shouting loudly, "Absolute defense of the Skeleton King, can you hold up?" Fei Lun gritted its teeth and joked, "Are you kidding? These puny flames aren't even enough to scratch an itch from me." He broke into a cold sweat, exposing it. "Give it a rest, boss, I see right through it, you're just trying to act tough, right?" As the door swung wide open, Shen Ye broke into a radiant smile. "Sweet, let's bounce, Skeleton King." They both rushed out hurriedly, leaving behind the billowing sea of fire growling behind them. Shen Ye threw his fist into the air, howling in sheer joy, cleared it successfully. Jialan High School, the young master has arrived. Shifting the camera to Xiao Mengyu's exam area, the atmosphere was still thick with tension. She stared intently at the brat in front of her, gritting her teeth to reconfirm, "Luo Fei Chuan. Are you saying you really know Luo Fei Chuan?" The kid nodded profusely. "That's right, you must definitely be the one he sent to rescue me." In just a split second, Xiao Mengyu's wall of defense crumbled. "All right, what do I have to do to get you out?" the kid slyly suggested. "I know a secret escape route to slip out of this hole." He held out his locked wrists toward her. "You just need to slash off these damn locks, and I'll lead the way. That key is actually bait to force you to commit suicide, because if I die, you'll be trapped here forever too." A harsh clang rang out as metal clashed against metal. The crude chains locking the boy's hands were cleanly sliced off. Right after, she followed up with 2 more strikes, neatly dealing with the 2 chains on his legs. "Done, hurry up and lead the way." Having just escaped the shackles, the corners of the kid's mouth suddenly curled up into an extremely wicked smile. "Okay, big sis, but before we go, let me repay the favor of untying me first. I will snap every single bone in your body." As soon as he finished speaking, his small body suddenly expanded, morphing into a giant, bloodthirsty beast. Xiao Mengyu stood with her arms crossed, her cold eyes observing its transformation, plainly asking, "So everything you've been blabbering about just now was a lie?" It threw its head back and laughed maniacally. "Spot on, there's no such thing as a bomb here. I just used you to smash this damn magic sealing handcuff. The key is the real deal, but unfortunately you won't have the life to use it. Who told you to be so stupid and easily trusting? Got fooled by my innocent appearance, didn't you?" She slightly furrowed her brows, calmly responding, "No, what I wanted to ask about was the part involving Luo Fei Chuan. You said he wanted to save you, was that also made up?" It shrugged, replying brazenly, "That guy, when I was first locked in here we bickered a few times. That guy works as rigidly as a rock, causing me quite a bit of suffering. But rumor has it that he's already kicked the bucket." The monster's gloating laughter was suddenly cut off abruptly. As it turned out, exactly when the opponent was still complacent and smug, Xiao Mengyu's razor-sharp hidden weapon shot out as fast as lightning, chopping it into hundreds of minced meat pieces. She indifferently bent down to pick up the key, muttering, "I just found it strange. I clearly investigated thoroughly and personally fulfilled every single unfulfilled wish he had when he was alive, yet I actually thought I missed someone. My brother always acted upright and honorably. He never wrongfully punished anyone, nor did he ever cover up for villains. When you said he was rigid, you were somewhat right. I truly wished that if only he knew how to be a bit flexible, a bit street-smart like that guy Shen Ye, things would have been so much better." The door burst open, and the system's notification immediately chimed. "Congratulations on successfully clearing the stage. The system is currently initiating teleportation. Honoring participant Xiao Mengyu, the first person to pass the stage and snatch the top 1 position in this year's assessment. Honoring participant Xiao Mengyu, the first person to pass the stage and snatch the top 1 position in this year's assessment." As soon as the crowd saw Xiao Mengyu's presence, they immediately buzzed with discussions. "The first participant to clear the stage has appeared. It's Xiao Mengyu, the new leader of the Luo family. A boundlessly bright future, congratulations." One of the 3 authoritative judges spoke up in praise. "You did very well, Xiao Mengyu. You deserve the position of valedictorian in this year's exam." She bowed slightly in respect. "Respected lords, I have an incident to report." The judge raised his eyebrow in surprise. "Is there a problem?" Xiao Mengyu slowly recounted. "Inside the exam area, there was a sudden rule subversion. The system unexpectedly allowed participants to freely slaughter each other. The consequence is that many people died unjustly." Jia Qian spoke up to explain in detail. "The Dharma realm inside the exam area sometimes acts up, escaping the control of the organizing committee. If the Dharma realm independently determines that a purge is necessary, the rules will automatically bend. This proves that this year's batch of candidates needed to be thrown into a true life-or-death battlefield to filter out the elites. Regardless, you have excellently passed the test, so there is no need to worry much anymore. He handed her a sparkling card. Congratulations, Zio Mengyu. From this moment on, you are officially a freshman at our Jialan Academy. This card of authority will grant you countless privileges within the school. Your exam ends perfectly here. Caressing the card in her hand, Mengyu's mind suddenly churned with an indescribable sense of unease. The X2 attribute multiplier buff from the card had vanished without a trace. Shen Ye shouldn't run into any bad luck, right? After all, the final stage isn't that insanely hard. With his strength, he has more than enough power to escape quickly. Back to Shen Ye. Although he had flawlessly completed the exam, by some bizarre twist of fate, he was sucked into another completely unfamiliar dimension. And then thrown, headfirst, into an icy underground river. Shen Ye panicked and yelled, "Oh my god, what the hell is this?" The system sent another death knell message. Your party has been disbanded. From this moment on, you must face the Fa Jai secret realm all by yourself. After struggling to pop his head above water, he panted and complained, "What the hell is a Fa Jai secret realm now? Didn't I just clear the stage?" Fyron carefully surveyed the surroundings and warned strictly, "Looking at this terrain, it seems we are in an underground river. We need to slip away quickly. If we run into that heretic god Zhao Yibing in this shithole, even heaven can't save you." Shen Ye scratched his head curiously. What the heck is a heretic god? It explained in detail. They are deities from another dimension possessing planet-destroying power. Right now that guy is borrowing Zhao Yibing's body to run amok. Their schemes are incredibly malicious, so it's best we stay as far away as possible. He was stunned, his jaw dropping. "Hey, why didn't you spill this earth-shattering info to me from the start?" Fyron stammered, awkwardly expressing. "Well, we've been through life and death together a few times now, so I don't want to hide anything from you anymore. Shen Ye, we are comrades who share life and death." Shen Ye got goosebumps, utterly baffled. "Why are you suddenly using this cheesy, goosebump-inducing tone?" it asked blankly. "What are goosebumps?" He quickly changed the subject. "Forget it, I'm getting more and more curious about your origins. What kind of divine being are you anyway?" Fyron fake coughed a few times, clearing its throat to tell the story, but was suddenly cut off by Yibing's deeply bewitching voice. "Shen Ye, you're still not dead yet. You really opened my eyes. I was even planning to come here and collect your remains." Shen Ye's heart skipped a beat. He stepped back in horror, silently cursing that Ku Lu Wang Ba was a jinx, speaking of the devil. His face darkened. "No wonder I felt something was off, why my exam suddenly became hellishly hard. It turns out you were the one pulling the strings. My original opponent for this stage was definitely that criminal. You killed him and conveniently threw a monster in as a replacement, didn't you? And this so-called Fa Jai secret realm thing, I bet it's your masterpiece too, right? Let me tell you in advance, it's all in vain. That little girl is coming to save me soon, so just wash your neck and wait for your death." Yibing's eyes were currently empty and dead silent, but the corners of her lips curled up into a faint smile. "Shen Ye, your guess is dead wrong. These ridiculous things were never my doing. Killing your original opponent, dropping a monster in to replace him, and conveniently tossing you into this secret realm. All of it is the masterpiece of your own kind." She calmly explained, "Your exam area was covered by a massive barrier, strictly monitoring every examinee without missing a single second. I spent a great deal of effort, planning to open an independent space to catch you. Unexpectedly, I discovered that those humans had already activated an identical barrier right in this very place." With a trace of a mocking smile, Yibing suddenly laughed out loud. "Shen Ye, use your brain and guess, what else did those people thoughtfully prepare to welcome you? As a deity possessing peerless power, standing before the dark ambitions of you humans, even I have to take my hat off and sigh in admiration." Shen Ye was so terrified that his eyes bulged, his scalp went numb, and his mind was like a tangled ball of yarn. This was the first time he witnessed the floating evaluation stats over the opponent's body with his own eyes. Damn, could this really be the mutant with planet-destroying power that Ku Lu Wang Ba bragged about? She slowly reached out her jade-like hands. "Shen Ye, right in this mass grave that your kind painstakingly dug for you, you are completely isolated. But don't worry, I absolutely won't lay a finger on you." In the blink of an eye, he was effortlessly caught. Yibing lifted Shen Ye's chin, whispering, "Who knows, I might just be the savior pulling you out of humanity's mire of sin. Only I can do that. Even if the whole world turns its back on you, I will always stand by your side." He gritted his teeth. Wow, what a sweet-sounding confession. But from my perspective, this whole mess is just a play single-handedly directed by you to hit on me. Therefore, allow me to ruthlessly reject you. She chuckled, her expression full of profound meaning. Don't rush to seal the deal, Shen Ye. How about we make a big bet, what do you say? Yibing stood proudly before the person suspended in midair, calmly saying, Shen Ye, let's make a bet, what do you think? The words left him completely baffled. A bet? Bet on what exactly? Instantly, Yibing raised two slender fingers, squinting one eye. Your kind has thoughtfully prepared a hidden test just for you, which is also the most bitter trial in this Fajai. I bet you won't even be able to carry its shoes, let alone pass it. Hearing this, Shen Ye broke out in a cold sweat. A hidden test? What if I clear it? Conversely, Yibing remained as leisurely as taking a stroll. Then it proves those people haven't pushed you to a dead end and that I misjudged you. As for the matter of the statue, we'll consider it wiped clean. We will meet again if fate allows. Her tone suddenly sank, her eyes revealing a deep abyss. But if you fail, you will belong to me forever. Suddenly, the system popped up a glaring red notification frame. A bet with the Lord of the demonic prison has been officially established. Note: this is a pact formed by the opponent's primordial divine power. You cannot resist, much less refuse. Your only way to survive is to execute the terms of the pact. In that split second, a blood-red sigil flashed in the middle of Shen Ye's forehead. You are about to face the hidden stage of this exam. If you manage to crawl through successfully, the Lord of the demonic prison will clap her hands and let you go. But if you fall off the horse, your soul will officially be granted a red book deed under the name of the sorrowful Lord of the demonic prison. She will erode you from the smallest things until you willingly surrender your entire soul. Yes, that is precisely her signature working style. Right at this moment, the cliff wall above their heads suddenly exploded, dust billowing like morning mist. A man poked his head out, sarcastically mocking, "Wow, smashing the cliff wall to escape, pretty crafty. It's been a long time since I saw a handsome guy like you. Come here and let me give you a smooch. Just let me kiss you once, and I'll give you the golden key to pass the stage." In another corner, slow footsteps echoed along with a rebuttal. The exam rules only say escaping the cell means passing. There's no rule forcing the use of a key. Si Rui turned his face away, coldly concluding, "You can just cling onto that key and use it yourself. I don't have the blessing to accept it." As soon as the words fell, the person hanging up high immediately boiled with rage, his face turning ashen with anger. Meanwhile, Si Rui was standing precariously on the suspension bridge, wearing an utterly surprised expression. "Shen Ye, you also passed the final stage, but what kind of risky bondage game are you playing over there?" Seeing this, Shen Ye's mind raced. "I remember this brat's face on the card, Nangong Si Rui, ranked number 1. Meanwhile, Yibing clapped her hands in amusement. Well, a curious soul wandered into the Fa Jai secret realm. Let's see what kind of fun show is about to unfold. Shen Ye couldn't hold back his irritation and roared, "What the hell are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen someone catch a stray bullet before? Do you want to see the Grim Reaper? Get out of my sight right now." Upon hearing the tirade, Si Rui's eyes instantly darkened, bottomless. What did you just say? Then he began to carefully observe the massive energy radiating outward, as well as the violent shaking of the Fa Jai behind that girl. Instantly, his face turned pale with terror. Just what kind of apocalyptic disaster is this? Si Rui hastily leaped down, sweating bullets. This lady is absolutely not someone at a level I can mess with. Yibing on this side was still leisurely playing with the face of the person in front of her with her fingers. "Shen Ye, I really like your street smarts. But what a pity, I don't want to let that brat run out and snitch just yet." Having said that, a beam of blood-red killing intent shot out from her fingertips. "Be a good boy and die." However, Shen Ye seemed to have anticipated this move. Don't daydream in broad daylight. At that moment, the terrifying demonic aura suddenly changed direction, whistling toward the massive object sitting nearby. With a bang, the door shattered into hundreds of pieces. That terrifying power followed through and pierced straight through the giant rock shielding the back. It shot straight into the sky, right at the area where the army had set up camp. At this time, the system gleefully sent a notification. "Data scan successful. You have completely conquered the exam. Warm congratulations, the system is now carrying you to the promotion hall." Seeing this, Si Rui's jaw dropped in shock. "What the hell?" Yibing muttered while casting her ability. "Very well, you dared to hitchhike on my teleportation portal to escape. That brat got taken away too. Was he kicked out by Fa Jai?" Hearing this, Shen Ye breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Phew, it worked. Nangong Si Rui, you better remember this life-saving grace. You must report this once you get out." Suddenly, Yibing turned her face, resentfully scolding. "Shen Ye, you really are a spoilsport, specializing in ruining my good deeds." But in the very next second, she displayed an infatuated, deeply affectionate gaze. However, I find myself falling for you even more. As a favor, I'll give you another little gift. A delicate red thread was winding around Yibing's finger. She stood up straight, her tone turning cold. Shen Ye, at that hidden stage your kind took such pains to set up, you will definitely lose your life. But I am very fond of you and can't bear to watch you die. Therefore, I have prepared an escape route. I just sent my minion, the Skin Flayer, to pack Yun Shan port full of bombs. Instantly, a desolate scene reeking of death appeared vividly. This moment, Yibing narrowed her blood-red eyes, threatening loudly. If you obediently raise your hands in surrender right now, I will press the detonator and sink the entire Yun Shan port to the bottom of the sea. When that happens, the exam will be forced to cancel, you won't fail, and everything will reset. You can still proudly enter your dream high school, but as my minion. That way, you won't have to risk your worthless life jumping into the trap those people dug. Upon hearing this, Shen Ye couldn't hold back a manic laugh. How ridiculous. It's obvious you yourself crave bombing Yun Shan port to absorb souls and heal up, yet you put on an act saying it's for me. Do you think I'm an idiot? Finishing his laugh, he retorted, sorry, but this young master has a stubborn streak and hates listening to advice. Whether that exam is a trap or not, I have to drag my own body over there to see for myself to be satisfied. Yibing immediately narrowed her eyes, deeply judging. Your reaction is exactly as I calculated. It is precisely this craftiness and crab-like stubbornness that helped you crawl and survive through so many death traps. She casually revealed, this thread is a safety charm I left for you. As long as you tug it, I will fly over to your rescue immediately. Of course, that also means you have utterly lost this bet. Her ice-cold tone continued to echo. The hidden exam at the bottom of this underground river. Go, swim down there yourself, and taste the ultimate malice your kind has brewed for you. I eagerly look forward to the day you use the very power I grant you to send them to their makers. As her figure faded, Yibing didn't forget to leave a spine-chilling remark. I will sit cross-legged on the soul altar amidst countless wailing cries and personally host your ritual of corruption. At this moment, only her lingering voice echoed in the dead silence. Before that happens, you absolutely must not die. Hearing this, Shen Ye couldn't help but yell out, oh my God, am I some lit king, Dracula, or Lucifer? Why does everyone love forcing me to become corrupted? But whatever, I guess I have to go check out this trap. Shen Ye, you really want to go? How reckless. Stop nagging, do I have any other choice? Unexpectedly, Si Rui's voice chimed in from somewhere. Yeah, what you said makes sense. At that exact moment, the system pinged. Congratulations to Nangong Si Rui for securing second place. Third place goes to Ma Jin Long, fourth to Wang Xian, fifth. Witnessing this scene, Meng Yu was a nervous wreck. More and more people are passing. Why is our Shen Ye still missing in action? At the same time, the referee's booming voice announced, only exactly 5 minutes remain on the clock. When time is up, any examinee who hasn't dragged themselves out will be kicked off the admission list. This statement was like pouring oil on fire, making Meng Yu restless, her heart burning with anxiety. Suddenly, a dazzling golden beam of light flashed right in front of her. The figure stepping out from within was Si Rui. Meng Yu sharply recognized it. This is a top-secret communication barrier. She gritted her teeth and speculated. This magic is only whipped out when there's top-secret intelligence. For Nangong Si Rui to brazenly use it in front of everyone, could an earth-shattering event have just occurred inside the exam area? Back inside, Shen Ye was currently rooted in place before a massive cliff wall. He gritted his teeth and clung to it, putting all his might into pushing until his body trembled. So the final stop of this underground river is this gigantic stone door. I've pushed till my hands are torn and it hasn't budged an inch. After a while, the water had risen to Shen Ye's waist. He angrily cursed, damn it, I've sweated buckets and it still won't move a millimeter. Am I really going to be stuck in this shithole? Suddenly, a guiding voice spoke up. Shen Ye, look closely at the carved patterns on the door. That voice patiently analyzed. There are indentations of 2 hands, and right in the middle of the indentations is an eye. This design perfectly matches the hands of that multi-eyed giant you guys just ganged up and killed. Hearing this, Shen Ye had a lightbulb moment. Are you saying this door needs that giant's hands to unlock? But the problem is, that guy got chopped in half by Zio Meng Yu, he's gone. The other party immediately asked back, do you remember when you tossed that giant's head for me to eat? Shen Ye scratched his head, confused. I remember, so what? A massive skeleton suddenly manifested, its booming voice echoing. I have the ability to perfectly replicate the skeletal structure of creatures I've devoured. Transform, super form, multi-eyed giant skeleton king. Now I've secured his signature ability. Seeing that scene, Shen Ye didn't hold back his praise. So flashy. But why do you only have your upper body? The other guy grumbled in explanation. Because my power hasn't fully recovered yet, you idiot. Hearing this, Shen Ye got even more fired up. Peak performance. Let's go, giant skeleton king Fire. After struggling for a while, the undead panted exhaustedly. My old bones are completely drained. Shen Ye suddenly had a thought and asked, "Oh hey, so your previous forms, don't tell me you ate a spider and a rat." Upon hearing this, the undead snorted coldly. You have to understand that in life-or-death situations, you stuff whatever you can find into your mouth. After climbing up to a dry spot, Shen Ye briskly walked while wondering, is this shithole the hidden exam? His eyes suddenly bulged in surprise. Standing tall before his eyes was a statue wearing a rusted iron armor, covered in ancient moss. In the dead silent space, the crackling of a dying fire occasionally echoed. The sovereign gently cleared his throat. A full 1,000 years, and finally someone has stepped forward to welcome the test of Hun Tian Men. Shen Ye almost dropped his jaw hearing this. Wow, a talking stone statue, and what the hell is this Hun Tian Men test? Is it brutal? The opponent coldly replied, it's not hard at all, extremely simple actually. Having said that, the sovereign immediately took a combat stance. Just defeat me, that's all. He scratched his head, taken aback. Senior, you must be insanely tough, right? Otherwise, why hasn't a single soul dared to come near here for 1,000 years? He sneered. Because the greenhorns these days are getting more and more cowardly, getting scared out of their wits just hearing the name of the test. But I never expected that in this weak era, an arrogant fool like you would pop up. The sovereign suddenly dashed toward Shen Ye like flying. Interesting, I'm starting to like you. At the same time, a warning rang in his ears. Shen Ye, this statue has 3 times the overwhelming power of the Jiu Ying. Simultaneously, the system reported, all stat points have been dumped into agility. Shen Ye nimbly somersaulted to dodge the opponent's lightning-fast strike, casually flicking out the Liu Yue skill. In a flash, he closed in on the enemy's flank. Concurrently, the system announced, all stat points have been shifted to strength. Shen Ye skillfully used the surrounding terrain to launch a counterkick. However, all that effort didn't even scratch the sovereign's itch. Tusk, is this all Liu Yue and Lei Chang amount to? He rolled his eyes. Not bad to actually know how to use Chang Yue Zhen Tian. But your form is too weak. You haven't even touched the threshold of the first tier of Fa Jai. If your physical foundation were a bit tougher and your skill honed 1 level sharper, you might have had a chance to push me back. He panted breathlessly. Wait, you know Chang Yue Zhen Tian too? The light in the sovereign's eye sockets suddenly blazed intensely. The reputation of Chang Yue Zhen Tian has stood tall for thousands of years without fading. However, it's been several eras since I last saw someone wield it. I thought the legacy of the Yue Xia lineage was completely extinct. Young man, your potential is no joke. He nodded in acknowledgement. To return the courtesy to a talent like you, I will go all out in this battle. Saying that, the sovereign roared and unleashed all his inner force. Try to survive. Only when you trample over me will you have the qualifications to step over the threshold of Hun Tian Men. Shen Ye cowered. Oh senior, this junior has no interest whatsoever in that Hun Tian Men. How about this junior takes you for maintenance, oils your joints, polishes your whole body, and coats you with a shiny glaze as a souvenir? I just beg you to show mercy and leave this junior a way out, can you? Hearing the pleading, he burst into hearty laughter. Young man, I really appreciate your sense of humor. But you still have to take a beating, take this move. He frantically screamed, damn it, Skeleton King, get your ass out here and back me up. It immediately popped up and replied, let me hold this water dragon off, you go ahead and deal with that stone statue. Fire didn't hesitate, instantly switching to super form, Spider-Man skeleton. The sovereign saw this and clapped in awe. Oh my, a creature from Jiu Yu, to think this kid possesses such a premium battle beast. At this moment it was highly focused, flailing about with its assigned task. Seizing the golden opportunity, he ambushed Shen Ye from his blind spot. Let me check how far your skills go. He jolted and slid backward, too fast. The sovereign closed in face-to-face, pressing, exactly how many trump cards are you still hiding? His eyes immediately flared with intense vigilance. Shen Ye dodged, launching a kick to activate the Bai Gu skill, determined to knock away the opponent's weapon. Witnessing the smooth execution, he dropped a compliment. Nice move right there. But before finishing his sentence, the sovereign swung his arm to counterattack. A pity you're still making the same mistake. Without reaching the first tier of Fa Jai, the damage is just a scratch. Instantly, the system voice reported, Ru Bai Gu has tanked a fatal blow for you. Remaining defenses, 3. He gradually faded, his mind clouded. Damn it, this stone statue is unreasonably overpowered. With my current scrawny strength, how am I supposed to chew through it? In his delirium, that girl's figure flashed through Shen Ye's mind again. Don't tell me I actually have to pathetically call out for Yi Bing to save my life now. His face was as black as burnt charcoal. Shen Ye cursed inwardly, like hell I would. The sovereign saw his figure blurring and teased. Still got the energy to jump around after being impaled. Quite resilient, aren't you? The ear-piercing screech from his weapon tore through the surrounding air. But don't even dream of tricking me with your petty shadow clone tricks. Shen Ye took the full brunt of the punch and was sent flying back to his original form. The system mechanically chimed in again. Ru Bai Gu just saved you a trip to the Grim Reaper. Remaining defenses, 2. Ignoring Shen Ye coughing violently and vomiting fresh blood, the sovereign showed no mercy, continuing to follow up with a relentless barrage of attacks. Without time to rack his brain, he gritted his teeth and activated the Bai Gu skill again, but was still blasted far away by the shockwave. The horrific impact sound made Fire turn its head to look, and it immediately screamed in panic, Shen Ye. He slowed his pace, his voice steady. You must at least polish it to this level for it to have any effect on me. Out of tricks. If you don't unleash a better ultimate move, just dream on about passing the stage. But at that very moment, the sovereign suddenly shuddered because a massive spiritual pressure came crashing down, weighing heavily on the entire space. In the blink of an eye, murky darkness had completely enveloped them, looming and swallowing everything. Followed by a chaotic barrage of sounds slamming directly into the eardrums. Fire instantly realized its master's scheme. Oh, you've transformed into that giant stone door. That rock block weighs dozens of tons at the very least. Intentionally getting knocked flying over here was in your script all along, wasn't it? The system patiently called out Shen Ye's name again. Ru Bai Gu has carried a fatal blow on its back for you. Remaining defenses, 1. Shen Ye smirked. You masterminds pulling the strings, you firmly believe I'll leave my corpse here, don't you? Zhao Yi Bing, or should I say the sorrowful lord of the demonic realm, you too were so sure I'd crawl on my knees and surrender. He staggered to his feet, roaring, how ridiculous. Do you people think I'm afraid of going to the grave? Think I'll bow down to this torn-up fate? The sound of trickling, rippling water echoed all around, blended with the clattering crash of the stone door shattering into pieces. Everything around seemed to have taken a sharp turn, completely derailing from its original track. Shen Ye tried to keep a cool head. Crushed under a giant boulder like that, and he's still wiggling, he's tough. He pulverized the stone door so the teleportation function can no longer be activated. Fire, while straining to restrain the water dragon, frantically reported the situation to him from high above. Seeing a prime target, the sovereign ambushed from the air, exactly as the partner had predicted. The blinding light radiating from his inner force pierced through the suffocating atmosphere of the battlefield. Witnessing the bombardment, Fire turned pale with fear and screamed, Shen Ye. Taking advantage of the undead's distraction, the slippery water dragon seized the moment to bite back with a fatal strike. Fire's bony body instantly turned into a pile of ashes blowing in the wind, and the system rang out with a notification sound again. Ru Bai Gu has offered its back to block a deadly slash for you. Remaining defenses, 0. The sovereign spoke in a deep, leisurely tone. Well done, young man. For nearly a few thousand years, you are the first with the capability to make me suffer scrapes and bruises. He shook his head and added another sentence. But unlucky for you, your base stats are too pitiful, you definitely can't swallow this stage. The sovereign clicked his tongue. If only you had dragged yourself here 10 years later, you might have had a chance. But there are no what-ifs in this world. Farewell. During the unbeatable, lonely, and moldy years to come, I will definitely remember your face forever. The corner of Shen Ye's lips suddenly curled into a wildly cunning smile. You arrogant stone statue. He raised his eyebrows, throwing out a provocation. Who gave you the illusion that I'm going to die here? The sovereign's face turned cold. Using the same trashy trick, do you have the delusion that I'll fall for the trap twice? The haunting phantom of death in your mind has already turned your strike into a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm to finish Shen Ye off. Let me use this very stone door to build your grave. His body was currently as battered as a torn rag, tragically and heavily wounded. Even so, Shen Ye gritted his teeth and refused to fall, a spark of hope flashing in his mind. I must squeeze out the very last drop of utility from Bai Gu. Thinking it, he turned his thoughts into action. Use the impact force of the stone statue to force the giant door to fly backward. The system quickly popped up a notification. Warning, you just took a fatal blow. The second privilege of Bai Gu is officially initiated. At the moment your health bar depletes, the system will forcefully retain a dying breath for you, compel your heart to beat again, squeeze dry your body's biological potential, and force your wounds to heal to a limited extent. Can only be activated once. The sovereign stared wide-eyed at the miracle happening right in front of him, unable to hide his horror. The system continued to sound the alarm. Warning, you have fallen outside the exam area. He frowned and asked himself, what kind of bizarre space is this? That door you just swapped with actually has the ability to bend spacetime. The system counted down. 5 seconds left to crawl back into the exam area, otherwise you will be disqualified immediately. Shen Ye seemed to have drained his very last bit of vitality, coughing violently and spitting out mouthfuls of fresh blood. He calculated very clearly. The lingering delay after stepping through this door has the capability to freeze the spacetime on the other side for exactly 3 seconds. It can only be used once a week. Time began to tick away amidst the smoke and fire of the battlefield. The first second. Shen Ye shot up like an arrow, betting his life to swing the Tai by sword path and deliver the decisive blow. When the clock ticked to the second, he unconsciously bit his teeth hard, going all out regardless of life or death. Shen Ye seemed to have transformed into a completely different person, dashing fiercely forward, swinging his sword to take the enemy's life. Ignoring the bone-deep pain, he closed in right in front of the opponent. Everything around suddenly plunged into a state of stillness, all sound sucked clean into the void. At the precise moment hanging by a thread, the clock finally struck the 3rd second. The sovereign's burly body seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand. The sturdy protective armor on his body also cracked and shattered into pieces. He choked out a gasp of admiration. This sword strike, the execution was too fast. Shen Ye flashed to release the door's seal, simultaneously turning the opponent into a pile of fine dust blowing in the wind. Soaking in the sea of water, he still gritted his teeth and braced his battered body. Shen Ye managed to raise his head, looking around. Is it all over? The sovereign left behind a final doubt. That sword strike just now. Could it be the legendary Tai by sword art? He staggered and nodded, dead on. I just learned it myself. Did my moves look smooth? He replied in a deep voice. I didn't even have time to blink and see how you swung your sword, truly terrifying. Holding the inherited skill of the Uazia lineage, able to manipulate spacetime itself, and even this Tai by move you barely just learned has such power. There is no one else in this world more worthy to enter Hun Tian Men than you. Young man, congratulations on your successful clear. Shen Ye asked coldly, you've been blabbering on and on about this Hun Tian Men thing since earlier. What exactly is it? The sovereign frowned. In this current era, the 4 great sects have long since gone extinct. No wonder you are completely clueless. He strictly explained. Jia Lan, Guisu, Querang, Hun Tian, these are the 4 cradles of the most powerful forces in the world. Monarch emphasized further, and Hun Tian is the top power among the 4 great sects. He froze for a few seconds. So the 3 prestigious high schools now are just simulated versions of these sects. He wondered again, wait, why is Hun Tian ranked at the absolute top? From the gossip I've heard, Jia Lan is the strongest faction right now, isn't it? He shook his head. Jia Lan might be tough, but compared to Hun Tian, they aren't even worthy of carrying their shoes. Among that quartet of power, only Hun Tian has the ability to connect with Jiao Dai. Shen Ye scratched his head out of curiosity. What on earth is Jiao Dai now? The monarch looked helpless. Top secret, I cannot reveal it to you. I've already said too much, violating the taboo rules. He instructed, you only need to engrave in your heart that the Hun Tian sect is the most ancient and magnificent sacred land of inheritance in this world. It is the beacon of hope. If you desire to climb to the top of the food chain in this world, you must embrace unprecedented fortunes and uncover the earth-shattering secrets of hundreds of billions of galaxies in the universe. And to do that, there is only one path. Go to the Hun Tian sect. As soon as the words ended, the monarch's body gradually froze into ice. He panicked and called out, hey, hold on a second. I still want to ask what the hell the Uazia system is. Damn it, he vanished. The system screen suddenly flashed a series of notifications. In a certain death scenario, you miraculously turned the tables and knocked out the stone statue of the Hun Tian sect. The title Golden Boy Who Survived the Great Storm has been activated. Congratulations, all your base stats have been immediately boosted by 2 points. Right after that, Fire let out a gloomy burp. Sorry, Shen Ye, I couldn't be of any help. He shook his head and replied, Thank goodness you were there. If you hadn't stuck your head out to block that water dragon earlier, I would have been selling salt in the afterlife by now. Suddenly, a wooden statue carved in the shape of the Yuezia divine tree loomed right in front of Shen Ye. Seeing that scene, the pet panicked. Whoa, where did this water dragon pop out from? Don't tell me we have to open the floor for another round of fighting. He bit his lip. This stage should have ended ages ago. The wooden statue shuddered, unleashing a dense array of tangled roots that quickly crept out and firmly pinned down the shape of the water current. After the fusion process was complete, it spoke in a booming voice. The one who holds the flame of the Yuezia inheritance, congratulations on completing the test. I will step up to host your initiation ceremony. Shen Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Good heavens, it completely transformed into a physical dragon. Fire was also dumbfounded. So this is the special function unleashed by that blockhead wooden statue. The Yuezia divine tree suddenly changed its demeanor, exuding a majestic aura. It coiled its massive body, shooting up into the sky, aiming straight at the blood-red thread that had just abruptly appeared. Zhao Yibing's familiar voice slowly rang out, Calm down a bit, little brat. She slowly stepped out from the blood mist, her tone chillingly calm. He already won the bet, I won't play the thug with you guys in this place. The divine tree growled threateningly. O outsider, he has successfully cleared the stage, and the blessing of the Dharma realm has descended. If you dare harbor any overstepping intentions, prepare yourself to eat a full-on punishment from this entire world. Zhao Yibing pouted in annoyance. What an eyesore of a creature. I already talked my throat raw saying I have no ill intentions. Shen Ye unexpectedly raised a very friendly middle finger and yelled, If you already know you lost everything, then what the hell are you dragging your body here for? Or are you planning to backtrack and default on your debt? Zhao Yibing flashed a sly, sinister smile. Shen Ye, you won, indeed you did, but you know full well that you were actually set up by your own fellow humans, right? He tried to stay calm and wait for her to finish her presentation. Let me drop a hot piece of news I just picked up for you. Consider it a bonus prize for winning the bet. Sliding her finger to cast a simulation spell, Zhao Yibing said casually, Your world is about to be destroyed. She coldly concluded, In this world I am your only lifeboy. Shen Ye, be a good boy and become my person. When this world enters its final chapter, I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you and protect your soul. Shen Ye remained stubbornly unyielding. The only glaring truth I know is that I won the bet. As for whatever damn doomsday you're babbling about, in my opinion, you'd better pack your bags and get the hell out of my world. Zhao Yibing calmly retorted, It seems you haven't realized that the words coming out of my mouth are all facts, huh? How about this? Let's drag each other into another bet. Hearing this part, Shen Ye felt like he had just aged several decades. He screamed furiously, Do you think I'm doing stand-up comedy here? I am not betting with you anymore, stop pushing people too far. Her voice remained indifferent without a ripple. Deities have never forced mortals. The only ones who like to push mortals into a corner are themselves. Shen Ye didn't hesitate to throw a bucket of cold water. Then please kindly fade away, you're permanently banned, never appear in front of me again. Zhao Yibing's eyes were as sharp as knives, piercing straight into the ground as she spat out one word, list. Just hearing that brief word reach his ears made Shen Ye's heartbeat skip a beat. Zhao Yibing maintained an extremely serious attitude. The one who schemed to harm you, the one who slaughtered your friends, the one who took the life of Xiao Mengyu's older brother, the one who massacred tens of thousands of lives in that neighborhood. All those bloody affairs were approved with a nod by the people whose names are on this list. That skin flayer is just a butcher's knife, but I guess you'd be more interested in those holding the knife. Just win one more bet against me, and I will hand this list of scumbags directly to you. What do you say? Shen Ye sneered sarcastically. Oh, what a great quote. Deities have never forced mortals, the only ones who force mortals are themselves. Such a smooth talker. He growled and questioned, Bark it out, what kind of betting game are you plotting to set up again? Although the words were full of gunpowder, they made a radiant smile bloom on the corners of Zhao Yibing's lips. Pointing her finger at him, pulling along blood-red threads, she whispered, Deities are always much fairer when making bets than you humans. 7 days from now, my underling, the skin flayer, will come knocking on your door. You guys can comfortably have a fight. As the haggard blood threads gradually clung to his flesh, her voice deepened. If you win, this list will belong to you. But if you lose, your soul will officially become my property. The system gave continuous warnings again. This bet is manifested by the pure divine power of the opponent. You inherently have no chance to resist, nor can you refuse. It emphasized further, but thanks to your record of winning the previous bet, the master of the demon prison now must have your consent before she dares to establish a new bet. This bet has received the acknowledgement of both you and the demon prison queen. The betting contract is sealed. Zhao Yibing gave a caring reminder before slowly vanishing into thin air. One vertical tally mark equals 1 day. Exactly 7 days from now, we shall meet again. The system began to show deep concern. She will nibble on you through petty, insignificant bets until you sign the paper selling your soul away with your own hands. This working style is precisely her trademark. Shen Ye stood in a daze, watching Zhao Yibing's silhouette until she disappeared from sight. The divine tree immediately spoke up. That chick has slipped away, O inheritor of the Uazia system. Let's get our hands dirty and start the ritual. He asked. All right, but what on earth is the Uazia system anyway? It replied nonchalantly. My mission is only to shove you into the Hun Tian sect. You'll have to drag your own body to figure out the other stuff. Get into position, let's begin. Saying that, the Uazia divine tree started swirling around Shen Ye. At the same time, the examinees were swarming out one after another. With only exactly 1 minute left until the exam time ended, everyone looked visibly overjoyed to be out. Xiao Mengyu was worried sick, hurriedly asking, Zhang Xiao Yi Yun Yi, have you two seen Shen Ye's shadow anywhere? Both of those guys were utterly confused. Wait, Shen Ye hasn't crawled out yet. No way, he's obviously super strong. I thought he would have cleared the stage ages ago. Right at this moment, Jia Qian held a megaphone and announced loudly, Time's up. The examination round is officially closed. A warm congratulations to all the scholars present here. You have all excellently snatched the golden tickets to enter the top 3 high schools. The crowd of schoolboys in the back jumped up and celebrated joyfully. Yes, we made it, bros. We got into the top 3. Meanwhile, Xiao Mengyu was in sheer panic. Hold on a second. Shen Ye still hasn't come out yet. There's definitely a huge problem going on. Hao Ran tilted his chin up to the sky, sneering mockingly. Tusk, who would have thought the big boss of the Luo family is a moron? If Shen Ye hasn't shown his face, it just proves he's a scrub who couldn't pass the final stage. He raised his voice even more with contempt. Little girl, do you have the delusion that this exam is a stage tailor-made for that empty vessel making the most noise? What a stupid woman. The surrounding crowd started whispering about Xiao Mengyu. This top-ranked girl has lost her mind. I bet she's got some secret affair with that peasant Shen Ye, truly rubbing ash and mud on the faces of us from the noble families. Jia Qian waved his hand, raising his chin to give an arrogant reminder. Xiao Mengyu, you have indeed always been very outstanding. Jia Lan Academy highly welcomes your enrollment, but I hope you equip yourself with a brain that matches your strength. This is not just a suggestion, but a warning. Hearing these eyesore words, even though she was boiling with anger, she had to swallow her pride and endure it because she was powerless. Suddenly, another voice rang out, breaking the atmosphere. I encountered Shen Ye. Ngong Rui stepped out powerfully and declared loudly, Xiao Mengyu's judgment is spot on. Something really went wrong in the exam area. Shen Ye caught the eye of some Zhao Yibing. The surrounding crowd immediately gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, What? Even Ngong Rui has to mention that peasant's name. Jia Qian frowned and interrogated about the Zhao Yibing matter. Ngong Rui, are you absolutely sure your eyes aren't crossed? The young man immediately patted his chest to guarantee with utmost credibility. I literally used my Dharma eye to scan it. I guarantee it's the real deal, no mistake about it. Qian Rushan suddenly scratched his head and asked curiously, Hey there, buddy Nangong, when you two crossed paths, was Shen Ye still breathing or had he already kicked the bucket? And Zai, standing way in the back, hastily threw out a sarcastic remark. Who doesn't know this logic? A jobless bum running into Zhao Yibing solo is guaranteed to drop dead. How could there be any chance of survival? She even deliberately added a sentence, grinding through every word, except for the scenario where he carried his shoes and kneeled down begging to surrender to Zhao Yibing. Ngong Rui slowly squeezed out every word at that damn moment. Fake examinee conjured by Zhao Yibing had already crushed him flat. Those two were whispering about something unclear, but the moment he caught sight of me, he winked signaling me to bail out quick. Thanks to that, I managed to keep this little life and run out here. I bet 100 to 10 that he absolutely did not betray and surrender to Zhao Yibing. Otherwise, how could he have the heart to save me? He might have even waved me over to deliver my life. And Zai smirked disdainfully. Hey Nangong, that little storytelling doesn't clear his name one bit. It only proves that at that exact moment, our dear Shen Ye hadn't had the time to kneel before Zhao Yibing yet. She stuck her nose up in the air, blabbering loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, once Zhao Yibing has descended, it's only natural for Shen Ye to go meet his maker. But if he's still casually breathing, we must immediately grab him by the neck and interrogate every single clue about Zhao Yibing out of him." And Zai's mouth kept digging deeper. He was fundamentally an insolent, wildly arrogant brat to the core, so surrendering to Zhao Yibing is clear as day. A sure thing like a boat already nailed to the dock. Yet before the last word could slip out of her mouth, Shen Ye descended from the sky like a god, crash-landing right on her face. Both of them tumbled to the ground, creating an incredibly artistic posture, where Shen Ye's plump rear end made a breakless landing, sitting firmly on the girl's face. The owner of the body was still clueless that he had escaped, only clutching his head and screaming in frustration, "Oh holy heavens, I've truly passed the inspection stage this time, right?" Witnessing that eyesore of a scene, the surrounding crowd could only turn away in embarrassment. Only Xiao Mengyu frantically rushed over to Shen Yi's side. Yun Yi jumped up and cheered as if he had struck gold. "Brother Yi, you finally dragged yourself out." The person being called only blinked in confusion. "Are you guys all gathered here too? Don't tell me everyone has already submitted their exam papers." That guy Hao Ran showed his bitterness and snapped. How is he so nonchalant, clashing with Zhao Yibing and still coming out intact? This bet definitely means he has kneeled down and surrendered to Zhao Yibing. Another nameless guy chimed in, pointing fingers. Not only that, he even had the massive guts to steal the statue and bring it out of the exam hall. It's a blatant rule break. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy flew in from nowhere and tightly wrapped around Shen Ye. The unlucky young man was neatly imprisoned inside a giant water bubble, leaving the whole crowd watching with their eyes wide and mouths agape. Turns out the culprit was Jia Qian. The guy dropped words as cold as ice. "Shen Ye, you are busted. We have grounds to suspect you have answered Zhao Yibing's call. You don't have the right to remain silent and must immediately undergo interrogation." Shen Ye frantically explained, "You guys have lost your minds. As if I'd ever surrender to Zhao Yibing, she lured me into a bet, and I slapped her in the face with a victory. Now what needs to be done is mobilize forces to fly to Yun Shan Port right now. That crazy chick has planted time bombs all over Yun Shan Port. If she presses the button just once, every living soul on that island is guaranteed to hold hands and walk down to the Yellow Springs together." And Zai scrambled to her feet, laughing loudly with mockery. "Stop spreading bogus rumors, dude." She argued smoothly, "Yun Shan Port is a territory protected by the #1 Academy Jia Lan. I dare anyone to have the guts to plant bombs right under their noses. I smell a scheme where you're trying to play the lure the tiger out of the mountain trick, then sneakily unleash Zhao Yibing to beat us up to a pulp." Shen Ye struggled in despair. "Damn it all, the words coming out of my mouth are pure gold. Release me this instant." Jia Qian immediately cut him off. "Shut your mouth. You are required to go through the questioning process. Once everything is black and white, we will naturally return your honor." Shen Ye was so furious he saw stars, roaring. By the time that happens, the bombs will have blown everything to smithereens. If hundreds of thousands of lives at Yun Shan Port perish, can you shoulder this heinous crime? The young man scowled, immediately casting a silencing skill. "Silence right now." In a single musical note, Shen Ye's lips were completely sealed, unable to squeeze out half a word. Out of nowhere, Qian Ru Shan's broad arm reached out, pointing straight at Jia Qian's face without any holding back. The old man spat out calmly, "Untie the boy. The root of the story isn't clear yet. What right do you have to demand touching even a hair of a person belonging to our mortal martial arts group?" Jia Qian maintained his paralyzed face, shouting coldly, "Senior Qian Ru Shan, please step back. I am turning a blind eye and not holding your meddlesome behavior against you out of respect for the mortal martial arts group, which has sweated blood and tears for humanity." Qian Ru Shan would never accept being looked down upon, throwing back a harsh sentence. "Take down that trashy magic trick right now. Otherwise, I'll have to use my fists and feet to reclaim justice for the group." Jia Qian's face wrinkled like a monkey eating ginger, yelling angrily, "Is this old man senile to dare pull this kind of cat trick?" Right at the peak of the tension, the wooden divine tree statue suddenly hovered in midair. It lightly bumped into Jia Qian's magical binding ring, then immediately burst out a massive surge of spiritual energy that engulfed the space. That shiny water prison was shattered into sea foam in just the blink of an eye. Both Jia Qian and Qian Ru Shan's faces deformed from shock, yelling in unison, "What the hell is going on here?" The nosy crowd immediately buzzed like a marketplace. "Look at that. That block of wood just kicked the magic away. What gives this guy the right to carry a statue out of the exam room? Oh please, do you even have to wonder? It's 100% using a hack tool. Wait, hold up. That aura wrapping around him seems to be a blessing from the Dharma realm." Kyan Rushan stroked his beard and smiled brightly. "Oh my, our Shen Ye has been trademarked by the Dharma realm, even pampered with a blessing. A talent backed by the Dharma realm would absolutely never bow down and call themselves a servant to those disasters, even if you pry their mouth open." Zai curled her lips in disdain. "Oh please, so what, turning in the paper late means he's failed right from the parking lot anyway? His fate was already sealed by heaven to be locked out of the top-tier high schools. Fine, let's consider him clean and smelling good. You can just carry this burden back to the group and pour milk to raise him." Kyan Rushan cursed inwardly. What a sickeningly sour bitch. Why didn't that kid just use his buttocks to crush her flat earlier? Suddenly, a blindingly bright azure halo flashed, yanking the entire audience's gaze in one direction. The wooden statue of the Zia divine tree began to extend countless intertwined roots. In the blink of an eye, the silhouette of a divine tree dragon emerged right before their eyes. And Zai was rendered speechless, standing still like a planted tree, while Kyan Rushan's jaw dropped, stuttering in awe. Is that a dragon?" All the folks around turned into statues instantly. "A dragon? What kind of devilry is slapping us in the face right now?" The giant tree coiled around him, speaking in a deep voice. "Today, the human inheritor named Shen Ye has outstandingly cleared the test of the Hun Tian sect, officially ascending to become a true disciple. This little brat will get a VIP ticket to skip grades straight into the Hun Tian sect, sitting comfortably in the seat of a true disciple. This is an ironclad rule issued by the ancient Dharma realm. Not even your daddy would dare to disobey." The wooden block cracked into two halves, ironically spitting out a shiny command medallion. This treasure bears the title Hun Tian, and from this moment on, it has engraved the owner's name as Shen Ye. The initiation procedure was completed as fast as the wind. The registration system also popped up instantly. Citizen Shen Ye has successfully locked the deal to join the antique sect Hun Tian, and the individual's VIP Pro level has been buffed up to top-secret security ranks. Kyan Rushan looked visibly thrilled. "Oh wow, even Kunlun jumped out to act as a guarantor. Shen Ye, oh Shen Ye, kid, you are truly magical like Canada. What kind of slippery trick did you use to squeeze your way into the Hun Tian sect anyway?" The male lead scratched his head confusedly. I'm totally clueless too. Oh wait, where in the world is this Hun Tian sect located, uncle?" Old man hastily enlightened the young man. The Hun Tian sect used to be the center of the universe, sitting at the top table among the four great sects in the Stone Age. But unfortunately, it was battered by time and went missing. So for now, you should just tag along and study at those three schools first, in case one fine day they excavate the ruins of the Hun Tian sect. You can just bring this medallion out, scan the code, and open the gate to go in. The crowd flipped like a rice paper super fast, swarming around and smiling radiantly like flowers. "Hey friend Shen Ye, our Zairang waves our hands to welcome you. The school will cover the full package of food, board, and tuition for you. Oh please, those benefits from Zairang are nothing. Our Gui Su will double it. Our Jia Lan will just straight up triple it. Good buddy Shen Ye, just calm down and make your choice. Our Jia Lan is the final boss." The young man suddenly felt a bit speechless, cursing in his mind. "Holy crap, just a moment ago you were demanding to throw me in a cage. Now you're pulling a U-turn to suck up so fast." And he hurriedly waved his hand to cut them off. "Put the whole school and class selection aside. Please do me a favor and ship some people over to Yun Shanport to defuse the bombs right now." Yang Yingzhen and the group of students hastily chimed in, "Bringing you good news. Our Zairang has already deployed a whole basket of elite mercenaries. They're probably sipping iced tea over there by now. The Gui Su team is also revving their engines and speeding there. Jia Lan on this side already planted our flags there to gather evidence ages ago." Abruptly, the massive hall where the crowd of heroes was standing started shaking, as if someone had turned on a bass-heavy party beat. The alarm sirens wailed deafeningly, turning everyone's faces pale white. The system announced, "Shockwave, a chain of serial bomb explosions has just swept across Yun Shanport." Shen Ye ground his teeth so hard he almost coughed up blood. Damn it all. The loudspeaker continued firing into their ears. "The scan confirms an unknown disaster force has just descended. The system is loading to measure the destructive scale. The calculation is finalized. Class a disaster. Yun Shanport is about to be leveled to the ground. All teachers are requested to turn on super speed mode, grab the students, and escape immediately." Rewinding a few minutes before the moment Shen Ye landed his butt right onto an Fu Ren, the atmosphere at Yun Shan Port was still as peaceful as a love song. A flock of chubby pigeons was still carefree, swooping and gliding around the statue of the goddess Zhao Yibing, leisurely enjoying this fake peace. She crossed her legs casually next to the fountain, whispering to herself that the pace of life in this corner was quite smooth. Luo Sheng cleared his throat and started speaking. "My lord, this stone statue is already over 30 centuries old. Rumors in the martial world say that the spring water goddess, the ruler of the seas, once descended here and showed off her true beauty." Zhao Yibing leisurely twisted her neck to glance over. "Oh, the spring water goddess, you say?" Old man kept blabbering to explain. "Yes, indeed, my master. The dreamy sculptors and painters of that era molded countless statues and drew a bunch of paintings to hype up the goddess's miracles. Back when the kingdom wasn't drowning in bombs and bullets, it was cursed by the heavens with a severe drought that cracked the earth. Right at that life-and-death moment, the goddess descended carrying a water jug, pouring down a gigantic river to salvage the meager lives of all species. Suddenly, a snot-nosed brat named Yan Yue tagged along and ran over, her mouth running non-stop. Oh wow, this older sister looks so pretty." The little girl's big round eyes shone with an innocent look. "I have this flower in my hand. I would like to offer it to you, pretty sister." Zhao Yibing took the flower and didn't hesitate to twist her words back. "Does the little brat think that lofty goddess statue is more gorgeous, or does my beauty overshadow it?" Yan Yue immediately sweet-talked to flatter her. "No need to discuss. It's a 10 out of 10 that your beauty crushes that statue." Zhao Yibing stared intensely at the little brat, then grinned from ear to ear like she had hit the jackpot. She muttered under her breath, "The cheapest skill of those deities is the aura that attracts all eyes. Once so much essence of Dharma laws is infused into a person, the moment they pop up in the mortal world, it forces the insects below to bow in worship like a pre-written script. This creator's beauty is exactly the thing that mortal brains can never digest." Luo Sheng sneakily added a flattering line, "Caressing a deity's beauty is obviously the duty of that little brat." Zhao Yibing instantly waved her hand to dismiss it. "Completely wrong. In this mortal realm, there is no such logic that others are forced to serve you. The vast majority of cheap peasants never awaken to this truth, so their whole lives they're always throwing a tantrum." The fresh flower in her hand withered into a dry banana leaf in a flash. Zhao Yibing gently caressed Yan Yue's chubby cheeks. "My adorable little brat, thanks for your wilted branch of flower." But in an instant, she rolled her eyes back, growling out words that chilled to the bone. "Tit for tat, to repay your kindness, I would love to bless you with a curse. Your days from now on will sink in a mud pit of tragedy, being free-fallen from a height of a few thousand meters, then swallowed by the sea, tasting every bit of what it feels like to be half dead and half alive." Instantly, a dense black aura of death wrapped around that tiny body. Zhao Yibing's fierce tone kept firing like a machine gun. "You will have to taste the feeling of starving with a shriveled beard on a deserted island where monkeys cough and storks sing, being rescued by villains only to be dragged out and abused by them. Even when your raft flips over, God won't let you breathe the same air as the Grim Reaper. You will grow up in a swamp of self-mutilation, enduring a combo of diseases, being scammed and stabbed in the back, biting your teeth to suffer injustice, and tasting all the coldness of human nature. Dragging your feet until you lose your last tooth at the age of 99, gasping for your last breath on a rickety bed, sinking into a black hole of despair. Only when that day of ruin comes will your torn soul be granted the card to lift the curse and receive the ticket to transcendence." Zhao Yibing pressed her voice down to the most terrifying level. "If at the moment you kick the bucket, you still engrave my image in your mind, I will bring a palanquin to pick you up. But if you get Alzheimer's and completely forget me, then oh well, in this vast multiverse, just pack your backpack and wander wherever you please." Yan Yue was slapped in the face with a series of sutra chants reeking of evil spirits, scaring her so much that tears and snot flowed down like a stream. The little girl was scared out of her wits, tucking her legs and running for her life, her mouth wailing loudly enough to echo across the sky. Zhao Yibing gave a slight sinister smirk. "This floating island in the sky is packed with 300,000 debtors. Wow, quite crowded." Luo Sheng cautiously spoke up. "Are you planning to feast right now? Let me bring out the tray to serve you." She waved her hand coldly. "No need to be extra. The feast today is prepared for you." The old man's eyes bulged in shock for this lowly one. Gazing at the back of that little brat from earlier, she slowly explained, "Out of the souls on this island, I'll just lightly take a pinch to refill my health bar. The leftover minced meat will be enough to sponsor you. The soul altar has already been all set up. Within the next 7 days, you must squeeze that altar dry, try your best to slurp as many living souls as possible so I have enough capital to go betting." Pausing for a beat to catch her breath, Zhao Yibing mumbled on, "As for me, I'm planning to dump this stinking corpse in a corner and sneak into those top 3 high schools to audit classes. That place is the transit station connecting the Dharma realm with reality. The security there is extremely tight. For the time being, don't you dare show your face to look for me. Only when I call your name are you allowed to pop up, understand?" Her knife-like eyes pinned straight onto Yan Yue's family. "Deal closed. The time for these little mice isn't long anyway. Turn on the beat and let's party." Luo Sheng flashed a cunning smile. "Your servant receives the order." At this moment, the little kid Yan Yue was still clinging to her parents' clothes, crying like a waterfall. Luo Sheng bluntly poked his finger on the destruction button on the smartphone. Instantly, the whole sky shook violently before Yan Yue's dad could even finish processing the situation. An entire massive square suddenly turned into a bright red sea of fire, yet that evil master-apprentice duo just leisurely stood there enjoying the show like watching a circus. Who knows how many mortar shells this corner of the floating island had to eat in just those few fleeting seconds. The alarm system wailed deafeningly without stopping. "Emergency. A class of disaster has fallen. Strings of self-destruct fireworks are detonating continuously." The greedy flames have swallowed a huge chunk of the sky. Yunshan Port is about to snap its cables and plummet, hoping all citizens quickly grab their pants and run for it. Whoever has a bit of magic power to protect themselves might just barely salvage their meager lives, but the small-time lackeys are guaranteed to ascend to heaven permanently. Zhao Yibing leisurely materialized in the middle of the ruined battlefield. Looking at the heaps of souls swarming in, she smacked her lips. Well, such a bargain buffet is truly worth the effort." She let out a burp and smirked. "Look at that. There's a bunch of small fries with guts the size of a candy planning to block my way." Luo Sheng knelt down on the ground, as loyal as a puppy, reporting to my mistress, "Please just let this lowly one go sweep up the corpses of these scums for you." She waved her hand in refusal. "Stop painting a picture. Just focus on slurping up this whole batch of souls." The Yunshan guards furiously roared, spitting saliva everywhere. "Are you demonic freaks tired of living, daring to come wreck Yunshan Port? We swear to paste talismans and seal you into an eternal iron cage, tossing you straight into the pitch-black hell so you never see the light of day, making you friends with worms and crickets for eternity, never able to crawl back up." Zhao Yibing showed outright disgust, completely ignoring 2 beefy guys who were sneakily trying to jump her from behind. Tusk, the souls of these professional youngsters always taste much richer and sweeter than the commoners when you bite into them. Calculating it, it's just enough to stuff my hungry stomach full. Right as she half-opened one eye, the 2 youngsters who specialized in sneak attacks also unleashed their moves at the same time. The 2 tailing guys aggressively charged forward like moths to a flame. "Die, you evil beast." Zhao Yibing was so lazy she didn't even bother lifting a finger, just standing there stiffly like a log. The muscular man didn't even have time to land a hit before he was shocked to realize his body parts were breaking up with each other. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 straw heroes were minced into hundreds of tiny pieces. The remaining 2 who were still holding their ground started to chicken out, sweating bullets left and right. "We are really dead meat." They braced themselves and fired off a massive magic laser beam with gigantic damage. That ultimate strike pinned straight into Zhao Yibing's body, slashing her head right off. The old man with a massive cannon attached to his arm yelled out orders. "Brothers, listen to my command. Just chip away at her health from afar. Nobody is allowed to engage in close combat." The whole squad echoed in unison, "Understood, boss." Having finalized the tactics, the whole team gritted their teeth to burst damage, combining forces to spam skills continuously. Nearly a few dozen skills from all sorts of sects tore through the wind, flying towards Zhao Yibing at the speed of light. Everything landed precisely on one coordinate, creating an earth-shattering explosion that tore space apart. Waiting until the smoke cleared up a bit, that spot only had her 2 bare legs left standing. Seeing that scene, the guards gleefully celebrated prematurely. "The chain is broken, right, brothers?" However, thousands of bright red blood threads squirmed and automatically stitched the scattered pieces of flesh back together. Zhao Yibing's chilling voice echoed, "Oh, you foolish humans, you always dive headfirst into impulsive pleasures. And then when karma hits, you sit there crying and regretting, wishing you hadn't lost your minds back then. Centuries have passed, and your hypocritical nature hasn't improved at all." The whole group turned pale and screamed, "Oh crap, cover our backs, brothers. The bitch hasn't kicked the bucket yet." Body seamlessly reattached as if it had never been torn apart, her mouth still cursing relentlessly. There was a time when just to fight over a few drops of water, you bastards were willing to push millions of lives into the slaughterhouse, and then were filthy enough to whitewash history, forcing your descendants to sing praises of this contract, selling your souls to the devil as if it were a heroic hymn. Oh please, it is exactly that stupidity that has condemned your souls to the bottom of society, and I promise to grant you a lifetime VIP pass to escape this sea of suffering. Be good and become my food, and scream my true name as loud as you can. Zhao Yibing's shrill voice shrieked, reeking of resentment. I officially declare myself the goddess of the fountain of youth. The squad that was just itching to take her down was now utterly broken, so terrified that their souls almost left their bodies. In less than a second, these people were tightly bound by razor-sharp blood threads, left hanging by their necks in midair. Their bodies were crushed to a pulp, their eyeballs automatically bursting with blood. Meanwhile, that creepy demonic voice still lingered in their ears. I'm going to take this fresh strawberry syrup to extinguish the flames of your greed, anger, and ignorance. One by one, their lives were completely drained through a variety of agonizing tortures. The entire bustling capital instantly turned into a wasteland, young men and women lying sprawled and piled up on the ground. As for the evil goddess, she comfortably rubbed her belly after cleaning out the premium buffet laid out before her. Well, this amount of souls is more than enough to be stuffed. She slurped up every last bit of the unfortunate souls, and before hauling ass out of there, she didn't forget to toss a few instructions to Luo Sheng. I'm bouncing. Stay here and try to use the altar to scrape up the rest of the souls. We need capital to keep gambling. Luo Sheng hastily prostrated himself and praised, your servant pledges absolute devotion. This walking disaster was actually quite generous to her employee. She pointed a finger to the sky and added, just to be safe and ensure you farm enough souls, before I set sail, I'll buff you with one more magic shot. As she swung her hand down, she chanted, sorrowful soul phantom illusion manifest. The fleeing refugees, despite having dragged themselves out of the storm's eye, were still knocked silly by this shockwave, counting again the number of victims hit by the curse. Loads of citizens trapped within the boundary were also scared out of their wits by the evil energy wave, the total body count reaching 328,611 souls. After waving her hand and finishing the spell, the vessel of the disaster collapsed face first onto the ground like a computer having its plug pulled. The evil goddess's corpse lay motionless right at Luo Sheng's heels, while hovering above his head were still those deeply wronged souls moaning in agony. Luo Sheng squeezed his eyes shut, putting on a miserable, funereal expression as if he were holding a moment of silence for his boss. He spread his arms wide with an unbearably pious posture, mumbling praises, O peerless master of my life, a million thanks to you. You never hesitated to fish me out of the muddy abyss of despair time and time again. Luo Sheng tenderly held the evil goddess's naked corpse and swore a solemn oath. This lowly one swears on my life to sweep the board in this gamble. I absolutely won't let you suffer any loss. I swear on the light bulb. Fast forward back to the examination hall, the alarms blared nonstop accompanied by tremors, making the crowd jolt into high alert. The loudspeakers blared constantly, red alert. Yunshan Port is taking chain bombings. It's about to sink into the sea. A class of disaster has descended. Shen Ye grasped the situation and gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath, we are so dead. The urgent voice from the system continued to ring out. Examiners, please hurry up and drag the students out of here. Shen Ye's blood boiled as he snapped his head around to yell at the examiners, you guys are so full of crap. You explicitly said you sent troops to clean it up, so why the hell is Yunshan Port still blowing up like that? But meeting the young man's fury were only shifty, evasive faces. Well, it's hard to explain. And a rank monster isn't just a bunch of weeds you can pull up whenever you want. They immediately broke formation, instantly teleporting to herd the students into separate factions. Since things had already gone down the drain, it was best to evacuate the kids first. Whoever passed Jia Lan's test, line up on the left. Zirang's seedlings, step back to the right. Any comrades who got into Guisu, follow my lead. Qian Rushan leisurely strolled over, whispering some heartfelt advice into Shen Ye's ear. Shen Ye, you are truly the ultimate boss, as well as the genuine, 1-in-1,000-year successor of the ancient sect. With this label, you can sit at the VIP table of any academy you want. He tilted his chin up, winking to imply that his big bro had his back. Just go study in peace, and the corporation will drop gifts and cash into your account. No matter which school you pick, the big bosses and I will pump money to back you all the way. The examiner from Zirang fired the first shot to show off. Of course you have to join Zirang. Back in the good old days, the Hun Tian sect was tightest with our school, always visiting each other for tea and chats. Ding Feng wasn't about to give up this juicy prey, hurriedly cutting in to tempt him. Our Guisu's facilities completely blow theirs out of the water, plus the ocean view with swimming corals is absolutely sick. Jia Qian, despite having just been slapped silly, still drooled over this gold nugget. Hey Shen Ye, please don't be a goldfish and forget that Jia Lan is still the top dog of the server. Yeah, we might have had a tiny little squabble earlier, but Jia Lan's doors will always roll out the red carpet for you, oh Shen Ye. Xiao Mengyu softly tugged at Shen Ye's shirt, curious, so which school are you finally locking in? Meanwhile, Shen Ye was drowning in a cacophony of deafening pitches. Join my team, kid, Shen Ye, getting into our school is true love. Tides turned in a flash, suddenly becoming the highly sought-after prom queen made Shen Ye blush furiously. Oh my, I was actually planning to submit my application to Jia Lan at first, but unfortunately, the examiner over there finds me too much of an eyesore, so I have no choice but to wipe my tears and say bye to a top-tier school like Jia Lan. Jia Qian took a painful sarcastic hit from him, wanting to dig a hole to hide his shame, seeing stars from anger but only able to swallow his resentment, not daring to snap back even half a word. Shen Ye conveniently used his sassy mouth to roast Guisu as well. Speaking of Guisu, I'll pass. During the exam I drank so much water my stomach got bloated to the max. Having made up his mind, the boy pointed his finger straight at the examiner of Zirang. I've figured it out. I'm going to lean on Zirang. It's also convenient since I have two besties waiting with bated breath over there. The two eyeballs of the Zirang examiner instantly lit up brilliantly, his limbs going weak with joy at scooping up such a rare delicacy. You truly are a person with great foresight. She patted the young man's shoulder, wishing she could dig up all the school's treasures and spoon-feed them to him. Little spoiler here, back in the day, the Hun Tian sect deposited some hot stuff in our magical realm, and I'll transfer it all to you. Who knows, by taking shelter at my school, you might just trigger some VIP event. Gu Yunyi and Zhang Xiaoyi, standing by watching, jumped for joy and excitement, shooting finger hearts everywhere and cheering. Jackpot boss Shen Ye, from now on we'll share the same contact book, bro Shen Ye, I'm willing to give you my heart. Jia Qian was fuming with smoke, angrily turning his back and waving his hands to channel his internal energy, making the whole hall spin dizzily. The guy majestically rolled up his sleeves and took the lead, barking loudly, Jia Lan's seedlings, drag your asses after me. The kids trotted after his heels full of admiration. Oh wow, so the transit station to Jia Lan is located all the way out here. Oh, just another Tuesday, Yun Shan Port is home turf protected by Jia Lan, after all. Jia Qian cranked his head back and yelled, Xiao Mengyu, aren't you going to hustle and follow me? However, the girl's eyes were drifting off to some other horizon, not even bothering to give him a glance, forcing Jia Qian to strain his neck and roar one more time, Xiao Mengyu. Eventually, Xiao Mengyu did move, but she strode in the completely opposite direction. She dashed over to stand next to Shen Ye, boldly dropping the final verdict, Shen Ye, I'm tagging along with you to Zirang too. Meanwhile, Jia Qian stumbled over his own rage on the podium, falling backwards in shock. What the hell is this? He panicked and dropped a warning, Xiao Mengyu, use your brain and think about it. Only by relying on Jia Lan can you snatch the finest treasures to revive your Xiao family. Unfortunately, Jia Qian's threatening sermon slipped right past Xiao Mengyu's ears without leaving a single trace. Sorry, Mr. Imposing Examiner. She tucked herself into Shen Ye's squad, turning her head to savagely reject Jia Qian to his face. Instead of diving into a meat grinder where people step on each other to survive, I'd rather crawl into some corner overflowing with warm humanity. Jia Qian was roasted so hard he froze, furiously stomping his foot and turning sharply away, retreat now. How Ran's lackeys also threw sarcastic jabs, Xiao Mengyu is dumb as bricks to reject an overpowered cradle like Jia Lan. Birds of a feather flock together, if she likes playing in the dark mud digging graves, then be our guest. But the good show was far from over. Nangongsi Rui also smirked and dropped a bomb on Jia Qian. All right, everyone dismiss, I'd also like to withdraw from this whole Jia Lan thing. The examiner got a massive blood pressure spike, veins bulging as he roared violently, Nangongsi Rui, you little brat. Nangongsi Rui cheerfully waved bye-bye to Jia Qian. I'm curious to see how the core disciple of the ancient sect is gonna bust out his moves. I smell that this Zirang place looks lit as hell. Anyway, saying goodbye, Mr. Examiner. Nangongsi Rui's prophetic declaration made the whole exam hall erupt like a broken market, people's mouths shaped like O's and eyes like A's. What the absolute heck? Even a big shot like Nangongsi Rui is ghosting Jia Lan to dive headfirst into Zirang. Don't tell me Zirang is actually the greatest high school cradle. And sure enough, the whole flock of easily led sheep shoved and pushed each other, demanding to get their residency at Zirang. The two most badass big bros plus the disciple of the Hun Tian sect have all set up camp at Zirang, so we gotta follow the trend too. One after another, they lined up back to back, joining the mob to submit their applications to Zirang. Hold up, don't leave yet, save a ticket for me. The examiner from Zirang was thrilled, clinging onto Shen Ye and refusing to let go, heart tingling with joy as if hitting the lottery. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect to scoop up 2/3 of the embryonic candidates in this batch. Oh Shen Ye, 1,000 times I'll engrave your merit in my heart. Shen Ye's entire crew of besties also got to ride his coattails. The examiner swiftly handed out ID cards to the kids. I've already swiped your cards and finished the entry procedures for you all, joyfully welcoming you students to put down roots at Zirang. Jia Qian, left on the sidelines holding his grudge and tearing his hair out, muttered resentfully, "You slippery snakes, just wait and see." Right as the blood rushed to his brain, suddenly an ice-cold gust of air slammed straight into Jia Qian, forcing him to freeze in place for 5 seconds. Thinking Jia Qian was the only victim, who would have thought the entire hall was subjected to an evil mask, grinning maniacally as it popped up to issue a mass warning. You have swallowed the bitter pill of the map-wide curse. This hex has cleanly wiped out Yunshan Port, sweeping up a total count of 328,761 souls. Shen Ye's pupils instantly shook violently. It bears the brand of the Weeping Soul Phantom. You will get continuously smacked by your own shadow for the next 24 hours. This clone is an exact copy-paste of your HP bar and damage. If you happen to get your skull bashed in by it, your soul will be packaged up as dessert and served to the demonic prison boss. The curse began popping its sweeping skills. An unlucky student immediately clutched his head, groaning miserably before collapsing. Jia Qian freaked out and yelled at the top of his lungs, "We're screwed, folks. It's a curse, an Aya hex. Everyone move your asses and run quickly." Ding Feng waved his hand to use a talisman, his mouth roaring like thunder. "Gui Su squad, drag your asses over here pronto." Drop to his knees, pressing both palms onto the concrete floor, instantly conjuring up a giant-sized swimming pool. He frantically commanded the kids, "Jump right in right now." Beneath the water surface is the Gui Su battleship. It's pre-buffed with top-tier magic barriers from prehistoric times. A few random trash monsters won't be able to slip in. Stop dawdling, jump fast. In stark contrast to the chaotic circus over on Ding Feng's side, Shen Ye was nailed to the spot like a bronze statue, because a notification had just beeped in his brain. You have successfully stripped the demonic prison boss's betting pool clean. According to the rules of the game, her garbage curses will bounce right off you. Shen Ye smirked smugly. Well, suddenly finding a free wallet, looks like your boy here has an anti-curse shield. Nangongsi Rui spread his arms out to perform a magic trick, conjuring a super-massive, gigantic painting sitting neatly behind him. He broadcasted to calm the crowd, "Compatriots, stay chill and don't tremble. Grab your flip-flops and cram in here. Squeeze right into this folding screen now." Hearing that, his fellow examinees scrambled around the painting. "Excuse me, you can actually pry this frame open and crawl into it." Hating all the yapping, Nangongsi Rui dashed up to demonstrate and open the eyes of the clueless mob. He slapped his hand right onto the surface of the painting. Amidst the gasps and dropping jaws of the entire crowd, Nangongsi Rui merged into one with the painting. Holy Mother of God. He literally turned into a pattern in the painting. Even more badass, the guy hitched a ride on a white horse galloping across the background, accompanied by a floating chat bubble with the words, "Why are you guys still standing there dumbfounded instead of squeezing in?" Zhang Zio Yi and the bros saw that and sweated bullets. Did this guy really have to be so extra? But the urgent situation didn't allow for dilly-dallying. Shen Ye dragged his squadron along, one by one swiping their hands across the painting. "Get in the car. Let's undergo our tribulation too." Inside the 2D world that was as vast as a stadium, people plummeted down in droves and settled in properly. The Zirang examiner shouted orders. "All passengers are safely on board. Hurry up and spot yourself a warhorse and hop on its back immediately. Our squadron is about to step on the gas and depart." Shen Ye narrowed his eyes, secretly scrutinizing the wooden horse. Huh, why does this pet look so terribly lame, totally different from when we looked at it from the outside? But then the young man was scared out of his wits when he saw a blurry humanoid figure suddenly pop out from Xiao Mengyu's back shadow. An identical twin clone ripped right out from her body, making not only the owner herself, but the entire council jump in fright. As soon as Xiao Mengyu's knockoff showed its face, it immediately danced out a spiral sword aura, wiping out a batch of unfortunate souls standing around while they were still bewildered. Luckily, Xiao Mengyu reacted quickly, bending her knees and launching herself high up to dodge that vicious slash just in time. She widened her eyes in massive shock, staring at the shadow raining down sword strikes. Weird, that's clearly the ultimate sword technique of Luo Shen. This is too surreal, is that bitch me? What the devil? Shen Ye, who was biting the dust and crawling to dodge bullets, strained his neck to drop a hint. No joke, Xiao Mengyu, that curse spat out a fake version with combat power copy-pasted directly from you to bully you. A clone of you isn't something anyone on the streets could easily solo. Clang crash, the two swords clashed violently. Xiao Mengyu gritted her teeth defending while feeling utterly bewildered. Grinding in the exam grounds, all this time has already drained more than half my stamina bar, while this bastard ghost shadow got buffed to full mana at its absolute peak. The more they clashed, the more sweat poured down, each drop as big as a bean. If they kept dragging this out and stalling like this, she feared that. The bootleg Xiao Mengyu delivered a brutal kick, sending the authentic version flying kilometers away. The very split second she landed, Xiao Mengyu's brain lagged a bit, a shiver running down her spine. But with the motto of high risk, high reward, she decided to go all in, shooting upwards and slamming down a lethal sword strike. Go get reincarnated, you bitch. Before the soldering iron could even touch the knockoff, out of nowhere a heaven-shaking stomp from Shen Ye planted a perfect shoe print right on its face. The guy charged in, shouting with imposing majesty that made Xiao Mengyu blush fiercely. Xiao Mengyu, hero saving the beauty right here. Looking at the utterly wrecked battlefield and that copycat monster, she dropped a bead of sweat. This evil curse actually spawned a whole twin of me. Shen Ye, you guys bounce, I'll solo this piece of work. Gu Yunyi and the surrounding lackeys also fell into the pit, competitively spawning a whole pile of clones. Red alert, the fakes are pouring out like mushrooms after the rain. Damn it, what kind of ridiculous curse is this? Over in this corner, Yang Yingzhen also took a hit from an incredibly realistic knockoff. Things are getting spicy now. The palms of the original owner and the fake slammed into each other with a boom. The collision exploded into a blinding sphere of light, blowing away dirt, rocks, and the innocent crowd 8 meters away. Tightly gripping the knockoff's wrist, Yang Yingzhen quickly processed the situation. I need to move this fighting ring somewhere else. If we keep having this petty brawl right here, the kids are bound to catch stray bullets. No sooner said than done, she channeled her energy and teleported, dragging the little demon all the way to a new coordinate, determined to kite it out of this densely populated residential area. The fiery sword duel between Xiao Mengyu and her twin burden still refused to lower its curtains. The ear-piercing shriek of grinding metal rang out, accompanied by countless blinding flashes blinking continuously. Glancing over to the distance, Zhang Xiaoyu was running for his life while bare-knuckle boxing with his own glitchy version. Having just stuffed it with a heaven-shaking punch that knocked it flat on the ground, the young man couldn't help but cry out in pain because his hand hurt. Then Zhang Xiaoyi threw an absolutely disgusted look at the corpse on the ground. With his hot-headed blood boiling vigorously, the guy couldn't be bothered to use his brain, directly launching himself to stomp on it. Log out, you dog. Oh my god, by some ungodly misfortune, Shen Yishu heel smacked straight into Zhang Xiaoyi's snout, making the kid spurt blood all over his nose. Then the saintly teammate held out a hand to pull him up. Zhang Xiaoyi, I got your back, buddy. Oh crap, skull shattered, it seems Shen Yi just accidentally cast a healing buff on the enemy. That tree frog of a knockoff pretended to tear up, smirking in triumph. In a flash, it did a kip-up, and launched a flying double kick straight into the young man's ribs. Much obliged, boss Shen Yi. The real authentic good was rolling around in the corner, faintly calling for help. Bro Shen Yi, I'm the pristine original Zhang Xiaoyi over here. Hearing the holler, Shen Yi was completely lost. Huh, what in the world? The slippery fake acted grateful, its lying mouth spouting BS. Lucky you stepped in chivalrously, now please piss off to your grave. That noob only knew how to wave his arms and legs physically. while our young male lead possessed an entire treasury of infinite mana. Even if he got jumped and fell flat on his back, Shen Ye still effortlessly squashed that insolent clone. The original victim pouted visibly, tearing up with self-pity, boss Shen Ye. So the power gap between us two bros is actually that far apart, huh? You just wave your hand and insta-kill me. Shen Ye's mouth twisted in a grimace, muttering his regrets. I awkwardly apologize, man. Who would have thought you were the one who smacked that guy's teeth out? The more it was brought up, the more Zhang Ziao you wanted to explode his lungs and cry out in anger. I had to squeeze out every ounce of my life force just to dodge that slap. I was calculating that one more punch and I'd turn the tables and win. Shen Ye and Zhang Ziao scrambled to fly over and rescue Ziao Mengyu. Sensing something was a bit off, she turned around and interrogated, Shen Ye, why are you the only one who gets to use the curse immunity card? Tossing the knockoff an incredibly affectionate look, the young man chuckled and showed off his achievement. I just cleaned out the betting table. That trashy hex ain't gonna do jack squat to your boy here. Hearing that, the girl felt as relieved as if a mountain had been lifted off her back. Wow, that's pretty sweet then. There's just one catch. With my current depleted stamina bar, there is zero hope of taking down this shadow. Hearing that, Shen Ye gently spoke up to reassure Ziao Mengyu. It's no big deal. As long as we combine our forces, we'll definitely have the win securely in our hands. Without wasting another second, he carried a massive surge of power and charged straight at the enemy, immediately unleashing a critical punch right into the center of her clone's chest. A burst of purple light suddenly flared up, illuminating Shen Ye's somewhat panicked face. Witnessing the opponent's body gradually fade into nothingness, he suddenly heard the system notification. Lightning inherently counters evil spirits. Your lightning attribute attack is highly effective against this evil curse clone, multiplying the damage output by 10 times. Ziao Mengyu, standing nearby, was dumbfounded and horrified as she exclaimed, "You could wipe it out with just a single strike. My attacks coincidentally countered this clone as well, or did you hit its vital weak point?" Shen Ye awkwardly spread his hand and stared at it foolishly, muttering, "No, it's due to the elemental counter." However, she quickly brushed aside her astonishment and hurriedly urged, "Let's go, we need to quickly support the others." He obediently nodded, okay, and swiftly followed closely behind. Ziao Mengyu frantically ran over, dragging two dogs, her face full of confusion. "Shen Ye, I found not one but two Gyu Yun Yi, but the problem is I can't figure out which one is the real deal." Seeing this, Shen Ye confidently spoke up, "This is a piece of cake. I just need to open my Dharma eye and take a peek to make it clear." Zhang Ziao Yi, with his battered and torn body, poked his head out and questioned, "Then why didn't you bother using it earlier?" He could only scratch his head and reply, "I did use it, but I was so dead set on the fact that you'd definitely be the one getting beaten up that I thought my Dharma eye was broken." Through the Dharma eye, Shen Ye easily identified that the real Gyu Yun Yi was the one standing on the left. Right after that, he decisively unleashed a lightning palm strike, sending that fake knockoff straight to heaven. Witnessing Shen Ye's domineering demeanor, she couldn't help but marvel, truly impressive. He swiftly urged the whole group, "Let's move, we have to make the most of our time to save people, prioritize supporting the normal classmates who aren't descendants of prominent families." Ziao Mengyu immediately took the initiative to suggest, "I propose we prioritize finding Nan Gongxi Rui first. His combat power is nothing to scoff at, plus I can absolutely guarantee he's on our side." Shen Ye's face suddenly turned unnaturally pale as he nodded. "That's right, we have to seize every single second." The words barely left his mouth when his whole body went limp and crashed onto the ground. Ziao Mengyu panicked and hurriedly asked with concern, "Shen Ye, what's wrong with you?" Shen Ye forced himself to look fine. "It's nothing serious, my head is just a bit dizzy, that's all." Right at that moment, a deep, resonant voice suddenly rang out, "He's completely run out of stamina." It turned out to be Nan Gongxi Rui striding over, and he kindly explained to the two, "Since the exam started up until now, he has strained himself in combat way too much, severely depleting his vital energy. Right now he absolutely must rest and recover. In the short term, he definitely cannot make another move." As soon as she saw the figure of a stranger, Ziao Mengyu immediately drew her sword and took a highly vigilant defensive stance. "Freeze right there, don't take another step forward." Seeing this, Shen Ye hurriedly intervened. "Don't be too tense, Ziao Mengyu. I already checked him with my Dharma eye. He's the genuine article, not a clone." Hearing that, she breathed a sigh of relief and curiously inquired, "Did you clean up that mess of clones so quickly? How did you do it?" Nan Gongxi Rui just smiled mysteriously and replied, "That falls under my personal secrets." She steered back to the main topic and analyzed. Getting down to business, the examiner deliberately lured her clone far away to ensure the safety of the students. She is the one with the most terrifying strength here, therefore we absolutely must eliminate her clone first. And Gongxi Rui took a deep breath, boldly putting forth a proposal. The only ones capable of interfering in this matter are you, me, and Shen Ye. The catch is that Shen Ye has now lost his combat ability, so Xiao Mengyu, we have to rely on just the two of us. Xiao Mengyu shook her head and waved her hands in refusal right after hearing that. No, I'm also exhausted and can't go anywhere. He was taken aback, blurting out with a look of regret. Say what? She hurriedly justified herself. This exam has already drained most of my energy. If I head into battle looking like this, I'm afraid I won't be of any use. Hell, I might even drag you down. Gongxi Rui perceptively understood the issue, deciding to set off alone. I get it, then you two just stay here and rest up well, I'll go provide backup by myself. Saying that, he immediately zipped away right before the bewildered eyes of everyone. Shen Ye was sitting on pins and needles, restlessly saying, if Nan Gong goes by himself, will he be able to handle it? Zhang Xiaoyu chimed in beside him. The guy is literally a top-tier master, he'll most likely be safe and sound. Xiao Mengyu frowned, sharply dissecting the issue. This is not good. Nan Gongxi Rui is inherently an incredibly arrogant person. For someone like that to swallow his pride, come over here, and ask for our help, it proves he already knows perfectly well that he can't clean up this mess on his own. The whole group dazedly watched Nan Gongxi Rui's back gradually fade away, unable to stop wondering in their hearts. Knowing it's such a tough nut to crack, why is he still stubbornly forcing it by going alone? He strode straight into the battlefield, pondering deeply. The world inside this painting is fundamentally a small-scale magical realm condensed by the examiner. If the examiner happens to meet with any misfortune, heaven knows how ruined this realm will become. Unfolding before Nan Gongxi Rui's eyes was a combat scene growing bloodier by the minute, as he thought to himself. It's highly likely it will be permanently sealed, or worse, shatter into pieces and evaporate without a trace. Long story short, if we lose this round, we're all going to meet the Grim Reaper. Yang Yingzhen couldn't help but be amazed seeing the kid run over to provide backup. Meanwhile, her clone perfectly copied every single movement of Nan Gongxi Rui. With his profound cultivation, Nan Gongxi Rui easily located Yang Yingzhen's clone and decisively launched an attack, shouting loudly, "The one standing on the right is the clone." The technique he just unleashed instantly transformed into countless fairy illusions, charging simultaneously straight toward that clone. The enemy wasn't a pushover either, instantly swinging the brush in her hand to draw a defensive magic circle. The black storm circular array generated terrifying pressure the moment it was cast, directly blasting all the fairies far away. Hovering in midair, Yang Yingzhen hurriedly yelled a warning to Nan Gongxi Rui. Nan Gong, be extremely careful of the black puddles. Right after that, her clone unleashed the 10,000 ink snake array. The ink snakes tightly bound him, making him panic and holler, "I'm in deep trouble, teacher, hurry and save me." Seizing the moment she was immobilized, the evil shadow swooped down, summoning hundreds of black swords aiming straight at him as they dashed over. It dropped a threat. "Let's see me take the life of your most pampered student first. I wonder if you'll still be in the mood to fight me after that." Winding to 2 minutes before the moment Nan Gongxi Rui was constricted by the ink snakes, Zhang Xiaoyu was currently anxiously discussing with his companions. Even Nan Gong doesn't have an ounce of confidence, so aren't we just closing our eyes waiting for death? We have to rack our brains and find a way. Xiao Mengyu hurriedly waved her hands to explain. If we run over there in this battered state, it's no different from carrying an extra deadweight. Shen Ye, despite his entire body being achy and exhausted, still firmly spoke up. We absolutely cannot sit idle here waiting for a miracle. Supposing Nan Gongxi Rui fails, then our side's chance of turning the tables drops to a flat zero. Agonizingly dragged his thoroughly exhausted legs, resolutely saying, "No matter what happens, I must go back him up." Seeing that, she hurriedly held him back. "Shen Ye, wait a moment, you've already drained all your energy." Zhang Xiaoyu stood nearby and sympathetically advised, "Bro Shen Ye, just lie down and recover in peace. Let me Gu Yun Yi and Xiao Mengyu shoulder this for you." The dog Gu Yun Yi standing next to him also chimed in, barking woof woof to show agreement. Right at that moment, from far away, the silhouette of a horse suddenly appeared. Shen Ye cast his gaze and realized it was galloping straight toward him. When the animal ran up close, its full majestic and imposing aura was truly put on display before everyone's eyes. From a distance, the others had also vaguely guessed the identity of this creature. The warhorse stomped its hooves right in front of him, then suddenly spoke up, marveling at the aura radiating from the teenage boy. It tossed its head and asked Shen Ye a few words. "Are you a disciple of the Hun Tian sect?" He nodded in confirmation. "That's exactly me." But inside his head, he muttered in sheer terror, "Mother of God, how the hell can this horse open its mouth and speak human language?" It stared at him and confidently made an offer. "You carry the blessing of the Dharma realm on you. As expected, you are no ordinary mortal. I am the divine steed possessing wind-tearing speed and the absolute best balance in this area. Hop on my back, I'll give you a ride." Meng Yu sharply recognized its origin and blurted out, "Isn't this a Dezhou horse?" Shen Ye widened his eyes in surprise. "You know of its reputation too?" She nodded and explained. "This breed is incredibly famous. Its entire body is as black as coal, but its 4 hooves are pure white like specks of snow. Not to mention, its running speed is so fast it would make gods and demons weep." Hearing Meng Yu's endless flattery, it put on an incredibly badass front, deliberately flexing to show off its rippling muscles. She continued, "Rumor has it that it possesses a special divine ability, capable of grabbing its master and escaping in a flash from any desperate situation. This is truly the most majestic divine horse of the Dharma realm." The horse, immensely pleased by the praise, tilted its head up and replied, "That would be me." Hearing this, Shen Ye scratched his head in utter confusion. "Wait, didn't you just say this place was merely a miniature Dharma realm built by the examiner themselves? Then how the heck did this horse get in here? What on earth does this concept of a Dharma realm even mean?" She patiently explained. "To put it simply, the Dharma realm is like a boundless ocean of energy, always surging and flowing. No matter how powerful an expert is, the source of their strength is ultimately drawn from this very Dharma realm." For their eyes suddenly appeared a mirage of floating cities encased in giant bubbles. She explained further, "The Dharma realm we are currently standing in, you can just think of it as a bubble floating in the middle of a vast ocean. Within that ocean, there are countless bubbles of various sizes, which inherently exist separately. However, there are still a few tricks to pierce the boundaries and enter inside, and this Dezhou horse just happens to possess that miraculous ability." Shen Ye nodded as if enlightened and immediately pressed on, "So that's how it is. Then earlier you mentioned that the Dezhou horse carries all sorts of divine abilities. Can it lend us a hand in a fight?" Meng Yu shrugged and replied, "You'll have to ask it yourself to get that answer." The warhorse was very cooperative and brought him good news. "Of course I can. You have 2 options to choose from. One is borrowing a bit of power from you guys, but the spiritual energy borrowed this way is pretty pathetic. 2 is that we temporarily fuse into one, then I can freely unleash the full extent of the power you currently hold." Shen Ye's eyes lit up with excitement, locking in the second option right away. "Fuse, that sounds fire, let's go with this method." The deal settled, both man and horse soared into the air, emitting brilliant rays of light. The divine steed spoke up, "Hand your weapon over to me, and what is your name?" He decisively stated his name, Shen Ye. Hearing this, it nodded proudly. "Shen Ye, huh? It's been a long time since I've had the chance to fuse with a disciple of the Hun Tian sect. Thinking about it is pretty thrilling. Now let's both chant each other's names in our minds." Suddenly the horse neighed in wild excitement. "Spot on, I've connected to the call from your soul, this terrifying surge of power. Shen Ye, you truly are no ordinary person." Just a moment later, the fusion process between the two began and 2 shouts rang out. "Let's do this, fuse, transform." Xiao Yi and Meng Yu stepped back into a corner, hastily covering their faces with their hands due to the dense, billowing clouds of dust and smoke. However, the dazzling image that emerged afterward was a highly comical transformation of the teenage boy. Staring with his jaw dropped, Xiao Yi was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, while Meng Yu frowned, feeling like there was something extremely off about this. Stuffed into such a bizarre shape, the horse furiously cursed up a storm. "What in the world is this monstrosity? What kind of cheap trick are you pulling?" He frantically apologized. "Crap, sorry brother, it's my first time playing around with this type of power system, so I temporarily lost control for a bit." After dropping the apology, the 2 of them fumbled around to perform the fusion ritual all over again from scratch. Piercing through the thick mist, Shen Ye's agile arms along with a pair of sturdy horse legs gradually revealed themselves. His handsome face slowly came into focus, forming a half-man, half-beast centaur version of Shen Ye. What was even more badass was a ridiculously long, 8-meter horn sticking right out of the top of his head. Watching from the sidelines, Xiao Yi endlessly praised, "Holy crap, this style is absolutely fire." Guo Yi, standing nearby, was equally hyped, while Meng Yu covered her face, blushing a deep red out of sheer embarrassment because his current design was honestly way too handsome. As soon as the transformation process concluded successfully, Shen Ye instructed his companions. Everyone stay right here. I'm gonna go handle a few things and I'll be right back. Right after dropping those words, Shen Ye dashed off at a terrifying speed, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded friends staring blankly at his retreating back. Witnessing that spectacle, Xiaoyu couldn't hide his admiration and blurted out, "Good lord, this magic is truly surreal. Hey Xiao Mengyu, take a guess. Was that voice just now Shen Yi's or that Dezhu horse's?" Despite his persistent questioning, she kept her flushed face tightly covered in shyness. Finding it weird, he asked further, "What's wrong with you?" The moment she spotted the swarm of black snakes surging forward like a storm, Yang Yingzhen immediately shouted a warning. "Nangong, dodge those puddles of black water right now." Si Rui was scared out of his wits and frantically screamed, "I'm doomed, teacher, please save me." The evil shadow smirked menacingly, dropping a sinister threat. "Let me send your precious student to meet his maker first. Let's see if you can still keep your cool to exchange blows with me then." Finishing his words, he decisively channeled his inner energy and unleashed a killer move. Ink Sword Circle Array, Dark Ink Greatsword. The giant greatsword tore through the sky, carrying enough power to crush all things, plunging straight toward the teenage boy and Yang Yingzhen. He screamed like a maniac, "Go die, all of you." Right at the exact second the blade was about to cleave its targets in half, a wooden shield exuding an ancient aura suddenly rose up, transforming into an impenetrable iron wall right in front of Yang Yingzhen, leaving her completely stunned. Yang Yingzhen froze, turning to stone right on the spot. The very next second, she was utterly shocked upon recognizing the origin of that item, trembling as she gasped. Could that be the ancient divine shield? Seeing that the prey had fallen right into the trap, Si Rui smirked and sneered. "You've fallen for this young master's trap." Watching helplessly as Si Rui was battered in the middle of the terrifying epicenter, all the blood drained from Yang Yingzhen's face as she screamed in despair. "No, Nangong, stop it right now." The enemy burst into a mocking laugh. How ridiculous, a snot-nosed brat actually deluding himself with the fantasy of taking me down right on my own home turf. Si Rui gritted his teeth, risking his life to firmly hold down the clone. Even when his entire body was beaten to a bloody pulp, he still managed to weakly whisper a message. "My strength is indeed still a notch below. Lord Examiner, I'll have to rely on you for the next round." Seeing that tragic yet heroic scene, her nose stung with tears as she choked out, "Si Rui, you actually dared to bring such a suicidal resolve to trade your life, just hoping to stall this clone for me." Seeing the prey still stubbornly refusing to yield, he ruthlessly spat, "If you thirst for death that much, I shall be generous enough to grant your wish." Yang Yingzhen stared blankly at the killer's strike tearing through the wind toward them, her eyes brimming with despair. "It's ruined, there's no time left to save him." Seizing this once-in-a-millennium opportunity, the guy standing opposite roared like a maniac, "Go down to the Yellow Springs." Right in that hair-raising, life-or-death split second, a mysterious figure suddenly landed to shield Nangong, wrapping his arms fully around him to absorb all the damage, causing both Yang Yingzhen and that clone to turn to stone in sheer astonishment. The calm young man spoke up to ask, "Are you all right?" Noticing the kid was covered in blood, he immediately joked, "You kids born with silver spoons in major noble families definitely stash away a few bottles of miraculous panaceas to patch yourselves up, right?" Si Rui jerked his head up, his eyes full of guard as he questioned, "Who are you?" The young man smiled and introduced himself. "I am Shen Ye. Ye as in the pitch-black night, combined with the mysterious foal which means a black divine steed, Shen Ye." Hearing this both familiar and strange name, Si Rui froze, his jaw dropping in absolute disbelief. Realizing the divine shield was showing signs of slipping out of control, Si Rui frowned and cursed. "Damn it, the standing position is too far away, my sealing power over the divine shield is dropping drastically. If I'm not careful, it's gonna break loose any second." Without sparing half a second to think, Shen Ye shot straight into the epicenter of the battle, leaving behind a single sentence. "Let me lend the Lord Examiner a hand." The enemy was very quick to form hand seals, swapping to a brand new array formation in an attempt to crush both Si Rui and Shen Ye. Next, he drew a deep breath and let out a resounding roar, "Ink Explosion Circle Array." Somehow, in the very next second, the surging power pouring from Shen Ye condensed into thousands of pitch-black swords floating in midair. Then, they all simultaneously fused together to create a colossal blue greatsword, plunging violently straight toward him. Unable to accept this insane reality, he shrieked in absolute despair. How could this fictional nonsense actually happen? Shen Ye arrogantly reached out his hand to summon the lightning in the sky, shouting resonantly, 10,000 heavenly lightning attraction. Countless raging pillars of lightning crashed down from the ninth heaven straight to the ground, incinerating the cursed clones to absolutely nothing in just a blink of an eye. Si Rui stared in stunned awe and cheered. All of our cursed clones got roasted to a crisp by the heavenly lightning. Taking in the entirety of that desolate scene, Yang Yingzhen was dazed like someone who had lost their soul. That boy could actually reel in power from another Dharma realm and smash it into this space. Is this ultimately an illusion or what? Witnessing the peak performance of her young students with her own eyes, her eye sockets turned red from overwhelming pride. This batch of Kue Rang actually managed to snag a batch of outstanding talents, a once-in-a-millennium catch like this. She looked up at the sky still flashing with streams of blue electricity, muttering, "This is 100% the real deal, right? Don't tell me I'm sleepwalking." In the end, the uncontrollable joy burst into a radiant smile. "Oh my God, I'm so moved I could cry." Witnessing the thunderstorm blow away everything on the battlefield, the crowd below screamed in panic. Our clones got completely wiped off the map by the heavenly lightning. Everyone simultaneously craned their necks to the sky, their jaws dropping in shock upon seeing the figure above. What the heck is up there? Did that kid conjure up that lightning centaur form? Having finished executing the lightning summoning move, Shen Ye's body began to flicker in and out, and he immediately heard the system's warning. "Shen Ye, the fusion time limit has expired." He grimaced and grumbled sulkily. "I just warmed up and haven't even broken a sweat, and time's already up." He nodded slightly as if he understood, then manually severed the power connection, softly calling out, "Release fusion state." Brilliant halo enveloping the figure gradually faded, exposing the true face of the person standing inside, causing everyone to drop their jaws in astonishment. "Holy Mother, that person is actually Shen Ye?" A student couldn't hide his jealousy and blurted out. "So it turns out you don't necessarily have to be born at the finish line of some prestigious noble family to look this badass." Another young man evaluated the teenager with a gaze fit for a monster. This guy Shen Ye comes from a dirt-poor peasant background, so how on earth did he get his hands on such surreal divine abilities? This is completely illogical. Right at that very moment, a divine wind warhorse lightly touched down from the sky next to the teenage boy, making the whole crowd gasp in envy. "Look, that's a Dazhu horse. Where the hell did this kid get the street cred to ride a divine steed?" Eng Yu rushed over and grabbed Shen Ye by the armpits, asking with immense concern, "Shen Ye, are you still holding up?" He smiled faintly and replied, "It's fine, my body just feels a bit drained." Seeing her friend's completely bloodless face, she gently advised, "Exhaustion is a given. Fusion drains a massive amount of mental energy, not to mention you were already out of mana earlier. Now just try to lie still and rest. I'll lug you back to Kue Rang safe and sound." As soon as Meng Yu finished speaking, Si Rui rummaged through his pockets, pulled out a precious bottle of spiritual elixir, and handed it over to Shen Ye, who accepted it without standing on ceremony. Noticing that Shen Ye seemed a bit hesitant, the kid added, "This medicine is an exclusive product concocted by my family. It'll definitely help you recover to some extent." Shen Ye swept his eyes over the tangled mess of injuries on the other party's body and asked, "Nangong, are your injuries doing any better?" Si Rui nodded. "Spot on, I just downed an identical bottle of this stuff." Scrutinizing the bottle of pills in her friend's hand, Meng Yu was startled and gasped. Could this be the heavenly immortal jade dew? Having just exposed the identity of the precious item, she couldn't contain her surprise. Is this the divine medicine passed down for thousands of years in the Nan Gong family, rumored to have the ability to max out one's health bar and stamina bar in the blink of an eye? Knowing the luxuriousness of the gift, Shen Ye immediately showed intent to return it. "You probably haven't even hoarded many bottles of a pill this wildly expensive yourself. Is it really cool to just gift it to me like this?" He slowly explained further. "I'm just a little worn out. I just need to lie down and rest for a bit, and my mana bar will regenerate on its own." Looking around at the mess before them, Si Rui firmly forced him to take it. "Put in this current life-and-death situation, where on earth are you gonna find the time to leisurely sprawl out and rest? Plus, another reason is that I really hate owing favors to other people." With a gaze brimming with seriousness, Si Rui stated firmly, "You've stepped in to fish me back from the brink of death twice now. This guy Si Rui has always been fair and square. Debts incurred must be paid." Preparing to set off, Si Rui threw a battle-hungry smile his way. "You better nourish yourself and get well soon. Once we set foot in Kue Rang, I still want to go another round with you to see who among the two of us is truly the one standing at the peak." Seeing this, Shen Ye could only smile faintly. Deep down in his heart, he genuinely appreciated this young man's gentlemanly nature and straightforwardness. Right at the moment, the whole group was gearing up to retreat. An urgent message from the outside world suddenly poured in, and a class disaster has struck. Even though the bombing has leveled the entire Yun Shan port area, the joint effort of the mighty experts from the 3 high schools has excellently slaughtered the seed of this disaster. Reinforcement forces have now covered the entire front line, going all out for search and rescue operations. The number of survivors rescued is quite large, but the loss of life has also reached over 3,000 civilians. The rescue campaign will continue to operate at full capacity for the coming days. We hope that all compatriots will fold their hands and pray for Yun Shan port. Hearing the news bulletin that the disaster had been crushed, Shen Ye's face went blank in disbelief. The disaster was snuffed out that easily. Did the mastermind pulling the strings behind the savage prison of sorrow really go meet King Yama? He subconsciously glanced down at his arm, discovering that the seal tattoo was still sitting right there, so he shook his head in denial. No, that's not right. The mark on my body hasn't faded yet. This damn news source is definitely fake. Yang Yingzhen hastily spoke up loudly to soothe the buzzing crowd. Listen up, students. Even though the disaster has been put out, the remnants of the curse might very well still be lingering. Once we get back to Kwerang, we will set to work purifying this curse at its roots. Only then can we sleep peacefully. Now everybody scatter and find your mounts. We must set sail immediately. Meng Yu also enthusiastically chimed in. Listen to the teacher, let's hurry up, grab our mounts and get our butts on the road. The crowd of students chorused in agreement. Yes, ma'am. Having successfully climbed onto the back of his mount, a young boy depressingly compared his own horse to Shen Ye's warhorse and let out a sigh. Why do our rides look so trashy while his horse is absolute fire? The guy next to him giggled and shot back. Stupid question, the guy holds the title of a top disciple of the Hun Tian sect, holding ancient tricks in his hands after all. Another dude standing nearby immediately pouted and teased. And what about you? You're just a tiny little lowly. Stepping right through the teleportation gate, Yang Yingzhen immediately hollered. We've arrived, everybody hustle and get off your horses. The moment her feet touched the ground, Yang Yingzhen continued laying down the law. After leaving this spot, I need everyone to plant their roots right here and wait for my instructions. The group trailing behind, stick close and follow up. Right before the moment of parting, the Dezhu horse turned to Shen Ye, smiling gently. The time to say our goodbyes has come, little kid from the Hun Tian sect. Before we part ways, I have this thing I want to gift to you. As it spoke, it gently pushed a tiny, floating mass of energy drifting toward Shen Ye. Having handed over the gift, it added, this is a residual portion of the power that the two of us managed to reel in from another Dharma realm during our fusion earlier. I hope this thing becomes your lifesaver in the future. After finishing handing over the item, it instructed in a soft voice. Wait until next time, let's reunite in a Dharma realm of an even more badass caliber. Shen Ye smiled brightly and nodded. Sure thing, till we meet again. Slipping right through the massive stone doors, the flock of freshmen huddled together and looked around, every single face blanking out from sheer, overwhelming awe. Even Shen Ye had his brain short-circuit for a few seconds before he stammered out a question. Is this place a museum? Meng Yu smiled and nodded in explanation. Spot on, this is indeed the World Museum. Shen Ye was confused and instantly retorted. Wait, hold on, wasn't our destination Kwerang High School? Noticing that the whole gang was sporting clueless expressions, Meng Yu leisurely dropped another bomb. This museum is literally the facility of Kwerang High School. Hearing that sentence, the guy froze dead in his tracks and yelled, What the heck? Acting as a tour guide leading the group of friends on a stroll around, Meng Yu chattered away endlessly. This World Museum is an exclusive project funded and constructed by the world government, sitting right in the center of the bustling metropolis of Yujing. And Yujing is also the brain of the government, serving as the heart of all humanity. This place is a priceless treasure trove, storing the greatest, rarest, and most insanely expensive treasures across the entire planet. Strolling past the glass display cabinets, she continuously read out the name of each item. This is the shed skin from the molting period of an ancient god, and that over there is the egg sac of the star kin. Stepping into the next section, she rambled on again. This mysterious treasure is rumored to have the ability to straight-up warp humanity's traditional digging mindset. Her finger pointed straight at a dust-covered artifact as she introduced. This is a conch shell believed to have captured the dying screams of the vengeful spirits in the deep abyss. Turning toward the main hall area, she resumed her speech. That is a fossilized dragon egg, and even the shroud of Fendi. This place is crammed with an unknown number of treasures carrying the mark of evolution, along with humanity's myriad of unsolved mysteries. Right after that, she whispered to reveal an earth-shattering secret. In reality, this museum was built right on top of a gigantic tomb, and our school, Kwerang, is actually nestled deep inside that very same magnificent tomb. This little trick is incredibly rare for anyone in the underworld to dig up. Hearing this, Shen Ye slapped his thigh, realizing the truth. So it's playing the game of hiding a tree in a forest. Kwerang actually hid itself right in a spot that smacks the whole world in the face. While they were engrossed in chatting, two maids wearing the coats of the Song family suddenly stepped up to block Shen Ye's path, curtsying in greeting. "Young Master Shen, the two of us sisters have been on standby here waiting for you till our eyes went sore." Shen Ye frowned and got into a defensive stance, warily asking, "Who exactly are you two?" They immediately clarified their identities. "We are humble servants under the Song family, following the eldest young Miss's orders to come here and pass a message to young Master Shen." One of the girls pulled out a videotape, playing back a message from Song Qingyin. "Young Master Shen, I truly feel guilty after hearing rumors of the troubles you've had to endure recently. The truth is, I've been constantly in closed-door cultivation at the floating dojo of Jialan Academy. Counting the days, it's been a very long time since I last showed my face outside. For that reason, the person who appeared in that scandalous clip is 100% not this lady. It's a sure bet that some sort of misunderstanding has sprung up between the two of us." The voice in the video recording kept on echoing. "In just a short while, I will finish this cultivation session. When that time comes, I promise to take the initiative to link up with you so we can talk face to face and bring all these misunderstandings to light." After watching the whole video, Shen Ye frowned to verify one more time. "So your eldest young miss is none other than Song Qingyin?" Maid gave a crisp nod and quickly replied, "Exactly. All of that recent collateral damage had absolutely nothing to do with our young miss. We sincerely hope you won't harbor any ill will toward her because of this. Please patiently wait until the day she comes out of seclusion. The young miss will definitely apologize in person and clean up this whole mess." Shen Ye maintained a cold attitude, jerking his chin in agreement. "All right, you two can drag yourselves back and report to her that I will be waiting with eyes wide open for the day she can offer a satisfactory explanation." Having done their duty, the two maids respectfully bowed deeply to bid farewell. "The message delivery mission is complete. Young Master Shen, we hope there will be another chance to meet in the future." The moment the figures of those two disappeared, Meng Yu leaned into Shen Ye's ear and whispered a warning. "Shen Ye, this Song Qingyin chick has a mind as deep as an ancient well. She's extremely scheming and cunning. If by chance she actually takes the trouble to come looking for you, you'd better watch your back and keep your guard up." Shen Ye just gave a brief nod. "I know." Without letting the freshmen catch their breath for even another second, Yang Yingzhen clapped her hands sharply, herded the whole flock together, and ordered, "All students line up neatly, trail behind me, and head over to that room across the way." Waiting until the whole bunch was seated, she cleared her throat to announce, "Normally, following precedent, rookies who finish the induction ceremony get to pack their bags and go back to their hometowns for summer break. But unfortunately for you guys, lately the Yun Shanport case and that mess of bizarre curses have been wreaking havoc everywhere. In order to preserve your little lives, the school board had to go big and lock in an entirely new plan." She took a deep breath and declared bluntly, "Starting from this very second, the hellish training campaign designed exclusively for rookies is officially activated." The flock of students dropped their jaws, protesting loudly in unison. "What the heck is this?" Not bothering to care about the buzzing gossip, she continued rattling off. "This grinding trip is primarily to whitewash that mess of curses stuck to your bodies, and on top of that, it creates an opportunity for everyone to draw lots and choose their job class for the very first time in their lives." She pointed her hand at a pile of gear carelessly tossed in a corner, urging, "Time is more precious than gold. Quickly grab a set of armor and put it on. In a bit, I'm herding you all out on the road right away." Ignoring the bunch of little piglets clumsily changing clothes, she solemnly hyped herself up. "Let me give a quick info update for those who don't know. My name is Yang Yingzhen, acting as the nanny holding your hands as you step through the gates of Kwerang. Just call me Yang Yingzhen to keep things friendly. From this moment onward, Kwerang will become your den. I hope you bunch of kids will bury your heads in the grind, shedding sweat and boiling tears on the battlefield. Do your best, darlings." Eyes widening as they witnessed the teacher nonchalantly stripping to change into armor right in front of the whole world, a young boy sweated bullets and forced a smile. "Yang Yingzhen really sees us as family, not bothering to hold back even a little bit. Meng Yu wearily let out a long sigh. That's exactly why I rejected this school from the very first second. The guy standing next to her scratched his head curiously. Why did you reject it? Putting on the airs of a walking encyclopedia, she immediately cleared up his ignorance. You have to understand, because we have to sneak around cultivating in this gloomy, damp tomb underground, the conditions here are rated as the most brutal and savagely exploitative of the three schools. To dispel that oppressive and dreary atmosphere, the students here gradually became corrupted, heavily adopting a reckless and wild lifestyle. Kwerang folks are inherently all brutes. They never bother paying attention to some trivial little details. The students sluggishly lined up in front of the clothing racks, while Yang Yingzhen loudly urged, "Hurry up and pick a set in your size and put it on for me." A young man waved his hands frantically, randomly lifting a set and wrinkling his nose in disgust. "Mommy, this bunch of rags is completely torn to shreds." The dog standing nearby also seemed repulsed by the stench, barking loudly "woof woof" twice to show its disdain. The person next to him struggled to stuff himself into the armor, immediately grimacing and covering his nose. "It really reeks of a foul stench. I bet this pile hasn't been touched by soap in decades." Another young man had no choice but to delude himself to overcome the pain. "Well, just lie to yourself and say it's still way fancier than those stinking burial clothes that Deku strapped onto his body once again." Hearing that, Shen Ye immediately covered his mouth with his hand, gagging loudly. "That's so nauseating." Waiting until the flock of little demons had finished changing and looked presentable, Yang Yingzhen loudly announced, "Next up on the agenda, I'm going to kick all of you straight into the anomaly zone." Barely catching the word anomaly in their ears, the students' faces turned pale green, and they panicked, screaming, "Anomaly? Are you joking? Isn't that hellish place somewhere you get wiped out just by a light touch?" Yang Yingzhen completely ignored the complaints, just coldly sweeping her eyes to do a roll call of the ranks. "Is everyone geared up? Get in the car, start the engine, let's roll." The moment they stuck a foot through the teleportation array, the scenery around everyone instantly warped and underwent a complete metamorphosis. A young boy scratched his head, looking around in bewilderment, muttering, "How bizarre, the scenery clearly still looks like it's in our country, but this atmosphere reeks of some feudal dynasty." Right at that moment, a fierce-looking general inside a tent glared at the group of total strangers, shouting loudly, "Who dares to audaciously barge in here?" Yang Yingzhen confidently stepped forward, cupping her hands to report. "Reporting to Wu Wei, this is the batch of new recruits dispatched to report in today." Wu Wei narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the entire flock from head to toe, smirking as he gritted out every word. "New recruits, you say?" Seizing the opportunity, the teacher lightly raised her finger and snapped it with a click, activating the ability to manipulate and freeze time. Taking advantage of the moment when all things were frozen, Yang Yingzhen hastily educated her students. To put it simply, the thing called an anomaly is just another space-time rift that suddenly tore open and spilled over to invade our real world. However, this rift has entered a state of saturation and has been completely sealed off by our Kwerang. We revamped it into an exclusive training instance, specifically used for power leveling the school's new recruits. She continued outlining the schedule. "Starting from this second, all of you will be locked up here to sleep rough and grind for a long period of time. Considering that the stamina of you little brats has been completely drained, for the opening day, I will only cram in some light aerobics exercises." Sweeping her eyes over the flock of students pricking up their ears to listen, she spouted on, "Moving on to the second day, we will proceed to expel that damn curse out of your bodies, and at the same time, we'll unlock round 1 of the career selection test. Of course, this is just a practice run. There's bound to be a bunch of kids who fail right out of the gate. But don't get your panties in a twist over it. If you fail, just retake the test." Bringing up the entertainment segment, she unconsciously smirked and giggled. "The third day will be the time to let you darlings loose to party hard. That night, there will be an absolute banger of a gala gathering all the elite students from Jialan, Kwerang, and Guiqiu. For that reason, remember to touch up your looks, gel your hair, and throw on some truly killer outfits." Preparing to slip away smoothly, she waved her hand to bid farewell to the whole flock. "Just toss the rest of the trivial matters aside and wait for the principal to return from his business trip before figuring it out. Wishing you darlings a tear-jerking vacation. Bye-bye." Finishing her sentence, a blinding bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the teacher vanished into thin air in a split second, leaving behind the extreme bewilderment of the crowd of students. Right as her figure evaporated, the stasis magic also shattered, and the flow of time was kickstarted to continue running by Wu Wei. The officer rolled his razor-sharp eyes to glare over the whole bunch, roaring and cursing. What the hell is this? Every single one of you looks as mushy as a puddle of mud. Take a look in the mirror at your pathetic appearances. You don't look like humans and you don't look like dogs. Suddenly, he paused, asking in dumbfounded confusion. Wait, how the heck did an actual dog pop up in the ranks like this? Uzayo Wei slammed the table and roared like a maniac. Open your ears wide and listen up. I don't give a damn which hole you crawled out of or how noble your bloodline is. Once you step into my territory, even a dragon has to coil up obediently, and a tiger must tuck its tail and pretend to be a cat. Whoever dares to defy military law, I'll shatter your bones. From this moment on, whenever I ask a question, you all must scream, "Yes, sir." Is that clear? The students turned pale with fear, immediately standing as straight as a ramrod, straining their necks to roar, "Yes, sir." Uzayo Wei pointed his thick finger right at Shen Ye's face and interrogated, "Hey, you little brat, what is the ultimate goal of dragging your corpse into the military?" Shen Ye's face remained unchanged, honestly reporting, "To be a running dog at your command, sir." Hearing such incredibly pleasing flattery, Wu Ziaowei threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "Not bad, you are truly a rare genius. That is the most outstanding answer I have ever heard. Your ick must be at least 160. Slapping his thigh with a loud smack, he lowered his voice and commanded, "All recruits, pull up your pants and drag your bodies to run 10 laps around this training ground for me. Only after finishing will you have the right to ask if you are qualified to participate in tomorrow's class drawing." He sharply turned to his subordinates and shouted, "All adjutants hear my command. If anyone runs as slow as a turtle, whip their asses to shreds with your leather whips." The adjutants clicked their heels and chanted in unison, "Yes, sir." Having barely run a few steps, a male student whispered into his friend's ear, "Is that madman really going to whip us? I don't buy it." The student next to him panted and argued back, "This canned anomaly, to be frank, is no different from an open-world role-playing game." The mutt trailing behind them also growled and barked woof woof to express its dissatisfaction and skepticism. Instantly, a sharp crack of a whip tore through the space, and Wu Ziaowei roared, "You useless trash, don't flap your gums without my permission." Glaring at the brats who were stung by the whip and crawling on the ground, he continued to bellow with foam at the mouth, "Scramble up and keep running for me." Suddenly, he jerked his chin and called Shen Ye back. "Hey, you little punk, halt right there. Yes, you genius." Shen Ye hurriedly slammed on the brakes, standing as stiff as a board waiting for orders. Wu Ziaowei stroked his beard, sizing him up before suddenly changing his tune. "With your physique, there's no need to run at all. Follow me, I'll personally escort you back to a soft, warm bed to catch some sleep." Not daring to offend him, Shen Ye clicked his heels and shouted, "Yes, sir." While obediently tailing behind Wu Ziaowei, he furrowed his brow and calculated in his mind, "Could there be another trial trap already set up in that tent waiting for me to jump in?" After walking a distance, Wu Ziaowei herded Shen Ye into a comfortable room, tossing his head as he said, "You can freely use all the miscellaneous stuff in this room. There's a whole hot spring out back. Get in there and scrub yourself squeaky clean before hitting the bed." Seeing Shen Ye still maintaining a defensive posture like a prickly hedgehog, he chuckled and coaxed, "Just relax and enjoy. I guarantee no ghost would dare poke their head in here to bother you at this hour." Shen Ye looked blank, not understanding a thing, and asked back, "Sir, what are you implying?" Wu Ziaowei looked at him with a burning, covetous gaze, narrowing his eyes seductively. "You little brat, I think you're quite capable. Well, do you have a thirst for a promotion? If so, quickly dig out that thing hidden on your body and let me have a look." The moment he heard the sensitive part, Shen Ye hurriedly wrapped his arms around himself defensively, shrinking back as if encountering a pervert. "Hey, what the hell are you dying to see? I'm warning you, if you know what's good for you, stay away from me." Witnessing him jump out of his skin, Wu Ziaowei burst out laughing. "Why are you jumping up and down like a cat on hot bricks?" He pointed directly at the center of Shen Ye's chest and explained in detail, "I can smell a surge of righteous true qi stubbornly clinging to your body, refusing to dissipate. Tell me the truth, you're hiding some kind of token in your pocket, right?" Shen Ye was finally enlightened, hastily fishing out a jade tag and holding it up in front of him. "Oh, you mean this thing, right? It's my identity token." Just glancing at the jade token, Wu Ziaowei immediately exposed his true identity and slapped his thigh enthusiastically. "A true disciple of the Hun Tian Mon. I knew something was up. If our human race manages to pick up an outstanding seedling like you, the future grand scheme of things will undoubtedly be glorious." He reached out and pulled out an exquisite chest, switching to an extremely serious tone. "Normally, After the rookie torture camp ends, everyone is handed a basic class card. All trainees have to finalize a path to grind for the long haul. But for you alone, I've gone through the trouble of sifting through the sand for gold, handpicking 4 of the most lucrative classes that perfectly fit your skill set. Wei picked up each magic stone in the box and explained fluently. This is Fu Mo, that one is Zun Feng, Pai Zai, and finally Yi Yu. He poked his finger at the first stone and started his pitch. This Fu Mo class is purely a tank that grinds physical damage. It specializes in using all kinds of heavy magical weapons to crush evil heretics and acts as a meat shield to absorb all damage. Next, he enthusiastically presented Zun Feng, a reconnaissance class that prioritizes flexibility, extremely adept at tailing, delivering messages, covert assassinations, and hunting for rare treasures. Pointing at the adjacent stone, he spoke up. With Pai Zai, we require mutant Taoists possessing formidable mental strength, well-versed in spells to suppress evil spirits and demons. Finally, he looked at Shen Ye and said slowly, "Of course, these are just the foundational rookie professions. Yi Yu, however, is a class passed down by the disciples of Hun Tian men when they enlisted in the past. If you are willing to take it on, you will comprehend the true inherited ultimate skills of this lineage." While Shen Ye was still deep in thought, information about the class system flashed in his mind. A class awakener is someone who gains the approval of the Dharma realm, thereby mastering specific exclusive skills. The professions provided by the 3 high schools even allow one to directly borrow inherited power from their Dharma realms. Shen Yi secretly evaluated in his heart that a class would bring him immense backing, so he absolutely had to consider it very carefully. Pondering for a moment, he looked up at Wei and asked mischievously, "Sir, can I just wholesale all the classes?" Hearing this, he chuckled and shook his head. Only kids are greedy enough to choose them all. Noticing that Shen Yi's expression remained completely serious, he gently advised, "I advise against it. In the past, there have been countless geniuses qualified to choose multiple classes, but those who lasted until the end were few and far between." He meticulously explained further, "Each class has its own general curriculum and specific courses that you must pass. Sometimes, while the rest of the world is sleeping soundly, you still have to bust your ass attending classes. Not to mention, you must pass the assessment test to keep the class, which means you'll be tortured by a total of 4 exams." After absorbing this, Shen Yi still decisively finalized, "Deal, then I'll reserve 2 spots for Fu Mo and Yi Yu first." Wei clicked his tongue to confirm once more, "Are you dead set on taking on both classes? You'll be working your life away." Shen Yi replied resolutely, "The die is cast." Wei nodded and instructed, "Then it's approved. Starting from dawn tomorrow, mornings will be for comprehensive rookie training, and afternoons will be for specialized studies." He suddenly warned in a stern voice, "You must pass the entire curriculum of these classes, otherwise, you'll be kicked out and thrown straight to the bottom of society with the lowest ranked job." Just as he was about to turn away, Wei added, "Yi Yu originally belongs to Hun Tian men. I will pull some strings with the authorities to suppress this information, saving you from some unnecessary trouble." Shen Yi nodded in gratitude. "I appreciate it. Thank you for your favor, sir." Wei hummed in agreement, turned his back and walked away. "Remember to rest up. In a moment exactly at 12 o'clock, the anomaly zone will shut down for 10 minutes. You can sneak back to reality for a change of pace." When only one silhouette remained in the space, Firn popped up and asked, "Shen Yi, juggling between 2 dimensions and carrying 2 classes on your back, can you really handle it?" Shen Yi smirked confidently. "Relax, I can add or subtract my stat points however I please. No need to grind for those useless attributes required by the classes." Firn realized and muttered, "That's true." It then gossiped curiously, "So are you planning to roam the nightmare realm again tonight?" Shen Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it, I'm so exhausted right now I'm about to log out." Dropping that sentence, he let himself sink into the hot mineral spring, muttering, "All I crave right now is." Shen Yi slowly half-closed his eyes, taking a moment to rest his spirit. Immersed in the soothing water, he let out a sigh of satisfaction. "This feels like heaven." Outside on the training ground, the deafening sounds of training persisted. The trainees shouted loudly, "Move your legs faster, 5 more laps to go." Listening to the heavy thudding footsteps, Shen Yi smiled smugly. Sitting here watching others run their lungs out is actually quite entertaining. The rhythmic, rapid chants echoed throughout the camp. "Run, 1-2-1." He clicked his tongue in admiration. Well, here is the passionate aftertaste of youth." At that very moment, an unfamiliar voice echoed from outside the door. "Hey there, your bedside delivery has arrived." Shen Ye looked bewildered, muttering to himself, "Bedside delivery? What kind of busybody ordered that?" He shot up, his face full of confusion. "Wait a minute, I'm camping in the anomaly zone. How did a delivery guy jump in here?" At this moment, the delivery guy loudly announced, "Hello, sir, your order has landed." Shen Ye called out defensively, a huge question mark forming in his mind. "Just toss it by the door. Do they even clear customs for delivery guys in an anomaly? What kind of meddler ordered this for me?" The delivery guy replied briskly, "Yes, sir, by the way, there's another package. I'll just leave them all at the doorstep for you." A moment later, he pressed his ear tightly against the door, muttering a guess. "Looks like that guy slipped away quietly." Fyron commented speechlessly, "You're being overly cautious. This place is your school's territory." Shen Ye darkened his face and brushed it off. "What do you know? Better safe than sorry." Without wasting another word, he swiftly reached his hand out and grabbed the parcel. Shen Ye decisively dragged it into the room and slammed the door shut with a bang. He looked dumbfounded as he unboxed the package while keeping his eyes glued to the delivery note. "What the hell is this? This food was ordered for you by Instructor Wu. Please feel free to recharge your energy." Holy crap, it's actually food delivery. It seems the anomalous forces here have been completely manipulated by Zai Rang to the point of syncing up with the delivery system. Half doubting and a bit hesitant, Shen Ye flipped open the box lid. "What on earth is inside this thing? Don't tell me it's stuffed with a bomb." The words had barely escaped his mouth when a blinding beam of light suddenly shot up from the bottom of the box, tearing through the air. The light exploded brilliantly like fireworks, carving out a banner of congratulatory words. "Soaring ambition reaches the blue skies, dominating 10,000 miles. Martial arts found an empire, prestige passed down through the ages." The Ren Jian Wu Dao Corporation joyfully sends its praises to Shen Ye for the honor of achieving an illustrious victory in the rookie tournament. Seeing that scene, he jumped in shock and cried out, "What kind of circus is this?" Admiring the ridiculously flashy lines of text, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he commented, "The rhythm is pleasant to the ear, consider it a good omen, but this is way too extra." At that exact moment, Shen Ye curiously focused his eyes on the box. It seems like something is still left inside. Could this be the appreciation gift from the corporation that Qian Ru Shan was bragging about? Simultaneously, the system's voice rang out abruptly. "Greetings, Shen Ye. The most cutting-edge technological masterpiece of the Ren Jian Wu Dao Corporation is currently in the incubation process." Hearing this part, Shen Ye looked blank and probed. "What kind of thing is the pinnacle of technology?" The system immediately scanned with a beam of light and replied, "A specialized biochemical clone for independent combat. This replica accurately simulates everything from your appearance, physique, voice tone, brainwaves, to your heart rate, blood pressure, and even your height. If you ever face death, just throw this biochemical clone out as a scapegoat, while you simply find a peaceful corner to hide. Currently, it still takes some time to incubate and take shape. When it's done, it will automatically call your name." Shen Ye was deep in thought, mixed with a bit of excitement. "Another plagiarized version of myself? I wonder who would win if it were compared to the mask. Whatever, just let it take its time to incubate." A blink of an eye later, a card randomly floated right in front of him. The system began reporting data. "The exam round has concluded, and the profiles of all candidates have just been refreshed. You have officially squeezed into the waiting list of the top 3 high schools. Please note, the ranking number right now does not reflect actual capability." He stared blankly at the list. The brand new reserve board isn't sorted by rank, but the star rating is plain as day. Skimming through the series of information, Shen Ye's jaw dropped as he shrieked. Zhao Mengyu and Nangong Si Rui's 6-star titles are blindingly impressive. Wait, hold on, where did this other 6-star prodigy pop out from? He frowned and muttered, "Who on earth is Yun Ye? I've never run into her. Could she be a disciple from Jialan Academy?" Shen Ye's cheeks flushed slightly as he nodded in praise. "Her looks are quite lovely too. It's 10 to 1 that she's a prodigy seedling molded by the wealth of the great noble families." Right after he plopped back into the mineral spring, grumbling resentfully, "How truly boring. Is it mandatory to be born with a silver spoon and use heirloom divine artifacts like them just to reach the 6-star threshold?" Fyron chuckled, soothing him gently. "It seems you're quite salty about not grabbing a 6-star, huh?" Shen Ye frankly confessed. "No way, those golden children have been grinding for a decade, while I've only polished my skills for a few days. Falling behind them is just the normal way of the world." Reading his mind, it seriously corrected, "You're clearly pissed off. Hey Shen Ye, let me tip you off with a piece of information. I accidentally spotted a bolt of lightning hiding inside your flame of life. It's most likely the power that Dazu stuffed into your body before he vanished. Assuming you can refine it, I guarantee your cultivation base will soar to a whole new level. Shen Ye suddenly had a flash of inspiration, shouting joyfully, "That's exactly it. I almost completely forgot about this lightning power." Without delaying for half a second, he immediately channeled his mental technique. "Since I'm free, let's bring it out and play around to see how it goes." In the blink of an eye, the tranquil surface of the bathwater began to boil and churn violently. The system's control panel flashed a blinding red light. "Compatibility level is substandard. You are not qualified to tame the lightning from the Dharma realm." Shen Ye furiously roared, "Insufficient compatibility, then dump every single attribute point I have into resonance for me." The system dinged in confirmation. "Upgrade operation successful. All stat points have been drained to bolster resonance." The resonance level right now hit the 25 mark, with the Yue Zia branch's magic inheritance buffing it by another 20 points. Right after, he concentrated all his mind on condensing the crackling lightning between his hands. Shen Ye gritted his teeth, grimacing as he braced himself to withstand it. At this moment, the ferocious power of the lightning was so violent that it sparked and spread across the entire surrounding space. He furiously bellowed out, "Stay put for me." Shen Ye squeezed out every last drop of his strength, clasping the arc of lightning tightly between his hands. "Get in here." Hearing the deafening thunderclaps, the guards looked bewildered and muttered, "How bizarre, the sky is so clear, why is there a lightning strike?" Right as the bolt of lightning obediently subsided, the system continuously blasted out notifications. "You have completely swallowed the lightning energy from the Dharma realm. Your ultimate skill, Lei Dingzhang, has successfully broken its shackles, ascending to the first tier of the Dharma realm. The identity of Hun Tianmen's true inheritor, you have awakened the primordial power of the Yue Zia lineage. Once your Tian Ying Liu Yue skill combo enters the first tier of the Dharma realm together, you will unlock the data regarding the sacred relics that Hun Tianmen left behind in the Dharma realm." Immediately after, the destiny card hovering in midair suddenly flipped over, displaying new data. The system offered effusive praise. "You have touched the 6-star tier. A junior with outstanding aptitude and comprehension with just a single stride now sits firmly in the position of Hun Tianmen's true heir. Although Hun Tianmen has dissolved into smoke and clouds in the flow of time, what he will scavenge, and to what realm he will rise, is truly worth looking forward to." At this moment, Shen Ye was thrilled to the bone, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Yang Yue Zhen Tian just reached the first tier of the Dharma realm and straight up ascended to 6 stars. This time, it really is a single step to heaven." Glancing at the billowing columns of thick white smoke, he roared in shock. "This is insane. The heat even evaporated the spring water into steam." Suddenly, Xiao Mengyu frantically kicked the door open and barged right in. "Shen Ye, are you okay?" At that exact fraction of a second, she froze dead in her tracks at the sight of Shen Ye's stark naked body. Xiao Mengyu's face flushed crimson. She whipped around and angrily demanded, "What kind of funny business are you up to? Where are your clothes? Why aren't you wearing them?" Shen Ye hurriedly covered his nether regions with his hands, roaring back defensively, "I'm the one who should be screaming. Did you eat a leopard's gall or something, kicking the door down and barging in like that?" she flusteredly explained. "Training just ended, and I saw this corner get struck by lightning. Because I was desperately worried about your little life, I just—" Realizing the awkward situation, he frantically scrambled for a pile of fabric. "You stand right there, let me put some clothes on first." Unfortunately, the death knell rang loudly at this very moment. It is now exactly midnight, the anomaly zone is preparing for lockdown. As soon as the loudspeaker cut off, Shen Ye, in his completely naked state, was kicked out into the real world. The surrounding crowd was groaning wearily. "Thank heaven and earth, we're finally released. Running in circles around the training ground almost killed me." In that split second, the whole group stood dumbfounded, their eyes bulging out as they stared fixedly at the young man exposing his entire body. Zhang Xiaoyi, witnessing the scene, shrieked in horror, "Big Boss Yi, you're playing it that wild." A girl in the crowd screamed in panic, "Pervert!" Shen Ye hastily argued back, "Wait, I absolutely did not." Noticing Nan Gongxi Rui eagerly pulling out his phone, Shen Ye went mad, pointed his finger, and yelled, "No filming or taking pictures in any form." Suddenly, Yang Yingzhen casually patted his butt and praised him endlessly. "Shen Ye, you are truly a genius. You integrate with Zai Rang's culture faster than anyone I have ever met." His face turned beet red as he desperately explained, "I'm innocent, it's not what you think, teacher." Out of ways to deny it, Shen Ye decided that fleeing was the best strategy, putting his head down and bolting. Damn it, get out of the way and let me go put some clothes on. Yang Yingzhen watched his retreating figure, nodding in admiration. Truly a talented youth, overflowing with vitality. After finally getting his attire sorted out, his parents gleefully congratulated him through the screen. Darling son, congratulations on successfully conquering the 3 top schools. Mom is so proud of you. Competing must have taken a lot of effort, huh? He huddled in a corner, calmly replying, I'm fine. Just then, a few nosy people pointed and gossiped loudly. Look, it's that flasher pervert. Peering through the lens, Shen Ye asked blankly, Wait, why are my dear parents sharing the same frame with the principal? The principal, beaming brightly, offered sweet words. Shen Ye, congratulations on turning the exams upside down with an absolutely flawless result. Then the principal proudly declared, You are the first seedling in the golden history of our school to snatch a ticket to all 3 illustrious academies. Take a look, this is the bronze statue that the board of directors specially commissioned to be sculpted just for you. Behind him, celebratory fireworks popped and sparked everywhere. Catching sight of that grotesque scene, he winced and complained to the heavens. Do we really need to go this far? Lion dances, loud drums, and firing off fireworks to worship who exactly? Wait, why is there even an incense offering scene over there? On the other side of the screen, the crowd frantically shouted. Stop bowing, offering flowers is approved, but clear away that fruit tray, the boy hasn't passed away yet. You crazy ladies lighting incense, dial down the madness, will you? Shen Ye's parents' faces twisted in panic as they hastily bid goodbye. Hold on, it looks like something caught fire. Keep training hard, son. Mom and Dad are hanging up to put out the fire. We'll chat when we're free. Ending the comedic interaction, he scratched his head in frustration. What kind of chaotic mess is going on at home anyway? At that very moment, Shen Ye accidentally cast his eyes down to the back of his own hand. He murmured in slight surprise, One red thread has vanished, the betting deadline only has 6 days left. Shen Ye's face darkened as he suddenly dug up an old deal. That's right, the other day Xiao Mengyu complained that the clues regarding the skin-flaying guy were hitting a dead end due to rank restrictions. He immediately started typing away without hesitation. Now that my profile has been gold-plated and upgraded, I'm pretty sure I can use this as an excuse to dig up the dark corners of the Archaeological Association from that time. As the file popped up on the screen, Shen Ye cheered enthusiastically. Dug it up. The system cautiously displayed a line of text. Valid identity scanned. Please note, this is a top-secret document. If you blab about it to outsiders, you will be doing time in prison. The video clip began to play immediately. On the screen was a scene of Luo Sheng tied up like a sticky rice cake on a metal chair. Xiao Lin tilted his head up and mocked triumphantly. Look who is sitting here, isn't it our illustrious archaeology professor? He leaned down aggressively and sneered. Open your eyes wide and see, isn't this our highly renowned master of archaeology? Xiao Lin put his hands in his pockets and paced in front of him, arrogantly taunting. I vaguely recall you are the husband of number 768 and also the father of number 762. That mother and daughter pair were truly premium goods. Even now, I still occasionally reminisce about those passionate nights of intimacy. He excitedly pulled out his phone, shamelessly provoking. I still kept the commemorative clips from back, then safely tucked away. Do you want me to play them for you to wash your eyes a bit? Xiao Lin clicked his tongue, putting on a fake tragic act. Pity the beautiful souls. Because I got too carried away, I accidentally crushed their ribcage, sending them straight to the afterlife right on the spot. Luo Sheng was like a soulless husk, sluggishly raising his empty eyes to glue them to the video clip. Suddenly, the fat guy roughly grabbed a fistful of his hair, roaring disdainfully. A lowly dog like you dared to sneak into my territory. Were you planning to play hero and claim my life for those 2 bitches? Xiao Lin screamed maniacally in his face. You need to engrave this in your bones. I paid hard cash to fish them out of the official trafficking ring. It was your stubborn refusal to obey your superiors that caused your wife and daughter to be thrown into the black market. He ruthlessly stripped away the truth without any reservations. Word is they ordered you to activate some damn altar, but you used the excuse that it involved too much slaughter and politely refused. My, such a saint full of compassion. Xiao Lin gloated, baring his teeth in a sleazy grin. How heartbreaking, the 2 had to bear the karma in your place were your virtuous wife and filial daughter. However, I really must thank you. He clicked his tongue and licked his lips full of lust. Without your stupidity, how would I have had the chance to feast on such delicacies? Right at that exact fraction of a second, a hair-raising scene struck, scaring Xiao Lin out of his wits. Luo Sheng gritted out every word, carrying a murderous aura that pierced the heavens. "Have you tired out your mouth from all that barking?" He opened his jaw wide and bit into Xiao Lin's hand, uttering a frequency thick with demonic aura. "I am craving flesh and blood." The fat guy backed away in panic, screaming at his lackeys, "Kill that bastard for me." In just a fleeting blink of an eye, the two bodyguards evaporated from the world with demonic speed. Carrying a towering hatred, Luo Sheng glided over and closed in on Xiao Lin. "You nouveau rich noble families are ultimately just a bunch of petty scoundrels relying on power, yet you arrogantly hold the power of life and death in your hands. You even delude yourselves into thinking you are creators. What an incredibly short-sighted and arrogant bunch." Facing the call of the Grim Reaper, Xiao Lin frantically kowtowed and begged for his life. "Damn it, great Ming Hu Zhai Wang, please show mercy and spare my life." However, the fat guy was still torn to pieces in a savage frenzy of tearing and rending. Luo Sheng, bearing a face drenched in fresh blood, roared in fury, "You bastards are so lost in your delusions that you've gone mad. You have no idea that the true demon god has descended. I will join hands with him to flay your skin, strip your flesh, gnaw your bones to dust, and suck dry the brains of all of you. I will chew and swallow until there isn't a single crumb of you left." Watching up to this scene, Shen Ye froze, stunned into silence for a long time. A chill ran down his spine as he silently pieced the problem together. So this is what happened. The skin-flaying guy was pushed to a dead end by those bastard noble families. In extreme resentment, he activated the Dark Altar, successfully summoning the Nightmare Lord from the demonic realm to descend upon the mortal world. Shen Ye frowned and questioned. "This tape is directly tied to the filthy dark corners of the noble families. Gu Lun, what was your purpose in deliberately tossing this for me to see?" No matter how tragic his past story was, he has now sunk too deep onto the evil path. "I absolutely will not show mercy. Logging out of Earth is the most fitting end for him." Right as he finalized his sentence, the system rang out a clear warning. "The privileges of Hun Tian men are far more terrifying than you think, and the dark sides of the noble families are also vastly more malicious than your imagination. Your ability to view this tape entirely depends on your qualifications. I will still carry the mission of protecting humanity, but I will absolutely not interfere in any personal grudges of mankind." Fyron quickly popped out and interrupted. "Hey Shen Ye, that statue the fat guy was holding, I've had the chance to lay my eyes on it before." Hearing that, he gasped with wide eyes. "You've seen it before?" It put on a thoughtful look and explained. "That is the former god of our dark undead tribe. He kicked the bucket during the Holy War. I'm also completely clueless as to why his sculpture wandered over into your reality." Shen Ye swallowed hard, racking his brain to analyze. A deity of the undead tribe escaped from the nightmare realm to this world. Not to mention, the force fields on both sides are exactly the same. Could it be that the two dimensions are secretly maintaining some sort of connection? He furrowed his brows tightly, silently raising a suspicion. Someone has deliberately rolled out the red carpet to welcome an otherworldly evil god to pull the strings behind the scenes in this world, and even wants to put him into the history textbooks of humanity. The mastermind pulling the strings behind this must be incredibly sinister. Just then, the system's beam of light scooped him up and threw him to another area. Relaxation time has run out. The portal to the anomaly zone is officially opening its doors for the second batch of guests. Landing hastily back at the old spot, Shen Ye sluggishly stretched his limbs and turned on his heel. "Racking my brain over theories won't solve anything anyway." He tossed all his worries to the back of his mind, pulling the blanket over himself and snoring loudly. "When the boat gets to the bridge, it will naturally go straight. Whatever happens, we'll deal with it later. For now, visiting the Sandman takes priority." The camera angle shifted directly to the luxurious estate of the Song family. At this moment, a maid quietly tiptoed into the room. She bowed submissively and reported, "Second miss, the master has ordered you to the study. There is a matter to attend to." Currently, Song Yin Chen was quietly flipping through the pages of a book out on the porch. She spoke in a calm voice, "I understand." Shortly after, Song Yin Chen was carefully pushed in her wheelchair by the maid towards the room. As soon as the wheels stopped at the threshold, she slightly bowed her head and spoke, "Father, sister, I have arrived." Without bothering to be long-winded, Chang Feng coldly lifted his chin. "Roll in here." He dropped his smile, casting a sharp, scrutinizing glare at his second daughter. Song Qing Yin, standing nearby, also cast an indifferent sideways glance. Song Yin-chen respectfully bowed her head in greeting. I pay my respects to father, greetings sister. Suddenly, her body jolted violently in intense pain. Song Yin-chen clutched her chest, coughing in fits and starts, her breath ragged. Drops of dark red fresh blood continuously spilled from the corner of her lips. Witnessing that scene, Song Qingyin arrogantly swayed over, playing the part of a benevolent older sister. My unlucky little sister, recently I dropped by the Shangyuan estate and managed to beg for an ancient spirit ginseng. Nourishing your frail body might just salvage a little something. Song Yin-chen replied awkwardly. I thank you for your kindness, sister. She smiled cryptically. We are flesh and blood, do me a favor and drop that overly polite act. At the same time, Chang Feng coldly cut in, getting straight to the point. Cut the small talk. Song Yin-chen, recently your sister has run into a bit of trouble. Although it's nothing major, father feels the need to thoroughly cleanse this stain for your sister. She frowned and inquired, what disaster has my sister stirred up, father? Is it critical? He calmly recounted the situation. Your sister got carried away and threw out a few jokes in broad daylight. Who knew those prodigal young masters from our subordinate families would take it as gospel? Those pieces of trash played a stupid trick and cleaned up the scene so poorly that their tail was caught, inadvertently dragging your sister down into the mud with them. Chang Feng added in a harsh tone, normally, these small fries could be dealt with a flick of a finger. Yet that ant somehow hit the jackpot and suddenly put on the cloak of a core disciple of that overbearing and wicked sect. The ant morphed into a precious treasure. On the downside, it is indeed unfortunate, but who knows, it might flip the script into a sweet outcome. Hearing this, Song Yin-chen absent-mindedly repeated, a great disaster turning into a good omen, father. He smirked, calculating his scheme. Exactly. The crux is that you must step up and take the mud, bearing the blame that those joking words were spewed out of your own mouth. Following that, Chang Feng cold-bloodedly laid out the prepared script. The twin younger sister of the Song family, Song Yin-chen, out of arrogant impulsiveness, disguised herself as her older sister and uttered nonsensical words. Who would have thought that childish act would cast a bad name on her sister, throwing dirty water on the reputation of the Song family? As soon as you bow your head and plead guilty in front of the public, father will play the negotiation card, smoothing over the friction with that kid. The best strategy is to lure him into becoming a loyal hound for the Song family. She looked up with bitter eyes, questioning, and what about my part? What kind of tragic end will I face? He ruthlessly threw a bucket of cold water on her. What the hell do you have to worry about? In the end, you are nothing but a pile of useless trash anyway. Chang Feng glared at her, forcing the issue. The whole world knows crystal clear that you don't have enough ick to plot such massive schemes. The blame will all be dumped on the heads of the subordinate families. No one will bother getting even with you. Song Qingyin stood by the side, deceitfully and falsely comforting. This operation is indeed putting the squeeze on little sister too much. Even so, he callously concluded, what is there to cry and complain about feeling wronged? Childhood sweethearts reuniting after growing up, to him, isn't that a blessing cultivated over 3 lifetimes? Song Yin-chen dazedly asked, childhood playmate. Song Qingyin leaned her face in close and faked a smile. Did you drop your brain or something to forget so completely? Song Qingyin chuckled softly and confirmed, it's Shen Ye, the little hero who pulled us out of the hands of death back when we were kids, remember? She mumbled foolishly under her breath, brother Shen Ye. Song Yin-chen forced a strained smile. Forgive me, sister, I've completely lost those fragments of memory. At this, Chang Feng waved his hand away in frustration. Don't waste your spit on her anymore. For someone who spends all year round as friends with a sickbed, it is only natural that her mind is rotting and her memory is drained. He spoke in a low, preemptive tone. Song Yin-chen, this is a once-in-a-millennium privilege for you to prove you aren't useless. You better act your part perfectly with your sister. Don't make me roll my eyes at you ever again. Her throat turned bitter, and she bit her lip in endurance. Understood, father. A blink later, Song Qingyin arrogantly ordered her younger sister. Then it's a done deal. That day, I will bring you along as a shield to attend the welcome banquet of the 3 academies. She switched her tone to something as sweet as honey, whispering in her ear. Your mission is just to bow down and apologize to Shen Ye, then all the troubles will automatically evaporate. Song Qingyin boasted loudly and complacently. The temple dedicated to the gods is about to be inaugurated. My mission is to steer the Song family ship to the peak of glory, seizing the throne to rule the 6 great noble families. I don't have the free time to care about these trivial matters of flies and ants. She flashed a fox-like smile, clinging tightly to her little sister. You will open your arms and shoulder the burden for your beloved older sister, won't you? Song Yin Chen suppressed the awkwardness in her heart, managing to say with difficulty, Yes, of course I will. She bitterly searched through the memory tapes of all those years. Every tragedy followed the exact same mold as that fateful day, without shifting even half a millimeter. Years ago, her sister accidentally unlocked the ancient true body of their lineage, shaking the entire clan. Civil and military officials clamored to praise her, with drums beating and flags flying in grand celebration. Conversely, for the past year or so, I have constantly been friends with a sickbed, my body as fragile as a candle in the wind. My awakening results were so abysmal that they couldn't even match a dead drunk peasant. Originally, my sister and I were both supposed to shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving the Song family's prestige, dominating the world. But my uselessness slapped a heaven-shaking blow onto the family's honor, to the point that the vassals below began to stir in rebellion. I should have packed my bags and hidden away in some barren land where dogs eat stones and chickens eat gravel, completely ignored by everyone. However, Song Qingyin surprisingly reached out her warm hands to save her. She patted her gently, comforting, My silly little sister, what is there to panic about? For the rest of our lives, I will open my arms to protect you. I will shoulder the entire empire on my own, pushing the Song family to the top of the food chain. As for you, no matter how much of a piece of trash you are, I will ignore it. You will forever be my blood-related younger sister. Tearing off that hypocritical mask, Yin Chen felt her heart clench. I finally get it. From that damn moment, I had already thrown myself into the abyss. She surrendered to the deep pit of despair. There is no point in trying to cling to this rotten world. At this moment, Yin Chen had retreated into the enclosed space of her room. She looked up at the dim void, silently dissecting everything. Second sister, do you naively think this younger sister of yours is blind? The vicious disease tormenting me, isn't it your masterpiece? You were terrified I would steal your spotlight, so you secretly planted a goo curse on me, turning me into a frail, crippled wretch. You deemed me a piece of trash, yet you dared to frame me for impersonating the eldest miss of the Song family, indirectly paving the way for the evil god to slaughter countless commoners. Such a monstrous crime that even the elites of the great families would piss their pants avoiding, yet you forced this piece of trash to take the fall. Yin Chen gritted her teeth, staggering to her feet, and swore through clenched jaws, I absolutely won't be your obedient puppet anymore. She decisively shed her cumbersome clothes, firmly declaring, Today, I will end my own life. Only death can free me and open up a new reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, the last layer of clothing slipped to the floor. Yin Chen, carrying a hint of regret, used her ability to transform back into her childhood appearance. I must go see brother Shen Ye one last time. The scene shifted to the dawn of the next day, inside the anomaly zone in Zirang. At this moment, Zhen Xing roared with a stern voice, Everyone, wrap your arms tightly around the pillar. He loudly lectured, This is the sacred Zhenmo pillar, capable of purifying all evil curses clinging to your bodies. The longer your flesh rubs against it, the cleaner the evil aura will be purged. Grit your teeth and hug it. Beside him, Xiaoyi grimaced and retorted, Forcing us to hug a wooden pillar is one thing, but why do we have to strip naked? Yun Yi, standing nearby, was quick to interject. Rumor has it that you have to be completely buck-naked for the spiritual energy to penetrate 100%. At the same time, Nangong Si Rui bluntly rejected, I'll have to pass. I appreciate the Academy's good intentions, but I won't use it. Xiao Mengyu, standing nearby, furiously screamed, Get out of my way. Whoever forces me to hug that filthy pillar, I'll hack them to pieces. I'm not cursed at all. Having poked a hornet's nest, Zhen Xing helplessly backed down and changed the rules. Fine, whoever is confident in purging the poison themselves is exempt from hugging the Zhenmo pillar. Dismissed, free activity. Seizing the opportunity, she angrily grabbed his collar, mercilessly mocking, Shen Ye, you must be a pervert to willingly enter this plague of a school. He cried out in grievance. I was tricked, I had no idea. Xiao Mengyu's face darkened as she ordered, Drag your ass with me, I have confidential matters to discuss. Xiao Mengyu spoke coldly, I just caught wind of some secret intel. The report on Yunshan Port is utter garbage. The footage we saw in the Dharma realm the other day was clearly spliced together. He feigned ignorance and asked, Then what exactly is the truth? But inwardly he felt smug. Spot on, the script is playing out perfectly. She indifferently replied, The squad sent to sweep away the calamity was completely wiped out. The entire Yunshan port was sunk to the bottom of the ocean, and the number of survivors can be counted on one hand. Such a massive incident, Shen Ye interrupted. Can the powerful aristocratic families cover it up? Xiao Mengyu shook her head firmly. How the hell could they hide it? Speaking of which, she concluded, therefore this smokescreen is just a stalling tactic. Those rats are definitely plotting something, and 9 times out of 10, they're aiming straight for your life. Shen Ye sneered in response. Looks like those bastards are as persistent as starving leeches. Coincidentally, my hands are itching to settle the score with them. Oh right, what about the casualties during the tournament? A whole bunch of candidates were Nepo babies of the aristocratic families, not to mention a top-tier old geezer got killed. How do they plan to suppress this? Xiao Mengyu looked blank and asked, which top-tier old geezer? He quickly covered up. Ah, almost forgot. When we split up, a blind, bald geezer jumped out of nowhere and chased me down. His strength was ridiculously terrifying, even using sound waves to bombard me. One look and you could tell he was a big shot backed by the aristocratic families. Only then did she slap her thigh. So it was the notorious Grand Enshrine of the Zhongli family, one of the 36 pillars. Rumors say he died a ghastly death, his soul completely hollowed out without a trace. So you were the one who sent him to the Western Paradise. Processing the information, Xiao Mengyu widened her eyes and interrogated. Shen Ye, did you take the wrong stimulants? That old man's cultivation had already reached the 2nd tier of the Dharma realm. He scratched his head and laughed it off, glossing over the matter. I didn't stand a chance against him. Unfortunately for him, while busy chasing me, he ran headfirst into Zhao Yibing and the skin flayer, so he got chopped into mincemeat by those two. The gullible girl nodded. So that's the truth. No wonder out in the hall they're blaming all the damages from the exam on the calamity. Shen Ye crossed his arms and continued. So that old geezer was a hound for the Zhongli family. This is a crucial clue to cracking the case. Saying that, he puffed out his chest and boldly swore. As long as we follow this trail, sooner or later, we'll catch the mastermind hiding in the dark. I swear I'll drag all those scumbags out into the light. Right at that moment, the loudspeaker called out his name. Shen Ye, a relative has come to visit, currently waiting in your rest room. He rolled his eyes and exclaimed, someone actually tracked me down to this hellhole. The comms officer nodded in confirmation. Without a doubt, the other party came bearing a genuine military order, specifically asking to see you. Hearing the news, Shen Ye turned around and said, then I'll head back to my room and take a look. Xiao Mengyu hurriedly called out after him, Shen Ye, even though security here is tight, you mustn't let your guard down. He briskly waved his hand. I can handle it. In less than a few beats, the previously silent door popped open, followed by Shen Ye's head poking in to scout the situation. It was unclear what kind of creature he laid eyes on, but his pupils dilated wildly in shock. A moment later, Shen Ye blurted out in astonishment, it's you, what wicked wind blew you all the way here to find me? Yin Chen lowered her eyes and replied in an emotionless tone, no need to overreact. I promised I would actively track you down once the exam was over. He strode closer while giving a thumbs up in praise. Top tier, I didn't expect your speed to be this godly. What a coincidence. Then Shen Ye slammed the treasure right onto the table. Take it, here's a gift for you. Her pupils lit up as if she had struck gold. This is the crystallized gemstone that breaks curses, isn't it? Where on earth did you manage to dig this up? If word of this reaches the ears of those thugs, they will absolutely take your life. Flattered by the beauty, he felt elated all over. Be optimistic, this is the fruit of my own manual labor. 100% clean, I dare anyone to touch it. Contrary to his attitude, Yin Chen felt disappointed, her face turning serious as she interrogated. What kind of hired work lets you pocket a divine artifact of this caliber? Are you trying to play me, treating me like a 3-year-old? He immediately waved his hand to cut her off. Stop being so curious. Hurry up and take it back to your master. Shattering the curse mark on your lady is the best outcome, and at the very least, it will soothe a fair amount of her pain. In his head, Shen Ye clicked his tongue. Clearly, you're still pretty green. At this moment, she shyly probed, then I'll be thick-skinned and actually take it. He nodded decisively. Be my guest. A while ago, your lady sent you to assist me twice. I have engraved this kindness in my heart. Just consider this stone a small token of my gratitude. At this exact split second, a complex, elusive array of emotions flashed across Yin Chen's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she murmured in agreement, then I will repay your heart of gold on behalf of my lady. Oh right, hypothetically speaking, just hypothetically. Yin Chen stuttered out every word. Hypothetically, if the dark magic on my master could never be cured, and she eventually had to be buried under 3 feet of earth, would you be willing to send her off with a rest in peace? Those sorrowful words instantly plunged Shen Ye's uplifting mood straight into the abyss. Without a second word, he lunged forward and forcefully ruffled Yin Chen's hair with one hand. And Shen Ye yelled out in a scolding tone, "I forbid you from spouting such nonsense. I know perfectly well that your heart aches for your master, but why must you be so pessimistic? If by some bad luck this stone is useless, then drag your ass back here and I'll take care of it. No matter how huge the storm is, I'll find a way to shoulder it, so stop talking about meeting the king of hell at the drop of a hat." Finishing his sentence, he firmly stated his stance. "Your lady fought to save my life twice, so in return to keep her alive, even if it means going entirely bankrupt, I'll go all the way." The more she heard his precious words, the more she was on the verge of tears. He strictly instructed, "Go back and relay to your lady that giving up is strictly forbidden. I swear by heaven and earth, I absolutely won't let her life fade away." Yin Chen silently told herself, "This time, with brother Shen Ye backing me up, maybe I should take a gamble and see." Ending her train of thought, she felt a sense of relief and added in her heart, "Besides, he couldn't bear to see me die anyway." Regaining her composure, Yin Chen nodded firmly and smiled. "Deal. Out of respect for you pouring your heart out for my master, I'll leak some highly classified info to you." She paused for a moment, then hesitantly continued, "This matter involves another miss in the family. It is the earth-shattering secret of Qing Yin." Hearing this, Shen Ye couldn't help but ask curiously, "A secret involving Qing Yin?" She nodded, immediately letting out a firm yes. Following that, Yin Chen poured her heart out. "I just heard news that the Song family is planning to push all the eldest Miss's crimes onto the second Miss. They intend to spread rumors that the second Miss was inherently rebellious, deliberately impersonating her sister to proclaim to the world that she fell in love with you." This made his ears ring even more after hearing it. How did things come to this? Could it be that everything had spiraled out of control to the point of no return? Girl, with a grave expression, explained in detail, "The root cause is that the eldest Miss colluded with the skin flayer, stripping away the lives of tens of thousands of innocent civilians, and then got tangled up with the evil god in the sacrifice of the entire Yun Shan port. After this incident, the number of lives lost to the evil god will likely skyrocket, and the Song family would rather die than allow these heinous crimes to smear the eldest Miss's reputation." Yin Chen's tone grew heavier by the second. The eldest Miss has awakened an ancient talent, naturally becoming the future pillar of the Song family. Right now is the critical sprinting phase for her to break through her realm, so absolutely no mistakes can be tolerated. Meanwhile, in their eyes, the second Miss is just a piece of trash. Nobody cares whether she lives or dies. At this point, Shen Ye vaguely understood. He smacked his lips. To put it bluntly, acting as a meat shield for her older sister is the final exploitative value of your lady, right? I bet the folks in the Song family are calculating exactly that, aren't they? She immediately nodded bitterly, "Yes, and I also suspect that this entire mess was a chess move orchestrated by the eldest Miss herself from the very beginning." Shen Ye widened his eyes in astonishment, pressing further, "A chess move? What is the hidden meaning behind your words?" Yin Chen maintained a deadpan expression, answering slowly, "The eldest Miss has always harbored the constant fear that her younger sister would surpass her, so she constantly racked her brains to find all sorts of despicable schemes to torment the second Miss." Finishing her words, she slowly exposed the crimes. She cast down curses that hollowed out the second Miss's frail body, played dirty tricks to drive away those close to her, and forced the second Miss into a dead end where no one would show her any pity. Anything that belonged to the second Miss, the older sister would use every trick in the book to blatantly steal, even. At this part, Yin Chen's throat suddenly choked with bitterness. Even the only person the second Miss had devoted her entire heart to, secretly buried deep within, the eldest Miss heartlessly wanted to uproot entirely. The scene shifted to Qing Yin, who snatched the item while speaking in a flirtatious tone. "Oh my, could this possibly be the greeting card gifted by brother Shen Ye's own hands?" She flipped the item open to scrutinize it, her mouth babbling away. "I still remember back then, just to risk his life shielding us two sisters from a vicious dog, he almost lost his life. Oh my, it really makes one yearn for him endlessly. So the card he personally wrote and gifted was lying in this obscure corner all along." Then Qing Yin coquettishly dropped some leisurely words, "Little sister, just let me keep this card for you. I won't hide it from you. I have always been in love with brother Shen Ye." These dagger-like words dealt a fatal blow to Yin Chen's psyche. Hearing the whole story, Shen Ye finally saw the light. So Qing Yin deliberately went out of her way to spread such rumors to borrow a knife to kill someone. She wanted to use the hands of those rich kids to send him to his maker, and then use his death to carve even deeper into her younger sister's pain. No wonder she sent a maid to deliver a message to him. Yin Chen was startled, hurriedly questioning, "The eldest miss took the initiative to seek you out." He nodded in confirmation. "Yeah," she said during the 3 Academies freshman welcome banquet in a few days. "She wants to meet me face to face to hash things out." Seeing this, she probed, "Then how do you plan to calculate your next move?" Stumbling upon this question, Shen Ye suddenly sank into a vague silence. After pondering for a while, he coldly let out, "Is there any strategy to send Qing Yin to heaven?" Yin Chen sneered mockingly, demanding the life of the eldest miss. "With your current meager skills, that's just sleepwalking in broad daylight." Shen Yi's face hardened with resolve. "I have to rack my brains to find a way to eliminate her. Who says I have to fight her fairly? Sneaking attacks, poisoning, cursing, or spouting malicious slander, there's bound to be some trick up my sleeve that works. Even if I can't take her life, I still have to obstruct her ascension. Otherwise, once she successfully breaks through, I fear no one will be able to make things difficult for her anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, he thoughtfully analyzed, "When that time comes, if she wants to crush me to death, it'll be as easy as taking something out of her pocket. But right now, she hasn't put her guard up against me yet. I just need to lay in wait for the perfect opening." However, Yin Chen immediately threw cold water on him, saying it would be a fool's errand. "The power gap between you two is as deep as an abyss. All your little tricks in front of the eldest miss are nothing more than cheap clown acts." She lowered her voice in persuasion. "At the 3 Academies freshman banquet in a few days, once you clash with the eldest miss, you'll naturally feel the sting. I just hope that when that moment comes, you at least know who the older sister is and who the younger sister is, avoiding being spun around like a pinwheel by the eldest miss." Hearing this, Shen Ye scratched his head and ears. "Then what method should I use to tell them apart?" Yin Chen blinked and replied, "Use your eye technique to observe very carefully." Then she meticulously guided him. "The eldest Miss Qing Yin, having awakened her ancient talent, will occasionally have her eyes flash with an enchanting, extremely soul-sucking blue light. As for the second miss, Song Yin Chen, although her body is frail, she harbors some rare talents that few care about. Whenever she sheds her sorrows and is happy, the surrounding space will manifest a phenomenon filled with 5-colored feathers." Finishing her sentence, Yin Chen shifted the topic to him. "As for you, I sincerely advise you to quickly choose a profession. Only when you step onto the path of a professional will you be able to gather more loot, climb to a higher status, and have a tougher fist. That is the unalterable law of this mortal world." Girl turned on her heels and took a step while dropping a soft remark. "You have to do so in order to grope for a sliver of survival when you clash with the eldest miss. As for whether you can skin the eldest miss alive or not, put that aside for now. The main point is to keep your own measly life safe first. Well, the moon is already high. I have to retreat now." Seeing her preparing to slip away, Shen Ye also cleared his throat and let out an. Before disappearing from sight, Yin Chen didn't forget to look back and throw in one more sentence. "Oh, forgot to warn you, all the secrets I just poured out, you are only allowed to keep them as your own private stash." The very next second, she coldly added, "Especially the troubles involving the second miss. If I prick up my ears and hear anyone out on the streets chirping and gossiping about it, I will chop their entire family into pieces." Shen Ye broke a sweat upon hearing it, secretly assessing in his gut. "She demands to slaughter the gossipers but spares a blabbermouth like me? This little girl is quite something after all." Although he thought so, his mouth still hurriedly swore, "Just rest easy and sleep. I swear a toxic oath that even if my mouth is pried open, I won't utter half a word." Yin Chen climbed onto the back of the giant fish, parting the clouds and riding the wind as she soared into the sky. The fish flicked its tail and flew up, laughing maniacally as they went, saying, "Your luck is huge. Who would have thought that guy Shen Ye would scavenge a jade stone from some random corner that somehow has the effect of shattering your older sister's curse? Looking at his attitude, it's crystal clear that the kid can't bear to let you go meet the king of hell." Yin Chen tightly gripped the handkerchief in her palm, letting out a shy, soft smile. The big fish curiously asked again, "So what's the next move now?" Facing this question, she was strangely indifferent. "If that's the case, then I don't feel like dying anymore." It seemed she had inadvertently placed absolute trust in Shen Ye. With his backup, who knows, maybe we can really turn the tables. The giant fish didn't bother arguing. It seemed to think highly of him. "Let's hope life is like a dream. Gotta admit, that kid secretly has quite a bit of clout." At the training ground, Wu Wei was straining his neck lecturing the rookies. The next step, you little rats must proceed to awaken your professions. But before you roll up your sleeves and get to it, I have to clear up a few core concepts in your heads. Firstly, any profession requires a minimum attribute foundation. Take a miner, for example. At the bare minimum, you need to pocket 7 points in physique and 2 points in spirit. While his mouth babbled, his hand raised to demonstrate, once you hit the minimum requirements, you'll finally have a shot at comprehending the ultimate skills of a miner. Watch closely. The moment the weapon in his hand smashed into the ground, a thunderous earthquake immediately erupted. Shen Ye glued his eyes to it without blinking. Witnessing this scene, his pupils widened as he saw the ground cracking open into countless crevices. From the deep cracks, countless streams of mist billowed up. The imposing man declared, "This is the mind-detecting art, the foundational skill of earth diggers." It helps the caster instantly sniff out ore veins hidden deep underground. Only when you fully master this technique in the palm of your hand will you be considered to have successfully entered the profession. A few soldiers showed expressions of disdain, dropping contemptuous remarks, but such a mediocre skill actually demands 7 strength and 2 spirit. With that kind of puny power, a single punch from yours truly is more than enough to cause a landslide. Just as they finished running their mouths, the handle of the pickaxe was pointed straight at their faces. Don't you dare look down on miners. Digging ore is the foundation of survival underground. No matter what profession you pursue, you must be well versed in it, otherwise scram immediately and don't even dream of stepping foot into the underworld. Right away, Shen Ye suddenly cleared his throat and asked boldly, "Report, this lowly one just spotted a detail. When you slammed the pickaxe down, there was clearly the silhouette of a beast hovering over it. What exactly is that creature?" It seemed his question hit right at Wu Wei's sweet spot. He was immediately praised by him with a haughty nose in front of everyone. "Open your eyes, you idiots, learn from him. This is the massive gap between mortals and prodigies. What beast is on it? Truly worthy of being a disciple of Hun Tian Mon, having awakened the Dharma eye who knows how long ago." He rolled up his sleeves and performed another round, ore stones rapidly erupting from beneath the mud. While diligently working, he explained, "Carrying a pickaxe and smashing the ground to pieces like this, I bet a 3-year-old could do it. But the core of the mind-detecting art lies in the word detect. Digging up ore is the truth. Mind detection is the technique of manipulating the power of the Dharma realm. This stream of power condenses into a spell spirit, acting as a pawn for us to sniff out ore veins." Sure enough, from deep underground, a swarm of bizarrely shaped creatures emerged one after another, hugging chunks of ore. Witnessing this anomaly, the crowd gasped in amazement, dropping their jaws and pointing, "Look, the ore rocks are literally floating up from those puddles." Wei pressed on with his momentum now, has a single word registered in your brains. To successfully master a profession, putting it bluntly, is to earn a red card of certification from the Dharma realm. Those with a profession are allowed to borrow the power of the Dharma realm to manifest bizarre functions. The more the Dharma realm favors you, the more destructive the strikes you unleash, and the more overpowered the effects. When that favoritism reaches its peak, you will be granted a title keyword. Shen Ye listened with a head full of question marks, muttering in his belly, "Can a title even be eaten?" Unable to bear his curiosity, he blurted out, "Report, Wu Wei, what exactly are those title keywords used for?" The man got another chance to stroke his ego while complimenting him. "Excellent question. I really like kids who like to dig deep and investigate like you." Wu Wei's face retained its smug smile, an oppressive aura billowing out around his body. He said boldly, "Whoever possesses a title will be granted the right to siphon power from the Dharma realm at a far more terrifying level. Keep your eyes wide open and watch. This is also the mind-detecting art." The blade of the axe pointed back down into the mud, and he got into a stance ready to explode. "This round I'll use my keyword to activate it." Shen Ye, who had been glued to him all along, now keenly noticed a line of text hovering right above his head. Right as Wu Wei struck, a circular formation flashed and spread out beneath his heels, as spiritual energy surged out in all directions. The terrain instantly deformed into grotesque bumps and craters, causing the surrounding miners to lose their footing, tumbling and falling flat on their backs. Immediately, countless ore boulders rumbled as they broke through the earth. The scene was exactly like a hurricane of ores. This time, the entire crowd was completely awestruck. Good heavens, where did all this rubble come from? The effectiveness of this mind-detecting move must have skyrocketed by at least tenfold. Could this be the boundless might of a title keyword? Wu Wei followed up with enlightening words. Anyone who manages to snag a title is undoubtedly a rare prodigy that is hard to find in this world. Stood proudly amidst the scattered rocks, dropping words that made the crowd rack their brains to ponder, but you brats hit the jackpot. This land is the Ju Rang Academy. Ju Rang, Jia Lan, and Gui Su naturally sit upon the three global thrones, ultimately because they are backed by the Dharma realm, easily capable of connecting to that realm. Cultivating here, your chances of grabbing a title are 1,000 times higher than those small fries out there. Shen Ye evaluated the imposing man in front of him, thinking to himself, Instructor of Ju Rang, so this is his title. No wonder all those floating texts I've been seeing since forever all turned out to be title keywords. He shifted his gaze to the girl standing next to him, whose face was extremely tense. Xiao Mengyu had clearly pocketed a title, but it seemed the owner herself was still clueless and hadn't digested this fact. Although she hadn't locked in a profession yet and was completely blank on how to use the keyword's power, the Dharma realm had long since winked and flirted with her. After scrutinizing everyone else enough, he was startled as he checked himself. Come to think of it, I've gathered a whole bunch of titles myself. The only problem is, why do these texts sound so weird? He muttered to himself while his face scrunched up. Right then, the booming voice of the instructor tore through his train of thought. The root of a profession is meant to serve as a conduit for you to borrow the power of the Dharma realm. Once successfully awakened, the stars from the Dharma realm will cast their shadows upon the top of your heads, granting you a spiritual Dharma manifestation. At that time, the divine power of that realm will attach to your bodies, helping you pocket your first ever professional skill. That is also the moment you officially step into the first tier of the Dharma realm. And within the same tier, someone with a title will always crush someone with empty hands. That's a given. The moment Wu Xiaowei finished his long speech, a minor soldier hastily interrupted, Wu Xiaowei, then what is the highest ceiling level of cultivation? As expected, right after he closed his mouth, he was fed a punch that made him see stars, daring to open your mouth without reporting first. The soldier hurriedly clutched his face, groaning out an apology. After striking him, the instructor cheerfully replied, according to the modern classification, "Ah, an excellent question indeed." Seizing the moment, Shen Ye cleared his throat again and shouted clearly, report, if one wants to ascend to the second tier of the Dharma realm, which path must they take? Repeating the same chorus, Wu Xiaowei was absolutely thrilled and praised him profusely, an extremely logical question. Truly worthy of being a pillar of Hun Tian Mon, your ambition reaches the blue skies. Started preaching again, to pierce through the barrier to the second tier of the Dharma realm, you must first mold your foundational skill to the absolute peak, airtight without a single flaw. At the same time, you must give birth to a second move on your own. As the ancients said, all dharmas return to the source. The realm only throws you exactly one starter skill to open the floor. For the rest of your life you have to drag your own ass and struggle. Nobody is going to set the table for you. Wu Xiaowei spouted a string of dry theories that made everyone's head spin. Surpassing the second tier, you must forge the divine power of that realm to sculpt your profession to further perfection. When the time is ripe, all that power will converge into your eyes, forging a Dharma eye that sees through all things within that dimension. That is when you rightfully set foot into the third tier of the Dharma realm. Glancing at the crowd whose eyes were bugging out from shock, Wu Xiaowei added, of course, you all should already understand by now that right here in this training ground, 2 students have popped up who have already awakened high-tier eye techniques. This is a rare kind of treasure seen once in a century. But make no mistake, this doesn't mean these 2 kids have truly grasped the full power of the third tier of the Dharma realm. While speaking endlessly, he suddenly pointed his finger straight at Shen Ye's face. Shen Ye, what the hell was that thing you saw using your Dharma eye just now? Despite being questioned abruptly, his expression didn't change as he reported clearly, sir, this lowly one suspects it was a pangolin. He heard this and nodded in satisfaction. Spot on, that is the truth. Entering the 4th tier of the Dharma realm, a cultivator can summon spell spirits, and these exotic beasts are 100 times more proficient in using the Dharma realm's divine power than humans. Compared to the first 3 steps, it is completely a difference between heaven and earth. Whoever manages to cling their way up to the threshold of the 4th tier will naturally sit at the top table among humanity's elites. Finishing his words, he suddenly changed his tone, roaring passionately, all right, everyone brace yourselves. Now is the segment for locking in your professions. Once you step into that realm, you will wash away the stench of ordinary mortals. The ultimate truth for you brats right now is a successful awakening. Drag your asses over to the tent area over there and pick the profession you fancy right now. Dismissed. Far off on the opposite side was a series of closely packed tents, which was the landing zone for the rookies to decide their path of cultivation. The whole bunch of brats frantically raced each other, running for their lives, with only Shen Ye being grabbed by the scruff of his neck and pulled back. "You prodigy, drag your ass over here. You don't need to throw yourself in and fight with those little kids." Hearing this, Shen Ye stared blankly. Out of curiosity, he tagged along behind Wu Zio Wei. The man led him, turning into a completely alien sector. He spoke thoughtfully. "This Yu system you threw yourself into is not like those messy, miscellaneous things out there. It is the inherited legacy of Hun Tian Mon. This place buries ancient artifacts closely related to Yi Yu. Unfortunately, it has been sealed tight by curses since forever, and only the pillars of Hun Tian Mon are qualified to pick the lock." After climbing all the steps, what struck his eyes was a massive, pitch-black gate, emitting a murderous aura that made one's skin crawl. "In here, you're on your own." Facing this highly suspicious structure, Shen Ye scratched his head and muttered, "What the hell is inside anyway?" Wu Zio Wei ambiguously refused to disclose. "I only know it has to do with Yi Yu. Good luck, you prodigy brat." If the guy was being evasive and wouldn't spill the beans, Shen Ye had to rely on himself to sneak in and investigate. He leaned forward, gathering his strength to push the gate open. The scene inside was far more grandiose than he had imagined. He tiptoed carefully along the corridor, heading towards a perfectly round stone pedestal floating in midair. Resting upon it was an ancient bow. Wow, why does this setting reek so much of that trial area from before? So this is the discovery of Hun Tian Mon's inherited ancient artifact. Looks like this little toy, is it? Shen Ye stood transfixed, observing it for a long time. Then he slowly reached out his finger and lightly brushed against it. The very moment his flesh touched the body of the bow, the surrounding dimension suddenly churned in a violent hurricane. Shen Ye panicked and looked up, shocked to realize he had been thrown into a completely unfamiliar dimension. Floating across the vault of the sky were densely packed giant boulders resembling meteorites, and standing out among them was a blazing golden sphere, exceptionally out of place. His brain twisted more and more. What in the world is this demonic place? A gust of raging wind swept past, and a mysterious silhouette abruptly descended. He floated amidst the vast void, his hand tightly gripping the ancient bow from earlier. He spoke slowly, only a core disciple of Hun Tian Mon, one who has earned the nod from the Dharma realm, possesses the qualification to activate this residual image and witness the vision before your eyes. As he mumbled, he swung his arm and drew the bowstring taut. "Therefore, the junior standing there, you must be my junior brother or junior sister. We too share a predestined affinity, but unfortunately, fate has arranged it so that I will never be able to meet you face to face." Shen Ye's eyes widened in sheer terror, but he vaguely deduced the nature of this mess. This was clearly a magical fragment preserving the remnants of the past. The surrounding scenery looked exactly like outer space. The senior continued to sigh, "Latecomer, you and I must share a predestined affinity. It is just a pity that fate has been sealed. I am not blessed enough to meet you face to face." A trace of sorrow flashed across his face as he stared at him with boundless regret. "Have you clearly seen this apocalyptic scene? Just as you are witnessing, our world has completely breathed its last." Shen Ye listened briefly and stood rooted to the spot, unable to believe his own ears. Breathed its last. The senior raised his bow high, pointing straight at the celestial bodies overhead, and explained articulately, "Those 9 planets hovering up there are the gods known as Izala. They have trampled and plundered our world." He released his grip on the bowstring, his voice echoing evenly. "However, they are absolutely not the ruthless murderers who took the life of this world." The invisible arrow shot from his hand, tearing through the wind with terrifying destructive power, perhaps also embodying the boiling hatred in his blood. "They are just a flock of bloodthirsty vultures, drawn by the stench of blood, hoping to tear apart the rotting corpse of this world." Shen Ye kept his eyes wide open, tracking every movement as he blankly pieced together the clues. Carrying a bow to shoot down the suns? Wait, could this guy's identity be Hu Ye? The cold, sharp arrow he had just unleashed was still tearing through the atmosphere with earth-shattering might. Suddenly, it split into countless streaks of killing intent, whizzing toward the 9 bizarre planets. Witnessing this spectacle, Shen Ye's jaw dropped and he subconsciously muttered, "Can this crazy shit actually happen?" The targeted celestial bodies immediately spiderwebbed with massive, gaping cracks. A barrage of arrows crisscrossed like a spider web, piercing from one planet straight through to another. Beyond all imagination, in an instant, the once imposing spheres suddenly exploded into smithereens. In the blink of an eye, this expanse of space was swept completely clean. Countless meteorite fragments rained down. Shen Ye rubbed his eyes repeatedly, still not daring to believe it. Just one move had blown away all 9 suns. Seeing his jaw-dropping reaction, the senior did not even bother to mock him. He calmly revealed, "That strike earlier was a secret art executed by me and my beloved through perfectly synchronized swordsmanship, which was how we managed to send those 9 Izala to the afterlife. She resides on the moon palace at the far edge of the sky, secretly manipulating the power of the gods." Suddenly, Shen Ye spotted a dense mass of darkness at the corner of the sky, and he panicked, shouting, "Stop! What the hell is that demonic thing?" Struck by this question, the senior suddenly became extremely sorrowful. "The world has perished and countless alien forces have swarmed here. This death match has reached its final act, and sooner or later we are destined to be the vanquished." Exactly as he said, it wasn't just a handful, but a whole swarm of slimy creatures surging forward. The senior spoke again. "However, this tragic ending does not mean humanity will be completely wiped out. On the contrary, at the moment it takes its last breath, the world will detonate a massive surge of power. This spiritual energy will weave into a cage, shackling the alien invaders to prevent their escape. Imprisoned within this barrier, those bastards will sooner or later go mad and tear each other to death." Before fading away, he poured his heart out. "Because of this, I yearn to preserve the power of Yu to pass down to future generations." The senior locked eyes with him, both hands shifting to cast a secret technique. "The name of this archery art is Fei Shi, which is the core fatal blow of Yu. Now, I will pour all of its essence along with Shuang Yue Zhen Tian into your body." As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding beam of light slammed into Shen Ye's chest. "Only by fully swallowing Fei Shi and Shuang Yue Zhen Tian can you unlock the path of Yu. This profound knowledge will reside in your brain for exactly 3 days. After 3 days, if you cannot digest it, it will automatically evaporate." The senior warned with an extremely heavy expression, "The amount of information crammed inside is absolutely terrifying. You must conquer it, trample it. I sincerely hope you will emerge victorious, shoulder the karma of Yu, and become humanity's last beacon of hope." Finally, he drew another arrow taut and left behind a parting word of farewell. A blinding streak of light ripped apart the entire sky. Shen Ye hastily raised his hand to shield his vision from the extreme glare, but just a moment later, he faintly heard the clatter of the great bow falling to the ground. The object shattered into 100 pieces right before his eyes. These things were incredibly bizarre, he muttered inwardly. Could that vivid cinematic scene just now actually be the buried history from the primordial era? The secret manual that the senior had just stuffed into his skull suddenly triggered a backlash, and his nose began to bleed profusely. Shen Ye collapsed to the ground, coughing incessantly in fits as fresh blood continued to pour out endlessly. Bizarre fragments of memories spasmed wildly in his brain, and a mind-splitting pain struck like a sledgehammer. "This is bad, my skull is about to burst." His current state was as miserable as a stray dog. He hung his head and groaned, "Is this what that guy meant by conquering it? Damn it, if I keep enduring it like this, I'm definitely going to meet my maker." Shen Ye tightly clutched his temples, writhing in agony, feeling as though the Grim Reaper was standing right beside him with a scythe. Fyron screamed in panic, "Forcing yourself to cram down a legacy will turn you into an idiot one day. It's no joke, you could lose your life. Shen Ye, quickly dump all your attribute points into comprehension and see if that salvages anything." He frantically followed the instruction, and a text box immediately popped up. "As requested by the host, all reward points have been dumped into comprehension. Current comprehension has hit the milestone of 20. Since you have already thoroughly digested Shuang Yue Zhen Tian, the overlapping segments in the storage will be discarded. For the next step, you just need to brace yourself and swallow the remaining fragments of the Fei Shi technique, and you'll be done." A massive influx of knowledge poured straight into his brain. Shen Ye screamed, "It hurts, it still pierces through my bones and flesh." But at the very least, he no longer felt like he had one foot in the grave. Hearing this, Fyron dropped a sarcastic remark. "You species are so fragile, getting battered and bruised over just sucking up some dilapidated legacy." Already enraged by his splitting headache, hearing the guy blabbering made his blood boil even more. "Shut your sarcastic mouth. My skull is about to blow up here. Do you have any countermeasures or what?" He arrogantly snapped back. "Needless to say, this is the perfect time for me to dazzle you with the ultimate signature skill of our wind spirit race." As soon as the words fell, Fyron's figure swelled like a balloon, looming large and entirely overshadowing Shen Ye behind him. The system chimed again. "A ring of spiritual power is urgently requesting permission to plug into your mind. This magic will absorb a portion of the mental damage directed at you and mold it into offensive energy. Do you wish to approve this spiritual ring to plug in? Before clicking agree, Shen Ye frowned and asked Fire, "Hey, can your old bones handle the heat of this damage?" The guy naturally puffed out his chest in indignation. "If a small fry like you can still breathe, you think I would collapse?" Hearing that bold declaration, Shen Ye finally wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. With a beep, the system finalized it. The connection has been successfully established. Only then could he unload the boulder pressing on his chest. His mind cleared up significantly. "Thanks a lot, bro." A moment later, the screen popped up a notification. "You have just crawled out from the jaws of death. The Golden Boy of Survival has triggered the Instinct of Survival skill, gaining an additional 2 comprehensive attribute points." Shen Ye smirked, chuckling softly. "Not bad at all, this keyword is definitely top tier." Just as he was rejoicing, a bizarre crackling sound suddenly emanated from Fire's skull. Exactly as if he had been struck by high-voltage electricity, and just like being roasted alive, Fire shrieked shrilly in agony. Shen Ye yelled in sheer panic, "Oh my God, your head is burning to a crisp." Fire writhed as miserably as Shen Ye had earlier, roaring, "It's too hot." He also jumped around like he stepped on hot coals. "Are you still okay? Your body is about to evaporate. Do you need me to pull the plug?" The guy frantically plunged into a nearby puddle. "Don't. I can soak myself to cool down." A fragrant waft of steam drifted up to his nose, and Shen Ye twitched his nose, sniffing greedily. Watching Fire bobbing up and down in the puddle, he stared blankly and muttered, "Why does this smell so appetizing? It smells exactly like a giant pork rib soup." However, Fire's body was now as limp as a noodle. "I'm really about to croak," Shen Ye scolded in panic. "You thumped your chest saying you could handle it all. Why are you already foaming at the mouth?" He frantically yelled, "It's really over. Great skeleton, don't you dare close your eyes and give up," the system chimed. "You have bluntly disconnected the link with your teammate." As soon as the connection was cut, he immediately went limp, collapsing onto the floor. By now, beads of sweat had drenched his face. He thought to himself, "Thank goodness I got those extra comprehensive stats earlier, so my endurance is beefier. That cluster of Fei Shi knowledge is finally mostly digested." Shen Ye sprawled flat on the ground, letting out a sharp sigh of relief. Finally past the hurdle. Who would have thought this secret art would cause such horrifying destruction just during the blood transfusion phase? Now, if I accidentally remember a few words about Fei Shi, my skull hurts like it's splitting in two. These materials will only stubbornly stay in my brain for exactly 3 days. But this matter was quite a tough nut to crack. He furrowed his brow, calculating, 3 days. I absolutely must chew through Fei Shi within that time frame to snatch the Yu class. Otherwise, at the banquet 3 days from now, if I clash with Song Qing Yin, I'll be plucked clean without a chance to fight back. After pondering for a moment, he was suddenly jolted into remembering Fire, and quickly sat up, calling out, "Great skeleton, you haven't kicked the bucket, have you?" Shining his eyes on the tiny coconut-sized skull floating in the water, he screamed in horror, "Great skeleton, why have you shrunk into a little skeleton?" He gasped out faintly, "I'm about to be boiled down into broth here." At first he was anxious. Damn it, is there any way to fix this? But as soon as he leaned his nose in closer, he couldn't help but crave it. Oh my God, this broth is seriously fragrant. Going even further, Shen Ye took a sip and clicked his tongue in praise. Well, doesn't the world say you are what you eat? This broth is super rich, it must be extremely nourishing, just open your mouth and slurp it all up and you'll be fine. Hearing this bizarre master plan, the skull cried out, "You want me to drink my own sauna bathwater? You are absolutely despicable." Completely ignoring the fierce opposition, Shen Ye became extremely excited. "Nonsense, all of your brain power is dissolved in this hot pot. Wasting it is a sin against heaven." The skull gave up completely, bowing in defeat. "Forget it, I'm truly beyond curing you." As soon as he concluded, the water surface suddenly churned into a massive whirlpool. In just a split second, the puddle evaporated cleanly, leaving only the great skeleton's skull behind. Shen Ye clapped his hands in delight. "Quite effective. You've revived. Wait, that's weird. Why is only your head swollen while your limbs are still so scrawny? You look hilariously ridiculous." Seeing him clutching his stomach laughing, he cursed irritably. "Idiot. Don't you have the basic knowledge that overclocking energy causes depletion? If it weren't for sacrificing myself to save you, I wouldn't turn into this half-baked monstrosity even if you offered me candy." Shen Ye scratched his head awkwardly, forced to back down and appease his pet. "All right, cool down, being this tiny actually looks pretty cute." Fyron put his hands on his hips, one hand clenching tightly as if wanting to eat Shen Ye alive. Did you get the class yet? Don't you dare tell me that I sacrificed my beauty to this extent and you're still useless. Shen Ye shrugged nonchalantly. Can't say I failed, but it's not like I hit the jackpot either. Facing this noncommittal answer, he went even more insane. What do you mean beating around the bush like that? Began to dig through the pile of documents that made his temples throb, and a wisp of cold air sneakily seeped out. According to the secret manual about Faye, she buzzing in my brain, Faye, she isn't simply about throwing a bow and shooting. Faye means spreading wings in the sky, and she means pulling the trigger and unloading ammo. When the puzzle pieces finally fit together perfectly, Shen Ye lifted his chin and revealed, to sum it up, step number 1 is that I must know how to take off, and step number 2 is actually shooting the bow. Fyron frowned and argued back. What kind of bullshit theory is that? Despite the skepticism, he firmly asserted, in short, I have to learn how to fly first. As he spoke, he furrowed his brow, certain of it. The only problem is this entire legacy didn't leave behind a single method on how to fly. How do humans fly without sprouting wings? Ah, right, great skeleton, don't you have a levitation skill? He vaguely reconnected the dots. I remember during the last exam, you had a soul bomb move, right? Fyron shook his head vigorously, patiently correcting him. That wasn't flying, I was just using the bounce of the spider form to jump onto those floating rocks. But Shen Ye was still half believing and half doubting, twisting it back. Then how do you explain the time the meteor shower struck? You were majestically surfing the wind right above my head. Fyron sighed in sheer frustration, forcing himself to explain patiently. I told you, that's not flying, it's levitation. The structural nature of our wind spirit race revolves around the complex magnetic field between the bone joints. They naturally create counterweights to push each other up. Back then, I secretly shoved a piece of bone into your nostril, which is why my skull could levitate and trail after that bone got it. Saying that, he rested one hand on his hip, waved the other with a careless attitude, and casually tossed out another clue. If I wanted to spread my wings, I'd have to molt into the form of a bone bird, but even if I taught you that trick, you wouldn't be able to use it. However, according to my intel, the humans in the dream realm have stocked up on several types of magic that grant flight. You should drag yourself over there and try your luck. Oh right, the human priests probably also have a trick to cure that migraine of yours. As soon as Fyron finished speaking, he hurriedly reached out, grabbed him, and stuffed him into the inventory, not forgetting to drop some precious parting words. Then it's decided. Thanks, my best bro, now I'll dive over there to hunt for some loot. I'll definitely find a remedy to pump you back to full health. The moment the skeleton disappeared, a soft beep echoed from deep within Shen Ye's subconscious. He paused midway, a flash of astonishment crossing the corner of his eyes. A thin notification panel popped up along with the text, received a friend request from Yun. Just glancing at it, Shen Ye bluntly hit the reject button. Then he strode toward the mysterious gate, his mouth constantly grumbling. Ever since I hit the big time with the title of Hun Tian Men disciple, so many flies have swarmed in trying to be friends. So damn annoying, it's true what they say. A man fears fame, a pig fears getting fat. Stopping his complaints, Shen Ye planted his feet before a pile of scattered rubble, inspecting and judging it simultaneously. Speaking of which, this secret chamber has been blown to bits beyond recognition. Who knows how long it'll take before they let me change the spawn point. He frowned and scanned his surroundings, a spark suddenly flashing in his brain. Right, that senior in the illusion earlier exposed that this world had cast a massive barrier, locking everyone in. How the hell did I walk right through that barrier, traveling between the two realms like a stroll in the park? This gate must definitely be hiding an extremely unorthodox power. Having pieced everything together, Shen Ye slapped his thigh hard. That's right, I need to reconnect with that invisible voice, maybe it will spit out some interesting clues. Having made his plan, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Hey, are you awake yet? I followed Yue's orders and collected the full set of Shuang Yue Zhen Tian. That ethereal voice slowly echoed back with praise. Not bad, it seems I did not choose the wrong person to entrust this to. The current situation might still harbor a seed of survival. Shen Ye frowned, hastily interrogating, and then what? What stunt do I have to pull next? The voice immediately rebounded. Urgently unlock the Yiyu class. Then that ghostly sound solemnly poured out every word. Coax your destiny star to shine its light upon you, shaping out your spiritual dharma form. After that, grind Shuang Yue Zhen Tian step by step until it hits the first tier of the dharma realm. Suddenly its tone broke, but it still managed to add, after that you must grope around for the deepest, darkest secret of this mortal world. Your friends will have your back, but in exchange you must reach out and pull them up first. Hearing these words, Shen Ye was stunned, his pupils shrinking with high vigilance. Friends, who are you referring to? The voice faintly left a warning. This is the final dying word I toss to you. My strength has bottomed out, and I am about to sink into an eternal slumber. Hearing that, he frantically shrieked in suspicion. What the hell is this about? The voice used its last bit of fading strength to instruct meticulously. You must swear on your life to dig up the secret of this world, whether it is to save my life or to save your dying world. Those final words twisted Shen Ye's guts into a knot. He desperately tried to hold on to it. Wait a minute, which crack do I have to dig through to find you? His screams dissolved into the silent vacuum. That voice had completely faded away. Shen Ye was extremely bewildered, grinding his teeth and cursing. Damn it! What the hell is the secret of the world? Is it the fact that this realm has logged out of Earth, or is it hinting at some other earth-shattering secret? Suddenly, he had to clutch his skull tightly due to annoying pain, forced to toss aside those eerie instructions. My head is spinning. Forget it. I need to stroll over and grab a priest to cure this migraine once and for all. The curtain of night had begun to fall, cloaking the military camp. The crowd of soldiers bustled noisily, their eyes bulging in astonishment. Oh my God, it's Saint Peppa. Shen Ye was tightly surrounded by an entire platoon like ants on sugar. They clamored and hollered. Saint Peppa threw himself into danger to save His Highness, achieving illustrious merits. The youngest hero of our species, finally getting to see his glorious face. Please give us an autograph. Hearing his name called out, Peppa's face flushed bright red, only able to laugh awkwardly, while inside he was screaming waves of turmoil. Who would have thought that humanity, getting battered by the undead legion, would suddenly push me into such a prominent figure? Shen Ye dashed like the wind, hurriedly shouting, "Make way, I have an urgent matter," accidentally brushing past a soldier's hand. The soldier's hand suddenly flared with a miraculous glow, causing him to scream in ecstasy. Oh my God, I just touched Saint Papa. Three comrades standing next to him stared in pure jealousy, grumbling in awe. So annoying, you're way too ridiculously lucky. Right after ducking into the tent, he continued to weather a noisy storm of compliments from a group of soldiers. The heavily bearded leader pointed and marveled, truly a tough young man returning from the gates of hell. Wen Heng, standing nearby, also couldn't hide his excitement, calling out that beautiful title, Saint Papa. Bearded guy looked around Shen Ye and curiously asked, "Is it just you? Where is the young lady who came with you the other day?" He immediately waved his hands to cover it up, tightly clutching his throbbing head, grimacing. "What does it have to do with you? Doctor, my head feels like it's splitting in two. Please quickly lend a hand and save me." Wen Heng frowned and smacked his lips, letting out a long, drawn-out sigh. "Looking at this battered state, I know right away you stayed up all night, didn't you? You youngsters just keep burning yourselves out for nothing. All right, I sympathize since the pressure is as heavy as a mountain lately. Lie still, and I'll heal you." Not letting the patient wait long, Wen Heng waved his hands, chanting an incantation to execute his ultimate spiritual scalp massage technique. A mystical scratching tool suddenly appeared, lightly scratching the roots of his hair, causing Shen Ye to shiver with pleasure, floating as if he were suspended on clouds. Shen Ye chuckled delightfully. "That feels amazing, old man. All the tension in my mind is completely gone, my temples feel smooth, and now I'm as alert as a bird." Wen Heng lifted his chin proudly. "Of course, wherever my divine massage technique strokes, it soothes perfectly. Considering your great merit in saving the prince's life, I'll make a special exception and waive today's hospital fee. Just relax and stretch your muscles." Remembering his main business, he stared at him and brought it up. "Oh, I forgot. The Royal Highness has just returned in triumph, so he's throwing a massive victory feast for the army. He repeatedly ordered that whenever you poke your face out, you must be dragged immediately to the military camp so he can see you." Right at that moment, Firen's dazzlingly excited voice rang in his brain. "Shen Ye, I remembered an earth-shattering secret. That old prince has a secret manual for flying hidden away. You just need to chew up 20 mental strength points and you'll master it instantly." Hearing the part about flying, his eyes lit up like headlights, and he excitedly replied, "Wow, is that intel accurate? Then I'll drag my ass over to see him right now." Meanwhile, Yunya tightly furrowed her brows, holding up the display device to inspect it before acting disappointed. "How dare you reject it?" She curled herself up on the vast steps of the grand hall, muttering to herself with a bitter tone, "You are always so meticulously cautious, Shen Ye. I have to applaud and admit that this mortal world holds way too many unpredictable traps. The destructive power of that area of effect curse was far worse than I calculated. How the hell did all my clones get swept entirely clean without a single one left?" Yunya fixed her eyes on the toes of her shoes, gritting her teeth with a firm declaration. "But a blessing in disguise, that skin peeler has hoarded enough souls in Wanjai. In this upcoming bet, you better bring a basket to catch the beating you're gonna take. I swear I will get a grip on you." Her gaze drifted far away into the majestic memories of the days she sowed terror across the universe. Tens of thousands of years ago, a fragile fragment of her clone drifted onto this planet and immediately sniffed out a completely different flavor compared to the rest of the galaxy. Ye seemed to engrave every scene of bloody slaughter on this land. The species that called themselves humans living here were truly magnificent comedians. Yesterday, they were butchering each other over petty personal gains, and today they were standing shoulder to shoulder fighting to the death to protect their own kind just because of a shared belief. She sketched out those haggard faces, those dried-up corpses whose eyes yet overflowed with faith in humanity. The inner depths of those people's hearts were as murky as a swamp, but their souls shone dazzlingly like saviors. Ignorance and wisdom danced hand in hand, madness and sincerity slept in the same bed. Their mortal shells were so fragile that a light blow could send them packing to the afterlife. However, hidden beneath those bodies that were constantly on the verge of turning to dust was an insane surge of power capable of punching a hole in the sky. Ending her reminiscence, Ye slowly stood straight up, dropping a cold sentence. "Not just that plaything, after I trekked across tens of thousands of miles of space to set foot in this godforsaken place." She turned her head back mysteriously, smirking and exuding ultimate darkness, finalizing, "Only then did I realize that this torn-up planet is actually hiding countless more intriguing tricks." Suddenly, a barrage of blood-red threads shot out from around Ye, zigzagging straight toward the painting hanging on the wall. The red threads, like razor-sharp needles, pierced through the canvas swiftly and cleanly. The space instantly thickened with the stench of evil aura. From the holes punctured by the threads, fresh blood trickled down continuously, blending with a chilling, distorted laughter that slowly permeated the enclosed room. Pitch-black shadow loomed out from the surface of the painting, uttering in a breathy, ghostly voice. "So you've sniffed me out too?" Ye immediately erupted with blazing killing intent, fiercely retorting. "Ever since I descended here, you've been sneakily eyeing me. At first, you coyly stood watching from afar, but ever since I set foot in Jia Lan, you've been hovering around clinging to me like a starving leech." Her eyes burned with bloodthirsty red, as if wanting to pierce the opponent's skull, lifting her chin to interrogate. "Spit it out. What exactly are you guys aiming for by targeting me?" That bizarre shadow shrugged with eerie, profound regret. "I was incredibly resentful when I saw you dare to bring your perfectly intact body down to this world, truly a pitiful soul ignorant of danger. So, are you in the mood to shake hands and do some business with us?" Ye raised her eyebrows, displaying suspicion. "Business?" The shadow chuckled darkly with deep implication. "Surely you've also sniffed out the stench of decay, haven't you?" The dark entity leisurely added, "This planet has been dead for ages. Right before breathing its last, it even slammed down a ceiling barrier, turning this place into a mousetrap with only an entrance but no exit." It leaned its distorted, emotionless face toward her, dropping the bait. "If you want to pry open this cramped cage, relying on your strength alone won't accomplish it no matter how long you grind. It's better if the two of us join forces and back each other up." Seeing Ye still maintaining her towering, ice-cold demeanor, it prattled on. "Good news for you. Our side has recruited quite a few blood brothers, plus a bunch of mortal humans thirsting for freedom. As long as we borrow the hands of those humans, we have more than enough power to gnaw away at this lock." Facial features of the shadow gradually sharpened, bearing jagged, saw-like teeth, growling a threat. "I don't care if you crawled here for a vacation or for destruction, sooner or later you'll have to find a way to leave anyway. If you obediently hop on board with us when the barrier collapses, we'll hold hands and fly back to our origins. But if you want to act arrogant and refuse, I'll mark you as an enemy and we'll swarm you and pluck away every single drop of your power." Saying that, the ghostly figure slowly faded into the picture frame, not forgetting to drop a final closing remark. "If you want to join the club, just chase after the rabbit's trail. The decision to live or die is your right." The shadow vanished without a trace, leaving Ye rooted to the spot with a tangled mess of calculations. "You said all that, and then just ran off." Just as the thought crossed her mind, an enthusiastic voice suddenly rang out. "Ye, I've been looking until my eyes turned red, so this is where you're hiding." Lion Dao stood looking down from the upper floor, waving with a thoughtful expression. "Come up here right now. Your intervention to pull people out of the group curse is counted as a massive merit. The teacher wants to reward you." Around the girl, a bizarre, eerie green halo emanated. Her eyes scrutinized thoroughly before she spoke glibly. "Taking this opportunity, I'll bring you to mingle with the senior sisters. Don't worry, they are all gentle and decent people. Hearing that part, Yunya's pupils immediately sank into a deep, abyssal black. She slightly curled the corners of her lips in a wry smile, replying briefly, "Agreed." After saying that, Yunya leisurely strolled up the steps, her mouth not forgetting to probe, "Which senior sister is so formidable?" Lion Dao reached out her hand with a chic and mysterious gesture, answering right away, "Song Ching Yin, our supreme leader. Her brain contains a whole treasury. She will definitely cram you with countless top-tier secret techniques. I bet you'll be completely hooked." The curtain of night had fallen, cloaking the space of the nightmare realm. Outside the door, a crisp voice shouted loudly, "Urgent report for your highness, Saint Papa is waiting to request an audience." The man sitting with his chin propped on his hand frowned and muttered, "That guy named Papa has crawled back." Just a blink later, Shen Ye slid across the floor, his knees knocking loudly as tears streamed down his face, bowing in worship. "Your highness, please have mercy and save this little life." Seeing this miserable state, he immediately left his seat and walked over, comforting him leisurely. "My papa, you finally decided to show your face. What happened here? Who was bold enough to bully you?" Shen Ye, with snot smearing his face, grabbed tightly onto the hem of the dragon robe and wailed, "Your highness, I've contracted a terminal illness. Only you can fish me out of this." His eyes widened in bewilderment. What terminal illness? Shen Ye racked his brain to squeeze out a few more crocodile tears, whimpering and groaning. "It is a cruel disease called automatically dropping dead if I don't get to practice the royal flying secret manual. Save my life." Nodin spat blood in sheer rage, swinging his foot to kick Shen Ye square in the swollen face, roaring like thunder, "Get the hell out of here right now." Kicked away, he tightly clutched his swollen face and continued to wail and throw a tantrum. Seeing this, Nodin adjusted his majestic posture and started lecturing, while he continued to whine, "To be honest, I just picked up an ancestral ultimate skill, but the catch is I need to know how to fly to execute it. I beg your highness to have mercy and grant me the flight technique. I swear to carry this debt of gratitude to my grave." Nodin shook his head. "It's best for you to drag yourself to the Imperial Military Academy and train. Only by getting in there can you hope to be properly molded. If you just keep loitering on the battlefield, you'll invite disaster one day." Shen Ye wiped his tears, curiously craning his neck to ask, "So if I squeeze in there, will I be taught how to fly?" He waved his hand and sneered, "Keep dreaming, the art of flying is a royal family heirloom. But considering your record of merits, if you are willing to grind at the Imperial Military Academy for 10 grueling years, maybe you'll receive a special grace." Hearing that, he immediately trembled, kneeling flat and bowing with his hands clasped to Nodin. "Your highness, 10 years and my bones will turn to dust. Recently I've been stuck in some personal trouble, and I am desperately thirsty for this flying technique. Just grant it to me first. Once it's resolved smoothly, I swear to crawl into the Imperial Military Academy to cultivate. At that time, even if you chase me away with a broom, I will resolutely cling to it." Shen Ye continued to pull all his tricks, rolling around and screaming, making the man's face turn as black as coal. "Your highness, open your vast generosity and toss me that flying spell, please. I am only waiting for this one trick to cling to my life. Please bestow your grace, your highness. Open your eyes wide and look at my pitiful face here. I am the Saint Papa that you personally bestowed the title upon, oh your highness." Nodin completely exhausted his boundaries of patience, pulled out a secret letter, and threw it right in his face, snapping, "So damn loud and deafening, shut your mouth right now. I have a top-secret mission that needs to be handled." Shen Ye hastily tore open the letter, his eyes glued to every single word, while his ears perked up to listen to his condition. "If you pull off this job flawlessly, you will pocket merit points equivalent to 10 years of grinding. When that happens, I will bend the rules and grant you the flight spell immediately. This is a top-secret mission, understood?" Contents of the letter were blazoned across his retinas. The top brass of the undead race is in absolute chaos. The god Mythitica Hiva, the former ghoul queen who ruled the abyssal depths and was worshipped by the undead with their very lives, has now been kicked to the curb. The undead are frantically molding a new almighty deity. However, only the core members know the specific details. Once the time is ripe, they will vigorously promote this so-called new god religion. This matter is of utmost survival importance, humbly requesting the prince to devise a countermeasure. He blanked out, looking up at Nuo and probingly. "Do you really want to throw me into the lion's den to dig up information about this brand new religion of the undead race?" Answering Shen Ye's bewilderment was a resolute nod from him. "Spot on. Faith is the vessel of power for the undead, and for their gods as well. Once they ruthlessly discard their old creator, it proves that this new evil god possesses terrifyingly immense power. This directly affects the survival of all humanity and must be exposed to the very bottom. So do you have the guts to take on this gig? Furrowed his brows, rubbing his forehead and straining his eyes to reread the letter, his mind still buzzing. Right at that moment, Firen's voice echoed in his subconscious as a warning. As long as you are human, don't even dream of bypassing the olfactory senses of the undead. Therefore, in your human society, any mission that requires sneaking into the undead empire's lair is by default an S-rank difficulty or higher. And to top it off, this job forces you to rub shoulders with the top brass of the undead race. This is definitely an SSS rank gamble. That old man is clearly trying to grease your palms, so you'll shut up about demanding to loot the royal secret treasure. Shen Ye muttered under his breath, stealthily conversing with Firen. Since you know the ropes so well, surely you have some tricks to carry me? It snorted coldly. Do you think the undead are brain-dead like humans? A mortal like you wouldn't even be able to set half a toe onto our turf, let alone dream about it. Irritably spat out more information to wake him up. If you want to stroll into the undead empire, the gear you bring must pile up like a mountain. Our undead kind highly values background, backing factions, wealth, and power. A while ago, when we went our separate ways, I also eagerly snuck back, intending to dig into this new god religion, and you saw what a battered state I ended up in, right? If I show my face there now, I'll just be a punching bag for them to tenderize. An image of a skeleton dressed in designer clothes strutting through a dense fog flashed through his mind. It clicked its tongue. Unless the two of us scrounge up some capital to line our pockets, and you must cover yourself in camouflage gear, using all sorts of special tricks to wash away the stench of raw meat. Not to mention, you also need to find a massive faction to lean on. With wet feet and no launching pad, no one will even bat an eye at you. Shen Ye whispered softly, as a tiny ring suddenly flashed on his finger. Understood, these three things are a piece of cake. Listen closely, I will toss you out into the open, and you better play along and put on a good act with me. It hissed in panic. What kind of cheap trick are you planning now? Don't tell me you're forcing me to grovel and beg at the feet of this human prince. Ignoring Nguyen, who was standing right in front of him with his arms crossed in deep thought, he continued to provoke Firen with a spirited tone. What, don't you want to return home in glory? On what grounds, you ask? Undead business should be cleaned up by you guys. Forcing me to do it is spitting on my pride. What are you blabbering about? Haven't I always been your human shield? It argued back stubbornly. But you aren't even human. It frantically shot straight out of the spatial ring, stuttering to do damage control. What I meant is that you don't possess the lineage of the nightmare world, so you can't be considered a person of this realm. Shen Ye brushed it off completely. I don't care. At all costs, I must get that flight spell to awaken the Night Roamer class. The sudden appearance of the skeleton made the two guards lunge forward, blocking Nguyen's face, drawing their swords in unison and roaring. Assassin, protect the prince. Caught between a dazzling array of weapons, Firen sat slumped on the ground, dumbfoundedly clutching its skull with a look of extreme panic. Shen Ye hurriedly threw himself forward to shield the bone spirit, waving his arms and legs to explain. Calm down, your highness. It is I, Holy Papa, bowing my head to accept this gig. Allow me to introduce you, this is my super undercover spy in the undead faction. Your new bodyguards look too ferocious. Please manage them carefully, don't let them puncture our flesh. After quelling the chaos, he cracked a wide, goofy smile, enthusiastically dragging Firen out for an introduction, causing its face to scrunch up like a monkey eating ginger. His name is Firen, coming from a proper, ancient aristocratic lineage of the undead race. It's just unfortunate that his family's circumstances have declined a bit in recent years. The two of us stuck together like glue the moment we met, becoming sworn brothers through life and death. Your Highness, I plan to invest in him so he can reclaim his dominance in the high society of the undead empire. As long as you loosen your purse strings to back us, I bet he can even find out who the undead monarch snuggles under the blankets with at night. Ain't that right, Firen? Firen was as stiff as a board, its teeth chattering uncontrollably as it mumbled its assent, while internally screaming and cursing. If I dare to utter a single no, these mortals will chop me up and boil me into paste right on the spot. Knowing that a wise man submits to circumstances, Firen meekly dropped to its knees before the crowd. It kowtowed, feigning extreme reverence, tearfully putting on a play. Every word Papa just said is 100% accurate. We humbly beg your highness the prince to lend a helping hand. The two of us swear to flawlessly complete the mission. Nguyen raised an eyebrow, waving his hand to dismiss the bodyguards. Sheathe your swords and all of you step outside. I have seen this undead before. He is indeed a spy. The guards replied with a unified yes. As the soldiers retreated outside, they took the opportunity to gossip, their volume just loud enough for Firen to catch every word, causing its grievances to swell and burst. I remember bone spirits being very proud. To think that living to this age, I'd have my eyes open to see an undead acting this subservient and pathetic. Nguyen cleared his throat and pointed the spearhead at the bone spirit. The name is Fyern, right? I am about to throw a few riddles at you. If you pass, I will believe your undead aristocrat label. But if you happen to be rendered speechless, then you too are definitely playing me for a fool. His face suddenly hardened with murderous intent, his eyes shooting out piercingly cold glares as he gritted out each word in a threat. Papa has merits, so I will grant him clemency and spare his life, but he will be thrown into the dungeon, and once the war settles, he will be castrated clean and sent into the palace as a eunuch. As for this undead, I order it to be crushed and disposed of right here and now. The blood drained entirely from Shen Ye's face, his heart pounding in panic. We're doomed. Fyern is just a no-name undead. If it stays silent, then I'm definitely on the chopping block too. Your Highness, I. Nguyen barked a preemptive reprimand to cut off his words, then drilled his gaze straight into Fyern. Papa, shut your mouth. Fyern, listen carefully and answer this. In the high society of the undead empire, how many major clans are there in total? The bone spirit stared blankly, holding its breath to calculate for a few seconds. Fyern slowly bowed its head, respectfully uttering its words, while Shen Ye stood beside it, sweating bullets with his heart on the verge of bursting from suspense. Reporting to Your Highness the Prince, the tripod balance is maintained by 3 great clans, Kang Bai Jiaying, Zhu Hun Shenggu, and Yuan Qiang Wei. Shen Ye's eyes bulged as he thought to himself, good heavens, this guy actually knows. Fiery interrogation between Nguyen and the bone spirit continued smoothly, leaving him standing in the middle in absolute shock. What is the most popular form of entertainment? Singing, dancing, and music, sir. Guess which clan will be dragged out as the scapegoat for this catastrophic defeat? None other than Kang Bai Jiaying. They spearheaded this all-out offensive, causing the loss of a massive number of high-ranking generals. Even the head of the Fred lineage left his corpse on the battlefield. Their prestige has now suffered a devastating blow. Shen Ye's jaw dropped again. How is it so knowledgeable about absolutely everything? Nguyen's eyes suddenly darkened, his tone becoming extremely stern. Final question, what does the interior design of the undead realm's royal-class carriage look like? Unfazed, Fyern bowed deeply and piously explained. The most noble carriage must be molded entirely from the bones of living creatures, firmly trapping all their souls into every single joint. The bigwigs sitting inside will absorb that soul fire source. And then just like that, they sing and hum, enjoying a feeling of carefree leisure. The tension on Nguyen's face vanished, replaced by an extremely satisfied smile. He continued to laugh heartily and gave his verdict. Spot on, Papa Fyern, I will go all out to back you too on this mission. Shen Ye and Fyern bowed profusely in gratitude. Many thanks, Your Highness the Prince. In Shen Ye's mind, things were tangled up again. Solving riddles this smoothly, is this giant skull really an aristocrat? Nguyen brought out a spatial ring, instructing. Take this storage item, it is stuffed to the brim with the undead currency that our army recovered after the recent campaign. Shen Ye inspected the ring closely, then dropped his jaw in shock. Mother of God, this is roughly 40 million at a glance, how could there be this much? He spun around to interrogate Fyern. How are the market prices calculated among you undead? Is it true that 3 bone coins can score a budget soulfire meal? What's the average monthly salary? And how much does it cost to buy a house? It leisurely spat out words to resolve each query. Housing and salaries on our side are both directly distributed. On average, one receives about 3,000 bone coins a month. Shen Ye clapped his hands, his face beaming with joy. Wow, with living costs that cheap, I can spend this 40 million bone coins like crazy. Nguyen waved his hand, and a cloak automatically dropped down. That's not all, take this away with you as well. The moment the cloak draped over Shen Ye's body, dozens of magical runes danced around. This is the death camouflage cloak. Once you put it on, all fluctuations of life force are instantly snuffed out, magically transforming you into a genuine vampire. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a handsome vampire with sharp, cold eyes and alluring golden blonde hair. Seeing that Shen Ye was extremely satisfied with his fresh new look, Nguyen added, It doesn't stop there, this item also allows you to freely change the clothing design to your liking. Shen Ye praised internally, this thing is truly overpowered. He hurriedly bowed deeply to give thanks and bid farewell, then pleaded, Please be considerate, Your Highness, I'm about to charge into the undead empire. Could you pass down the flight spell for me to use temporarily first? With it, I swear to complete the mission even more flawlessly. Nguyen flicked a dazzlingly bright golden stone straight toward him. Shen Ye caught it firmly, his mouth splitting into a hearty laugh. "I'll take it, you've been quite generous lately." He lifted his chin and arrogantly declared, "This mission requires the two of you to pierce deep into the undead capital, a move that humanity has never dared to try. Once successful, the intelligence brought back will be invaluable beyond measure. Just for a meager flight spell, do you think this prince would be petty enough to hold out on you?" Shen Ye tightly gripped the stone containing the flight spell, gleefully replying, "Thank you for your absolute trust, Your Highness. In that case, I won't hold back on the pleasantries anymore." A blinding illusion flared up from the stone, drawing out countless images of superhuman heroes soaring in flight. The system's notification board immediately popped up a message. "Exclusive copyright belongs to the royal family, licensed for personal use only. Any malicious theft or distribution will incur a curse. You have successfully learned the flight spell." Nguyen pulled out a cubic device and announced loudly, "Everything is prepped and ready. The next step is for me to blast the two of you straight to the border." The bodies of all three suddenly flared with a blinding light in an instant. The light died out, and they were thrown with a thud onto a pier, the surrounding scenery immediately swallowed by a suffocating darkness. Nguyen left Shen Ye and Fire behind at the pier, hastily throwing back a few words of instruction before leaving. This teleportation formation pierces straight into a certain secret zone of Yangyi City, located within the undead capital. That is a magical tunnel our side paid a terrifyingly high price to complete. I'll head back first. The rest of the stage is yours," Shen Ye declared loudly. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I guarantee I'll level every obstacle in the way." Shortly after, he and Fire stepped onto the magic circle carved into the pier. Their bodies lit up once again, and he shouted, "Let's set off too." In just a moment, the scenery inverted, bringing the two to appear in an underground sewer. Shen Ye hurriedly pinched his nose, complaining about the foul stench. Fire ignored it completely, only looking up cautiously to observe their surroundings. After probing around for a bit, the bone spirit finally mumbled out each word with great hesitation. "This is definitively the reeking sewer system beneath Yangyi City. However, Papa, I have something to say, though I'm not sure if I should," he grumbled. "What is it?" Fire chattered its fangs like a scorpion, trembling as it spoke to Shen Ye. "The truth is that humanity's secret teleportation station was figured out by our undead faction a long time ago. We have already deployed heavy troops here to wait and catch the rabbit." No sooner had it finished speaking than a horde of ghostly soldiers emerged from the mud, completely surrounding them. Fire cowered, its voice cracking with fear as it looked around. "The bottom line is that the two of us are definitely dead meat before we can even score any merits." Shen Ye stood there with a dumbfounded look on his face, his brain completely going on strike in the face of this baffling situation. The next second, his face turned pitch black. Shen Ye immediately threw his hands up in the air, a posture that clearly signaled surrender. A giant glared at them and interrogated with a booming voice. "A skeleton, paired with a vampire, spit out the reason why you dared to drag your bodies down into this secret passage. Confess right now." Shen Ye, flustered, kept his hands raised and tried to soothe them. "Hey, don't make a move, we're all family here." Then he muttered under his breath, "Hey, flap your gums and distract them, I'm going to open a door and make a run for it right now." Fire froze and snapped. "Huh," he replied curtly, "never mind." Seeing this, the giants bulged their eyes, exuding a ferocious, murderous aura as they spoke. "Open your eyes wide and look carefully to see who we are." Fire held its skull high, showing no fear as it bluffed wildly. "The inherited bloodline of the dark abyssal bone wisdom mother, the ghoul king Mythitica Hiva, has never died out. She has returned. She will turn the tables and take back control of the situation. Selama aso ano." The entire group of ambushing soldiers broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, whispering, "This secret code, could he really be that legendary lord?" The giant and his squad of lackeys obediently chanted in unison, "Welcome, Your Grace. We subordinates humbly pay our respects to the child of the bloodline." Shen Ye, bewildered, pointed a finger at himself, "Calling me? Ah, right, absolutely, it is I, your very lord." Fire furiously jumped out to block his way. "Hold on a minute, boys, you've got the wrong goods. I am the real child of the bloodline right here." The giant pointed his club straight at its face, scolding fiercely, "Stop putting on an act. That pile of dry bones claims to be the Lord's illegitimate child. If you keep babbling, I will smash you to pieces right this instant." One of the giants clasped his hands and respectfully reported, "Reporting to the Lord, the current situation inside the city is extremely unstable. They have pulled a U-turn and abandoned Ju Raiji. It's best if you pack up and flee somewhere else for safety." Shen Ye patted his chest, confidently reassuring them. No need to make a fuss. If I have set foot back here, there must be a predestined reason. You guys just continue to hold your posts tightly, leave the rest of the matters for me to shoulder. Turn to issue an order to Fyron. Big head, we're pulling out. The giant looked up with reluctance, calling out a reminder as they left. Please take care of yourself, my lord. To think the great child of the bloodline is such a dazzlingly handsome vampire god, it's just a shame not knowing why he chose that scrub of a skeleton as his bodyguard. Shen Ye's face flushed red with sheer delight, winking at Fyron. You're pretty good, you know. Throwing around that royal relative title actually scared them pretty well, it replied dejectedly. Consider yourself lucky. These guards are my loyal faction from before I fled. If we had stumbled into a nest of those worshipping the new god, the two of us would be absolutely dead. Take this item to protect yourself. Suddenly, a hazy, deep purple cube floated right above his head. Fyron jerked its chin up and introduced it. This nose is my rare treasure. It will completely hide your appearance for safe camouflage. Shen Ye choked on his words, feeling wronged. It's obvious you're just jealous because I'm too handsome, so you want to drag me down to steal my spotlight, right? It frantically ignored the accusation, providing information and urging him on. The inner city is boiling like a cauldron. I absolutely cannot show my face again. The countdown has started. Head east, stat. We have to sprint like mad to the Avenue of Souls to retrieve a secret item. Shen Ye didn't dare to delay, taking long strides and dashing like the wind. Due to his feet pedaling at a furious speed, sparkling purple lightning sparked right beneath the heels of his shoes. A surge of purple energy instantly surged, wrapping tightly around his entire body. In a flash, his feet lifted off the ground. Shen Ye dropped his jaw in surprise. I'm flying. I can actually fly now. Fyron startled and reminded him. Keep it down, please. Take a left at the intersection ahead, punch through the manhole cover above your head and jump straight up. He obediently nodded. Understood. At a grandiose mansion not far away, a flock of birds reeking of dark aura was tearing through the wind, swarming toward a single coordinate. The phantom silhouette of Yu and Qiang Wei suddenly descended. She slowly turned her terrifying face around, sniffing the air and hissing. I smell it. It is definitively the scent of Ju Raiji. Back on street level, a cast-iron manhole cover engraved with a skull was being shifted by a powerful force. Shen Ye stealthily lifted the manhole cover away, with extremely careful movements. Fyron slapped its hands together excitedly. This is the golden coordinate. While there's no one loitering around here, let's dive inside quickly. It directed the way swiftly and proficiently. Right there, pull this key out right now. A guarding wolf croaked as it announced its title. Welcome, I am a VIP specialist of the Holy Soul Bank. May I ask what needs you have for me to serve? As soon as it caught a glimpse of the flashing key, the wolf's eyes instantly changed its attitude. Oh my, this is the ultimate key. It turns out you are a genuine VIP client. Please move your feet and follow me right away. A high-level specialist of the Holy Soul Bank babbled continuously to explain. Based on the overpowered privilege of this key, you are allowed to stay in a private personal storage room for a full 3 minutes. These 3 minutes are a life protection guarantee from our bank. To hell with whatever assassins are chasing you with knives, or if you bump into dark demons and ghosts, if you plant your roots here, you are absolutely safe. It herded Shen Ye into a completely sealed room and added a final piece of advice. Oh, of course, if you feel like running away halfway through, you can just slap your hands straight onto the red rune patch pasted on the wall at any time. By doing so, the teleportation formation will activate and toss you randomly to an outside location. A high-level specialist of the Holy Soul Bank knocked on the wall and reminded him. When the bell rings for the end of the 3 minutes, the system will also automatically flick you away without a trace, so please mind your time wisely. Fyron frantically hissed its instructions. 3 minutes, my foot. We have 1 minute at most. The anti-air radar grid of the undead capital is extremely strict. One sneeze and you're caught. Take the key, sweep up all the stuff I entrusted here, then immediately slap that red rune patch to get out of this place fast. A skull hanging loosely from the vault ceiling suddenly unhinged its jaw and creaked. I want to inspect the key. After scrutinizing it to its heart's content, it sluggishly confirmed. The key is standard, no issues. It immediately spat out a pile of stark white parchment scrolls, enveloped in a fragile, billowing misty purple aura. Seeing the goods appear, Fyron screamed in ecstasy. This is the right stash. Scoop them up quickly and throw them all into the storage ring. Hurry up. Shen Ye swept his eyes over the pile of paper, silently evaluating in his gut. These parchment scrolls reek with the heavy aura of the dead. It nudged his ribs and reminded him, "Slam your hand hard onto that red rune patch, we need to bolt." The moment Shen Ye's hand brought down a smash onto the red rune cluster, a blinding golden pillar of light immediately discharged from the ceiling, shining straight onto the spot where he stood. In a mere blink of an eye, that beam of light had scooped him up and chucked him into another dimension at an unbelievable speed. Right at the bank, the bricks, stones, and sand on the ceiling suddenly collapsed like a heavy downpour. Wei tore at her hair, screaming with deep resentment. Damn it, missed the prey by a hair's breadth again. The high-level employee of the Holy Soul Bank pointed a finger at her face. "Hey lady, no matter who you are forbidden from kicking down the door and barging into the VIP security zone of the Holy Soul Bank." Wei grabbed it tightly by the collar, grinding her teeth as she threatened. "You showed up at the perfect time, spit it out quickly. What did that bastard just now look like? What are his defining features? Which way did he run?" The high-level employee of the Holy Soul Bank strained its neck to argue back. "What right do you have to interrogate me? He is a VIP client of the bank. I must keep my mouth shut and guarantee his safety to the very end." It still tried to maintain politeness while shooing her away. "Please get the hell out of here. I will put this disturbance on the chopping block and report it to the higher-ups. Our major shareholder is." She dug her sharp fingernails deep into the guy's forehead, yelling maniacally, "I don't give a damn. I'm asking you what that guy looked like. Answer me right now." The high-level employee of the Holy Soul Bank writhed in agony, struggling to squeeze out each word. "He was wearing a wide-brimmed black hat." She muttered the list of features to herself. "Wearing a black cloak lined with red inside, tall build. And what about his race?" It shivered violently and cried out, "I didn't get a clear look at his face." Wei roared. "Which way did he run?" The guy answered curtly. "Smashed the teleportation rune and went off randomly." She swung her hand and scolded, "What a useless piece of trash." As soon as the words left her mouth, Wei crushed the high-level employee of the Holy Soul Bank into a bloody pulp, sending him into oblivion. She flew into a rage, firing off orders with an ear-piercing voice. "Pass my secret order down straight away. Wake up the entire Phantom Shadow Legion. Turn over every single brick in this city to catch a young punk wearing a wide-brimmed black hat and a black cloak with red lining with a tall build." Wei's fury shook the entire region, activating the highest level of wanted status. "All troops move out. The bloodline of Jiu Raiji has come crawling back." Hovering over the peak of a towering stupa, a halo of light suddenly flashed. Shen Ye stumbled as he landed his heels onto the roof tiles. Fire breathed a sigh of relief and praised. "Thank goodness your hands and feet are nimble. No one will be able to track this current coordinate for the time being." He wiped his sweat and pressed on. "So what's the next plan?" Before their heels could even take root, an entire swarm of the Phantom Shadow Legion appeared in midair, tearing through the wind as they circled and swept the area. The Bone Spirit panicked and urged, "Turn invisible, hurry." Fire strained its eyes to look, then screamed in absolute despair. "Goddammit, that's the Phantom Shadow Legion. Our coordinates have been busted. If those fierce gods launch an attack, everything will be smashed to a pulp. You have to hastily slap on a fake disguise otherwise." Shen Ye crouched down to hide behind a chipped piece of wall, cursing, "Slap on my ass." The Bone Spirit went blank and gasped. "Huh." He pressed the hat firmly onto his head with both hands, muttering, "This situation is as tense as a bowstring now. In my hometown, there's an idiom born purely to describe this very scenario." Fire was utterly confused. What idiom? Shen Ye swiped his hand to draw a talisman, and instantly a magical emergency exit door materialized in thin air. He yelled out loudly, "The situation's gone to hell. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best one." Just as he vaulted his body to slip right through the escape door frame, all traces of magic and Shen Ye's scent evaporated cleanly, without a single speck of dust left behind. The spatial bypass spat Shen Ye out, dropping him with a thud into a pitch-black, murky cave. He scrambled to his feet and sat squarely in the middle of the darkness. The system's notification board suddenly popped up a message. "Barrier successfully breached. Immediately unlocking title, the freeloader. Quality, common white. Skill description, whenever a first-time spending behavior occurs, you have the right to gobble it all up without opening your wallet, and you are also immune to being chased and hacked by knife-wielding creditors. Spending is limited to 1 session per day." Shen Ye broke into a cold sweat, muttering to himself, "What the hell kind of bizarre title is this?" System casually dropped its evaluation. Comment: "You bluffed your way to gather reputation in this realm of dreams, scamming from the undead faction all the way to the human kingdom while still easily pocketing sweet dividends. You are truly both thick-skinned and blessed by true love. Anyone in the martial world who meets you can only bow down in total submission. The hardcore player, Papa, is the king. Fire suddenly spoke up to apologize. Forgive me, earlier I lost my head due to impatience. I completely forgot that you had the ultimate move of opening a bunker door to bail out. Shen Ye, his face fuming, threw a piercing sideways glance. You better rack your brain and confess your entire background profile to me from the top. Back then, I was too lazy to pry your mouth open, partly because I respected your right to privacy. But now the fire is singeing our asses, so no hiding your cards. Stripping the top hat right off, he tightly gripped the ring connected to Fire, gritting his teeth. I don't want to leave my corpse as a corner ghost in this random Yangyi city. Confess the truth, whose fallen pawn are you? Smoke billowed from the ring, and Fire inflated its giant skull to be even bigger than its body on the outside, fumbling to explain itself. I've also been planning to spill out my premium family tree for you to hear for a long time, Shen Ye, to be honest. It thumped its chest, proudly exploding with its status label. I am none other than the king of the abyssal depths, the great ruler of the flesh-eating ghouls. Shen Ye's brain froze stiff as he screamed, What did you say? You are the… Both suddenly fell dead silent, like a broken movie reel suspended in midair. Fire unhurriedly finalized the rest of the sentence. I'm the heir to the authentic bloodline of Mythitica. His ears turned beet red with anger, raising his voice. If you're going to speak human language, you're strictly forbidden from cutting off sentences for comedic effect like that. It mournfully let its tragic narrative drift out. The goddess Mythitica was originally the sole lighthouse that our undead race clung to for faith. Ironically, due to a rotten coup script, she lost her life at the moment of death. In her dying moments, she squeezed dry her divine power to completely erase the traces of my bloodline, paving the way for me to grab my things and swiftly flee the royal capital. Pushed to a dead end, I had to change my name to Fire, bribing a lowly frontline general to work as a toll-collecting coolie. But the weird part is, all day long there's always a bunch of flies buzzing around, eyeing me and wanting to slit my throat. Recalling that string of days spent frantically running for its life, Fire concluded tearfully, Right at the moment I bumped into you, I was already on the verge of collapsing from the burden. Shen Ye swallowed the story and then retorted, Was the god's protective aura halo so strong that it brainwashed the whole world so no one would recognize you? If it was that premium, you should have been chilling in peace. If that bunch was dead certain you were a royal descendant, they would have ushered in the most notoriously ruthless executioners to chop you into minced meat. How the hell have you lived till today? Fire itself scratched its skull in total helplessness. That's exactly why I have such a massive headache, unable to solve this math problem. Maybe it's because I obediently swallowed my pride, letting them ride roughshod over me, forcing me to shovel shit and clear garbage. Whatever it was, I broke my back doing it, and from there I accidentally tricked them into trusting me. Thinking back on it, the elders were right. Just throwing yourself into hardship and suffering will end up birthing a fat blessing. Shen Ye curiously asked what its real name was next. It honestly stated its name, and then couldn't help but stare blankly, countering Fire, But why are you asking about this? Upon hearing that indescribably idiotic-sounding name, his face suddenly darkened, leaving him so speechless he didn't even bother to say another word. Shen Ye, frustrated, pointed his finger straight at its face and grumbled, Good heavens, are you stupid? Picking such an eye-rolling fake name, no matter how abundant the divine power is, it couldn't possibly carry your life. Fire hastily explained that in the grammar of the undead, the pronunciation between Fire and Fire is completely different. One side is a deep tone, while the other is a plosive sound. However, Shen Ye was too lazy to argue with it, who has the free time to care about those few tones anyway, as the saying goes, better to kill by mistake than let one slip away. Do you understand? No wonder you keep getting probed from all angles. Surviving until now is truly a stroke of massive luck. Let's go. I have to go find a bow and arrow to comprehend the flight shooting technique. Wait until midnight, and we will enter the nightmare world to scout the situation. The moment it saw him set off, it immediately shrank back into the ring, sullenly muttering to itself. Obviously, these two pronunciations are completely different. A moment later, at Shen Ye's training area. He stood proudly, his powerful aura endlessly radiating outward, calmly reaching behind him to draw an arrow. Shen Ye shut his eyes tight, gathering his strength to spring off the ground and launch himself into the air. In an instant, he snapped his eyes wide open, extending his arm to draw the bowstring taut, his sharp gaze locking firmly onto the target, ready to execute the ultimate flight shooting technique. Just as he had pooled enough force, the system's voice rang out with a notification: "You have successfully comprehended the foundational technique of Hun Tian Men flight shooting. You officially received the qualification to awaken the Night Roamer class." Shen Ye rejoiced in delight. "Excellent, it's a success." Right above the top of his head, a swirling, pitch-black tornado billowed into existence, and the system continued to signal: "The natal star belonging to the Dharma realm is currently in the process of condensing a spiritual Dharma idol for you." Piercing through the center of the tornado, a massive door opened, leading the way to a majestic stupa bearing the name of the Dharma idol Guang Han Gong Kwe. As the transfer process concluded, the system immediately reminded him: "Thanks to this Dharma idol, your Dharma I skill Yue Zia Shen Zhao is elevated by 1 level, officially reaching the first tier of the Dharma realm." His eyes widened as an invisible energy slowly gathered around him. The system panel flashed again: "Relying on this Dharma avatar, your ultimate skill, Heaven-Shaking Yang Moon, only needs diligent practice. Once you grasp the basics, you will immediately break through the first realm of the Dharma world." Fully absorbing the power of heaven and earth, Shen Ye clearly saw the text appear: "You have successfully awakened the Night Wanderer class." Hovering in midair, Shen Ye's aura seemed completely transformed. Echoing in his ears was the notification confirming: "You have successfully awakened the Night Wanderer class." He forcefully raised his bow, aiming the arrow straight ahead. The moment he let go, the arrow tore through the wind and shot toward the designated spot. The system chimed again: "You have just acquired the passive skill of the Night Wanderer class, Sudden Rain." Right below on the ground was a series of dummies with target marks above their heads. Shen Ye's arrow struck dead center. The system immediately recorded: "A precise shot hitting the exact target." Using that arrow as an anchor to awaken the power of the Dharma realm, its terrifying might completely pierced through the scarecrow. From the vast void behind Shen Ye, a giant eye slowly opened in the sky. It billowed with overwhelming killing intent, then rained down countless blinding rays of light onto the ground like a shower of bullets, sweeping across the area to form the Demon Frost Ray map. The notification panel clearly stated: "Taking just 1 hit from this attack means the battle is over." Looking at the devastated empty lot below, Shen Ye gloated: "This is way too overpowered, blowing up someone's training ground in the blink of an eye." But just as he was feeling smug, Fei Lun chimed in to remind him: "Bro, you'd better make an emergency landing." Shen Ye was still confused when it added: "Just open your status panel and see for yourself." The moment he opened the info panel, his stats were plummeting rapidly. Current attributes: Strength 0, Agility 0, Spirit 0, Comprehension 0, Resonance Level 5, Under the Moon Lineage Resonance plus 20, Available Attribute Points 0. Seeing that, Shen Ye's face instantly turned pale, drained of all blood. Fei Lun cried out in panic: "That damn move drained all your stamina. Don't even think about sustaining your flight spell now." Unfortunately, the warning came too late. Completely out of energy, his aura faded away and his body went into a free fall toward the ground. Watching Shen Ye fall like a dropping leaf, Fei Lun yelled anxiously: "Hey, you're not going to just fall to your death for no reason, are you?" Shen Ye's face looked miserably haggard, so exhausted that he couldn't even squeeze out a single word. Right at the very moment he was about to land headfirst on the ground, Shen Ye quick-wittedly squeezed out the last bit of his class ability, creating a spatial door right beneath his fall. Shen Ye fell into that void, struggling to tumble and weave to avoid colliding with the scattered debris. After tumbling for a while, the door finally spat him out safely onto the grass, making Fei Lun breathe a sigh of relief. It's a good thing he had the spatial door skill ready midair, otherwise he would have definitely been smashed to pieces. In the biting cold weather, Shen Ye curled up, hugging himself and groaning: "It's freezing to the bone. Looks like I have to cancel tonight's trip to the nightmare world. My arms are so stiff I can't even lift them." Hearing that, Fei Lun didn't mind at all. That's fine too. The Shadow Legion's hunt won't end that easily anyway, just rest and recover in peace. Shen Ye weakly pressed: "Did you think my ultimate move just now was cool?" Fei Lun replied bluntly, bland as water. Utterly disappointed, he stammered to salvage his pride: "It was that majestic and you call it bland." It didn't even bother to comfort him, adding, "Of course, your vision is still too narrow." But looking at Shen Ye's pathetic state, skin pale and body shivering violently in the freezing cold, Fei Lun clicked its tongue and said: "Hey, your face is turning purple from the cold." Finally it compromised and coaxed him: "Fine, fine, your ultimate move is amazing, happy. Now hurry up and retract your divine power, or you'll turn yourself into an ice cube." Shen Ye remained flattened under the falling snow, weakly whispering back, "Do you think I don't want to? I'm about to bid farewell to this world from the cold here." Seeing this, Fei Lun couldn't hold back a laugh. "You're done for. You're about to go down in history as the first master to be frozen to death by his own skill." Shen Ye snapped angrily, "Stop laughing and save me already." Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed from the gate, along with a very familiar voice. "Shen Ye, is this your class skill?" It was Xiao Mengyu. She knocked on the door while explaining. A strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky earlier, followed by heavy snow. Ms. Wu warned that this snow carries the extreme yin power of the Dharma realm, so we shouldn't take it lightly. Make sure you keep warm, or you might freeze to death without even realizing it. Hearing those caring words and that unmistakable voice, Shen Yi forced a smile but felt full of hope. "It's Xiao Mengyu, I'm saved." Waiting for a long time without any response, Mengyu called out a few more times, then muttered in confusion, "Shen Yi, Shen Yi. How strange, why is there no sound inside?" Sensing something was wrong, she decisively leaped over the fence. "Shen Yi, pardon my intrusion." As soon as she landed, Mengyu panicked upon seeing Shen Yi lying stiffly in the middle of the courtyard. Despite the bone-chilling cold, a strangely satisfied smile hung on his face. Not wanting to lose face, he braced himself and started reciting poetry, the northern scenery, 1,000 miles frozen, 10,000 miles covered in snow. Seeing Shen Yi lying on his back seemingly fine, she guessed, "Shen Yi, are you sprawling on the ground just to watch the snow fall?" He played along. "Miss Xiao is indeed perceptive, truly understanding the mind of a sentimental person like me." Mengyu asked again, "Aren't you cold?" Shen Yi tried to keep a calm expression even though his skin had turned purple, subtly crying out for help. Snow flutters down on Yan Mountain. Xuanyuan Terrace is draped in white. It is indeed a bit chilly. Could Miss Xiao lend a hand and carry me inside? Hearing his poetic nonsense, Mengyu couldn't help but laugh. She gently picked Shen Yi up, teasing him as she walked briskly. "You really care too much about your pride." Hearing that, he could only let out a few dry laughs. However, just a few minutes later, Shen Yi couldn't endure the cold any longer and fainted. Once they were settled indoors, Mengyu looked at Shen Yi and clicked her tongue. "This snow is brutally cold." Who would have thought that the Hun Tian sect's Night Wanderer class would be related to the extreme Yang solar attribute? It truly lives up to its name as the top faction among the 4 great sects of the upper realm. Congratulations on successfully awakening your class, Shen Yi, but why were you frozen into an ice cube by your own move? His face was still pale from the snow's aftereffects, his nose running endlessly. His whole body trembled as he whined, "Even I didn't expect this ultimate move to drain my strength so completely." She looked at Shen Yi with worried eyes. "Doing that is too risky. If someone were lurking around for a sneak attack, you'd be a goner." He looked at her with deep gratitude. "We'll worry about that later. Thank you so much for saving me." Right then, Mengyu suddenly felt an aura radiating from her own body. Immediately following that, countless dazzling swords of light shot out around her. She cheered gleefully, "Look, I've also successfully awakened my class." Shen Yi stared in astonishment, realizing that Mengyu had awakened the 7-star sword Palace spiritual Dharma avatar. She confidently swung her sword forward and proudly declared, "I have been recognized by the Dharma realm as reaching the standard of a sword saint. No need to start as a swordsman anymore. This Dharma avatar amplifies the damage of all my moves with the power of flying swords." He gave her a thumbs up in praise. "That's really impressive." Mengyu stared thoughtfully at the blade in her hand, her expression suddenly turning solemn, but relying on just this bit of power is still not enough. Pausing for a moment, Mengyu's gaze drifted far away. Song Qingyin has publicly announced that she wants to use the welcome banquet in a few days to clear up any misunderstandings with you. Who knows what method she's planning to use against you this time? No matter what the situation is, we don't have much time left. Shen Yi calmly reassured her, "You don't need to worry about this, I'm figuring out a way." She frowned in confusion. "It seems you still don't fully understand how formidable those people are." Mengyu patiently recounted what she knew. The noble families are divided into first tier, second tier, and third tier based on their different levels of resource control. Families like the Shen family or the Luo family only possess a single divine artifact or a scattered few lineages. They only belong to the second-tier families, while first-tier families always possess several highly mysterious ancient lineages. The Wang family in Dingzhou who ambushed you before, or the Zhongli family of the Grand Duchy, are both first-tier families. And ranked above these first-tier families are the 6 world-shaking families. Each world-shaking family commands a multitude of world-shaking divine artifacts. World-shaking divine artifacts are essentially sources of primal power born from the dawn of the world. Every single divine artifact possesses a unique, unparalleled ability. The most fearsome is the Song family, who used to stand at the top of the 6 world-shaking families. They have monopolized the most powerful world-shaking divine artifact. Hearing this, Shen Ye wondered, used to, meaning they aren't anymore. Why is that? And you explained, at some point in time, the Song family's world-shaking divine artifact suddenly fell into a deep slumber. No one knows the exact reason. Even so, the Song family's true strength still far exceeds that of any first-tier family. At the same time, he thought to himself, the Song sisters both sought me out simultaneously. Could it be related to this divine artifact? Her voice remained steady. In short, Song Qingyin is more terrifying than any opponent we have ever faced. Suddenly, Meng Yu stood up abruptly, her hands clenched so tightly that her whole body trembled. Not only does she wield immense strength and sky-covering authority, but she definitely also has some special abilities unknown to outsiders, perhaps even possessing a world-shaking divine artifact. Speaking of this, she became flustered. We will have to confront her very soon. Shen Ye sat listening attentively without saying a word. Meng Yu stated firmly, before that happens, we absolutely must be fully prepared. A moment later, he said slowly, I want to tell you about this. Under the flickering firelight, Shen Ye recounted, I have a pact with the master of the demonic realm of sorrow. In 6 days, I will fight a battle with the Flayer. If I win, she will give me a list containing the information of the noble families that allied with the Flayer to commit murder. Smiling confidently, he concluded, I will definitely win this bet. After that, I want to ask for your help to thoroughly eliminate every single person on that list. Hearing that, Meng Yu seemed less tense and worried. He continued arranging things, so from now until then, you must do your best to cultivate. As for Song Qingyin, since her target is me anyway, just let me deal with her. Whatever her goal is, I absolutely will not let her succeed. At this point, she smiled and called out his name softly. Meng Yu handed Shen Ye a bottle of medicine and said, seeing you so full of energy, you must have recovered some of your strength. This is a rare secret elixir. It restores stamina incredibly well. Use it according to the instructions. As she turned to head for the door, she didn't forget to raise her hand in farewell. I'm heading back to cultivate now. That down jacket over there is a gift for you. Shen Ye also raised his hand in response. All right, goodbye. Meng Yu left while it was snowing heavily outside. Crossing her arms over her chest, she shivered and cried out, it's so cold. As she walked, she felt deeply grateful inside. Shen Ye, thank you. You instantly saw through my anxiety. It's so freezing. Your current strength is already higher than mine, but I will not allow myself to become a burden. Shen Ye held the medicine bottle, his eyes wide in astonishment as he exclaimed, it's really effective. I just took 1 pill and my whole body warmed up. Let me see what kind of secret elixir this is. He read the words on the bottle and almost got a nosebleed from its effects. Ancient spiritual medicine, the 10,000 Shadows Spirit Nourishing Pill. Function: nourishes yang energy, restores stamina, and has miraculous effects in battle. Shen Ye immediately felt a surging heat flowing through his body. As a nosebleed broke out, he groaned, it's too hot. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the continuously rising power. As expected of an ancient medicine, all my attribute points have been fully restored. Not only that, but I feel my entire body brimming with strength. Right at that moment, the magic letter hidden in his chest suddenly emitted a faint light, startling him slightly. Is there a message coming through the magic letter the prince gave me? From within the paper burst forth an authoritative voice. Saint Peppa, return to the military camp and report to me immediately. Shen Ye frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion. How strange, I'm clearly executing the prince's mission. Why would I suddenly be called back? Could it be that this message wasn't sent by the prince? But he's the only one who can use this letter to contact me. He shook his head, quickly stretched, and stood up. Whatever, I'll just head over there first and see. The current me is invincible. Fei Lun burst out laughing upon seeing his energetic demeanor and asked, what exactly did Zio Meng Yu feed you? As soon as he stepped into the military camp, an unfamiliar knight approached and blocked Shen Ye's path. You must be Saint Peppa, right? He nodded, his eyes never leaving the person in front of him. The knight gestured, His Highness the Prince wishes to see you, follow me. Shen Ye walked while silently observing the other party. This knight's equipment is completely different from the soldiers at the front lines. He is definitely not someone by the prince's side. Not long after, the two stepped into the main tent. Shen Ye bowed in greeting, Your Highness the Prince, you were looking for me. An old yet highly authoritative voice echoed from above. "I was the one who summoned you." He looked up and realized the person sitting there was not the prince at all. The old man leaning on his scepter swept a disdainful gaze up and down evaluating Peppa. "So you are Saint Peppa. I clearly heard rumors that Saint Peppa was brave and highly skilled in battle, resourceful and wise, young and talented. In the end, the real person is just a ridiculous monkey." Verbin's eyes revealed even more blatant disgust. This appearance truly insults the holy title. Shen Ye's face immediately turned cold. "Who are you? This magic letter was bestowed upon me by His Highness the Prince. What right do you have to arbitrarily use his name to summon me back?" Verbin slammed his scepter hard against the ground. "Where exactly did a country bumpkin like you come from? Do you not even recognize the scepter of Saint Laurent, the symbol of the Empire's highest will? Being insolent in front of this scepter is no different from insulting His Majesty the Emperor. I could have you executed this very instant." Norton, standing nearby, whispered a word of advice. "Peppa, seeing this scepter is like seeing His Majesty the Emperor, just kneel." Hearing that, the anger inside him began to simmer and boil. He immediately yelled without any hesitation, "Fine, I'll kneel." Seeing him actually kneel down, Verbin shook his head and sneered. To bestow the holy title upon a country bumpkin like this, it is exactly as this old minister feared. He turned to the prince. "Your Highness, you are too gullible. You had best heed His Majesty the Emperor's will and quickly follow me back to the imperial capital." Norton sighed and replied, "I led the army and crushed the undead legion. I won the bet between me and my father, so you all should abide by the agreement and follow my wishes." Without giving anyone a chance to reply, he interjected and continued, "The undead lost this time largely because they are still in a chaotic transition phase between their old and new beliefs. It likely doesn't have much to do with your Highness leading the army into battle. Furthermore, I heard that you were carelessly ambushed by the undead and severely injured, nearly losing your life. If His Majesty finds out about this, I fear he will fly into a thunderous rage." Verbin raised his scepter high. "You are one who carries the divine bloodline. You absolutely cannot die meaninglessly on the battlefield like these lower-class scum." Shen Ye clenched his fists, finally unable to hold back anymore. "Hey, you old geezer, I've been tolerating you for a long time." All eyes in the main tent immediately fixed upon him. Shen Ye angrily roared. "His Highness the Prince personally commanded the battle at the front lines. Blades and swords have no eyes. Getting injured is inevitable. On what grounds do you use this to invalidate him? Doesn't this prove even more that he is a courageous commander? We shed our blood to defeat the undead army, yet out of your mouth, it sounds like an easy feat. Talking like that, aren't you ashamed to face the brothers who died in battle?" Took a deep breath and spoke loudly and clearly. "I saved His Highness the Prince's life from peril several times, and devised the plan to severely cripple the undead army. I even personally killed the Shadow Assassin King, struck down the undead hero, the head collector of the 11 Assassin Kings who betrayed the gods, cleaned up the Assassin King's 2 attendants, finished off the White Self-Mutilator who once devastated the elves, and took down the renowned undead general, Snow Demon Enhern Fred. My being bestowed the holy title is completely well-deserved. Everyone fighting on these front lines is shedding blood for the Empire." The surrounding soldiers immediately teared up, praising emotionally, "Well said, Peppa." He spoke as if pouring all of their pent-up anger into every word. Although not everyone is bestowed a holy title, everyone strives to fulfill the responsibilities of a saint. Shen Ye turned to glare and pointed directly at Verbin. "And a bureaucrat like you who lives comfortably and enjoys a life of luxury in the palace is fundamentally unworthy of even mentioning the word holy, let alone having the right to represent the Empire's will." Just as he finished his sentence, a guard rushed forward and violently twisted his hand back in excruciating pain. The guard threatened with murderous intent. "You unreasonable commoner scum, shut your mouth right now." He immediately yanked his arm back and roared, "Let go of me." Verbin arrogantly held his scepter high. The old man wore a cold, murderous expression. "The scepter of Saint Laurent bears witness. Saint Peppa has committed the grave crime of disrespecting His Majesty the Emperor." He looked straight at him and coldly pronounced the verdict. "I sentence this traitor to death. Carry it out immediately." Upon receiving the order, the knight swung his leg and kicked him hard on his calf, making him fall to his knees. The knight immediately raised the sharp sword in his hand high. At that exact moment, Norton hurriedly strode forward to intervene. "Wait." Right as the lightning-clad blade slashed down, the distance to Shen Ye's neck was less than an inch. His eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of azure light. That flash appeared for only a split second, but immediately afterward, it erupted violently. A world-shaking thunderclap tore through the space, shaking the entire main tent. Knight's sword emitted a piercing, cracking sound the moment it touched the barrier of lightning. A shockwave knocked the blade right out of his hand, sending it spinning through the air before stabbing into the ground. Before the knight could even react, countless bolts of lightning channeled through the hilt straight into his body. He screamed tragically as his whole body was engulfed in lightning, his muscles convulsing violently, his hair standing on end, and blue electric arcs dancing ceaselessly across his armor. The entire crowd present in the main tent, who witnessed that scene, was horrified. Surging currents of electricity coiled around Shen Ye, turning him into a majestic god of war stepping out from Zeus's storm. The mechanical sound of the system echoed in his mind. Under the blessing of the under-the-moon divine illumination Dharma I, the power of all your under-the-moon lineage skills is increased by 3 times. The power of the lightning shock ultimate skill belonging to the first realm of the Dharma world had tripled. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly in an arrogant smirk. That knight stubbornly refused to give up, immediately charging forward and roaring, "You audacious brat who dares to resist orders, die." Before he could get close, Shen Ye's pupils flashed again. Right as the tip of the sword was about to touch him, an invisible wall of lightning suddenly bloomed outward. The knight's body looked as if it had been rammed by a wild beast, flying backward at a speed even faster than his charge. He continuously muttered the incantation, lightning shock. 2 massive bolts of thunder collided head-on. A violent shockwave instantly swept through the entire main tent, shattering tables and chairs into pieces. Even the soldiers standing nearby were forced to repeatedly retreat by the impact. Midst the blinding flashes, Shen Ye remained firmly in place, calmly dusting off his shoulder as he threw out a sarcastic remark, "Old man, planning to kill me right in front of the prince to establish your dominance. Too bad you picked the wrong guy." Norton stared blankly at Shen Ye, his eyes showing obvious astonishment as he thought to himself, since when did Peppa become this powerful? He sneered, "Do you think the prince carelessly bestows holy titles upon just anyone? This is a blood-soaked battlefield, not the peaceful imperial palace. Your political power games have absolutely no meaning here." He rolled his eyes and scanned all the soldiers in the military camp, declaring loudly, "For anyone who wants to survive and stand firm in this place, the only path is to slaughter the enemy." The old man gritted his teeth and was just about to retort when he suddenly realized that Shen Ye's figure was no longer in sight. He blurted out in a panic, "He's disappeared." Norton let out a helpless sigh. Peppa is an expert whose strength is even greater than snow demon Enhern Fred's. He is the assassin king. Even the Shadow Legion has no hope of tracking his traces. The old man's jaw dropped in stunned disbelief upon hearing that, the assassin king. He forced a wry smile and revealed, "If he hadn't owed me a few favors, he fundamentally would never have cared about my orders." After hearing those words, the old official's face instantly drained of all blood, leaving only extreme regret in his heart. "It's all over. Why did I have to offend this monster? Now he could seek revenge on me at any moment. I was wrong. I was completely wrong. I shouldn't have even come here in the first place. If I hadn't come, my knight wouldn't have been sent flying. And if my knight hadn't been sent flying, I wouldn't have fallen into this humiliating predicament either." Outside the camp, the white snow continued to silently fall in blinding waves. Shen Ye stood rooted beneath the white sky, exhaling a cloudy breath. This weather, the blizzard just won't stop. The system's voice suddenly chimed in. "You used the spiritual Dharma avatar to cast a class skill. This move consumes a massive amount of stamina." He breathed a slight sigh of relief. "I got lucky this time. At least my attributes weren't completely drained." Shen Ye shook his slightly aching arm just as Fei Lun excitedly popped its head out and praised, "You acted so fiercely this time, defeating a knight with your bare hands. If it were the old you, you would have had to rely on your venomous mouth again." Suddenly seeming to catch on, it clapped its hands and went, "Ah, I know. It must be because you ate that blue pill Zio Mengyu gave you, right?" He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "The effects of that pill felt really weird. It's best to limit using it in the future." A northern wind blew past, making Shen Ye shiver with goosebumps. "So cold, I better retreat inside my room to get warm first." In the dead of night, he sat alone in his room, taking out every item he had just collected and arranging them on the table. "With me causing such a ruckus, the human faction is probably in total chaos right now. Looks like I have no choice but to postpone my trip to the nightmare world for another time." Glancing at the pile of yellowed scrolls in front of him, he nodded. "Right, might as well examine this loot and see what secrets they hold inside." Fei Lun shook its head and replied, "I'm completely clueless too. Actually, this stuff is the legacy left behind by the goddess. She seemed to have a premonition of her destined death, so she told me I must absolutely find a chance to get them out no matter what." Just as Shen Ye picked up a bamboo scroll, his pupils suddenly shrank, that creepy feeling is back again. Exactly like the feeling when he pulled them out back then, an evil, dark energy constantly seeped out from the crevices of the bamboo scroll. This is definitely the aura of the dead. He backed away in horror, not daring to believe the terrifying conjecture that flashed through his mind. Oh my God, don't tell me these things are made of human skin. As soon as the words left his mouth, a deep, distorted, and gloomy voice slowly echoed from deep within the core of the bamboo scroll, spot on. The nightmare demon cackled wildly, "I've come back to life. That stupid bitch Mythitica Hiva, did you delusionally think you could kill me?" Shen Ye dropped his playful attitude and aggressively questioned, "Who exactly are you?" It bared its teeth and sneered, "You insignificant human brat, are you the one who contributed to my resurrection? Good boy, I shall reward you. Starting from this moment, you have the honor of being my loyal dog." His eyes overflowed with sharp killing intent as he shouted, "Answer my question properly." The nightmare demon let out an "oh," feigning surprise. Well, well, it seems I've slept for too long if a lowly human has the guts to raise his voice at me like this. It opened its pitch-black mouth wide and roared madly, "I will drag you down into the endless nightmare and let you taste every form of torment." Shen Ye was extremely irritated by this uncooperative attitude, so he snapped his fingers and cheerfully ordered, "Jia Li, take this pain in the neck for a sauna to cool down." Bang, a blood-red streak of light rushed forward and pierced straight through the nightmare demon's skull. Submerged in a cauldron of fire, it howled miserably, "This is the gloomy whisper. Why would a human like you possess the secret arts of the undead?" Scorched by the heat, the nightmare demon screamed until its throat went hoarse, the mournful sound echoing throughout the room. Shen Ye crossed his arms, admiring the sizzling mushy pile in front of him, and licked his lips in delight. "Wow, this thing smells pretty good when roasted." The nightmare demon, in too much agony, prostrated itself on the floor with a tear-streaked face and begged, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me. I'm willing to confess everything." It hastily retracted its arrogant demeanor and presented itself submissively, "I am a nightmare demon, killed by the corpse-eating fiend Mythitica Hiva and refined into this piece of skin. Why she did that, I have no idea, since I was already dead at the time anyway. But I can vaguely sniff out some sort of wicked seal pinned on her body." Half believing and half doubting, he frowned and blurted out, "A seal." The nightmare demon immediately raised its mangled hand and pointed, "Yes, sir, it's right here." Shen Ye rubbed the piece of skin stamped with the seal, confused as he asked himself, "How do I break this seal?" The nightmare demon shrugged, "If I knew how to break it, she wouldn't have had the luxury of killing me." Irritated, he scolded harshly, "Then why don't you know anything at all, you useless trash?" Getting yelled at so fiercely made it feel wronged, and it bawled loudly, "Don't be so mean to me." At this moment, Fei Lun finally popped its head out and shouted, "Shen Ye, I know how to break this seal." Shen Ye froze in astonishment. "You do?" It cleared its throat and replied, "I can sense the bloodline power of Mythitica Hiva hidden within this seal." The skull raised a hand and pointed straight at the piece of skin, puffing out its chest proudly, "And I am the very last drop of blood left behind by Mythitica Hiva." Immediately, the nightmare demon was hit by another follow-up spell blast, howling loudly in pain. Its entire mushy body was torn into two halves, just like a flimsy piece of cloth. Witnessing the drama unfold before him, Shen Ye was stunned into speechlessness. From within that pile of minced flesh and skin, a seductive female silhouette slowly emerged. Rasana stretched leisurely, utterly satisfied. "This sealing talisman has finally been removed. It seems my final child is not useless after all." Fei Lun obediently bowed its head in deep respect, "Mother." She got straight to the point without holding back. "Simply put, I will dissipate very soon. The undead race will also collapse and wither away because of this. The one who murdered me is the true mortal enemy of the entire undead race." Rasana stared intently downward. "Oh my child, I give you two choices. 1. Directly absorb the remnants of my power, immediately break through to the fifth realm of the Dharma world, become invincible, and rebuild the dynasty. 2. Step onto the path of tracking down the killer. In the future, you must uncover the truth of the matter, then think of every possible way to kill him." Hearing this, Shen Ye's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly, "The fifth realm of the Dharma world. Hurry up and choose option 1, we've struck it rich." But Fei Lun just drooped despondently with its tail between its legs. "Mother, I choose option 2. I swear to find the killer to avenge you." He roared in outrage, "Hey you idiot, why wouldn't you choose such a treasure?" It gently explained. "Shen Ye, you don't understand. If I chose option 1, I'd be guaranteeing myself a one-way ticket to meet the king of hell. This made his eyes widen in confusion. Why? Aren't you her biological child? Fei Lun bitterly revealed, in the endless flow of time, my mother had countless children. But ironically, their final outcome was all having their lives taken by my mother's own hands. Hearing this, he was completely bewildered. Why so cruel? It continued, because my mother believed they lacked ambition. Children who failed to meet her expectations would all be purged. As Fei Lun elaborated further, Shen Ye immediately wondered, so you've managed to survive this long because you earned the title of the most hardworking child. Shen Ye evaluated it himself and shook his head. I think you don't look the part at all. It nodded in hearty agreement. You're a good judge of character. Actually, when I was born, my mother was already severely injured. She fundamentally had no energy to pay attention to me. So this pile of spells she left behind is clearly just a test meant exclusively for me. Rasana clapped in admiration, a very smart choice. She lowered her voice to assert her dominance. My descendant absolutely cannot be a lazy, useless parasite with no will to improve, only looking to inherit existing power. Once you chose the first option, my magic would have immediately activated, burning you to ashes. Rasana's gaze swept over both of them in scrutiny. I feel very comforted that you knew to choose the second path. Since that is the case, pack your bags and head down to hell. She concluded firmly, only in the deepest depths of hell can you dig out the truth of the matter. Rasana added bitterly, kill him, use his severed head as your coronation ceremony. Only when your hands are stained with the enemy's blood will you be qualified to sit on the throne of the true sea-bone monarch. Flashing red text appeared with a warning, the inheritance crystal of the undead race. After using it, you will learn the exclusive magic left by the undead deity, creating a relatively safe path leading straight deep into hell. Please note carefully, only the undead have the right to use this crystal. Shen Ye craned his neck to scrutinize it. This crystal is only distributed to the undead. It's what your mother left in her will. Why haven't you embraced it yet? Firen's eyes narrowed with anxiety. Hell is an extremely dangerous place. One wrong step, and you will be trapped forever without wings to fly out. It pondered thoughtfully, but if I can borrow your door, the situation will definitely be different. Shen Ye, are you willing to help me, accompanying me deep into the heart of hell? He punched his hands together, laughing heartily and agreeing immediately, approved. I will naturally help you. We are sworn brothers. Why are you suddenly acting so formal and cheesy today? Hearing the sincere words, Firen was moved to tears. Thank you, Shen Ye. It immediately rolled up its sleeves to gather magic. As long as I have your protection, I can go wreak havoc with peace of mind. He suddenly slapped his forehead and let out an ah, right, I remember now. So the friend in need of rescue that the rambling voice mentioned is this. The voice from back then echoed in his ears, then go search for the secrets of this world, your friends will support you. But the condition is that you must help them first. Shen Ye was still confused and dazed at that time. Friends, which god are you talking about? So that person was exactly Firen. The corners of his lips curled up as he chuckled, succeeded, your skeleton frame looks quite a bit bigger. Firen nodded in delight, yeah, I have completely absorbed the crystal. Not only did I master the ultimate skill to open the path to hell, but I also recovered a bit of power. Laid out the plan, before landing in the underworld, we brothers must prepare carefully. First is to return to Yangyi City to buy some nightmare crystals and spellcasting materials. He nodded immediately without thinking, fine, let's take a nap and rest a bit first. Past midnight we will enter the nightmare world. Right while both sides were engrossed in their discussion, a pair of bare feet pattered in from outside. A voice suddenly called out, greetings, master. He jumped in shock and spun around, who's there? Firen urged hurriedly, quick, use a stealth jutsu, a stranger is coming, I'm slipping away first for safety. A stark naked figure, cast from the same mold as Shen Ye, presented itself. I am a personal combat biochemical clone belonging to the Mortal Martial Arts Corporation. I have been hatched from the incubator, boss can take me out to use at any time. He panicked, rushing over to cover that guy's eyes, looking east and west, then shouting, hey you, put some clothes on for my sake. If someone passes by and catches this scene, they will curse me for being a pervert, and even jumping into a river won't wash away the sin. The young man quickly adjusted his clothes, then answered obediently, reporting to the master, I actually possess the mutant ability of body transformation. Shen Ye was curious upon hearing this. Oh, that sounds pleasing to the ear. Besides that trick, what other talents do you have? The guy hastily explained in detail that his body had been implanted with a spatial matrix fine-tuning machine, helping to synchronize between the magical realm and reality. which is the pinnacle technology from the Mortal Martial Arts Corporation. Shen Ye frowned in confusion. So in short, what is that toy used for? He then explained thoroughly. The magical realm originally carries a flow of energy completely separated from the mortal world, which means all communication signals are cut off. However, this synchronized matrix system is a miraculous leap, helping me to effortlessly exchange information with the outside world in real time, even while standing in the magical realm. He reached out, pulling open his lapel and proudly showing off. In short, as long as you take me along, no matter which corner you are in, you can freely surf the net, make calls, or download entertainment files. Shen Ye's eyes immediately lit up. He asked enthusiastically, "Wait, does it support actual combat?" His eyes suddenly shone brightly, speaking in an extremely serious tone. "Yes, I am granted permission to control the arsenal remotely, powerful enough to launch a small-scale skirmish, even calling in heavy firepower and activating the mortal grand cannon to bombard the target." Before he could finish listening, Shen Ye snapped to cut him off. "Stop, up to here is already too overpowered." The guy continued reporting enthusiastically. "I can also represent you to appear anywhere, taking care of everything from fighting to daily life activities like sweeping, making tea, washing clothes to giving massages and cooking." Shen Ye hurriedly raised his hand to block him. "All right, I get it. It turns out you are just an omnipotent high-tech nanny version." He smiled in admiration. "I firmly believe you will achieve great things in the future. Now step down and rest. I will call you when needed." The other party obeyed implicitly, then disappeared. Shen Ye also told himself, "It's 8 o'clock now. I must be in Yi City in 4 hours. It's best to take a nap to gather strength." "Wait a minute." Shen Ye suddenly froze, clutching his head and pulling his ears in panic. "I'm doomed. If I want to go to Yi City, I must borrow the prince's teleportation portal, yet I accidentally wrecked the human camp. What do I do now? It's all because of that ancient secret pill. It made me itch so much that I jumped out to fight those people to the death." A wave of exhaustion brought deep sleepiness. To preserve both physical and mental strength, Shen Ye decisively pulled the blanket over himself and fell into a deep sleep. Let's leave everything for tomorrow. Time flew by. The clock struck exactly 2 in the morning. Fyron suddenly spoke up. "You finally woke up from your dream. The prince's letter just showed some activity. He has sent a new secret report." As soon as he received the envelope, Shen Ye was visibly elated. "Oh my, absolutely wonderful. I bet this uncle has completely cleaned up the mess for me." The letter clearly outlined the content. "The great war with the undead race has temporarily reached a truce, however. A strange incident occurred in the Beastmen faction, seemingly involving the capitalist guy you mentioned before. That guy is secretly seizing power. In short, I must rush back to the imperial capital because the country is calling. As for the task of gathering intel on the undead, I can only rely on your sneaking skills." He gritted his teeth in frustration. So unlucky. The prince slipped away quietly, without his teleportation aura. How are we supposed to drag ourselves to Yi City? The system immediately soothed him. "Don't worry too much. Currently, security in Yi is strictly tightened. The underground sewer route will obviously become the strictest checkpoint. Consider that route abandoned." After finishing speaking, Fyron vanished without a trace. He smacked his lips and thought to himself, another clue cut off. The betting deadline only has a mere 5 days left. Time is almost running out. It's unclear how far that skin-peeling guy has evolved by now. Shen Ye frantically called out loud, "Hey Fyron. Are we completely out of ways to find our way to Yi City?" It answered sluggishly. "In a small town bordering the undead territory, there is a phantom train station. That route runs straight to Yi." Fyron hesitated and added a warning. "But that area is very creepy. Rumors say that place is plagued by demons all year round. Countless undead stepped onto that train and then evaporated without a trace." Shen Ye grimaced, feeling something was wrong. "Hold your horses. You guys are originally the undead race. Why on earth would you be bullied by ghosts and demons?" He scratched his head in wonder. "Aren't you guys ghosts?" Fyron immediately jumped up and snapped, "Hey, watch your mouth. You are insulting us. We are the noble undead, not some lowly ghosts and demons." Shen Ye pouted. "Huh, so what the heck is the difference between those two?" It pointed its hand at him and lectured, "You are exactly someone blinded by prejudice. The undead are a species that maintains their existence through soul fire. Although their bodies are dilapidated, their will is still burning with vitality. Moreover, we also properly worship civilized science." Fyron declared loudly, "Prick up your ears and listen carefully. Our race is divided into 3 main branches including Pale Shadows, Cursed Soul Holy Bones, and Dark Rose. Among them, Pale Shadows do not originate from humans but are mutated corpses or dark beasts, typical like the abomination species, patched-up monsters, zombies, hopping vampires, or night shadows. It talked non-stop. Next is cursed soul holy bones, referring to entities with a bony figure just like me, or like bone dragons. Even those necromancers are classified into this branch. Firen's voice suddenly lowered mysteriously, and Dark Rose gathers all the undead that retain a human form, such as banshees, vampires, liches, or werewolves. While telling the story, it imagined something cowering under the bed, making its whole body tremble. Meanwhile, ghosts and demons are persistent, resentful spirits lingering after death, extremely terrifying. They emerge from hell just to drain the soul fire of the undead. They carry the seeds of disaster, so since we were tiny, us undead never dare to peek under the bed when getting in and covering up with blankets, for fear of bumping into ghosts and demons. After listening to the presentation, Shen Ye was still completely dumbfounded, totally clueless about the logic of the undead being afraid of ghosts. Fire angrily snapped loudly, "You still can't absorb it. There's no shortage of humans who love to hang out at night, but are still as afraid of the dark as they are of tigers." He decisively turned on his heel and walked straight into the spatial portal. "Let's go," aiming straight for the demon-infested town you just described. The deeper we venture into this nightmare place, the higher the rarity of the collected clues will surely be. I have to rack my brains to find a way to secretly learn a few more self-defense ultimate skills. Shen Ye strode forward, his mouth constantly grumbling. The town sprouted in the south of the demon path. Dragging our feet there will take at least 2 days. It's best to go find a mount. Just walking on foot like this is too unreasonable. Just as he dashed out of the threshold, Shen Ye immediately launched himself soaring into the air. Just like that, he exerted his strength and shot forward, saying arrogantly, "The flying jutsu is ready. Of course I will use wind riding to get there." Fire nodded in acknowledgement. Using the aerial route is indeed much more leisurely. Maintaining this speed, we will land in the town in approximately 1 hour. Only 10 short minutes had passed. The blazing red alarm bell rang shrilly. "The flying jutsu has completely depleted your mental points. The current stat has returned to a solid 0. It sneered teasingly, "Oh my, you only lasted 10 minutes and you're already out of steam." At this moment beads of sweat had poured out, soaking Shen Ye's forehead. His breathing became disjointed due to exhaustion. Who would have thought this wind-riding magic would consume mana so terribly? The journey is still 10,000 miles away like this. What a hassle. Shen Ye pulled out an elixir pill and chewed it crunchily. It's hopeless. Even a great man has times when his strength falls short of his wishes. Taking a little supplement is not humiliating at all. The surge of vitality instantly rolled vigorously. Your entire stamina stat has been fully recharged. As long as the medicinal properties are in effect, the energy consumption for each skill cast will be saved by a massive amount. Witnessing his terrifying wind-tearing speed, Fire screamed in panic, "Hey, tone it down, don't pull those reckless stunts." Shen Ye laughed heartily, "Just rest easy. I know how to restrain the medicinal power to land perfectly in the town. Besides, I'm also starting to get addicted to this drifting sensation." Before long, the desolate small neighborhood appeared before their eyes. Hordes of undead with bony figures swarmed out, tailing one another, moving in endlessly long lines. Shen Ye hid himself behind a blind spot, narrowing his eyes to assess the situation in all directions. His pupils flashed with a bizarre red hue. This many undead gathering here. This bustling and noisy scene doesn't look like a place being tormented by demons as you judged, does it? He pondered thoughtfully. Lingering within a radius of a few thousand miles, there is only this bare train station. No wonder all the undead flock here to catch a train far away. Furthermore, this middle of nowhere is dirt poor. Wandering around are just country bumpkins who don't know squat. Let's head straight to the VIP passenger cabin over there. Who has the energy to squeeze through the mess with those trivial undead? The business class area demands a price of 500 bone coins. Only the wealthy with deep pockets like us are qualified to enter. Dropping that sentence, the mysterious figure hurriedly turned on his heel and slipped away, while Shen Ye also quietly left. Took light strides climbing onto the train car. The female staff standing on standby immediately bowed deeply and spoke in a sweet voice, "Greetings, it's an honor to welcome you into business car number 222. Shen Ye lazily replied, slamming the money down directly, "Here are 500 bone coins, reserve the whole place for me." Her eyes lit up with joy. She hastily exclaimed, "You are indeed a generous player, even tipping this humble girl a whole 400 bone coins. Thank you, benefactor, then I shall take the liberty of keeping it without refusal." The stewardess smiled as brightly as a flower, attentively extending her hand to invite him. Please take back your ticket stub. Feel free to follow this way. On the flip side, he bit his lip in utter frustration, scolding inwardly, you tricked me into buying a VIP ticket for 500. How the heck does it actually only cost exactly 100? Fyron stammered to explain, it's truly strange, how could this be? Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from somewhere, making Shen Ye freeze and turn to stone. Hey buddy. Just as he stepped into the cabin, Shen Ye unluckily encountered a burly abomination. This guy coldly demanded to check his identification papers. Show me your ID card. He flinched, hastily hissing through his teeth, Hey Fyron, why didn't you give me a heads up that we had to pass through customs? Are you trying to set me up? Fyron reacted extremely swiftly, immediately shoving a token into his hand and comforting him. Just keep a cool head, I have arranged everything thoroughly, take this out and use it. My years of playing the role of a scavenger on the battlefield weren't just for show. Shen Ye calmly tossed the jade token to the abomination. The other party flipped it back and forth, scrutinizing it for a moment, then probed, a soldier's tag. Looking at this appearance, did you also use to drag yourself out on the battlefield? Fyron's voice immediately whispered in his ear, quickly providing the resume so Shen Ye could conveniently bluff. This is a token of the Baxter lineage, a vampire branch. He frowned in wonder, so you undead folks don't bother keeping a life and death registry. Fyron replied firmly and concisely, where would we find that? I already said, if the undead get chipped or broken, they are just thrown out into the wasteland to fend for themselves. They have a billion tricks to heal, so it's very hard to judge who has kicked the bucket or not. With my own eyes, I saw the three brothers of that family take the full brunt of the human faction's magic crystal bullets, smashing their bodies to pieces, so just borrow their names and use them. I bet no one will be able to dig out a loophole. After scrutinizing the tag, the abomination sneered disdainfully, casually tossing the token flat onto the floor, then dropping sarcastic remarks at Shen Ye. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's the spawn of the Baxter family, a deserting soldier bearing the name of Defeat, yet still has the nerve to take a high-class train. The front line was full of harboring trash like your family, which is why the undead army tasted utter defeat. The giant was just about to walk away when Shen Ye's sharp, cold tone rang out, making him halt. Hey, plant your roots right there for me. He shot a fiery glare through the brim of his hat slumped over half his face, gritting out every word. How bold, bend down and pick it up right now. Hearing Shen Ye's bossy attitude, the giant turned around in astonishment, glaring wide-eyed at the lowly soldier from the losing side with an extremely distorted, ashen face. Fyron frantically spoke up to intervene in his fiery temper. Are you crazy? You have too much free time, so you act impulsively to piss him off for what? Isn't it better to endure a bit for calm seas and peaceful waves? The abomination roared in indignation. You little brat, what the hell were you just babbling about? Shen Ye's face remained unchanged, coldly retorting, I told you to pick up my tag, you fat rotting sow. Our Baxter bloodline would rather die than ever bow our heads to this filthy trampling. Hearing the resolute oath, the abomination threw his head back and guffawed. He pointed his hands straight at his face and mocked, a cowardly turtle hiding and cowering behind a hat, yet you dare to preach about morality and integrity. Shen Ye puffed out his chest, loudly fabricating a story. We three brothers used to bathe in blood on the front line, unluckily backstabbed by the despicable humans using magic crystal cannons, causing the great undead army to shatter. We suffered fatal wounds and were tossed around in the battlefield dumpster. Shen Ye sneakily transformed his appearance. The moment he reached out to toss away the torn hat, Fyron had frantically screamed out, Hey, keep the hat on for me, are you tired of living? But he acted as if deaf, ignoring all warnings. Just as the hat was taken off, a face riddled with jagged burn scars was exposed. Open your eyes wide and admire this tragic appearance. My looks are ruined. My cultivation is completely crippled. But at least I still kept my dog life, whereas my blood brothers were crushed into pulp. Shen Ye acted so deeply that he looked exactly like an authentic Baxter death warrior crawling back from the realm of the dead. It is true that the undead legion has fallen, but the Baxter bloodline always upholds the principle of living as a war god, dying as a brave hero. There is absolutely no way we are a bunch of cowardly mice running away. The abomination was left speechless by his oppressive aura. The arrogant, contemptuous attitude from earlier suddenly vanished completely. He awkwardly bent down, picking up the jade token from the ground with great care, exactly as Shen Ye commanded. After hesitating for a while, the abomination cautiously returned the tag, his face full of remorse as he apologized. I have offended you, brother. Please Please forgive the insolent words just now from this humble one." Finishing his words, he shoved his finger into his eye socket, decisively gouging out a blood-soaked eyeball and pressing it into Shen Ye's hand. "Keep this item." He jolted in surprise when receiving the slimy eyeball of the abomination. The other party considerately advised as he left, "Just in case Yang Yi is too harsh with no place to take you in, just bring this item out to use." Before turning on his heel to walk away, the giant even left a few words of praise. "Rolling around from the frying pan of the battlefield and dragging your broken body back here is truly a miracle. May the goddess of luck smile upon you, brother." Fyron stared blankly at the fading silhouette of the abomination, then turned to ask softly, "An eyeball is their protective treasure. How the heck did he easily offer it to you? For what reason?" Shen Ye looked knowledgeable, calmly replying, "Simply because he is also a veteran who had tasted the flavor of death on the front line." Fyron widened its eyes in astonishment. "How did you guess so well?" Shen Ye cast his gaze after that silhouette, clicking his tongue to explain. "Glancing over his body is enough to understand. Those bumpy scars are all traces left by swords and blades. A seasoned soldier who had gone through life and death, if he had a grudge against me, I'd definitely be up to my neck in trouble. That's why I played the trick of taking one step back to advance 3 steps, forcing him to completely submit to my warrior label. However, the fact that he rewarded me with this eye was truly off script." Fondling the abomination's eye in his hand, something considered a safe conduct pass recommended by the Veteran Guild, Shen Ye asked curiously, "What can this authenticated item from the Veteran Guild be used for?" Fyron replied fluently, "The lair of the Veteran Guild is located right inside Yang Yi City. Once we arrive, we can conveniently drop by to take a look." Suddenly, Fyron's sharp eyes discovered an anomaly. "Wait a minute. The back of this eyeball has a few engraved words, absolutely forbidden to get off the train." Indeed not wrong, right on the stem of that bloodshot eye a warning line was deeply imprinted, "Do not get off the train." Shen Ye frowned in confusion at the deep implication of the abomination, muttering to himself, "What is the intention of forbidding getting off the train?" Fyron also shook its head blankly in exhaustion. "I also give up." Outside the platform, the train whistle blared intermittently signaling departure time. The iron carriage shuddered, then gradually inched forward with steady wheel rhythms on the iron rails. A loudspeaker broadcast the sweet voice of the stewardess, "Attention please. The train has begun to move. The final stop of this journey is Yang Yi City." The lifeless voice continued to broadcast instructions. "Please take care of your personal belongings to avoid losing them. Please note, we are preparing to enter the first layer of hell. Throughout the journey crossing the demon realm, we hope passengers will keep their seats. Absolutely do not wander around, and opening windows is strictly prohibited under any circumstances." Shen Ye's silhouette was faintly reflected on the window glass pane. Recovering a bit of calmness after that announcement, he whispered to Fyron, "Is this train playing so big that it runs right through hell? Then could it be that we—" Clumsily put a spoke in his wheel. "I know all too well what you're calculating in your head. Give it up. The train only cruises past, but strictly forbids passengers from getting off at the station. Furthermore, hell is flooded with risks. Jumping down recklessly will only lead to losing your life. But hey Shen Ye, your transformation skill earlier was truly magical. How did you mold such a battered, bruised face like a pile of rotten organs?" Shen Ye wandered a few laps along the carriage corridor, shrugging his shoulders in reply, "It's just a cheap trick. Earlier I secretly swallowed 4 ancient secret pills all at once." Fyron observantly realized all the guests were staring wide-eyed at Shen Ye like a strange creature, so it hissed a warning, "Obediently find a random corner and sit down before you bring disaster upon yourself." He just gave a cold glare, "Shut your mouth." The announcement speaker whined with the stewardess's voice again, "Ladies and gentlemen, the train is about to pierce through the first layer of hell. We respectfully request everyone to sit still in their seats. The act of opening the window glass is strictly prohibited." The locomotive hurtled into a murky dark realm. Outside the window peeking out were a few blurry shadows hovering and floating about. Shen Ye glued his eyes to the glass pane, curiously probing, "Is this place exactly hell? How strange, down in the underworld they even planned out a railway system this nicely." Fyron leisurely cleared his ignorance. "The boss who rules the underworld holds shares in this train corporation. Thanks to that, the outskirts of hell were granted permission to draw out an entire exclusive railway line." His gaze pinned tightly on the flickering figures clinging outside the car. Nudging his elbow, he asked, "What is that chaotic human-shaped bunch out there, demons?" It shook its head to reject. "No, that is magic cast by some boss. I bet it aims to monitor every single movement of this train. Streams of gray smoke from the locomotive's chimney kept rolling out, covering a whole area of dark space. A while later, the train's speed began to gradually slow down. The speaker blared the announcement again. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have docked at the final stop, which is Yangyi City. Passengers, please line up in an orderly fashion to exit the car." Shen Ye looked around in all directions, unable to help but marvel. Swoosh, and we're already here. Fyron patted his shoulder. "Stop underestimating the speed of the undead train. Pack up and let's bounce." Shen Ye suddenly remembered the mysterious instruction. "Hold on. The back of the eyeball the abomination shoved to me has words engraved forbidding getting off the train." Fyron grumbled with obvious annoyance. "It's clear we have reached Yangyi, yet he instigated you to stay put. I suspect that fat guy deliberately set a trap to provoke you." Shen Ye turned and cross-examined. "Before, when you took the train, was it also arriving in Yangyi in a blink of an eye like this?" Fyron shrugged. "It's obviously like that." The stewardess courteously approached Shen Ye, speaking up to ask, "Excuse me, sir, we have reached the final terminal. Do you plan to plant your roots here permanently?" His face was as cold as cash, nonchalantly replying, "Not getting off." The girl still patiently kept her professional smile. "Could it be that Yangyi is not your stopping point?" Shen Ye bluntly dismissed it. "No, it isn't." She gently pressed again. "Then exactly to what horizon do you wish to go?" Suddenly, Shen Ye cleared his throat to catch his breath, preparing to launch a performance of a lifetime. He slowly stood up straight, stroked his hair, then hummed a few lines of a song overflowing with romantic colors. Hearing every honeyed word poured into her ears, the stewardess stood frozen as if sleepwalking, her bright eyes glued tightly onto Shen Ye. Finishing the smooth tune, the girl spared no words in flattering his talent. "You sing amazingly. I'm hearing this enchanting music for the first time. Then please pay an extra 200 bone coins to buy a ticket for the next leg of the journey." Shen Ye nodded with a snap, approved. Fyron wiped its face in incomprehension, questioning Shen Ye. "Hey, what's wrong with you that you refuse to get the hell out of here and instead throw money out the window? Don't tell me you've gone crazy wanting to go to some romantic turkey place or something." He caught the other party's weakness in a split second. "Hey Fyron, swear an oath, from the time you were born till now, have you actually ever set your butt on this train before?" Knowing its bluff had been called, it muttered a confession. "All right, fine, Shen Ye. To tell the truth, I have never taken a train either." He wasn't surprised at all, I guessed without missing a beat. He furiously scolded, "From now on just tell it like it is for my sake. This little life was almost buried alive by you." It blinked blankly, still not grasping how much harm it had just caused, so it argued back, "Huh, is there a glitch with this train? This area originally isn't Yangyi. If you accidentally jump down, you'll eat dirt." Fyron hesitated and asked further, "So where exactly is this dump?" Shen Ye astutely linked the data together. "I suspect this is still the core of hell. That fake Yangyi City is just an illusion thrown up as a smokescreen to lure guests into giving up their lives." It asked with a dumbfounded face, luring people off the train to do what exactly? Being interrogated relentlessly, Shen Ye snapped in annoyance. "If you ask me then, who do I ask? How am I supposed to be well-versed in the ghost and demon affairs of your kingdom?" Failing to dig up information, it laid out its own hypothesis. Could it be they planned to trick this batch of passengers into falling into hell to force them into slave labor? Shen Ye nodded in agreement. "High probability, that's it. To sum it up, the case of the small town being messed up by demons, and the undead evaporating without a reason is definitely intimately linked to this haunted train." Now Fyron finally awakened to the truth. "Ah, so that's how it is. Looking through the window, it is true that we are still stuck in the heart of hell." The train whistle shrieked again, tearing through the atmosphere. Shen Ye calmly sat with his legs crossed, waiting for the machine to continue its journey. The snake-like train roared and hurtled along the tracks, step by step breaking away from the gloomy purgatory. A while later, the train screeched to a halt in front of a bustling neighborhood with a strong ancient flair. Fyron asked urgently on high alert, "Is it Yangyi City again?" The iron carriage slowly came to a dead stop. The stewardess's voice echoed steadily again, "We have docked at the final stop. We hope all passengers will get off the train in an orderly fashion." Fyron, full of suspicion, probed Shen Ye. "The scenery is exactly the same as before. Is this terminal the real deal or the real deal?" He bent down low to scrutinize, then shook his head. "I also have no clue." The abomination marched over aggressively, speaking in a booming voice while jerking his chin to signal Shen Ye, "Hey kid, we've reached the final station." He put on a hasty act, urging continuously, "This brother, please lift your heels for a bit. We are about to finish our shift. Dawdling will make us miss our dinner time." He hastily dashed down to the platform. Behind his back, the giant was still cursing loudly. "A person lacking awareness like you wandering around the veteran guild in the East City district will get beaten to a pulp one day." Shen Ye just bent over and replied, "Sorry, I'm sorry." Suddenly he stopped in his tracks, turning his head to look after his broad back that was gradually fading away. He smiled faintly and called back, "Much obliged, Uncle Abomination." The giant didn't bother speaking, just swinging his arm to shoot a cheesy heart sign towards him, then trudged back to the train. At this very moment, on the vast expanse of ground, the two of them couldn't find even half a human shadow passing by. Shen Ye cast his eyes around, then spoke calmly, "Next step, we must find our way to the auction house to gather a few ultra-rare materials, lacking those things you can forget about casting the magic to tear open the spatial portal into hell. Security in Yangyi City is currently tightened 10 layers deep. No one can guarantee that some incident won't break out. What percentage of information do you grasp regarding the auction house and the terrain of this area?" Coming to this point, Fyrn, tagging along, timidly confessed the truth. "Frankly speaking, in my whole life I have never dragged my body to an auction house before. Whether that place is round or distorted, I am totally clueless." Hearing that, he immediately shifted gears to improvise. "Then we must steer the plan in a different direction immediately." It blinked and retorted, "Steer in what direction?" Shen Ye decisively replied, "For now let's just hoof it to the veteran guild in the East City district. I will borrow the Baxter label to snoop on the situation in this Yangyi place." Walking briskly, he continuously babbled about the move he had just drawn up. "Wait until we gather enough maps of the nooks and crannies of Yangyi City. It won't be too late for us to drag our bodies to the auction house then. That makes it a sure bet." Sounding very appealing, Fyrn nodded, approved. In a flash, both of them successfully landed in front of a towering gate. An old man suddenly loomed up as if popping out from the ground, speaking loudly, "Hey young man, welcome to the Veteran Guild. Please show me your identification papers." Shen Ye didn't hesitate in the slightest, completely pulling out 2 items and waving them around. "Here is the ID card, plus a guarantee token gifted to me by a veteran." The old man glued his eyes, scrutinizing for a long time, then nodded and judged. "A descendant of the Baxter vampire. Huh, a clean background indeed. And you even managed to snatch an abomination's eye. They rarely ever bear to gouge out an eye for an outsider. It seems you little brat are quite credible too." Pondering for a moment, he probed again. "Do you kid have any pocket tricks? Have you comprehended any high-level secret arts of the vampires yet? In short, what job do you want to apply for?" That exact moment, Shen Ye suddenly saw the light. Oh, so the Veterans Guild was actually an employment agency for discharged soldiers. He thought to himself, does top-tier beauty count as a talent? As for high-level supreme skills, if I could use those moves, I wouldn't have almost lost my life on the battlefield. All right, getting a job here could magically turn this shady background of mine legal, allowing me to roam freely around Yangyi without worrying about getting caught. Having hatched a plan, he immediately put on an act, dropping to his knees, clasping his hands and pleading pitifully, "Sir, my family was destitute, so my brothers and I had to drag each other to the battlefield just to make a living. Who would have thought they would all perish in combat? Left all alone and driven into a corner, I wandered here begging for a meal. I implore you to arrange a job for me." The old man chuckled heartily. "You're quite an interesting kid. The vampires I've dealt with were all a bunch of vain snobs, clearly useless trash, yet always bragging about being distant relatives of the undead monarch. It's rare to see someone as shamelessly honest as you." After pondering for a moment, the old man slowly spoke up. "Although you're too weak to even truss a chicken, you make a fair point. A pretty face can be considered a kind of talent. Tag along with me, but let me be blunt. This job requires blood, sweat, and tears." Sensing the time was ripe, Shen Ye loudly declared, "I can swallow any hardship as long as it fills my stomach." After that, the old man knocked loudly on a door and hollered, "Miss Daisy, I've just fished out a top-tier seedling for you." An indifferent voice drifted out from inside, "Drag yourself in." As the old man tiptoed inside, he kept nagging and warning, "Be smart and act sharp. Miss Daisy here is a real big shot." However, Daisy visibly despised him, coldly threatening, "I'm warning you to stop shoving trash into my hands. That werewolf you brought last time suddenly went rabid and bit a female client to death on a full moon. I beheaded it myself. If you bring another freak this time, I'll weed you out along with it." Knowing his place, the old man hastily thumped his chest and swore, "1,000 apologies, Miss Daisy. I bet my old life to vouch for this candidate. He is absolutely perfect. Not only does he possess heaven-defying looks, but he is also personally backed by Zheng Yi, and most importantly, he has vampire blood running through his veins." Only then did the woman deign to throw him a glance, a vampire actually lowering himself to do this kind of work. Now that's a rare novelty. Catching her gaze, the old man eagerly rattled on, "This kid goes by the name Baxter, a veteran who just dragged himself back from the front lines. If he wasn't dirt poor, he wouldn't have crawled here to beg. Miss Daisy, take a good look at him." At that moment, Daisy seemed intensely curious about Shen Ye, but the words she dropped right after made his face flush beet red. "Tusk, you've got quite a nice build, Baxter." "Strip naked, huh?" Yet Daisy calmly repeated her demand. "What's with that attitude? Is my order too hard to understand? Strip naked so I can inspect the goods." Hearing those blatant words, Shen Ye rubbed his ears in disbelief, yelping in panic. "Miss Daisy, you can't play like that. I just applied for the job, and the boss is already trying to use the unspoken casting couch rules on a new employee." Surprisingly, the woman nonchalantly tossed back a perfectly innocent, yet damning question. "How the hell are you supposed to work if you don't strip?" That statement made the old man standing nearby sweat profusely, hastily covering for him. "Miss Daisy, about this. How about we move over to that corner for a little chat?" Eventually, the old man had to whisper the truth in her ear. "To be honest, I haven't breathed a word about the actual job position to him yet. You can easily tell this kid gives off an aura of extreme innocence. A vampire this pure is an absolute treasure." Hearing this, Daisy's curiosity boiled over even more. Pure and innocent. Spot on. Where else would you dig up a vampire as fresh and tender as this? After pondering for a few seconds, she snapped her head back to interrogate him. "Hey kid, since the day you were born, how many tangled romances have you had?" Shen Ye looked dumbfounded. "Huh, women? This junior hasn't even tasted what love is yet." That honest answer made Daisy react like she just struck gold. She shrieked, "What the hell, a vampire who still has his virginity intact? Is this a joke or what?" Not giving him a chance to recover his wits, she lunged forward, burying her face into Shen Ye's chest, greedily sniffing the scent radiating from his body. Having sniffed to her heart's content, she clasped her hands behind her back and concluded, "There is no mistaking it. You exude a flavor that ordinary vampires couldn't even dream of. The layers of your soul are incredibly rich." Having said that, she waved her hand and turned away, muttering, "Stuffing this guy into being a gigolo would be a complete waste of national resources." Those words turned Shen Ye's face pale green. "A gigolo? What kind of spider's nest are you people trying to push me into?" After a moment of calculation, a brilliant idea flashed in Daisy's mind. "Never mind, that's not important anymore. I've just picked out a much more lucrative job for you." Without making Shen Ye wait agonizingly, Daisy boldly finalized the deal. "I've approved it. From now on, you will debut as a dancer or a singer." That verdict made his eyes roll back once more, his face freezing like a block of wood. She then pressed further, "So have you ever sung or danced before?" He scratched his head and replied, "Well, back when I was a student, I joined a band for a while." But due to the difference in eras, Daisy heard it like a duck listening to thunder. "University and bands, whatever, scrap all that. Let's get straight into the vocal test while it's hot." Smelling that this deal was a bit sketchy, Shen Ye timidly suggested, "Miss, I secretly think that doing ridiculous singing and dancing in the middle of a raging war is a bit inappropriate. Could you perhaps switch me to a job that reeks more of masculinity?" Hearing his haggling, she irritably let out a long sigh. "Oh, you foolish, destitute country bumpkin, you must understand that once you sit in the seat of a singer or dancer, the entire aristocracy will roll out the red carpet for you. They will honor your wholehearted dedication to the arts." Even the old man hovering nearby couldn't resist chiming in to agree. The high officials and noble lords all thirst to extract sublime inspiration straight from your very body, and any performance you put on will be rewarded with hefty tips. And that's not all. This profession comes with a basket of VIP privileges. You get bottom-scraping discounts on shopping, free reign to sweep through all luxury venues, and even free rides on the city's fanciest teleportation portals. Most importantly, no one in Yangyi City would dare touch a single hair on your head. That's a strict ban personally issued by His Royal Highness the Regent. The old man slyly threw out a savory bait to lure him in. The crucial point is that any singer or dancer is granted an exclusive source of power. If you happen to make it big, not only will your combat class remain unhindered, but your actual combat skills will also be buffed to terrifying levels. Just slightly imagining it, Shen Ye was already so thrilled his limbs went weak. It even buffs combat skills. That's freaking awesome. The moment the old man finished speaking, Shen Ye banged the gavel in his head to seal the deal. "Miss Daisy, this junior is willing to dedicate himself and give it a try." Seeing the fish take the bait, her face lit up with glee. "Approved. Now prick up your ears and listen to me sing a segment, then mimic it for me exactly. A tick later, she slightly parted her lips, breathing out a thin, ethereal wisp of mist. Daisy poured her soul into familiar notes that pierced deep into the heart. The pouring rain falls endlessly at the far edge of the horizon. That is the longing sigh of the gods as their eyes grow weary from watching the mortal realm. Having merely observed for a moment, he attained enlightenment, emptying his pockets to dump all points into the comprehension stat. Obeying your will, all stats have been pumped straight into comprehension. Comprehension currently hits the 20 mark. The voice rose, so bewitching that it dragged Shen Ye into a mesmerizing dimension. The ocean embraces the vast sky, schools of fish joyfully return to the cold depths, piano keys caress every elegant leap, while I, since birth, was fated to give my whole heart to you. After listening, his soul felt like it was immersed in a warm and soothing bath. This love song carried a desolate, distant resonance, blending with her ethereal, soaring female voice, making one feel as if standing adrift on the boundary between sea and sky, letting the heart freely tremble with emotion. Sadly, my gruff voice could never soar as smoothly as hers. Trying to mimic her on purpose would only turn into a musical disaster. In this fateful second, Shen Ye awoke and realized the truth. I must burn brightly with my own style, and that is. Under the blessing of some miraculous spiritual force, a fiery electric guitar suddenly materialized in his hands. A rebellious musical tornado surged wildly, blowing the other two individuals away so hard their faces contorted and skewed. Next, Shen Ye unleashed his ego, putting on a wildly uninhibited and supremely confident performance. The two reluctant spectators were left flushed and dizzy, stunned by his growling, gritty, and deeply magnetic voice. The final syllable was screamed out in an explosive, frenzied roar. Closing the set, he swung his arm and smashed the guitar to pieces against the floor, showing off his edgy, hardcore rockstar persona. A moment later, the thick mist blanketing the surroundings completely dispersed. The bearded old man standing to the side had his hair blown back into a bald spot by the wind, yet he remained unfazed, clapping loudly in praise. Top of the peak. In all my years of living, I have never heard this eardrum-shredding genre of music. Miss Daisy, I told you, this vampire is definitely a rare find. Immediately, she shoved a piece of jewelry into his hand with an instruction. Baxter, hold onto this tightly for me. Daisy's somber, heavy-hearted voice suddenly flared with youthful vitality. This is the limited edition singer Crystal. For so many grueling years, no one has had the skill to awaken it. You should try your hand at it. Shen Ye didn't bother with false modesty, slowly bringing his hand close to the stone. The moment his finger grazed its surface, the stone erupted in an enchanting, bewitching halo of light. Witnessing that divine sight, she was thrilled to the core and screamed, I knew it. Only a pure, noble soul is capable of resonating with this crystal. You did it, Baxter. You were born to devote yourself to art. Keep it. Turn it on, and you will officially awaken the singer class. The old man who had been hovering on the sidelines chimed in to flatter, Miss Daisy is famous for being strict. If you receive her praise, you better engrave it in your bones. Shen Ye nodded in agreement. I thank you both deeply. I will pour my all into polishing myself as a singer. Daisy then added an instruction. Right by the harbor in front of the guild, there's a small inn. Just go there and shack up for the time being. After so many years of agonizing anticipation, she had finally picked up a worthy successor. Once you successfully awaken the singer class and digest all the supreme techniques inside that crystal, bring your face here and report to me. I will personally arrange your gig schedule. Hearing that, a profound sense of gratitude welled up within him. All right, Miss Daisy, I will come find you as soon as possible. At that exact moment, the system flashed continuously, sending a new message. This door opening has triggered an extremely high-level event requiring immediate calculation settings. A total of 3 keywords have just appeared. You have the right to choose one as the final evaluation. 1. Veteran, white-tier keyword, common type. Description. You will occasionally receive admiring glances from others, to the point where they are willing to lend a helping hand in trivial matters. Old soldiers never die, they simply fade away. 2. Diva, pink-tier keyword, super rare type. Description. This is an incredibly unique class promotion branch. Holding it in your hands, your skill level will be applauded and recognized by the entire magical realm, allowing you to execute all the tricks of a diva. A fiery congratulations, you have rolled a pink keyword, the symbolic color of robust, manly men, and a stroke of luck that many could grind a lifetime for and still never see. Grab onto it tightly. 3. Premium Gigolo Duck King, gray-tier keyword, defective type. Description. Lord of the ducks, belonging to the river duck genus waterfowl order. In short, the prince of the duck village, figure it out yourself. Meanwhile, the duck was still standing there dazed, its face totally blank, completely oblivious to what had just crashed down on its head. In a flash, Shen Ye was standing proudly in front of the undead inn. At this moment, the notification bell was still ringing non-stop. 1. Veteran common white tier keyword. 2. Diva super rare pink tier keyword. 3. Premium gigolo duck king defective gray tier keyword. Reading this, his blood boiled with rage and he roared, "What the hell is going on here?" Shen Ye racked his brain but couldn't make sense of it, so he turned to interrogate the system. Aren't keyword tiers only supposed to hover around gray, white, green, blue, and purple? Where did this flashy pink come from, and tagged as special too? Right as he finished speaking, a radiant pink text box squarely appeared right next to the word Diva. Immediately, a deep blue portal slowly opened before his wide eyes. On the surface of the door, congratulatory lines gradually became clear. Congratulations on breaking the drop rate and drawing a pink tier keyword for the first time. This is an exceedingly rare category. Once successfully fused, it will bring a brand new horizon of power to your door. Shen Ye stared in astonishment, muttering, "Even the door can receive special effects. Then I'm locking in Diva for sure. Duck king my ass, get out of my sight." Right after that decision, a flurry of notifications rained down. You have pocketed the keyword Diva. This is a one-of-a-kind treasure. Only by possessing it will the magical realm nod its approval to anoint you as a new generation Diva. Right now, you can complete the awakening process to comprehend exclusive skills. However, this crystal requires draining 20 points of spiritual power to be used. Hearing that part, he found it laughable. What kind of convoluted rule is this? 20 points of spiritual power? That's a pretty steep demand. The system reported again, following your will, the attribute points have been fully distributed. Spiritual power currently caps off at 22 points. At this moment, a flood of his own cinematic memories surged into Shen Ye's mind, accompanied by a stream of endless thoughts. These melodies, the high notes touch the sky, the mid notes are as sweet as roasted sugarcane, and the low notes possess deep inner strength. Oh my, I remember now, my brain has restored all its memories. Reflecting on his glorious past before kicking the bucket, Shen Ye told himself, in my previous life, I was a true, fanatic devotee of music. Not only did I empty my wallet to buy top-tier equipment, but even every single screw had to be meticulously maintained without a flaw. Countless times, he had lost himself to the point of forgetting the way home in the sanctuary of music. I even shaved the sideburns on both sides of my head to avoid obstruction, just so it wouldn't taint the sound quality. Flow of time couldn't hope to erode Shen Ye's intense love either. Regardless of spring, summer, autumn, or winter, I always wore ultra-thick insulating shoes to block out any static noise bouncing up from the ground's voltage. It was all because the thermal power industry there was growing too aggressively, forcing me to take the trouble to move all the way down south, where they use nuclear and hydroelectric power for a smoother sound. But ironically, tragedy ultimately came knocking. Only later did I bitterly realize that ever since the Great Bang of the universe, there has been no such thing as pure music anymore. That mess of electromagnetic waves flying everywhere in outer space ruined everything. But thank heavens, music hasn't gone completely extinct. I wouldn't have dared to believe it even in my dreams, but today, my ears have been graced with such a miraculous sound. His eyes welled with tears, his heart swelling with an indescribable choked-up feeling. At this point, Shen Ye had seen through the root of it all. So it turns out, this life was born to be a diva. Due to the endless fires of war, the races in this nightmare world are pathetically starved of art. Meanwhile, my soul has been thoroughly marinated in the splendor of art, inadvertently creating an entirely different caliber of launching pad to condense a diva's power. You have comprehended the super diva skill, brilliant performance. Description: when executing any other move, you can attach the radiant light effect of a brilliant performance to the entire skill. Only at this very moment did he fully absorb his sacred mission upon stepping foot into this world. O great diva, please bestow the magnificent beauty of art upon humanity. Right at the eve of transition, when the old and new beliefs of the Feng Lin race are tearing at each other, use a phenomenal concert to assert that you are the one holding the final victory in this religious war. The most dominant evangelist is none other than a rock band. However, in the real world, Shen Ye was still tightly hugging a coat rack, his face totally entranced as he drowned in his daydream. Fyron stood watching, completely speechless. Shen Ye, you've been flailing around this whole time, sobbing one moment then striking a badass pose the next. In short, have you successfully awakened, or are you still stuck in an illusion? I succeeded. Not only did I succeed, but I'm swimming in an ocean of art right now. Exactly at that glorious moment, the blue door's text jumped continuously. You have awakened the Diva class, fully comprehending the occupational abilities. Thanks to this, your door also welcomes a life-changing opportunity. You have only one chance to snatch a brand new super ability named Star Shift. To grab it, tomorrow during your first crossover between the two worlds, you must hunt down at least one evaluation keyword of blue tier or higher. The higher the keyword's quality, the stronger the power of Star Shift. The lines of text that just popped up struck Shen Ye's curiosity. Star Shift. Just hearing the name reeks of danger. I have to pocket it at all costs. The catch is it requires a blue tier keyword or higher, and there's only one chance. How the hell am I supposed to snag a blue keyword now? While he was scratching his head and ears in thought, a thunderous knocking suddenly echoed from outside, accompanied by a booming voice, "Open the door. Administrative inspection." Before he could even get a grip, Kevin kicked the door wide open, leading a whole entourage storming straight into the room. The captain puffed clouds of smoke and bellowed like a public loudspeaker. "If I count to 3 and it's not open, there's definitely a guilty conscience. Tie up everyone in here so I can interrogate them slowly." Seeing things getting tense, Fire hissed in panic. "Oh crap, it's the shadow assassin captain of the Yangyi City security squad, Kevin. This guy is a certified pervert." Hearing that, Shen Ye raised an eyebrow and asked, "A pervert? How perverted?" Fire gulped and replied, "His favorite thing is kidnapping pretty undead boys and bringing them back to torture. Shen Ye, I'm afraid you're in danger." Kevin shouted impatiently, "Past 3 seconds and not open, there's 100% a problem." The grunts hurriedly kissed up. Captain Kevin is truly wise. The one inside is definitely a vampire, perfectly matching the racial description of the wanted suspect. The captain irritably jerked his chin. "I knew it all along. Those cunning, deceitful vampires let me interrogate him personally." Kevin stepped forward, glaring and raising his voice. "Confess. What's your name? Where are you from? Where are you going? What shady motive brought you to this land? Come closer, I want to examine your body." Shen Ye didn't even bother answering, swinging his arm to deliver a palm strike straight to the guy's chest, angrily roaring, "Don't touch me with your filthy hands, you freak." Then he nonchalantly said, "Listen clearly, I am Baxter, and this is my ID card. Please maintain a little self-respect. I am a veteran who just withdrew from the front lines." The captain narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. "A discharged veteran. Then what the hell are you doing now?" He casually dropped one word, "Diva." Hearing that, Kevin and his 2 lackeys looked as if struck by lightning, their eyes bulging in panic as they repeated, "A diva." The guy gritted his teeth, taunting, "That's a class harder to find than a needle in a haystack. How could a lowly discharged grunt like you cling on to it? No, you must be bullshitting me." Kevin aggressively pressed, "What proof do you have? Whip out your class card and let me see." He calmly replied, "I just successfully awakened. I haven't had time to get my class card yet." The guy sneered smugly, "I knew you were lying all along." Kevin waved his hand, ordering his underlings, "Cuff him for me. This guy is highly suspicious. I need to take him back to a dark room and interrogate him slowly." Shen Ye disdainfully cursed in his head, "Truly a bunch of hopeless idiots." Fire, standing nearby, still hadn't shaken off his shudders, whispering a warning, "You've caught that Kevin's eye. Once he covets a prey, no matter what, he has to claim it." Shen Ye's eye sockets suddenly glowed blood red, murderous intent surging and enveloping the entire room. He smiled coldly, "Perfect timing. I'll use these guys as guinea pigs to test out my new skill." Kevin's grunts widened their eyes, their limbs flailing, unable to believe the sight unfolding before them. Because right now, he looked like a superstar king of the stage, orchestrating an epilogue of death. Shen Ye split his soul, commanding 2 streams of power to barrel straight toward Kevin's subordinates. Witness this, a brilliant performance. Not stopping there, he generously unleashed Thunder Shock. Thanks to the effect of brilliant performance, the lightning blast also split into 2 majestic bodies to besiege the targets. The firing trajectory, destructive power, and flexibility were all enhanced to a whole new level. The 2 ill-fated guards collapsed before they even knew what hit them, yet he still had no intention of stopping. The vivid performance, heavily steeped in the breath of art, continued to stir things up. After casting a skill, your body will sprout wings of lightning, causing your speed to skyrocket for a short duration. This move can actually produce such a magical effect. Rolling a pink tier class was totally worth the effort. At this moment, Kevin's face was drained of all blood, stammering as he asked, "This skill, are you really a diva?" Shen Ye jerked his chin, his gaze razor-sharp. "Insulting a diva is a grave crime. As a captain, you should know this better than anyone. Upon hearing that, the guy was so terrified his face darkened entirely. He slowly stepped forward, pressing the issue. If there were someone who not only spouted disrespectful words, but also harbored indecent thoughts toward a diva. Shen Ye asked while pressing his killing intent right against the guy's neck, threatening, "Do you think he'd be banished straight to hell, or have his soul fire drained and his bones ground into dust?" Scared out of his wits, Kevin immediately dropped to his knees, slamming his head against the floor, crying and begging pitifully, "I beg you, please don't breathe a word of this to anyone. I'll do whatever you want." Shen Ye feigned mercy, waving his hand, "Get lost. Don't let me see your face for another second." As if grasping a lifeline, the guy profusely kowtowed in gratitude, "Thank you, great diva, thank you," then immediately scrambled to his feet and ran for his life. Fyron, who had been watching all this time, asked with confused frustration, "Why didn't you teach him a lesson? That pervert deserved to be beaten to a pulp." He lowered his voice and explained, "Security in the city is very tight right now. Making an enemy out of the security captain at this moment brings us zero benefits. Besides, we still have to keep relying on this city to survive. Just roughing him up enough to scare him off for life so he won't dare mess with me again is enough." Saying that, he urged, "Let's go, hurry to the Veterans Guild. Miss Daisy must be waiting with her neck stretched long." Fyron still grumbled resentfully, "What you said makes sense, but you should have at least beaten him to pulp to vent the anger." Shen Ye frowned, looking at the dry skull. Why are you holding such a grudge against him? Did you two have some bad blood in the past?" Fyron stammered, faltering for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence, "That bastard once touched my pelvis." Shen Ye's jaw dropped in shock, his eyes bulging as he said, "What? A scandal like this and you didn't confess earlier?" The dry skull's voice deflated, muttering, "How could I possibly air out such dirty laundry for everyone to see?" He nodded in sympathy. "Yeah, on second thought you're right." As soon as he stepped inside, the old receptionist greeted him with a blooming smile. "Oh my, Baxter is here. How's the class awakening situation going, young man?" He returned a bright smile. "A resounding success, old man. I came to find Miss Daisy to ask her to arrange some work for me." The old man slapped his thigh with a smack. "I knew you'd make something of yourself, kid." Suddenly he paused, his face scrunching up as he scratched his head. "However, you came at a bad time. Miss Daisy is currently very busy." The old man smacked his lips and continued, "Some huge big shots came knocking, demanding to watch a performance to stimulate their inspiration. Right now, she's probably planted her roots in the Grand Theater, molding the Dark Knight Rose song and dance troupe for rehearsal." Shen Ye sharply pieced the information together and guessed, "You mean the Dark Knight Rose song and dance troupe?" The old man nodded in confirmation, "Spot on, no correction needed." The old receptionist gleefully patted his shoulder to announce, "Since you've passed the test for the diva class, she'll definitely stuff you into the song and dance troupe's roster. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you can sneak inside to observe and familiarize yourself with the ropes." Shen Ye remained as clueless as a cow wearing a hat, his mind utterly baffled, not understanding what was about to hit him. The moment they reached the gates, the guard pointed his spear and barked, "Halt! Who dares approach?" The old receptionist hastily bowed and scraped to introduce him, reporting to the esteemed guard, "This is the newly recruited diva of our song and dance troupe." Hearing that, the guard stopped making things difficult, waving his hand as he snapped, "Then go in." Inside the sanctuary of art, the splendid lights cast over the graceful figures of the dancers, transforming the space into something breathtakingly lavish and surreal. Shen Ye curiously peeked left and right at his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze bumped into three figures sitting imperiously in the front row. He thought to himself, "Wow, those must be the big-shot bogai men of the Feng Lin race, right?" A sharp, cold side profile, exuding extreme arrogance, inadvertently caught Shen Ye's eye. He narrowed his eyes, trying to get a clear look at the face of the person sitting up there. That esteemed lord suddenly spoke up, his tone flat, "Daisy, why is a stranger creeping in here?" She replied in a coquettish tone, "Reporting to my lord, he is no outsider. His name is Baxter, a fresh rookie in our troupe and an incredibly promising young talent." Hearing his name called, Shen Ye trotted forward, waving enthusiastically, "Hello, Miss Daisy, I'm here to observe and learn." She smiled brightly and replied, "You came at the perfect time, we are about to start the music. Keep your eyes peeled and try to pick up a thing or two." However, Shen Ye suddenly grew anxious as he noticed an oppressive aura coming from that supreme lord. The man dropped a freezing threat, "If this little brat dares to ruin the performance, I will drain his soul fire dry right on the spot." Daisy kept her fawning smile. As long as it pleases you, my lord, anything is fine. Meanwhile, Shen Ye's face turned ashen, bitterly questioning in his heart, damn it, doesn't anyone care about my feelings? He ordered in a deep voice, then begin. The Supreme Lord waved his hand, pushing a floating flame toward her, not forgetting to warn, this fire of mine is something mediocrities cannot handle. Tread carefully. Daisy eagerly reached out both hands, cherishing it like a treasure. In the blink of an eye, from a tiny speck, it swelled into a roaring blaze. Shen Ye bulged his eyes, silently marveling, Holy Mother, what terrifying energy. The old receptionist standing next to him saw this and reassured him, don't sweat it. Miss Daisy's ultimate diva technique is using her entire soul to harmonize the power of others. Sure enough, that flame burned ever more fiercely. Daisy was like a fairy dancing amidst a ring of fire. The old man muttered on, after that, she will engage in an artistic creation. She began to raise her elegant, crystal-clear voice, brilliant flames burning down the desolate ruins. Borrowing the absolute role, erasing all doubts, comprehending the source, incarnating into the opponent's class. A dazzling halo spread around her body. Daisy continued to echo out, borrowing your skill, I transform into countless stars, tearing through the night sky. From a violent flame, under Daisy's magical hands, it curved into a magnificent circle. That brilliant ring of fire glided gently past the other members on the stage. The dancers seemed infused with new life, their every dance step graceful, their jade-like shoulders twining with the sparks of fire. He exclaimed in awe, wow, the sparks are not only expanding, but their color is changing too. They are using their choreography to amplify this skill to its absolute limit. However, the face of the central diva was now scrunched up from overexertion. She struggled to force her voice out, brilliant flames, burning down the desolate ruins, transforming into countless stars, tearing through the night sky. Shen Ye instantly smelled that something was wrong and yelled out, it's over, the diva is about to collapse. Despite that, she stubbornly held on, even though her singing was tragically faltering, lying in my hands both big and round. No, both flashing and bright, transforming into raging flames. With a deafening boom, the purple stream of power was seemingly torn apart, exploding to create a massive aftershock that shook the entire grand theater. Nis's self-destruction inadvertently created an achingly tragic yet epic scene. A female dancer shrieked in gut-wrenching panic, Nis. The lord of the Feng Lin race snorted coldly, his face darkening, truly useless trash. The title of the Dark Knight Rose song and dance troupe turns out to be nothing but empty fame. Suddenly Daisy froze, her eyes widening as if discovering something, and she cried out in panic, wait. Her voice rose gently, trembling, the flame hasn't been extinguished. In her final breath, Nis used her life to protect it. Daisy hesitated and said nervously, but this time we need another singer to take over immediately, and since even Nis lost his life, I'm afraid the remaining singers won't be able to handle it. Shen Ye, having witnessed the entire self-destruction scene just now, became extremely panicked, with beads of sweat pouring down his face. But that lord didn't care about his fear at all. He coldly jutted his chin. Isn't that little punk over there a singer too? He looks the part, throw him up there to put out the fire. Daisy disagreed, quickly turning her head to stop him. Bastard has just awakened, he is not yet qualified to be an official member of our troupe. The man didn't bother to care, directly using magic to lift Shen Ye and drag him onto the stage, his voice indifferent. It doesn't matter, desperate times call for desperate measures. Shen Ye panicked and groaned inwardly. I'm screwed. One look at this fireball and you know the Grim Reaper is waving, I don't want to be blown to pieces yet. Seeing this, Daisy quickly sent a telepathic message to reassure him. Bastard, stay calm. When you touch it, unleash all your singer skills. Her cheeks flushed pink as she shouted to cheer him on. Your soul structure has many layers, I believe you can do it. Only you can handle this, just go for it. Even though his heart was pounding wildly, Shen Ye had to grit his teeth and tell himself, might as well take a leap of faith, I'll use my singer skill while touching it, hopefully I won't be blown to bits. Making up his mind, Shen Ye boldly stepped forward, raising both hands to lift the fireball. Boom, the fireball exploded, releasing a blindingly brilliant white light that illuminated everything around. The big shots of the Wind Spirit tribe dropped their jaws in shock, while the dancers stood frozen like stone statues, unable to believe what had just happened. Daisy alone pursed her lips into a faint smile, as if she had anticipated this great show all along. Shen Ye was completely enveloped by that magnificent flow of power. His eyes tightly shut, his body floating in midair, he unleashed everything. A brilliant performance. This is the true stage. Your performance has fully absorbed the stage's blessing. The blue flame faded, replaced by a raging, fiery red blaze. A female dancer exclaimed in awe, "Oh my God, the flames have formed a red velvet curtain covering the entire room. This artistic imagination is simply too great." The blazing fire burns brightly, turning the ruins to ashes. Transforming into countless stars, tearing through the night sky, carrying flames across thousands of desolate miles, borrowing this battered body to light up the dark night, incinerating all the emptiness in this mortal world. His powerful singing voice echoed throughout the hall. Falling ashes are the way home. Hearing this, the Lord burst into tears, his face covered in snot and tears as he howled, "I got it, I got the inspiration." He hastily urged his entourage, "Hurry up, let's retreat quickly. I have to go back into secluded cultivation and turn this inspiration into a new ultimate skill immediately." Before fleeing, he didn't forget to leave a remark. "Someone will bring the remuneration later. Thank you all, Daisy. I take back my insults about this Dark Knight Rose troupe." The whole crowd burst into joy, jumping up to celebrate. "Awesome, it's a success." Shen Ye was immediately surrounded tightly by three glamorous beauties. He scratched his head, shyly accepting the compliment. "Bastard, you are so incredibly cool." At this moment, several bright red lipstick marks were already sitting on Shen Ye's face. His cheeks were burning hot, and his nose was bleeding profusely. He ran while waving his hands, stammering, all right, that's enough, thank you ladies." At the same time, the system popped up a notification. "You are granted the temporary privilege to use the ultimate skill of the venomous soul hunter Ash Flame. This means the realm of laws has nodded in recognition of your class. You can try to awaken this class." The system added, "To change your class to Soul Hunter, you must chew up a Zerg Shadow Magic Core or satisfy the following stat combo: Strength 30, Agility 20, Mental Power 40. Do you want to change your class?" Shen Ye was dumbfounded after reading this. "Reverse enhancement. That's surreal, so it's actually taking the back door." His brain worked continuously, trying to find an explanation. According to normal logic, one must fully awaken a class before acquiring its skills. But here, the singer is playing a loophole, using the skill first to force the realm of laws into recognizing it, and then circling back to awaken the class. Shen Ye continued his analysis. But this trick only works thanks to Daisy's absolute roleplay skill. Unfortunately for her, her stats are locked, unable to crawl past the required threshold for other classes, so she can only make pirated copies her whole life but can never awaken into a new profession. He looked back at his own stat board and told himself, "But this young master is different. I have the trick to freely transfer stat points, just need to munch on a few more keywords, accumulate enough points, and with her support, I can awaken any profession in this world." Suddenly Daisy walked over, clapping in applause. "Bastard, your performance just now was truly earth-shattering." She praised him endlessly. "Even I was scared out of my wits. The way you comprehended the flame was truly terrifying. I bet you've been listening to symphony music since you were in your mother's womb. You are absolutely an artistic genius fallen from the sky." Daisy struck her most seductive pose, narrowing her eyes and saying, "I solemnly invite you to join the Dark Knight Rose family. Our lead singer, Nis, has already passed away. Are you interested in sitting on that golden chair?" Shen Ye's eyes lit up like headlights as he nodded enthusiastically. "Deal, I agree with both hands and feet." She smiled with narrowed eyes, stuffing an object into his hand. "Here, keep it. From this moment on, you are the leading man, the face of our troupe." The Rose Badge, the identity card of the Dark Knight Rose troupe. Wandering around the undead empire with this in hand, you'll enjoy a whole bunch of privileges. That wasn't all, Daisy also pushed a bulging cloth bundle to him. "Take this purse too." She smiled and instructed, "This afternoon, the Count Lord has summoned our troupe to the Phantom Manor for entertainment. You must come along. Take the money and buy yourself a dapper outfit, spruce up your looks. That will be your debut mission." He cheerfully patted his chest. "Understood, boss, I'm going shopping right now." Daisy affectionately called out after him, "Be careful on the road, the city's security has been chaotic lately." Shen Ye strolled leisurely while fire nagged in his ear. "The Count you're meeting this afternoon is no ordinary guy. He holds the power of life and death in his hands. You'd better watch your step and keep a low profile. But at least, now that you've sneaked into this song and dance troupe, you have a smokescreen to wash your identity clean." He asked curiously, So can we go buy heretical items to open the gate to hell now? The dry skull sighed. Not yet. Those items are on the ban list and strictly regulated. Let's just temporarily buy some upgrade materials for your gloomy whisper to test the waters. Low-grade stuff is a bit rare, but at least it won't raise any suspicions. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow in doubt. How do you know so much? Fire puffed out his chest proudly. Because those guys are hunting me down, that's why. Who doesn't know my talent is undead resurrection? If I show my face to buy items related to that, they'll handcuff me immediately. He retorted, wait a minute, how do they know what your talent is? Fire hesitated for a moment before blurting out, well, last time I sneaked out to buy stuff, I got caught and almost went to see the king of hell. Hearing this, Shen Ye glared daggers at him, quickening his pace. Great job, you truly are a useless piece of trash. Stepping into the underground auction house, the magnificent space radiated a sickly yellow light filled with the scent of money. He politely tapped the table. Hello there, I need to gather some miscellaneous items on this list. Fire chimed in, learning a painful lesson from the last incident, I've stuffed a bunch of trash into this list. I dare any bastard to guess what we're planning to refine. Shen Ye chuckled. Good, your skull finally has some wrinkles. The staff member skimmed through the paper and respectfully replied, Sir, let this humble one check the warehouse to see if we have enough goods. Please patiently sip some tea and wait a moment. He nodded, all right, but his stomach was in knots. Why do I get the feeling that everything is going suspiciously smooth? Fire clicked his tongue. Give it a rest, boss. I think you're suffering from severe paranoia. Suddenly, the ground trembled repeatedly, and the sound of thundering footsteps grew louder and louder. Shen Ye's face turned pale as he watched a crowd of soldiers rush in, hissing through his teeth. Is this your absolute safety? Fire panicked. How is this possible? How could this happen? From afar, a booming, angry voice rang out. Let me see which suicidal idiot dares to buy contraband goods right in the heat of the moment. Kevin yelled loudly. I'm pissed off today. Whoever gets caught will consider themselves out of luck. Suddenly he froze, his eyes widening. Shen Ye also stood frozen, and both of them pointed at each other's faces at the same time, blurting out, It's you again. Kevin glanced once and immediately spotted the rose badge pinned to his chest. He calculated inwardly. This brat climbed up quite fast, sneaking into the ranks of the Dark Knight Rose troop in the blink of an eye. Kevin cleared his throat, regaining his superior demeanor. Noble Sir Bastard, don't tell me you don't know this garbage is sensitive merchandise. Why do you crave them? He casually replied, I bought them as performance props, to spark my artistic inspiration, you know. As you are aware, my whole formation was blown to pieces by human artillery on the battlefield, and I just dragged my battered body back to Evernight City to find a job. How would I know anything about sensitive rules? Hearing him lay his cards on the table, the man hurriedly waved his hand to dismiss the soldiers. Fall back, there's no business for you here. I know Sir Bastard's background well, he is absolutely not a suspicious element. Kevin took the list and examined it closely, sternly advising, I just looked it over, this pile hasn't reached the red alert level, but Evernight City is under martial law, you should keep a low profile. He grimaced, but I'm craving these things so much now, what do you suggest I do? Just give up. He lowered his voice, acting mysterious. To avoid walls having ears, you should take the trouble to hunt for goods elsewhere. Kevin bluntly tore the paper in half, stuffing one half into his hand. This auction house will only sell you half today. 10 days later, you can go to the grocery store on Moonlight Street to get the rest. I will give a heads up to the boss there. Shen Ye looked at him suspiciously. Is it okay to play it like this? You are putting your own neck in a noose too. Speak frankly, what are you plotting? He rubbed his hands, his face flushing with embarrassment. Sir Bastard truly has a sharp eye, seeing through my heart at a glance. To tell the truth, I will probably break through my cocoon and level up next year. Kevin's cheeks were rosy red as he stammered to explain. When that time comes, I will really need your golden voice to stimulate my cells and spark the inspiration to break through to a new skill. Shen Ye patted his chest and laughed easily. I thought it was something serious, it's a piece of cake. When the time comes, just give me a holler. But in his stomach, he felt nauseous and wanted to throw up. Damn it, why does it feel so unbearably disgusting? At this moment, the staff member clumsily carried out a huge burlap sack and said subserviently, Sir, your goods are here. He was astonished. That fast. Shen Ye slung the sack over his shoulder, lifting his chin in farewell. Then I'll be going first, thank you kindly. Kevin nodded. It's just a trifling matter, Sir Bastard. Oh right, this afternoon your troop will be serving at the Count's residence, won't you? His eyes widened in surprise. "You even caught wind of this," he chuckled, "because I'll be attending the banquet there too." Kevin scratched his chin and advised, "I'm contracted for the security there and also escorting the Beastman tribe's envoy delegation. If Sir Bastard could conveniently boast a few words for me in front of them about Evernight City's excellent public order, I would be eternally grateful." He let out a fake laugh. "If the opportunity comes, I'll hype you up to the max." The man was moved to tears. "Thank you kindly, you truly are my sworn brother." Shen Ye turned his back and walked away, leaving Kevin rooted to the spot, watching his retreating figure. As soon as his figure disappeared, the man snapped his fingers. Immediately, two dark shadows emerged from the ground, crossing their arms to await orders. His face flipped like a pancake, becoming as cold as ice. "Stick close to that brat, see what kind of tricks he's planning. No matter how well an old fox hides its tail, it will eventually show." The subordinates said in unison, "Understood, boss." Fyron sighed heavily, muttering dejectedly, "I'm sorry, I've become a burden and brought trouble to you again." He shrugged lightly. "I can't blame you. Who would have thought this city's martial law would be this strict?" Shen Ye pondered and analyzed. "But the core issue is that guy Kevin. On the surface, he was being open and fake with me, but I smelled murderous intent. There's no way this guy will let go of this half-chewed bone." His eyes narrowed, his brain working at full capacity to map out various scenarios. Suddenly he stopped walking, tilting his head slightly as he caught a chilling aura. "There are shadow soul assassins." The dry skull cried out in panic. "What did you say?" He whispered coldly, "There are two little mice labeled as shadow soul assassins tailing us." "Do you know anything about this bunch?" Fyron cursed angrily. "Damn it, they are Kevin's hounds, professionals in the shadow assassin world. Kevin and these two are often mockingly called the Three Sisters." It resentfully recalled the humiliation. "Back when Kevin groped my pelvis, those two bastards were standing nearby cheering him on." Shen Ye smirked slightly. "Interesting, let's just swing by the grocery store and sweep up all the goods first." The dry skull panicked. "Are you crazy? What if the shop he pointed out is just a trap waiting for us to walk into?" He sneered confidently. "Just sleep tight. He let his dogs follow us to secretly bite into the evidence. He wants to see what the hell we will produce after cooking this pot of ingredient stew. Before that, he won't dare to make any rash moves." Shen Ye cracked his knuckles loudly, his voice full of danger. "Since we're playing with these guys, we have to go all out. We have to wreck everything to extract premium keywords. While we're at it, I'll help you collect the debt for your groped pelvis." A while later, in front of the Moonlight Street grocery store, Shen Ye was clumsily carrying two massive burlap sacks. His face was openly joyous, inwardly feeling thrilled. "I've swept up the whole stash of upgrade materials. Listening to the great skeleton, as long as I have enough of this trash, that secret art can break through whenever I want." Shen Ye whistled loudly, walking with a swagger. Fyron kept a lookout and asked softly, "They are still tailing us. What's the plan? Do we need to find some rat hole to hide in and upgrade?" He replied nonchalantly, "What's the rush? There is still plenty of time before serving the count. Just let them tag along behind us and eat dust." He rubbed his hands with excitement. "Now screw the world, let's go on a shopping spree." After saying that, he channeled his internal energy into his thighs, taking long strides and running like the wind. Seeing this, the two men in black hiding in the bushes frantically dashed after him, muttering, "Fuck, he's running, stick close, there's bound to be a big twist." In a flash, he safely landed at a bustling market called Myriad Bone Square. Shen Ye strolled into a fashion boutique and spotted a fairly pleasing outfit. He stroked the fabric edge and praised, "Boss, this fabric is quite premium." The shop owner rubbed his hands flatteringly. "Of course, little bro, you really have a discerning eye. This outfit is even infused with auxiliary magic. Its artistic vibe is simply overflowing." Two trailing assassins stood outside the door with their jaws dropped. "Are you kidding me? Running for dear life just to go clothes shopping?" Shen Ye then asked loudly. "Boss, how many stories high is the price?" The shop owner smiled subtly. "About 3 or 4 stories high." A man in black hiding outside immediately furrowed his brow and deduced, "Such shady whereabouts. This old shop owner might very well be his undercover contact. They are using spy codes to exchange information." The other guy nodded. "Makes sense. Copy it down word for word for me. We'll rack our brains analyzing it when we get home." Inside, Shen Ye was still aggressively bargaining. "What's the price for this set?" The boss sweet-talked. "Little bro is truly a stylish player. Since you're a singer, I'll give you the ultimate discount, just 50,000 bone coins for you." He widened his eyes like copper bells. 50,000? Are you robbing me? 5,000, sell it or not, tell me." The shop owner grimaced in agony. If you squeeze the price like that, I'll be eating porridge. 45,000 final price. Shen Ye's face was as cold as ice. 5,000, 40,000, 5,000. The shop owner sweated bullets, gritting his teeth. 35,000, not a penny less. Only then did Shen Ye slap his thigh. Deal 35,000, but you have to throw in this, that, and that one too for free. Outside the door, the two assassins were still diligently taking notes, not missing a single word. After finishing the notes, they could probably open a class on market bargaining skills. A full hour later, Shen Ye returned, his hands full and lugging around a clumsy assortment of items. The tailing assassins were just startled awake, one of them even wiping drool from his mouth. One guy elbowed his accomplice. "Wake up, the target is moving." So, did dissecting his coded conversation with the old shop owner yield any damn clues? One guy scratched his head and answered. Analyzing it back and forth, the result is that he splashed exactly 42,000 bone coins to haul back a pile of rags infused with a bit of auxiliary magic. The other guy was infuriated upon hearing this and cursed. "Are you stupid? You call that an analysis?" The first guy retorted, "But it looks to me like he was purely just going clothes shopping." The squad leader scoffed coldly. "Keep tailing him. Do not miss any of his actions, absolutely no carelessness." Trailing Shen Ye all the way to a diner, the two spies gulped loudly as they saw their target leisurely biting into juicy steaks. One guy held his rumbling stomach and groaned. "I'm starving to death." The other guy, though his stomach was also churning, still tried to act professional and elbowed his partner. "Stay alert. Open your eyes wide and watch. Who knows if the menu he ordered contains a transmission code?" The guy holding his stomach looked dumbfounded and questioned. "Whole dead fish, sizzling beef with guava sauce, guava smoothie, guava jelly, flavored venison noodles, halibut sashimi with ramen. Are you kidding me? How do you piece this chaotic mess into a secret message?" After filling his stomach, Shen Ye leisurely strolled on the street. Right then, a graceful beauty approached and flirted with him. Seeing this scene, the tailing duo sneakily whispered to each other, "Don't be careless, it's very likely there are spies mixed in among those flirtatious succubi." Bored of strolling, the young man decided to change the pace with a roller coaster ride. Naturally, the two tailing guys also had to grit their teeth and buy tickets to follow. While Shen Ye sat comfortably in the front car, screaming in exhilaration, the two followers shrieked miserably in sheer terror. The persistent tailing continued right until Shen Ye visited the restroom. One guy stealthily hit record on his camera, muttering with utmost seriousness, "I am recording his process of answering nature's call. The sound of flushing water seems intermittent like Morse code. What on earth is the message he's trying to convey?" Meanwhile, Shen Ye was facing a raging storm in his stomach. He grimaced and clutched his belly, secretly regretting the foolish decision of putting that fresh dead fish into his stomach. After sorting everything out, he stretched and stood up, breathing a refreshing sigh of relief as if he had just been resurrected, then smirked and spoke up. "I feel so much lighter, but let me tell you guys something. Insisting on sniffing along even when someone is taking a dump, isn't this way too perverted?" The two men in black jumped in fright, exclaiming in horror, "How did you discover us?" Shen Ye leisurely walked towards the main door and coldly proclaimed, "I don't care what your purpose is, but it's clear that you guys are trampling on the honor of our Baxter family." Leaving behind a razor-sharp glare, he slammed the door shut and dropped a threat. "Just wash your necks and wait. I'll go back and snitch to my family about you two perverted peeping toms. The 7 Baxter brothers will absolutely make you regret this." Hearing those words, the duo in black panicked. "We're doomed, quick, chase after him and silence him, we can't let him escape." Kicking the door down and rushing outside, they aggressively darted their eyes around searching, but then immediately halted in doubt. "Wait a minute, where is this damned place?" Right in front of them, Firen's giant figure loomed like a mountain. He growled, "You little brats haven't forgotten my face, have you?" The two spies sweated bullets, a sense of unease and panic rapidly surging as they recognized this terrifying pressure, this freezing aura. "Could it be you?" Firen lifted his chin and sneered. "Spot on, your granddaddy is here to collect a blood debt." Firen roared furiously, "You bastards pay with your lives." One man in black hastily reassured his partner, "This pressure. He's definitely of the Nine Sun entity's bloodline. If we capture this guy and bring him back, we will definitely get a promotion." Both sides crashed into each other like moths to a flame. The man in black showed a disdainful evaluation. "This guy's soul power is just an empty vessel making a lot of noise, trying to look dangerous to scare people. Just pin his neck down and torture him to our heart's content like last time and it'll be over." Just in the nick of time, Shen Ye suddenly appeared, bursting into a mocking laughter. You morons tossed your granddaddy to the back of your minds that quickly. The stage was officially lit up. Shen Ye waved his hand to activate his skill, calling down furious lightning bolts carrying a staccato melody that struck right on the heads of the two men in black. Not having tasted suffering yet, they still arrogantly sneered. I thought it'd be something, just a scratch. These petty tricks can at most hold us back for a few seconds. It's quite refreshing, though. Fyron threw his head back and let out an earth-shattering roar. His body swelled into a muscular giant. Channeling all his strength into his legs, Fyron gifted the two loudmouths a thunderous kick, blowing them into the air like falling leaves. At a location not far away, a group of elders was busy reinforcing the seal layer. One spoke with pride. The super energy protective barrier is considered complete. The aftershocks from the horrifying explosion last time were a costly lesson showing that our border defense was way too lax. Another old man nodded in agreement. Indeed, with this top-tier magic barrier borrowed from humanity, I guarantee that even if an undead mosquito grew wings, it wouldn't be able to slip through. Right while the old folks were proudly patting their chests over their masterpiece, from the horizon, two pitch-black streaks tore through the wind, zooming straight into the center of the magic array. The two spies crashed heavily into the core of the barrier. One guy stumbled to his feet, gritting his teeth and cursing. Good heavens, brute strength, but these flawed tricks won't even scratch my skin. He only kicked us to make a clean getaway. Quick, stand firm, we must capture that brat. I swear I will subject him to utter humiliation. The accompanying guy cluelessly darted his eyes around, his voice trembling. Weird, weren't we obviously in Evernight City? Where is this place? And what kind of magic runes are these blinking under our feet? Before they could figure out what was going on, two pillars of lightning carrying destructive power struck straight down from above onto the heads of the unlucky duo. Discovering intruders, the people manipulating the array immediately pumped in more energy, pushing the barrier's defensive power to its maximum level. The elders roared in unison. Be shattered to pieces, you stinking undead, already defeated and you still dare to show your faces for a sneak attack. Brothers, channel all your strength to activate the core array, incinerate them to ashes for me. Blending with the deathly lightning bolts splitting the space, the two men in black were tragically roasted pitch black, instantly turning into a cloud of gray ash scattering in the wind. Shifting the scene to Shen Ye's group, they were gleefully celebrating their victory. Absolutely brilliant. Lucky you came up with this scheme of borrowing a knife to kill, otherwise going toe-to-toe, our chances of winning would be razor-thin, one person spoke up. Shen Ye winked smugly. While flying past that small undead town, my sharp eyes spotted them busy setting up their formation. I figured they were building a border defense bunker, so I just conveniently pushed the boat along with the current. The soul flames of those two guys have already been extinguished. The power of that barrier is truly no joke. Having smoothly resolved the trouble, Shen Ye leisurely strolled to the public restroom. As soon as his foot stepped through the door, he was intercepted by Kevin. The squad leader put on a face as cold as ice, shouting softly, "Stand right there." He glared, gritting out every word to interrogate. Where are the people I sent right now? Shen Ye feigned surprise, cheerfully greeting, "Oh my squad leader, Kevin, it's a small world, did you also come here to relieve yourself?" Ignoring the banter, Kevin still aggressively questioned, "Cut the crap and spill it, where are my men?" The teenager immediately put on an innocent face. "Huh, what men? Speak human language, I'm barely catching every other word here." Kevin's face darkened with rage, he hissed through his teeth, "Drop the act right now. I sent people to secretly protect you, but from the moment you entered this joint, the telepathic connection with their soul flames was completely severed." Shen Ye pursed his lips, throwing him a look of utter disgust. "To put it bluntly, you sent people to watch me take a dump, didn't you? You truly are a shameless pervert." Kevin suppressed his voice, pressing the question, "You killed them, didn't you?" Shen Ye tilted his head up and retorted, "Don't spit blood on people. I have truly run out of patience for your baseless insults, squad leader Kevin." Feigning an explosion of anger, he raised his voice to question, "You are deliberately attacking and targeting foreign vampires, discharged veterans, and male singers of the Baxter family, aren't you? Our 7 Baxter brothers may be meager in talent and weak in strength, but whoever dares to maliciously slander and falsely accuse us, we will absolutely risk our lives to make him pay a heavy price." Facing that outrage, Kevin just smirked. "Don't play the fool, I've already dug through your background. All the heavyweights in your family have died on the battlefield. You are the only one left gasping for air. The remaining ones are a bunch of useless trash. Some are blind, some are deaf, and one even went crazy and acknowledged a snake spirit as his biological mother." Shen Ye's eyes flashed with extreme fury. he pointed directly at the opponent's face. "If you dare to utter half a word more defaming my bloodline, I will use the honor of the Baxter family to challenge you to a deathmatch in the arena, where only one survives. Even if I fall, my flesh and blood brothers will level everything to claim your life." Yet, Kevin didn't flinch. He calmly accepted the challenge. "Great. I will strip away all the secrets you're burying, then conveniently clean up every piece of scum in your family, considering it a sacrificial offering to the soul of my best friend." Right at this tense moment, a holographic notification panel appeared in his vision. "Congratulations! Publicly standing up to the Evernight City Guard captain has earned you a decent amount of reputation points. Keep up this brazen attitude, and you'll have a chance to draw exclusive titles." This is the sweet fruit of your spatial ability continuously leveling up, integrating perfectly with the surrounding environment and gradually bearing a strong personal mark. Your family's vampire syndicate will absolutely bite the head off anyone who dares to touch their bloodline. They will immediately march their forces to sweep through Evernight City to avenge you. Of course, all 7 infamous blood-sucking brothers of the Baxter family are actually just your own clones in disguise. Skimming through the text, Shen Ye's heart blossomed with joy. He secretly cheered. Unlocking a new title? Awesome. Taking the risk to put on an act just now was totally worth the money. The emotionless voice of the system rang out again. "Attention, your 7 brotherly personas are about to be activated right now." Vampire brat. Shen Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he mused. This blood-sucking child title is definitely because my family tree bears a resemblance to the script of the Calabash Brothers cartoon, so the system spawned such an awkward nickname. Interrupting his train of thought, Kevin's cold voice echoed. "I will handcuff you, take you back to the dungeon, and proceed with torture to extort a confession right away." Shen Ye frowned slightly, calculating, "If I keep provoking him, that bizarre nickname will officially stick to me. Should I grit my teeth and keep acting?" Just in the heat of the moment, a melodious voice chimed in from the end of the corridor. "Mr. Baxter, so you were hiding here, making me turn the whole place upside down to find you. Don't hesitate anymore, follow me to the Count's residence right now." Without giving him a chance to react, the girl stepped forward, grabbed Shen Ye's arm and dragged him away. Shen Ye replied cheerfully, "At your command, beauty." But Kevin immediately roared like a starving tiger, "Both of you stand right there for me." He glared at the girl, declaring distinctly, "Look here, Miss Daisy, this Baxter is currently the prime suspect in the murder case of my soldiers. I am forced to throw him into a cell to await trial." Daisy let out a faint smirk full of hidden meaning. "Oh, please, Mr. Kevin, I am no stranger to your abuse of power, but it seems you are slow on consuming the news. The Count just heard that our troupe has recruited a genius singer, and he is so eager to enjoy the performance that he cannot wait another second." Leveraging her arrogant beauty to increase the intimidation, she mocked. "Does the captain here dare to cast aside even the summon of the Count? If you have such tremendous guts, I suppose I should kneel down in admiration." Despite the gnawing anxiety for his subordinates' lives, the fiercely burning flames of hatred towards Baxter, and his eyes still glued with lust to his opponent's androgynous beauty, Kevin stood frozen in helplessness, watching his prey slip away. Once out of sight, Daisy sneered. "I guessed right, he is just a cowardly turtle who likes to show off." Shen Ye nodded in agreement. Couldn't be more accurate. Behind them, Kevin gritted his teeth, swearing to the heavens that he would make his enemies pay 10 times over for today's humiliating blood debt. Channeling magic in her hands, Daisy seriously instructed Shen Ye, "Don't get distracted, stick close to my heels." Her red lips softly chanted the spell, "Spatial exchange, magic realm traversal." Hearing the unfamiliar phrase, Shen Ye frowned in curiosity and wondered, "Wow, does a magic realm exist in the nightmare world too? I wonder if this concept is a shared dimension for all worlds, or if each world possesses its own independent magical domain." Seeing his bewildered expression, Daisy teased, "Looking at your innocent face, I bet this is your first time stepping into the magic realm, right?" Shen Ye scratched his head awkwardly. Exactly." She patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Relax, there is nothing to be stressed about. Hurry up and get into this carriage, it will take a shortcut and fly us straight to the Count's estate." As the carriage rattled along, Daisy began explaining the situation. "Just whispering to you, the story about the Count being mesmerized by your talent was just a bait to get rid of Kevin. That lord has an incredibly strict taste, so he invited dozens of theatrical troupes to his mansion. We will have to enter a fierce competition. Only the most outstanding performance can catch his eye." Before finishing her words, she didn't forget to remind him, "Carve this into your head when you meet him, think twice before you speak." The carriage stopped in front of a massive iron gate, and a guard immediately stepped forward to block the way. "Good afternoon, Miss Daisy," she politely greeted back. "Oh, my General Andre, what wind blew you out here to stand guard in person?" Andre sighed heavily, whispering, "Be careful when you go inside, the Count's head is on fire." Daisy frowned and asked, "Is it due to pressure from the diplomatic delegation or trouble from those stupid orcs again?" Andre nodded in confirmation. "You hit the nail on the head. Look at that row of cargo carriages piled up over there. They are full of blue-tier armor and weapons, with an estimated quantity reaching tens of thousands of items." Daisy gasped in horror. "Oh God, blue-quality equipment isn't market trash that can be forged so easily. What kind of magic did those people use to cast such a colossal amount in the blink of an eye?" The Count himself is in deep shock right now. At that moment, the system's data panel continuously popped up in front of Shen Ye's eyes. Roaring fire, standard infantry marching boots, excellent blue quality. Effect: absorbs fire elements during combat to trigger a raging firestorm, multiplying damage exponentially, even powerful enough to block a heavy cavalry sweep. Frost Fang, standard infantry longsword, excellent blue quality. Effect: condenses frost during actual combat, releasing freezing ice spikes that pierce through all armor layers, maximizing damage enhancement, enough to extinguish stormy charges from armored cavalry. Iron Aegis infantry shield, excellent blue quality. Effect: resonates with the earth element, automatically wrapping an ultra-sturdy layer of stone armor, multiplying defense stats, resilient enough to endure a series of cavalry rams. The two-handed greatsword with the scent of fire effect is also standard issue for frontline soldiers. Shen Ye's pupils shrank, and he whispered in pure shock, "What the hell is this? Forging an entire production line of superb weapons like this is far too surreal." Andre turned up his nose and smiled triumphantly, mocking, "You have good taste in goods, kid, but sadly, you lazybones can never dream of accomplishing such a magnificent feat even in a million years." The guards started roaring furiously with blazing momentum. "Tremble, be terrified before the power of our orc race. Only the iron will of the great orc tribe dares to plan and grit their teeth to maintain this nightmarish 996 work schedule to birth the manufacturing miracle before your eyes." Hearing this, Shen Ye felt like he was struck by lightning, his mouth wide open in disbelief. His brain exploded, facing the harsh truth. Good heavens, has this damn world really birthed the 996 system too? Draining labor from 9 am to 9 p.m., grinding 6 days a week. A flood of memories rushed back, making his nose sting, tears welling up from resentment. He gritted his teeth, his conscience slapping him. Frankly speaking, from a certain perspective, am I the very bastard ringleader who sowed this cursed exploitative ideology into the mortal realm, bringing endless suffering? Contrary to Shen Ye's breakdown, Daisy was completely clueless, turning to ask, I thought that 996 exploitation was just a psychological warfare rumor spread by humans to scare monkeys. Our intelligence also scouted and confirmed that the orcs never really worked their lives away like that, right?" Hearing the girl's words, Shen Ye nodded like a pounding mortar in his mind. "Spot on. Back then, I only made up this schedule to criticize capitalist exploitation." Andre immediately frowned and retorted in annoyance, "You are not wrong. Initially, it was indeed a fake rumor fabricated by humans. Even our undead race spat on it upon hearing. The problem is, those orc chieftains have brains made of tofu dregs. In their hollow heads, things aren't that simple. The orcs blindly believe that draining labor like that will truly help the country prosper remarkably, even crushing the morale of all other races. Looking at the mountains of high-quality gear continuously rolling out, their confidence is inflating to the point of explosion." The fog in her head cleared. Daisy fearfully clutched her cheeks and screamed, "Oh God, grinding from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., exhausting themselves 6 days a week. What on earth are they trying to do? They have completely lost their minds." Andre let out a helpless smile and sighed. What else could it be? Naturally, it is the ambition to trample the undead race, thereby swallowing the entire nightmare world. That 996 crucible helps them produce tens of thousands of weapons a day. God knows how long they have been secretly doing this and how many stockpiled weapons are sitting in their warehouses. As soon as the words fell, another convoy fully loaded with new equipment loomed into view. Andre annoyedly gritted his teeth. If we turn a blind eye and let them develop at God's speed, sooner or later, the power of their kingdom will crush the undead race. To survive and not be surpassed, I am afraid our empire will also be forced into this vicious 996 exhaustion cycle. The bleak future prospect made the corners of Daisy's eyes turn red. She shook her head vigorously. "No, absolutely do not bring that disaster here, not in a million years." That moment, Shen Ye's face suddenly shut down, turning grim. He muttered like a sleepwalker, "The 996 exploitation is merely the prelude to this madness. This greed will soon birth the 7 monster working 24/7, all week long. In the short term, they will reap colossal benefits, national potential will skyrocket, and all construction progress and production lines will improve like a hurricane." Glancing at the piled-up armory, the unease in his heart swelled further. However, the price to pay is draining the life and happiness of the commoners. I dare bet my head, if the orcs keep blindly following this deadly cycle, their empire will ultimately highly likely dissolve and be fragmented into 15 entirely independent tribes. While analyzing, Shen Ye's mind automatically sketched a map of fragmentation. He silently clasped his hands in hope, wishing that neighboring races would not be dragged into this fierce arms race vortex before they self-destruct. Hearing the definition of 7, Daisy covered her face and wailed in despair. "Scrap that terrifying idea right now. If I have to live a life working like that machine, I would rather seek death. My dog Montagu is waiting to be petted, the pothos pot in the flower garden is thirsty, this afternoon I still have a schedule to enjoy tea and gaze at the moon, and the newly published novel, Bone-Chilling Wind, is still unread. I still have too many wonderful things I want to enjoy." Watching her melancholic state, Andre could only rub his forehead and mutter, "Thank heavens, I just hope the great count keeps a cool head so as not to be brainwashed by these beastmen. My 2 kids, Ari and Sasson, are just babbling and learning to speak. If the kingdom truly applies the 996 labor law and then advances straight to 7, they probably won't see their father around from now until they grow up." While they were busy sighing and complaining, an elderly butler emerged from some unknown corner calling out, "Miss Daisy, and Mr. Baxter too, you two took forever to get here." The old man flashed a corporate smile, waving his hand toward the corridor. "All the other theatrical troops have gathered in full. You two, quickly follow me to the study area. The great count has been waiting for you for a long time." Not daring to hesitate for another split second, they hurriedly followed the butler deep into the solemn depths of the castle. After winding around for a while, an oak door finally opened slowly to welcome them. The butler bowed deeply and respectfully announced loudly, "Reporting to the great count, the Dark Knight Rose Song and Dance Troupe has arrived to seek an audience. Hey Daisy, you guys finally showed your faces." Enz, who was leaning back, slightly turned around and spoke, "Daisy, you guys are too sluggish, finally bothering to come." Count Enz's sunken eyes swept over the two of them and he spoke slowly, "In my heart, Dark Knight Rose has always been the brightest art troupe of the Empire. I had to crane my neck waiting for your appearance." Hearing the sweet words, she shyly curtsied in gratitude. "You flatter us too much, my lord." However, on the opposite side, beads of sweat began breaking out on Shen Ye's forehead as an uneasy premonition hit him. Weird, why does this old count's face look so familiar? Taking a sip of wine, he calmly got straight to the point. "The reason I summoned all artistic elites here is to prepare for a vital diplomatic mission. The undead empire needs a perfect team to represent the national face and accompany me. Therefore, I must personally test the level of you and your teammates. By the way, I will remind you now, those useless troops that arrived earlier have all failed because they couldn't pass the exam. I hope you won't follow in their disastrous footsteps." At the same time, glancing through the window, the members of the defeated theater troops were packing up and leaving in droves in humiliation. Witnessing that scene, Daisy confidently raised her head and declared clearly, "Please rest assured, Great Count, the Dictionary of Dark Knight Rose has never known fear in the face of any challenge. More specifically, today we also bring a secret weapon, a highly potential vocalist who just joined the team." Hearing of the novelty, Enz immediately regained his spirit. "Excellent! My innate magic has the ability to mold water streams into endless shapes. The prompt for you today is to use this magic to compose a performance. I allow you to step back for 5 minutes to discuss a plan." Finishing his words, he waved his hand to create a water sphere floating right in front of everyone. Staring at the sphere, Daisy thoughtfully discussed, "I have enough strength to copy the Count's magic to shape the water into objects. Has anyone come up with an idea yet?" Lily, standing nearby, gleefully suggested, "How about we turn the water into a rain shower? Combining it with the chorus will create a stage full of momentum." The girl NNHI shook her head in rejection. "No good. I think we should split the water into thousands of tiny props flying around as backup dancers. Thanks to light refraction, we can magnify the images 100 times. I can." Seeing Shen Ye just standing still, Daisy nudged him and pressed, "And what about you, Baxter?" Deep in thought for a moment, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into a highly confident smile. "I just came up with a super crazy script." Shen Ye immediately leaned closer. whispering every single detail of his earth-shattering plan into Daisy's ear. Upon hearing the draft, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The leading lady herself had to take a breath of cold air, exclaiming, This is truly an epic-level performance, but can our strength really handle this terrifying script?" Contrary to everyone's panic, the young man maintained a relaxed demeanor like a general, decisively guiding them. "I have everything handled. As long as you all unite and follow instructions exactly, a miracle will surely appear." Infected by Shen Ye's confidence, the artists cheered loudly. "Let's go all the way. How many eras has it been since we got to try our hands at such a thrilling stage? Let's do our best, guys." Shen Ye smiled smugly, then turned on his heel toward the Count to report. "Reporting to the great Count, we have fully prepared. However, this cramped study, I fear, cannot bear the scale of our work." Without hesitation, and snapped his fingers with a crisp sound, ordering, "Spatial exchange, magic realm traversal." In just a blink, the scenery tumbled, and the whole group was thrown into a vast, endless spatial arena. Shen Ye rubbed his eyes repeatedly, completely unable to believe what was manifesting before his eyes. At this moment, the water sphere that had been lying dormant suddenly emitted an echoing sound. "Welcome to the Nightmare Magic Realm, a vast place without any limits. Now you can freely display your talents at will." Accepting the challenge, Daisy replied without a hint of apprehension, "All right, then we will begin the performance." Instantly, she unleashed her signature ultimate move, perfect role-playing skill. Gathering magic to its peak, Daisy pointed her hands straight at the water sphere and shouted, "Take it, Baxter." A dazzling notification line popped up in his head. "Congratulations, you are temporarily buffed with power from the Dark Lord class, Water Element Fission skill. The system allows you to use this skill for free, while simultaneously unlocking the advancement conditions. To officially awaken the Dark Lord profession, you must belong to the undead race or possess a personal stat sheet ground to the milestones: Strength 50, Agility 30, and Mental Power reaching 70. Ignoring the convoluted text, he relaxed his body, releasing his entire true inner nature. He roared, "Brilliant stage explosion, ice and snow world." Witnessing the scene of his water sphere being abruptly frozen, and stroked his chin in surprise. "Truly skilled, forcefully converting my water magic into ice and snow. This terrifying frost aura, reeking of death, is indeed extremely suitable for our undead race." Right after that, the melodious, haunting symphonies of the choir began to soar amidst the blinding snowstorm. That melody was so poignant and captivating that it seemed even the coldest snow orchids had to melt before that endless sweet warmth. When the ice mist dissipated, hitting the Count's eyes was only a heavy greatsword planted imposingly in the middle of the void. He frowned in confusion. "Weird, where did the people of the song and dance troupe vanish to? And what is with this damn sword?" His eyes were glued to the sword blade, a mysterious evil force ceaselessly pulling at his mind. "This weapon seems to be cursed by some kind of magic, making me itch uncontrollably to reach out and pick it up. Could it be that the intention of these troubadours doesn't just stop at performing for me to see, but also forcing me to step onto the stage to join in?" Defeated by curiosity, Ans did not hesitate to stride forward, reaching out to tightly grip the freezing sword hilt. He had just gathered momentum to test a sword swing forward when his body suddenly became paralyzed, frozen stiff like a petrified statue. From deep inside the sword blade, a deep, heroic voice full of epic undertones slammed straight into his eardrums. "Oh my great Count, the very moment you held absolute power over life and death, all the subjects of Evernight City had to bow their heads and whisper your name in prayer." Even though his heart was storming with extreme panic, his arrogant ego still made him blurt out a retort. "What foolish idiot is playing tricks and talking nonsense here?" Ignoring the Count's question, that eerie sound continued to echo into the endless void. "Tens of thousands of undead kneel in worship, witnessing your power expanding day by day. You are the eternal incarnation of tyrannical power and ultimate ruthlessness. This kingly power is enough to crush all giant ice layers beneath your heel. But, O monarch, please never forget, the happy smiles of your nation's people are the cornerstone that builds everything." Just as the sentence ended, the giant ice surface under his feet exploded under an invisible pressure, shattering into billions of sparkling fragments. Before the Shiraw could pass, from the core of the pure white snowstorm, a pair of demonic wings dyed in a mystical purple suddenly tore through space and spread wide. In the upcoming flow of time, two barbaric monsters named 996 and 7 will stealthily rise to gnaw away at this world. Our bloodline always harmonizes violence interwoven with wisdom to rule this empire. I place all my faith that you will be clear-headed enough to carefully use the mighty power held in your hands. True glory does not lie in slaughter, but in igniting the flame that encourages the will in the souls of your people. Then one day, the throne of this entire nightmare world will carve your name. Stroked to the absolute extreme by the majestic illusions, Count N's face turned flushed with extreme excitement. Watching the image of a massive zombie army rolling in a march like an endless tsunami stretching to the horizon, his brain went completely numb. All his senses were intoxicated in a power-drunk stupor, his mouth unconsciously muttering a question over and over. What on earth is this crazy ecstasy? The eye sockets of the old count suddenly reddened with tears, and he trembled out. This is it. This is the ultimate desire I have longed for my whole life, the absolute authority of a king. When the excitement hit its peak, all the majestic illusions suddenly shattered like sea foam, yanking his mind back to the harsh reality in the study. As the tempo returned to normal, Daisy chuckled proudly. Great Count, the performance just now was a masterpiece orchestrated single-handedly by Mr. Baxter. Do you find this idea pleasing to your eyes in the slightest? Hans blankly glanced at his right palm, where the illusion of the heavy greatsword hilt was still imprinted. He hesitated, his voice choking with emotion. Perfect. Only this frenzied combat song and dance is worthy of being the representative flag for the great undead empire. Its terrifying realism made me feel as if I had just reincarnated, experiencing another glorious lifetime. Spun around to look at Shen Ye with a probing gaze, asking curiously, "Tell me, Baxter, what does your brain contain to be able to mold such an outstanding masterpiece? Where did the inspiration come from?" Shen Ye sweated and stammered, his throat stiff. Inspiration? In his heart, he screamed to himself. Am I supposed to say this script is a blatant plagiarism from the speech of a famous filial son on Blue Star? If that is exposed, I'll be eating dirt immediately. He faked a few coughs to save the situation, then fabricated an excuse. Well, actually, I usually have a hobby of collecting a few odd antiques dropped on the street. Sometimes those half-baked weird things always stimulate my brain cells, bringing different unique inspirations. Sweetly deceived, Ens gave a thumbs up in fervent praise. Not bad for an eccentric creative mindset, an absolute magnificent masterpiece. You are truly a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Dark Knight Rose indeed does not raise useless people. Clasped his hands behind his back, slowly turned to pace around the room, and explained, "Let me make things clear. Just this dawn, our race had to swallow our pride and sign a peaceful surrender agreement with humanity. To pamper this so-called fragile hard-won peace, I will personally lead the undead delegation to visit and offer birthday wishes to the tyrant of the Blue-Violet Empire. And your mission is to prepare and dedicate a royal-shaking musical to save face. The current global political chessboard is turning at a dizzying speed. I sniff out that the situations of other races are about to encounter major upheavals. Surely when you stepped in here, you also witnessed firsthand the mad expansion that those beastmen are displaying, right?" The atmosphere suddenly dipped. Shen Ye and Daisy, without saying a word to each other, simultaneously locked their lips, their eyebrows furrowed tightly due to the weight of the information they just received. His deep voice spoke again, full of anxiety. "Don't naively think that is merely a display of military power or a breakthrough in science and technology. They are essentially prying open the lid of the cursed Pandora's box. The orcs will use that sick 996 exhaustion policy to relentlessly exert pressure on neighboring races. Sooner or later, this entire nightmare world will be dragged into an endless arms race slaughterhouse. For that very reason, this diplomatic trip to the human motherland holds an extremely crucial significance. I entrust the entire heavy responsibility of rocking the stage to the Dark Knight Rose troupe. Do not humiliate me." Saying so, he pulled an exquisite treasure from his coat. "Daisy, this gloomy jade bracelet is a reward for you. It will buff the charm of your singing voice, and at the same time symbolizes the solid friendship between me and Dark Knight Rose." The leading lady squinted her eyes with a bright smile. "Oh, thank you deeply, generous Count." Next, Ens took out another item and shoved it into Shen Ye's hand. "As for you, Baxter, your monstrous composition talent will sooner or later have no rivals. You will definitely rise to become the greatest artist of the century in the future. Take this blood-colored badge. It allows you to summon an elite guard of mind to cover your life in critical moments." Shen Ye scratched his nose and smiled mischievously. "Here is the hot stuff. Many thanks to the Count for caring." Having finished distributing the gifts, he personally went to open the door to see off his guests. "Today's meeting ends here. Hurry up and get out of here, go home, hole up in your practice room, and rack your brains to birth more masterpieces. When the auspicious time comes to depart for the human capital, I will send word to notify you." The Du replied in unison, "As you command, my lord, then we shall take our leave first." The silhouettes of the two artists gradually faded at the end of the corridor. As the heavy oak door slowly closed, the smile on Count An's lips also died out, and he slowly turned around with a sorrowful expression. Letting out a long sigh, he muttered to himself, "A truly unforgettable, soul-shaking play. The undead kingdom has just tasted the bitter flavor of defeat, and the country is still struggling in a tug-of-war phase between old conservative beliefs and fresh reformative thinking. On top of that, those savage beastmen chose this exact sensitive moment to rise and expand. The nation is extremely thirsty for crazy artistic minds like Baxter, needing epic plays like the one just now to ignite the soul fire and revive the fighting spirit for the currently sentimental masses. Kindly skipping the return trip. At this moment, the magnificent hotel in the heart of Evernight City had loomed before their eyes. Although the night had drawn its curtains long ago, the electric lights from inside still cast a glow as bright as daylight. Before going their separate ways, Daisy waved her hand in goodbye, reminding him in a coquettish voice, "Make sure you get some good sleep, my god. Tomorrow morning drag your body to the theater to find me so we can assemble the lineup for practice right away." Shen Ye nodded and gave an okay sign. "Understood, boss Daisy. See you tomorrow. Be there or be square." Pushing the door and stepping into the silent lobby, the young man stretched and cracked his joints, exhaling a refreshing breath. Phew, so I smoothly closed the deal on another national-level gig. Just as his feet were about to stroll toward his bedroom, Shen Yi's spine suddenly ran cold. His intuition told him that dozens of pairs of eyes had been glued to the back of his neck all this time while he was utterly oblivious. Scanning his eyes around, he was horrified to see a whole pack of tall, dark, and foul-smelling orcs already lined up in ambush. Every single one of them had a rugged face reeking of murderous intent. His survival instinct made Shen Ye snap back a few steps, his brain spinning. How the hell are these muscular savages camping right in front of my room? While busy stepping back in retreat, Shen Yi's back slammed with a thud into an extremely tall wall of flesh blocking right behind him. An orc with a face full of scars growled and spoke, "Is this pale kid a singer? What is your name again?" "Baxter." Seeing his prey looking panicked, the orc bared his yellow teeth trying to look friendly and reassured. "Hey dear singer Baxter, do not be afraid of shadows. I went out of my way to come here, I hope you don't mind, I just want to get acquainted a bit. Please allow me to introduce myself, this seat is Emu 2, the second prince of the great orc chieftain. We have admired your reputation for a long time. Today I personally came to roll out the red carpet inviting you to sign a contract to join our Heavenly Fate Garden theatrical troupe. Our benefits are beyond question. Ceiling base salary, overflowing commissions, all-inclusive room and board, super flexible clock-in times, extremely open and dynamic corporate culture. Boss and subordinates are as close as blood brothers." Emphasizing a golden point is that our company absolutely complies with the principle of not using fists to talk to employees. Hearing this recruitment template reeking of a scam, the warning system in Shen Yi's head blared loudly. Weird, these muscle-brained orcs have always treated art like rags, they only worship those old shamans, right? He tried to keep his voice calm and gentle to probe. "If I remember correctly, your tribe already has a formidable team of shamans handling the spiritual side. Besides, you have never been keen on this lowly singing profession before." Emu 2 scratched his chin, nodding in admission. "You dig up accurate info. In the past, when we were free, we would gather around the camps of those shamans, dancing and howling to leech some power buffs, surviving the days by clinging to the skirt of the magic realm. But times are different now. The Orc Empire also has to bear the pressure of transforming to catch up with the civilized trend." Shen Ye raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "Transforming?" The orc waved his massive arms and explained, "Of course, those outdated old shamans fiercely opposed the great chieftain's sacred 996 law. Chattering away, they said that it was a smear on the ancestral spirit's teachings, a trampling on the sacred meaning of human rights, and that it would erode the minds of the youth, bringing the doom of extinction upon the orc race." Upon hearing that truth, he unconsciously blurted out and clapped his hands loudly. "Absolutely brilliant, those shamans of yours have truly seen through the vanity of this world." The smile on Emu 2's lips suddenly died out, and his voice dropped as cold as ice. "Therefore, we slaughtered every single one of those witch doctors standing in our way." That light sentence made the blood in Shen Yi's body freeze. His eyebrows knitted tightly together, his teeth gritting audibly due to their inhumane cruelty. Contrary to his indignation, the orc spread his arms and roared refreshingly. My father is harboring the dream of swallowing this entire nightmare world. How could we let a few eyesore flies scream and ruin the spirit of our laboring brothers? Anyone who dares to open their snout to oppose the great 996 process must be sent straight to the underworld. Finishing his brutal words, Emu 2 suddenly landed an agonizingly painful pat on Shen Ye's shoulder to force intimacy. Mr. Baxter here, the illustrious reputation of the Dark Knight Rose Troupe has reached my ears. Knowing you are the trump card standing shoulder to shoulder with the beauty Daisy, I brought my most sincere heart here to welcome you back to be the art director for our heavenly fate garden. Shen Ye coldly threw off his clammy claw, replying bluntly, "Apologies, I must refuse your sincere feelings. I have already sold myself to Dark Knight Rose. In this place, I only have to lift my ass onto the stage 6 hours a day, get to blow off steam on weekends according to regulations, and overtime means double base salary. In short, my rights are currently being protected to the teeth by the undead labor laws." Emu 2 slapped his forehead hard, feigning extreme regret. Tusk, I knew it. You zombie species are truly a bunch of grease-dripping lazybones, clearly possessing a constitution that requires no food or sleep, born to be the most perfect 7 grinding machines, yet you voluntarily wallow in rotten leisure. Brothers, tie his neck and drag him back to the factory for me. The order just issued, the whole gang of meaty savages immediately pounced forward like a pack of hungry wolves. Shen Ye stepped back, straining his neck to warn, "Open your eyes wide and look. This land is the capital Evernight City. Did you barbarians eat a tiger's liver to dare brazenly kidnap a person in broad daylight?" As quick as lightning, he whipped out the amulet Count Ans had just rewarded to act as a shield. Don't even think of acting recklessly on the holy ground of the undead. Tightly gripping the metal in his hand, Shen Ye screamed for reinforcements. "Descend! O invincible steel shield, incarnation of justice, this young master's super bodyguard, hurry and manifest to clean up the trash." A blinding crimson light shot up, and from the center of the magic array, an imposing figure appeared with a roar. "Who has the audacity to cause trouble in my territory?" He smugly pointed his finger straight at the orcs. "It's these beasts. They were planning to use force to kidnap me." The figure in the array instantly emitted a bone-chilling, murderous aura. "This is pure rebellion. How dare foreign orc trash lay a hand on an undead citizen right in the middle of the capital? Do you take my title as the patrol captain of Yang Yi City for a joke?" Shen Ye put his hands on his hips and burst into wild laughter. "You're all dead meat. None of you will crawl out of here in one piece today. My super bodyguard is going to grind you into mince." However, a brutal plot twist shattered the entire script. The moment Shen Ye and his savior turned to lock eyes, both froze for 5 seconds, their eyes widening in absolute horror. Shen Ye dropped all his dignity and screamed frantically, "What the hell is this, Kevin? Why is my guardian your obnoxious face?" On the other side, Kevin was also so shocked that he jumped up and cursed, "Good heavens, Baxter, the sworn enemy I was just summoned to rescue is actually you." Witnessing this comedic reunion, Emu 2 rubbed his chin and laughed in amusement. "Oh my, it seems the relationship between you two isn't exactly harmonious, is it?" Not missing the chance, the savage pulled a heavy sack of money from his chest and threw it clanking onto the ground, enticing. "Hey, Mr. Zombie Cop, here is 100,000 fresh bone coins. As long as you turn a blind eye and let us take him away, I bet my life that this brat will become a slave for the orc tribe until his bones rot and his flesh falls off, never to drag himself back to Yang Yi City to be an eyesore to you ever again. You can pin all the blame on us orcs. We promise to stay as silent as clams and won't utter a single word in defense. Therefore, please just turn your back and walk away as if you never saw anything." Faced with this lucrative bargain and the chance to remove the thorn in his side, Kevin merely frowned, standing motionless as he sank into a terrifying silence. Seeing the situation, Shen Ye anxiously spoke up to remind Kevin, "You are supposed to protect me instead of blindly following the orders of those orcs." Sheer terror gleamed in his eyes. To his surprise, the guy gleefully pocketed the money. Shen Ye stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at Kevin before stammering, "You." Having grabbed the money, he nonchalantly slipped away like the wind, not even bothering to leave half a word of explanation. An orc, seeing that the deal was sealed, put on a triumphant look. "Excellent, Mr. Bastard. Are you ready to say goodbye to Yang Yi City now?" Shen Ye gritted his teeth, shooting a look as sharp as a razor. "Damn you, Kevin. I will absolutely not admit defeat to you." He spoke in a cold voice. "This is Yang Yi City. You have the guts to kidnap me, or are you orcs trying to ignite a war with the undead tribe?" The orc raised his index finger and wagged it back and forth. "Not at all. Our great war chief greatly admires talent. How could he possibly kidnap an outstanding singer like you? This is called a formal invitation. Right after finishing his sentence, he gently tapped the empty space in front of his chest. In just the blink of an eye, countless spells tightly surrounded Shen Ye. Shortly after, his legs were completely locked in place by this anomaly. At this moment, the system warned that the Great War Chief's invitation was currently at the purple tier, indicating extreme danger. Once hit by this move, the target would be dragged away at a terrifying speed, flying straight to Thunder Fortress, with the effect lasting for a full 3 days, and the system also kindly noted that this type of magic was ineffective in other worlds. He muttered in astonishment the Great War Chief's invitation. Fyrn instantly shrieked to urge him, quickly open the door and escape, otherwise you'll be snatched all the way to Thunder Fortress. Before the warning could even finish, Shen Ye's entire body was violently jerked and sent flying out of sight. The orcs tilted their heads up to admire his silhouette shooting through a massive hole in the ceiling, until he completely disappeared from their line of sight. One of them burst into joyous laughter. The job is done. Father will definitely praise me this time for sure. In midair, Shen Ye could only scream in despair. The pulling force from that invitation was too overwhelming. It was fundamentally impossible to put on the brakes. He was dragged away just like that from the dead of night until the dawn of the next day, his body still hovering and zooming through the sky. The stormy flight started from Yangyi City, crossing countless layers of mountains and desolate deserts, yet the final destination was still nowhere to be seen. After a long while, the silhouette of a citadel finally peeked out before Shen Ye's eyes. It was Thunder Fortress. Did I arrive this fast? Immediately after, he was slammed onto the ground with a painful, merciless thud, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust in the area. The guards witnessing the scene let out a sigh of relief and shouted loudly, "The guest personally invited by the Great War Chief has landed." The soldier glanced at the sticky note he was holding, scratching his head and muttering, "What was his name again? Ah, bastard." He immediately reported, "Sir Great War Chief, your guest bastard has arrived." Shen Ye's head was still spinning and dizzy at this moment. He cursed inwardly, "God damn it. These bastards actually dared to drag me all the way to the orc's lair." Right then, a grumpy voice rang out, "You useless fools. What do you mean bastard? My esteemed guest is clearly the singer bastard." The soldier frantically checked the paper again. "Yes, indeed, it is exactly the singer bastard, sir." He roared while raining punches down on that stupid soldier. "Stop it. Don't smear ashes on my face any further. Get out of my sight." Then he extended his hand toward Shen Ye with an appeasing attitude. "My deepest apologies to the honorable singer. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the supreme leader of the orc tribe, J Overlord." J Overlord enthusiastically added, "Hey bastard, I had the chance to watch your performance in the magic realm. I must say it was absolutely top-notch. I can guarantee you are a world-class artist." Therefore, he offered an invitation. "So, a talent like you should be dedicating yourself to my mighty orc tribe. You shouldn't waste your youth with those undead anymore." Shen Ye frowned and was about to speak. "Sir Great War Chief, But J Overlord immediately raised his hand to stop him. "Take your time and hold your answer." Saying so, he pointed his hand toward the base of the city wall. "Bastard, take a look for yourself." What entered his sight was a vast open field, where an execution ground stood tall with dozens of orcs gathered around it. J Overlord proudly introduced, "That is my ever-victorious legion." Right in the center of the execution site, an undead was tightly tied to a wooden stake, his face struck with extreme panic, his mouth constantly crying out and begging for mercy. Just as the orc captain majestically shouted the command to fire soul-destroying arrows, the entire rank of archers uniformly drew their bowstrings taut. Countless arrows tore through the air, shooting forward at a terrifying, wind-piercing speed. The miserable undead on the stake was instantly pinned into a giant hedgehog, his tragic screams tearing through the space, giving everyone goosebumps. J Overlord boasted smugly, "Our army's weapons are among the most advanced and powerful. There is no species in this world qualified to be our opponent." Shen Ye remained silent for a moment before asking curiously, "The undead tribe was originally your ally. Why did you act so ruthlessly against them?" He replied bluntly, "The reason is very simple, because they dared to reject my recruitment. Those guys were all intellectual members of your undead tribe over there. I wanted them to dedicate their labor to the orcs, but those people refused just because they stubbornly insisted on keeping the regulation of working a mere 35 hours a week. J Overlord suddenly clenched his fist in a show of force. The things that I cannot conquer, I would rather crush them. That is my guiding principle. But of course, I absolutely don't have any hidden meaning that if you disobey me, I will finish you off. Shen Ye's expression immediately darkened. In his heart he fully understood, you slippery bastard, you're clearly threatening me. He then carefully probed, Sir Great Warchief, please allow my abrupt curiosity. For what reason did you decide to apply that brutal 996 work schedule to all the orcs? J Overlord looked up absently at the sky. Speaking of which, when I first caught wind of this 996 system, I was also quite shocked. But after thinking it through, I realized it is truly a brilliant strategy. Our race doesn't possess a long lifespan like the undead, nor does our intellect compare to humanity's. On top of that, our living conditions are extremely cruel as most of the land is just sand and desolate deserts. The only bright spot we possess is an incredibly massive population, coupled with an extremely superior ability to reproduce. As for the plebeians at the bottom of society, it doesn't matter how many of them lose their lives, so squeezing their labor dry through that 996 schedule will elevate the military might of our entire species. Whoever created this rule is definitely an outstandingly great mind. He became increasingly fanatic. I desperately want to hunt that guy down to send 1,000 words of gratitude. Oh no, I must adopt him as my son to be worthy. Only superhuman intellects like this deserve to be the bloodline of me, J Overlord. A few seconds later, J Overlord paused his unfinished story and urged, let's go bastard, hurry to the art troupe to register and get to work for me right away. The soldier waiting behind him hurriedly stepped forward, Mr. Bastard, please step this way. Standing there watching the two soldiers clamp down on Shen Ye and drag him away, he still didn't forget to coax him with honeyed words. I firmly believe that an outstanding talent like you will surely find that 996 schedule too ordinary, so starting from today, you should apply the 007 grinding routine. Just work your tail off and dedicate yourself. The Orc Kingdom will absolutely treat you generously. The bustling atmosphere of the Orc tribe's art district gradually became clear right in front of him. Very swiftly, Shen Ye was forced by the crowd to put on a traditional outfit characteristic of their species. An orc howled in excitement, so perfect, he sighed inwardly in disgust. What the hell is this fashion sense? Another orc immediately added, this is the ceremonial robe of the previous high priest. Wearing it on you is truly a flawless fit. He gleefully pulled out a red-hot iron rod from the furnace. Now for the final step. Stick your rear up high, just relax. It will only sting a little at first. Once this mark is imprinted on your flesh, you will rightfully become a citizen of the Orc Empire. Upon hearing this, Shen Ye got goosebumps all over, and sweat poured out of him like a bath. A brilliant idea sparked in his desperate moment. He suddenly pointed his hand out the door and yelled loudly, oh look, what a beautiful butterfly. The two orcs were dumbfounded, rolling their eyes and eagerly looking around. Where is it? Taking advantage of the moment the two hulks were still dazed, Shen Ye hurriedly ran for his life and escaped from the room. One of them turned to his comrade and reported with wide eyes, Bastard has completely slipped away. The other still answered unhurriedly, our lair is this massive, even if he grew wings, he wouldn't be able to fly away. Yeah, that makes sense. Would have expected Shen Ye's speed to be like lightning. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he vanished without leaving a single trace. It was only then that the two hulks panickingly realized the situation seemed completely screwed. They frantically shouted, Bastard really evaporated, it must be dark arts. He used magic, this is a huge mess, quickly go report to the Great Warchief right now. The other panickingly stopped him, nonsense, if he finds out we let Bastard escape, both our little lives are finished. The guy nodded palely, makes sense, I don't want to meet my ancestors yet. The other winked sinisterly, I have a plan, just follow my lead and everything will be fine. The twilight gradually fell, and the tranquil darkness quickly swallowed the entirety of Thunder Fortress. J Overlord walked over laughing heartily, hey Bastard, are you ready? I am extremely eager to enjoy your talent. The subordinate tried to swallow his saliva, suppressing his trembling as he reported, reporting to your Majesty the Warchief, Mr. Bastard is ready to take the stage. It's just that there is something extraordinarily spectacular, which is that after becoming one of us, his body suddenly transformed, developing exactly like a muscular orc warrior. He also said that only by doing so could he exhaust all his strength to dedicate the ultimate performance to you. Upon hearing this, J Overlord was dumbfounded like a statue. He slowly raised his arm forward, his trembling tone filled with emotion, I have never witnessed such a noble sacrifice in this world. Jay Overlord, with tears welling in his eyes, tightly hugged the body double, joyfully welcoming you into our big family. From this moment on, this place is your eternal homeland. His tone echoed wildly throughout the room. Cue the music, let's start the show. The fake soldier stammeringly replied, understood, Sir Great War Chief. At the same time, in a desolate, unpopulated place, a spatial rift suddenly formed and slowly opened little by little. Shen Ye tumbled out from inside and flopped onto the ground. Fire let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call. 1 second later, and you'd be dragging your feet to do hard labor. Looking down and seeing his legs still tightly bound by the cluster of spells, Shen Ye turned pale. Wait a minute. Why hasn't this evil magic dissipated yet? Fire hurriedly comforted him. Calm down. That magic is neutralized once you cross over to another world. In about 3 days, it will automatically evaporate. He still looked skeptical. You mean for the next 3 days I absolutely cannot step foot into the nightmare world? Otherwise I'll be grabbed by the neck and dragged back to Thunder Fortress again, right? He nodded affirmatively. Exactly. Shen Ye let out a frustrated sigh. So infuriating, this trip I only managed to salvage a single keyword, and that little vampire brat hasn't even finished taking shape yet. I merely played the role of a lowly singer. Why did they take the trouble to arrest me, and even dare to make a move right in the royal capital of the undead tribe? Are those orcs completely brain-dead? Fire immediately explained. Their society relies too heavily on the shaman class. If they were to sever ties with this force, the whole tribe would inevitably fall into utter chaos. The Great War Chief already declared it earlier. It's not just singers, they are also gathering all the intellectual elites. The goal is to force everyone to follow the 996 system in order to make the orc tribe dominate the world. Shen Ye let out a sad sigh. This was originally a lucrative opportunity to grind for keywords, but showing my face over there right now is just courting death. Fire gently advised, it's best to drop that suicidal thought. You already played them once. There's no way they'll slack off and let you escape a second time. He scratched his head in frustration. This is so annoying, it seems I have no choice but to bitterly give up on this chance to upgrade the door. Suddenly, Xiao Mengyu threw the door open and barged right in. Oh Shen Ye, you finally dragged yourself back, huh? She frowned and asked in quick succession, where on earth did you sneak off to? I scoured this whole place and couldn't find a trace of you. Tonight is the banquet. Are your clothes sorted out yet? Fixing her eyes on the bizarre outfit he was wearing, Xiao Mengyu's eyes widened. Don't tell me you plan to drag this beggar look to the party. Shen Ye's face flushed red, and he scrambled to clarify, of course not. In his mind he was screaming, I'm screwed. I completely forgot about the whole buying clothes thing. She irritably tossed a bundle of clothes into his lap. I knew your head would be up in the clouds. Take this and wear it. Shen Ye stared at it blankly. What is this? Xiao Mengyu's cheeks slightly flushed pink, and she stammered, while window shopping for clothes. I conveniently spotted a men's suit that looked quite nice, so I just bought it for you on a whim. Go try it on and see if the size fits. Shen Ye's eyes immediately lit up, a hint of shyness creeping onto his ears. Wow, you're so thoughtful, thanks a lot. As he stripped off the cumbersome priest robe and threw it in a corner, he muttered, all right, I haven't even picked up the stuff I bought in the nightmare world, but never mind, I have to try on Xiao Mengyu's gift first. A moment later, Shen Ye casually walked out in a pristine white dress shirt tucked into perfectly straight trousers, radiating a flawless 10 out of 10 romantic lead aura. Seeing Xiao Mengyu just standing there dumbfounded, staring without being able to squeeze out a single word, he awkwardly asked, well, does it look all right? She startled and quickly turned her face away to dodge his gaze, dropping an offhand comment that betrayed her conscience. It's passable. Regaining her composure, Xiao Mengyu seriously got down to business. Tonight's freshman welcome banquet for all 3 academies will take place in a magic realm named Zhangzhou City. Shen Ye asked curiously, like the dimension we are currently residing in. She nodded slightly, exactly, but the trouble lies in the fact that Zhangzhou City is inherently the exclusive territory of the Song family, an ancient magic realm that appeared since the dawn of time, originally established as a transit station to gather all things from various dimensions to support terrifyingly massive holy wars. As the years passed, when the smoke of war faded into the past, that place transformed into a bustling metropolis, serving as a trade hub for all species and beings in the magic realms. This is considered the defining magical masterpiece of the Song family. Shen Ye fell into deep thought, only muttering after a while, No wonder Song Qing-yin insisted on settling our grievances right during this three-school banquet night. Who knows what tricks that Vixen is plotting in her own territory? Xiao Mengyu hurriedly urged. All right, let's go quickly. It's almost 0 hour. We must go and check in right now. He readily replied, deal. Striding behind her, Shen Ye suddenly called out hesitantly, Hey Xiao Mengyu. The girl kept walking, not bothering to look back and only humming softly in her throat. A hint of unease rising in his heart, he warned in a low voice, later if we happen to run into Song Qing-yin, you absolutely must not lose your composure. Xiao Mengyu lowered her eyes, her inner mind churning with murky thoughts, the expression on her face looking exceptionally heavy. After a long, quiet beat, she finally managed to salvage a hesitant reply. I know, you don't need to worry. At the assembly area, the coordinating teacher was shouting through a megaphone to brief them. Are all the freshmen ready? I will proceed to teleport you straight into Zhangzhou City right now. Inside there are countless games, artistic performances, and sparring arenas. Let loose and enjoy yourselves to the fullest tonight. The silhouettes of Xiao Mengyu, Shen Ye, and thousands of students were slowly swallowed by a spatial halo, while the host's reminder still echoed in their ears. The key point is that scattered inside are a series of hidden quests containing extremely generous rewards for you rookies. I hope you will strive to explore, boldly network to expand your social circles. 10 years from now, you will all be comrades sharing life and death. Let's set off, wishing you an explosive night. Amidst the blinding aura, Shen Ye landed firmly on the ground. Everything around had completely transformed. He stared blankly, admiring the magnificence of this place. So this is the legendary Zhangzhou City. Having just oriented his coordinates, he immediately turned his head back out of natural reflex. Xiao Mengyu, what is our next step? However, there was no sign of Xiao Mengyu standing there. Instead, a boy's voice rang out, looking for Xiao Mengyu. Upon seeing that person, Shen Ye startled and almost tripped. Nangong Si Rui, what the hell are you doing here? Nangong Si Rui fanned the card in his hand and stated, it must be the randomized teleportation system. Look at this card shaking violently. It has the words Gathering of Heroes on it. Whoever joins this banquet, if they share destiny, they will naturally bump into each other. Shen Ye was still clueless and couldn't grasp it. Speak human, please. Si Rui stared in surprise. Are you pretending or do you really not know? Tonight isn't just a simple dinner. It's actually a miniature trial. Hearing this, Shen Ye muttered with a look of extreme bewilderment, a trial. Si Rui cleared his throat, taking on the role of a living dictionary. In the academy, you don't just grind through dry subjects. Every student needs a mentor to closely guide them. Tonight, the card will spit out random quests and the professors will sit up there, watching our clearing speed to pick their core disciples. Having a master to back you up means a bright future, but if you slip through the cracks and no one takes you in, well, it's going to be miserable, bro. Pausing for a moment to catch his breath, he suddenly lowered his voice as if revealing a heavenly secret. But the best part is that upon completing the quest, there's a high chance you will bag a direct title. Catching those two golden words, Shen Ye's neurons fired rapidly, a title. In other words, isn't that exactly a keyword? Memories of the girl he encountered during the training camp rushed back. Wait a minute, titles and keywords don't seem to be the same thing. Even with the help of the Dharma Eye, they were completely blind to their own keywords, whereas I can clearly see everyone's titles. Racking his brain to deduce, he told himself that it must be thanks to the domineering power of the door. So, could that title be consumed just like a keyword to turn into attribute points? While he was immersed in his train of thought, the cards in both of their hands suddenly trembled and danced. Nangong Si Rui stared down with wide eyes, shouting in astonishment, we've got a gig feeling true love. What the hell, survival isn't even settled, and now we are forced to flirt and find a lover. Shen Ye fixed his gaze on the appearing text, skimming through it once and immediately turning into solid stone. Catching his darkened expression, Si Rui nudged him to probe. What's wrong? Got a bitter pill to swallow. Without beating around the bush, Shen Ye suddenly grinned, leaned forward and blurted out, I love you. Hearing this, Si Rui almost had a stroke, his face turning as red as a tomato, his limbs flailing wildly as his mouth blabbered and scolded, are you crazy? We're both dudes, how can you open your mouth to say such disgusting things? Contrary to the debtor's bristling, Shen Ye deflated in disappointment, thinking to himself, why is there no reaction? Or is my acting still a bit fake, not strong enough to reach his so-called true love? Getting up from where he fell, he continued to cast the bait. Hey handsome, how about we scan Wetchet to get to know each other? Bombarded with non-stop flirting, Si Rui shrank back in utter panic. Help, don't tell me this guy is actually gay. Running out of patience, Shen Ye bluntly spat out, "Grandpa, I'm mercifully helping you complete that requirement. Are you looking down on the title?" The two then rubbed their cards together. A flashing light shot up. "Okay, deal sealed. Comradeship can probably barely count as love," adding friend completed. Life is not a dream. After waiting forever, the card remained silent. Shen Ye held his forehead helplessly. "How strange. I've used my ultimate moves and the system still rejects it. Is your heart cast in reinforced concrete or something to be so callous?" Facing that bizarre complaint, Si Rui lowered his voice, full of hidden troubles. "From childhood until now, anyone who surrounded me only targeted the label of young master or this appearance. Therefore, I erected a solid defensive armor long ago." Shen Ye was speechless, pondered for a moment, and suggested, "Well, this is tricky. Should us two dudes go warm up our feelings by buying movie tickets and having a romantic candlelight dinner?" Si Rui kept a straight face. "Knock it off, I refuse." Mid the stalemate, a pretty girl holding a fresh flower basket curiously walked up from behind. "Hey, big brother, buy a flower for your lover." Shen Ye was startled, glaring and scolding. "Are your eyes on the soles of your feet? Open them wide and look. He is 100% male." Unexpectedly, the girl didn't even blink, smoothly changing her tune. "Ah, then this romantic brother here, buy a flower for your lover." Si Rui held his stomach, laughing so hard he rolled on the floor, while Shen Ye was seething with anger. He gritted his teeth, threw the money, and grabbed the flower. "Here, sell it to me. Do I look like a gentle lady or something that you call me this guy's girlfriend?" Waiting for the flower girl to disappear from sight, Si Rui then patted his shoulder. "Why hold a grudge? The wandering characters in this area are all just figures molded by the Dharma realm, operating in a mechanical loop, exactly like NPC mobs in a game." At this moment, Shen Ye finally realized the truth. Oh, no wonder her face looked so industrial. Suddenly, Si Rui pulled out a flower branch and shoved it right in his face. "Here, for you." He spouted a whole string of words without his face blushing in the slightest. "A dignified Nangong Si Rui like me, even if I bend, I still have to be on top. Be a good boy and accept my true affection, so I can finish this tedious romantic quest." Shen Ye's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, looking at the flower in his hand, while his insides twisted in a struggle. Damn it. Holding this flower is no different from tacitly accepting this guy's confession. But if I endure it for a bit, my gig of helping others for pleasure will also pass the stage. Ultimately, for the sake of survival, he had to grit his teeth and sell out his dignity, muttering to himself, "So frustrating, for the title, I'll risk it all." He then coyly squeezed out a sentence, "Oh, thank you, Si Rui." Just waiting for that, the sound of camera shutters clicking wildly erupted all around. Crowd standing by to gossip immediately screamed like crazy, discussing excitedly, "Oh my god, Shen Ye from Hun Tianmen dared to publicly accept flowers from eldest young master Nangong, can you believe it? Shen Ye looks so strong yet he's the bottom. Earlier I even bet that Nangong was the weak one, truly a case of tragic beauty." Someone even yelled, "I vow to ship this couple to the end." But another voice poked fun, didn't Shen Ye just make a fool of himself the other day? He doesn't match Si Rui at all." Shen Ye's face contorted like he had eaten a maggot, forcing himself to think positively. These punks must also be NPCs like the flower girl, right? But the endless dissecting chatter still echoed in his ears. What if Si Rui is into this flavor? Facing Shen Ye's self-delusion, Si Rui coldly extinguished his hopes. "Stop fantasizing, they are all fellow students." Not disappointing anyone, the card vibrated again to announce the good news. "Congratulations, you have passed the trial of helping others for pleasure." The dropped item is a random keyword named humanoid tool of mythical grade. Clenching the card tightly in his palm, a voice suddenly poured into his eardrums. "You have excellently cleared the stage of helping the world for pleasure. Honored to collect a keyword of mythical tier." Deep in his consciousness, the illusion of a humanoid wrench flashed. The system's tone began to explain. The humanoid tool is a randomly designated item, tied to a time-evaporating attribute, counting down 10 seconds before automatic destruction. The annotation is clear. In the eyes of the world, you are merely a single-use object. Once you voluntarily play the role of a tool, engrave in your mind the prospect of being tossed into the trash can at any moment. Mechanical voice continued to stuff data into Shen Ye's brain. "This item is a form of judgment simulated by your door after resonating with the mysterious energy hidden in this Dharma realm. It is the essence distilled from countless blood-stained pages and human tragedies. Its ultimate purpose is to awaken high vigilance in you. Make your choice, shine as the focal point, or lie neatly on a platter as a snack for others." Sharply catching the 10-second countdown limit, he jumped in fright and frantically issued an order: "Devour it immediately." Brutally, the system reported information that slapped him like a bucket of cold water. Note: this is only a trial product for demonstration purposes. Designated absorption is prohibited. He stared wide-eyed as the keyword faded and completely evaporated, only able to stand there scratching his head and tearing his hair out in gut-wrenching regret. Oh wow, it vanished completely. Shen Ye strolled along the bustling street, his head spinning with tens of thousands of question marks regarding the bizarre chain of data just now, the door, humanoid tool, and even a blood-bought lesson drawn from 10,000 years of human history. All in all, what the hell does this omen imply? Nangong Si Rui, wandering nearby, spotted his silhouette and called out, "Hey Shen Ye, are you done with your gig? But why is it that my eyes are tired of looking and I still don't see any title dropping for you?" Being interrogated point blank, Shen Ye laughed awkwardly and rubbed his head. It seems my luck is a bit poor today." Si Rui patted his shoulder and sighed in consolation. "That's true, rare items aren't that easy to get. Anyway, you quickly resolved the requirement. I bet you've earned some bonus points from a few teachers by now." Finishing his words, Si Rui waved his hand, spun on his heels and bolted straight away, muttering to himself as he walked, "Looks like finding premium love from you is not feasible. I'm off to hunt for prospects elsewhere, see ya." Standing there watching his lonely back, Shen Ye clicked his tongue in exclamation. Tusk, clearly a kid starved of affection. He pulled himself together, turned towards another road, and reaffirmed his immediate goal, putting everything else aside. I must hunt down the whereabouts of Xiao Mengyu first. As he was leisurely strolling and watching people, a sharp voice from afar suddenly poured directly into his ear. "Shen Ye, I finally caught you." He halted his steps, darting his eyes around, and suddenly noticed a thin red thread, as ethereal as mist, winding and floating, intertwining around his body. That bewitching voice echoed again in harmony with the thread tightening around him. "Follow me, unless you want to taste suffering." He stared blankly along the path of the thread, his heart beating rapidly, highly vigilant as he swept his eyes all over. After a moment of consideration, Shen Ye decided to take a risk and step out, following the trail that the red thread was leading. It didn't take much time before the red silk thread pulled him to a hidden alley, where the silhouette of a young girl stood silently waiting since who knows when. The woman turned around, slowly uttering each word like a greeting. "Having been apart for only a few days, your power seems to have progressed, huh?" He dropped his jaw, fixing his eyes on Yun Nai, instantly stripping bare her true identity as Zhao Yibing. "So the one using the card to befriend me just now was you, Yun Nai." He scanned her from head to toe. "Is this your new parasitic form?" In Shen Ye's cerebral cortex, terrifying chains of honors belonging to this woman continuously popped up. The destroyer of the great thousand world, the ruler of the sorrowful demon prison. Yun Nai shot a flirtatious glance at him, softly moving her lips. "The clock is striking 1832. Our time is only counted in minutes now." Shen Ye furrowed his brows, coldly dropping a question. "It's obviously not the deadline of our pact yet. What are you plotting by impatiently blocking my way like this?" Yun Nai feigned an anxious and sorrowful look as she revealed, "Because I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your little life until the day the tables turn. I feel so sorry for you." Shen Ye jolted. "What's the matter?" She evaded ambiguously. "Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Right now, I and that group are already in the same boat." He looked at her blankly, probing which group. Suddenly, his brain circuit connected with the skill he had just dropped earlier. Spot on. The door intentionally created that humanoid tool item as a prophecy forcing me to be on guard. A major incident is bound to strike no matter what. Shen Ye scrutinized Yun Nai's every move, vaguely smelling danger. Could it be that the deep implication of that item was a warning that I absolutely must not turn into a chess piece left to her manipulation? While she calmly lingered, waiting for a nod from Shen Ye, that segment of red thread unexpectedly erupted into a blinding crimson light covering Yun Nai's entire body. That beam of light shot forward, brazenly snatching the flower branch resting in Shen Ye's hand, and then obediently brought it back to its master. Yun Nai's image flickered like mist, embracing his flower petal and whispering right before fading away. "In this gamble, I bet on the upper hand for both sides. No matter which of you missteps, I still hold a sure win. However, in consideration of you giving me a flower, I naturally have to return the favor with this love letter. Absolutely do not let this leak to a third party. By the way, here's a piece of advice for you. Even though I know for sure you will turn a deaf ear, absolutely do not go against Song Qing Yin." As soon as the sound left her throat, her silhouette suddenly evaporated cleanly, and even the red silk ribbon vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The only thing proving the encounter just now was Yun Nai's envelope lying bare on the cold ground. Shen Ye cautiously stepped forward, lifting that bizarre love letter to examine it. Peeling apart the envelope, what struck his eyes was a detailed map simulating the underground pipelines beneath Zhangzhou City. Right at the bottom corner, a recurring phrase was neatly written, "Don't forget me."